My good brother arranged for a young model to pretend to be my girlfriend to deal with my parents' pressure for marriage. Unexpectedly, the model suddenly changed her mind on the day, saying she was only there to complete her master's task, leaving me dumbfounded. Unbeknownst to me, I mistakenly brought a cold and elegant sister home to warm the bed. What surprised me even more was that she turned out to be the beautiful CEO who was parachuted into the company, not only following me around every day but also threatening to make sure I couldn't get out of bed. At this moment, I arrived at the cafe as agreed, and my gaze was drawn to a noble and elegant woman. Only she seemed to be waiting for someone, so I approached her. "Hello, beautiful. I'm Fong Yuan. Are you here to pretend to be my girlfriend?" Upon hearing this, she immediately became flustered. "Me? Pretend to be your girlfriend?" Seeing her reaction, I thought my friend hadn't explained things clearly to the model, so I briefly described the situation, then looked at Liu Ruyan with a pitiful expression. Liu Ruyan was taken aback for a moment, then her expression became subtle. She rested her chin on one hand, squinted at me, and asked with her red lips slightly parted, "But if you're being pressured so much, why not just find a female friend to deal with it?" Hearing this, I was stunned for a moment, helplessly shrugged, and pointed to my own face. "Isn't it all because I'm too handsome? I really can't just find someone randomly. What if they really fall in love with me and want to have my babies?" Upon hearing this, Liu Ruyan looked me over for a long time, seemingly finding some truth in it. "So what do I need to do with you?" she asked with a charming smile, while I lost my train of thought, thinking, this sister looks really good when she smiles. Coming back to my senses, I quickly shook my head, dispelling distracting thoughts, and then added Liu Ruyan to the family group chat. She didn't even glance at it, and a long string of messages had already been sent out. "Hello, family in the group. I am Liu Ruyan, Fong Yuan's girlfriend. I am a white-collar worker with a large hip circumference, and I can't see my shoes when I look down. I am 25 years old, and my family hopes I can get married in the next 2 years." I guessed in surprise and gave Liu Ruyan a thumbs up. This set of lines was something I couldn't even come up with myself. A large hip circumference. Doesn't that mean a big but is good for childbearing? Not being able to see my shoes when I look down. Doesn't that mean I have a well-endowed chest? This way, I won't starve the child. A woman 3 years older, holding a gold brick. The sooner she gets married, the better. Doesn't this hit my dad right in the heart? The way she speaks is so professional. This little model really knows her stuff. As I expected, the family group exploded the next second, with a flurry of red envelopes flooding the screen, leaving Liu Ruyan dazzled. However, Liu Ruyan didn't even bother to claim the red envelopes, and I couldn't help but admire her. This little model really has professional ethics. At that moment, I was even more satisfied with Liu Ruyan, my temporary girlfriend. Liu Ruyan looked at me with a half-smile, and then I frowned and said seriously, "You must not video call my mom." This made Liu Ruyan frown slightly. "What's wrong with video calling? Is it possible that my appearance can't satisfy your mom?" The corner of my mouth twitched violently. "You're so beautiful. My mom will definitely be satisfied. Mainly because my mom is the reincarnation of Sherlock Holmes. You can send her a few more photos, but definitely don't video chat with her." Liu Ruyan, who had just taken a sip of coffee, almost choked and covered her mouth, giggling. Just as I wanted to explain, a Kun's call came in. "Remember, absolutely do not video chat with my mom." I stood up and walked towards the cafe exit. "Hey, Kuan Gu, your high school classmate is really reliable. I'm very satisfied. Next time I'll treat you to roast chicken." But on the other end of the line, a Kun's confused voice came through. "Yuan Gu, have you seen Qianxian? She sent me a message saying she has to carry out her master's task and can't help you." My head suddenly buzzed. Qianxian, who is Liu Ruyan inside there? Yuan Gu, what's wrong? Nothing unexpected happened, right? I coldly smiled at the phone and gritted my teeth, saying, "It's nothing, just mistook the person." After hanging up the phone, my heart sank, and I quickly stepped into the hall. I had to urgently kick Liu Ruyan out of the group. After all, I wasn't sure what her intentions were. Was she trying to harm me? When I returned to my seat with a dark expression, I was once again taken aback by Liu Ruyan's behavior. She was smiling sweetly, waving at the phone screen, and using a pleasant and sweet voice to say, "All right then, Auntie, we'll chat again when we have time." If nothing unexpected happens, this is unexpected. What is Liu Ruyan doing? Didn't we agree not to call Mom? Seeing me sit down with dazed eyes, Liu Ruyan turned to look at me and said, "You're wrong. I didn't receive a red envelope, and Auntie also started a group video call. I didn't think of a reason to refuse in time, so I just accepted it. But don't worry, there definitely won't be any slip-ups." Then Liu Ruyan threw me a charming glance, but at that moment, I had no time to think about any of this. I stared intently at that exquisitely flawless face. "Miss, I made it very clear from the beginning, right? I said I was here to find a temporary girlfriend recommended by my brother. Since you are not, why didn't you just tell me directly?" Upon hearing this, Liu Ruyan wrinkled her beautiful nose, then her red lips slightly curled up, and she playfully said, "But I never said I was." Liu Ruyan slightly pouted and directly interrupted me, who was about to speak. "Do you still want to reason with a woman?" She propped herself up on the table, leaned her face forward, and teased, "Xiao Fang Yuan, are you saying I'm not as good as that little model you're looking for?" I admit, Liu Ruyan was completely right, but that wasn't the point at all. The little model only takes money and doesn't harm anyone. It's safe. I don't trust you. Now let me clarify this matter. Let my mom kick you out. Then I quickly typed on my phone, "Mom, Liu Ruyan is not my girlfriend." I messaged the wrong person, and it seemed like Liu Ruyan didn't hear this sentence at all, as she was busy fiddling with her phone. The group chat notification came. "Auntie, actually yesterday was my birthday. Fang Yuan just forgot to buy me a cake after work, and we had a small argument. Please rest assured, I will definitely not throw a tantrum for no reason in the future." Upon seeing this, my expression changed dramatically, and before I could take any remedial measures, my mom's reply came, "Forgetting to buy a cake for your girlfriend on her birthday. Are you confused, kid?" I gasped and quickly sent a message. "Mom, let me explain." But Liu Ruyan's message also came. "Auntie, don't blame Fang Yuan. He must have forgotten because he was too tired from work. I'm not wronged at all, because I love him." My eyebrows were about to fly up, and when I looked up, I saw Liu Ruyan's teasing gaze. She can't possibly think she has one, right? This is my family group. That's my own mom. I must expose Liu Ruyan's outrageous behavior and urgently kick her out. So I typed, "You all have no idea what this woman's true colors are." My fingers were almost typing shadows, but the next second, the change in the chat box left me dumbfounded. "You have been removed from the group chat." I was actually kicked out. This strong sense of shock almost made me lose my composure. Even after living two lives, how has my mom's behavior become more and more outrageous? She really just kicks people out at the slightest disagreement. My expression darkened immediately, and at that moment, Liu Ruyan was still teasing me with a smirk. "Ha ha, Xiao Yuan, why did Auntie kick you out?" This seems quite different from what you had anticipated earlier. It was clear that Liu Ruyan was in a good mood at that moment, but people's joys and sorrows are not the same. I glanced at the smug Liu Ruyan, becoming more and more annoyed, to the point where my teeth were itching with anger. In my 2 lifetimes, I have been toyed with like this by a little girl. Don't worry, the result will come soon. I will call to explain clearly right now. With that thought, I had already dialed my mom's number and loudly turned on the speakerphone. Seeing this, Liu Ruyan was momentarily stunned, her red lips moving as she said, "Fang Yuan, we can talk about this properly. Let's sit down and have a good chat. Don't be impulsive like you were in the group just now." I raised my eyebrows sharply, determined not to give in even a little, no matter how delicate Liu Ruyan acted. Moreover, the call has already been connected. "You little rascal, hurry up and make Ruyan happy. Only if she agrees can I let you into the group, otherwise, it's off the table." My mom's stern voice came from the other end of the line. I chuckled. "Mom, actually, Liu Ruyan is not my girlfriend at all. Nor is she your daughter-in-law, she is fake." As soon as I finished speaking, there was a long silence on the other end of the line, and then an angry roar erupted. "What nonsense are you talking about, you little brat? Ruyan has even video called me. She said she is your girlfriend." "You say Ruyan is not your girlfriend, so explain to me, where is the girlfriend you promised me?" I could only force myself to explain. "Mom, don't worry about so much, just remember that Liu Ruyan is not my girlfriend. Just hurry up and kick her out, and I'll explain everything to you later." Just as I was lost in thought about how to strengthen my persuasion, Liu Ruyan quietly came to my side, bringing a fragrant scent, and generously took over the conversation. "Yes, Auntie, Fang Yuan is right, I am not his girlfriend." After saying that, Liu Ruyan gave me a reassuring look, and at that moment, I was genuinely a bit touched. This bad woman actually had a moment of conscience, which is not easy. Zhang Feng, without saying anything, directly handed the phone to Su Youran. The speakerphone is still on. That end also came from the mom's puzzled voice. Ran, what's going on? Why are you two talking us out of our heads? Boy, what can I tell Auntie?" Just as Zhang Feng was waiting for Su Youran to open her mouth to explain, he suddenly noticed that the latter's delicate face flashed with a hint of cunning, her red lips slightly raised to show her playfulness, and her peach blossom eyes exuded a smug gaze. Zhang Feng's heart thumped when he saw this scene. Damn, he was trapped. As expected, the next second, Su Youran's small mouth pouted and directly said in a slightly crying aggrieved voice, "Auntie, we are not boyfriend and girlfriend since yesterday. Actually, we didn't just have a fight. Zhang Feng even broke up with me, because he thinks my temper comes for no reason and doesn't know how to be considerate of the fact that it's not easy for him to work. Even today you asked him to pull his girlfriend into the family group thing. If I hadn't noticed, he would have just pulled a random woman into the group. Auntie, I'm so aggrieved. I've been with him for 2 years and he won't even listen to my explanations. He won't even give me a name. Ing Jiangfeng people stupid. He suddenly found Su Youran's cheeks are really hanging crystal tears. Really cry? Oh, man. Why don't you go to the Oscars and become a movie queen? What are you doing as a white-collar worker? How can you make up a story like that? You're playing with me here, aren't you? The phone was still on speakerphone, and the next few hisses creeped Jiangfeng out. Even if I don't buy you a cake, and break up with you? Where's Jiangfeng? Put him on the phone. Brat, are you trying to piss off your mom me, aren't you? Grr, I can't listen to your father anymore. Aren't you a scumbag? I should have just shot you in the wall in the first place. Half an hour later, Jiangfeng sat paralyzed in his seat with a lifeless face. Where there is oppression, there is resistance, and if you really can't resist, then you have to swing for the fences. He raised his eyebrows fiercely, looked at the smiling Su Youran, pinched his middle finger, and a few words popped out between his teeth. What the do you want? Su Youran wrinkled her pretty nose and pouted. It's rude to talk dirty to a girl. Hey, what do you mean what do I want? You're the one who came over and asked me to be your temporary girlfriend, right? I could have been sitting here honestly. You were the one who came over first. Jiangfeng rolled his eyes greatly. That was a case of me recognizing the wrong person. Okay, and I explained it to you, and you're still sticking around the group. Not only that, but you gave me those 2 waves of confusing maneuvers. Why? It's a case of mistaken identity. Just explain it? Su Youran felt that if that was the case, then the world would be a terrible place. You want to run away after flirting? What's the point? You have to give something, right? She didn't answer Jiangfeng directly, but her body moved towards where Jiangfeng was. This fluttering maturity. For men in their 20s, the mature big sister temperament is already a surefire way to kill, but Su Youran also ended up with a whiny voice. Well, isn't that trying to help your brother look good? Look, do auntie and uncle still suspect you now? Do they still rush you? It's true that it's not rushed, but is that the point? Little Maple, it seems like there's no better way than letting me continue to be your temporary girlfriend. Ugh. Jiangfeng let out a long sigh. Do you karma waste anesthetize? Karma waste? Su Youran looked back and laughed out loud. What the hell is this little man thinking? How much is a loin? Isn't that funny? He actually thinks I'm going to. Su Youran laughed with a fluttering smile. Her moon-like eyes flashed with a strange luster as she stared at Jiangfeng with a deadpan expression. I'm not going to anesthetize you. I'm not going to karma your waist. My request is simple. Just want you to be my boyfriend. Chapter 5, The Airborne Chief Su. Ugly? What's going on? Jiangfeng, who was holding his coffee cup, almost didn't spit out a mouthful. What is this woman talking about? To be her boyfriend? Although he was able to sit at a table with Su Youran and talk and laugh at this time, Jiangfeng was not without self-awareness. By virtue of his current condition, just graduated from the company staff. No car, no house. Why will be Su Youran look at? Their conditions and lives are literally sky-high. After a little pondering, Jiangfeng slapped his head and realized. You mean, let me pretend to be your boyfriend to cope with other people too, don't you? Finally, Su Youran's eyes flashed with a trace of melancholy. Well yeah, my family has been pushing me to get married. It's messing with my head, and it just so happens that today you're delivering. Hearing this explanation, Jiangfeng breathed a long sigh of relief. Fittingly, it was a misunderstanding. There is a reason why this Su Youran agreed to us, not because he wanted to karma waste. Hey, such a pretty temporary girlfriend, and she's good at making mom happy. Where else can I find her? Jiangfeng hemmed and hawed. Then his face changed and he directly shook his head. Sorry, I can't take this job. It's really not that I won't help you, Sister Youran. It's mainly because we're easy to expose here. Look, just with your qualifications, it's perfectly possible to find a better one. I don't have a car, a house or savings. If you take me home, your parents will definitely not agree either and will push you to change your boyfriend. So I think you're totally going to find someone else. It was naturally good to be able to keep Su Youyu, but Jiangfeng would never do something he wasn't sure of. Su Youran can handle his mom, but can he handle her father? It's hard, isn't it? But after hearing this, Su Youran was not only not dismayed, but instead, a slight smile appeared on her pretty face. She reached into her accompanying satchel and dug around. You'll be fine in character if you're posing as my boyfriend. My father isn't very strict about his son-in-law. Male, live is fine. 4 cars, I have a lot of them. Here are the keys to the R8 at the door. You can go ahead and take it. My father is also in the real estate business. He wouldn't ask you to have anything. As for savings, it's even less of a problem. My father has plenty of money, and he wouldn't require his son-in-law to have a family fortune. So the R8 parked in front of the cafe is Su Youran's? Family in the real estate business? Father has a lot of money? Jiangfeng man was shocked. He couldn't help but barf his mouth twice. That Su Youran must be rich too, right? Hey, Sister Youran, Then if I can successfully trick your father into going over there, can you promise me a small request? What little request? Borrow a little money. How much? $1 million. $1 million? Su Youran slightly wrinkled her beautiful eyes. She had thought that Zhang Feng was too embarrassed to say it, but she didn't expect that she was really borrowing only this much. Without the slightest hesitation, Su Youran directly nodded her head. No problem. Zhang Feng was instantly energized. He met a nobleman. I thought today was a karma waste game, but I didn't realize it was a good things come true game. Not only did she cope with her mother's urging to get married, she found the perfect daughter-in-law. It also solves the economic problem. The day he had just returned from being reborn, Zhang Feng had grasped a key point. Around mid-October, the downtrodden cold cobalt mining was suddenly injected by foreign companies. The stock market went crazy until the end of the month. If manipulated properly, this is at least twice the net income. Zhang Feng does not want to let go of this opportunity. Reborn back when not a boss, how can it? What he originally thought was that he would get down to work at Vientiane Ltd, and then go to the bank with his proof of employment for a loan, and then manage to get as much as he wanted from his family. Now Su Youran directly helped him solve the big problem. 1 million of the principal, 2 million of the profit. This money as a startup capital is enough. A great man can bend and bend. Zhang Feng directly came to a Peking opera face change. No problem. I have to make this temporary boyfriend a clear one for you. Zhang Feng and Su Youran walked out of the Red Romance Cafe shoulder to shoulder, giving the surrounding group of big brothers a silly look. What the hell? We've been watching here for half a day and he just took it away? They didn't know each other. This brother's methods are too hard. Half of them gnashed their back teeth and wanted to slap themselves. The other half had already firmly memorized Zhang Feng's face in their hearts, deciding that they must worship the master when they had the chance in the future. Su Youran threw the car keys to Zhang Feng. Can drive, can't you? Will. Then you drive. I don't have a license. I'd better do it then. Zhang Feng sat in the co-pilot as he wished. He wasn't lying. In his previous life he graduated from college and took his driver's license. In this life he just studied the stock market and didn't take the test. Audi R8, as a two-door coupe with V10 as standard, is also considered Zhang Feng's dream car. The bias also came with an aroma similar to Su Youran's, making him lose his concentration. You decide where to go for dinner. I'll buy you anything. I'll call the office for a vacation first. Zhang Feng had planned to go back before the lunch break ended at 2:30, but now it was already 1:30. He was still hungry. Ahem, going to work hungry is not an option. What's more, that bout of getting mom to stop reprimanding him was the rhetoric of treating Su Youran to a big meal to make her happy. Furthermore, Su Youran had helped solve such a big trouble and was planning to lend money to herself. Zhang Feng felt it was completely okay to treat her to a meal. Okay. Su Youran drove while surveying the roadside for any simple restaurants. She hadn't been to Pine City a few times in total, and had only eaten at local 5-star hotels in Pine City. Zhang Feng was treating her. She wouldn't let him break the bank too much, just eat whatever she wanted. Finally, she caught sight of a nicely decorated hot pot city. Beside him, Zhang Feng was still on the phone. Ugly, take a leave of absence from the minister for me. Something's come up and I won't be going this afternoon. Mr. Su, who was parachuted in from headquarters? Almost forgot about her. It's okay, let's just bet the ugly bastard won't be at the office this afternoon. Besides, she may not be able to come directly to our sales department, right? Zhang Feng hung up the phone in 3 words, and the car was already firmly parked on the side of the road. He surveyed Fondue City through the car window. We're eating here, right? Su Youran did not answer directly, but stared at his face with a smile. Alas, Zhang Feng, as soon as you called I remembered that I forgot to ask you where you were and what you were doing. Naturally, there's nothing to hide about this kind of thing. I'm at Vientiane Makeup Company, the prospective head of sales. It's okay, right? Quasi-sales director? That's bull asterisk 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 asterisk. He's a clerk. Tomorrow's transfer doesn't have anything to do with him either. This is merely a deliberate attempt to gild the lily in order not to lose in the air. Oh, Vientiane Limited line. Su Youran narrowed her eyes, and the slightest hint of fire seemed to rise in her eyes. Seeing that Zhang Feng was about to get out of the car, she backhanded and directly locked the door. I'm worried about you breaking the bank and you call me ugly? How in the world can that happen? Little Maple, I suddenly don't want to eat hot pot. Come on, I'll take you to a good place. You have to treat me to a meal. Chapter 6 Songcheng Hotel? Su Youran is really not saving money for brother. Oh okay. Zhang Feng also didn't notice Su Yuran's change in mood. There was no objection to a change of venue for dinner. It was not like I had anything to do in the afternoon anyway. On the way, Su Youran had been constantly striking up a conversation with him. Zhang Feng, aren't you afraid that the new president will hear you when you call her ugly? Zhang Feng smiled faintly, not caring at all. How'd she hear? It can be just you and me. Besides, It's not like I'm the only one calling her ugly. It's the whole department, okay? The entire department speaks like this? Su Youran's beautiful eyes were tightly wrinkled. Why? Zhang Feng came down in the mood, making up bad words about the boss. This was supposed to be a very exciting thing, okay? He hemmed and hawed and explained in a subdued manner. I heard that our new Su here is the daughter of the old director of the headquarters, who just came back from studying abroad. Dual degree PhD in management and business. Crunchy authority. Belongs to the real schoolboys. And as for her looks, it's a matter of speculation. And it's rumored that she's been urged to marry by her own old man in all kinds of ways since she returned home, even with an extremely low threshold. With that family condition and her strength, she but looks like a woman. That's surely GA to get married, right? As a result, I'm still single. So I guess it's because I'm ugly and no one wants me. She's parachuted in from headquarters, all to avoid the urgings of her family. I reckon, if it wasn't for the fear that the car behind us wouldn't be able to react and rear-end us, Su Youran really wanted to slam on the brakes to make Zhang Feng fly out. What? Have you seen me? And you say I'm ugly? I don't look like a woman? That's just abominable, isn't it? Looks like the staff at Wanshan Beauty needs to be fixed. How can you talk without proof? And at this time, Zhang Feng also noticed something wrong with Su Youran's expression. This girl seems to be quite upset. What's she pouting about? Zhang Feng couldn't help but sprout a crazy guess in his mind as he thought back on his words, but it was then dismissed by him. The fact that there are more people in the world with one last name doesn't mean anything, even though they are all named Su. Besides, Su Youran said she was white-collar and that she was pretty. Most importantly, as the president parachuted in from headquarters, the first time he arrived in Sancheng he didn't go to the company first. Instead, he went to a café to enjoy himself? This is absolutely impossible, right? 10 minutes later, Zhang Feng got out of the car, saw the building in front of the heart thump a cold. He asked Su Youran dumbfounded as he pointed at the hotel plaque. Holy, Pine City Hotel, you really don't save me any money at all. Su Youran ended her wry gaze and raised her head. What? Are you hurting for money? Zhang Feng thought, isn't this ing nonsense? A meal in here would cost at least 4 figures. At present his fortune does not allow him to squander it in this way. It was only a man who could stretch and shrink. Zhang Feng nodded without saying a word. Yeah, this is too expensive. Let's go to another one. Ha, another one? I can't. How can I not eat something expensive when I'm so ugly? We have to have the same thing, right? Su Youran thought in exasperation, pouting her lips to show that she was right here, without the slightest intention of leaving, and letting out a surefire hit. And Auntie will agree that we should eat here. Zhang Feng knows. Mom designated agreed. Nonsense, and it is not her money. Blanche, but on second thought, his words were out of his mouth, and he let Su Youran set the location and what to eat. It would be a bit unmanly to back out now. Zhang Feng gritted his teeth and decided to eat here, but before he could turn around, a slightly teasing voice then came from behind. Alas, isn't this Zhang Feng? What's the matter? Bringing your girlfriend over for dinner? Looking over at the source of the voice, Zhang Feng saw a fairly familiar face. Zhang Kai, his college classmate, a fairly rich second-generation rich guy. The two of them don't have a great relationship. At the same time, Zhang Kai walked up to Zhang Feng and Su Youran. For a moment, he admitted to looking dumbfounded. This is Zhang Feng's girlfriend? Oh, my god, that's so beautiful. How come this kid has been so good with women since college? Zhang Kai subconsciously gulped. He was truly jealous. On what grounds? He was obviously so much richer than Zhang Feng, and Zhang Feng's girlfriend's class was 10,000 times better than his? The air was filled with the scent of lemons. Oh yes, the sourness of Kai Zhang. At this moment, Zhang Kai was completely on top of his game and said in a snarky manner, "You're a poor kid, but you're still blessed. Unlike me, there's nothing but money." As he spoke, he made a point of revealing the Rolex he wore on his right hand. These two eerie words confused both Zhang Feng and Su Youran. Su Youran, the first time someone said in front of me that they have nothing but money. Zhang Feng, nothing but money, right? You don't want to lose your face and your hangings, do you? Aha, get up and get embarrassed. Zhang Feng had only said it casually, but Zhang Kai caught a hint of something unusual. He frowned, slightly teasingly sizing up Zhang Feng. Alas, Zhang Feng, you're in such a hurry to drive me away. You're not trying to disguise something, are you? Is it possible that you weren't planning on eating at the Pine City Hotel and just brought your girlfriend over to paint her a big picture? Tell her you'll bring her to eat every day when you're rich and grown up? Hey, I told you, how could you be generous enough to bring your girlfriend over here for dinner? The more Zhang Kai talked, the more energized he became, giving Su Youran some annoyance. How in the world can there be such hangdog men who actively intend to? But Zhang Feng just shrugged his shoulders in a habitual manner and handed Zhang Kai a caring retarded look. You're nagging yourself here. After saying that, he pulled Su Youran towards the Pine City Hotel. Looking at Jiang Feng and Su Youran's departing back, Zhang Kai smiled triumphantly. He wasn't an uptight guy or brainless. He naturally didn't say those words to mock Jiang Feng for not being able to afford to eat here. He just wanted to stimulate Jiang Feng to go in and eat. Because of this, it was only then that the gap between him and Jiang Feng could be brought out. Zhang Kai's face was filled with mockery as he counted the pocket money he could still use. I'll let Jiang Feng's fairy girlfriend meet it later. Money is real in this world. Jiang Feng and Su Youran came down to the window seat of the restaurant under the guidance of the waiter. This eating environment is still good. A moment to take pictures of mom is also convenient, although already prepared for high-priced dishes. But after the menu was served, Jiang Feng still couldn't help but raise his eyebrows hard. He gritted his teeth and handed the menu to Su Youran. Order. I'll eat anything. Seeing Jiang Feng being mocked a bit by his college classmates because he had just graduated and didn't have much money, Su Youran had already sympathized with him a bit. She dismissed the idea of fixing Jiang Feng herself and flipped through the menu to look at the relatively cheap and affordable dishes. But she hadn't turned a few pages yet. The waitress lady then came over with a bottle of Patuxent red wine. Her movements were elegant, her expression natural, and she half bent down to look at Jiang Feng with a smile. Sir, Mr. Zhang Kai sitting at table 17 asked me to tell you, if you love your girlfriend, you have to buy her a bottle of Petrus, which retails for 39,999. May I ask if you would like to express your love for this beautiful young lady? Chapter 7, Petrus, Open 82 La Fight. The corner of Jiang Feng's mouth twitched hard. He thought Zhang Kai only played with disgusting. He didn't expect that kid to play cheap too. If this wants him and Su Youran really male and female friends, this wave of not buying wine is also prone to emotional problems. And this fake temporary male girlfriend identity. Just straight up say you don't have any money. What also shocked Jiang Feng was the pricing of the Pine City Hotel. If he remembered correctly, the market price of this Patuxent should be around 20,000. Straight up double? Dogs don't even buy. Jiang Feng glanced at Su Youran, passing over an expression of love and helplessness, turning his head just to reject the waiter. But the rest of his eyes glanced at a mural letter hanging on the hotel wall. Jiang Feng froze, his eyes flickered, and the corner of his mouth raised in an arc. I'm not opening this bottle of Bertus. Before the waitress could pass on a look of contempt, he turned his words around. Drinking red wine. How much is a 82 La Fight? Waiter? Could it be that he rejected Bertus because it was too cheap? This man doesn't look that rich, does he? And he's so young. Ha! Her tone was a bit excited, because if Jiang Feng really ordered the 82 La Fight, her commission would be a few thousand. Sir, the hotel side is quoting 69,999. Jiang Feng secretly nodded. For this limited edition wine, the price was quite moderate. How many bottles do you have? 2 bottles. Jiang Feng snapped his fingers and said with a faint smile, just in time, open a bottle for me. The other bottle goes to Mr. Zhang Kai at table 17. Tell him to buy his woman an 82 La Fight when he really loves her. Jiang Feng's words fell, and the waiter's jaw directly dropped in fear. Grass. Famous people come out of the city. Landlords tend to keep a low profile. Yes sir, I'll get right on that for you. The waitress didn't care about the image anymore, stepping on her high heels and trotting away, while Su Youran, who was sitting in front of Jiang Feng, was confused. She hadn't interjected because she also wanted to see what Jiang Feng was going to do. Needless to say, Su Youran was shocked when she heard that Jiang Feng was going to open a bottle of 82 La Fight, but on second thought, she also felt good. That's right, that Zhang Kai is obviously deliberately making things difficult for people, trying to embarrass them. That's what should be done to deal with that disgusting underhanded man. Su Youran felt that Jiang Feng had done exactly the right thing, and as for the wine money, $70,000. The big deal is that she'll pay for it in the end. Even if you're a temporary boyfriend and girlfriend, you can't lose your momentum. Pine City Hotel, table 17. Although Zhang Kai's mind was filled with Su Youran's exquisite and absolutely beautiful face, he still pulled out his imploring eyes to look at the little netizen in front of him. Just teased. Take it first. Lily, in honor of me having the privilege of being your boyfriend, I specifically asked for a bottle of Petrus, so we'll have a good drink today. Night. Don't come home, okay? The little netizen is going to cry. This bottle of wine is $40,000. This man loves her too much. Through her eyes that were touched to the core, and then thinking about the fact that he had told the waiter to bring Jiang Feng wine, Zhang Kai seemed to see Su Youran's envious and expectant gaze, and it was estimated that Jiang Feng was gnashing his back teeth at that table. With a dark grunt, Zhang Kai was about to call the waiter to open the wine, but before he could say anything, the waiter came with a bottle of 82-year-old La Fight. He walked over to Zhang Kai and bowed with a smile, offering red wine with both hands. Mr. Zhang Kai, Mr. Jiang Feng from table 26 asked me to tell you, when you drink red wine, you have to drink this, and if you really love your girlfriend, buy her a glass of 82 La Fight. What's going on? The corners of Zhang Kai's mouth jerked hard as he sized up the waitress with an incredulous gaze. This is what Zhang Feng said to me? Yes, sir. He's asking me to drive if he doesn't ing drive? Mr. Zhang, you may have misunderstood. Mr. Zhang Feng opened a bottle of 82 Lafite for his girlfriend. You, man. Who's gonna believe that? Zhang Kai subconsciously thought it was impossible. To say that Zhang Feng bit the bullet and brought his girlfriend to eat at the Songcheng Hotel he believed. Lafite? This bottle costs $70,000. Can he afford it? With questions and speculations, Zhang Kai looked back far away and found Zhang Feng and Su Youran drinking from their cups. On their table, there was a bottle of 82 Lafite. The sound of the waitress and Zhang Kai's conversation was not small, and there was naturally no shortage of watching guests in the neighborhood. Some of them gloated. Some jawed, some smacked their lips and whispered, "Hey, you told someone to drive a Patuxent. They were too cheap to drive a Lafite. Let you drive a Lafite. You don't ing drive, do you? Are you no good? Fine dog? Don't pretend you don't have money. I was looking for some superiority, but I ended up in the gutter." Good. Zhang Kai, who has always been pampered, couldn't stand the mocking sound, but he didn't want to open Lafite. He gasped a few ragged breaths, obviously furious, and finally spoke with a black face. "I suggest you keep an eye on Zhang Feng. He can't afford that bottle of wine at all. Beware of being held responsible for running up bills." The waitress raised an eyebrow. "You don't open a ing bottle of wine and start dissing people, do you?" She could tell early on that Zhang Kai intended to find trouble with Zhang Feng. After Zhang Feng opened a bottle of Lafite, she naturally looked at Zhang Kai in passing. No one gets to freeload and take an IOU at the Pine City Hotel, and that's between the hotel and Mr. Zhang Feng. Just tell me if you'll open this bottle of wine. The topic was brought back, and Zhang Kai could only let out a long sigh when he saw that he really couldn't avoid it. "Don't open it, take it away, and don't disturb the old man's dinner." Shooing away the waiter and reseating himself, Zhang Kai was in an extremely unpleasant mood, and the patois in hand didn't smell good anymore. Shame on him. He wanted to turn his head and leave, but he did not, because he wanted to see Zhang Feng in the end to take what checkout. Pine City Hotel, 2:30, Auntie, hey. Just now Zhang Feng treated me to a big meal and even said a lot of sweet things to me. I've already forgiven him. You can quickly pull him into the group. Su Youran smiled sweetly and sent out two voices, resolving the matter of making up Zhang Feng's breakup earlier. Seeing that he was pulled back into the group chat, Zhang Feng also let out a long breath. "So we check out and leave?" Su Youran smiled with her eyebrows and pointed at the cell phone. "Why don't we do this? I'll buy you this meal and you'll buy me the next one?" The meal was really good. Zhang Feng ordered a lot of the hotel specialties and didn't deliberately order cheap dishes. It also caused the cost of meals to skyrocket. Even though Zhang Feng had called himself ugly before, Su Youran still proposed this. Hey, little Maple, quick to praise me for being a big sister with a beautiful person and a kind heart." Su Youran thought so, but Zhang Feng's reply messed her up. "Forget it, I'll really have to pay for the next meal I invite me. What's going on?" Su Yuran's beautiful eyes were slightly wrinkled, and her confused look all looked cute as hell. "This meal costs money too." Hearing that, Zhang Feng hemmed and hawed and threw in a sentence. "I didn't intend to spend money on this meal from the moment I ordered the drinks in the first place." Chapter 8, Fire. "Give Mr. Zhang a free bill." Su Youran swallowed hard, incredulously sizing up Zhang Feng. You're not going to take me off the list, are you?" Meanwhile, her mind continued to consider the feasibility of the matter. Running orders was something she had only seen in TV shows, quite exciting, and had never tried it. Appearance. It is not impossible to run once. Experience the excitement, run out of the door and then pay the money. Will not cause any bad influence. It was a bold idea, but Su Youran was originally a rich young lady with a hint of playfulness in her bones. Otherwise, he wouldn't have run to Songcheng because he was running away from the marriage reminders, and he wouldn't have promised Zhang Feng to be his temporary girlfriend. At that moment, Zhang Feng spoke again. "Waiter, come on. Waiter, for a moment." Su Yuran's jaw dropped. She frowned slightly and hurriedly opened her mouth to stop Zhang Feng. "Hey, aren't you going to skip the check? What are you calling the waiter for? Running away in front of people? No way." Zhang Feng held his forehead helplessly, speechless. "Come on, Su Youran, this is a society of law and order. What's the point of running away from a bill? Me, a good law-abiding young man of the 21st century, and I want a reputation. No skipping orders, and you don't pay? Is this hotel a charity?" Su Youran doesn't understand. She has never heard of such an outrageous thing. The red lips moved slightly and wanted to ask something, but saw that the waiter had already come over and had to give up. "Are you ready to check out, sir?" Zhang Feng nodded and shook his head. "It's checkout, but first you call your home manager." The waitress froze for a moment. "Calling for the manager? Why?" Could it be that any of these dishes are poorly prepared? She didn't think much about it. Zhang Feng, as a guest who can open a bottle of 82-year Lafite of this class, told her to go and shout at whoever she wants to go just like that. At this moment, Zhang Kai, who was sitting on the other side of the room, was also waiting for Zhang Feng to make a fool of himself with a teasing smile on his face. He felt that Zhang Feng couldn't afford to pay for this meal. Even if he had enough money on him, he wouldn't give it up. Not more than 2 minutes later, a slightly chubby man hurriedly came to table 26 and bowed to Zhang Feng with a smile. "Sir, you wanted to see me?" Zhang Feng raised his eyes to look at him, glanced at the last name on the work tag, and nodded. "Hello, Manager Wang. I'd like to ask, are all the paintings we hang on the wallpaper in the lobby authentic?" Wan Hai was slightly stunned and immediately nodded his head. "Of course, Mr. Jiang. Hanging fake paintings doesn't match the class of our Pine City Hotel. The main reason for placing the paintings in the lobby is to delight the customers by glancing at them while they dine. Could there be something wrong?" Wan Hai didn't understand why Zhang Feng was idly asking about this. Could it be that he saw that there were fake paintings in the hall? It can't be. This was all bought at Songcheng Tianyuan Zhai. Only genuine products are sold there. And bought back also found a local famous appraisal master studied. All are authentic undoubtedly. Seeing that Wang Hai also probably guessed his thoughts, Zhang Feng didn't hide them either. Tapping Wang Hai's shoulder to signal him to turn around, he pointed his finger to the 9 o'clock position. "If I'm not mistaken, that painting is Master Li Gonglin's flower and bird painting. Unfortunately, it's an imitation." "No way. That's absolutely impossible." Wang Hai immediately frowned. He felt that Zhang Feng had deliberately come over to look for trouble. "What makes you say that, Mr. Jiang?" Noticing the change in Wang Hai's attitude, Zhang Feng wasn't the least bit surprised. On the contrary, this would be abnormal if Wang Hai's attitude didn't change. "How do you feel when someone comes to your house and says your heirloom is a fake? How do you feel when someone comes to your house and says your heirloom is a fake? Manager Wang, bring it over here." Wang Hai faced solemn. He also do not want to believe Zhang Feng. This poses the master authenticated how can be fake. But TM Zhang Feng was so confident that he couldn't help but self-doubt, waving his hand to signal the waiter to go get it. 5 minutes later, the carefully framed scroll arrived in Zhang Feng's hands. Zhang Feng smiled frankly and handed his cell phone to Su Youran. "Just record a video for me. Record the painting." Su Youran didn't understand what Zhang Feng was up to, but still nodded and obediently held up her cell phone. "Okay." Seeing Su Youran focusing the camera, Zhang Feng let out a long breath, raised his hand and picked up a cup of tea that was still warm, and splashed it straight to the scroll. Seeing this, the 3 people around him directly all looked dumbfounded. Wang Hai swallowed hard. He was certain that Zhang Feng was here to cause trouble. Just as he was about to subdue Zhang Feng while notifying the security team to come over, Zhang Feng unfolded the scroll. The original flowers and birds were still there, but a line had appeared out of nowhere where the tea had been spilled. "My name is Li Huafeng. I am passionate about Master Li Gonglin's paintings, so I copied this painting as a sign of respect." The corner of Zhang Feng's mouth rose slightly. Just by glancing at the painting he remembered. In a previous life, a customer was drinking at the Pine City Hotel and drunkenly spilled a cup of hot tea on top of this painting. Turns out there's a line that says it's a fake. At the end of the day, not only was he not blamed by the Pine City Hotel, but he was also given $100,000 in reward money. That's why Zhang Feng had recklessly asked the waiter to open the 82 Lafite. "It's really fake?" Su Youran marveled. How did it feel that this was even more outrageous than a running order? Wang Hai was confused. The waiter was dumbfounded, and Zhang Kai over there was sky high. After about what had to be a minute, Wang Hai slowed down and his tone became extremely respectful. "Mr. Jiang, please wait a moment. I need to make a call to my boss now." Wang Hai's movements were extremely fast, and his slightly chubby physique didn't affect his speed. When he came back again, he had a delicate little box in his hand. If the previous bow to Zhang Feng was out of respect, then the deep bow at this moment was worship. The standard bow of 90 degrees. Wang Hai did it perfectly. He picked up the small box with both hands and handed it to Zhang Feng. "Mr. Jiang, our boss ordered that we must thank you properly. The cost of your meal is $89,982, and for this meal, it's on us at the hotel. One sentence is $100,000. On top of that, I found out that Mr. Jiang is not a member of our Pine City Hotel. This is a black and gold membership card. Counting yours, there are 6 issued in Pine City. I also ask Mr. Jiang to accept this token of appreciation from the Pine City Hotel. The value that this black and gold card represents can never be measured by more than just money." In fact, Wang Hai originally meant to give Zhang Feng a free bill only, which is equivalent to saving a small 100,000 for Zhang Feng. Enough, but he was severely reprimanded by his boss. Try to ask. Tianyuan Zhai and Pine City Hotel invited appraisers touched in the hand did not recognize the authenticity. "Where's Zhang Feng?" Just by looking at it from afar, I knew it had to be fake. What does this mean? Zhang Feng's appraisal skills are profound. How to say is also a master level. It's worth exchanging a black and gold card for the friendship of a master appraiser. What they were thinking. Zhang Feng had thought about it. He didn't need or want to explain. Just with a light smile, he took this black gold card and put it into his pocket, signaling Su Youran that he could go. In the end, the two did not settle the bill and left the Pine City Hotel brightly under the gaze of many customers' jaws and Wang Hai's respect. Chapter 9, The Perfect Woman in Zhang Feng's Eyes? At this moment, Zhang Kai was simply bombarded by 5 thunderbolts, crispy on the inside and tender on the outside. His jaw was about to drop. Really, just like that? And with a black gold card from the Pine City Hotel? He had some bad feelings in the bottom of his heart, knowing that his own old man had wanted the black and gold card for a long time without qualifying for it. All the things that happened today made Zhang Kai seriously suspect that he was being teased and felt his cheeks raw. But how could the Pine City Hotel cooperate with Zhang Feng's act? On the other hand, Wang Hai had just sat back in his office when his boss's call came back. Wang Hai, I just watched the video. Our card is so worth giving away. The boss's 2 words confused Wang Hai. What do you mean? Could it be that the boss knows Zhang Feng? He's been trying to flatter Mr. Zhang. Boss, I'm stupid. There was an emotional voice on the other end of the line. You don't know her, and I don't blame you. When she came over for dinner with Su Dong, you were out of town on business. Is Zhang Feng followed by a particularly beautiful woman? That's Su Dong's daughter. Wang Hai hurriedly nodded his head. Su Youran's temperament and looks were too prominent. It was hard for him not to notice. As for Mr. Su, Wang Hai thought for half a day did not expect Songcheng local big brother surnamed Su. Suddenly, he thought of a little piece of explosive news. The Missy of Wanxiang Group parachuted into Songcheng Wanxiang Beauty Co. Su Dong of the Vientiane Group did have dinner at the Pine City Hotel. Wang Hai forgot to take care of his image for a moment, and the phrase asterisk 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 came out of his mouth. Boss, she's Su Youran? Right. Wang Hai's face was written with shock, and he stood dumbfounded for half a day with a vacant gaze. The waiter said that Zhang Feng had opened a bottle of 82 Lafite to show his love for his girlfriend. So, Mr. Zhang has taken the Missy of the Vientiane Group? How much energy does he have in himself? WOC, that's a real ING bigot. No wonder I could tell at a glance that the painting was a fake. And at this moment, Zhang Feng and Su Youran had just sat back in the Audi R8 car. Su Youran let out 2 long breaths of fragrant air. She felt that this matter was really quite exciting. You don't pay for your food, and you walk out bright and early and take a black and gold card with you? Come on, this is way more exciting than running away from a bill, okay? But after a little pondering, Su Youran also came back to her senses to catch the slightest abnormality, and sized up Zhang Feng with a playful expression. Little Feng Feng, how do you know that the painting is fake? I don't believe you're staring at it with your naked eyes. Don't you dare tell me it's luck that this is where I brought you. No one can be so lucky as to find a fake in a wall of paintings on the side and then pay for a meal. Tell me quickly, could it be that you are really a gifted and deep-rooted master appraiser? Deeply hidden appraisal master? Zhang Feng almost laughed out loud. He didn't immediately open his mouth to explain. Not that he didn't want to. Rather, it was Su Youran who had said all his words. He had really wanted to say it was luck. So now the truth? But forget it. Let's just make it up. I actually had a weird dream earlier that this painting in the Pine City Hotel was fake. Including the practice of letting the painting reveal itself was also told to me by dream. Who knew I'd run into it today? I'm just trying it out. Dreaming can still dream out this? Su Youran wrinkled her nice little nose. If that's the case, then no one should strive hard and just dream about how to pick up the slack every day. Little Maple, your reasoning is too far-fetched, isn't it? Zhang Feng shrugged his shoulders helplessly. You see, no one believes the truth these days. He pulled a deliberately long note, and then his words changed. Except you said my reasoning was bull asterisk 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 asterisk, and I wanted to ask, what could be more outrageous than thinking I'm going to take you off the list? As the words fell, Su Youran was immediately stunned for a moment. How is skipping a check outrageous? There's no mistaking wow. According to Zhang Feng's tone earlier, coupled with his expression of squinting and smiling, anyone who came here thought he was trying to take me off the list. Blah blah blah. It's clearly that you're the one who's prone to misunderstandings with that remark, isn't it? Su Youran clasped her hands on her shoulders, angry, slightly frowning and biting her red lips, slightly with a hint of a grieved, ferocious expression good to look at. The magnificent beauty did give Zhang Feng a somewhat dull look. He stared at Su Youran's pretty face and nodded thoughtfully. 1 second, 2 seconds, half a minute. What are you thinking about? So intoxicated? Seeing that Zhang Feng had been in deep thought for so long, Su Youran finally couldn't help but ask. Zhang Feng looked back and raised his eyebrows. Su Youran, you still remember the president of my company who was parachuted in from my company as I said in that bout, don't you? She's ugly, you say? but wise beyond her years. You, on the other hand, are so beautiful to look at, just outrageous thinking with a side of stupidity. I was just thinking about combining your beauty with her intelligence. What a perfect woman that would have to be. What? Su Youran's small fists were secretly clenched very tightly. That I'm outrageous and stupid? That the parachuted-in president is ugly? Zhang Feng, if it were not for the seatbelt, I would definitely scratch you. 10 minutes later, Zhang Feng was thrown to the entrance of the rental cell. Su Youran rolled down the window, revealing a stunningly beautiful pretty face with an expression full of cunning. See you tomorrow, oh little maple. Zhang Feng rubbed his temples and said, am I going to help you with the family tomorrow? No. Then I'm afraid that tomorrow we can't meet. Tomorrow our president must go to debriefing to have a staff meeting. We also have position transfer. Busy. This serious expression made Su Youran unable to help herself. She waved her hand, leaving Zhang Feng with an intriguing expression. No, it will meet. Just keep up your fantasies about me and your wise president being a perfect match. Think of something to tell me when we meet tomorrow, oh if you dare. Will we meet? What the hell? Where are you going to meet? Besides, what do you mean? What if I dare? Looking at the R8 that was heading away, Zhang Feng skimmed his lips and turned around to head towards home as well. The following morning at 8:30 a.m., the sales department of Wanxian Makeup Company. Zhang Feng looked at the packed office and flinched. I'm late? It shouldn't be. It's half an hour before we go to work. Oh yeah, the new president is coming in for a debriefing today, so everyone's here early. Seeing that there was still time, Zhang Feng was just about to blow off some awesome with Mo Shui, but before his ass was warmed up, a co-worker snapped and walked over. Zhang Feng, Minister Zhang is looking for you. Minister Young, looking for me? Zhang Feng frowned. Damn, being approached by his boss in the morning? He rubbed his temples and walked reluctantly to the minister's office amidst sympathetic glances from his colleagues. Enter. Zhang Feng pushed the door and entered the minister's office, in which sat a middle-aged man with an obese physique. Zhang Yuan, who was the vice minister of the sales department, was in charge of the dozen or so people in the office where Zhang Feng was. He had an octogenarian beard, gold-rimmed glasses and a serious face, because he often didn't do anything. Everyone used to call him Fatty. Deaf. Minister Zhang, you're looking for me? Chapter 10 All Staff Meeting. Mr. Su came. Zhang Yuan glanced faintly at Zhang Feng and let out Then his face instantly changed, and he slapped his hand hard on the table. Zhang Feng, do you not want to do it? I asked each of you to turn in a copy of our sales department presentation. Why don't you? Originally, Zhang Feng wondered why Zhang Yuan was looking for him so early in the morning. This is even more confusing. What preaching script? How come he doesn't know? When did he leave the assignment? Zhang Feng frowned slightly. A speech is just a script. It is not difficult for him at all, right? Moreover, even if it is not their own writing, Baidu casually paste have. This he can not pay? He was genuinely not impressed at all. When did you order it done, Minister? Yesterday afternoon. I took yesterday afternoon off. I know you took the day off, so why don't you do it? Zhang Feng was numb. I'm taking time off because I have something to do. And what do I do with something? Zhang Yuan narrowed his eyes slightly. It was obvious that Zhang Feng's backtalking made him very upset. He grunted twice and skimmed very officially. A leave of absence is a leave of absence. A document is a document. You cannot come if you take a leave of absence, but the document has to be submitted. Is there something wrong with that? At this moment, Zhang Feng realized, this dead fat girl is here looking for nothing. You're taking a vacation and you have to turn in work papers? What the hell are you thinking? Do you still have to report to the president when you're burying your mom? What kind of sophistry is that? Zhang Feng rolled his eyes fiercely. He felt that Zhang Yuan was just pure a big XX. See how you're still not convinced? Zhang Feng, do you still have me as a minister in your eyes? You think you're pretty awesome going up against your boss like that, don't you? Zhang Yuan was simply furious. He had quarreled with his wife in the morning and was getting upset. Sitting in the office looking around feeling like I can't let out the breath I'm holding in my chest. He just thought of casually calling Zhang Feng over to scold him, but it turned out that Zhang Feng still dared to talk back to him? As for why Zhang Feng, then who let him take yesterday afternoon's leave with his attendance sheet name at the top? Zhang Feng can blame himself for being backward. What's against you? Where is the rule that you have to do work to take a vacation? Zhang Feng shrugged helplessly. In his previous life he hadn't heard of taking a vacation and having to juggle work reports even after so many years in the 996 volume. What are you talking about? This Zhang Yuan is running to the toilet on an empty stomach, looking for trouble, right? Zhang Yuan, who was already angry, was disliked by Zhang Feng, and for a while he felt that his face was dishonored, and his anger was even more unbearable. He wanted to drop something, but realizing that he only had his cell phone at hand, he gritted his teeth and held back from doing so, but the more he thought about it, the angrier he got, and resolutely stood up and slammed the door, and when he came back again, He had a handful of chopsticks in his hand. He first took out one and broke it, then picked up the remaining ones and broke them similarly, sneering, "Zhang Feng, you know what I mean, right? Even if there were a few more of you, you would still be no match for me. What's going on? This big morning." Zhang Feng was really topped with gas. What kind of analogy is this making? Even if there's nothing to do? You're the chopsticks? Asterisk 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 asterisk? How dare a clerk say asterisk 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 to me? Zhang Yuan's face was filled with shock, and he stomped his foot as he gritted his teeth. "Zhang Feng, all your bonus allowances for this quarter are cancelled." What Zhang Yuan never expected was that after hearing his words, Zhang Feng directly laughed out loud. A smile? And this kind of smile that's kind of like a happy surprise? Harm. It's just a bonus. You'd better cancel it. I was looking for you to fire me? Oh yeah. Looks like Minister Young doesn't have that power either, huh? Having said that, Zhang Feng didn't bother pulling the wool over Zhang Yuan's eyes. There was no point in talking more. Can a cow understand a lute? Likewise, if you talk to a stupid bird, will he understand you? Zhang Feng turned around and heavily closed the office door. I can go to your bar. Love it. Zhang Feng knows that Zhang Yuan does not have the power to fire him. Once Zhang Yuan went to the top to find a higher personnel leader to fire him, then Zhang Feng will also have to break up who was right and who was wrong in this matter. Taking a step back, Zhang Feng stayed at Wanshang Beauty just to get a stable work certificate to get a loan. Now that Su Youran has promised to lend him money, really fired. So what? He's revolting, isn't he? Zhang Yuan paced back and forth, stomping his feet in anger. He felt that it was not the door that was slammed by Zhang Feng, but his face. He'd never seen such an arrogant clerk. Scratch that, he had to be fired. Thinking about it, he put pen to paper and was about to write a letter of dismissal to the personnel department, but the phone in his office rang. Minister Zhang, inform the employees you supervise that Mr. Su has arrived at the company. At 9:30, there will be an all-staff meeting in the conference room. At 9:15, Zhang Feng and Mo Shuiken arrived at the conference hall with a smile on their faces and sat down in the seats that belonged to them. Colleagues from other departments have basically arrived, and everyone is eagerly waiting to see what this new president is all about. The first doubt, that this new Su Young was not as ugly as they thought. The second point of concern is the proverbial 3 fires in a new office. Hell knows if this Mr. Su will change any company system or salary and benefits once he takes office. If it has to do with money, then it has to do with everyone in the room. But Zhang Feng and Mo Shui obviously didn't care about that. Tell me, Feng, what happened yesterday afternoon? You couldn't have been mistaken and thought they were my classmates, and then they agreed to help you pose as your temporary girlfriend? It can't really be that fantastical, can it? WOC smart ah. Zhang Feng patted Mo Shui's shoulder. Why hadn't he seen this kid so wise before? Yeah, it's still a big one. A big beauty? Then wouldn't Brother Feng have picked up? Mo Shui had wanted to ask Zhang Feng about the specific details, but now there was obviously a topic that interested him more. His eyes stared straight up and bantered. How beautiful is it? Feng? Describe. Got a picture? Show me. Zhang Feng had guessed that Mo Shui would ask this, and he had even thought of how to answer him. There's no picture. She sent it to my mom in a private chat. Zhang Feng very decisively refused Mo Shui's request to see the photos. It's not that Zhang Feng withheld unwillingly to show him. In fact, at first it was intended to give Mo Shui a look. Mainly, with Su Youran's looks, Zhang Feng was afraid that Mo Shui's harangue would flow on his cell phone. As for looks, the face is delicate, the complexion fair, and the temperament outstanding. Sinking fish, closing moon, right, the most beautiful woman I've ever seen. Seeing Zhang Feng speak as if it was true, Mo Shui skimmed his lips and asked rhetorically, is it really that good looking? You've seen a lot of beautiful women, Brother Feng, and this expression is so unattractive, isn't it? Zhang Feng tightened his tone. Asterisk. It's not the same, and you don't have to be sarcastic. Really, just that perfect face, and look at you confused too. Zhang Feng patted his chest and assured him. At the same time, the door to the conference room was pushed open with a creak. Most of the employees in the room turned back in unison. If I'm not mistaken, it should be Mr. Su who's here, right? Chapter 11, Holy, how can it be Su Youran? Zhang Feng and Mo Shui's position was relatively backward, plus there were people blocking them, so they could only vaguely see that it was a group of people walking in. Solely Zhang Feng turned back. Mr. Su, it's just an ugly monster. If you can't see it, you can't see it. But after 3 seconds of silence, the scene erupted into a chorus of excited whispers. Mr. Su, brothers my ass. This can't be our Mr. Su, right? Definitely, it must be Mr. Su to be able to stand in the C-suite among the company's many executives. Holy, that's beautiful. Who the hell guessed she was ugly before? Get the hell out of here. Ah brothers, I'm going to have a baby. Mr. Su is too good looking too, right? This is not the president. This is simply a fairy in the sky, right? Some of those words also fell in partially in the ears of Mo Shui and Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng snorted a laugh. Look at this group of uneducated guys. What can be beautiful like this? If this group of people were to see Su Youran, wouldn't there be a flood today? Although Su Yuran's methods are slightly crafty and good at swindling, Zhang Feng really recognizes her face. But Mo Shui is different. His curiosity is purely provoked. He had to take a quick peek to see what the new Mr. Su looked like. Mo Shui was full of anticipation. And finally, when he saw the woman who walked proudly wearing a professional outfit, his whole body was shocked. Ouch! Sinking fish and falling geese, closing the moon and shaming flowers. It's beautiful. What's the saying? You can't use a book until it's too late. Some people can come to the sea and write the magnificent sentence of east to gesture, to see the sea. And some people just have to say the ocean. It's so big. Obviously, Mo Shui belongs to the latter. Even the sinking fish, falling wild goose, closing moon, shy flower are just learned from Zhang Feng. Viciously swallowing a mouthful of saliva, Mo Shui hurriedly poked Zhang Feng beside him. Brother Feng, holy big beauty, look at it, absolutely superb. This is actually our president. Wow, this is definitely prettier than the cheap temporary girlfriend you picked up on the side of the road. Noticing Zhang Feng's slightly contemptuous gaze, Mo Shui tightened his tone. There's no need to mock me for not seeing things. Look, you're clueless too. Zhang Feng was originally sitting in his seat unperturbed, but he couldn't help being provoked by Mo Shui's crazy curiosity like this. Standing up slightly, he glanced back over his shoulder, and just as his eyes fell on the woman walking in the seat, a loud nationalistic phrase came out of his mouth. Ouch me a big grass. Zhang Feng's brain buzzed a blank. A stirring a but sit down. After swallowing hard several times, he had black question marks written all over his face. Isn't that Su Youran? WOC? Mr. Su, so she's the legendary Mr. Su who was parachuted in from HQ. Zhang Feng slapped his head. Su Youran didn't say yesterday that he was being urged by his family to get married. Wasn't it also rumored that Mr. Su came here because he was tired of being pushed to get married? Zhang Feng discovered the blind spot, but he didn't regret that he hadn't paid attention earlier. Even if he had noticed this, what could he do? Based on this alone, who could associate Su Youran with the president who parachuted in? Besides, a beautiful president came all the way from Jinghai to Songcheng without coming to the company first. Instead, you go to a cafe and emo yourself? And, at the hotel there was a bit of a leap of faith to get out of the bill? It's outrageous in its own right, right? Seemingly sensing that Zhang Feng was out of sorts, Mo Shui subconsciously cared. What's wrong, Feng? Look at this. How pretty the new Mr. Su is. I'm going crazy with excitement. Mo Shui's hands are shaking. Having a beautiful president boss is really pleasing to the eye. Okay? Getting drunk gives you one more line to blow on your awesome capital. Zhang Feng frowned and waved his hand. He thought of how he had called Su Youran ugly yesterday in front of her. At this moment, Mo Shui was excited. He was throbbing. No, it can't be seen by Su Youran, or else he will definitely lose his adult. You're going crazy. Zhang Feng casually dismissed a sentence, so that he never expected. Mo Shui, this pussy raised seriously. Mo Shui raised his eyebrows fiercely. Brother Feng also thinks that I should be the first to eat crabs? Okay, a bunch of losers who only dare to mutter and whisper compliments when they see Mr. Su's beauty? How can this be? Mo Shui clenched his fists, and Tang actually stood up straight, his expression out of the corner of his eye, his gaze gleaming, attracting many of his colleagues' gazes. Under the watchful eyes of many people, he cleared his throat and surprisingly yelled at Su Youran similarly to his return. Wow, Mr. Su is really beautiful. The voice resounded in every corner of the conference room. It also undoubtedly fell on Su Yuran's ears. She was also stunned, and then her beautiful eyes turned and followed the source of the sound. Seeing the bravado-faced Mo Shui revealed a helpless expression, just about to turn her head and continue toward the stage. Suddenly, Su Yuran's gaze lit up as if she had discovered a new continent. Sitting next to this social cow, isn't that little Zhang Feng? Thinking about yesterday when Zhang Feng directly came to the table and asked himself to be his temporary girlfriend, Su Youran couldn't help but curl her red lips slightly. It's really what kind of people play with what kind of people. It's so hard to find the right place. So little Feng is sitting here. And at this time, Zhang Feng was also sizing up Su Youran. He didn't hide a bit, didn't hide or sneak around. He looked away and couldn't hide it. And Mo Shui shouted out this voice. Su Youran turned his head. Unless she's blind, she must have seen us. After meeting Su Yuran's charismatic eyes for a moment, Zhang Feng sucked in a breath of cool air. These playful eyes. Rub. Zhang Feng twisted his head around, his heart frantically spitting at Mo Shui. You're a real clown. What are you yelling about? When he thought of the various bull and horse remarks he made in front of Su Youran yesterday, Zhang Feng felt a chill on the back of his neck. Maybe pinching the middle finger to ward off evil spirits worked. Su Youran brought the company executives on stage and didn't make things difficult for Zhang Feng. It was also a relief for the latter. Thankfully. Ugly, what did you say you had before? That it's pretty serious? Social terrorism. Social phobia, huh? RNM, what are you yelling about for nothing? Brother Feng, this voice is also due to you. If it wasn't for your encouragement, I would never have dared to shout it out. Zhang Feng really wanted to slap Mo Shui in the face to shut him up. 10 minutes later, the staff meeting officially began. Su Youran, who looked like a celestial fairy, sat in the main seat, without any stage fright and with an extremely strong aura, introducing herself with an icy face. Hello everyone, my name is Su Youran, and from now on, sitting on the stage, Zhang Feng's eyebrows flew up. MD, the ancients are true, women have two faces. Hopefully she will introduce herself normally, not just say she has a big ass that can give birth to a son and can't see her feet when she looks down. Zhang Feng thought sardonically, but he came back to his senses in the next second. He didn't have the heart to continue flirting with Su Youran right now. He was now confused and embarrassed. The drama of the TV show actually appeared to him. Mr. Su, who was parachuted in from headquarters, is actually a temporary girlfriend I found on the street. The thing that can be summarized in one sentence almost gave the CPU of Zhang Feng, who was reborn in the human world, a dry burn. What did I say about her yesterday? Zhang Feng rubbed his temples, frantically recalling. Chapter 12, Hasty, temporary girlfriend is a beautiful boss. Nothing more than calling Mr. Su ugly in front of Su Youran? Nothing more than blowing a little awesome saying you're the head of sales? Saying that Su Youran has no brain and Mr. Su has no face, combining them to make a perfect woman? MD, Zhang Feng mouth corners ruthlessly pumped. He is not like a flashback, more like to give himself a reason for death? Zhang Feng wrong. He felt that his words were right. Wrong in that he did not know that Su Youran was the parachuted over Su General A. At this moment, Zhang Feng understands too much about Su Yuran's mysterious smile and see you tomorrow when we parted yesterday. She knew about it early on and was holding her breath waiting for revenge today. Zhang Feng scratched his head bitterly. Who the hell would have thought that the two of them were one person? At 11 o'clock, a fierce applause rang out in the conference room, announcing the end of the staff meeting. Nearly 2 hours of the meeting, Su Youran spoke half, are some of the company's system and the future development of the plan, and did not clip the private goods. This also made Zhang Feng relieved that he was done driving and could bolt. Zhang Feng hemmed and hawed, thinking that the situation wasn't actually thought to be that bad. Everything he says is a mixture of good and bad. What's the old saying? Those who do not know are not guilty. That's right, Mr. Su is so smart and understanding. Why would he just pick on his employees? Maybe they've forgotten about it. As the applause fell, Su Youran rose and bowed, picking up the microphone and speaking softly. Good job on the hard work everyone. You can go back to work then get ready for your lunch break. Zhang Feng was full of joy. Oh ho, you can go. Zhang Feng from the sales department, come to my office. The corner of Zhang Feng's mouth twitched. Oh well, I can't leave today. At the same time, the gazes of the entire company's employees up and down fell on Zhang Feng. Although Zhang Feng hadn't been on the job for long, but his looks were outstanding, so most people recognized him. What's wrong with Zhang Feng? The new president remembered him on his first day in office, and even named him to stay? Alas, the new official is killing chickens to warn monkeys. Can't you see this? Ooh, my brother Zhang Feng won't be expelled, right? If that's the case it's too much of a heartache for people to blah blah blah. You guys say there's a possibility. Zhang Feng is handsome and the president has a crush on him? Bull asterisk. You. I kind of figured out. Our president has been urged to marry still single is not because she is ugly. On the contrary, she is so beautiful must not lack of suitors. The probability is that she is the edge of the thunderbolt. Zhang Yuan, who was sitting at the front of the conference room, also froze for a moment when he heard this. Aha, the president wants to keep Zhang Feng? On second thought, he thought that after 3 months of employment, Zhang Feng could have been getting mediocre grades. And thinking of the meeting just now, Zhang Feng was distracted throughout the entire scene and then relieved. The president is really trying to make an example out of him. Zhang Feng, you really deserve it. How dare you clamor with me in the morning? I told you not to take your boss's words seriously, and you got what you deserved, didn't you? Thinking of this, Zhang Yuan rubbed his palms together to get up the energy. No, we need to get this letter of resignation out in a hurry. Don't consult the personnel department anymore, just consult Mr. Su. It was sent away from Vientiane for Zhang Feng in the afternoon. The somewhat new Zhang Feng didn't even pay attention to the group's surprised expressions. He could figure out with his fingers what Su Youran was calling him for. It's just to ask him, how's your fantasy going? Let's see. Wouldn't that be so embarrassing that you'd have to snap out of a 3-bedroom apartment? She's got a personal vendetta. You knew everything yesterday, and you've been waiting for today to flirt with me. Zhang Feng snorted coldly. With this attitude you still want me to be at your beck and call? Do I have no face at all? I won't go. Brother Feng, I don't understand. Why did the president call you just after he arrived? Mo Shuai's entire body was in a daze, dryly staring at Zhang Feng. Murphy, it was the yelling that made the president feel favorable towards me? You want to promote me, but you don't know to what position, so you ask my best friend Zhang Feng to inquire at the office? That must be it. If Zhang Feng had known what Mo Shuai was thinking at this moment, he would have raised his hand and slapped him without saying a word. You're not just a social phobic. You're paranoid, are you? It's right not to understand. Make your own good guess. I'm off to find her. Zhang Feng helplessly shrugged his shoulders and got up to leave, only leaving Mo Shuai with a dashing back. Well, there's no escaping the law of scent, but at the moment, what else could he do besides going to Su Youran? He still has to borrow money. A great man can't live with money. As for being flirted with in the office or something, Zhang Feng also looked away. We're a big man. Do we really need to suffer at the hands of a woman? President's office. Wanxiang Color Cosmetics Company. Zhang Feng politely knocked on the door and entered the room, glancing to see Su Youran surveying the computer screen with interest. A single jade hen twirling the hair, red lips slightly curved, peach blossom eyes slightly nicky looked good to the extreme. Mr. Su, what do you want to see me about? Zhang Feng behaved extremely well. There was no way. The gold master was sitting in front of him, and in a trance, he found the feeling of being a third-grade student in the beginning. It seems to be a docile look. Or is this Mr. Su called Su Youran very popular? Su Youran was instantly delighted. The wry demeanor on her face dissipated, and she actually giggled, slightly regretting between her words. Little Maple, I left the door open for you on purpose. Oh, thought you wouldn't knock when you went into the ugly president's office. I didn't expect kinda good knocking. Ugh. The 3 words ugly monster were bitten very hard by Su Youran, and she winked playfully while speaking. This made Zhang Feng's entire body bad. He didn't expect Su Youran to actually be able to open the door so much. It's a blitzkrieg when you walk in the door. After slightly spitting out a sentence in his heart, Zhang Feng squeezed his eyebrows and smiled. Hey, good employee. I still know the basic etiquette. It's just that Mr. Su doesn't give other women a chance to live like this, which makes me cry a little. No room for other women? Su Yuran's beautiful eyes were slightly wrinkled, obviously not understanding the meaning of Zhang Feng's words. Zhang Feng was not ambiguous. Seizing the opportunity, he hurriedly patted his horse. Explanation. Mr. Su, such a big beautiful woman who has a deep fish and a goose and a shy moon and a beautiful country, says she is ugly? Holy, what do the other women have to be called? Ugly as? That just can't be seen. That's too ugly to be called a carbon-based creature. Mr. Su, you don't know. Just when I saw you for the first time, that called the whole person froze. Zhang Feng blah blah blah, a bunch of words of praise that came to mind came out of his mouth. He was relieved to see the smile spreading at the corner of Su Yuran's mouth, but the spirit added a quick word. Mr. Su is as wise as a demon, with an excellent face and body. She is simply the perfect woman in my heart. What did he say yesterday on his way out? If Su Yuran's face value and the new president's intelligence were combined together, it would be the perfect woman. At this moment, Zhang Feng must say the words first, to avoid Su Youran flirting with him with this in a while. Who wants to die in society if they can be less embarrassed? Worthy of being the sales department's quasi-vice department. Zhang Feng, he's really eloquent. Zhang Feng, this wave of operation wise, but Su Youran is the oil lamp? She laughed playfully, and then pretended to be surprised as she looked at the papers on her desk. Alas, but what I see here is how it's sales department employee Zhang Feng. What about the third lowest sales score in the group? Chapter 13. It's over. Mom is starting to push for cohabitation. Aha, this is something that Zhang Feng really won't pick up. If he had to take it hard, he could only smile sardonically and give Su Youran a thumbs up, then painfully told her 6 words, Mr. Su, you're right. There's no way to explain this wave. Zhang Feng felt that he should not pretend to be that small than 1,000. Su Youran should not be the president of the company. Just when he was fretting and couldn't think of a perfect explanation, a phone ringing like heavenly music rang. Zhang Feng followed the sound to find the source. It was Su Yuran's cell phone on the table? Well, wow. Someone called Su Youran? As the president of the company, she must be very busy, right? This call must be important, right? Zhang Feng breathed a long sigh of relief. Wow, the sky is not falling on me. Mr. Su, you should have something important, right? Hey, I'll just go back to my workstation then. I have a lot of reports to write on my end, so I'll be excusing myself. Zhang Feng was about to turn around and leave, but Su Yuran's light sentence directly dragged him back. It's Auntie's phone. What's going on? Jung Fong stood frozen in place. Frozen walked to Su Youran's side, saw the video chat that popped up, and realized that it was really his mom Song Ling's avatar. Holy, Mom! You should never have called it this time. Jung Fong was confused. While Su Youran had already raised her hand and clicked connect, Song Ling's kind and amiable voice then came from the other end of the phone. Ran. Ah, ouch. This should be in the office, right? Worthy of being a white-collar worker in Pine City. This office looks grand. I regret that I didn't study hard when I was a kid, and I can't sit in such a grand office in my life. Jung Fong, who was hiding on the side and secretly listening, also nodded. What Mom said was really good. Su Youran's office was extremely spacious and lavishly decorated. On the wall behind her desk hung a number of expensive paintings and drawings, which looked grand. But Jung Fong wanted to tell Song Ling, Mom, this office really isn't something you can get for studying hard. Well yes, Auntie, this is my office. It's okay, it's not even close to our company's Laodong's. Hey, look at Auntie said this. My is your well. You can come to our company anytime to come to my place to sit. Su Youran responded with a smile on her brow, causing Jung Fong to take it a bit seriously. Forget it Ran. Auntie doesn't want to think about that right now. She just wants you two to be fine. Little Fong, I'm calling today to ask you if you slept well last night? Did you sleep well last night? Jung Fong rubbed his beard as he narrowed his eyes slightly, sensing that the words were unusual. With his understanding of Song Ling, this is never as simple as it seems. So where is the point that Mom wants to know? Jung Fong knocked his head and suddenly had a flash of light. One can sleep comfortably anyway. A queen-sized bed is cool to roll in alone, unless one has insomnia. But that's an extremely special case, and not sleeping well. More often than not, it's being disturbed by someone else. Suddenly, Jung Fong thought of the half-night game he played last night after watching the stock market and feeling bored. Another thought about the extremely cool but loud keyboard I bought online the other day. The game is online. Mom can ask her cousin, the online shopping record. She can read the friend dynamic. At this moment, Jung Fong got it. It was really a drunkard's dream. What Mom wants to ask is whether Su Youran slept by herself or with him last night. Su Yuran's perfect answer now would be, Auntie, I didn't sleep well. The sound of Jung Feng's keyboard playing games is too noisy. Or, Auntie, I sleep okay because I sleep with headphones/room soundproofing, etc. Jung Fong swallowed hard and just wanted to make a move to remind Su Youran, but he was still slow. Auntie, it rained a little last night over here in Pine City. Don't they say a rainy day is a sleeping day? I'm sleeping comfortably. Su Youran naturally couldn't think to this extent. She thought it was just a simple greeting. Hearing this reply, Jung Feng's heart thumped and he hastily gestured twice to remind her. But, what's said is spilled water. It's no use reminding you. Furthermore, Su Youran didn't read it, and she thought that Jung Fong was playing at that return. Ah, Youran, you didn't sleep with Little Fong last night? Are you still mad at Little Fong? Not willing to sleep with him? Not at all what Jung Fong expected. Mom really means this. Damn, it's really just a death grip on details. Jung Feng's head was full of black lines and he realized that Su Youran had been confused. She was just sitting there with a stunned look on her face, her slightly raised eyebrow already expressing the mood. Auntie, how did you know that Jung Fong and I didn't sleep together? Oh, my god, did we just have this conversation? Su Youran was dumbfounded. Fortunately at this time a piece of paper with words written on it was passed over. Explain that what's happening is that I played a game all night last night on a loud keyboard and you're saying you slept at work last night on overtime. Auntie, it's not what you think. It's that I slept at the office last night when I was working late, so it didn't affect my sleep by Jung Fong using a loud keyboard. He. So you certainly did not understand the meaning of these words, but what Jung Fong told her shouldn't be wrong, right? This was indeed the case, and hearing Su Youran say this, Song Ling breathed a sigh of relief. Harm, I thought you were still mad at that brat Jung Fong for not sleeping with him. I was all set to kick him out of the family pack. In that case that's it. What's going on? Kicking at the drop of a hat? Jung Feng's fists were clenched tightly. Why should he suffer such unfair treatment? He gritted his teeth in anger, and secretly thought in his mind that if he had the chance he would have to, took the group leader position from Mom. Just as Su Youran and Jung Fong both breathed a sigh of relief at the same time, Song Ling spoke again. Ran, then neither you nor Little Fong will be working late tonight, right? Hey, we should always sleep together tonight, right? Fong is addicted to playing games, and he definitely wants to play again tonight. Tell you what, I'll give you another call tonight. Let's talk about Little Fong together and help him quit his internet addiction. Su Youran's red lips moved slightly to speak, but Song Ling simply didn't give her a chance to speak. Okay, it's a deal. Then Ran, you get busy. I'm going downstairs to get the groceries. Along with the words fell, also came the phone hang up beep. By the time Su Youran put her cell phone on the table, Jiang Feng had already stood behind her. Mr. Su, please, it's not a big deal. It's just a casual thing. What's there to be thankful for? It's no trouble. It's just that my aunt just confused me. I kind of can't get the channel you guys are chatting on. The rest is fine. Jiang Feng handed Su Youran a helpless look. I'm not talking about just now. I'm talking about the night. Yes. Auntie said she'd help you quit your internet addiction at night? Then come and meet me in the office at night. Let's play the video for Auntie before we leave. You don't have anything urgent, do you? Jiang Feng was naturally in no hurry. But the problem was, is Songling really that easy to deal with? Jiang Feng awkwardly touched the tip of his nose and said, Mr. Su, if I'm not mistaken, my mom's comment about helping me quit my internet addiction was just the reason she called. What she really wanted was to see if we were lying in the same bed. Chapter 14 Jiang Feng, kiss me. I mean to trouble you about it. Jiang Feng bowed deeply, all a bit afraid to look up at Su Youran. How did MD find his top beautiful boss as a temporary girlfriend without any bias? If this was a small model Mo Shui knew, he could even add money to get her to come over and pretend. But Su Youran? She's not short of money either. Since money was useless, Jiang Feng could only be shameless. What? Su Yuran's cheeks brought a hint of scarlet as she stared at Jiang Feng with wide eyes full of incredulity. He just said, what Auntie really wants to check is if we're lying together. So if I help him install it, won't I still have to work with him? It's too embarrassing to be embarrassed. Mr. Su, don't worry. I promise I won't do anything. Look at my cell phone. It's 2 years old. It's still the original film. I never tear the film. Jiang Feng didn't know how the hell this sentence came out. Realizing that he seemed to be overstepping his bounds, he hastily shut his mouth. Su Youran wasn't a little girl anymore. How could she not understand this sentence? Wrinkling her pretty nose grudgingly, she glared at Jiang Feng for several times. Little Feng Feng. Su Yuran's red lips lightly opened, just wanting to discuss with Jiang Feng about this matter. Suddenly, I heard the footsteps of leather shoes and the sound of a keychain ringing in the hallway. Her beautiful eyes tightened and her words changed. Kiss me. The human brain can memorize more knowledge than the storage capacity of a computer. But you can also get your CPU dry fired by 2 words coming out of the mouth of an extremely beautiful woman. At this moment, Jiang Feng was in this situation. Kiss her? Jiang Feng's jaw dropped in shock. What kind of international joke is this? Mr. Su, can you please be normal? Mr. Su, don't be ridiculous. Jiang Feng subconsciously took a step back. He didn't dare to listen to Su Yuran's words. It's really not that he's a wimp. But when things go wrong, there's a demon. There's no time to explain it to you. Get over here. Su Yuran's tone was urgent, but Jiang Feng still stood mute. Seeing this, she pouted and stepped forward, directly tugging on Jiang Feng's collar and pulling it towards herself. Cradle. Su Youran just wanted Jiang Feng to put his arm around her waist, but on second thought, she thought better of it. This guy is too slow. It's better for the old lady to do it herself and help him straddle it. Su Youran moved extremely fast and put Jiang Feng's hand on her waist, then raised her eyes to look at Jiang Feng with deep emotion. Standing on her tiptoes, she actually did mean to kiss. A kind of inexplicable warmth such as electric shock-like touch wanders in the fingertips of Jiang Feng. This hand really does not poke, and all over the place he was confused. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? Oh, no. What does she want? Su Yuran's delicate face was touchable, getting closer and closer. Her red lips were tantalizing, making people really have the urge to bite on it. And the aroma emanating from her body drilled desperately into Jiang Feng's nose, crazily provoking the hormones in his body and confusing his sanity. Just when their faces were only a few centimeters apart, the office door was pushed open with a creak. Wang Jun was Su Yuran's father's driver and accompanied her to Songqing this time. Today things are done. Wang Jun is ready to talk to Su Youran and go back to Jinghai. What did Missy say before? Uncle Wang, I've left the door open for you. You don't have to knock and go straight in. So what's going on now? The scene of this set of charming environment is really for Wang Jun to get numb. Missy, you, at least close the door. Ahem. Excuse me, I'll be right out. Wang Jun had just turned around when Su Yuran's words came through. Uncle Wang, sit on the sofa and wait. I'll let him withdraw with a kiss. A kiss? You say that so casually. Must be a boyfriend? Even after living for decades, Wang Jun's brain was a bit blank. When did Missy have a boyfriend? Curiosity drove him to look slightly sideways, just in time to see a scene that messed him up, only to see Su Youran tugging on Jiang Feng's collar, her gaze tender, her red lips pressed against the side of his face. This atmosphere was charming. After chirping a mouthful, Su Youran thoughtfully straightened Jiang Feng's collar. All right, little Maple, you go back to work. Aha, that's something I promise you. Oh, remember to be a good boy and wait for me at night and we'll go home together. He. Jiang Feng didn't know how he left the president's office. In short, he was a little slow for a while. As for Wang Jun, After he had finished saying goodbye to Su Youran, he also asked in a slightly puzzled manner, "Missy, you and this gentleman?" With an expression of sudden realization, Su Youran patted her head and smiled leisurely. "Oops, I forgot to introduce Uncle Wang just now. He's called Jiang Feng. It's my boyfriend. We've been talking for quite a while. Well, I came to Pine City this time for him." Wang Jun coughed heavily as he thought of the words Su Youran had said. "At night, at home. That thing? What thing?" Those words together really conjure up images. "Okay, hey, just now Missy was all up in her mouth." "Okay, Missy, then I'll go back to Jinghai first. You can always contact me for anything." After saying that, Comrade Lao Wang snapped and left Su Yuran's office. His pace was so fast that he was about to trot. Missy is looking for a boyfriend. That's a big deal. Must hurry to a place where no one is and call Su Dong. What he didn't see was that the moment the door closed, Su Yuran's cheeks flashed a hint of scarlet. It's really cheap for that stinking Jiang Feng. With this play for Uncle Wang, I guess Pops will know in less than half an hour, right? Humph. I'll see if you'll introduce me to any more males this time. I'm not getting an arranged marriage from you. Extremely beautiful women even say mean things in a petite manner. Milky and adorable. Of course, face-changing was also one of Su Yuran's best skills. Hearing the knock on the door, she put away all the subtle expressions on her face and coughed lightly, her expression tone returning to normal. "Come in." In response to the voice came the same beautiful woman in professional attire. Zhang Hongyan, who had just attended the all-staff meeting with Su Youran, was Su Yuran's personal secretary. Seeing that it was Zhang Hongyan who came looking, Su Youran was still a bit surprised. "Shouldn't you be organizing the company's financial affairs? Could it be that there's some kind of emergency? This company before all in the hands of outsiders in charge." Su Youran first she checked whether there is cheating and so on. "Yes, Mr. Su, the Vice Minister of Sales, Zhang Yuan, handed over an employee resignation approval form." Employee resignation approval? Sales department? Who's this Yun going to fire? The corner of Su Yuran's mouth curled slightly as she opened her mouth with some anticipation. The employee he's going to apply for dismissal wouldn't be named Jiang Feng, right? Zhang Hongyan was stunned for a moment. Worthy of being general manager Su, she guessed it before I even said it? Yes, just Jiang Feng. The reason for the application is that Jiang Feng is groping for fish during work hours, doesn't take his work seriously, has a bad attitude, and bumps into his supervisor. Zhang Yuan's application reason was wonderfully written, but he had listed all the mistakes that an individual could make for Jiang Feng. Thus, this crime was read out by Zhang Hongyan to Su Youran without any concealment. Chapter 15 Zhang Yuan, I have to fire Jiang Feng today. Mr. Su, according to what Minister Zhang said, do you think you should really consider putting? Shut up. Zhang Hongyan was interrupted by Su Yuran's indifference right in the middle of her sentence. This scared her. How could Mr. Su get angry? That's right and right. It's Mr. Su's call whether to fire Jiang Feng or not. What's a secretary like us talking about? I'm sorry Mr. Su, I didn't mean to make a decision for you. It was my abruptness in what I just said. In fact, Su Youran did not blame Zhang Hongyan, only that Zhang Hongyan had disturbed her thinking. She handed Zhang Hongyan a slightly tender look and shrugged her fragrant shoulders. It's really time to move Jiang Feng's position. You order it down. From now on, Jiang Feng will be the vice minister of the sales department just like Zhang Yuan. Zhang Hongyan nodded her head. Good, but the man froze before he could take a step, and so on. It seems that what Mr. Su said just now was not to fire Jiang Feng, but to promote him? At this moment, Zhang Hongyan's heart had 10,000 doubts, and she finally couldn't help but open her mouth. Mr. Su, what Minister Zhang submitted up here can be proof that Jiang Feng isn't working properly, and you've just transferred over here. I'm afraid it's going to be hard for you to convince the public. With Zhang Hongyan's view, if you don't fire Jiang Feng, then you're telling Su Youran to get a promotion? Why? There's nothing to be convinced of. Jiang Feng is my boyfriend. This is my company. What's wrong with me giving him a promotion? Su Youran raised her pretty eyebrows and asked Zhang Hongyan in return. Since she had chosen Jiang Feng to be her temporary boyfriend, there was nothing for her to twist and hide. Who knows if Pops has any eyes over here, including Wang Jun. There was only one piece of information about everything Su Youran wanted her own father to have. That is, she was in a relationship with Jiang Feng. Boyfriend? Zhang Hongyan directly dropped her jaw in shock. She was almost thunderstruck on the outside. Jiang Feng and Mr. Su are in love? How long have they been meeting? From the time Mr. Su came to the company until now. Has it been 5 hours in full? As a professional senior secretary? Zhang Hongyan froze, all slowed down for a minute. Returning to her senses, she said, trying to hide the shock in her eyes. Mr. Su, there's one thing I'm not sure if I should say. Say it. It's certainly unquestionable that you make all the decisions of the company, but precisely because Mr. Zhang is your boyfriend, will it leave you and Mr. Zhang with some not-so-good reputation? Especially for Mr. Zhang Feng, there will be a lot of people pointing fingers at him, such as evening a rich woman or something like that. Zhang Hongyan was really thorough in her consideration, but the next second, Su Youran pushed a pile of information down the table to her. Take a look. Zhang Feng has been with the company for 3 months, although every time he's been at the bottom level of departmental sales, yet he happens to complete the task every single time, and his tasks are all completed 2 days before each month's summary. Don't you feel unusual? He always manages to find a big client or two to fulfill his quai before he wraps it up. In fact, the first thing Su Youran did when she arrived at the office was to look at Zhang Feng's sales results. A bottom 3 or 4 finish really doesn't seem out of place at first glance, but Su Youran thought more and more wrong. Come on, Zhang Feng and she went out to dinner can casually pit 100,000. He really cannot handle customers? And so it was that she found this blind spot, and it made her sure of one thing. Zhang Feng spends most of his time on weekdays touching fish or doing other things, and at the end of the month, he casually finds 2 clients to complete the task. Is he really incapable? I think it's because he usually doesn't take it seriously, right? Even if it was all coincidental before, even if Zhang Feng just thought about touching fish every day, then what? At least it is her Su Youran's temporary boyfriend. Even in the company openly and honestly touch the fish do not have the capital? Do you still need to be buzzed by the bully? As for fame, Su Youran was even more indifferent. She didn't care on the one hand. Besides, wouldn't it be better to just fire anyone who dares to say a word of gossip? Wanxiang Color Cosmetics Limited. Zhang Feng returned to his workstation with a dumbfounded face, which directly turned into a two-faced dumbfounded face. I just saw so many of my coworkers coming together at their tables, and I didn't know what they were working on. When they saw him back in his office, all of them pulled something out from behind them and said to themselves, I bought this water cup new. Take it with you, Zhang Feng. Young people should also drink more hot water. I'm not playing this PS5 anymore, so I'll give it to you, Feng, as a farewell gift. Oh, brother Zhang Feng, there's nothing I can give you. I've been wearing this stocking for 2 days. You don't have a girlfriend? Use it if you need anything. Mo Shui cried as he collected everyone's things and put them all in the organizer on the table. With that, he let out a long sigh and turned to speak at length. Brother Feng, let's go. Brothers will give you a last ride in a while. What's wrong with these people? Why do these words sound so strange and creepy? What do you mean? The one who answered Zhang Feng was Zhang Yuan, who had rushed over from the office. What else do you mean? Zhang Feng, congratulations, you're going to be expelled. The obese Zhang Yuan stepped in with a smug pace and sneered a few times at Zhang Feng. I remember someone who asked me to fire him in the morning with great pomp and circumstance. As for me, Zhang Yuan, I have always been caring and compassionate to my subordinates. What about all your requests? They will all be met as much as possible as well. No, I instantly wrote a letter of application for dismissal to the top, so I guess it won't be long before you're dismissed. Zhang Yuan can be said to be confident. That resignation application he was directly handed to the president's secretary Zhang Hongyan hands. It is estimated that by this time, Mr. Su has finished reading and signed for approval, right? Hey, just for the bunch of reasons for dismissal written down. He couldn't even think of any reason for Su Youran to reject his application. Then I'd like to see a ministerial day 5-speed fan before I leave. Can the minister accommodate me? Zhang Feng didn't continue to dislike Zhang Yuan back, but bantered. What's the point of arguing with someone like Zhang Yuan? It's better to be angry with him. Fired? That's funny. I'm the one who's right. I'm the one who's afraid. Besides, you have to ask Su Youran if she agrees first, right? She just kissed her brother 10 minutes ago. Feng, how could you let the minister do this? At this time, Mo Shui, who had been silent, spoke up and tugged on Zhang Feng's arm. The words changed after a raised eyebrow. Hey, my electric fan has 6 speeds. Day 6. Brothers, naturally, stand together at all times. To be honest, before Mo Shui wanted to go over to Zhang Yuan to argue and tell him, if you fire Feng I will also quit. But in the end, Mo Shui held back, fearing that Zhang Yuan would be even more determined to fire Zhang Feng and him after hearing his words, sending off the bottom 2 and bottom 3 in the department at the same time. And that's a good thing? Chapter 16, Stinky Zhang Feng. You admit you're my boyfriend? A 6-speed fan? Another gear of horsepower? Zhang Feng a burst of sighing. To be honest, he has lived 2 lifetimes have not really seen the day 6-speed electric fan of the wolf extinction it. Why don't we try stimulating Zhang Yuan today? His gaze flickered, and an impishly teasing smile flashed across his face. Minister Zhang, things have come to this point, so I won't hide it from you. Actually, Su is my girlfriend. She would never fire me. But aren't you looking at me like I'm a thief right now? In that case, now I'll let Mo Shui go home and move. And today you just have to day the 6-speed electric fan. I'm going to leave without saying a word, okay? In fact, A lot of the time, a single sentence is all it takes to get a dry brain buzz going. For example, one day you are happy to receive a rose from the goddess excited like a dog, and then see her jumping to a rich kid said that master, my mission is accomplished. How could these words of Jiang Feng not be a bludgeon to those present today? Co-workers or stunned jaws are messed up. Holy, medicine can be taken indiscriminately but words can't be spoken indiscriminately. I think Jiang Feng is bewitched. Being expelled is probably a sign of despair. Sure enough, people can say anything when they're extremely sad. Send. This matter is Zhang Yuan is at fault. Jiang Feng good behavior a little to go to General Manager Su to complain may not be fired. Good guy. This is a complete cold. Confused. Feng. Mo Shui didn't say anything, but opened his cell phone with fire. Help. Is there any accident insurance that includes being fired for insanity? Maple is like this. We have to help him add a protection. Insurance to pay out $1 million or $800,000 is not too difficult in the future. Zhang Yuan, on the other hand, laughed outright. He thought that Jiang Feng was already very brave for daring to come against him. Never expected. This Jiang Feng even dares to joke with the president? He. Even more complete reason to fire him. Not bad for a young man. Well, that's great. Jiang Feng, you really don't see the coffin. Su is your girlfriend. Laugh your ass off. And I said Su was my mom. The corners of Jiang Feng's mouth jerked hard as he subconsciously said, I don't have an ugly son like you. Don't try to change the subject. Just tell me if I don't get fired today. Don't you dare day a 6-speed fan? Zhang Yuan smiled coldly and didn't get mad. He knew that there wasn't much time left for Jiang Feng to go crazy, because just now a message came from his cell phone. It was from Zhang Hongyan, coming right away to announce something about Jiang Feng's position change. 2 minutes at the most, right? Dare? What's not to dare? Even you dare to blow off the words of Su always your girlfriend. What's so wimpy about me? Do you really think I've been scared since I was a kid? Tramp Jiang Feng. Do you know that I handed my resignation application to Secretary Zhang? If you're the president's boyfriend, then how can Secretary Chang still take this application from me? She would have given me a big mouthful a long time ago. Could it be that Secretary Zhang also doesn't know that you and the president are in love? Are you two better at hiding than garbage bags, or are you playing flash romance with the president? Minister Zhang is so bold. Jiang Feng snorted, while sitting on his butt on the sofa beside him. He knows better than anyone else that Su Youran won't fire him. Try to ask. Yesterday at the Pine City Hotel, a glance at the appraisal of the calligraphy and painting shocked Wang Hai and the hotel owner. But didn't that shock Su Youran? People who can recognize the authenticity of famous paintings at a glance, even if it is just to keep them in the company to stay. Jiang Feng believed that Su Youran, as a capitalist, wouldn't be able to figure this out. Besides, just now, in front of what's her name, Uncle Wang, that girl didn't even say hello and kissed her on the mouth. Is it too much to pull her tiger skin and be arrogant now? Come on, aren't temporary male girlfriends meant to be well-known and convincing to others? Zhang Yuan didn't bother with Jiang Feng, but squatted in front of the sales department office early. Why hasn't Secretary Zhang come over yet? He was in a state of agony. And finally, the sound of high heels came. The next second he saw the person coming. Zhang Yuan was directly shocked. He swallowed his saliva hard and jogged to pick it up. Gu, Mr. Su, why are you still here in person? These words likewise fell into Jiang Feng's ears, and he was slightly stunned. Aha, Su Youran actually came in person? Before Jiang Feng could think too much, his colleagues' sympathetic gazes looked at him. As Jiang Feng's best brother, Mo Shui let out a long sigh. Brother Feng, this time, even if you are justified, the gods can't keep you. How can you think of making fun of Mr. Su? On the contrary, Mr. Su is still here. Tell me about you. What made Mo Shui shut up abruptly was not the big mouth Jiang Feng gave him, but the three people who had already arrived at the door. Zhang Yuan was on the left, Zhang Hongyan was on the right, and in the center stood the woman who was so white that she glowed. Su Youran was not a fan of wearing professional clothes. She didn't feel comfortable. She preferred skirts. After the staff meeting and with no important guests to meet, she naturally dressed casually. At this time, she had already changed into a pure white long dress, coupled with this face that could not be picked out as flawless. What kind of woman is this? She's a living, breathing fairy, isn't she? Mr. Su, look, the one sitting on the sofa is Jiang Feng. Just before you came he talked back to me. It was unbelievable. But the point that angers me the most isn't this. He actually made fun of you. Mr. Su, what did he just say? That you're his girlfriend, and how dare he amuse you? It really gives me so much anger that my blood pressure spikes. Mr. Su, I apply for the immediate dismissal of this kind of employee who has no manners and connoisseurship. Zhang Yuan spoke with gritted teeth, but Su Youran didn't reply to him. Instead she took 2 steps forward and picked a lucky one among the crowd of employees of the sales department who were watching. Knocking on his desk, he asked calmly, Did Zhang Feng just say that I'm his girlfriend? That employee's face was going red at being cued. Wow. Mr. Su is so close to me. I'm going into labor. Who the hell is going to deliver me? After the excitement, the brain is spinning. That's a question I'm going to answer, isn't it? If I answer truthfully, will Mr. So be angry with me? But if we tell the truth, wouldn't it be worse if we were exposed? Yes, Mr. Su, that's indeed what Zhang Feng said just now. Hearing the ministry member's reply, Youngwon let out a long sigh of relief. Now that the evidence was clear, Zhang Feng could finally roll. He smiled coldly and subconsciously turned his head back to hand Zhang Feng a look of contempt. But the scene that happened in the next second directly made his jaw drop, only to see that not only was there not the slightest bit of anger on Su Youran's face, but instead there was a hint of a smile hanging at the corner of her mouth. She walked towards the sofa with her long flowing skirt, and even caressed her skirt to sit beside Zhang Feng. Smoothly, she put her hand on Zhang Feng's leg, her beautiful eyes as bright as the bright moon. The red lips lightly opened, and a pleasant and melodious voice came out. Stinky Zhang Feng, didn't you used to be reluctant to say I'm your girlfriend in front of outsiders? My little boyfriend. You're finally getting the hang of it. Chapter 17, Vice Minister? Zhang Feng, I'm not inappropriate. Ever seen Animal Planet? You've never seen a stampede of horses, have you? That's the state of the sales office right now. Those in this room, but anyone who was alive and could understand human language, heard Su Youran's words. At the same time, a million grass-nosed horses ran wild in the bottom of his heart. What's the situation? What did Mr. Su just say? Am I crazy or is the world crazy? Will someone please slap me in the ing face so I can wake up? We thought Zhang Feng was pretending, but the clown turned out to be ourselves? Mo Shui directly sat on his butt, lying down. The most clueless person has to be Zhang Yuan. He is so dumb. Today is definitely the trigger for his future Alzheimer's disease. At this time Zhang Yuan only felt his brain buzzing. What is worldview? I rub. So Zhang Feng didn't blow his brains out. He's really the CEO's boyfriend? At this moment, Zhang Yuan just wanted to find a crack in the ground and burrow into it. Zhang Feng naturally clutched Su Youran's hand over and adjusted his sitting position. So it wasn't that stupid bird that had to fire me? Su Youran's hand has been handed over, in full view of the public. Zhang Feng feels that he does not hold more or less a little bit of ill-advised. Isn't that why you hand it over? Come on, if you're going to pretend to be a couple, who's going to believe you if you don't even hold hands? Oh yes, I almost forgot the purpose of this visit. Hongyan, give the documents to Minister Zhang. Okay Mr. Su. Zhang Hongyan, who had moved in response to the sound, smiled faintly and handed Zhang Yuan the application for dismissal. Immediately afterward, Su Youran explained, Minister Zhang, I rejected your application to dismiss Zhang Feng. You don't have a problem with that, do you? Opinions? Damn. Zhang Yuan thought he dared to have an opinion. He wiped a hard, weak sweat, squeezed out a forced smile, and shook his head frantically. Of course it's fine, Mr. Su. Su Youran nodded faintly, her beautiful eyebrows slightly knitted as she said, since the matter is about Zhang Feng, I'll explain more. First, what you said about Zhang Feng's lack of positive work attitude. I personally don't think it's a fault, and he's been able to fulfill his tasks every month. Secondly, you said that Zhang Feng is not capable. Well, my boyfriend, is he good or not? I know. Thirdly, Zhang Feng didn't just take a random vacation. He was with me the whole time yesterday afternoon. We were busy. Fourth, as I recall, the company does not and will not have a rule requiring employees to take time off and still work. Minister Zhang, do you think I'm right? Being stared at by Su Youran, Zhang Yuan's palms and forehead were sweating. He'd love to say there's a problem, but how can he say that now in this situation? Besides, what Su Youran said was that there was really no problem with stepping on the horse. People's company, that's their boyfriend. What Zhang Yuan said counts as, no problem at all. Mr. Su, this matter is me being abrupt and offending Zhang Feng. Mr. I'm here to apologize to you and Mr. Zhang Feng, I'm sorry. Su Youran appeared to be very satisfied with Zhang Yuan's attitude and nodded. That's good. Zhang Yuan, phew. Fortunately, Mr. Su was good at talking and didn't blame me too much. Then hurry up and change offices with Zhang Feng. Zhang Yuan, what's the point of changing offices? At this time, Zhang Hongyan took a step forward with a light smile. Everyone in the sales department, after the personnel department reviewed and decided to cancel Zhang Yuan's position as vice minister and Mr. Zhang Feng will take over. So, Zhang Feng will be the vice minister of our sales department's Group B from now on. Does everyone have any objections? Asking people for their objections is really just out of courtesy. Zhang Hongyan couldn't even think of anyone who could object at this time. But things were not as they should be, and a voice did ring out. I have a problem with that. Zhang Hongyan immediately frowned, but turned her eyes to see. Zhang Feng said, it's all right then. Secretary Zhang, Hey, this matter is still to be discussed. You wait inside with everyone for a while. I'll go out with Mr. Su to have a chat. Inexplicably being promoted to vice minister, Zhang Feng was really upset. What if he becomes a petty officer? If he's in charge of this team, he'll have to do all of Zheng Yuan's work. He still has to study stocks and get rich and make money and start a company and play games. So how can he have time to do this? Thus, the crowd watched with bated breath as Zhang Feng clutched Su Youran's delicate hand and left the office. Outside the house, at the end of the long corridor, Zhang Feng and Su Youran stared at each other. Mr. Su, what's the situation? Why didn't you tell me about this in advance? Vice Minister? Su Youran raised her eyebrows slightly and threw a subtle look. What? Isn't that for you to follow your words? You say you're an undersecretary. I'll let you be. It's not a big deal anyway since I'm capable of it. What? Brother Zhang Feng is unhappy instead of being promoted? Happy? My ass. It was true that ordinary people would be happy when they were promoted, but Zhang Feng wasn't. He was in class 3 in elementary school, class 2 in middle school, class 5 in high school, and never stayed in class 1. I'm not happy, Mr. Su, I'll tell you that. I don't have much ambition as a person. I just want to make it through each month without getting fired. Being a deputy minister? Come on, I'm under a lot of pressure, okay? TSK. That's kind of hard to do. Su Youran thoughtfully barred her mouth, and suddenly had a flash of inspiration. 10 minutes later, Su Youran and Zhang Feng re-entered the sales department office. After Su Youran briefly spoke to Zhang Hongyan, the latter nodded and reopened her mouth. After the discussion between Mr. Su and Mr. Zhang Feng just now, it was found that what was just done really needs to be considered. Zhang Feng and Mr. Su are still in the heat of the moment and don't have much time to worry about work matters, Zhang Hongyan said, and her words also ignited the already dead grass at the bottom of Zheng Yuan's heart like a fire. What? Zhang Feng doesn't have time? What the hell? This kid really refused? One thought of hell and one thought of heaven. Zheng Yuan can be really exciting to death. On second thought he also relieved. That is, Zhang Feng, you are in love with Mr. Su. Are you short of the minister's extra few $1,000s in salary? No, you don't. Take a break. I'm short. This vice minister should be me, Zheng Yuan. Therefore, the company has decided to appoint Mr. Zhang Feng as the vice minister of Group B of the sales department, and Zheng Yuan has been changed to the temporary vice minister. Mr. Zhang Feng retains all the rights of the deputy minister, and Zheng Yuan retains all the rights of the former minister to decide on the content of his work. Zheng Yuan? It's better to just make me a clerk. Zheng Yuan's feet went soft and he almost stumbled and sat on the ground, where he didn't understand the true meaning of this position transfer. To put it plainly, that is, Zhang Feng has real power, and he Zheng Yuan nothing, but belongs to the leadership of the department to do the work have to give him to do. Zhang Feng just needs to lie down in his office every day and touch the fish. Touch the fish. Touch the fish. This is damn. It's worse than killing Zheng Yuan. His back teeth are all clenched. Why? He was just being bullied by his wife and wanted to take it out on her. What's wrong with him? This time, does anyone else have any objections? In response to Zhang Hongyan, the sales department suddenly burst into a monstrous applause. Chapter 18, Su Youran, he called me that chick? It wasn't that everyone was hoping that Zhang Feng being a minister would make things easier for them. Rather, they've all been tortured by Young One and want him to barbecue too much. The scene that occurred in the sales department office fell without a hitch under the eyes of Wang Jun, who was hiding in the monitoring room and following every move of the crowd. According to what the lady said, and this behavior, it shouldn't be bad. Now I can safely report to Su Dong. Wang Jun secretly nodded his head. He was already initially sure that Zhang Feng was the boyfriend that his own Missy had found instead of pretending. At least the fact that he came to the monitoring room was not known to anyone except the staff in charge. Wang Jun, who thought he had accomplished his mission, hurriedly dialed Su Wanqiang's phone. After 3 beeps, the voice of a middle-aged man, Su Youran's father, came from the other end of the phone. Old Wang, what's the matter? Are you sure he's the boyfriend that Youran found? Wang Jun hemmed and hawed and patted his chest in assurance. Congratulations, Mr. Su, for holding your grandchildren another step early. I'm sure, this Zhang Feng is Missy's boyfriend. It's never someone pretending to be her. If there was any suspicion that I was deliberately played for laughs in the office before, there never will be this time. No one but me and a staff member know that I'm monitoring every move that happens in the sales department. After hearing Wang Jun's words, the man on the other end of the phone was obviously silent. Ranran's boyfriend? Why does it feel so strange? No, how can anyone fall in love so fast? Old Wang, are you sure that staff member has a tight mouth? Why do I still feel like this is all being done to me by Ran? That's not logical. Ran has never been in the mood for a relationship. How come she just got a boyfriend on that day? Oh no, in a few hours? As he said that, Su Wanxian looked like he realized something. Old Wang, where's your car? Wang Jun was slightly stunned. It's in the parking lot. With that, he tapped his head. Holy crap, how did I forget about this? He said his people are gone, but the car is still in the parking lot. Mr. Su, what you mean is that Missy sees that my car hasn't left yet, and then just made another play for me? Su Wanxiang faintly hummed a sound. No, the daughter is not like a father. Try to ask if your own daughter really looks like she's making a play for old King. That old Wang's car is so brightly placed in the parking lot. Can't she possibly notice it? Simply impossible. So, Su Wanxiang felt that Lao Wang had been exposed long ago. Hey, old Wang, I remember you telling me that Ran Ran said she was going to go home with that boy at night? Yes, Su Dong. Do you want me to block Missy from going back with him? Blocking? Su Wanxiang felt that it was too early to say anything about this. No, I think Ran said that to you on purpose too. Tell you what, old Wang, you drive on the highway now and come towards Jinghai. Wait until the Flower River service station. Then stop and check the car to see if it's been GPS'd or something. If there is, you dismantle it, then turn back and keep an eye on Ran Ran to see if she goes home with that boy at night. Wang Jun very much did not understand Su Wanxiang's instructions. He felt that how could his own Missy not use such tactics? It wasn't until he got to the Hana River service station and literally found a GPS locator in the taillight that he sighed. Of course, this is all an afterthought. 2 flowers bloom, 1 for each branch. Back to the sales department office side of the story. Su Youran left first because she had to deal with company business. Of course, it could be for the sales staff to do their jobs properly. After all, with the president sitting here, who has the heart to do the project properly? Not to mention a female president who was beautiful to the core and flirty to the core. Just as she and Zhang Hongyan left, a returning ape hoof sound immediately came from the sales department office. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Brother Feng, awesome, you actually took down Mr. Su, little Feng. Oh no, I should call Minister Jiang now. Brother Feng, I do like you a lot, but I can't stop you from running to someone better than me. Jiang Feng responded to everyone's blessings with a smile. After half an hour of vague coping, he shambled back to his workstation. Just as he sat down, Mo Shui came over. Brother Feng, you're amazing. You're in love with Mr. Su. When did this happen? It's just that you're being a bit unorthodox. Ah, you have a girlfriend. And yesterday you asked me to find someone for you to be your temporary girlfriend. Halfway through his words, Mo Shui came to an abrupt halt, realizing that something was wrong. Maple did look like he didn't have a girlfriend in that state yesterday. He found a random temporary girlfriend yesterday, and Mr. Su even said that she and Feng had been together yesterday afternoon. What the? Feng? So Mr. Su is the random temporary girlfriend you picked up at the café? Jiang Feng gave a thumbs up. Mo Shui, this kid, although he doesn't do anything serious on weekdays, but this brain still reacts quite fast. You got it. Mo sucked in a breath of cold air. Finding a random woman at a coffee shop as a temporary girlfriend to find the top guy at your company? There's no one else who has this kind of luck. Feng, although this girlfriend is temporary, this face and honor is for life. At least now you've got a vice minister on your first day. Brother Feng, then why didn't you take the opportunity to change offices with Zheng Yuan? It doesn't humiliate and shame him severely? Jiang Feng raised his eyebrows and smiled heatedly. You think it's a good idea to humiliate him hard today? Still let him sit in the minister's office, but come to me to report anything cool? The chairs in that office could make him sit all over the place. Mo Shui's eyes lit up. Right, how can you kill someone? You have to kill them too. Brother Feng, then can I inspect his office every now and then? Jiang Feng was slightly stunned. What do you want? Mo Shui smiled wickedly, his face full of ill will. Nothing, just trying to sneak a peek at what he's doing in his office. If you didn't do anything good, you'll try to give him an early scare of Yang Wei. Yang Wei? Grass. Jiang Feng's tiger body shook. If Mo Shui didn't mention it, he'd even forgotten about it. What Yang Wei? Does he still have the ability to weigh? Where is that kid? You call him over to the day fan. The final result was a disappointment to Jiang Feng. Zheng Yuan slipped away 10 minutes ago on the grounds that he had something to do directly with the head minister on leave. Jiang Feng is not in a hurry. He wants to see Zheng Yuanji's 6-speed electric fan, but he does not care about this day or 2 days. What? Can he, Zheng Yuan, keep taking vacations? With Su Youran's imperial sword, Jiang Feng was much more comfortable in touching the fish. After a brief look at the recent stock market changes and the intended big difference, it was time to start the pleasant platoon mode. In the blink of an eye, the time came to 10 minutes past 6 in the afternoon. Jiang Feng stretched his back and turned off the game before noticing that he had been off work for 10 minutes. Colleagues left extraordinarily early today, and he was the only one left in the large office. Phew, time to go fool mom. I don't know if that Su Youran chick is busy yet. Better send her a message. Jiang Feng, whose workstation was at the edge of the position, didn't notice that in the blind spot of his vision, which was the sofa in the office, sitting in a thin, mid-length trench coat, Su Youran, who was so beautiful that it took one's breath away. Hearing Jiang Feng's address, she involuntarily curled her red lips. That chick? Chapter 19, Stinky Jiang Feng. Don't sell yourself short when you get a bargain. Jiang Feng naturally didn't know that Su Youran was in the office, laughing his ass off, and no one reminded him. He was rubbing his temples wondering how to send her a message. The gentle and generous Mr. Su, the beautiful and touching sister Youran. Remember that thing about having to help me deal with my mom at night? Are you busy now? When do we leave? Su Youran's cell phone was muted and did not emit a prompt sound. When she saw the 2 messages sent, she was in tears. Oops, the little guy has 2 other faces. At yourself, remember. It's not busy. Chica, I'm waiting for you on the couch. Jiang Feng was never expecting Su Youran to be able to reply to his message in seconds. He would never have guessed it would be something like this either. That chick? Holy, isn't that what I just said? How did Su Youran know? On the couch? Which couch? Thinking of this, Jiang Feng only felt a cold chill on the back of his neck and sardonically stood up and moved his gaze. Hurley noticed Su Youran, who was sitting demurely on the sofa. She smiled and happened to meet Jiang Feng on all fours. Jiang Feng is numb. Holy, Su, Mr. Su, when did you come? Hey, you didn't know to give me a heads up in advance when you came to the sales department. I haven't even made you a cup of tea here. Su Youran wrinkled her nice little nose and deliberately flirted. I'm sorry to interrupt someone who's busy playing a game. Finished with your work? I've got a chick who's been waiting for you in a hurry. Busy playing games? You're already here, aren't you? Jiang Feng sucked in a mouthful of cool air. No wonder everyone got off work so early today. Even the company's free dinner didn't rub it in. There's one best way to handle something that's awkward and hard to explain. And that's not to explain it. Oops. Hey, just skim it. Hey, Mr. Su, since you've been waiting for so long, let's get going. You might as well hurry home and get some rest after you play the video for my mom later. Su Youran had wanted to flirt with Jiang Feng for a while longer, but hearing him say this she also nodded. Jiang Feng casually turned off the lights in the office, and the 2 of them walked out shoulder to shoulder. Right at the moment of going out, Su Youran suddenly felt her hand being clutched. She subconsciously retracted her hand, her beautiful eyebrows slightly frowning as she hurriedly opened her mouth. What are you doing? Jiang Feng froze slightly and stared at Su Youran with wide eyes. Holding hands, Mr. Su, we should be in hot love right now. I guess the whole company knows we're in love. Walking side by side at this hour without holding hands? It's easy for people to get suspicious, okay? If you feel awkward then forget it. My mom can't monitor my behavior at work anyway, Jiang Feng said, about to let go of Su Youran's hand. At this moment the little brain of the latter, who had no experience of love, was thinking frantically. Do couples usually walk holding hands? Su Youran froze. The drama staged seems to be like this. At the very least, boys and girls in the heat of the moment hold hands. What this Jiang Feng guy said wasn't without a bit of truth. But, I admit that your argument convinces me. But then again you should have said hello. Su Youran reshoved her hand into Jiang Feng's palm. The slight wrinkling of her nose was adorable. She did flirt with Jiang Feng on a regular basis, and it was all with a flirtatious aggression. But this kind of defenselessness, she's never had. Through the slight redness of her cheeks it could be seen that just now suddenly being held by the hand really made Su Youran a little shy. Good fellow, Mr. Su, are you being reasonable or not? Why do I get the feeling you're a bit of a double standard? You didn't even ask me when you kissed me. What's the point of asking? How can you ask in that situation? Uncle Wang is all set to walk to the office. Then isn't the situation so urgent that there's no time to explain? Jiang Feng spread his hands out. Now too. You knew Uncle Wang must have gone off? He might be watching you from somewhere. And besides, do you know which one of this big company is the one your father put in place? If you're going to wear out because of that little thing just now, you wouldn't even know where to cry, would you? That's true. Su Youran was silent, only handing Jiang Feng a slightly grumpy look and letting him hold her hand. But on second thought it doesn't seem right. Stinking Jiang Feng, don't you get a bargain? I kissed you and you clearly didn't suffer at all, okay? Come on, Su Youran, you're not being reasonable, are you? Then I hold and still say that you're taking advantage of me holding your hand? There was an Audi S6 parked hidden in front of the entrance to Vientiane Beauty Company. Wang Jun quietly got out of the car, bypassed the security guard, and crouched in the green shade of the company. The moment he saw Su Youran and Jiang Feng walking out of the company holding hands, his entire body revealed an ant's smile. This little hand-holding is quite natural and sweet. Wang Jun was very sure that Su Youran could never know that he hadn't left. He didn't throw away the locator device at the Huajiang service station as Su Tianxiang said, but directly changed cars. The trustee drove his car back to Jinghai while he switched to an S6 and folded. Wang Jun is simply blowing the wit out of the water. Missy will definitely think that I've returned to Jinghai, and that means she thinks that no one at the company is watching her. If she was pretending to be a couple, there was no need for her to continue acting with Jung Fong, but now holding hands, ugh. I don't think they're pretending, are they? After frantic analysis, Wang Jun stared at the movements of the two while dialing Su Wanxiang's phone. Mr. Su, just caught a small detail. Missy and Jung Fong walked out of the company holding hands. Don't worry, I'm definitely not exposed. They're heading for the parking lot now. Looks like they're getting ready to go home. Late summer's evening sunshine was really pretty. Jung Fong unconsciously raised his head to look at the sky. In his previous life, he worked as a social animal in a first-tier city with extremely developed heavy industry, and he was thankful for a day without haze, not to mention looking at such a beautiful day. And compared to the bland and conformist life of his previous life, this one is full of excitement and geromance right from the start. Getting a temporary girlfriend and then getting kicked out of the family clan by mom? It's just as well that the casual temporary girlfriend is an extremely beautiful woman, but she's also the company's top boss. Thinking about it, Jung Fong subconsciously glanced at Su Youran, who hadn't seen such a beautiful woman in his previous life. Upon returning to his senses, he sensed something was wrong. This was the ing way to the parking lot. Wait, Mr. Su, are you still leaving later? Going home or staying at my place? Su Youran? Staying at your place? What are you thinking? Hey, stinky Jung Fong, how dare you think about this? I'm definitely going home. I'll leave after I beat the video. Su Youran's pretty face quietly flashed a flash of vigilance, and seeing her expression, Jung Fong wasn't angry, but laughed lightly. Then I can't drive. There's no parking at the house I'm renting. You can park in a wasteland if you're staying at my place. You just have to wait until everyone else leaves in the morning to move your car out. Not if you go home. Let's just walk. Chapter 20, Mr. Su, change into your pajamas. Only after hearing this did Su Youran let out a long breath of fragrant air. It turned out that Zhang Feng's point of concern wasn't whether I went back home or not. It's the parking that's the problem. Humph, that's right. Can't get a temporary boyfriend to get an old colorful batch up. Okay, walk. Women are usually only diligent when it comes to shopping, but a 10-minute journey Su Youran can still accept it. At the same time a question came to her mind. You can walk home from work in 10 minutes. That's super close, right? Little Maple, are you planning to come to Vientiane for the convenience of work and then rent a house in the neighborhood? It'll take more than half an hour for Secretary Zhang to get home from work. This question was really difficult for Zhang Feng. It wasn't that he didn't want to answer, but he found it a little hard to say. Do you want to hear the truth or a lie? Mr. Su, if you're even asking, it must be true. Well then, I admit that the two things, renting and working for a company, do have some connection. Zhang Feng carefully said half a sentence before suddenly turning his words around. What really happened was that I rented a room and then chose the closest company to work for. That's right, just your family's company. If it was a normal girl, she'd have a temper. So you can come to my company whenever you want? Dismissed. Must be dismissed. But she was Su Youran, and she hadn't read in the first class since she was a child. Through Zhang Feng's words, she captured the blind spot. Nearby options. So if the closest is a popular company like Penguin Alley, Zhang Feng can go to work? He didn't seem to be worried at all that he would fail the application test. Thinking of this, Su Youran became more interested in the man beside her who was able to recognize the authenticity of the calligraphy and paintings with a single glance. Zhang Feng has the ability that's good so that he can deaden his own old man's mouth. Moreover, she was quite interested in what else Zhang Feng was capable of. Su Youran didn't listen to a single word. If you're interested in someone, you're not far from liking them. Dropping. Welcome home, master. Have turned on the air conditioning and boiled the bath water for master. Zhang Feng pushed the door in and a familiar electronic beep sounded. This is the home he spent $20,000 a year to rent and another $10,000 to remodel. This scene could give Su Youran a somewhat dumbfounded look. She noted with incredulity that the air conditioner had actually turned on automatically and looked around to see what had just spoken. Noticing her actions, Zhang Feng was relieved. There wouldn't really be anyone who thought that Su Youran, as the first lady of the Wanxiang group, hadn't seen the world. Would there? Zhang Feng this set of smart home and 5 years later that is ordinary, but put it in the present, where AI is still immature. It's a juggernaut, and it hasn't been developed or designed on the market yet. This set, Zhang Feng set up his own system to deal with it himself, although it was not quite perfect, but it was enough for his own use. That's kind of amazing. Little Maple, where did you get this? I'll settle for a set someday. It feels pretty good. Zhang Feng sucked in a breath of cool air and waved his hand. A friend of mine helped make it, and there's no place to sell it. He went to study abroad. Well, Mr. Su, wait until he comes back if you want. It really isn't that Zhang Feng is stingy and doesn't give it to Su Youran. Nor is it that the relationship isn't in place and doesn't want to give it. This system is already done. Just slip a copy over and you're done. Mainly, if it wasn't for the fact that mom had to see him and Su Youran sleeping together, this family had no outsiders to come except for Jung Feng pressure. Mo Shui comes in occasionally, but that kid is too illiterate to see what's going on. But Su Youran isn't. Who knows what kind of characters are coming to her house? What's the saying? Friends of bigots are bigots. And that's if a knowledgeable person comes along and realizes that the technology is ahead of its time. Good lord. Zhang Feng felt that his brain was considered good enough not to be sent over for slicing. Well then, I'll overpay him then. Zhang Feng's thoughts similarly sprouted in Su Yuran's mind. Able people have able friends. To be able to make such an intelligent set of furniture, this friend of Zhang Feng's wasn't simple either. The high price is not necessary, Mr. Su, he will do it for free if he wants to. In the middle of the conversation, Zhang Feng had already taken out a brand new pair of slippers. Here, Mr. Su, please. New slippers? Su Youran raised her eyebrows slightly and pointed to the two pairs of slippers by her feet. Biting her red lips lightly, her tone was rather flirting with Zhang Feng. Aren't there two pairs of slippers here? Wouldn't it be a waste to open new ones? Or does this new pair of slippers belong only to me? Feeling the mature temperament that Su Youran beside him was madly emitting, Zhang Feng subconsciously swallowed his saliva. For a while it felt like my throat was a little dry. Come on, sister, why are you biting your lip? Can't you get a clue? This is my house. A man and a woman in the same room. Would you please tone down your teasing tone for a second? Zhang Feng seriously suspected that Su Youran didn't have a standardized evaluation of herself. This woman simply did not know how much her knitted brows and smile under her stunning beauty could kill a man. After shaking his head to get rid of distractions, Zhang Feng looked away and shrugged his shoulders. No, I was afraid you'd have foot odor left on your slippers and infect me later. What's going on? Su Yuran's beautiful eyes suddenly shrunk, reaching out and pointing at her own chest, with an expression of having seen a living ghost in broad daylight. Foot odor? Growing up, Miss Su didn't even know she could relate to those two words. Stinky Zhang Feng, you're the one with foot odor. With a turn of her spiritual eyes, Su Youran raised her head to reveal a wry expression. You have foot odor, don't you? Zhang Feng, just wait. I'll step on all your slippers now and scare you to death. In the end, it was the arrogant young lady, and all of a sudden Su Youran was on top. Alright, I won't tease you. I know Mr. Su certainly doesn't have foot odor. The reason I gave you new slippers is because those two pairs of slippers Mo Shui has worn, and he has foot odor, which is contagious. Of course, if Mr. Su doesn't mind. Well, it's not impossible. Su Youran, who was just about to land on her feet, screeched to a halt. Grayly, he changed into the new slippers that Zhang Feng put over, while muttering under his breath. Luckily it's still on. At the same time the mind opens up to self-examination. Su Youran, are you out of your mind? Why didn't you wear the new slippers when Zhang Feng handed them over to you and had to flirt with him? It's a good thing you didn't gamble on those slippers, or you'd have gotten sick. Hoo. It seems that Zhang Feng's house is full of traps, so it's better to be careful. There were various drinks and small snacks on the coffee table, while Su Youran only chose a bottle of mineral water. After waiting for about 2 minutes, Zhang Feng slowly walked out from the inner room. Mr. Su, I don't think you have a cleanliness fetish, do you? Su Youran froze slightly, then shook her head. A little cleanliness, nothing serious. Why? Responding to her was a set of queen-sized pajamas handed over by Zhang Feng with both hands. Your lack of cleanliness saves me from having to go downstairs to get it. Change into your pajamas. I just washed them before I had a chance to put them on. Chapter 21 Zhang Feng, I haven't said no yet. There really aren't that many people who actually have a very serious cleanliness fetish. That's even a bit abnormal. Zhang Feng also remembered reading a novel. In order to shape the heroine's perfect image of a high cool goddess, froze to write the heroine into a big clean fetish. That is not pure sick? In reality it's more about selective sexual purity and cleanliness, right? Sleeping, pajamas? It was true that Su Youran didn't have a cleanliness fetish, but she also really didn't understand what the change of pajamas was for. Can't you just pretend to sleep and lie in bed under the covers? Why did you have to change your pajamas? Wouldn't it be, if it was changed? Yeah, you not changing out of your pajamas is just a serious doubt about my mom's eyesight. Su. Zhang Feng shrugged helplessly. He didn't want to trouble Su Youran like this either, but what can be done at the moment? Besides, this Su Youran kissed him. Change his pajamas. It's not like he's going to do anything about it as a fine young man of the 21st century. So what's wrong? Feeling that Su Youran was a bit embarrassed, Zhang Feng clenched his teeth and decided to sell his face again. Sister Youran, you don't want anything to happen to your little Feng, do you? Hey, where did Zhang Feng learn all this? Su Youran, who was originally immersed in self-reflection, smiled and arched her eyebrows all of a sudden when she saw this. Stinky Jiang Feng shouldn't be messing around, right? Then, let's just change it. But we can't just agree to him so simply. It's not impossible for me to change my pajamas. Only, the next time I need your help with something you're going to have to sell the show. Jiang Feng nodded cheerfully. Good, painfully reaching in agreement. Su Youran also nodded slightly. He also stopped pushing back and graciously picked up the pajamas that Jiang Feng brought over. Going to your room to change? Could be. Su Youran had wanted to change when she entered the house, but her hands were slow to move. She knew that Jiang Feng wasn't a rogue and wouldn't intentionally leave a camera to secretly film her. It's not like they suddenly changed their minds and didn't want to switch. What made it most difficult for her to make a move was that she just couldn't accept that Jiang Feng was staring at her right next to her. Stinky Jiang Feng, what are you doing? Why did you even come into the house? I'm changing into my pajamas and you're staring around? Jiang Feng was dumbfounded at once. My ass, how can this chick still open her eyes and talk nonsense? Mr. Su, unjustly accused. I didn't stare. I was sitting and playing with my phone. No. Su Youran wanted to speak but stopped. Knit up willow moon brows, gritted teeth look very cute. So is you sitting on your cell phone? How can it be inappropriate for you to be around when I change into my pajamas? Jiang Feng. He was truly speechless. He felt that Su Youran must have misunderstood him. Thinking, Jiang Feng turned to the cabinet and took out his other set of pajamas. In front of Su Youran, he directly put the pajamas outside the half sleeves, and then spread his hands. Nah, Mr. Su, I should have slipped up. It's not a change of pajamas. It's a set of pajamas. Just put it right over your undershirt. It'll keep it out of the way and my mom won't look at it. If we do change into pajamas, it'll be awkward for both of us to lie in bed, won't it? At 7:20, Jiang Feng and Su Youran had everything ready. Each lay on the big bed in their pajamas under the same covers, looking like they were about to fall asleep. Jiang Feng inspected the circle and felt that there were no problems, so he snapped his fingers. Okay, Mr. Su, why don't you dial the video for my mom? Even through the clothes, and knowing that it was all fake. Su Youran's face still flashed with the slightest hint of shyness, and a faint scarlet color surfaced. The bottom of the breath is slightly insufficient after dialing Song Ling's phone. Good evening, Auntie. Hey, good evening Mom. Ran. Little Feng. Yo, you two are lying down so early? This was Su Youran's third video with Song Ling, and it was quite familiar. It was the kind of simple question that she still knew how to deal with most easily. Auntie, Little Feng and I are both young, so I'm sure we won't be able to sleep this early. It's just that our relationship has warmed up after our recent fight, and we're especially happy now. Kind of want to make some preparations. Lying in bed at 7 o'clock, young firebrands, feelings heating up in preparation. You can figure out what's going on with your toes, right? Su Youran's clever reply could be said to have coaxed Song Ling into a joyful and bright smile. Exactly the same as Jiang Feng thought. Song Ling didn't mention anything about him playing the game all night last night. Without realizing it, he had already talked for 20 minutes. And Jiang Feng felt that it was almost time. Mom, look, it's almost 8 o'clock too. Will you leave the time for Ran and us? Song Ling smiled gently, feeling that her son had a point, but vaguely she sensed a hint of something wrong. Why did it feel like Ran and Feng seemed close, but were actually missing a bit of the feeling of being in love? Song Ling has heard that the son of the old Li family next door, in order to avoid being urged to marry, that spend money to hire a girl to pretend to be a girlfriend. You tell me how stupid this kid is. With Song Ling's full understanding of her own son, she felt that Jiang Feng was designated to be able to pull off something like this as well. At that thought, Song Ling frowned again, and she took a breath of cool air before returning her expression to normal. Also but there's one more thing I want to tell Ran. Su Youran smiled slightly after being cued. What is it, Auntie? Women were all good at disguise, and Song Ling was naturally no exception. Pretending to be incredibly sad, she let out a long, somewhat frustrated sigh. It wasn't even old Liu from next door. When we were rubbing mahjong today, suddenly she realized that her cell phone screensaver was a kissing picture of her family's son and daughter-in-law. That gives me teeth of envy. I, Song Ling, have never been compared to anyone in my life. Ran, can you bear to see Auntie lose to old Liu? Mr. Liu, who's Liu? Jiang Feng didn't expect Song Ling to have a good friend named Liu even after pondering for half a day. It's over. Aren't we getting screwed? He figured it out at once. Which detail had been seen to be the end of the line again. For a while, Jiang Feng had the feeling of sitting like a felt. Su Youran was also confused. She never thought Song Ling would play a hand at this. Why does it feel like Auntie is a bit of a pushover? While he was at a loss for words, Jiang Feng handed over a note. Say you're sorry. Send her a picture later and we'll take one later with a pad of paper. Beautiful women have strange minds, especially highly educated ones. Su Youran, who was originally full of withdrawal, saw this note from Jiang Feng for a moment and came to a small temper. She's a little upset. Hey, What's the meaning of this stinking Zhang Feng? Even though I was going to say no, he wimped out before I even said no? Like he's the one who's going to get the short end of the stick? What's the difference between shooting with a pad of paper? Aha! Does wearing a little umbrella mean you didn't do it? Instead of taking a picture and possibly having your aunt continue to pick holes in it, it's better to take a painful bite. Su Youran wrinkled her pretty little nose, her lips moving slightly. She figured out that she gave Zhang Feng's side face her first kiss at noon anyway. Slender jade hand rubbed the note Zhang Feng handed over into a ball. Su Youran raised her red lips and said softly, "Auntie, then you'll have to take a better screenshot for me." Zhang Feng? Chapter 22, Mr. Su, you can't leave tonight. No way. Su Youran, you're serious. Wait. Zhang Feng's words of opening his mouth to stop came to an abrupt end. It was the warmth coming from his lips that froze him. The moment he and Su Youran's red lips were pressed together, there were only 4 big words in his mind. So soft, so fragrant. Under the gaze of Song Ling at the other end of the screen, Su Youran wrapped her arms around Zhang Feng's neck. Unabashedly, she kissed him on the lips, except it was her first kiss in the end. Not a few seconds later, it was suffocating. Some breathlessness let go of Zhang Feng, coughing. Ahem, Auntie, have you finished? Cut off Ran. Goo. This one is much better looking than the one of old Liu. My daughter-in-law is simply too good looking. Song Ling's kind and joyful voice came, and Zhang Feng secretly saw his own mom's mouth grinning to the back of her head. Well, it's good that Auntie likes it. 2 minutes later, Zhang Feng had just hung up the video when he was pushed away by Su Youran. Only her pretty face was blushing, her hair was a bit fried, her breathing was a bit rapid, and displeasure was written all over her face. Zhang Feng? Holy, come on, what did I do to you? Mr. Su, what are you pushing me for? Come on, can you be reasonable? You're the one who just kissed me. Obviously you're the one who's being a hooligan. Why am I the one who's being pushed? I don't want to lose face. Zhang Feng admitted that it really couldn't be considered a loss when it happened to him. Then Su Youran can't do that, right? Stinking Zhang Feng, you. Su Yuran's voice was no longer high-pitched. Instead it was somewhat glutinous and cute. She just thought very clear. To make other people convinced, it is inevitable to kiss in the future. Today as a warm-up to avoid panic when the time comes. Indeed, it was she who came over and took the initiative to kiss Zhang Feng. But, Su Youran wanted to speak, her flushed face rolling, her voice like a mosquito. You just pushed against my stomach. Top, to the stomach? Zhang Feng subconsciously felt it and realized that his body did have some abnormalities. Think carefully. Just now Su Youran is pounced to his arms. He half lying against the bedside posture. That is not just top Su Youran's stomach. Now, it was Zhang Feng's turn to be embarrassed, and he touched the tip of his nose awkwardly. I'm sorry Mr. Su, I really didn't mean to offend you. Normal rational reaction. Here's the deal. I'll give you my word that if it happens again, I'll do whatever you want except confiscate the tools of the trade. It wasn't really Zhang Feng's fault. In his previous life, he was purely a big social animal. He was rolled to death. How could he have time to fall in love and have a girlfriend? Not to mention being kissed by a girl in his arms. And the one who just faced it was still an extremely beautiful woman like Su Youran. Zhang Feng's feeling at that time was just like an uncle who had been a bachelor for 40 years and was suddenly introduced to a beautiful village flower of 20 years of age by a matchmaker. That village flower even stroked the older man's face and told him, "Oh, I'll do everything you want tonight." Which cadre can withstand such a test? Confiscation of the tools of the trade? Zhang Feng's words made Su Youran freeze. What tools of the trade? A little pondering she realized. Pretty face miso a more red. Picked up the hand of the pillow to Zhang Feng smashed. Stinking Zhang Feng, you shut up. You want there to be a next time. Holy, can't you afford to play? You came over here without saying hello in advance. And I wasn't prepared. You know you can't see your shoes when you look down. So don't you realize how hot your body is? You look in the mirror every day and you don't realize how beautiful you are. Don't you know how attractive you are to men? Readers, can you blame me for this? Zhang Feng was filled with bitterness. He didn't want there to be a next time. After all, this thing wasn't very tolerable. Of course, he wasn't stupid. Seeing that Su Youran had the intention to be vaguely furious, Zhang Feng turned around and went out without saying anything. Let's go to the living room. When she saw Su Youran again 5 minutes later, she had already changed out of her pajamas and her face was back to normal. She smiled faintly at Zhang Feng and rubbed her small hands together. That settles it for today, doesn't it? I'm starving. Finally, I can go home and eat good food. Bye-bye, oh stinky Zhang Feng. Next time I have something to find you can't be so droll. Oh. What made Su Youran a bit puzzled was that Zhang Feng was sitting on the sofa dumbfounded as if he didn't hear her words. This state lasted for what had to be 10 good seconds before he stood up and walked towards Su Youran. Sorry, Mr. Su, I'm afraid you won't be able to leave today. Su Youran? Can't walk? Her pretty face quietly lost color. Su Youran stared wide-eyed. Honestly, Jiang Feng's words scared her. What does he mean by that? What does he want? A man and a woman alone, being forced to stay by Jiang Feng? It's a long night, wouldn't that be? Jiang Feng, wait, calm down first, let's talk about what we have to say, haha. If you keep rushing, I'm going to call my aunt. Su Youran thought of Song Ling in a flash of inspiration. By moving out auntie, Jiang Feng shouldn't be able to act rashly, right? But then she thought, holy, that's not right. Wouldn't auntie want Jiang Feng and I too? It's no use calling my mom A. And let's not even talk about the fact that she's pressured not to be able to take you home. She's not in Pine City, and you expect her to take you home in this rain, ah? Jiang Feng shrugged helplessly and took a step to the window, looking at the pouring rain drifting outside. Sancheng, this day is damn really strange, ah. The afternoon is still sunny. This moment on the thunderstorm. For S sake. In 2 lifetimes, he's never seen rain this heavy. He seriously doubted that if he went out with his umbrella now, it would take more than a few steps for it to go right through him. This isn't rain, it's hail, okay? Ha, it's raining? Su Youran was slightly stunned, and only then did she understand the meaning of Jiang Feng's phrase can't leave. Turns out it was because of the rain, not that he wouldn't let me go. At the same time, mentally, I began to blame myself. Hoo, Su Youran, are you delusional in some way? Did Jiang Feng mean to force you? Besides, if he wants to, he can't freeze when you jump into his arms and kiss him over. It's not like you can't do something when you're on top of your stomach. Yes, it's not a bad place to come down. I guess Su will have to stay at my house today. Jiang Feng rationally analyzed. Based on the half hour it takes Secretary Chang to get to the office. She'll be here in half an hour. I guess the water is about to get very deep, and the end result will be that she'll be trapped in my house as well. Of course, if Mr. Su dares to go out with an umbrella now and bumps into an eager cab driver willing to give you a ride, it's not like you can't get back. He. That's what Su Youran thought. A great man once said that there is no road in the world, but when more people walk, it becomes a road. She's looking for a cab. It's a hike. No one wants to deliver a trip for $100. What about 1,000? What about $10,000? Anyway, to Su Youran, this money, it's just a string of numbers. Chapter 23, Su Youran. Afraid of thunder? Su Youran was thinking as she was, when suddenly the heavenly lord became angry and the thunder god was in full force. A flash of light streaked across the night sky and a muffled thunderclap rang out over the city. Ah! Su Youran was startled and her delicate body trembled. Why is it thundering? Why is it so loud? This scene gave Jiang Feng a blank stare. Ha! Su Youran wouldn't be afraid of thunder, right? Holy, no! She's the kind of character who flirts to the point where people are tacky and just teases and doesn't sell out. This all dared to take the initiative to jump into the arms and forcefully kiss my beautiful president. It's 25 this year and I'm actually afraid of thunder. Jiang Feng smiled helplessly and didn't choose to taunt Su Youran, but silently walked to Su Youran's side. Don't be afraid, Mr. Su, it's just thunder. At least Su Youran had come over to help him, or the top guy in the company, or the guy who's going to be borrowing money in the future. Jiang Feng should comfort Su Youran now, both in public and private. What do you mean it's just thunder? It's so loud. This would have scared me to death if I was home alone. Okay? Su Youran didn't lie at all. This is if she lives at home alone. Such a loud thunder? She'd long ago turned on all the house lights wrapped up in her blankets and headphones and counting sheep. Car lights can be seen under the vapor steam. Has been trailing Jiang Feng to Wang Jun. See the groundwater is getting deeper and deeper. Also sighed. He dialed Su Wanxiang's number. Su Dong, it's raining heavily in Songcheng. The thunder is extra loud. I have to find a place to take shelter. Missy and Jiang Feng didn't leave after arriving home. This should leave Stonehammer with nothing to suspect. Heavy rainstorm? Su Wanxiang on the other end of the phone clearly froze. Okay, old Wang, you go. Jinghai City, a certain high-end villa area. Su Wanxiang, who was used to crossing his legs on the sofa, sat up straight in a rare way and raised his hand on the table to touch a cigarette to light it. Heavy rain, lightning. Su Wanxiang let out a long sigh, a mixture of favor and remorse under his eyes. In the earlier years he was busy earning money and building a business empire all to himself. With his wife on the road all the time, he has always held the view that having money makes his children happier. So many important moments he missed. For example, Su Youran's birthday. For example, every stormy day that comes out of the blue in the equally cloudy Jinghai. He remembered the nanny calling and saying that little Youran was terrified when it came to thunderstorms. Even when I fall asleep, I keep chanting, why aren't my mom and dad home yet? The psychological shadows left by childhood moments may stay with a person for the rest of his or her life. So many years over, Su Wanxiang also remorse, but also think differently. Maybe the reason his own daughter is afraid of thunderstorms is because she doesn't know what he and her mom are coming home to and doesn't want a stranger around? Ugh. Thinking of this, Su Wanxiang suddenly felt that it no longer mattered whether or not he wanted Wang Jun to keep staring. So what if it's real? So what if it's fake? If this rain is as powerful as the old king says it is, the fake one may not be. My girl is good in every way. It's really cheap for that Jung Fong kid. I believe Ran Ran should have her own reasons for choosing him, right? Su Wanxian put out his cigarette and laughed the moment he stood up, seeing his wife go downstairs and go up as a greasy bite. Oi, Su Wanxian, what the hell is wrong with you at night? It's not an offense. Honey, our son-in-law is in good hands. Loosening the city, feeling that Su Youran was still a bit scared, Zhang Feng took the initiative to clutch her hand. A man can't be stingy when it's time to show his manhood. How can he let a woman stay on the side and be afraid? It's a fake boyfriend and girlfriend, but it's still a good friend, right? Mr. Su, why don't we watch a short video? Divert your attention. Su Youran thought it was quite a good idea. When people are interested in something, they unconsciously put energy into it. She had heard that short videos were very addictive, only that she had always forgotten to watch them. And being mentioned by Zhang Feng also suddenly became interested, and for a while she wasn't so scared. Okay, take your phone and watch it. I don't have a short video app loaded on my phone. Zhang Feng didn't ink the slightest, took out his cell phone and opened the short video app. So a very clean little interface for science popped up. Why is it that a man and a woman in a room together is a dry fire that is easy to snatch away? Here we explain to you through these 3 points. RNM's big data. I'm being watched? Zhang Feng sucked in a breath of cool air. This video is also NM2 seasonal, right? Noticing the subtle expression on Su Youran's face, Zhang Feng coughed lightly and hurriedly cut to the next video. The first time my husband and I were at his house, it was storming and I couldn't get home. I always thought it was a coincidence, but it turned out to be the guy who pinched the weather forecast. Sisters, watch your backs. With a snap, Zhang Feng directly snapped his cell phone. What's with all the playfulness in this NM? Even if you've been spying on big data, how dare you try to defame me? At this time, he was already a little afraid to look at Su Youran, even though he wanted to explain. Sacrificially and quietly looking back, he realized that Su Youran was looking at him with a smile or not. Mr. Su, this is an accident. There are a lot of marketing number thieves on this short video, talking blindly for the sake of eyeball hotspots. In that case, watch my attention. It's all funny short films, absolutely none of this weird stuff. Su Youran snorted out a laugh and arched her eyebrows. Good. Zhang Feng let out a long breath. Luckily Su Youran, this chick, didn't think too much. Picking up his cell phone again, Zhang Feng opened my concerns. The first video, a big, thin, long, white leg. In the second video, it's the sister in the little halter neck dress cleaning the glass. The third video, a group stalking outing in a college women's dormitory. The fourth video, oh, there's no fourth one. Zhang Feng snapped his cell phone over again as soon as he could. He thought it would be better not to watch this short video. Hey, stinky Zhang Feng, what are you doing? Why are you still snapping your cell phone over? I haven't seen it yet. Su Youran pouted in exasperation and pointed to the cell phone on the coffee table, signaling Zhang Feng to continue reading. Her tone of voice and demeanor made Zhang Feng shake his head. Oh yeah, this is my temporary girlfriend, not girlfriend. I am afraid of a chicken hair. Figuring everything out, Zhang Feng graciously picked up his cell phone and continued to enjoy it. Sorry Su, just now some role substitution. A moment, did not react. Continue to watch. Substitute what? I really think you're my girlfriend. I seek to look at other beautiful women in front of my girlfriend. That is not a dead end? These words made Su Youran laugh and flutter. What's wrong with looking at a beautiful woman in front of this girlfriend? Everyone loves beauty. So what if your girlfriend likes to look at it too? Su Youran's moon-like eyes suddenly flashed with a strange luster, slightly curving her red lips as she asked, Little Maple, so let's assume now that I'm really your girlfriend. If I asked you who was more attractive, me or those women in the video, how would you answer? Chapter 24, Mr. Su, I'll give you food below. Hearing this question from Su Youran, Zhang Feng could be said to have laughed out loud. If this had been asked by an average-looking girl, it might have been a matter of making the man choose between arguing and honesty. Can it be bad if you can flaunt your body on a short video platform? To say that they look good is nothing more than to have a big fight with your own wife. To say that one's own wife looks good is nothing more than a violation of the integrity of. Zhang Feng does not think that this problem is very pretentious. In fact, it is the inexplicable desire of girls to win and lack of security to constantly determine the small means of being favored. It is normal. The reason Zhang Feng laughed was because the one who asked the question was Su Youran. Mr. Su, I don't think you're asking a question at all. You're begging for a quip. Asking for a quaffle? What does that mean? Su Youran was a bit confused, so it was Zhang Feng who flipped the video from earlier back out with a clap of his hand. You see, Mr. Su, when we usually compare two people we say that although A is not as good as B in grades, A is good looking, right? How can I compare you to them if you ask me to? I'll tell you. 1. They don't have your boobs. And 2. They don't have your legs. 3. They don't have your body. And 4. They're not as good looking as you. 5. It's hard to tell, but they're certainly not as rich as you are. 6. They're definitely not as cute as you. That's not asking me to compare. It's totally asking me to compliment you. Okay? What's wrong with it? Jiang Feng didn't think there was anything wrong with it at all. He even seriously suspected that Su Youran was looking for a sense of superiority here. Smooth talker, stinky Jiang Feng, you're really good at making women happy. Su Youran unconsciously bit her red lips. Through the bottom of the eyes of the burst of joy can be seen Jiang Feng boasted of her quite happy. At that moment, Jiang Feng spoke again. It's not that I can make a woman happy, it's that I can make you happy. Wife. Su Youran froze, turned her head with wide eyes. The whole person was a little messed up, because the two were sitting shoulder to shoulder holding hands. Once she turned her head, her eyes unconsciously fell on the side of Jiang Feng's face. Not bad looking. No wonder stinky Jiang Feng said earlier that he was afraid that finding a random woman as a temporary girlfriend would make her easy to take seriously. That oily tongue combined with that face. Well, it sure is attractive. Mr. Su, you're not angry, right? Didn't you just say that you're really my girlfriend now? I just answered it off the top of my head. That's how all the mushy love lines are written on the internet. Jiang Feng's voice echoed in her ears before Su Youran slowed down. Do I get angry that easily? I was just thinking you answered it pretty well. Look at it this way. It's taking you to see my dad without fear of wearing out your welcome. I was trying to think of a way to compliment you. Compliment? Jiang Feng hated this kind of insubstantial reward the most. Verbal praise is about the same as no praise at all. Compliments are not necessary. Mr. Su, satisfy me with one thing. Thinking that since Jiang Feng could bring it up, it should also be something he could do. Su Youran nodded her head without a hint of hesitation. Good. Seeing Su Youran nod, Jiang Feng was simply happy. Great. Finally getting back into the swing of things after holding back for so long. Excited heart, trembling hands, Jiang Feng stood up in a flash. Then, Mr. Su, wait a moment, I'll give you the food below. What's going on? Not only are you handsome than the readers of the great masters, Su Youran, for a time the small brain is also buzzing. Jiang Feng said he's giving me some down there? Come on, what breed of tiger and wolf word is that? When he said wait, did he mean wait for him to take off his pants? No, 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 Jiang Feng, you stop, not this kind of thing, don't you take it off. Su Youran subconsciously shouted out. Because she shouted indistinctly, Jiang Feng didn't hear the phrase don't take it off. Instead, he hemmed and hawed with a raised eyebrow and a smile. Mr. Su, don't be in a hurry to reject me. I'm not very tasty down there, but I should be able to eat it. If you don't believe me, call and ask Mo Shui now. Wasn't Mo Shui the social cow sitting next to Jiang Feng? Listen to this. He has eaten. At this moment, Su Youran felt that her brain CPU was going to burn out. 2 minutes later, she stopped herself from dialing 110 when she saw Jiang Feng walk into the kitchen wearing an apron and carrying a bag of hanging noodles. 10 minutes later, Jiang Feng brought a steaming bowl of noodles to her. Eat up, Mr. Su, weren't you hungry in that bout? There shouldn't be a little man delivering takeout in this much rain either. There's a small snack in the living room, so you should be full with some more later. Seeing the noodles that were still steaming hot, and what Jiang Feng said, Su Youran was a little bit touched. It turns out that Jiang Feng was rewarding him with a beautiful name, because he still remembers that time when I said I was hungry and took the opportunity to cook noodles for me. Even the first bowl he gave me, I just thought he was going to. I'm gonna call 911. Su Youran, how can you speculate about Jiang Feng like this? You're so hateful. 2. Thank you, Mr. Su, don't be polite. Eat. Jiang Feng smiled gently, and after Su Youran took the first bite, he couldn't wait to ask, how was it? Is it good? The smell, how can I put it? It was bland, as if there was no salt, and the toppings were not rich, so I can't really say it was good. Su Youran arched her willow eyebrows and smiled lightly. It's not very good, but that's okay. Hearing this comment, Jiang Feng was as happy as winning a knight in ranked. A fist was swung in the air, flaunting his arms. Heaven and earth, it took so long to learn how to cook. Now I finally can't give a person vomit from the noodles I cook. Jiang Feng felt that he knew so many things, but he didn't know how to cook. He wants to learn, and he's been learning, but he can't help it. He just doesn't have the talent. The last time Mo Shui came over also cooked a noodle. Directly to the boy ate vomit. Said that in the future to say nothing will not eat. This time it's hard for the family to come to the new guests. Coincidentally, Su Youran also promised to satisfy him one thing. This is not a heaven-sent opportunity, Su Youran? So, I'm really going to do him a favor and test the drugs for him? This dead Jiang Feng, touched for nothing. Reacting, Su Youran's eyes widened. The anger in the depths of her gaze could not be suppressed. Stinky Jiang Feng, you actually tested me for poison? Heaven and earth are kind. Mr. Su, I'm doing the most serious job this time. You mean I should still compliment you? That won't be necessary. Just don't waste it, Mr. Su. Nothing more to say. Payroll deduction. Oh no, that million won't be loaned to you. The story ends with Su Youran personally cooking the noodles for a second transformation and the two of them having a beautifully simple dinner. After eating and drinking enough, Zhang Feng lay on his butt on the sofa and glanced at Su Youran, who had a slightly icy face. He. Mr. Su, don't be angry. Don't be angry. I didn't know that you are good with your hands and can definitely save this pot of noodles. Tell you what, I'll take a loss tonight. You take the bed and I'll take the couch, okay? Although the thunder outside the window was not as appalling as before, but the torrential rain does not have the slightest tendency to diminish. Tonight Su Youran specified that she cannot go. Zhang Feng felt that he should give up the bed in reason. Chapter 25, A Wild Storm and a Big Sleep. You were supposed to, Su Youran subconsciously said, but halfway through the words suddenly turned. The beautiful eyes tightly plummeted and don't turn her head. Get up. Who's going to sleep in your bed? Though she admitted that Zhang Feng's bed was really comfortable after that bout of lying down for a while, but she still felt that there was something inappropriate. She was not related to Zhang Feng. Are we really going to sleep in his bed all night? Women are often like that, clearly not resisting in their hearts, but rebelling with their mouths. What a coincidence. Our Zhang Feng doesn't eat this. Upon hearing Su Youran's refusal, he stood up with a miso and waved his hand, pointing at the sofa. Great Mr. Su, then you can sleep on the couch tonight. Wait till I get a quilt out for you, huh? Don't get cold at night. Zhang Feng, who hadn't taken 2 steps out of the room with his legs drawn, was directly tugged by Su Youran's pajama sleeve. Come back, stinky Zhang Feng. How can you sleep on this sofa? It's so narrow. It really wasn't that Su Youran was picky, or that she couldn't sleep on the sofa with her messy temperament. Rather, the sofa in front of him was really narrow. Just imagine that Su Youran, who was 170 in height and weighed 100 pounds, felt that she could just lie down, with no spare space at all. It can't be helped. Mr. Su, when I first bought the sofa I didn't think that people would be sleeping here. I just told you to take the bed. You didn't want to, and now you think the couch is small. The couch can't sleep anyone, and there's only one of those beds. Su Youran was puzzled. So how would Zhang Feng sleep in case he brought a girl home? After a little pondering, Su Youran knocked on his head. Goo, why am I so stupid? To be brought home by Zhang Feng. That must be his girlfriend. It's all boyfriend and girlfriend, designated as. The big one is sleeping together. Humph. Okay, sleep on it. Su Youran bit her red lips in exasperation and said that she would lie down on the sofa. She won't hold the president's frame over people all the time. Besides, she was the one who just said she wouldn't sleep in the bed. Women also have women's dignity, right? The real situation was slightly better than she had estimated. The couch was wide enough to lay her down with a little to spare. So, I don't think you'll have any trouble turning over. Will you? People are never meant to be daring. Su Youran thought she had tried very hard to restrain the rollover amplitude, but reality still poured cold water on her. With just a slight movement she felt her back lose weight, and her whole body was about to fall hard towards the ground. Ouch! This national treasure, of course, came out of Zhang Feng's mouth. Zhang Feng was never expecting Su Youran to lie down so painfully. Again, I wouldn't have guessed that this chick would lie down and roll over. Tiger, an extremely beautiful woman, who is also the head of her own company and her temporary girlfriend. Zhang Feng searched. He is on the ground, but also cannot let her fall on the ground. His movements were not delayed, and with a quick hand, he put his arm against Su Youran and helped her to sit up straight. A gentle smile after a little pondering. Alright Mr. Su, I know that you didn't want to sleep on the bed just now because you were afraid that my house wasn't clean. Don't worry about it. I've just changed all the sheets and bedding. New ones. Why don't you just make do and go sleep in my bed for the night? Who thinks you're unclean? I'm not a germaphobe. Su Youran, who had just almost fallen on all fours, beamed and said softly, okay then. Looking at Su Youran's back as she slowly walked towards the bedroom, Zhang Feng helplessly rubbed his temples. He naturally could see that Su Youran was just embarrassed. Who would want to sleep on the sofa if he could sleep on the bed? This young lady has never slept on a couch in her life, right? He had just deliberately said that Su Youran didn't go because she was afraid of being unclean, and he was just finding a step to give her. A beautiful president. A goddess. So what? In the end, she's still a woman. They're still shy and have to be coaxed. Of course, Su Youran naturally heard that Zhang Feng was giving him a step down. The morning air is unbelievably fresh after a rainy day, and the dark clouds and thunderstorms disperse along with the darkness of the night to bring back the sunrise. Lying on the bed with a big character, Zhang Feng slowly opened his eyes, and his eyes directly stared at him. It wasn't the fact that he was lying in bed by himself that confused him, because yesterday Su Youran came out to call Zhang Feng 10 minutes after entering the house. She placed pillows and a lot of clothes in the middle of the big bed as a demarcation, signaling that Zhang Feng could get into bed and sleep together. After all, she knew better than anyone that that couch wasn't sleepable. Of course, there's also the possibility that she's afraid of thunder. What made Zhang Feng confused was the feeling in his hands right now. What's that? It's soft and squishy, and you can't hold it in one hand. Asterisk. Zhang Feng, whose brain was rapidly associating, directly dropped his jaw in shock. This shouldn't be touching the part that blocked Su Youran from looking down at her shoes, right? This chick sleeps so spiritedly at night. She doesn't even wear a little dress. That's not the most outrageous thing. The most outrageous thing was that now Zhang Feng couldn't even retract his hand if he wanted to. Why? Because his hand was clasped on it by Su Youran with both hands in a death grip. Zhang Feng really wanted to ask Su Youran, where are your pajamas? I remember you didn't take it off when you went to bed. When you take off your pajamas, you take off your clothes too, right? It's my house to sleep in. Can you not be so spontaneous? His nose was filled with that good-smelling fragrance of Su Yuran's body. Mornings are supposed to be a time when hormones go wild. The main thing, it's the most intuitive touch on the hand and the sideways glance at that white backside. Zhang Feng felt that his ability to restrain himself from getting a nosebleed at this point was really strong-willed. No, we need to hurry up and get this over with first. Taking a hard deep breath to calm down, Zhang Feng came back to his senses. Even though the touch on his hand was great, he knew he had to pull his hand back as soon as possible. Come on, if Su Youran woke up and found this scene, he wouldn't be able to explain it with 8 mouths. After studying and pondering for about 2 minutes, Zhang Feng determined the means to save himself and slowly retracted. The main reason was that he didn't know how lightly Su Youran slept. In case he woke up when he rolled over, retract it slowly. Be careful. It shouldn't be too much of a problem. Mr. Su, this matter today is your fault. I am remedying it. Don't blame me. Zhang Feng restrained the crazy impulse in his heart and slowly retracted his hand back. His movements were really small, and he thought that it would definitely not wake Su Youran up. And what Zhang Feng never expected was that Miss Su, apart from sleeping dishonestly, was also sleeping equally extremely lightly. At this time, Su Youran had already hazily awakened. Why isn't the alarm going off? What time is it? I'm so sleepy. Want to take a nap? Wait, what's moving? Su Youran, who had her back to Zhang Feng, had opened her eyes by now. Seeing this strange yet familiar environment, she remembered that this was in Zhang Feng's bed. Aha, where are my little clothes? This hand. Holy, Zhang Feng, what the hell are you doing? I don't blame Su Youran for being angry. This formation Zhang Feng just shrunk to the peak well. The face that had just woken up scarlet had become extremely black, and Su Yuran's look was frightening. It was at this time that Zhang Feng's voice with pleading came from behind. Mr. Su, my good Mr. Su, you must not wake up. Chapter 26 Mr. Su, I'm trying to eat a little less of your tofu. Zhang Feng, get the hell out of my way. Su Youran couldn't hold back any longer, glaring at her beautiful eyes as she sat up and growled. At Zhang Feng was a kick, which didn't drag on at all, and didn't leave a single bit of energy behind. Laugh it up. She's cool if she's not fighting for her life at this point. Waking up early in the morning to find yourself being. What woman can stand that? Except for the cousin. Of course. Compared to Su Youran, Zhang Feng's condition wasn't much better. He was simply confused and helpless and terrified. And now, how can you wake up, without warning, so suddenly? By virtue of the perennial touch of fish on the preparation of the danger judgment, Su Youran this kick he barely dodged, but then he fell on the bed, woefully out of shape. Seeing that Su Youran wanted to kick again, Zhang Feng jumped out of bed in a hurry and opened his mouth. Mr. Su, wait, don't be angry, don't be in a hurry, let me explain to you. Su Youran is not going to listen. Explain? What else is there to explain? I woke up with my hand on that one up there, still moving, and you told me never to wake up. Isn't that just to touch me a little longer? The evidence is overwhelming. It's true. What explanation is needed? Thought so. But Zhang Feng had already jumped off the bed and Su Youran couldn't kick him. And the mouth is on Zhang Feng. She can't stop it. Mr. Su, first of all, I've been sleeping honestly since I was a kid. You can ask my mom and my housemates at all stages of life for that. I slept through the night, not 2 minutes before you woke up, and you weren't dressed when I woke up. It was you who held my hand clasped over that. Think about it, if I had taken this off, would you not have noticed? All of this I was also unaware of. After waking up I was still confused. Mr. Su Mingjian. I'm just trying to pull my hand out while you're asleep and eat you a little less. Su Youran was silent. She had just quietly felt it and did not find any discomfort. By all rights, it should have hurt if she really got that way, and there's no way she wouldn't have woken up. Now it's not, so that proves she's still whole. Wait, Su Youran remembered. She did wake up. Fragments of memories frantically flooded into her mind. Su Youran remembered some small details of last night now. Seems like she first woke up in the first half of the night from the heat, because it was raining and the two of them turned off the air conditioning last night. Maybe it was because the covers were too thick, so she felt hot and not only kicked the covers. Thought I was in my own home and took off my pajamas and little clothes. And the second time was just hazy. I think it was the latter part of the night when it turned cold. Because of kicking the quilt and undressing, Su Youran felt cold. She remembers not grabbing the covers, but casually hugging something very warm. If nothing else, that was Jiang Feng's arm. My god. Su Yuran's face was shocked and her eyes were incredibly wide. So, all of this is not really Jiang Feng's fault. It's entirely caused by her sleeping dishonestly? She herself clasped Jiang Feng's hand onto her. In an instant, the expression of petulant embarrassment and groundlessness surfaced, and Su Yuran's cheeks were clearly scarlet. With a hint of sunlight coming through the curtains, it looked charmingly beautiful. Luckily, Jiang Feng drilled out of the house while Su Youran was thinking. Otherwise he would have seen this blood-penetrating image. Maybe something really needs to happen today. Dude, take it. Pack away 2 drawers of xiaolongbao and 2 bowls of wontons. Jiang Feng didn't linger at home, although he had no knowledge of this matter. But facing Su Youran like an extremely beautiful $1,000 lady or a yellow flower girl, as long as it happens, then he's the one who deserves it. It would be good for each other to take this time to buy a breakfast and give Su Youran some more space to calm down. This xiaolongbao Jiang Feng often eats. The flavor is very good. Only for some reason, for the first time today, he felt that the bun seemed small when he clutched it in his hand. After returning home, Jiang Feng found Su Youran sitting on the sofa in a daze. Mr. Su, I'm sorry, I was wrong about this matter. I should have willed myself to stick to the couch last night. I'm not going to lie. I'll admit the hand feels really thieving. I'm comfortable, but I would never do that if I could choose. I'll take this breakfast plus this stock market analysis as an apology to you. Sincerity was always the #1 surefire way to kill. Jiang Feng firmly believed in this. He put the documents and breakfast that he had casually printed downstairs on the coffee table and looked at Su Youran with a face full of sincerity. This stock market analysis is specific to the Tensei Gold Board. This morning he suddenly saw the company group chat and realized that the company holds a large amount of shares of the Tiancheng Gold Bureau. Jiang Feng thinks, this analysis Su Youran should be able to use it. At least he can lose 8 figures less. If this was placed before, he might have reminded Su Youran slightly. As for knocking out a stock market analysis while walking, then he's really just being salty. But times have changed. He's just touched a girl. Breakfast? Stock market analysis? Su Youran had not been very angry. Things have happened. She was angry again. Can still give Jiang Feng hand cut off it? Besides, it's all her own handiwork. And Jiang Feng's attitude made her feel comfortable. Stinky Jiang Feng is probably still confused. He doesn't even know what's wrong and comes to apologize? It's still in decent shape. Yeah, xiaolongbao and wontons. Feel free to have some for breakfast. This is supposed to be the best around. As for this stock market analysis, it's some of my little insights about the Tiancheng Gold Bureau, which will definitely be useful to you. Mr. Su, little insight? Stinky Jiang Feng still knows stocks? Breakfast first. Su Youran smiled lightly and moved to let Jiang Feng sit down. She felt that Vientiane has its own professional stock market analysis and holding team. Jiang Feng, this analysis is really missing authority. But this was what Jiang Feng had worked so hard to organize to use to apologize, so she still carefully received it in her bag. Jiang Feng knew that Su Youran didn't pay attention to his analysis book, but he was still happy. That analysis of the book does not matter. Tiancheng Gold Bureau is not today to engage in killing plate. Later have the opportunity to remind Su Youran is. Now the main thing. This chick has a good attitude. Looks like that incident this morning. She's not going to pursue it? Jiang Feng didn't ink the slightest, sitting on his but on the vacant seat with a face full of compliments. Mr. Su's atmosphere. Mr. Su, all hail golden peace. I'm sure the future husband of Mr. Su will be super happy. To be married to a woman as understanding and calm and thinking and sensible as you. What the hell is a Hail Mary Gold? Su Youran snorted out a laugh while sidelong glancing at Jiang Feng. Any woman in the future must be happy and joyful to be married by this humorous and clean big boy, right? Thinking about it, even Su Youran herself didn't notice. Underneath the mature appearance of the heart of no one to find out some of the empty. Chapter 27, Minister Zhang. Come the day. 9 o'clock. Vientiane Color Company. Jiang Feng Tang Meteor strides into the office. Not to mention that he's now been promoted and the tardiness rule is better than nothing. Furthermore, he had come with Su Youran. So who could say anything more? Do you find the job too easy or do you just don't want to do it at all? Asterisk. Brother Feng, you don't say. Everyone rumors that you and Su always have a husband and wife. Just as he sat down at his workstation, Mo Shui handed over his cell phone with a smile. It was the company chat group. A certain enthusiastic Mr. Zhang, who did not want to disclose his name, took a picture of him and Su Youran walking into the company holding hands. The photo shows a handsome man and a beautiful woman, and Su Youran and him happen to still have the standard height difference, possessing the same outstanding face value. The corner of Zhang Feng's mouth lifted slightly. Not to mention, he felt that what everyone said was really good. It does go quite well together, huh? It's just a shame it's only a temporary fling. Zhang Feng sighed, and suddenly, as if he remembered something, he directly gave Mo Shui a resounding brain crash. Feng, what are you bouncing me for? Inexplicably receiving a blow to the head, Mo Shui was directly confused. Why did you slip away quietly last night? Why don't you remind me that Su Youran is sitting right there on the couch? Zhang Feng pondered about this matter after he was awkwardly caught by Su Youran yesterday. Su Youran sitting there was indeed quite intimidating, and he understood when people slipped away. They all thought Su Youran was waiting for us to get off work and didn't want to be queued up by the president. But Mo Shui is aware of the real situation. Why don't you squeak? Ah, brother Feng, you're talking about this matter. Yesterday I saw Mr. Su-in did want to remind you. But Mr. Su stopped me. She said that she told me to leave you alone to play the game. She quite likes you playing the game. Brother Feng, I'm wronged. Mr. Su has said so. How dare I remind you? It does seem to be the case. Zhang Feng was momentarily speechless. It was true that he couldn't blame Mo Shui for this. Seems like it was played a little too aggressively just now. How about an apology? What the hell? Good brothers are in the heart, not in the mouth. Like Zhang Feng's thoughts, even though he received a wishful brain crash, Mo Shui didn't get angry. Instead, he smiled and pointed down the table. At his feet, there was an electric fan. Did he really do it? He's got a sixth gear? By coincidence, Zhang Yuan had done well to avoid Zhang Feng. One was to avoid the day 6-speed fan thing being brought up. Second, I don't want to be too embarrassed in front of my co-workers, but it appeared that he had slept dry last night, and all he felt was his stomach flipping and rolling extremely hard. It's like having 3 large servings of some jet package. He didn't want to meet up with Zhang Feng either, but he just couldn't hold it in. Zhang Yuan was ready to carefully walk out of the office and minimize his presence, but what he never expected was, right after he sardonically pushed open the door, Zhang Feng and Mo Shui were standing in the doorway looking at him with surprised faces. Mo Shui was holding it in his hand, along with a rather old electric fan. Really, come on. Zhang Feng felt that he was still relatively understanding. At least he let Zhang Yuan go to the restroom. Of course, it could be that Zhang Feng was afraid of him on the spot. That's too scary. When Zhang Yuan came back, the fun began. Come on, Minister Young, fulfill your promise from yesterday, to save face for you, just not for the rest of your co-workers. Zhang Feng sat in Zhang Yuan's place, crossing his legs and saying in a cloudy manner. He didn't feel arrogant about his current posture at all. What's more arrogant than a leader who deliberately picks a fight to fire an employee? Now sitting on Zhang Yuan's face is what he deserves, right? Zhang Feng had opened his mouth. How could Mo Shui be idle? He grinned as he brought up the electric fan to Zhang Yuan's face, twisted the 6th gear, and hemmed and hawed. Come on, Minister Zhang. The bet you made with Feng yesterday. A bet between men. You don't want to renege on it, do you? Look, this 6th gear doesn't really have much power. This fan is all old and lifeless. Come on, we're all men. Don't mope. Take off your pants. Don't ink it? Zhang Yuan really wants to tsunami, but he didn't want to ink anything if it was something he could do. Looking at the rapidly rotating fan blades, Zhang Yuan only felt his scalp tingle. It's horrible. Old? It's an old fan. It's a fan. It's a fan. It's a fan. It's a fan. Zhang Feng, Minister Jiang, I know I'm wrong. In front of this matter, Zhang Yuan felt that his face was crushing the out of him. Failure to honor a bet. That's an integrity issue at best. If he did, I'm afraid he'd have problems everywhere in his life. Where did you go wrong? Zhang Feng narrowed his eyes and smiled, arrogantly raising his eyebrows like Zhang Yuan's usual posture of judging his colleagues. I was wrong in that I shouldn't have purposely taken my temper out on you to fire you just because I was scolded by my wife. It's also wrong that you shouldn't use your authority to bully your departmental colleagues. Most of all, I should not have offended you. Offended Mr. Su, or doubted what you said, hoping to be scolded by his wife. The corner of Zhang Feng's mouth twitched fiercely. To be honest, the 2-time single, he still didn't know what it was like to be controlled by his girlfriend or even scolded. Su Youran also happens to be the gentle and understanding big sister. When he thought of this, Zhang Feng snapped. What was he thinking about Su Youran for? It wasn't a real couple. Alright Zhang Yuan, I don't expect you to be a real day fan. Zhang Feng threw his work license onto Zhang Yuan's desk. But it's not like I can't take nothing. That would make it seem like I, Zhang Feng, am too good at bullying. To open up, I'm pretty lazy and can't promise to clock in on time every day. Zhang Yuan's eyes lit up as he took over the conversation. Don't worry, Minister Jiang, I'll help you clock in on time every day from now on. Then it's not like I want to work. My head hurts when I mention work. Leave it all to me. I'm Zhang Yuan. I'm not good at anything else, but I'm good at business. I may have some personal business lately. All listen to the minister command instructions. I Zhang Yuan but a little hesitation. Immediately day 6-speed electric fan. How much courage does a man have to have before he dares to day a 6-speed electric fan? Zhang Feng dare not imagine. But he knew from the start that Zhang Yuan wouldn't do that, and he hadn't been prepared to make things difficult for him. As for signing in and clocking out, that's entirely for your own earning plan. Just because Zhang Feng is now Su Youran's boyfriend. So what if he doesn't sign in and punch in? He's just trying to get Young One to show up at work on time. What Zhang Feng wanted was for Zhang Yuan to run errands for him in time. It can't be helped. It's too hard to come back from rebirth and try to build a business empire that's all your own. You need manpower. Well, Mo Shui won't do. It's got to be slightly more intellectual. And Zhang Yuan is the first choice at the moment. Of course, in order to understand the gas in order to be cool, Zhang Feng can also go to the talent market to recognize 1,000 horses. But Zhang Yuan business ability is really good. A time difficult to find a replacement for his personnel. If you really give him a mentality to get broken and leave the company, Su Youran still just took over this side of the company. I guess there will be some headaches, right? Thinking about Su Youran's kind of can almost fall off the sofa, covering her ears in fear when she hears the sound of thunder. She's so stupid. Let's not give her any more headaches, shall we? Chapter 28, Daigo. Are we really together? Okay, do your job. I won't be too hard on you. Zhang Feng patted Zhang Yuan's shoulder, rather like a boss to subordinate authority. A person's temperament couldn't be faked, but Zhang Feng's over-the-top gaze after his rebirth had made him unconsciously confident and his temperament drastically changed. So this shot really made Zhang Yuan's heart tremble, and now he was more convinced than anyone else that the man in front of him was not to be messed with. Thank you, Mr. Jiang, for your forgiveness. At the same time, Mo Shui looked at Zhang Yuan with a smile on his face and pretentiously patted his shoulder. What's the saying? When a man gets a government position, he gets a government position. Mo Shui had never been bullied by Zhang Yuan in his daily life, so how could he let go of such an opportunity to relieve his anger? A gentleman doesn't take revenge overnight? I'll be damned. It's not too late for a gentleman to take revenge. Don't worry, Minister Zhang. Feng is the most trustworthy in his words. If he says he won't give you a hard time, he won't. Don't worry. I'll help Feng embarrass you. Feng is atmospheric, but I, Mo Shui, am a living villain. Jair ah. Hey, pussy Zhang Yuan. See if I don't scare you to death sooner or later. Mo Shui's little plan Zhang Yuan naturally didn't know. He reported a grateful look to see Zhang Feng and the two of them leave. Little did he know at this point that the days ahead, the Mo Xiao may appear evilly anywhere in his office, and when he's not looking, he'll just give him a high harm high. Hey, this doesn't give Zhang Yuan the dead fat guy a cure. In the end, it's still brother Feng that you have a good life. Casually finding a temporary girlfriend actually found its way to Mr. Su's head. I'm impressed and sour, Mo Shui said. Suddenly a flash of light, the corners of his mouth slightly curved, and the air was filled with the flavor of gossip. By the way, Feng, did Su always go home with you last night? Zhang Feng didn't think there was anything to hide. Well, come home with me to deal with my mom. Stayed at your house? Yeah, it's storming and she can't get back. A bed? Mo Shui narrowed his eyes and smiled in anticipation of Zhang Feng's reply. Gossiping about this thing. It was supposed to be addictive, but what greeted him was a headbutt from Zhang Feng, who raised his hand with a black line all over his head. You're asking a little too much. A man who keeps his mouth shut will be able to hide his heart. Zhang Feng can't lie and doesn't want to hide, but he is still clear about what to say and what not to say. He and Su Youran were in a temporary male-girlfriend relationship right now. Ergo, there were some things that were always bad for her to say out loud. Hey, Feng, my bad. In the end, Mo Shui also felt that it didn't matter if Zhang Feng answered the question back or not. So what if it's a bed? So what if it's not a bed? It's enough to be alone in a room with a man and a woman. It's said that Mr. Su has never been in love, and Feng is so handsome. Brother Feng, I now have the feeling that everyone is drunk. Seeing that he was going to receive another blow because he didn't speak humanly, Mo Shui hurriedly opened his mouth to explain. You see, you and Mr. Su are now temporary male girlfriends, but at the end of the day, her family is pushing for a marriage, and her aunt is pushing you hard. The last thing you two are going to do is help each other cope over the family. So here's the problem. You've got her family's approval. She's got your family's approval. Then why are you two still separated? Why don't you just get together for real? There's a saying that the authorities are the ones on the sidelines. Mo Shui's words were quite enlightening. He continued to speak again. All of us feel that Mr. Su, you two also have a husband and wife. We don't dare to speculate whether Mr. Su means you or not. but he must treat you better than other men. Brother Feng, if you ask me, you should take her life while she's sick, and directly take down this beautiful president. Honor your ancestors and leave a name in history. If there is a drop of truth in what Mo said earlier, and what was all that stuff about those last few sentences? The phrase, kill her while she's sick works like that? That's a lot of knowledge. Zhang Feng shook his head as he cried and laughed. Do you really think that, mister? So is a cabbage that you can just weed? Take a break, you old man, and get on with your work. To be honest, there were many moments that really made Zhang Feng have a slight illusion that he and Su Youran were really together. But after he calmed down and came back to his senses, he saw through it again. It was all just an illusion. His life and Su Youran's life is not to say that they are not in the same world at all. It is also a difference between heaven and earth. People have to look better than all the stars on TV, have a body and a face and an education and money. Let's not even talk about how stupid the chick would have to be to play with us for real. We're all under a lot of pressure, aren't we? At least, until his own business plan took off. Zhang Feng would always think this way. Well, it's up to you, Feng. Mo Shui didn't continue to persuade Zhang Feng, although at this time he was like an anxious dog jumping over the wall eunuch. His appearance gave Zhang Feng a smile, while the interface he opened made Zhang Feng a little surprised. Ugly, when did you learn to speculate? Recently expanded new business. Hey, awesome, right? Tensei Gold Bureau, are you going to buy this today? Yeah, Feng, I suggest you hurry up and buy some as well. This wave is definitely a blood money maker. Seeing that Zhang Feng appeared to be interested in stocks, Mo Shui described the whole process of how he bought this stock under the recommendation of the video number and the assurance of the stock speculation expert. There was a message in his words. Brother Feng, take the sack to pick up money. If you don't seize the opportunity, you'll lose money. For Mo Shui's words, Zhang Feng didn't listen to a single word. 22.45 for a single share. Why is that price so familiar? Zhang Feng sucked in a mouthful of cool air. This is not the opening price on the day that Tiancheng Gold Bureau engaged in the pig killing plate? So this is today? Guaranteed by an expert. Recommended by a video number? Me? I know this stock is not trustworthy based on those two things alone, okay? Mo Shui's account of holding 100 shares of $2,000 is not worth Zhang Feng's worry. What he was really worried about was that Su Youran also held the stock. Just for the stupidity of that chick? There's not an 8 or 9 figure sum in there? That's a lot of money to lose. This money can't be given to other capitalists. President's office. Wanxiang Color Cosmetics Company. Su Youran rested her fragrant cheeks and watched the K-line changes of Tiancheng Gold Bureau on the screen. Her flat expression emphasizing her ease at this time. Since the opening of the market at 9:30, the K-line change has been pretty much as predicted by the company's team of professional stock market analysts. This also proved that Su Youran's guess was right, and the Tiancheng Gold Bureau could be voted in. At the same time that she was glad that she didn't skimp on investing $100 million, Su Youran was secretly happy in the bottom of her heart. Because this involvement in the stock market is not just about money, it's about proving to your old man that you can do it. Thinking of the thousands of uneasy exhortations and instructions of the old father before leaving the house, Su Youran felt very raised eyebrows at this moment. At that moment, a cell phone vibrated on the table. Zhang Feng, Mr. Su, you look at my stock market analysis chart? It just so happens that the Tiancheng Gold Bureau is open, and I'd like you to give me some pointers. Chapter 29, Saving the Day? All thanks to Zhang Feng. Su Youran quietly turned red after seeing this message. Nothing to do with the content of the message, everything to do with the person who sent it. She could still recall the tingly sensation coming from her body just after waking up. Biting her red lips to get rid of distractions, Su Youran replied with fire. Fine, but I don't really understand it. I'll take a look at it and then explain it to you as analyzed by the company's professional department. Zhang Feng, who was far away in the sales department's office, let out a long sigh. This chick really didn't read it. Never mind, it's not too late to read it. And for Zhang Feng to send a message to remind him, Su Youran was still a little overjoyed. WELL. This share analysis was specially used by Stinky Zhang Feng to make amends. It may not be professional, but at least he prepared it with care. Now I just throw it in my bag and don't even look at it. What if Zhang Feng mistakes me for not wanting to forgive him? Blah 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 blah. You can't blame him for that one either. Let's see to which extent Stinky Zhang Feng has analyzed it. Su Youran stepped away from her slender legs and took out that analysis document in her bag. Open the document. Open the door. Directly to the analysis of the Tiancheng Gold Bureau. 10 minutes later, Su Youran's beautiful eyes were filled with shock, and even the hand clutching the document was a little unsteady. In this analysis, Zhang Feng wrote that the Tiancheng Gold Bureau would face a very cruel pig-killing plate. It probably starts at about $22 a pop and will go from long red all the way to red and then hit rock bottom. Zhang Feng analyzed this stock to the extreme from all angles of professional non-professional. even write about the impact that various contingencies would have. Su Youran's petite body trembled as she opened the securities trading interface at fire speed, found that at this time the price of a single share has come to 23.96, which is only 0.04 yuan short of Zhang Feng's estimated maximum price of 24. The time was also exactly what Zhang Feng had predicted, 10 o'clock in the morning. Instead, the company's team of professionals projected a maximum price of around 24.5 at 11 o'clock. At that moment, a crazy idea sprouted in Su Youran's heart. If all of Zhang Feng's guesses were right, wouldn't that mean immediately this stock is going to start falling until it stops falling? After only 5 seconds of thinking, Su Youran called Zhang Hongyan into the house. Notify the company's master trader to dump all the shares held by Tiancheng Gold Bureau as soon as possible. Su Youran's tone of voice and demeanor was anxious, which could give Zhang Hongyan a confused look. Isn't this the stock that Mr. Su was so confident about at the meeting yesterday afternoon? What happened to throwing it out as soon as possible? Zhang Hongyan was puzzled, but she still executed Su Youran's orders as fast as she could. Understood, Mr. Su. Sales Department Office. Zhang Feng quietly smiled when he saw the change in the K-line. 23.8. It is really the same as what he thought. And next to him, Mo Shui wasn't so calm. No way Feng. It's really down? The experts said it would be red all the way to the top. Asterisk 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 asterisk. You're more professional than an expert. Zhang Feng rubbed his temples. According to his deduction, it wasn't time for a single share to drop in price. There was only one reason for the discrepancy between this time and his memory. Some proprietors with large positions withdrew. Thinking of this, Zhang Feng couldn't help but raise the corner of his mouth in a slight arc. That Su Youran chick really does listen to advice. You know how to go to bed when coaxed, and you know how to hurry up and divest when advised. As the saying goes, it's good character to listen to people and eat their food. You keep clueless for a little while longer and wait a little while longer and it'll jump below the bid price. Can you believe it? It's a day for shareholders to complain. Who would have thought it? The 10-cent Gold Bureau, which was expected to go all the way up in the red, detached itself from expert speculation, detached itself from basic logic, and went all the way down at less than 24 bucks. The big board closed at 11:30, and the final sale price for the Tennessee Gold Board was just under 20 bucks, a price that broke right through the ice. All the people who were fooled into buying this stock basically lost their money. A $2 profit or loss may seem small, but what if this were 10,000 shares of 100,000 shares? And at that moment, a round of applause rang out from the conference room of Wanxiang Makeup Co. Mr. Su, yesterday you just came to the company. A few of us still have a slightly unconvincing heart, but until today we are completely convinced. The woman of the world. Your wave of timely withdrawal of the position can be said to be the least so that the company lost $20 million less. Yes, Mr. Su, even the company's professional analysis team didn't expect today to be such a situation. You really are far-sighted. Mr. Su Bolskin. Listening to the praise that didn't belong to her, Su Youran, who was sitting in the C-seat, had a somewhat dull gaze. With the tips from Zhang Feng's analysis book, she managed to turn this dark and volatile investment into a safe one. Those around her marveled at her tactics, but she was the only one who knew that it was all because of the little man who didn't seem too mature. You all don't need to talk too much. Youran's talent is shallow since he can't see the thousands of changes in the stock market. I was able to stop the damage today thanks to an extremely close friend of mine. Su Youran is more thorough than anyone else. Where is Zhang Feng letting her point out today? This was clearly Zhang Feng reminding her very deliberately. It also made her certain of one thing, and that was that Zhang Feng's sensitivity to the stock market had reached a touchy-feely level. It's an enviable sense of business sense, but it's also laced with the danger of being easily exploited by those with an axe to grind. Without Zhang Feng's consent, Su Youran certainly wouldn't reveal him to avoid trouble. And friends who are very close, if temporary boyfriend and girlfriend don't count, then sleeping together and having hands on each other does. The moment Su Youran said this, the following gasps of surprise were even higher than one. Close to Zhu is red and close to ink is black. It's true that even Mr. Su's friends are so good. I'll go straight to 3 6s. This friend is a big shot. If I were Mr. Su, I'd have to treat him to a meal today. One meal? You're too stingy. If it were me, I'd marry my daughter to him. Sales Department, Office of the Deputy Minister. Zheng Yuan just finished the work at hand and grabbed a look at the closed price. When he saw the final sale price of less than $20, his whole body was confused. Asterisk 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 asterisk, what's going on? Didn't that group of experts swear that the final price would be over 24? Didn't they say it was long and red all the way, absolutely up? What the is wrong with you? Is there a mistake? It wasn't that Zhang Yuan hadn't stared at the K-line in time, but he'd been busy with Zhang Feng and his own double work all morning. If you don't work overtime, you won't be able to finish it. Now it's good. Put in $100,000, directly missing $10,000 a month's salary down the drain. I'm so damn convinced. Zhang Yuan huffed and cursed all those experts today 6-speed electric fans. It was several minutes before he calmed down with a long exhale. Forget it. I got screwed yesterday and I'm losing money today. So let's consider it a blessing and a curse. Zhang Yuan wanted to drink a cup of tea to calm down. And just as he pulled open the closet door and was about to take his treasured tea, Mo Shui, who had been lurking inside like a big black rat, suddenly popped out and hissed in a returning tone. Hi harm hi. I can't believe it, Fatty Zhang. I've been waiting for you here for a long time. Chapter 30, Pregnant? I insist you abort it? Words are always the basic rule for men to do things. A mouthful of spit and a nail. Saying that scaring Zhang Yuan to avenge his previous bullying, Mo Shui simply refused to delay at all. This is not. Just saw Zhang Yuan went to the toilet. Caught the opportunity he came here to squat. Ouch. Zhang Yuan a jolt almost sat on the ground. To his weight, lying on the ground people have no matter small. The main thing. It's easy for your co-workers downstairs to think the roof has collapsed. Mo Shui, what are you doing in my office? Did you scare me on purpose? Did you not want to do it? The tone of Zhang Yuan's words became softer and softer, and in the end, he simply lost his voice, because at Mo's feet, he noticed the 6-speed electric fan. Hey, Zhang Yuan, I'm here on Minister Zhang's orders to check if you're doing your job properly. It's true that he doesn't have time for you, but I, Mo Shui, am different. I have all the time in the world. He. Could it be that you have a problem with that? Scratch that. It was only at this moment that Zhang Yuan completely understood the meaning of Mo Shui's words in the morning. Zhang Feng will never give me a hard time. You give me a hard time, right? Forget about forcing me to sign an unequal treaty. You're still torturing me like this? Zhang Yuan gritted his teeth fiercely. He subconsciously wanted to report this matter to the company's senior management, just like when he was a child and provoked others and found that he couldn't beat them and then went to tell the teacher that he was bullied. But on second thought he abandoned his crazy idea. It's useless to report to the company's top management. The company's top leader is Zhang Feng's girlfriend. When he saw Su Youran's I miss you, Zhang Feng knew that she was looking for him. Temporary male and female friends should also pay attention to do things rigorously, which is still Su Youran proposed. In order to avoid the company has Su Wanxiang arranged informants, something to find each other when you send something like I miss you such a code. The door to the president's office was open. Zhang Feng gently knocked and walked in. Zhang Hongyan bowed respectfully when she saw Zhang Feng. Mr. Zhang is here. Then Mr. Su, I'll go down first. Aha. Zhang Hongyan closed the door tightly as she left, leaving only Zhang Feng and Su Youran in the large office. Even though they had come here in the morning in pairs, there was a drop of awkwardness for both of them after a certain unspoken event. Interestingly, after a half-minute of silence, the two spoke almost simultaneously. Mr. Su, stinky Zhang Feng. You first, I'll go first. Seeing this, Zhang Feng shrugged his shoulders and smiled gently, waving his hand to signal Su Youran to speak first. He reckons Su Youran was looking for him because of the Tiancheng Gold Bureau, right? He had just made up explanations all the way here, thinking it would be okay to play dumb. If I'm not mistaken, the show will start in a few minutes. But he did guess wrong. Su Youran didn't rush to open her mouth to ask anything, but pulled out a card in the cabinet of her desk. Putting it on the table, he pushed it over in Zhang Feng's direction. I have nothing to thank you for when I think about it. Put this away, stinking Zhang Feng. Consider this a thank you for making the company lose so much less money this time. Thank me? What's this? A bank card? Zhang Feng sucked in a mouthful of cool air. He never expected Su Youran to be able to give money directly and Zhang Feng's intuition told him that with the handiwork of this chick Su Youran, it wouldn't be a small number. Mr. Su, how much is this? Reveal it? 5,500,000,000. Even though Zhang Feng had a grand business plan in mind, he would never earn more than that in the future. But still, his eyes widened when he heard the number Su Youran reported. What family and what conditions? $5 million said to give away? Just for telling her that the Tensei Gold Bureau was going to crash today? How much money did this stupid girl put into it? Seemingly seeing through Zhang Feng's doubts, Su Youran lightly pulled her hair and explained. Stinky Zhang Feng, I'm not going to lie. I've invested $100 million in this Tiancheng Gold Bureau. If you hadn't warned me, the company would have lost at least 8 figures today. So, I think this money for you is justified enough. Of course, part of it is that I wanted to take this opportunity to prove to myself that it was you who let me win. Wait, $1 billion? This kind of video number plus expert double pushes the stock to throw in $1 billion? WOC, is this Vientiane makeup manipulation team brainless? Zhang Feng didn't understand, but his attention was more on Su Youran right now. To be honest, he felt that he was a bit unable to see through the girl in front of him. She obviously sits in the seat of a capitalist, but she doesn't live like one. How much would a normal boss pay an employee in this situation? Will there be 6 figures? Hard to say. Su Youran directly gave him half of what he earned out. This ing trenchless 5 million. Normal people cannot earn a lifetime. And even Jiang Feng, as long as you do not spend a lot of money to rely on this money alone, can be pensioned. It's impossible to resist when you think about it. Wait a minute, Mr. Su, we need to smooth out one thing. I didn't give you that report to try to get as much money out of you. Merely felt like I wanted to apologize to you for doing the wrong thing today to embarrass us all. It's not like I had anything to show for the gift before I gave you the analysis book. You'd better take this money back. Just remember to lend me the $1 million you promised before. $5 million was hard to refuse, but Jiang Feng still shook his head. Just like he said, that analysis letter was used to apologize to Su Youran, and now he's charging a girl $5 million for touching her? If this gets out, how can he be a human being? At this moment, Jiang Feng hadn't realized it yet. There were many kinds of choices placed in front of him today, and he chose the one that most pinned down Su Youran. Stinky Jiang Feng. Don't. Why? He just had a look on his face that clearly wanted it. Humph. No way. If he says he doesn't want it, I'll give it to him. Su Youran's starry eyes were like waves, blinking and smiling lightly as she stood up, taking a step towards Jiang Feng with her long legs. Her posture was tantalizing. Finally, she stood in front of Jiang Feng, her red lips slightly raised, her face showing a hint of cunning, and said, "The $1 million I promised to lend you is in there, so there's no need to pay it back. Consider the rest your payment for helping me cope with my family." What if you still insist you don't want it? I'll call my aunt. Said I found out I had a baby yesterday, but today you insisted I abort it. Jiang Feng, think about it. What would auntie do? To hit a snake, you have to hit 7 inches, and to pin down Jiang Feng, you still have to use Comrade Songling. Hearing this, Jiang Feng only felt a chill down his back. He felt that if Su Youran really said this, not to mention being kicked out of the group chat, Mom and Dad could have done something like moving overnight without telling him. But the money, again, he really felt he shouldn't take it. He was feeling indebted, not trying to make money. Maybe it was because he was too close, because of the beauty sucking in. Jiang Feng's gaze unconsciously flicked to Su Youran's slightly empty chest. Suddenly, Jiang Feng's enlightened aura flashed, and the corners of his mouth lifted slightly. Well, since Mr. Su has said so, it would be a bit ungrateful of me not to accept this money. Chapter 31. Sorry, you guys are selling it too cheap. That's more like it. Take what's yours and be happy. Don't worry, Stinky Jiang Feng. This company is all mine. No one will dare to say any gossip about you. And it's something I gave you willingly, so don't think twice about it. Seeing Jiang Feng finally put away the card, Su Youran was really happy. Still, she thoughtfully explained a few more things. Su Youran was trying to express her gratitude to Jiang Feng through this money, but she also didn't want to cause trouble for him because of it. Aha! After eating lunch, Jiang Feng didn't just lie down on his but at his workstation and rest. Instead, he briefly greeted Mo Shui and then left Wanxiang Color Cosmetics Company. Should I say no? It's a great feeling to be a minister and not have a workstation, so I can go wherever I want during these work hours. Taking a taxi, Jiang Feng went straight to the largest local shopping mall in Pine City Marriott Mall. Over the past decade, Pine City has ridden the economic development wave and enriched a number of people in a dual effort to integrate the capitalists' institutional reforms from above. There's a saying, see the security guard standing guard at the school gate? His family takes advantage of the millions of dollars. So even though the city is small, the Marriott Mall is luxurious enough to rival the shopping ceilings of the newest tier. And the purpose of Jiang Feng's trip was to see how much the most expensive necklace in the whole mall cost, and then buy it for Su Youran. Jiang Feng noticed that Su Yuran's neck was quite empty, so he thought of this idea. Through the Tiancheng Gold Bureau stock to this 5 million, he is really do not want to receive. That analysis book is to Su Youran apologize with. One size fits all. Now, since she's going to force it on me, I'll just buy a necklace and give the money back another way. Jiang Feng thought thoroughly. Buy the more expensive luxury goods, the more value, which is similar to the direct return to Su Youran money, perhaps in the end can also be more points it. Thus, Jiang Feng walked through the major luxury stores on the first floor of the mall. How much is the most expensive necklace you have here? Hello sir, it just so happens that my family has just arrived at a limited edition. The style design is extremely exquisite, priced at $88,000. You come to take a look? Sorry, it's too cheap. Do you have any more expensive necklaces here? $1 million? Almost. Can this gentleman say something human? Quite different from the fictional stories he usually read. The plainly dressed Jiang Feng was not discriminated against by the various guides. That's true. It's the 21st century, and the guides employed by the big international brands must have gone through strict training and professional guidance. They can still not know that the famous out of the city, The landlord often low profile? Where are so many dog-eyed lowly small card rice taunting contempt deliberately picking quarrels? Jiang Feng blackened his face, simply asking a desperate family. The price was far less than his budget. Cheap, too cheap, how can they all be so cheap? Balenciaga, Gucci and a host of other big names were passed over one after another by Jiang Feng, walking to the door of the Bulgari store before his eyes lit up. There's gotta be something expensive in here, right? It was also at this moment that the wonderful young girl who had been following Jiang Feng's ass with a selfie stick also finally couldn't help herself. Su Yun is a local outdoor anchor in Songcheng, usually just take the audience of the live broadcast to casually stroll around and engage in some street interviews to get some gimmicks. The very moment Jiang Feng walked into the mall, Su Yun had his eyes on him. This looks like a good-looking guy. Interviewing him must be high traffic. She followed Jiang Feng from afar and ran through all the major luxury stores, witnessing Jiang Feng exchanging with the shopper again and again and walking away with a black face. Su Yun wondered as she wondered what this little brother was up to. The viewers of the live broadcast also want to know, and have continuously swiped I don't know how many rushes for her to ask, "Hello little brother." Seeing that Jiang Feng was about to enter the store, Su Yun was quick to step in front of Jiang Feng, pointing to the selfie stick in his hand. He looked at Jiang Feng with a smile. "I'm an outdoor anchor. Can I interview you?" Because of his outstanding looks, Jiang Feng was also often pestered by outdoor anchors when he traveled in his last life, so he only froze at Su Yun's appearance and wasn't particularly surprised. Again, he wasn't going to say no because anchors are in it for the money and the heat. You turn down her interview, then the curiosity of the live audience is piqued, and they'll want to see you even more. At the end of the day you might even get stalked by an anchor or an Edison. Might as well accept it graciously and get it over with. Not for a few minutes anyway, Jiang Feng said with a faint smile. Ask away, but make it quick. I'm in a hurry. After Su Yun briefly asked Jiang Feng about his age and job, she cut to the point of this street interview. It's like this little brother. I've just been following you for a while now. I've seen what you've asked a lot of luxury store guides, and none of them have left with a black face afterward. I want to know what this is about. Jiang Feng sucked in a breath of cool air. Su Yun's words really made his brain buzz. She's been following me since I entered the mall, and I didn't realize it? Holy, then it seems that back at the company we'll have to talk to that Su Youran chick about being a little more careful in the future. Just because of today's incident, her father sent someone here, we will not be able to find out. Su Youran, that chick is so stupid and naive, she probably struggles. Don't let it get out of hand. Is it something difficult? Seeing that Jiang Feng's expression was a bit dull, Su Yun hurriedly spoke. In fact, she had some guesses about Jiang Feng's shopping at major stores. It's similar to what a certain Master Ma, who shall remain nameless viewer on the air is saying right now. I guess this brother is talking about a gold-digging girlfriend, right? Girlfriend want big brand. This brother just work no money and do not want to not give the girlfriend to buy. Come to the major stores to ask the cheapest jewelry is what? I ended up getting more and more disappointed when I heard the prices because it was too damn expensive. That's why I walked away with a black face every time. The pop-ups below were even more extremely positive about his guess. What Master Ma said is very true. This brother is just beating his face against the wall. I think so too. And all I can say on that is, lickspittle shall not die. Upstairs bro really 9 to 6 flipped. Don't you get it brothers? This brother is a lickspittle even if he's so handsome. Money is the only thing that matters. At the same time there are some dissenting voices. Anchor quickly let the little brother go. Ben is in love with the humble. You do not carry him out to whip. That's right. You can't trample on a man's dignity for traffic. Look how embarrassed he looks right now. Anchor be a man. Jiang Feng naturally didn't know everything that was said on the pop-up screen. His attention was caught by the exclamations of surprise emanating from the guests in the Bulgari store. That's a surprised sound. Either you've seen a ghost or there's something rare. Jiang Feng's eyes lit up. In Bulgari called it like this. Then this thing must be very expensive, right? Chapter 32 Mr. Jiang, it's actually you. That's great, but it's a great thing. Don't let me down. Jiang Feng, who was not in a hurry, is now a little anxious. This cannot let others snatch it away. We must hurry to buy it. After returning to his senses, he replied to Su Yun in a hurry with a slight smile. Ask me why I run away in the dark every time? Jiang Feng was slightly stunned. He wasn't a brainstorming live streaming netizen. He couldn't really think of any good explanations for a while. On second thought and feeling that there was nothing to hide, he simply crossed his eyebrows and told the truth. Promoting traditional virtues. It's like this. I'm going to buy a necklace for my girlfriend. Those stores just now are selling necklaces too cheaply. Can't spend all the money I have on hand, which is annoying, and I'm looking to see if there are any more expensive necklaces. Jiang Feng's words echoed in Su Yun's ears, and they were also transmitted into the ears of every netizen in the live broadcast room through the technological equipment. None of them froze, as if a bolt from the blue had struck their ears. Too cheap, He just shopped international luxury brands. How can they be too cheap? Can't spend all the money on hand? WOC, this guy isn't tied to some kind of spending rebate system, is he? Their thoughts Zhang Feng naturally couldn't see or know, but he could see Su Yan's expression demeanor, noticing that the other man stood dumbfounded, his slightly moving lips wanting to say something he didn't know how to say back. Zhang Feng then knew he could get away. He politely waved his hand at Su Yun and turned around to enter Bulgari's store. Today was definitely the day with the most pop-ups in Su Yun's live broadcast career. By now the live broadcast was on fire, her fans rising miserably and the number of live viewers soaring. Asterisk 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 brothers, this is for the anchor to meet a godly man? You groove and I groove too. Too expensive for the necklaces sold by those big brands. It's true that poverty limits my imagination. 6. Wait, guys, a possibility has occurred to me. At the critical moment, Grandmaster Ma sent out another pop-up, which similarly attracted Su Yun's attention. The shock Zhang Feng's words just now had brought her was too great, and she similarly needed an explanation. Master Ma said so. Brothers, you think, men, especially men in their early 20s, that is not about to face but no strength win? Like you guys said, that brother didn't want to make a fool of himself in front of so many people and anchors in the live room. Why don't you just blow your mind to save your dignity and satisfy your vanity? What do you say? Masters and experts, that's simply too much authority. As soon as Master Ma sent this pop-up, the audience in the live broadcast room was directly in admiration. Holy makes sense, ugh. Yeah, he thinks it's not illegal to blow awesome when the anchor can't check it out anyway. Phew, I'm so much more relieved to hear Master Ma say that. How could he have my 20 without money? Harm, I thought I had met a godly man. I was ready to vacuum and wear stockings to block this little brother. Bad luck. 6. Upstairs is nifty real 6. Of course, there are different voices, and this part of the audience is somewhat analytical and sensible. Honestly, I don't think so. This little brother has walked into a Bulgari store. What if people are telling the truth? I feel the same way, knowing that rich people keep a low profile, plus there's an unmistakable aura about this brother. The live feeds were getting noisy, and the people split into two lines were about to fight, and at that moment the person they were talking about, Zhang Feng, was clapping his hands inside the Bulgari store. As he guessed, it was the limited edition Bulgari models that are not always available that caused the crowd of customers to gasp in amazement. It was also exactly a necklace, a stunning artifact that was hard to come by in 100 years. It was a comforting dark green that gave off an extremely bright glow when refracted by a hint of light. Countless necklaces that had been polished and hammered and coveted for who knows how many days lay there silently. The noble women surrounding them had long since disregarded their image and were close to drooling. It's really so good looking. Just looking at it makes me unable to walk away. It's just that the price is so expensive. Nearly $4 million. That it's prohibitive. Harm, didn't you hear what store manager Liu said just now? This necklace was circulating around the country to be displayed in all the major stores, and it was never expected to be sold. And just as the crowd of rich wives were feeling sorry for themselves, a slightly youthful male voice rang out. It was Zhang Feng smiling as he asked the shopping guide lady, "Hello, I'm going to buy this necklace. Can I just get it fitted now please?" That statement could have stunned the guide lady. My goodness, this handsome man looks so harmless, so handsome. How to speak directly as if 5 thunderbolts to put people to death. This is a $4 million necklace, and you decided to buy it within 2 minutes of arriving at the store? How can you be so hasty? You really don't treat money as money? A bunch of rich wives are also stunned. Gah, someone really wants to buy it? And a young man? Could he be a rich kid? It shouldn't be. No big shot in Pine City has a son this age. The guide lady was the first to react. Sir, this necklace is $4 million. Are you sure you want it? She had to make sure again. The price really didn't allow her to be careless as a guide. Okay, first of all, the price of this necklace is just right. Using out $4 million, the remaining $1 million is regarded as Su Youran lending the money to herself in advance. Furthermore, the merchandise value of this necklace is worth this price, and it is also in line with Su Youran's class. In the end, it was Zhang Feng who felt that Su Youran would look great in this, and it suited her. The shopping guide lady didn't respond to Zhang Feng, but quickly looked for the store manager. A minute later, a man dressed formally looking around 30 stood in front of Zhang Feng. The first time he saw Zhang Feng, he directly froze, his eyes excited. Mr. Zhang, I didn't expect to meet you here. Zhang Feng? I'm not only born again, I've also lost my memory? This guy's ing. Who is it? Zhang Feng secretly swallowed his saliva, his tone slightly suspicious. You are? Upon hearing this, a group of rich wives have already shambled out of the Bulgari store. They loved the necklace, so they were unwilling to watch it being bought by Zhang Feng. As for why you're sure Zhang Feng has the money to buy, laugh it up. Didn't you see the store manager's shocked attitude when he saw him? It seemed that the young man still didn't know the store manager at all. What does this mean? It means that this young man has a high status, and that means he is rich. The Pine City bigwigs don't have any sons that age, so maybe they're the top rich kids from Jinghai or the capital? These rich wives were not all arrogant and bossy masters without brains. They silently all remembered Jiang Feng's face, decided that if I had the chance in the future, I'm going to do a little bit of climbing. Maybe I'll make it to the top, and this time in the Bulgari store. Store manager Liu was simply too excited to speak. If he wasn't afraid of arousing Jiang Feng's disgust, he would have wanted to hug him directly. Mr. Jiang, I've been looking for you for the past 2 days. Chapter 33. Please, teach me how to pick up girls. You may have forgotten that I was sitting 2 tables away from you and that beautiful young lady at the Red Romantic Café. I witnessed you make that lady laugh with just 3 words. You don't know. There have been quite a few people who have gone to accost her before, and none of them have been admonished away by that young lady with a stern face. The moment you and she left the cafe side by side, I thought I'd have to ask you for some pickup tips sometime. On how many people were shocked when Jiang Feng took Su Youran away from the cafe. The exact number is unknown, but none of those sitting there at the time were among the elite of a particular industry in Pine City, and Lu Ming, too, was just the most ordinary of them all. Good guy. After listening to Lu Ming's narration, Jiang Feng's heart was simply a million horses crashing. The cafe was quite crowded at first. Why don't we start a side business selling books on how to pick up girls and collect money from the business elite? So, that's how you make connections? This is really God's reward for food. Not open your mouth cannot Jiang Feng swallowed hard. We said, if we tell Lu Ming that we recognized the wrong person in the first place, what will happen? Forget it. I'd rather not do this rat-licking cat be nothing to find excitement. The atmosphere of the scene was very strange, and at this time, it was still the shopping guide lady who tugged Lu Ming's sleeve. What are you talking about? Store manager? Isn't the more important thing now to sell Mr. Jiang this necklace? Oh yeah. Lu Ming tapped his head. He came out to sell necklaces. At the same time, his brain spun rapidly, analyzing thoroughly some after a flash of disappointment in the bottom of his eyes. So it's Mr. Jiang who wants to buy this necklace. A $4 million necklace. Then Mr. Jiang's family must be particularly rich, right? Is it possible that he didn't lead that beautiful lady away because he was a good pickup artist, but that he gave too much? Being tugged by the shopping guide lady's sleeve again, Lu Ming finally shook his head fiercely to stop his rambling thoughts. Worthy of Mr. Jiang, just a good eye. This necklace is our Bulgari too. Lu Ming briefly described the necklace again. It's nothing more than international. Whichever international superstar wanted it for a long time and couldn't get it. How hard it is to make and how expensive the gem itself is. Mr. Jiang, Lu Ming, am not a stingy person, but in exchange for any of the rest of the goods in this store, I can give you the lowest discount. But this necklace, it's really not something I can afford to sell at the marked price. For this, Jiang Feng also expressed his understanding that Lu Ming was a store manager. He dares to give a discount? A 0.1 discount on this thing is tens of thousands of dollars. Moreover, Jiang Feng hadn't planned to cut the price. Very elegantly, he handed the bank card in his pocket to Lu Ming. Swipe your card. Lu Ming turned around and handed the bank card to the shopping guide lady, nodding his head and signaling her to do all the formalities. At the same time, he turned around and pulled out his best tea at the bottom of the front counter, waving his hand and pointing to the lounge area of the store. It will take some time to process and transfer the money. If Mr. Jiang is willing, Mr. Liu has the audacity to invite you for a cup of tea. The tea that was brought up carried the refreshing fragrance of pu'er, and Lu Ming was careful with every movement. He had originally worshipped Jiang Feng, worshipping him for his great success in pickup skills. Now that's respect. Boy, a big shot who can throw away $4 million on a necklace. Can't he be a little more discreet? His caution was evident to Jiang Feng, and for a while he cried and laughed. Brother Liu, you don't have to be like this. In fact, the money to buy this necklace is not mine. I'm not a big shot. Just call me by my first name. Not Jiang Feng's? Lu Ming froze. What did it mean? But the guy just said you bought it for your girlfriend. That's true, but my girlfriend just gave me this money. Only I didn't think I should take it and wanted to give it back to her in a different way. To be honest, with my current financial resources, I can't afford anything in your store. I don't suppose you're talking about the beautiful young lady you took from the cafe? Seeing Jiang Feng nodding his head, Lu Ming almost catapulted off on the sofa, and in the back of his mind, he even started to burst out. WOC? So in the end, Mr. Jiang is still a master of flirting with girls. 3 words to get a rich, beautiful woman to come with me? 2 days to get a rich, beautiful woman to invest $5 million in me? Sister, Mr. Jiang, you might as well not tell me. This will only make me feel worse, okay? Although he thought so, Lu Ming felt that he saw the dawn of hope, and he ruthlessly swallowed his saliva and said, Mr. Jiang, in that case, I won't hide it from you. You see, I make a decent monthly salary as a store manager though, have a car and a house, but I'm over 30 and I've never found a girlfriend, and my family is pushing me hard. The main thing is that I'm a person who just wants to find what I like, but I'm also a bit sick. I don't have a tax on weekdays, but when I see a woman I like, I'm stuttering and scared. I want Mr. Zhang to teach me how to pick up girls. Lu Ming was full of embarrassment as he recounted that he, a store manager, was by definition the best at fooling around. But maybe it's the inferiority complex that fell on his poor family when he was a kid that makes him scared to see his woman. Even stuttering to the point of speechlessness, he had lost count of how many heavenly blessings he had missed because of this fault. That day in the cafe to see Zhang Feng, he was directly stunned. WOC, this is called will talk mouth. He must learn. Zhang Feng is speechless. Together with this, Lu Ming face melancholy because of this. No wonder he sees us as if we were Buddha. Now Zhang Feng is even more worried. Picking up girls? He doesn't know how to do that either. He's been a single dog in his past life too. The fact that he was able to take Su Youran away from the cafe that day was entirely due to the fact that he had mistakenly recognized the wrong person and dared to speak, coupled with the fact that both parties had similar needs. I can't teach this to Lu Ming, but he really empathized with Lu Ming when he saw him being urged to get married. Suddenly, Zhang Feng thought that he had been reborn, and it seemed that there was something he hadn't developed yet. He raised an eyebrow, the corner of his mouth quirking. Hey man, have you ever heard of the word earthy? 20 minutes later, Zhang Feng and Lu Ming exchanged contact information, just as the shopping guide lady bagged the necklace. Mr. Zhang, from now on, you'll be my Lu Ming's big brother. I was never expecting such earthy and elegant love words to exist in this world. Zhang Feng smiled lightly and told Lu Ming to just send a message and ask him if there is anything. Then he left the Bulgari store in the adoring and grateful eyes of Lu Ming and the guide. After buying the necklace, the price was just right and the style was suitable for Su Youran. Zhang Feng was satisfied and set off on his way back to the office. And at that moment Su Yun, who had just run back from the bathroom to the cell phone holder, was confused. Look at the meaning of the pop-ups. Is that the little brother out? They said he was carrying a handbag? Where is he? He left 2 minutes ago? I have been on guard for half a day. Why do I have to go to the toilet at this time? I blame it on being a female with a small bladder holding it for a short period of time. Su Yun wowed and almost cried out as she felt the opportunity to burst into flames slipping away right in front of her. And that's when a pop-up appeared in her line of sight. Anchor, there's a piece of paper on the ground behind you. If I'm not mistaken, it was dropped from that little brother's bag just now. Couldn't have been a small check. Go see how much he bought for whatever it was. It wasn't just a tote bag, was it? Small bills behind me? Su Yun's eyes lit up, and he turned hotly toward the paper on the ground to grab it. Chapter 34, he, really a hidden godly man. She wanted to be on fire. She really wanted to be on fire. To be mad. To be on fire to the point of being a mess kind of thing. Su Yun knew that this little note was her hope. Maybe it's God's favor? This is indeed a small ticket. However, the content on it made Su Yun's entire being bad. In an instant, she looked as if she had been seduced, her gaze dull and her eyes lightless. It's like, as if there was some appalling, shocking secret on that note. Seeing her in this state, the pop-ups in the live stream immediately exploded. The anchor knows too much about live streaming. I'm itching to tell me what he bought. That's just it. It's not really a handbag, is it? Anchor, don't dawdle. Reveal the mystery. Dawdle takedown warning. After freezing for roughly a minute, Su Yun came back to his senses in disbelief. She swallowed hard and pointed the small piece at the camera, showing it to the live audience. She knew that it didn't need to be said. Everyone understood. Bulgari necklace? A 10,100,000 father and grandfather ancestors. Brothers, my ancestors are here. Is this sure it fell out of that dude's handbag earlier? It's not a mistake? Malagasy is still a goddamned rich man? Why does my 20 have no money and he does? Where is little brother? Anchor, do you know where little brother went? Don't talk about the vacuum. I'll go looking for him right away naked. The netizen named Blue Goblin was extremely excited and gave Su Yun 10 rockets to chase after Zhang Feng immediately. The interest of the other viewers in the live broadcast room was also aroused, and for a while small gifts were flying, none of which told Su Yun to go after Zhang Feng. Su Yun sucked in a breath of cool air as she was nudged awake. Right, if she can interview Zhang Feng again, with his gimmick of being a godly hero, can she still not be on fire? Don't worry brothers, I'll chase them out right away. At this moment, Su Yun's live broadcast content completely changed. In a taxi from Marriott to Vientiane Color Company, Zhang Feng was lying down and the passenger side was typing on the screen. At Zhang Feng, are you free later? Bought you a small gift. I'll send you to the office. This message, naturally, was sent to Su Youran. Zhang Feng wasn't too surprised that Su Youran was able to reply to the message in seconds. Most of all, the boss is good at touching the fish. Su Youran is the president of the company. If all the work has to be done by her, then what do you need the secretary and the other executives for? All it takes is a signature and a nod to deal with the important stuff. At Youran, I'm free. But, why did you think of buying me a gift? Little Fong? How much did it cost? What did you buy? At Jiang Fong, just be free. Don't be in a hurry. You'll know in a while. A couple $1,000s for a gadget. Not expensive. Jiang Fong didn't plan to tell Su Youran how much the necklace cost to buy. There was no need. Deliberately saying so, there is also a suspicion of deliberately pleasing to please the beautiful president adult happy. For him, as long as the necklace was given to Su Youran, it would be fine. As for when Su Youran would know the true value of the necklace, that wasn't something Jiang Fong had to think about. By the time she wears it all, she won't be able to give it back. At Youran, stinking Jiang Fong, what else are you hiding? Che, well then, come directly to me later. I'll leave the door open for you. Aha. Seeing Su Youran saying that he left the door open for himself, Jiang Fong unconsciously laughed. It was really hard to not think about the scene where he cheated Uncle Wang for the first time. Thinking of this, Jiang Fong smacked his lips. Was there anything softer than that chick's lips in this world? Air. Jiang Fong raised his eyebrows fiercely and glanced twice at his own hands. It seemed to be true, such as her breasts. I say, little brother, are you going to confess your love for your favorite girl? Bought a Bulgari trinket. Blood money. Seeing Jiang Feng's shyness naturally emerge again on his quietly smiling face, the driver's uncle was overwhelmed with emotion for a moment, and subconsciously opened his mouth to strike up a conversation with Jiang Fong. Harm. It's good to be young. What an enviable age in love. No, it's already a girlfriend. Just a simple little gift. Hearing Jiang Fong say this, the driver uncle frowned slightly and froze. A simple gift of a Bulgari necklace? Could it be that this brother has some capital? For a moment, his heart of gossip burned with vigor. Dude, what did you buy? How much did it cost? Jiang Fong didn't take it seriously and replied, $4 million for a necklace. Mostly because I thought it would look good on my girlfriend. What's going on? 400 million yen? The corner of the driver's uncle's mouth jerked hard. At this moment, his good impression of Jiang Fong evaporated. Even his gaze carried a hint of contempt. I mean, man, if you could really afford a $4 million necklace from Bulgari, why take a cab? God does not drive his own Bugatti, has to be accompanied by a couple of chauffeurs to change the ride. Right, you're too young to be a good boy. You're just trying to impress me. Let's see if I don't blow your mind today. Little buddy, truth be told, don't look at Uncle driving a drop. Uncle used to be very dashing. I've done some research on Bulgari jewelry, although that stuff is expensive as hell. But the ones you can get for that price of 4 million must be limited worldwide. How can you buy this stuff in Pine City? Don't be ridiculous. Jiang Fong naturally saw the uncle's skepticism, and he didn't bother to explain, as he would soon be downstairs at the Wanshan makeup group. What's the use of explaining? To convince uncle to spend $4 million on a necklace? What's the point? If you don't have anything to do, you'll be struck by lightning. Jiang Fong smiled lightly and pushed the door down the driveway. It's just luck. The uncle looked at Jiang Feng's distant back and raised his eyebrows, manipulating a heavy tone. Little brother, in the future, less pretense. Fortunately, today I met an older uncle. I am not willing to bother with you. If you meet someone who is really a bully, I'm afraid you won't be able to lose face. The words fell. The driver uncle just wanted to smoke a cigarette to amuse, but suddenly heard a tire and floor friction sound from behind the body. Uncle a jolt. Eyebrows instantly twisted into a rope. Stop the hand to get a cigarette action. A foot blast to the gas pedal. The car catapulted scampered out of a dozen meters, which avoided a rear end by the unprovoked. After reparking the car, the driver uncle got out of the car with his head full of black lines. Grandma, who dares to tailgate on purpose these days? If you don't know how to drive, don't come out to hurt people, okay? If Jiang Fong had been present, he would have recognized that the driver who had almost rear-ended the driver's uncle's car was Su Youran, who had just interviewed him. At this moment, Su Youran also rushed down from the car at a fiery pace, desperately apologizing to the driver uncle. Sorry about that, I was driving a little too fast. Mostly, I've got something important to do. I'd like to interview someone. The customer you just had in your car. May I ask how long he's been off the bus? Which direction did he go? Interview with whom? The driver's uncle froze. That good blowing awesome lads are interviewed? What? How come this didn't happen to me when I was young? What are you interviewing him for? Su Youran is especially anxious to find Jiang Feng's whereabouts, and then cannot find Jiang Fong. She felt that the audience in the live broadcast room have to grip her, solely and no longer hidden. Uncle, I won't lie to you, he's a top godly man. Just spent $4 million on a necklace at the Bulgari store, and I'm dying to interview him. Please, tell me where he went. It's important to me. Chapter 35 How can you hold hands without realizing it? Su Yun's words directly exploded in the driver uncle's ears. She said that young man just spent $4 million on a necklace? Uncle naturally do not question Su Yun is deliberately cooperate with Zhang Feng acting. That's no fun. How sick can two people teamed up with us a cab driver pretend So it's true. That young man really paid $4 million for the necklace. Holy he didn't blow awesome. The driver uncle's expression was obviously a bit dumbfounded. He really regretted it now. For one, he regretted that he didn't have the vision to question the authenticity of Zhang Feng's necklace purchase. Secondly, I regret not asking for a $200 tip. How could I let such a rich man go? He did just leave a little while ago. But uncle is old and will have to think carefully. The uncle fumbled his chin in feigned thought. He naturally remembered that Zhang Feng was going to Wanxiang Makeup Company. But so what? Did the fact that he knew mean he had to be honest with Su Yun? No. The driver uncle looked at Su Yun in this hurry and carrying a selfie stick like that legendary tiresome paparazzi. Uncle thinks that a godly man like Zhang Feng can even take a cab in order to keep a low profile. So he must not be willing to be interviewed, right? Yeah, that must be it. Uncle, I just taunted him, so I can't give him another hard time. Thinking of this, the driver uncle slapped his head and smiled innocently and humanely. Gu girl, I remember. That young man just went in this direction. The driver's uncle reaches out and points to the Wanxiang Color Company, the small square directly across the street, while hemming and hawing. I think he said he was going to see someone. Oh, like a girlfriend. Hearing this, Su Yun was simply unwavering. Yes, Zhang Feng also said he bought a necklace for his girlfriend when he was interviewed. Everything's right. Su Yun, who had gotten the news, led the viewers of the live broadcast room to pull their legs and run towards the small square. There was no way she could have lost the older man's car just now if she hadn't happened to run into a stoplight. But looking at the current situation, it wasn't bad. At least we could find Zhang Feng. We had to be quick. And the older man who was left hanging in place looked at her back and snorted. Ah shucks, if it wasn't for Uncle's quick reflexes, this car's ass would have let you hit it. Not a word about compensation. And trying to pry into the direction of the little godly man. What's on your mind? President's office. Wanxiang Color Cosmetics Company. Zhang Hongyan, full of shock, knocked on the door to come in, which can give Su Youran to see the beautiful eyes froze. What's the emergency? Mr. Su, wow. Mr. Zhang is really too attentive, isn't he? He is really spending money for you. What's going on? Zhang Hongyan's two sentences gave Su Yuran's little brain a buzz. What do you mean? Murphy, did Zhang Feng buy me a present? Su Youran asked rhetorically, which also made Zhang Hongyan sigh in relief. She had just been so focused on her excitement that her heart still thumped when she saw Su Yuran's confused expression. It's not possible that Mr. Zhang's surprise for Mr. Su was reported by us in advance. Now when she heard Su Yuran's words, she breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, it wasn't a leak. Yes, Mr. Su, one of my quite favorite outdoor anchors interviewed Mr. Zhang just half an hour ago. Mr. Zhang bought a necklace for his mysterious girlfriend. It's just a huge amount of money. Good fellow. Su Youran raised her willow moon brows when she heard Zhang Hongyan's words. Secretary Zhang is sure he's here to put in a good word for Zhang Feng instead of connotation of his own small salary? How is a gift of a few $1,000s a lifetime salary? Su Yuran's expression was slightly unhappy, picking up the teacup on the table to take a light sip. Meanwhile, Zhang Hongyan finally couldn't help herself. She was so excited that she was about to jump up. Mr. Su, a $4 million necklace. My gosh, I can't even imagine how dazzling that would be. Warm tea in the mouth is a beautiful thing, but at this moment, Su Youran almost sprayed it out in one mouthful. Necklace? How much? 4 million? Are you kidding me? Secretary Zhang, $4 million? Are you sure you read it right? Su Yuran's moon-like eyes were filled with shock. He was even a bit unable to sit down and stood up to walk to Zhang Hongyan's side. Of course not. Look, Mr. Su, I even took a screenshot of that small ticket. 7 figures, there's no way I could ever count wrong. There's nothing like having the evidence in front of you to convince you. Su Youran carefully counted twice. It was indeed 4 million. Then she's really not calm. When she wasn't alone with Zhang Feng, her IQ was still online. How could a dual-degree beauty president with great wisdom like a demon not guess Zhang Feng's intentions? No wonder that stinky Zhang Feng was willing to ask for the money. I'm afraid that he had the intention of returning the money to me, right? Su Youran waved her hand to signal Zhang Hongyan to go out, and self-consciously sat back down in front of the desk. Rather, it was impossible to describe the expression on her face at this moment. Say unhappy? The corners of her mouth were still slightly curled. I say happy. but my brow is furrowed. This also precisely highlighted the doubts and entanglements in Su Youran's heart at this time. What's the point of Zhang Feng? He should have gotten the money in the first place, but he has to give it back to me like this? Su Youran, don't need $4 million. You think you owe me for this morning? It wasn't his fault. Besides, we're all adults. It's not like we're going to lose any meat if we touch it. Coco. He really just kept the $1 million he was going to borrow from me. Ugh. That money belonged to him, and he was actually willing to put up $4 million to buy me a necklace. At 2:45, Zhang Feng pushed his way in with a drink and a Bulgari shopping bag in his hand. The two were more familiar with each other, so he wasn't too polite and put the drinks and shopping bag lightly on Su Youran's desk. Here, Mr. Su, what about the left-hand side? Is out of the door just happened to see casually bought you a small gift, and on the right-hand side, it's a juice I just squeezed in the company lounge, with a little honey for you. Su Youran raised her starry eyes like waves and said lightly, thanks. After saying that, he walked side by side with Zhang Feng to the sofa and sat down with his drink and Bulgari handbag. A slight sip was taken before a slight beak spread a smile. It's quite tasty. Have a heart, oh little maple. To be honest, even though and Su Youran had almost stayed together for the past 2 days, and had even slept in a bed lying down, something else unspeakable happened. But talking to her face to face, Zhang Feng would still involuntarily freeze. Can't help it, she really is too good looking. Taking a breath of cool air back, Zhang Feng shrugged slightly unnaturally. He had wanted to explain, stating that the drink was brought in order for the rest of the company's colleagues to see the details of how he was treating Su Youran to be more convinced that they were in love. But I don't know how to say it. Maybe it's because you're used to lying since you were a kid? 1,000 words swirled around his mouth. But in the end, Zhang Feng only smiled faintly. Like it. Unbeknownst to God, Zhang Feng didn't know which of his brains had gone wrong, and his hands directly disobeyed him. With the precision of a missile launch, he clutched Su Youran's small hand in one hand, and feel the hand was held. Su Youran this time but did not freeze in angry, but instead laugh. Little maple, you hold my hand now. Is it because you're afraid I'll have my old man's men watching my office? Where is he? On the ceiling or under the tiles? Chapter 36, Zhang Feng is also too willing to spend money on me, right? Let's talk about the hand. Can you fight a little bit? Although the hand is really slippery and very good at touching it, then don't go charging up there with a straight face. It's embarrassing. Zhang Feng mentally spat at himself for a few moments and let go of his hand at the speed of fire, shrugging his shoulders as if nothing had happened. No, this time it was a reflex. Conditioning. Is that how it works? This little man is really getting interesting. The smile on Su Youran's face grew thicker, and she actually clutched back Zhang Feng's hand. Hey, what's the big deal? Hold it if you want to. Su Youran, am not some stingy person. After saying that, Su Youran suddenly thought of something and swished her face red. Not stingy. You mean lying in bed with Zhang Feng in the middle of the night and taking off your clothes because you're too hot? Shucks. On the other hand, Zhang Feng was also very sensible and retracted his hand. Don't hold it. Be embarrassed. Have a face. Ahem. Mr. Su, take a look at the necklace I bought for you. I went out shopping and saw it and bought it on the fly, and it felt right for you. For this necklace, Su Youran was mentally prepared. 4 million. That has to be amazing to be able to buy a necklace, right? But the moment she opened the box, she realized she was still conservative in her thinking. You can't take your eyes off it, can you? Women are irresistible to such things that sparkle. This is still true even though Su Youran is a top rich woman, and Zhang Feng was relieved to judge through her look of vision that she liked the necklace. I mainly think, at least it is a temporary boyfriend and girlfriend. Mr. Su has given me $5 million. How could I not show it? Let's just say that the gift is a good one. Mr. Su, don't mind it, this is already the best gift I can get. That 1 million Zhang Feng had asked to borrow it early in the morning, and Su Youran believed that he had something important to do with that money. Looking at it this way, this 4 million was really the limit of what Zhang Feng could take out. If Zhang Hongyan hadn't given Su Youran the price of the necklace, she probably wouldn't have understood the meaning of Zhang Feng's sentence. But now, I don't like it. I don't like you. Women are easily moved. Even if Su Youran is a top rich woman, it's still true. It was fine before Zhang Feng came, but when Zhang Feng really gave her this necklace face to face, Su Youran really couldn't hold back a bit. Her eyes fluctuated, and her tone was as gentle and feminine as it could be, with a hint of inexplicable anticipation. Little Feng, this necklace is so expensive. You really want to buy it for me? Thinking of this, the corner of Zhang Feng's mouth twitched fiercely. He knew that Su Youran was a bit touched. In the end he was still a little ashamed. In essence this was taking Su Youran's money to buy her a gift. What's there to give up? The difference between a temporary girlfriend and a girlfriend is exactly the same as the difference between a public employee and a civil servant, right? Everything is treated the same except status. To put it bluntly, what's wrong with me spending some money on a necklace for my girlfriend? Su Youran laughed out loud. He really knows how to make analogies. See the corners of that mouth? Notice the starry eyes? That's Miss Su being happy. Okay, so now your girlfriend wants you to help her put it on. Su Youran's skin was like the finest jade white and translucent, unable to pick out a single flaw. Zhang Feng tried his best to control that uncontrollable hand and carefully helped her put the necklace on. In front of the mirror, both men were startled by the sparkling decorations lying still. Zhang Feng had thought it would look good early on, but he couldn't imagine that it would actually look this good. At Su Youran's snow-white piece of neck, the necklace just happened to play the role of a finishing touch, and it always felt like it added another notch to her charm. For a while, Zhang Feng was actually a bit lost in thought as he watched. Vaguely, he felt his throat and lips go a little dry, and the ethereal scent that belonged uniquely to the woman beside him drilled desperately into the tip of his nose. Surprisingly, a crazy thought sprang into his mind to kiss it, and at this moment, Su Youran's heart was also in turmoil. He really knows what suits me, and really gives up buying for me. What to do? It was amazing how much of an urge to kiss him there was now. Stinking Zhang Feng. What's wrong, mister? Su? Nope, it's okay. Su Youran eventually shook her head stubbornly. She thought Zhang Feng wouldn't refuse her a kiss now, right? But, there was just a reason, an opportunity missing. She is really a little embarrassed. Just in the nick of time, a cell phone vibrated. Buzz off. Zhang Feng pointed at Su Youran to indicate that it was her cell phone before the latter hurriedly returned to her desk to pick up her cell phone. Hey, Auntie? Stinky Zhang Feng. It's Auntie. Answer it. It should just be a casual conversation. Zhang Feng sat back down on the sofa. Because his lips were too dry, casually picked up his drink and took 2 sips. The slightly charming scene just now made him not realize this is what Su Youran has been drinking. Zhang Feng was still there, smacking his lips to himself. Why does it feel like this drink is sweeter than the usual squeeze? Could it be too much honey? No, it's not. It's strictly according to the previous specifications. Strange. Hi, Auntie, good afternoon. Gu, Youran, I'm happy to see you. What's up? Are you busy at work today? Zhang Feng didn't even bother to interrupt Song Ling's unilateral cordial greeting to Su Youran. He wasn't in the habit of making himself uncomfortable over nothing. After 10 minutes of chatting like this, Home Song Ling suddenly noticed a hint of abnormality. Ugh, Ran, what's with this necklace around your neck? Did Feng buy it for you? I don't know why. Being asked this way, Su Youran was inexplicably a little happy. Unlike her usual high-strung image, she nodded her head in a good-natured manner. Aha, yes Auntie, this was just given to me by Zhang Feng. Song Ling on the other end of the screen was clearly a bit surprised. Yo, brat, you come here. Tell me, Mom, how much did the necklace cost? Did you get a good one for Ran? Our family is not poor. We can't treat Ran badly. Zhang Feng knew Song Ling would have to ask this. Hey, the answer he'd already thought of. It's a couple thousand and a little 10,000. Not bad, Mom. I'll get her a nice one when Ran and I get married. A few thousand big ones and 10,000 small ones. Song Ling sucked in a breath of cool air. Even through the screen, she could detect that the necklace was worth a lot of money. She thought her son would have to hemorrhage money this time. But how come it's only this much? This thing is worth the price of admission. Hey, little Feng, this way, Mom will transfer 10,000 to you. You're buying one for Mom, too. I think it's a pretty nice necklace. What's going on? These 2 words almost choked Zhang Feng, who was drinking his drink to death. Again, buy one. Doesn't this just kill people? Mom, if you don't know the situation, can you stop talking about it? This scene could be amusing to Su Youran, and a little dark. Hey, smelly Zhang Feng, I told you not to tell the truth. Now you're being sanctioned by Auntie, aren't you? Ridiculous as it was, Su Youran still subconsciously helped Zhang Feng out. Auntie, this necklace is not expensive, but it's the only one like this. Why don't you pick another style and give me a chance to honor my filial piety? It wasn't that Su Youran didn't want to give up this necklace to Song Ling. Rather, that would feel weird and inappropriate. That's not necessary, Ran. If you have this kind of heart, Auntie will be satisfied. I'm happy today mainly because good things come in pairs, and my elfin son knows enough to buy you a present. You've got a brain? No? He's so smart. Listening to Auntie's implication is that Zhang Feng hasn't bought gifts for other women? Somehow, Su Youran felt inexplicably happy. With a double uptick of emotion and happiness, she ruffled her hair and spoke softly. Yes, Auntie, it's rare to see Zhang Feng like this. I was directly touched just now. Hey, I'm afraid we'd be kissing right now if your call hadn't come through. Chapter 37, Spying? That's what I call helping my son chase his daughter-in-law. I'm afraid it's already in. Kissing? Zhang Feng, who froze and heard these words, directly sucked in a mouthful of cool air. What does this chick Su Youran's words mean? What kind of tiger and wolf words are these? No, she can't tell that I can't resist kissing her, can she? How can you tell? Am I that bad of a camouflage? So what do I do now? Do I act like a gentleman? Jiang Feng had two big heads. He really wanted to restrain himself from resisting the urge. But, the smell of Su Youran's body really smelled good, and those mesmerizingly long legs were still shaking in front of his eyes. Come on, Jesus couldn't top that if he came. Watching and thinking about Jiang Feng went to his head, and he clenched his teeth. Grass, coy and half-villain, honest and true gentleman. Pro, ha, Ran, do you mean Auntie is influencing you guys? Aha, good baby, you can kiss in front of Auntie too. What's there to be ashamed of? Although Su Youran's expression that heard these words carried a shyness, a trace of joy surfaced within her heart. Yes, Auntie, you can only kiss in front of you, otherwise I can't find a reason to do so. Su Youran thought playfully, and turned around with some twisting, and exhaled a long breath of fragrant air just ready to take some action. But he realized that Jiang Feng had long ago brought his face over, and in the next second, his lips were locked together. Jiang Feng? Well, inside a building in the city of Shangjiang, Song Ling hung up the phone with a smile on her face, full of anti-smiles. Agu, that's a good kiss. It's really to my liking. And this look of hers completely made Jiang Haiyuan, who was sitting on the sofa watching the news, unable to look at her. Married for decades did not harden the old Jiang comrade today rare waistplate has been. Pointing at Song Ling is a loud reprimand. Song Ling it's really not me talking about you. Our son is in love with Ran. What are you doing? One phone call a day. I'm tired of you. Net affecting the child's love. Also, you didn't hang up when the two of you were about to kiss just now? You just had to wait until they were done kissing before you hung up. Why are you so worried as a mom? What? My son can't even kiss without you watching him. Can he? Comrade Lao Jiang has already endured for a long time. In his opinion his own wife is simply salty carrots. I don't need you to keep an eye on my son's love life. If you don't know, you'd think our little Feng is a mommy's boy. And in response, Song Ling's hand rose and fell with a chicken feather duster that dazzled to the kind of intensity that was raw on his ass. Roar. Day by day it looks like you're loud, right Jiang Haiyuan? You're just a big dumb ass. What's all the yakking about? You don't think you haven't seen that little Feng and Ran are faking it by now, do you? I'm loud? What's wrong with being loud when it comes to this kind of thing? I'm doing it for my son's sake. Wait, what fake? My son and Ran are pretending? At this moment Jiang Haiyuan only felt his brain buzzing, and his CPU was directly dry burned. What do you mean? Ran and Feng aren't a real couple? Song Ling shrugged helplessly and nodded with her hands spread out. Yeah, they're just acting for us. Noticing Lao Zhang's confused look, Song Ling took the initiative to explain. Remember the last time I called Ran, right? Just wanted to see if the two of them were sleeping in the same bed that time. At the end I said I wanted a wallpaper of them kissing, and Ran volunteered to shoot it to me. Don't you think it's strange? Is that weird? What's so strange about it? Doesn't it show that Ran is well behaved? Husband and wife for so many years. Jiang Haiyuan raised an eyebrow. Comrade Song Ling knew that he did not want to understand. Forget it, it's normal that your pig brain can't figure it out. Ran and Xiaofeng both almost fooled me as well. Let me put it to you this way. Whose daughter-in-law do you see graciously showing her love in front of her in-laws? Usually girls should be shy in front of their in-laws, but the more people there are, the more generous they are. It's not normal, and I can see that Ran, although she acts quite strong, is actually a girl who is quite easily shy. I think that Ran should be specially found by Jiang Feng to cope with our urges to get married. Jiang Haiyuan sucked in a breath of cool air. This surprised expression was considered an affirmation of Song Ling's words. It's not like the wife's suspicions are without merit. Ha! Thinking of this, Jiang Haiyuan's old eyes rolled over with anger in his heart. Damn it, Jiang Feng, you brat, you dare to find someone to act and cheat your old man? Not only that, Comrade Lao Jiang pinched the chicken feather duster in his hand and directly gave himself a hard blow. Why didn't I shoot that asshole in the wall in the first place? That deserves a beating. Comrade Lao Jiang is also a ruthless man, not light on himself, but compared to the pain of the body, now the heart of 100 feelings is more difficult to taste. Blanche, your own family has found a daughter-in-law who is a crunchy authority, and all this awesomeness is blown out of proportion, and it turns out to be a fake? Jiang Haiyuan just wanted to wail, but suddenly a flash of light hit him and he caught the intriguing point. Ugh, wife, I don't understand then. Since you knew last time that Ran and Feng were faking it, shouldn't you have proceeded to kick Feng out of the family group and then we moved? What's the point of calling them one day at a time now? Well, that's the point. Song Ling gave a rare smile to Jiang Haiyuan, mixed with cunning and pride. Old Jiang, guess why they were able to fool me before? Eyes can never fool anyone. Ran and our son are looking at each other in the wrong way. There's just a sense of dry wood just short of fire. I'm calling them every day to give them some reason to make out. Isn't this helping my son get ran as a good daughter-in-law? President's office. Million Elephant Color Cosmetics Company. Jung Fong unconsciously licked his lips after feeling that the air around him was hot. The giant hot kind. Isn't that what the physics says? Heat expansion and contraction. When the temperature is hot, it's easy to hold the urine, right? Mr. Su, you've accepted the gift. And the purpose of my visit has been accomplished. It just so happens that I have a bit of a peeing problem here, so I'm going to pull out, haha. We'll see you later. After saying that, without waiting for Su Youran to respond, Jung Fong pulled his legs out and withdrew. Looking at Jiang Feng's fleeing back, Su Youran unconsciously curled her red lips. This leisurely smile is like the blossoming of flowers in early spring in March. Aha, is it really a pee rush and not a bit of shyness to leave in such a hurry? TSK, stinking Jung Fong, do you dare to come back and beat your chest to give me a guarantee? At this moment, Miss Su didn't realize that while she was mentally flirting with Jung Fong, his own cheeks were red as a ripe peach. It's kinda hot in this house. Su Youran's soft smooth hair, lightly pulled to the earlobes, because of the dry mouth, subconsciously picked up the hand of the drink drank up. After a few seconds, she unconsciously frowned slightly. An illusion? Why did it feel like the drink was sweeter than it was then? It's not right. This drink has been sitting here untouched. Before Su Youran could spend her brain to think about this matter, the vibrating tone of her cell phone came over again. Looking down with puzzled eyes, she spared a smile when she saw the caller ID. Good timing. I was just about to call you. Chapter 38. That's my son-in-law. I recognize it. TSK. Su Dong is so busy. Still no to give your daughter a call? Ah? Answering the phone, Su Youran immediately ended up with a playful voice. That's right. The caller was none other than Su Yuran's father, the first chairman of the Vientiane Group, a big shot with a $10 billion fortune, Su Wanxiang. At this point, his tone was somewhat helpless. Ran, can you stop being sarcastic as soon as you answer the phone? If it's such a big deal for you to have a boyfriend, can't I just call and ask? I'm told the young man is quite good looking, has an okay personality, and has a bit of a talent for speculation. Most of all, it's because I heard from old Wang that I can tell that boy is good for you. Your old man, I came to congratulate you from the bottom of my heart. A talent for speculation? Su Youran wrinkled her good-looking nose. The fact that he had a boyfriend, his own father knew it was because of Uncle Wang. I think it was someone from the company who reported on the Tensei Gold Bureau stock thing. So, how did Pops automatically substitute my friend for Jung Fong? Su Youran was more certain than anyone else that there was no third person who knew that the analysis was from Jung Fong. After a few seconds of contemplation, she came to her realization. Soldiers can't be trusted. Su Wanxiang, you've gone too far. You're even cheating on your own girl? Su Youran unconsciously skimmed her mouth and ended up with a haughty tone. Hey Pops, you're pretty well informed. Because of Jung Fong, the company lost $20 million less in the morning. Indeed, I got a great boyfriend who is talented and loves me. This is so much better than those men you introduced me to. I told you to rush me into dating and introduce me to someone. Heck, I'm pissed at you. Su Youran didn't intend to save face for her own old man in the slightest. It's not even a barb. It's a knife. That's right. How can a daughter not be tough on her father? Jinghai City, in a high-grade villa area in a detached villa. Su Wanxiang laughed brightly and hung up the phone. Listening to the tone of his own daughter, is really immersed in love. Otherwise why normal speech is with a prick. A mention of Jung Fong, that boy tone of voice on the stammering sounds a little shy feeling? Thinking of this, Su Wanxiang quietly stood up and waved his hand at the air. Yeah, and at that moment, the young man who was also sitting on the sofa stood up and clasped his fist at Su Wanxiang. Congratulations Uncle Su, Youran has finally grown up. The young man, called O Yang Minga, was dressed in a suit and behaved in a gentle manner. The corners of the mouth always hang a smile. Black frame glasses on the bridge of the nose is more bookish. Such a man would have been a standard gentleman in ancient times. Hearing this, Su Wanxiang was even happier and patted his shoulder. Yes Akazawa, Youran can find a man who is true to her. I'm happy to be a father and you're happy to be a hairy brother. It's just that you came back from studying abroad, and we haven't seen each other for many years, so it's a double blessing. So we'll have dinner at home tonight? Drink with me? How time flies. You kids are growing up. Looking at O Yang Minga, Su Wanxiang's gaze was filled with emotion, only that the depths of his eyes flashed through gusts of subtlety that made it difficult to capture. This aberration was certainly not noticed by O Yang Minga, who only smiled faintly. Uncle Su, Minga is naturally willing to accompany you to drink freely to the end. It's just that I'm a little confused. O Yang Minga appropriately brought his words to a screeching halt, and to be honest, it had to be thanks to the fact that he was talking to Su Wanxiang. If this was Jung Fong sitting in front of him, he would have already slapped a big mouth on it. What the? You're a half-talker, aren't you? I'd have dipped you in a pigsty back home. What else is there to see and not dare to say in your uncle's house? Su Wanxiang waved his hand with a smile. signaling O Yang Minga to speak freely. Uncle Su, if it really is a double happiness, then Minga is naturally willing to accompany you to drink freely. It's just that. Think about it carefully. How long has Yuran been back in China? How long have you known Zhang Feng? The two of them just can't develop fast enough for that. Is it possible that it's that Zhang Feng who has been plotting for a long time with some purpose? Hearing this, Su Wanxiang waved his hand and interrupted O Yang Minga's words. He was a bit upset. You're not saying my daughter is a good liar, are you? Your daughter's the one who's easy to fool. What? You don't have a daughter? If you have a daughter in the future, you'll be easy to cheat. Of course, as an elder, this was something Su Wanxiang naturally didn't say. You know well what Ran's vision is. Trying to fool her is not something the average person is capable of. There must be points on this Zhang Feng's body that Ran particularly likes. O Yang Minga was a bit anxious when he saw Su Wanxiang not listening to himself. Uncle Su, you don't know how ruthless the scum are now. Although Ran is capable, she's so simple-minded that she's really easy to fool. Tell you what, uncle, tomorrow it just so happens that I have projects that I have to go to Pine City to talk about. The hurriedly speaking O Yang Minga was once again interrupted by Su Wanxiang. Needless to say, Minga, Ran and Zhang Feng both stayed together last night. The rice has already been cooked, and to tell you the truth, I recognize this son-in-law. I have every confidence that Ran's vision will find a wonderful man. Furthermore, as long as Ran likes it, even if I'm cheated, Su Wanxiang, will recognize it. What's he going to cheat? Cheat money? Su Wanxiang, have plenty of money, so as long as he treats my girl well. Seeing Su Wanxiang's lack of oil and salt, O Yang Minga really wanted to hit someone. The older you get, the worse you get, right? Why don't you listen to me? In the bottom of his heart, he was certainly angry, but the smile on O Yang Minga's face didn't diminish for a single minute. Since Uncle Su said so, then Minga is also relieved. But it has occurred to me that I have a very important meeting in the evening, and I am afraid I shall not be able to join you in your wine. 10 minutes later, O Yang Minga was gone. The sound of the door closing rang out before a noblewoman came shanning from the restaurant to sit beside Su Wanxiang. A thumbs up was given to the latter, and a gentle voice came out. Old Su still count on you to do one thing, personnel. Upon hearing this, Su Wanxiang hemmed and hawed and just barfed at the noblewoman. That's a must. Wife, this boy O Yang Minga came back and ran to our house. I can guess with my toes that he's here for Ran. He's been coveting our daughter for more than a day or two, and he's impregnated more than a few girls abroad. So can I agree to him being with Ran? Furthermore, Ran is already with Zhang Feng. He's already my Su Wanxiang's son-in-law. And at this time this brat O Yang Minga still wants to come and cut corners? Dream on. Damn it, I can't stop pissing him off. That's right, the words just now were all deliberately said by Comrade Lao Su to O Yang Minga. There is a saying that Sima's heart is known to all. Old Su had only two purposes for acting for O Yang Minga today. 1. My daughter has a man. Don't even think about it. 2. Be honest. Don't bother them. That's my son-in-law. Don't blame me if you give yourself a hard time. The other side. O Yang Minga's face was completely black from the moment he left the Su family villa. He sat in the back of the Mercedes sedan on the side of the road and crossed his legs, and his expression was no longer the gentle one he had in the house. His head was full of black lines, his fists had long been clenched, and seeing this, the driver didn't dare to make a sound, but only dared to ask a sarcastic question. Young master, where are we going now? O Yang Minga's eyes were shining, and the corners of his mouth raised in a teasing arc. Back to the office. Oh yeah. Put off the trip for tomorrow and the next 2 days and come with me to Pine City. Bring some more bodyguards who can fight. I need to get myself out of trouble first. Damn, Zhang Feng, right? How dare you pick up Su Youran? You don't have a ing clue if you're worthy? Chapter 39 Then, how about a loan of $10 million? Meanwhile, Zhang Feng, who was lying down at work watching a TV series, sneezed twice. Achoo! Ouch, I'm going to go. Achoo! These two sneezes directly prevented Mo on the side from continuing his work. I can't help it, it's all over his desk. Mo Shui didn't get angry, but hurriedly wiped the table with paper, then asked Zhang Feng, Feng, you have a cold? Zhang Feng rubbed his nose and breathed freely. No cold. Hiss. Mo Shui sucked in a breath of cool air. There was a saying, sneezing is either a cold or a scolding. Feng, that's someone scolding you. Scolded. Zhang Feng sucked in a mouthful of cool air. He searched for someone he hadn't messed with. How can it be Su Youran, that chick? That chick has upset her face to say. How can it be behind the back to scold people? Mom, even less so. She has no reason to now that her daughter-in-law has found her. Damn. Who the hell cursed you cannot let brother know? I'm a born-again person, and I have plenty of ways to mess with you. No, I didn't mess with anyone. Thinking about it, the corners of Zhang Feng's mouth suddenly twitched. Outrageously. Who says sneezing means getting scolded? Isn't that a superstition? What's most outrageous is that I even thought along the lines of this bull and horse of most thoughts. Zhang Feng passed Mo Shui a helpless look before continuing to touch the fish, and a local message that suddenly popped up caught his attention. Aha! Pine City International Hotel for sale. Ouch! A chance to get rich. Zhang Feng sucked in a breath of cool air and muttered in a voice only he could hear. When it comes to the Pine City International Hotel, that's a bit of a story. Doesn't it sound grand that this hotel name is in line with international standards? Indeed. In the 1980s and 1990s, the Pine City International Hotel was the #1 industry in Pine City. But since the economy has grown by leaps and bounds, Pine City has expanded and the downtown has shifted. So much so that the Pine City International Hotel is becoming more and more isolated. Coupled with the infiltration of major foreign and local hotels to divide the traffic, the Pine City International Hotel went straight down in class for a while and wasn't even considered in the end. But the sky is the limit. A message about Songcheng Fengyuan district set up as a high-tech industrial zone devolved. The location of Pine City International Hotel is exactly the Fengyuan district. This old hotel has come to glory after a major decline, and its value has doubled more than a few times at once. Zhang Feng was excited because it was the time when the news had not yet been decentralized and the owner of the Pine City International Hotel was ready to sell the hotel and change his business to find a way out. Now, this hotel is the cheapest. Right away, it's going to multiply a couple dozen times. Leaving a loud asterisk. Zhang Feng got up and walked into the minister's office. Jiang, Minister Jiang, are you here to inspect the work? I've done all your work for today. You see. Seeing Zhang Feng push the door in, Zhang Yuan was directly shocked by two jolts. He hurriedly stood up, to give up his seat to Zhang Feng, and respectfully stood to the side. This set of operations, it really makes Zhang Feng unable to pick any faults even if he wants to. Seeing that Zhang Yuan was going to pour himself some tea, Zhang Feng hurriedly opened his mouth. Stop. I'm not checking my work, so just calm down. I came over here to ask if you recognize anyone from the bank. Any bank will do. The one that lends harder. Lending? Mr. Jiang wants a loan? I'm confused. What's your status? A loan? It's embarrassing for others to hear about it. Mr. Jiang, you don't have to. Wouldn't you just tell Mr. Su if you need to use the money? For Mr. Su, money is just a string of numbers. If you tell her nicely, you can have as much as you want, right? You don't even have to pay it back. It does seem to be the case, huh? And the main thing is that you don't have to pay it back. Zhang Feng sucked in a mouthful of cool air and raised his hand to give Zhang Yuan a headbutt. What the? Is it the same? How can a man stoop so low as to borrow money from his girlfriend? It's only embarrassing when it gets out, right? The temporary girlfriend is a senator position, which is also treated the same as the girlfriend. Zhang Feng was too lazy to explain to Zhang Yuan, so he just made up a reason. My friend asked me to ask for help. He wants a $10 million loan up front. You know? Zhang Yuan was just about to say that CCB gave a little more, but once they heard this amount that Zhang Feng wanted, they immediately shut their mouths. No, Mr. Jiang, you can't touch that figure even if you look at my grade, let alone lend it to me. Why don't you ask someone else? Zhang Yuan's answer undoubtedly made Zhang Feng a little disappointed. Okay, oh yeah, you remember to do more work today and come out with me tomorrow. Oh yeah, and dress humanly tomorrow. Zhang Feng let out a long breath and walked out of the company building. Being that he didn't know where to go for a loan, a phone call came. See the caller, he's slightly stunned. Lu Ming? This must be. What's the setback in your relationship? Store manager Lu. Excuse me, there's something on my side. As soon as Lu Ming heard Zhang Feng say this, he immediately changed his words. I'm sorry to bother you, Mr. Jiang. Mainly because there was another one named Xiaolong who was bowled over by you at the Red Romance Cafe with me that day. He's thinking of buying you dinner when the bank is closed. If you're busy, I'll tell him another time. A banker? Is this a kind of fate? Zhang Feng sucked in a mouthful of cool air and said evenly, he works at a bank? Lu Ming didn't know why Zhang Feng reacted so violently and answered honestly. Yes, Xiaolong is working as a vice president at the bank. And an officer? What a coincidence. I've been looking for it for a long time, but I've gotten it with no effort at all. Shopkeeper Lu, please arrange a meeting between me and Governor Xiao quickly. Song Cheng, in front of the Longwood Construction Bank. The slightly fat and somewhat naive Xiaolong couldn't be happier to see Zhang Feng. In fact, he and Lu Ming are not the same. Lu Ming is really something to find Zhang Feng, while he has simply worshipped Zhang Feng to the fifth body. WOC, Mr. Jiang, idol, I finally see you again. Zhang Feng saw Xiaolong waiting at the door at a glance and hurriedly went forward to greet him. Governor Xiao? Before Zhang Feng came, Xiaolong also received a call from Lu Ming and learned that Zhang Feng happened to have something to trouble him. Xiaolong is thrilled to be able to work for Mr. Jiang. Good. although he didn't need to seek Zhang Feng's help yet. But what about after? On the basis of his physique alone, Xiaolong couldn't even guarantee that his path to love would be smooth sailing. This wave, it's called saving for a rainy day. Don't. Mr. Zhang doesn't need to be polite with me. Just call me fatty. I heard Lu Ming say just now that you plan to take out some loans? While speaking, Xiaolong also secretly made up his mind. Be sure to give Zhang Feng the highest amount and the least amount of interest within his means. Aha! I'll have to trouble Xiaoxing about this. Fatty. Trouble? It's no trouble at all. It's all in our power. Xiaolong said no problem with a big wave of his hand. As long as Mr. Zhang opens his mouth and says a number, Xiaolong, will click and get it done for you right away. Xiaolong had a smirking look on his face, obviously not realizing the seriousness of the matter. At those words, Zhang Feng slightly embarrassedly touched the tip of his nose to try and say, how about a loan of $10 million? Chapter 40, Borrowing Money? How dare you, Zhang Feng? More, take less? $10 million. Xiaolong sucked in a breath of cool air. He did have a hunch that the figure of Zhang Feng's loan would not be small, but he didn't think it would actually be that much. $10 million. That's really not within his power to grant. Mr. Zhang, is it convenient to ask where you work? Vice President of Sales, Vientiane Makeup Company. Vientiane Colors? That does seem to be a private company with great benefits. Vice Minister of Sales. It should be 10,000 big per month, right? Don't look at Xiaolong look silly and harmless. This kid calculating shrewdly. Not a moment later, he shook his head with a regretful expression at Zhang Feng. Mr. Zhang, truth be told, this offer of yours leaves me a bit powerless. In your case, if you were to purchase a home in Pine City, you'd be able to get about $3 million, which is still the maximum amount I can give within my rights. In the case of a car loan, because of the requirement that the loan amount cannot exceed 2 years of salary, roughly you'll only be able to get an amount of about $400. 000. You are a private credit loan. The maximum amount is the sum of the two, but even if I operate the whole process for you as a guarantee, the final approved amount will never exceed 5 million. Xiaolong didn't exaggerate and told Zhang Feng the real situation. What he counted was already the amount of Zhang Feng's overall borrowing, which is not to say that Zhang Feng can take 5 million in the CCB and turn around and go to the industry and commerce to take another 5 million, because reborrowing to that side is dependent on Zhang Feng's debt today. This was something that Zhang Feng had naturally thought of, and he smiled slightly after letting out a long breath. This is already very good. Please Governor Xiao. Actually, Zhang Feng was already satisfied with this result. He was studying how to borrow $1 million from the bank before. In the end, it was thanks to Su Youran. Borrowing requires proof of steady employment, and if you're not a former undersecretary, it's really hard to get approved with the hours you've worked. And of course, thanks to Xiaolong, a bank is a place that is crowded with people whenever it is open. Xiaolong led Zhang Feng all the way to the governor's office. He needed to report to the governor Jin before giving Zhang Feng the loan process. After all, it's hard to tell if you'll be able to come up with the $5 million limit. At this time, Jin was receiving a young couple, and he was directly confused after seeing the message Xiaolong sent to him. We've got a customer who wants a loan of up to $10 million. Let's see if we can make it easier. $10 million? That's no small number. Nana, this is the best rate I can get for you. You two can think about it in my office. I'm going to receive a distinguished guest first. Kimmy is no cutie pie. How can someone who wants to loan away $10 million be an average person? If you can't find $200 on your body, would you dare to go to the bank and get a $10 million loan? Banks are national institutions, and if you can't pay them back, you'll be in real trouble. No one's going to drive themselves to their death, are they? The one who dares to come and lend $10 million is designated as the one who can afford to pay it back. Now, as a casual favor, wouldn't that be seizing the opportunity to make a good impression on such bigots? Can't we just try to get him to put a lot of money in the bank later? Jin, who thought of this, moved extremely fast and even got up to personally make tea to wait for Zhang Feng and Xiaolong's arrival. This also made Wang Minga, who was left out to the side, just a little bit upset. So we're not honored guests if someone richer comes along? Who are you looking down on? You fat? If it wasn't for Xiao Yunlong on one side pulling her, I'm afraid that Wang Minga would have rushed to Jin and theorized. Mr. Zhang, please. Xiaolong pushed open the door of the governor's office, smiled and bowed and waved his hand to signal Zhang Feng to advance. On the other side of the room, Jin, who had been waiting for a long time, had already welcomed him. The first moment he saw Zhang Feng, he was slightly stunned. How come it's a young man? But in a flash he hid his unusual demeanor and smiled professionally. Please, Mr. Zhang, I've already made tea for you. As president of the bank, Kim Yi's posture was put low. If it had been Zhang Feng in his previous life, he would have been frozen in shock by the scene in front of him. but now he carries a transcendent look in his eyes, his temperament and mindset unknown how many notches higher, and just smiles in response. Troubled Governor Kim. After sitting on the sofa for guests and chatting with Genie for a few polite words, Xiaolong also listed the simple situation onto a piece of paper and handed it to Genie. Hard work. Genie nodded lightly before picking up the paper and scrutinizing it. Through the chat with Zhang Feng, Genie felt that the $10 million would not be a problem. Not in a hurry. There is a feeling of young and old. Mr. Zhang is either the second generation of the rich or the second generation of the government, okay? But when he saw Xiaolong listed position as Vice Minister of Sales when people directly silly, what's with the little undersecretary? Mr. Jiang, Vice Minister of Sales? Right. Genie was a bit speechless for a moment, and he felt a bit disappointed all of a sudden. Vice Minister of Sales. Don't say it's from Wanshan Makeup Company, but even Wanshan Group can't give him a loan of $10 million. No wonder Xiaolong said he'd do his best. So he got it wrong. Not a big shot. Xiao Jiang. According to your current situation then, there's nothing I can do about the $10 million, but at least you found me. I can approve you for the maximum amount Xiaolong told you about. What do you think? This sentence is given to Xiaolong face. At least it is a colleague who spends time together. To put it bluntly, Genie felt that he really didn't need to give Zhang Feng face. An undersecretary isn't really enough to look at in front of his bank president. Zhang Feng naturally detected Genie's disdain and didn't take it too seriously. He was quite happy to get this maximum amount. And at that moment, a slightly shrill female voice exploded from another part of the room. Zhang Feng, is it really you kid? Ho, I didn't dare recognize it at first. The woman who spoke was none other than Wang Mena, who Genie had received at the beginning. At this moment, she had already gotten up and walked straight this way. Only her target wasn't Zhang Feng, but Genie. Wang Mena put up a fawning smile and raised her eyebrows. Ah, Governor Jean, I thought you were really here to receive some honored guest, but it turns out to be Zhang Feng. Harm, this is my college friend. I know better than anyone what kind of virtue he has. I heard him just now say he wants a $5 million loan. Governor Jean, I suggest you think carefully, because as far as I know, he simply can't afford to pay it back. After saying that, Wang Mena also looked at Zhang Feng in a very provocative manner. There was a reason why she hated Zhang Feng, who made Zhang Feng, who had promised her not to participate in the competition during her college days, suddenly participate in snatching the prize that belonged to her. Just now, Wang Mena had wanted to bribe Genie to raise the interest rate for her a little more. She was already upset at being interrupted by a sudden guest. Once he saw that it was his old enemy again, naturally, he couldn't tense up. This kid really thinks he's a piece of work after graduation and borrows $5 million. With me, Wang Mena, here today. If you can borrow the money, I'll write the word Wang backwards. Chapter 41, Mr. Jiang. There you are. Zhang Feng? Nana, this kid is the one who stole your competition prize in the university's despicable and shameless trickery? Asterisk 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 I thought he went home to chew the fat after graduation? What's the matter? Want to loan away $5 million? Are you ready to experience what it's like to be rich and then not live? After Wang Mena's words fell, her boyfriend Xiao Yunlong also snapped and walked over. His tone was full of vitriol and his eyes were full of disdain for Zhang Feng. I save, he borrows. What's he got to fight me with? In fact, Xiao Yunlong did not go up so much under normal circumstances, but there was no way that Wang Mena opened the group. For this little goblin who was extremely good in bed, Xiao Yunlong was really charmed to the point of being unable to stop or else he wouldn't have deposited $500,000 to Wang Mena's account today. After sarcastically criticizing Zhang Feng, Xiao Yunlong didn't stop, but turned his eyes to Genie. Uncle Jean, you must be careful about this matter. Nana told me that this Zhang Feng is not a good person. Hearing this, Xiaolong raised his eyebrows fiercely. Uncle Jean? Have a relationship? He was confused. He should know that he was toward Zhang Feng. A single Wang Mena jumped out to deliberately look for trouble. Xiaolong believed that he helped to explain 2 sentences. Genie will not change his mind. But if this Xiao Yunlong knows Genie, that's not going to be easy. Genie knew that Zhang Feng's position was already disappointed. And now by the 2 men said so it was even more refusal to float to the top of the heart. This loan to Zhang Feng $5 million is a matter of using the right to take risks. Or should we just get rid of it? Governor Jean, you really listen to me. You're Yunlong's uncle and I'm her girlfriend. I'm just reminding you, this Zhang Feng simply doesn't have the ability to repay. If you lend him money, I'm afraid you'll be the one to take the blame in the end. Uncle Jean, it's not easy for you to be the bank president. There's no need to risk ruining yourself over this, right? You don't know him well, and he's only a deputy minister. Wang Mena's words were out of place, but they did give Genie a wake-up call. Genie thought frantically about the pros and cons of this, and it seemed to be true. Yes, he silently passed his gaze to Zhang Feng. Seeing this, Xiaolong sucked in a breath of cool air. Something happened. The old gold letter ah. Zhang Feng finally came back to his senses after Xiaolong coughed gently twice. He frowned slightly and looked at Wang Mena with slight embarrassment. I'm going. You're Wang Mena haha. Sorry ha. Didn't recognize you with this heavy makeup. Zhang Feng was wronged. It really wasn't that he didn't refute Xiao Yunlong's two men just now, but he really forgot about Wang Mena as a person. That's only remembered by seeing her slightly leaky incisors. This sentence directly made Xiaolong laugh out loud. Rub, Mr. Jiang is so poisonous mouth. Rather ha. A mouth that can make a woman happy and naturally dislike a cousin to shut up. He was happy, but Wang Mena was already about to blow a gasket. What do you mean, Zhang Feng? That there's a big difference between me wearing makeup and not wearing makeup? Dozens of my exes have told me I'm beautiful in my plain face. Wang Mena was just about to have a seizure, but Xiao Yunlong was one step ahead of her. Kid, meals can be eaten indiscriminately, but words can't be spoken indiscriminately. If you insult Nana one more time, you won't be able to loan away a single penny. Apologize to Nana. This is still negotiable. Xiao Yunlong secretly glanced at the seated genie and realized that the latter had become more bold after not reacting. Taking a step forward directly, he swore a stance that he and Zhang Feng would not rest in death. This scene could really give Zhang Feng a laugh. Dude, it's really not that bad for Mira Wang. He huffed and puffed, still smiling as he asked Genie. What do you mean, Governor Kim? Zhang Feng, I think Nana and Xiao do have a point. Why don't you ask at another bank? Genie didn't even want to lend Zhang Feng a penny now. No problem. Who let his little nephew Xiao Yunfei over there? Rejecting a Zhang Feng won't hurt, and you can also fish for a wave of your little nephew's goodwill. So it's a sure thing. Genie's behavior nowadays didn't conflict at all with his initial enthusiasm to welcome Zhang Feng into the house. At that time he was counting on Zhang Feng to punch his performance. Now it seems that punching AP. Young people should save their money from the maximum amount to go to another bank to ask. And even this Xiaolong will be able to give Zhang Feng approved amount or gone. Genie's approach caused Zhang Feng to frown slightly. Ask yourself. You haven't said anything since the beginning, have you? He was dumbfounded when Wang Mena and Xiao Yunlong came up to find out what was going on. Even now, Zhang Feng didn't know why Wang Mena, as his college classmate, deliberately made things difficult for him. Damn, because of the prize of the competition? Zhang Feng didn't remember this matter at all. Besides, Zhang Feng's first prize has nothing to do with her Wang Mena's third prize. This is so childish, isn't it? Bullying? Ha, you're a banker, aren't you? I'll call Su Youran if you do. Xiaolong also held his red face in anger. And just then, a bold and generous voice came from the corridor. Lao Jin, Chui Mao came to see you to deposit some money. Make the tea quickly. Before you see them, you hear them. As the words fell, a middle-aged man in casual clothes pushed the door and appeared within the crowd's line of sight. Sensing the somewhat unpleasant atmosphere in the room, Ken Choi froze slightly. So many people? It really wasn't that Ken Choi didn't knock, but with his status, he really didn't need to knock when he came to Genie's office. To put it bluntly, although he was addressed as Lao Jin, he really didn't know Genie that well. It's just a matter of depositing some money in the CCB, which is a relatively large amount, and getting acquainted over and over again. And Shui Jian's personality is relatively easygoing. Ken Choi sighed. Wait until Genie is done with his work. He was just about to sit down anywhere, but the moment he turned his eyes, his afterglow glanced at Zhang Feng sitting on the sofa. Ha, Mr. Gang. Ken Choi froze slightly, and for a moment lost the desire to sit down. He put up a smile and took a step straight towards Zhang Feng. Mr. Jiang is as handsome as ever. Zhang Feng was slightly stunned and shook hands with Jin Chui to express his respect and the questions in his mind. Excuse me, Jin Chui hemmed and hawed. He knew that Zhang Feng definitely didn't recognize him. He wasn't polite either, and sat on his butt next to Zhang Feng. Mr. Jiang has never met me, but I know you. I own the Pine City Hotel, and you helped me identify a painting the last time you came to dinner. Pine City Hotel. Zhang Feng came to his senses and then revealed a respectful expression. It's just a casual favor, but I also have to thank Boss Chui for not also treating me to a big meal. The owner of the Pine City Hotel, how also worth more than 10 figures or elders. Zhang Feng cannot dare to be big, and a visible smirk appeared on Ken Choi's face as he heard this. A simple favor? The average person wouldn't even be able to afford this meal if they wanted to, right? Chui Jian knew better than anyone how difficult it was for Zhang Feng to be able to recognize the authenticity of the calligraphy and painting from such a distance. How old is he now? Early 20s, and he's reached this point. In time, I'm afraid this will be a great master of antiques and paintings, right? Besides, if there is no accident, this will still be Su Dong's son-in-law. Little brother is worthy of Mr. Chui's invitation. The two of them spoke to each other in a way that was quite like meeting each other, and like old friends with deep feelings reuniting. This, The rest of the world is stunned. What the hell is going on here? Xiao Long's eyes were dripping round. Mr. Jiang and Boss Chui knew each other? Holy. No, it's Boss Chui who's sucking up to Mr. Jiang. Egu. Mr. Jiang, you should have told me we have this background. If you ask Mr. Chui to sign as a guarantor, we can grant you $20 million. Not to mention 10 million. Chapter 42 Raging Golden Will. Crazy Death. Xiao Long was shocked and heartily happy for Zhang Feng. The rest of them are in a completely different state of mind than he is. Xiao Yunlong and Wang Mena looked at each other, clearly seeing the questions in each other's eyes. Zhang Feng knows the owner of the Pine City Hotel? Why? What's Cui Jian's status? Can Zhang Feng get involved with him? And you're still in this brotherly state? Wang Mena's eyes flashed with a refined light within them. She wondered if, based on the fact that Zhang Feng knew Jian Cui alone, she should consider, what about a new boyfriend? The one who was the most confused had to be Jin Yi, who straight away felt like his brain was going to explode. What? Boss Chui would actually take the initiative to initiate a conversation with a junior minister of Wanxiang makeup, and call him little brother? This Zhang Feng can't have any background, right? Jin Yi swallowed hard. His forehead was already oozing with the slightest bit of false sweat, because while they were shocked, Jian Cui already knew the purpose of Zhang Feng's visit to CCB. A phrase to explain the relationship between Ken Chui and Kim Yi is, I dare to call you Lao Jin, do you dare to call me Lao Chui? Now that he saw Zhang Feng being given a hard time, Cui Jian was more than able to make up his mind about what was more important. At this moment, being stared at by Cui Jian with a gaze that was cold to the core, Jin Yi was already numb, but at least he was the bank president. Jin Yi hurriedly changed his expression to one full of apologies, fawning and squinting at Zhang Feng. Mr. Jiang, I'm sorry, at first it was me who had no eyes and didn't know that you and Boss Chui knew each other. I've just thought of a $5 million loan. No problem at all. I'll release the money to you right away. Look, should we go through the process now? The transformation of the golden mean was so great that it caused a soundless popping sound to resonate in the room. We don't know if Wang Mena and Xiao Yunlong's faces hurt. Anyway, at this time, being slapped in the face by his own uncle, and thinking about the harsh words he had put out, Xiao Yunlong wanted to find a crack in the ground. 5 million? Hearing this figure, Jian Cui was slightly stunned. So it's just $5 million? Little brother might have forgotten that Mr. Chui gave you a black gold card from the Pine City Hotel. That card can take away a loan of up to $10 million at any bank in Pine City at any time. The guarantors are all Pine City Hotel. A black and gold card from the Pine City Hotel? Xiao Yunlong and Jin Yi were both dumbfounded. They are also counted as people with a bit of connections in Songcheng. Naturally they know how big the gold content of the black gold card of Songcheng Grand Hotel is. There were not more than 10 in total. But this Zhang Feng actually has one? UING say this is the Vice Minister of Vientiane Makeup? Playing with people. Wang Mena was also confused. She didn't know about the black gold card, but this thing sounded awesome. Zhang Feng was also slightly stunned. Right, how did he give the black gold card to the Pine City Hotel and forget about it? A bitter smile could not help but appear on his face. Really, the busier he got the more disorganized he became. Thinking of this, Zhang Feng smiled faintly at Jian Cui. Thanks for the reminder, elder brother Cui. I still need to get this money loaned today, and now I have to go to the mercantile. I will definitely go to the hotel to have a drink with my old brother some other time. Zhang Feng is leaving? Jian Cui smiled slightly and stood up with Zhang Feng. Come along, little brother. It's just as well I'm trying to save some money. Where's the saving? It's just as well that we can talk a bit more when we meet for the first time. Seeing this, Xiao Long sucked in a breath of cool air, and honestly he didn't want to stay here. What Genie did make him feel a little chilled. With a clench of his teeth, Xiao Long similarly stood up. Mr. Jiang, take me one. You guys went on an errand and I just happened to be applying for a job. The three of them, Zhang Feng, left Genie's office. Since the beginning, Zhang Feng hadn't said a word about Wang Mena or Xiao Yanlong, nor did they retaliate against them just because Ken Choi was there. Zhang Feng knew that it would be the hardest for these two to do so. Indeed, at this time, Wang Mena and Xiao Yunlong's toes were going to be able to snap out 3 rooms. They blurted out that Zhang Feng wasn't worthy, that he couldn't loan away $5 million. What happened? Genie begged Zhang Feng to give him a loan. He didn't even want it. Wang Mena's heart was in a bad mood. Zhang Feng didn't even want to make things difficult for her. Was it because he didn't think she was worthy of wasting time? Yunlong, I feel so bad. Why don't you persuade Uncle Jean to raise the interest rate a bit more? We're all so miserable. Xiao Yunfei didn't feel good in his heart either, but he still wrapped his arms around Wang Mena when he saw her like this. The next second, a cup of herbal tea was splashed on his back. Jin Yi's face was extremely dark, and he hissed when he heavily slammed his cup to the ground and pointed at the location of the gate. Hard? I'm ing still hard. Xiao Yunlong, what kind of superb girlfriend did you find? Nima's blind, right? Higher rates? I'll give you both a whole lot higher for your graves when you're dead. Get out. Both of you get out of here right now. Don't leave my sight for 5 seconds and I'll have security throw you both out. The office regained its serenity and Genie let out a long breath as he sat in his chair. The thing that bothered him was not only messing with Zhang Feng, but also forcing away Jin Shui. It was close to the end of the month, and he had wanted to take this deposit from Ken Choi to punch up his performance. It's all because of this woman Wang Minga. Genie tried to calm himself as much as possible, and only after a long time had passed did he slowly pick up his cell phone. As a bank president, he wasn't the only potential customer for Ken Choi, or he would have starved to death long ago. Zhang Feng, Wanxiang colorful makeup. Yeah, didn't Mr. Su just make $10 million in stock speculation? Just in time to persuade her to deposit this money with me. Genie, a flash of light, suddenly thought of Su Youran, this really big girl, the big miss of Wanxiang Group, the pearl in the palm of her hand. By the way, it was also a good idea to inquire about Zhang Feng's bottom line on the side. Genie naturally didn't have Su Youran's phone number, so he dialed the business contact number. 530, Vientiane Colors Ltd. Looking at Zhang Hongyan stumbling into the office once again, Su Youran's beautiful eyes slightly wrinkled. What's the hurry? It couldn't be little Feng Feng buying me another present, could it? Although she knew that it was by no means this matter. Once she thought of Zhang Feng, Su Youran's red lips unconsciously raised an arc, and even her tone softened a few points. What's wrong? Zhang Hongyan bowed deeply and said, don't be angry, Mr. Su, I'll tell you slowly. Angry? Su Youran's moon-like eyes flashed with a strange luster as she waved her slender jade hand. Say it. Getting permission. Zhang Hongyan still felt her scalp tingle. She simply couldn't figure it out. Why do you think you have nothing better to do than to mess with Mr. Jiang? Aren't you waiting for Mr. Su to give you a hand job? Mr. Su, it's like this. Just now I received a phone call from Jean E, the head of the CCB. He's making a good offer and wants you to deposit some money over there. Su Youran was slightly stunned. Just this? There's nothing to be angry about. Save it. Where else can you save your money? Could be. Hearing Su Youran agree, Zhang Hongyan hastily shook her head. Mr. Su, it's my big breath talking that's affecting your thinking. I'm sorry, just hear me out. Just now Genie just mentioned Mr. Jiang. An hour ago, Mr. Jiang went to his place. Chapter 43, are you the one who gave my boyfriend a hard time? Aha, what was Fanfan doing at the bank? Why don't you save the rest of the $1 million? Su Youran silently issued a doubt then denied her point of view. She knew that if things were really this simple, Zhang Hongyan wouldn't have such a hard time talking about it. Mr. Su, Mr. Jiang is trying to get some loans from CCB. It turns out that a college friend came out of nowhere and is somewhat related to Jean E, the president of the CCB. I don't know where Mr. Jiang offended her. She directly teamed up with Jean E to target Mr. Jiang at every turn. Luckily, Boss Chui Jian rushed to the scene, or else Mr. Jiang would have been embarrassed to death. Who is Zhang Hongyan? The hand-picked presidential secretary of Wanxiang Makeup Company. Dual degree master's degree from 2 top universities in China. Talented and intelligent people. Through the call with Jean E just now, she had gotten a pretty good idea of what was going on. She didn't hide it in the slightest. After all, it was about Zhang Feng, and at the same time, she was gaga upset. What the hell was that Jean E thinking? Why did you mess with Mr. Jiang for nothing? If you mess with it, you turn around and call Mr. So to deposit the money? Do you think Mr. Su is too easy to mess with? Aren't you slapping the tiger's ass? Ganging up against Zhang Feng? And make things difficult for him? Su Youran asked a rhetorical question to herself, and her already somewhat playful sitting posture straightened up. She didn't show any particular exasperation, but still laughed. So that's how it is. It's okay, Secretary Zhang. Here, you dial it back for Governor King and I'll talk to him. Hearing this, Zhang Hongyan heart shocked. Really, all right, Mr. Su, come on. You're going to break that pen in your hand. Pine City Construction Bank. Genie looked at the caller ID with a flourish. This is, Secretary Chan called me back? It is worthy of the name of Wanxiang Makeup Company, Ltd. And it is very efficient. Thinking about it, Genie hurriedly picked up the phone. Hello, Secretary Zhang. May I ask what Mr. Su's wishes are? I'm Su Youran. Su Yuran's voice resounded, hovering in Genie's ears, causing his entire soul to fly. WOC, Mr. Su, did Mr. Su personally call me back? So it seems. I've got no problem saving money. Mr. Su, I didn't expect it to be you personally calling me back. It really made old Kim jump to the ceiling with excitement. It's a good thing this roof is sturdy, or I'd have to knock a crater out of it. To be able to mix to the level of the governor, Genie naturally knows to lick when it's time to lick. Not to mention that the opposite party was still the Grand Miss Su Youran, the Grand Miss of Wanxiang Group. Honestly, It's not even safe to stand and lick Kim Yi. You have to kneel. But Genie never expected his. Then a polite pat on the back words. Su Youran actually gave a response. Oh, it looks like Governor Kim has a good bounce? I've never seen anyone jump up and hit the ceiling. When there's time, will Banker Kim come to my office and give me a show? A show? Mr. Su, I'm just saying that you're just listening. You can't even put a spring in the sole of my foot. Why are you so serious? This Miss Su really is. She's got a great sense of humor. At this moment Genie had not realized the seriousness of the matter. He thought Su Youran was joking with him, and quickly smiled and changed the topic. Mr. Su, Secretary Zhang has told you everything about this deposit management, right? Shall I introduce you again? Concerning his own performance, Genie wanted to say it, but Su Youran didn't want to hear it at all. What's wrong with how much interest you get on your savings? It's not as much fun as watching someone jump up and hit the ceiling. No need for introductions, Governor Kim. Don't you just want me to deposit the past 8 figures? To be honest, Su Youran, don't care about this money, and it doesn't matter if there's no interest. Mostly, I just want to see Governor Kim pop up and hit the ceiling. Tell you what, don't say 8 figures, as long as you can do it and show it to me. How about I deposit all the money in the account of Wanxiang Makeup Company? If you don't think it's enough, I'll have Su Wanxiang deposit all the money in the Wanxiang Group's account. Do you think it's still satisfactory? Satisfied? If that was the case, then Genie was ing satisfied. But why did he hear Su Youran's tone so intimidating? It's more than scary. It's like 3 feet of ice. Okay? Genie, sensing that something was wrong, also stopped the movement of cloaking his hands and asked in a sarcastic low voice. Mr. Su, I don't understand what you mean. That phrase pit was just something I said off the top of my head. Kim, so why should you give me a hard time? For hard? Su Youran's red lips were slightly raised, full of playfulness. That's right, I'm just giving you a hard time. I'm not only embarrassing you, I'm pissed at you. How much money do you need, Governor Kim? Shall I deposit over $10 million? I've got multiple $10 million. Hey, I just won't give it to you. Are you mad? Grass. On the other end of the phone, Genie's eyebrows flew up in anger. What do you mean? You've been playing with me all this time? Genie, who was extremely angry in his heart, was silent. He wanted to slam the phone, but he didn't dare. Governor Kim, I bet you're pretty pissed off right now, aren't you? Does it mean you want to curse me? Come on, try cursing me? Turn around and I'll send the recording to Sawani. Kingy, he did want to curse, but he truly did not dare to curse Su Youran. But the clay bodhisattva still has 3 temper. Genie's already arrogant and domineering character made it impossible for him to remain silent. I don't want to find a place for myself. Then let yourself die. Mr. Su, I don't understand. Do not understand? Su Youran's moon-like eyes erupted with exasperation, and there was a roar into the phone. When you were giving Jiang Feng a hard time, did you think about the fact that he's my boyfriend? Pine City Construction Bank, President's Office. Genie was already a deadweight sitting at his desk, beads of sweat filling his forehead. He is finally enlightened on the horse, or else Cui Jian's gesture of flattering Jiang Feng. This Jiang Feng is actually Su Youran's boyfriend, Su Wanxiang's son-in-law, the dragon son-in-law of Wanxiang Group. I'm so nasty. What have I gotten myself into? Genie tilted his head and let out a long sigh. He clenched his teeth. He hated it. Why did he want to send a favor to help Wang Mena and Xiao Yanfei make things difficult for Jiang Feng? What's the matter with you? A donkey or something? At that moment, the aide hurried into the house, ignoring the knock on the door. Governor, it's not good. Mr. Xiao from Herbal Blossom Materials, Mr. Zhang from Jinbo Mining, all called to take the money that exists in our place. What can we do about this? The assistant spoke of several large, well-known local businesses in Pine City in rapid succession. In here, it's either the subsidiaries of the Vientiane Group. It's just companies that want to suck up to Vientiane. Genie let out a long breath, knowing that it was all over. All ing because of Xia Yunlong and that SB Wang Mena. The more she thought about it, the angrier she got. And Genie slammed the cup down onto the bottom of her assistant's foot. This is the kind of thing you can't solve and I have a solution? Report to HQ. What's the use of talking to me? Get lost. Don't bother me here. After yelling away at his assistant, Genie slammed his fist onto the table, took his cell phone, and quickly found Xiao Yunlong's contact information. He blacked out, his fingers flying as he typed out a line. Yunlong, where are you and your girlfriend now? Chapter 44, Tossing and Turning Su Youran. On the other side, all the formalities were handled extremely quickly because Ken Choi was accompanied by him. Jiang Feng managed to get a $10 million loan, and Xiao Long managed to join the merchant bank. Seeing that the time was already 6 o'clock after work point, Jiang Feng didn't go back to the company, but directly took Cui Jian's hitchhiking car back home. On the way, he gave Su Youran a call. because there was Cui Jian present. He was afraid that his temporary couple relationship with Su Youran would wear out, so he simply changed his name. Ran. I came out this afternoon to run some errands, so I'm going straight home. Are you still supposed to be staying home tonight? Ran? What kind of strange name is that? Su Youran vaguely heard a middle-aged man's coughing coming from the other end of the phone, and immediately guessed that Zhang Feng should be in Cui Jian's car. She smiled wanly and playfully. Yo, I thought certain people running off without getting off work would give me a cheap girlfriend to forget about. I'm going home to stay tonight. After all, it's not like I have any special instructions, so I won't bother young Master Jiang. Sure enough, I couldn't hide it from Su Youran. Zhang Feng touched the tip of his nose awkwardly. He felt that he was a bit too hasty. He should have given Su Youran a word before he left anyways. What if she needs our help? You can't make that mistake next time. I almost forgot this time, but I'm sure I won't forget in the future. Don't worry. Then you remember to cover up when you go to bed at night. The way you slept last night, it's actually quite easy to catch a cold. Take care of yourself. This wasn't something that was said to Cui Jian. This was something that Zhang Feng really wanted to remind Su Youran of. What kind of girl takes off her clothes in the middle of the night when she's hot and confused? Thank goodness the temperature wasn't too low last night, or I would have gotten a cold. Temporary girlfriend, but also a good friend. Of course you should care. Well, my young Master Jiang, I'll remember. Then be safe on your way home. After hanging up the phone, Su Youran was silent for a while with her hands touching her slightly red cheeks. Ran. No one's ever called me that except for Sawani and Mom. Seems a bit intimate. Never mind. Just think of the temporary boyfriend as a Senate position. Furthermore, the two words called out by stinky Zhang Feng are crisp and grandmotherly, so it really makes people not feel disgusted. Su Youran didn't mention a word about Zhang Feng's loan of $10 million. She was curious as to what Zhang Feng wanted the money for. Why borrow it and not ask her for it? But she won't ask. Just like she doesn't want the image in the slightest to deliberately make things difficult for Jean Yi to help Zhang Feng out of his bad temper won't speak. Miss Su's mind was really simple. She believed that Zhang Feng must have his own reasons for doing things. He doesn't say. She doesn't ask. She waits until he wants to say. It's as simple as that. On the other hand, even though Zhang Feng had already gotten off the bus, the shock in Cui Jian's heart still hadn't subsided by half. It seems, Mr. Zhang and Miss Su are already married? Come on, that's what chatting about is all about. At the same time, something suddenly occurred to Ken Choi, with Su Yuran's face value, on how many outstanding rich kids must be chasing after her, and she had picked the seemingly most ordinary Zhang Feng. Businessmen have a keen sense of smell, and Cui Jian was a bit at a loss for a while. Mr. Jiang, you must be a great man among men. Suddenly, the phone in his arms vibrated, and Ken Choi raised his hand to look at it and saw the caller alert. Caller, O Yang Minga. After returning home, Zhang Feng lay down on the sofa to check the information about the various aspects of the Pine City International Hotel. Even though he got $10 million, in the end the money was not enough. At the market price, he would then only get 20% of the shares. Where should I press the price from? Zhang Feng rubbed his temples in puzzlement. Half a quarter of an hour later, a bold idea suddenly occurred to him. Late at night at 10 o'clock, Pine City Jenya Villa Park. Su Youran was lying alone on the bed. Even though it was a familiar bed, her mind couldn't help but flash back to this morning's scene. Without realizing it, she placed her hand lightly on her chest. So soft. What stinking Zhang Feng is actually thinking about is how to pull his hand out to keep me from misunderstanding it. Instead of touching it for a while longer, Su Youran was startled by her own bold thoughts, her face blushing, as if she could immediately drip out of a peach. She shook her head fiercely to dismiss the distraction, but then she ghosted up again. With his back to the mirror in the room, he desperately looked back. Stinky Zhang Feng should have seen this scene, right? Su Youran, can you have some face? What are you reminiscing about here? Shocked by her bold behavior, Su Youran hurriedly spat on herself while lying back on the bed. In fact, I really can't blame Miss Su for imagining things. What's wrong with thinking about such an inexplicable and charming event? What's wrong with thinking about it? Women are horrible creatures with delicate minds, and they're not allowed to think? Su Youran casually rolled over, casually displaying her long legs in the air, lying on her side with her legs clamped to the quilt. Phew, from now on you can't continue to think about Zhang Feng anymore. Oh. She reminded herself as much, but it didn't take her 2 seconds to lie flat over again and tuck the covers back in. Well, that guy said I'd catch a cold sleeping like this, so let's listen to him, shall we? The sky was white, the sun was shining down on the earth, and it was a new day. At 8 o'clock, Zhang Feng left the house. It was time to go to the Pine City International Hotel to pick up cheap. Through last night's meditation, he was going to take a cab and make a trip to the ICBC first to get a little cash, which would be of great use. Just as Zhang Feng was waiting for a cab on the side of the road, a naive male voice rang out. This cauldron, I have old hens raised by the village family here. Would you like one? Turning his head to look at the voice, Zhang Feng saw a large man with a height of at least 1 meter 8.5. He had short hair and a wheat-colored complexion, showing a naive expression, scratching his head and giggling. Sorry big bro, I'm not buying. The man in front of him looked like an honest man, but Zhang Feng still chose to refuse. With his cooking skills, old hen? Forget it, you can't even cook noodles, so don't flute the living thing. You can't just take pity on people and buy them and keep them at home, can you? This building doesn't allow chickens either. Hearing Jiang Feng's reply, the big man was filled with frustration as he gave himself a straight punch. After a muffled sound, the burly man actually stammered and brought on a sobbing tone. Mother, I'm no good. These old hens were originally brought to me by you for me to eat, telling me to come here and make good money to save up to go home and marry my big-ass daughter-in-law. As a result, when I arrived in this big city, not to mention earning money, even my traveling expenses were stolen. I'm stupid. I can't even sell a chicken. I want to go home. Could this be the legendary Iron Man? Tears in the eyes of a man of steel? Zhang Feng sucked in a breath of cool air and looked the big man up and down. He suddenly had a bright gaze. Dude, you said you came to Pine City to make money? I do have a job here. Follow me for a day's work. $300, it or not. Chapter 45, Acquiring a Hotel. A boomerang? Hearing Jiang Feng's words, the big man stared with wide-eyed jaws. 300? I'm still worth 300 a day? Asterisk. I'm so willing to do it. Don't worry about this little brother. Although I don't know anything, I have a lot of strength. I'm very capable of fighting. At a glance you're a big boss. The least I can do is guarantee your safety. Able to fight? Being able to fight has nothing to do with size. Zhang Feng didn't take the big guy's words to heart, thinking that he was just talking, afraid that he wouldn't feel at ease. Zhang Feng took out 300 cash from his wallet and handed it to him. It just so happened that an empty cab came at this time. Zhang Feng smiled and patted the shoulder of the big guy who was still frozen. Take the bag and follow me to the car. Instead of going straight to the bank, the cab came first to Mo Shuai's house. Zhang Feng directly threw the 2 old hens to Mo Shuai, then called the master and turned his head away. I can't help it. I can't throw these 2 old hens away, can I? Stay in your own home and you're afraid of wreaking havoc on the house. I'll have to leave it at someone else's house. Mo Shuai, I thank you Feng. Sancheng Industrial and Commercial Bank. Xiao Long was at the door early waiting for Zhang Feng. After seeing Zhang Feng and the big guy following beside him and the urea bag the big guy was carrying behind him, the corners of his mouth twitched hard. This but anyone else, he would have thought it was a bank robbery to come. Xiao Long shrunk his neck and greeted him respectfully. Good morning, Mr. Jiang. After parting ways yesterday, Xiao Long gave Liu Ming a call. He was curious about Jiang Feng's identity and guess what? If you don't ask, you won't know. But if you ask, you'll be surprised. Jiang Feng is actually Mr. Su Youran's boyfriend? Mr. Su, or did he just flirt away that day? See the dark circles around Xiaolong's eyes? Damn, he didn't even sleep well last night. Governor Shaw looks almost interesting. Introducing a friend I just met, Li Yunfei. Jiang Feng also laughed and teased Xiaolong about his black eye, while introducing the big guy to Xiaolong. After a few words of scene, he took out his bank card from his pocket and handed it to Xiaolong. Please ask Banker Xiao to help me get $1 million in cash out. $1 million? Li Dafei, who was dumbfounded, was directly shocked. More to take less money? $1 million? What kind of fairy character am I with? $1 million out of the blue? This must be a big boss. Xiaolong was fine. He had known it for a long time, and now he was past the most shocking stage. Yes, please come inside and wait. Mr. Jiang. A row of staff members counted money at the counter just after 8 in the morning. On the other hand, the big man Li Dafei laughed nervously as he propped up the urea bag and loaded it with piles of cash. This scene, it's kinda like a ING robbery. At 8:45, with a crowd of shocked gazes, Zhang Feng led Li Dafei to strut onto the Santana parked on the side of the road with a urea bag. This is Zhang Yuan's car. Zhang Feng thought of taking Zhang Yuan a long time ago, otherwise he wouldn't have asked him to do more work yesterday. At the main entrance of the Pine City International Hotel, the 3 of them got out of the car in unison. Zhang Feng was in the center, and Zhang Yuan and Li Dafei were on the left and right. Like 2 guardians, the 3 of them took a step towards the lobby, which gave the waiter of the Pine City International Hotel a lot of excitement. Oh, my god, a guest. It's a guest. It's only 9 a.m. And we have guests. The waitress lady hurriedly let go of the work in her hands and greeted her with a smile on her face. Good morning gentlemen, what can I get you? She was asking to Zhang Feng. There was no way. Who let this man stand in the seat position and wear a big golden watch on his hand? He's a rich man. As expected, after listening to her words, Zhang Feng lewdly hemmed and hawed. Not eating, came to talk to your boss about something. That's good service, huh? Come on, Daffy. Reward. Upon hearing this, Li Dafei immediately straightened his standing posture and boldly pulled out a bundle of cash from the urea bag and threw it to the waitress lady. Here, Mr. Zhang rewarded you. In the next second, Zhang Yuan tugged on Zhang Feng's coat. Erden, that's too much reward, isn't it? Before his words could fall, his brain received a resounding brain crash from Zhang Feng. He only saw Zhang Feng's extremely unbridled attitude and extremely arrogant tone. Erden? Damn. How many times have I told you to call me young master? Young master, I can reward as much as I want. So what do you care if you're a servant? Young master, I have plenty of money. Damn. Feeling the burst of pain coming from his brain, Zhang Yuan felt that he was really resentful. Called two eggs really is not that he did not remember what should be called Zhang Feng in this shaking baggage. Rather, this was arranged by Zhang Feng. The script for today is that Daffy Li is going to play the respectful bodyguard plus assistant. And he, Zhang Yuan, was going to play Zhang Feng's distant second uncle. He had to call Zhang Feng Erden, and then get popped in the head by Zhang Feng before changing his name to Young Master. MD, Zhang Yuan also does not want to do this. He does not understand why Zhang Feng to arrange this, but he pressure cannot refuse. This strange arrangement had to be traced back to the plan that Zhang Feng had thought of in a flash of insight last night. Zhang Feng thought that $10 million was definitely not enough, so he sought to engage in some crooked ways, playing the thug, playing the landlord's stupid son. Just ask. A casual reward is tens of thousands of dilettantes door to door to buy hotels, directly give you the market price. You will refuse it? You're just going to knock him down and call him a two-bit cutie. That's right, all of this. It was all acted out by Zhang Feng for the owner of the Pine City International Hotel. So, how do we convince him we're a rich man? Zhang Feng simply arranged his identity as a pig-raising thug and asked the two of them, Li Dafei and Zhang Yuan, to cooperate with him. The two-eggs appellation is so outrageous that he's going to make Zhang Yuan bring it up over and over again and then frantically correct himself. This also gives the owner of the Pine City International Hotel the wrong impression. Zhang Feng had just gotten violently rich, and the people around him hadn't had time to change their words. Ask if the boomers who have just burst onto the scene are at their richest. At this time, Zhang Feng then said that his payment has not yet been issued. Can only pay 10 million deposit first? The rest of the settlement in a few days. The hotel owner will still refuse? I'm sure he won't, because no one will buy the hotel at all, and he'll think he's made a profit. Not only that, this plan can also be by the way to play Zhang Yuan do not know and more than a brain crash. Why not do it? It was exactly the same as what Zhang Feng had expected. At this point, the waitress lady had been scared silly. She stared wide-eyed at the bundle of money she held in her arms, and her person went straight numb. That's $10,000? 2 months' salary? Mister, the young master just gave him away? Holy, how about being so bossy? The waitress lady shook her head hard before coming back to her senses. Sir, you're here to talk to our boss Wang, right? Okay, I'll report back to the boss right now. You wait here, I'll run. The waitress lady was supposed to be wearing high heels, but she felt it was too much of a speed bump for her. Backhandedly, he threw his high heels right off and was about to run barefoot. Seeing this, Zhang Feng's gaze brightened up and he sucked in a mouthful of cool air before waving his hand in a hurry. Waiters in town are different, just ing dedicated. Daffy, come on, more rewards. 5 seconds later, seeing another pile of cash in her arms, the waitress lady went completely crazy. She had to break the news to her boss immediately. 1. It's to make the 20,000 take solid. 2. It's to tell your own boss. Boss, here's a cutie. Our hotel can finally be sold. Chapter 46, rewarded at the drop of a hat? Does Mr. Zhang have a grudge against money? Darting all the way to the hotel's top floor office, the waitress lady gasped for air, her face red with exhaustion. She didn't have the energy to think anymore, and glancing at the unclosed door to her boss's office she dug in with a puff of smoke. Mr. Wang, good news. Someone wants to buy our hotel. The office suddenly popped up. A person can give Wang Kuan a jolt of fear. It came out like a big black rat. What the hell? What do I tell you waiters on a regular basis? Before entering the leader's office, you must knock. Don't you know how to knock? You're stumbling around with no rules at all. What's that like? Wait, did she just say someone wants to buy the hotel? Wang Kuan, who wanted to reprimand the waitress lady for a few sentences, was directly shocked and didn't care about her entering the house without knocking on the door, but hurriedly asked, what kind of person wants to buy a hotel? How old? Do you look rich? Do you look like a whiny bastard? Wang Kuan's eyebrows were raised into a line, and he was really trying desperately to carve the 4 big words joyful. I really don't blame him for asking in such a rude manner, but he never expected that someone would actually come to buy the hotel. Ready to purchase the Pine City Hotel these days? This is still not a complaint seed. More than 20 years old. Agu, I go to Mr. Wang. Look simply too rich. That big gold watch, big gold chain. Pure thug ah. Look, this is the 20,000 yuan tip I just got for my good attitude. I can't even kowtow to receive this much New Year's money for New Year's Eve. He lets people reward me without a frown, as if he has a ing grudge against money. A $20,000 tip? Wang Kuan reclined in his recliner and sucked in a breath of cool air. You have to be rich to be able to make such an arrogant move. Quickly invite this gentleman upstairs. Letting the waitress lady go downstairs to pick up the person with fire, Wang Kuan immediately got up to clean up the room and started to make tea. He also gave special orders to receive Jiang Feng according to the hotel's highest specifications, and so it was that this scene appeared in the lobby of the first floor. Many waiters dressed formally came to the hall. 2 rows lined up. Thieves have the momentum, bowed in unison with the sound of the word echoed nonstop. Welcome Mr. Jiang. Welcome young Master Jiang. This scene could make the corners of Jiang Feng's mouth twitch viciously. Why are there so many people here? How much would it cost to get all this? To be honest, this moment was really a bit meaty for Jiang Feng, but on second thought he hid his expression and resumed that foppish look. What's the old saying? You can't trap a wolf without giving up the child. Jiang Feng flipped his wrist, making the large gold watch, which was a circle larger, rattle, and then immediately afterward, he waved his hand in a big way. Good job comrades. Daffy. All rewarded. This scared the hell out of Zheng Yuan. My ass. All of them? There's gotta be 20 or 30 ing people? It's a good thing the chef and the pier cutter didn't come out, otherwise the money would have been lost. Suddenly, Zheng Yuan thought of the time when he first joined the company and had a fight with himself because of full attendance. MD. It's different after falling in love with Mr. Su. Mr. Su is also really good to Jiang Feng and gives him so old much pocket money. Thinking in his mind, Zheng Yuan still didn't forget his mission. He hastily tugged on Jiang Feng's coat. Erdnace, this is all a reward? How much is this going to cost? Why don't we just forget about it? In the next second, a loud brain crash popped on top of Zheng Yuan's head. Not only that, Jiang Feng also threw a punch at his shoulder. How many times have I told you to call me young master? You just can't remember, can you? $500,000 a month in salary is offered to you and you can't remember this requirement? How the hell do you dare question young master me now? You don't know that young master I'm now poor with only money left after my pig farm was demolished? Zheng Yuan swallowed hard and lowered his head in shame as if he had made a big mistake. Alright young master, don't dare to question young master. It was only when he saw this that Jiang Feng smiled faintly and turned his eyes to signal Li Dafei to hand out the money. Immediately afterward, piles and piles of cash were tossed into the arms of each of the attendants present with precision, one after another. Thank you, young master came out, and this scene was taken in by Wang Kuan, who was peeking at the surveillance in the office. His current mood was not far from that of the waitress lady at first. This isn't rich, this is just God's money. Are you damn well itching to keep the money on your body and have a headache? At this moment, Wang Kuan's heart is not only dead, but also excited. I thought this hotel would be a smash hit, but I didn't think I'd meet such a sizable cutie. No, I have to behave. I have to let this Mr. Jiang buy the hotel for me today no matter what. 5 minutes later, the three of them, Jiang Feng, marched into Wang Kuan's office with great vigor. At the first sight of Wang Kuan, Jiang Feng directly revealed a snorting expression, fiddled with his gold watch a few times, took it off, and then handed it to Wang Kuan. Boss Wang, tell me about you. How big a boss you are. Why don't you wear something on your empty wrist? Here, this watch of mine, bought by Rolex for $5 million, is yours. Upon hearing Jiang Feng's words, Wang Kuan was directly stunned. What the hell did I do? $5 million just like that? It seems that young Master Jiang is not only feuding with money, but also has a bounty fetishism. Wang Kuan quickly waved his hand and refused. No, Mr. Jiang, this watch is too expensive. I can't take it. At this time, Zheng Yuan also moved his eyes. Hey, it's time for me to perform again. Right, Erden. How expensive we bought this watch. You can't just give it away like that. Jiang Feng sucked in a breath of cool air and narrowed his eyes slightly. Call me young master, and if you dare to call me wrong one more time today, you'll lose half of your salary this month. Grass. This young master and boss Wang know each other at first sight. What's wrong with giving a watch? What's wrong with you? It doesn't cost you anything, so shut the up. The people around him haven't gotten used to calling him young master? 2 eggs? Good lord. That's a pretty grounded name. Good lord. I didn't notice that just now. Is that a urea bag for the money? Wang Kuan's mind was frantically pondering. It seems, this kid is a rich man who just got rich? Good one at first sight. Doing business selling things living people kill half of the acquaintances grand slam ah. No, we must give young Master Jiang a good licking. No, young Master Jiang, I really can't have this watch. It's not that I don't want to, it's that it's inappropriate. My temperament doesn't match a watch of this caliber worn by the young master. Hearing this, Zhang Feng had a look of being in deep thought, and only after a long time did he nod slightly. There's nothing wrong with that statement. After saying that, he didn't wear the watch, but casually threw it to Li Dafei. Help young master me put it away. With a simple smile, Li Dafei took the watch and stuffed it into his pocket. Only after doing all this did Zhang Feng secretly take a sigh of relief and sit on the sofa to the side. In fact, that's not a Rolex 5 million gold watch. It's just a random piece of from the dollar store. Zhang Feng is just pretending to show Wang Kuan to scare him, because Zhang Feng knew that Wang Kuan didn't dare to ask for it. To avoid wearing out his welcome, he had been blocking the dial when he handed the watch earlier. There is no way. The bottom of the waiter from a distance cannot see, but Wang Kuan, this a big boss, may not see the value of the table. Mr. Jiang, have some tea. Wang Kuan handed the tea that had been warmed long ago to Zhang Feng. What Wang Kuan never expected was that his own collection of extremely good tea was like water in front of Zhang Feng. Not only was Zhang Feng directly took a drink from his cup and dried up, he also coughed hard, as if he had drunk something extremely hard. Damn, what kind of is so hard to drink? I wouldn't drink it if it wasn't expensive. Just, Boss Wang, what do you mean by taking a sip? Disrespecting me? You've done it with me, too. Chapter 47. This business, Old Wang, and Zhang Feng will do it. It's the first time Wang Kuan has ever heard of drinking tea, but at the moment, his savior Zhang Feng is just looking at him. Wang Kuan has other options? He didn't, so he did it too. Here, young Jiang, I'm dry. Seeing this, Zhang Feng was particularly happy with a big wave of his hand. Daffy, big reward. What's the big reward for playing the flute? Wang Kuan's slightly changed face was full of confusion until he saw the 2 piles of cash in his arms. Mr. Jiang, you're really a man of your word. I rewarded you, so feel free to take it. Don't worry, Boss Wang, we have plenty of this stuff. Wang Kuan was directly speechless. He had been the boss for so many years, but it was the first time he had been rewarded. Most of all, he had been full of negotiation skills, thinking about how to get more money out of Zhang Feng. Until now he seriously doubted that those words of his worked on the man in front of him. Does he understand what we're saying? Wang Kuan ruthlessly swallowed saliva. $20,000 to take or not to take or not. The spirit of an idea even snapped and smiled and diverged from the topic. Mr. Jiang, you came over to acquire the hotel after hearing the news about me cashing out the hotel, right? Well, your hotel is grand and cheap. I'll buy it over to experience what it's like to be a boss. That's great, Mr. Jiang. Here, you can read this document. It's the basic situation of the hotel and the asset evaluation. Seeing that the topic was finally on track, Wang Kuan hurriedly handed Zhang Feng the documents he had prepared long ago. He could be too anxious to sell out for the hotel. Although Zhang Feng seems to be a fool with a lot of money to designate that he can buy, but it is always a contract to make people feel at ease, is not it? Zhang Feng also knew that Wang Kuan was in a hurry, and after noticing that he was almost done building up momentum, he opened the file with a cynical gesture. The document was very clear that the price Wang Kuan intended to sell for was around $50 million, and Zhang Feng's appraisal of the Pine City International Hotel last night was $45 million, which was almost the same price. As for the rest of the situation, Zhang Feng didn't even look at it. It didn't matter. It didn't matter how much money was spent on this hotel. In just half a minute, Zhang Feng closed the document and handed it back to Wang Kuan. It was fine. I was happy with the price and the hotel was good. Okay, I'll take it. So painful? Wang Kuan sucked in a breath of cool air. That's a chopping block of $5 million more than he could have asked for on the appraised value of the hotel. MD is really a big wrong seed, all without cutting the price. WOC fished for Okay, Lijiang young master, you wait a moment, I will prepare the contract. Wang Kuan said that he was going to move his body, but Zhang Feng's action made him freeze. I only saw Zhang Feng waving his hand and leading Li Dafei and Zhang Yuan to the door without looking back. Wang Kuan's brain buzzing. This is going to do what to go. Mr. Jiang, aren't you buying a hotel? We're just about to sign the contract. Where are you going? Going to the bathroom? You don't have to go in a group of 3. Wang Kuan swallowed a mouthful of saliva hard and quickly stopped in front of Zhang Feng's trio. Mr. Jiang, what are you doing here? Go home. Going home. Wang Kuan raised his eyebrows fiercely. Why don't you sign the contract, transfer the money, and do the handover now? At this point, Wang Kuan had a bold idea. Although Zhang Feng was stupid, he had money. Is there a possibility? Is it that he already had someone assess the value of the hotel before and now he has a problem with it when he realizes it's expensive? It's highly likely. Although this great injustice likes to be rewarded, no one likes to be punked. Thinking of this, Wang Kuan hurriedly compensated with a smile. Boss Jiang, hey, it's because you're not satisfied with the price I asked for, right? How about this? $45 million? That's the lowest price Wang Kuan could see with his naked eyes. Zhang Feng obviously froze for a moment, and in the next second, Zhang Feng directly embraced his shoulders. That's what makes the price so satisfying. That's fine, Boss Wang. Let's brother and sister take the hook and no one is allowed to change. Seeing Zhang Feng really childishly stretching out his little thumb, Wang Kuan was confused. Why is negotiating a contract this time like a child's playground? Diagnosed. The landlord's stupid son. For the sake of money, Wang Kuan felt that there was nothing he couldn't endure. Okay, Zhang Xiao, pull the hook. After pulling the hook, Zhang Feng nodded with satisfaction and gave Wang Kuan a thumbs up. With that, he chose to directly ignore Wang Kuan and took Li Dafei and Zhang Yuan around him to continue walking towards the door. Wang Kuan, have pulled the hook. Hey, Mr. Zhang, why do you still want to go? At this moment, Wang Kuan really panicked. In the price and attitude of all kinds of aspects he could not find the slightest fault with himself. But why did Zhang Feng still want to go? Wang Kuan is puzzled. He can be too afraid that Zhang Feng will not buy laughing dead. This hotel exchange news sent out half a day. But anyone who has the idea of designation has already come to the door. But from yesterday until now, Wang Kuan only waited for Zhang Feng. How can we let him go? Wang Kuan blocked once again. Mr. Jiang, why are you still going home? If you have any problems, I'll solve them for you, and we'll have a deal, won't we? What's the point of having to go home and reconsider? At those words, Zhang Feng's surface was unperturbed, but in his heart, he was secretly delighted. Didn't we make all our deals? I said I'll buy this hotel. I even pulled the plug with you. I'm the one who keeps his promises the most. Boss Wang just put a million hearts. I'll go home first and come back in a couple days. Come back in a couple days? Egu, Mr. Jiang, don't torture my old bones. Wang Kuan wiped his cold sweat and hurriedly opened his mouth. Mr. Jiang, why 2 days? Where did I go wrong? I've been waiting for you to say that. What's wrong? Boss Wang. Your mistake is that you did not download the National Anti-Fraud Center. Zhang Feng sighed lightly and touched the tip of his nose in slight embarrassment. Boss Wang, I'm a person who doesn't want to make a fool of myself in front of others, but you keep asking and I'm too embarrassed to hide it from you. After all, even though we've met for the first time, we're closer than blood brothers. To be honest, part of the money for the demolition of my family's pig farm has just arrived, and 100 million won't arrive until after 3 days. What can I say about $45 million? $50 million is nothing to me. I was thinking of coming to you with the full amount then. That's not far better than only being able to pay you a $10 million deposit today. It took 3 days to arrive? $100 million? That's no problem at all. Wang Kuan immediately accepted. MD Jiang, young master so rich. First sign the contract, money late to give a few days. How? He didn't doubt the truthfulness of Zhang Feng's words at all. That doesn't give back the deposit of $10 million? Everyone knows you can't get a deposit back if you don't pay in full, right? Who's kidding about $10 million? Oh, young master Jiang, come in quickly. I thought it was something? So this is it? Aren't you trying to embarrass the old king? What did you say when we met just now? We're like old friends at first sight, and you're going to give me a $5 million watch, so it's still not negotiable? Kindred brothers. Yes, Wang Kuan, like a true and forthright person like Zhang Xiao, we must be kindred brothers. $10 million deposit. We must sign the contract today. No one wants to run this deal. I old Wang and you do it. Chapter 48, Little Brother Run. The visitor is not good. Upon hearing this, Zhang Feng hemmed and hawed, and this time, he didn't take Li Dafei and the two of them outside. Hooking Wang Kuan's shoulder, he walked towards the house. Brother Wang, why don't you tell me earlier? If I told you you're so easy to fool, why did I have to go through all this trouble to find an actor? Sister, directly a person to come can give you bitter tea. Son, cheat. No, it's fine. Elder brother Jiang, it's not too late to talk about it. Just a moment, just a few minutes. The contract will be done immediately. Meanwhile, the streets of downtown Pine City, a Ferrari sped by, turning heads, and the ladies ignored the blown skirts. After all, there's a saying that no one, man or woman, can resist a Ferrari. In the car, the humanoid O Yang Minga sat in the passenger side and asked the driver with a slight sideways glance, did Zhang Hu and the others go looking for Zhang Feng? If my information is correct, right now Zhang Feng should have gone to the Pine City International Hotel. And go to that kind of unimpressive trash hotel. What does he deserve, my Yoran sister? Gee, I also heard he went in a broken Santana. That's a laugh. At that, the driver on one side of the road went a little green. What the, ing Santana? I drive a Santana too. If you hadn't given me more money, I would have beaten you up. Boss, Zhang Hu and the others are already waiting at the entrance of the Pine City International Hotel. As soon as that kid Zhang Feng goes out, I'll immediately greet him and then record a video for you. The fight will definitely take the edge off. Upon hearing this, O Yang Minga smiled in satisfaction. Zhang Feng, if I show the video of your beating to Su Youran, where will you put your face? How dare you try to steal a woman from me? Letting out a long breath. At this moment, O Yang Minga felt unrestrained. Come on, let's go straight to Wancheng Color. It's been a long time since I've seen Yuran's sister. I need to go and catch up with her. Oh yes, in a while when you pass by the flower store you have to buy a big bouquet of roses. No woman can refuse romance. Pine City Hotel. Cui Jian is full of smiles listening to the song to kill time. Yesterday's Jinghai's Ouyang Dajo called. Said that today at noon to eat in our place. Later we have to go over to toast a glass of wine. But suddenly, the aide rushed in hurriedly to break his peace. Sorry, Boss Choi. It was urgent and I forgot to knock. It's about young Master Ouyang and Mr. Zhang Feng. O Yang Minga and Zhang Feng singled out a Cui Jian to recognize. But he still couldn't figure out how the two could be brought together. He sensed a hint of trouble and nodded quickly. Come on, the assistant is not inked either. Someone saw that young Master Ouyang came to Pine City and brought a business car with him, and it's rumored that the people sitting inside are all elite bodyguards. As far as I know, this group of elite bodyguards are going to beat up Mr. Jiang, because young Master Ouyang has always been in love with General Su, and now General Su and Mr. Jiang are together. He was so angry. You're just going to ask someone to beat up little brother Zhang Feng? What the hell? What's the point? Cui Jian frowned. He felt that this matter O Yang Minga did too radical. Why do you still play such dirty tricks? Where is little brother Jiang now? Pine City International Hotel. Pine City International Hotel? What are you doing there, little brother? Ken Choi was inherently puzzled, but he didn't think it was the right time to think for himself. You rush over with the best of the hotel security to meet them. I'll give my little brother a call about that too. Don't really get hurt by O Yang Minga playing dirty. In this matter, Cui Jian resolutely chose to help Zhang Feng. Not that he valued Jiang Feng's development potential. Cui Jian respected O Yang Minga's identity, but at least Cui Jian himself was a character who could make Songqing tremble with a stomp of his foot. He has not only power and wealth in his eyes, but also the righteousness of heaven and earth. After chatting with Zhang Feng for a long time yesterday, he felt that this little brother was really to his taste. How can you stand by and watch being bullied by O Yang Minga like this? A fair lady, at any time, can play such underhanded tricks. This O Yang Minga really disgrace his old man. The main entrance to the Pine City International Hotel. Zhang Feng was in an unbelievably happy mood as he held the contract he had signed with Wang Kuan. Cool, MD, it looks like that demon stock in a couple days will not only make a small profit, but also a big one. Daffy, fat ass, good job. I'll buy us a meal at noon? Li Daffy Ben have no taxi money. Now can whore a meal he is naturally no problem. And Zhang Yuan, he didn't dare to have an opinion. A pleasant get-together was finalized, and the three of them got into the Santana and started looking for a nearby restaurant. As for why you didn't eat at the Pine City International Hotel, it was because Zhang Feng had just given the employees a day and a half of vacation, allowing them to take a break and relax individually. This was something that Zhang Feng felt was still necessary. The car slowly drove towards the downtown area of Songqing City, and none of the three of them noticed that there was a commercial car following them dead behind. 10 minutes later, Zhang Yuan finally noticed the abnormality and heatedly smiled. Mr. Jiang, that car behind us is from out of town. He seems to be lost and has been following us. Upon hearing this, Li Dafei also looked back and scratched his head with a naive smile. I think so. Before Zhang Feng could open his mouth to speak, he only felt a jolt from the cars but, no way, hit it? Zhang Yuan people directly numb. RNM follow the road. You still do not drive properly, right? What does it feel like to be rear-ended? It's like getting a millennial kill shot when you don't even know it. Zhang Yuan a moment cannot endure. Parking pushed the door and went down. He had to die this tail chasing. Zhang Feng and Li Dafei were also planning to get off the car to take a look. And just then, Zhang Feng's cell phone rang. Aha, Mr. Choi. Zhang Feng didn't think much about it and directly answered the phone. What's wrong, Chui Lao? I've got a bit of a thing here. Got rear-ended out there. Upon hearing this, Jin Chui on the other end of the phone viciously sucked in a breath of cool air. Is it a commercial vehicle? Elder brother Chui's divine calculation. You can even guess this? How many people are on the other side? 10. Zhang Feng was shocked. One because Chui Jian guessed correctly. And the other, was that this business car actually sat 10 people? Isn't this a 7-seater? You're pretty good at packing 10? Responding to Zhang Feng was a muffled sound coming from the other end of the phone. It was Jin Chui who had given himself a punch. Grandma, why didn't you leave Jiang a cell phone number yesterday? I wasted so much time looking for my cell phone number. And now elder brother Jiang has been exposed to the enemy. Ken Choi is in two minds at this point. What should he do now? Tell Jiang Feng to run? Listening to this situation, Jiang has already gotten off the bus. There's no way to run. Elder brother Jiang, there's no time to explain too much to you. You should hurry and keep a safe distance from the opposite side first. They are the ones O Yang Minga found to beat you. What's going on? Who is this O Yang Minga? What did I do to him? I don't even know him. Come to beat me? Jiang Feng sucked in a breath of cool air and said. This sentence also fell in partially on the ears of Li Dafei and Zhang Yuan. Zhang Yuan is a bit confused. No wonder the opposite side looks so bold and so many people still come down. So it is to look for trouble? And Daffy Li is a little excited? Woohoo! I've been helping my boss with the money all morning and I finally came to work. 10 people want to come to my boss's business? Seeing that the other party has a hidden tendency to make a move, Li Dafei is also not ambiguous. Naive smile and take big steps directly rushed up. On the other hand, Jin Shui was still instructing Jiang Feng. Right, elder brother Jiang, you take care of yourself first. Our hotel security has gone over to meet you. Tell you what, don't panic. Give the cell phone to the leader across the street and I'll talk to him. In Pine City, I, Jin Shui, still have some thin skin. Shui Jian still wanted to instruct something, but Jiang Feng suddenly opened his mouth with a surprised face. Elder brother Shui, tell your hotel security to go back. The 10 men, it seems, have been taken care of by the big brother I hired from the side of the road for $300. Ken Choi? Chapter 49. The arrogant O Yang Minga, retired soldier bodyguard Laoli. The corners of Ken Choi's mouth twitched hard. What? Solved? Or was it settled by a big brother hired from the side of the road for 300? Didn't you say there were 10 people on the other side? This brother won to fight 10? And so fast? Boy, it would take longer than that to crush 10 ants. Is the market for workers so rolled up these days? This kind of body is only worth $300? Shui Jian's face was full of incredulity. He thought of a more realistic idea. Would elder brother Jiang, I see, is it that you're not comfortable telling the truth right now? It can't be that the other side has threatened you, can it? If that's the case, you cough twice, and I'll have them stomp the gas tank to your rescue immediately. Old man, Jiang Feng smiled bitterly. Good man, old brother Chui is really thoughtful. It's not really a wonder that Chui Jian was skeptical. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, Jiang Feng himself wouldn't have believed it for a million years, because from the beginning to the end, he didn't see how Li Dafei struck. That was fast. In a flash of lightning, in the time it took himself and Ken Choi to say a few words, the 10 men who had been so furious were on the ground like fine dogs. That's just like a high school student attacking a kindergarten, punching a little kid. Don't worry, elder brother Chui, it's really solved. I'm completely safe now. Why don't we turn on a video for you to make sure? Can you even open the video? Only now did Chui Jian completely put his heart down. It seemed that Jiang Lao Di was indeed safe. While taking a long breath to be glad that Jiang Feng was fine, an admiration sprang up in the bottom of his heart. Just ask, what kind of fighter would have to be brought to Pine City by O Yang Minga to do his job? There's definitely something for everyone. They're all elite. Jiang's random bodyguards can give them all the abuse they need. Boy yo, don't tell me that's a coincidence. It is really worthy of being the boyfriend chosen by Mr. Su by thousands of times. This wave is simply a discerning eye. Since elder brother Jiang is fine, then I won't worry about it. As for the aftermath, I'll leave it to my hotel's people. So hurry up and go to Mr. Su. Looking for Su Youran? Jiang Feng's brows frowned slightly. Why did Ken tell us to find Su Youran? Intuition tells Jiang Feng that this matter is related to the so-called O Yang Minga. Elder brother Chui. What the hell is going on? Only then did Chui Jian realize that he had just been in too much of a hurry to explain the causes and consequences to Jiang Feng, hastily recounting the whole story. 5 minutes later, Jiang Feng hung up the phone already with his face rising out of huff. What the hell? Is someone tripping me up because they think I'm stealing his woman? Stealing your woman? Does Su Youran like you? Don't put gold on your face. O Yang Minga, right? You wait and see if I'm done with you today. At this time, seeing Jiang Feng hang up the phone, Li Dafei also hurriedly ran over in a naive manner. Boss, I'm sorry, I was in such a hurry just now that I didn't stop for a moment. It's also their fault for being so unbeatable. Knocked out 9. Just the lead one is still awake. Am I giving you trouble? Causing trouble? Jiang Feng snorted. It's no trouble at all. If you're knocked out, you're knocked out. MD. After knowing the ins and outs of this matter, Jiang Feng still felt that Li Dafei did not hit hard enough. We'd have lifted the coffin board off Jesus today, but it was self-defense. No trouble, it's fine. Jiang Feng patted Li Dafei's shoulder, then walked over to the only awakened fighter, Jiang, whose heart was in his throat when he saw Jiang Feng walking slowly, followed by the harmless Li Dafei. He's so sorry. Is young Master O Yang sure he's asking us to take revenge on him and not to send him here to die? MD, who can beat this big block? Secretly glancing at Li Dafei's sandbag-sized fist and the fainting brothers on the ground, Zhang Hu viciously swallowed a mouthful of saliva. If I hadn't been quicker, I'd be lying there too. Grass. This fist cannot say anything, cannot be this does not give a person chicken all the pain off? Thinking of this, Zhang Hu suddenly had a flash of insight. What? Looks like we didn't get to do it just now. Did we? Yeah, I can play dumb in this situation. Thinking of countermeasures, Zhang Hu raised his head and looked at Zhang Feng with a fake hardness. Mr. Jiang, although it was us who rear-ended your car, but it's not quite right for you to just ask someone to knock my brothers out like that, is it? Forget it, it's my brother's fault for being less skilled. Go away. I'm not going to pursue this matter any further. How about we leave it at that? Hold, Gu, are you still not going to fight? Zhang Hu's words really in as a knife pulling as to Zhang Feng opened his eyes. He was speechless for a while, squinting his eyes in a smirking manner as he looked at Zhang Hu. Crash? Are you sure you weren't called by O Yang Minga to hit me? Zhang Hu swallowed hard. There was an inexplicable sense of fear being stared at by Zhang Feng, but he still deliberately played dumb and hardened his head. Beat you? Mr. Jiang, don't be so bloodthirsty, we have no grudges. Why would I beat you? Then why do you know my last name is Zhang? Zhang Hu? Yeah, how do I know his last name is Zhang from a normal crash? Oops, revealed. This wave, Zhang Hu, can be described as a wave of strength interpretation of what it means to be really stupid instead of pretending to be stupid. Ooh, Mr. Jiang, I'll show my cards. I did come to greet you. It's just that this was all O Yang Minga's idea. It has nothing to do with us. We're just getting paid to do our job. So don't you dare let this big brother punch me in the face. I've got an old man and a young man, and I've got a little 3, 4, and 5 outside. So it's not easy for me. President's office, Million Elephant Color Cosmetics Company, O Yang Minga, as always, in the appearance of a fluttering gentleman, behind his left hand, his right hand holding a handful of colorful flowers that were in full bloom. Youran, long time no see, roses for you. Women are fond of romance and roses are symbolizing the romance of love. But Su Youran at this moment, how to look at the flowers feel disgusting. How to look at the crowned O Yang Minga feel hypocritical. She had heard that this guy had knocked up an unknown number of women abroad. He also knows that O Yang Minga cheats on young girls from good families, forces them to have abortions, screws his brother's wife, and has his foot in 2 boats. In short, anything that has anything to do with people he doesn't do at all. At this moment Su Youran was confused. Come on, cerebral palsy? How do you have the face to hand out flowers like you're in love? Aren't you disgusting? Miss Su has never been one to love or hate, and has never been one to pretend, whoever she hates, she has to write her hate on her face. Throwing the flowers on the table to the floor with one hand, Su Youran tightly frowned her beautiful eyebrows and coldly grunted. Where's the security guard? Can't you see I'm busy? How did you let Mr. O Yang go crazy in here? The moment O Yang Minga arrived, Su Youran had the security team come over. She knew the man in front of her all too well. A bull asterisk 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 plaster that she couldn't shake off. In the next second, the security chief of Wanshan Makeup took the lead and then rushed into the room towards O Yang Minga. Young Master O Yang, please, ask me to leave? O Yang Minga smiled coldly. If he didn't want to leave today, no one could really make him leave. He waved his hand lightly. Old Li, shut him up. The moment the words fell, Old Li, the driver who was standing by O Yang Minga's side, moved. In the next second, a solid punch was thrown at the security chief Zhang Feng's shoulder. Chapter 50. Zhang Feng is here. Zhang Feng only felt pushed out by a huge force, staggering back several steps, and a sharp pain came from his shoulder. Seeing this, O Yang Minga playfully shrugged his shoulders and looked at Zhang Feng playfully. One more word out of you and you'll get more than just a punch in the face. With that, he patted Old Li on the shoulder, signaling that he had done a good job. Youran. Introduction. Lao Li, my driver plus bodyguard. Foreign regular mercenary retired. Why don't you try and see if you can get these loser security guards of yours to hire me out? Before Su Youran could say anything, the security team members who came with Zhang Feng got angry. None of them clenched their fists. MD beat our captain and dare to call us trash? You're a good fighter, aren't you? Then you're not a super saiyan, are you? We'd like to see how many you can fight. If I don't beat you to death today, I won't be able to swallow my breath. Brothers, fight! 5 security guards swarmed up and came straight at O Yang Minga, while at the same time, Old Li moved. 2 minutes later, none of the 5 security guards were covering their chests and sweating profusely, with expressions of extreme pain. This scene, watching Su Youran was also frightened. She didn't expect the bodyguard O Yang Minga brought would be so good. All of you go down. The 5 of you are no match for him. Check your health at the hospital and be reimbursed by the company. Su Yuran's moon-like eyes flashed with a strange luster. and Zhang Feng read Su Youran's strings. Yeah, MD, I'm not the only 6 security guards at Vientiane Makeup. If you can fight 6, can you fight 20? I'll kick your ass to death. Okay, Mr. Su, then we'll ask Secretary Zhang to come in. Zhang Feng and the others were extremely fast and had to hurry to call their brothers over to protect Mr. Su. While they left, Zhang Hongyan walked into the house with a serious face and stood beside Su Youran. O Yang Minga smiled sarcastically, crossed his legs and then sat on the sofa, waving his hand casually. Youran, do you think that waste of security guards have understood that he was told to go and call someone? I, O Yang Minga, am not a waste of time. Is it possible that I can't hear it? Indeed, if there were 20 of them coming, Oldly would really be no match, but I still didn't stop them. And guess why? Are you kidding me, Su Youran? How long has it been since I've seen you? You don't really take me, O Yang Minga, for a cutie. See, I don't want to guess. I'm fine with knowing that 20 people can blow you away. Where is Miss Su's character to be threatened? She took a sip of tea unhurriedly, her aura not losing half a point to the arrogant O Yang Minga. Seeing this, the corner of O Yang Minga's mouth raised in an arc. Su Youran, there's something you may not know. I came to Pine City but I also brought 10 elite bodyguards. Guess why they didn't come with me? Why don't you call your little boyfriend now and see if he answers? Little boyfriend? Su Youran frowned slightly. Zhang Feng, thinking of the Su Youran which did not understand O Yang Minga's meaning. O Yang Minga definitely told those people to go find Zhang Feng. For the fact that Zhang Feng didn't come to the company today, Su Youran knew about it. That's why she was more worried now. Dialing Zhang Feng's phone came not in service area tone. Su Yuran's heart thumped. Her face completely darkened, and she unconsciously stood up. Her tone extremely cold. After so many years Ouyang Daoshao really hasn't changed at all. As despicable and shameless as ever. Say, what did you do with Zhang Feng? Seeing this, Ouyang Minga snorted. What's wrong with it now? It's just a light beating, but it won't be easy to tell for a while, because I'm going to count how many security guards you can call up, and if there's one I'll make them give Zhang Feng an extra punch. To be honest, Su Youran didn't want to be threatened by Ouyang Minga, but she was even more reluctant to see anything happen to Zhang Feng. She didn't doubt the authenticity of this matter in the slightest. This was really something that Ouyang Minga could do. She narrowed her beautiful eyes and raised her hand before dialing Zhang Feng's number. No need to bring anyone up here. Grab a hospital checkup. After saying that, she hung up the phone and asked with a deadpan stare at Ouyang Minga. Ouyang Minga, what the hell do you want? What do you want? Ouyang Minga finally stood up, and he could no longer hide his wicked smile. He had a sea of women, but he could never forget Su Youran's amazing looks and proud body. Why is Mr. Ouyang pretending to be a gentleman? Just to trick her into going home? The moment he heard that Zhang Feng and Su Youran were both living together, Ouyang Daran was about to explode. Damn, Su Youran, lousy good words coaxed you do not appreciate, and now play to themselves into a broken shoe? Knowing that he could finally get what he wanted today, Ouyang Minga greedily licked his lips. What for? Su Youran, we're both adults, so there's no need to make it too clear, right? It's as simple as what I asked you to do. The Pine City Hotel. We'll have dinner. After we finish happily discussing our lives, I guarantee you'll be able to meet Zhang Feng. How about it? I'm sure that you're so kind and sweet, Youran, that you wouldn't want to see anything happen to your little boyfriend, right? Ouyang Minga looked like he was determined to win. If it was any other day he wouldn't dare to threaten this big miss with a monstrous background. But now he dared, and he even thought he might succeed. But what greeted him was not Su Yuran's reply, but a roar from the corridor. Damn, you dare to find someone to beat me up and threaten Ran? Damn, Ouyang Minga, let's see if I'll cut you today. You hear it before you see it. The next second, the office door was bang pushed open. Zhang Feng and Li Dafei rushed in. Seeing this, Ouyang Minga and Old Li beside him froze for a moment. Zhang Feng, how did this kid show up here? Zhang Hu they missed? Really didn't expect Zhang Feng. Your kid ran fast enough. Zhang Hu and the others didn't stop you? Looks can indeed be ha. No wonder you can charm this cousin Su Youran. You must be good at kung fu, right? So what if I'm here, with Old Li here? What can you do to me? Ouyang Minga momentarily felt things more exciting up. When this Su Yuran's face to beat up Zhang Feng? Thinking about it makes it even better. Just shut the up. Zhang Feng frowned tightly and raised his hand to punch Ouyang Minga with a slap. Seeing this, Ouyang Daoshao unhurriedly picked up his teacup, and Old Li beside him had already greeted him. If he wasn't wrong, next, Zhang Feng would be directly sent flying by Old Li. Seeing this scene, the originally excited Su Youran was also confused. Zhang Feng, don't be impulsive. You can't beat the middle-aged man beside him. In the nick of time, Li Dafei lifted his sandbag-sized fist and threw an unrelenting punch at Old Li. Still wanna block my boss? Get the hell out of my way. This fist, the corners of Lao Li's mouth were hard. Looking at the oozing, his figure dodged sharply, gritting his teeth and deciding to dodge in a hurry. But he was fast, and Li Dafei was even faster. The next second, former regular foreign mercenary Old Li flew. O Yang Minga directly sucked in a mouthful of cool air. Old Li, how do you fly? Agu. It was also in the moment he froze that Zhang Feng's slap had already slapped him heavily on his face. An extremely loud punch in the face echoed above the office. Chapter 51, Today I am beating you. The young master. The usually pampered Ouyang de Xiao, let alone being slapped in the face. Anyone who bumps into him won't be able to. The slap not only made his brain buzz, it made him burst into a rage. Zhang Feng, how the hell do you dare to hit me? What responded to him was the slap that came from Zhang Feng, once again raising his hand, hitting the other side of his face. It's you I'm beating. By all rights, two men of similar stature should have a 50-50 chance of winning a 1v1 PK. I'm not saying I can definitely beat you. At least I won't get beat up too badly, right? But that is not the situation today. Zhang Feng could slap O Yang Minga to the point of autism, and a kick to the stomach made him lie on the ground. It really wasn't that Zhang Feng's fighting strength was so horrifyingly amazing. He was just exercising his normal strength normally. Is O Yang Minga raised from childhood? Can not wind and rain? These years in dying in a woman's belly, false pity just. O Yang Minga, who had been put down on the ground, subconsciously shrunk his neck when he sensed that Zhang Feng still wanted to make a move. Old Li was his biggest dependence at the moment, and now that Old Li had been knocked away by Li Dafei's punch, he was still pretending to be an ass. At this moment, Ouyang Daoxiao also realized that Zhang Feng is not able to run. It is damn around the experts. He spoke quickly after a moment of fear. Zhang Feng, I'm warning you, I'm the young master of the Ouyang group in Jinghai City. How about you stop now, and I can pretend that the hits you just gave me didn't happen? How about I leave immediately and promise not to pester Su Youran in the future? These three words really set Zhang Feng on fire. Ouch, and you pretend it didn't happen. You're a young master, aren't you? I'm a born-again guy and I'm not afraid of you? The more he thought about it, the more angry he got. Zhang Feng raised his leg and gave Ouyang Minga a kick down, sitting directly on top of him. Raising his hand was a resounding smack in the face. Nima's old man is beating you. The young master. Today, what's the big tale with this? Another backhanded slap. And you dare to find someone to beat me up and say that I stole your woman? And how dare you threaten my woman? Feeling his hand numb and sore, Zhang Feng let out a long breath and rubbed his hand. Seeing this, Ouyang Minga, who had been beaten up, was also secretly relieved. Great, my face hurts for this kid. He won't hit me when he's sore and tired. So, Zhang Feng switched to his left hand. Pop. Asterisk. Just now I heard in the hallway and you threatened Su Youran? Pop. Why don't you be a cool young master and come over here to be a pop, and pretend like nothing happened today? Pop. Damn, you still want to keep pestering Su Youran? 10 minutes later, Zhang Feng felt that his hands were almost unconscious before he let go of Ouyang Minga's collar and threw him aside. While standing up, he felt still a little uninspired and gave him another heavy kick in the stomach. Asterisk. It hurts. Zhang Feng, you? Ouyang Minga grinned his red and swollen mouth that was beaten and subconsciously opened his mouth to curse. Immediately afterward, he received another kick. The kick wasn't from Zhang Feng, much less Li Dafei. Instead, he was kicked by Li Dafei, who was ringing the Old Li, who was unable to move at all. Old Li is all worried. Young master, you're still going to scold him? Can you figure out the form in front of you? For the sake of money, I'll do anything bad you ask Old Li to do for you. You can't drag me along with you to get beaten up. Just shut the up. This kick completely and utterly sobered Ouyang Minga. He looked viciously at Zhang Feng, his lips moved slightly and finally obediently closed his mouth. On the other side, Zhang Feng had already come to Su Youran's side. He looked slightly sideways at Zhang Hongyan and smiled faintly. Secretary Zhang, does the company have an empty lounge or activity room or something? Zhang Hongyan was still in a daze last second. Oh my god, Mr. Zhang's fight is it's too good to be true. When he heard Zhang Feng's question in the next second, he immediately nodded his head, an extra admiration in his eyes. Yes, Mr. Zhang, the activity room on the 5th floor has been empty. Zhang Feng nodded. Then please trouble Secretary Zhang to show Daffy the way. First, we'll take Ouyang Daoshi to the activity room for a rest. It was indeed a break. Zhang Feng felt that his hands were tired. So Ouyang Minga's face must be tired too. Let him rest for a while, then go over and slap him later. Okay, Mr. Zhang. Zhang Hongyan immediately nodded her head. To be honest, if it wasn't for the strength of the security guards, she would have long wanted to drive Ouyang Minga away. And Daffy Li, who had been instructed to do so, scratched his head and smiled nervously. Don't worry, Brother Feng. With me here, the two of them will definitely be honest and calm down. After saying that, he then lifted Ouyang Minga with his left hand and Old Li with his right hand like he was lifting a small chicken, and followed Secretary Zhang's footsteps. After the four left, The large office immediately returned to calm, leaving only Jiang Feng and Su Youran. The atmosphere that remained was awkward and cold, chilling. At this time, Jiang Feng took the lead in speaking to break the silence. He clutched Su Yuran's hand with a slight smile. Awesome, right, Daffy Lee? The fighter I hired from the side of the road for $300 this morning. It's one punch a little kid, no matter who you're up against. Upon hearing this, Su Youran let out a pft of a laugh. The smile seemed to have magic powers. The coldness dissipated, leaving only a warm feeling. She didn't reply to comment on Li Dafei's stature, but instead took Jiang Feng's hand and slowly walked over to the sofa and sat down. With that, he withdrew his palms and wrapped his hands around Jiang Feng's shoulders. Little Feng Feng, I'm a little scared. Can I cuddle for a while? Jiang Feng thought that O Yang Minga had given Su Youran a scare and didn't think much about it. The moment he felt the delicate body into his arms, he also reached out and hugged Su Youran tightly. A lot of the time hugs can be a great source of encouragement and courage. The familiar and unique fragrance desperately drilled into the tip of his nose. Jiang Feng subconsciously helped Su Youran smooth her somewhat messy hair, but slowly he sensed something was wrong, because he felt Su Youran's body shaking. After a few more seconds there was actually a rustling sob. Crying? Ah, don't cry, Mr. Su, what's there to be afraid of? Aren't I here? Daffy's downstairs too. Now that O Yang Minga has been subdued, he won't threaten you again. Don't be afraid. Jiang Feng coaxed Su Youran softly, but that wasn't what he thought in his heart. Damn, O Yang Minga, you wait, I'll go slap you in a while ha. In the end, Jiang Feng couldn't see a woman cry the most. Well, seeing that Jiang Feng knew he was crying, Su Youran simply didn't hide it. She wrenched herself out of Jiang Feng's arms and raised the beautiful face that had cried until it was so pearly that it was extremely heartbreaking. At this moment, her side face was hung with crystal tears, and her starry eyes were like waves rippling. She raised her small fist and punched at Jiang Feng's shoulder. Then as softly as if she had used up all her strength, she flung herself back into his arms and said in a soft voice, "It's not because he scares me scared. There is someone who can threaten me, Su Youran. I was compromised and scared because he threatened me with you. I didn't get through to you at that point, so I really thought you were taken by his people. Stinky Jiang Feng, you're simply bad. You obviously have such a powerful helper. You're clearly fine. Hey, why can't you get through on the phone? Why didn't you answer my call and let me worry for so long?" Chapter 52 Brothers. Jiang Feng gives you 300 a day. In a society where everyone wears a mask of hypocrisy and life moves at a breakneck pace, it really is a blessing to be thought of. What's more, it was by an extremely beautiful woman like Su Youran. Hearing her words, Jiang Feng let out a long breath. He really couldn't describe his feelings for a moment. He thought Su Youran was scared because she was scared by O Yang Minga. Didn't realize. I can't believe that I was worried and afraid that something would happen to him. Flipping out the cell phone in his pocket, Jiang Feng did find a missed call. He thought about it carefully and ended up with a helpless smile. Mr. Su, if I remember correctly, I should have been on the elevator at that time. Didn't I get here in a couple minutes? There was no signal. Jiang Feng's mouth twitched hard as he spoke. This is indeed a bit too much of a coincidence, but Su Youran was on the elevator when he called. He hemmed and hawed, curling Su Yuran's right hand into a fist. Mr. Su, I really didn't mean it, and I know my statement was a bit forced, but the truth is really that I didn't hear it on the elevator. How about, you hit me twice more to relieve your anger? Su Youran quickly wrinkled her pretty little nose and hastily withdrew her hand. No fight. Hey, you explained you couldn't answer the phone in the elevator. What am I going to be mad about? Only. Su Youran paused for a moment, then rubbed her delicate hands. I just hit you so hard that my hand went straight to numbness. You slapped O Yang Minga for so long in that bout. His face is swollen. Doesn't your hand hurt? It hurts. Jiang Feng is not Iron Man. His hands are also made of meat. How can it not hurt? Only what can pain be in the face of pleasure? How can a man be afraid of pain when he can't hesitate when it's time to throw a punch? In that situation, was there any reason for Jiang Feng not to beat O Yang Minga? It hurts, but it's enough that O Yang Minga hurts more. Come on, he insulted you like that and I'm not going to hit him? Men want to save face, okay? Su Youran, who heard this, was silent for a long time, a full minute before she opened her mouth to ask, Jiang Feng, are you a bit scared then? After realizing that he's the young master of the O Yang group? To speak from the bottom of my heart, no matter who you are, you will be afraid when faced with someone who is a huge step above you in terms of wealth and status. Even the reborn back Jiang Feng is no exception. He is not a novel protagonist, and there is no dangling system to help. He is just an ordinary person with a little opportunity. He could indeed use the time information gap to bankrupt O Yang Minga, but only if he was given enough time. The moment he heard that O Yang Minga was the young master of the O Yang group, Jiang Feng did freeze for a moment, but on second thought, I've died once before, so what's there to be afraid of? What's more frightening than death? There is, indeed, cowardice, Zhang Feng thought. There's definitely a little bit of fear, but there's always a little bit of dignity in life, isn't there? He played a little trick to beat me, and he had the nerve to threaten to force himself on you, and he threatened you with me. There's not one thing about this that I can stand. He's writing me and pulling S. I wasn't thinking a lot, just 4 words, him. After saying that, Zhang Feng instantly realized that he had lost his temper a bit, didn't hold back. How can you talk dirty in front of Mr. So? He scratched his head a little awkwardly, but the truth was, Su Youran not only didn't feel a bit offended by Zhang Feng's words, but instead smiled wanly. Thank you little maple. Well, I assure you that O Yang Minga won't bother you one bit. Just let me take care of things today. After saying that, Su Yuran's eyes were warm and watery, taking advantage of Zhang Feng's moment of daze to fire up and stick a bite on the side of his face. Looking at Zhang Feng's figure as he left the office, Su Youran couldn't help but flutter her pretty face with a blush. Speaking of which, this is also the first time she's offered a kiss without any reason. There is no girl who doesn't like a man who stands up for himself, even if it's as noble as Miss Su. Women are easily moved. Except, of course, for the watch. The moment Zhang Feng pushed the door and he gave O Yang Minga a put down. When Zhang Feng said, I didn't think about it that much, I just wanted to hit him. Su Youran is not without a sour nose. It was clear that this matter had started because of herself, but Zhang Feng didn't have a single complaint or blame for her. At this moment, the tear-stained Su Youran once again dropped a few drops of tears indisputably. Her thoughts drifted further and further to the events of early yesterday morning. It was clearly all her own doing, but Zhang Feng kept apologizing. For a moment, Su Youran really didn't know how to describe her feelings. Happy? Delighted? Moved? A little of both. But none of them. It was just that a scene about Zhang Feng passed through his mind over and over again. How could he wave it away? After a full 5 minutes, Su Youran exhaled a long breath of fragrant air and raised her hand to dial a call. Hey, Su Wanxiang. Your daughter is going to be bullied to death. Do you care? Do you care if your son-in-law's hand was swollen with a face slapping? Vientiane Colors Ltd. 5th floor activity room. O Yang Minga's face had completely swollen up, and even though no one slapped him, he still felt hot. On the other side, old Li hung his head inside. It wasn't that he didn't want to take O Yang Minga and leave, but Li Dafei was watching too closely. He had wanted to take advantage of Li Dafei playing with his cell phone to let his guard down to pull his leg and take the young master to escape. But the reality is cruel. Li Dafei not only did not play with the cell phone, that girl is not even a turn of the eyes off, just sat there, watching them both meticulously. Old Li wondered if there were young people who didn't play with cell phones in this day and age. As a result, he asked and almost gave himself a half-dead. Li Dafei said he just arrived in the city press simply do not have a cell phone. Well, so what else can old Li say? But at this moment, Lao Li had another bright idea. If I'm not mistaken, this Li Dafei should be a hired bodyguard just like him, right? Bro, how much does Zhang Feng pay you a day for hiring you as a fighter? Li Dafei didn't know what they were asking for, but he knew the two in front of him weren't good people. With a very wary expression, he opened his mouth. Brother Feng gives me 300 a day. 300? Old Li thought of his 100,000 monthly salary sucked in a breath of cold air. I am not a little off the market price. Not only was he shocked, but after sniffing, O Yang Minga felt that his face didn't hurt anymore, and his person was energized. He quickly stood in front of Li Dafei with an unbelievable face. Asterisk. Big brother, you this body Zhang Feng only give you 300 a day? He's a black-hearted capitalist, isn't he? Where did Ouyang Daoxiao not understand old Li's intentions at this time? He hurriedly continued to open his mouth. If you work with me, not to mention 300, I'll give you 3,000 a day, 10,000 even. Well, 3,000, 10,000, that much money? Li Dafei sucked in a mouthful of cool air. If this is the case, won't I be able to go home and say daughter-in-law soon? Seeing Li Dafei somewhat moved, O Yang Minga's gaze brightened. There is a scene. His eyes flicked to speak in a hurry. Bro, here's the deal. 1 bite, 20,000 a day. Now let's go out together. Go upstairs and beat up Zhang Feng. Then how about I take you to eat and drink? Chapter 53, after a punch, another punch, $20,000 a day. Seems like a lot of money. Li Dafei couldn't help but gulp, but then he punched old Li in the stomach. I refuse you. You give a lot of money, but my mother said that I can't work for bad people. You two are bad people. Old Li, brother, you're great. You're noble, you're upright, but that was my young master who said that. Why the hell did you hit me? A sharp pain came from his chest, and Old Li almost fainted directly. Dude, you're hitting the wrong guy. Those words scared O Yang Minga. Damn it, Old Li, I usually pay you for nothing. You've been punched in the face. Can you not drag me down with you? O Yang Minga mentally spat madly. but the next second the sandbag-sized fist landed on his back. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Li Dafei's hometown is a very simple and kind village. The people there have never been borrowers or returners and are extremely kind and naive. There has never been any patriarchal or unequal treatment. And in that kind of environment grew up Li Dafei Perseverance. He also had to old Li and O Yang Minga, these two people, a bowl of water leveling good, right? So after giving O Yang Minga a punch, he didn't say a word and added another punch to old Li. Lao Li, what do you mean you punched me again? O Yang Minga? Wait a minute. Old Li, you can keep your mouth shut. Ow. Li Dafei didn't bother with the two of them, but went back to his seat and naively dished out his thoughts. I intended to give O Yang Minga a punch, but I accidentally gave old Li a punch. The situation should just as well have been that O Yang Dajia took more punches than old Li, so I should give 2 punches to O Yang Daoxiao and 1 to Lao Li. 2 minus 1, which means the same as I intended. 1 more than Lao Li. Alas? That's not right. The one I just hit was old Li. Li Dafei sat dumbfounded. No, mistake. The punch just now should be made up to O Yang Minga again. Wow. How could I make such a cheap mistake? Luckily, the boss hasn't come yet to notice my mistake. Then now I'll make up 2 more punches to O Yang Minga. Won't it be the same as before? Li Dafei thought as he did, then laughed nervously and raised his sandbag-sized fist once again. On the other side, O Yang Minga's eyebrows flew up. Brother, my own brother, please let me go. If we don't understand the math, then let's not do it, okay? Ouch. The hurts. Seeing this, old Li sucked in a breath of cool air. It's every man for himself. He wants to get out of this nightmare place now. Just now Li Dafei said, Mr. O Yang is always going to take more punches than me? I have a little immature idea right now. Is there a possibility Zhang Feng won't give me a hard time if the young master sends it? Why don't I go over there and take a few punches? How many punches he could carry Li Dafei old Li was not sure, but he knew that he must have carried more than his own void than young master. Even though he deliberately collected his strength to not knock O Yang Minga unconscious, Li Dafei's 2 punches made O Yang Minga almost swallow his breath. He slumped over the table like a dead dog. What a sassy cockney. That. It's only decent people who don't get beat up. Seeing Li Dafei return to his chair and sit firmly, O Yang Minga let out a breath of relief. At the very least, before Zhang Feng came, he wouldn't get beaten up, right? As he wished, Zhang Feng did come not so fast, but an obese figure rushed in. Zhang Yuan walked into the house with his head full of black lines and went straight to Li Dafei. Daffy, which of the two of them is called O Yang Minga? When Li Dafei saw that it was an acquaintance, he smiled nervously and pointed to O Yang Minga, who was lying on the table. In the next second, Zhang Yuan could no longer suppress the anger in his heart and kicked O Yang Minga in the back. There was no finesse in that kick. It was all emotion. Kicking the already deflated O Yang Daoxiao directly fell off his chair and sat on the floor. Immediately after that, the 200-pound Zhang Yuan pressed his butt against his body and cursed. Just your name is O Yang Minga, right? Did you know that one of your men hit my car? Mother asterisk 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 or do you know how expensive it is to fix a car? I have to go home and get scolded by my wife again. Safety is the first rule of driving. Why the hell did you let someone hit my car? The more Zhang Yuan thought about it, the more angry he became, and subconsciously he wanted to slap O Yang Minga, but after looking around, he realized that he really had nowhere to place his palm. Solely giving up on the idea, he then stood up and sat down again. Asterisk 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 sinks me. Sink? Nima. It's right to sink. I can't crush you. Zhang Yuan moved extremely fast, and stood up with fire and pressed his butt again. Ouch me. O Yang Minga was crushed to the point of breaking, and at the same time he was angry. Damn. Zhang Feng hit me, even if Li Dafei hit me. Who the hell are you to hit me? Aha! This license plate. Vice President of Sales for Vientiane Makeup? What kind of little man dares to be arrogant in front of my old man? Old Li, him for me. At O Yang Minga's command, old Li rushed over as if on reflex. In the next second, Lao Li received a punch from Li Dafei. He's a friend of my boss. You can't hit him. What? Did I just punch old Li again? Thinking of this, Li Dafei turned back and looked at the bewildered young master O Yang, scratching his head and smiling nervously. Sorry O Yang Minga, I'll have to make up for you again. Seeing this scene, Zhang Feng, who had been staying at the door of the activity room, couldn't help but laugh out loud. O Yang Daoxiao really answered the word. He smiled sarcastically and walked into the house, directly giving O Yang Minga, who had just rested, a kick. Get up and let's talk about reparations. O Yang Minga's voice was simply like heavenly music once he heard Jiang Feng's voice. Let's talk? Yeah, let's talk. Let's talk and get out of here. It's so torturous and so damn scary. Chat. Jiang Feng, you quickly say how much you want. Do not say, although O Yang young man sinister and cunning point, but this compensation attitude is quite positive. Zhang Feng nodded with a slight smile. Okay, let's just run through it one thing at a time. First of all, your men hit my friend's car. Santana, the new car guide price is more than $100,000, and do not ask you for more. Make up a whole $200,000. Any comments? Opinion? O Yang Minga sucked in a breath of cool air. He's more than opinionated. He's downright scared to death. Asterisk. Zhang Feng, don't make a big offer, okay? You're asking me to pay $200,000 for a Santana? First of all, that car isn't worth the price right now. And besides, it's not like Zhang Hu and the others scrapped it. Just a rear-end dislike and this could be $200,000? To be honest, not only O Yang Minga, even Zhang Yuan was confused. $200,000? This, Mr. Zhang is too polite. Obviously, he could have just robbed O Yang Minga's money, but he still had to give him an excuse of compensation. But Zhang Feng's explanation immediately afterward made everyone suck in a breath of cold air. That's true, but we have to compensate according to the actual situation, don't we? It's true that it doesn't cost much to have a car disliked. That's mainly the rear end you dislike. We common people are not like you, young Master O Yang, who is generous enough to change cars at will. We buy cars that are treated and protected as wives. I'm going to ask you today, if your wife's rear end is disliked by someone else, what the would you do? Damn, I'm already merciful for letting you pay $200,000. How dare you haggle here? Chapter 54. Young Master fainted from fear. Then I'll just faint too. O Yang Minga, lolly, that's even analogous? Zhang Yuan, it makes sense. My wife's rear ass is disliked by you. It's not even good to repair. You still don't compensate me $200,000? Damn it, will you pay for it? If not, I'll press you. Seeing that the situation at the scene was somewhat tense, Li Dafei immediately got up and stood in front of Zhang Feng and Zhang Yuan, looking at O Yang Minga with a naive smile on his face. O Yang Minga subconsciously ducked behind old Li. Don't hit me. Hit Lao Li. Aga, not right. Beat old Li, still have to make up my punch. Thinking of this, O Yang Minga quickly waved his hand. Compensation. I'll take the $200,000. Laughing his ass off. He can't deny it. Zhang Feng nodded slightly and waved his hand, so Li Dafei retreated to the side, immediately following the next item on the disc. You got people to beat me up, and one of them punched me in the face. According to the market price, one punch is $100,000. My medical expenses. It's not too much for me to ask you for $1 million, right? At those words, O Yang Minga was completely numb. I did get someone to beat you up, but they touched you a little? Is this talk of compensation? No, this is fraud. Zhang Feng, don't spit blood. With Li Dafei there, how can Zhang Hu and the others beat you? A slap each? You're the one who gave them all a slap, right? Zhang Feng gave a thumbs up to O Yang Minga. Good. This can react. Not stupid. With that, he raised an eyebrow. I didn't hit Zhang Hu and the others. You framed me. This wave has taken a toll on my reputation and I want $1 million in damages. O Yang Minga, don't you dare bully. Before O Yang Minga could finish his sentence, Li Dafei directly came over and gave him a punch. No cursing, my boss. Saying that, he seemed to remember something. Alas, I'd given O Yang Daoshao an extra punch? Lao Li, I'll level you. His stance was extremely fast, and he turned back to old Li with an unrelenting punch. After the fight, Li Dafei even smiled nervously. It's more comfortable to hit old Li. You can use a little bit of strength, but when you hit O Yang Minga, you have to hold on to your strength to avoid knocking him out. Lao Li, what did I ever do to you? On the other hand, O Yang Minga was truly scared by Li Dafei and Zhang Feng. He gritted his teeth. It's just $1 million. Young master, I'll pay for it. Okay, $1 million is $1 million. I can leave after I make amends, right? Zhang Feng nodded and stretched out 3 fingers. Let's talk about my moral damages. My and Zhang Yuan's lost wages, and Dafei's strike fee, and you're good to go. Also NM have moral damages? Lost wages? There's no way around it. You're a ing extortionist. If these 2 things were true, O Yang Minga would have tolerated it. But what is Li Dafei's bidding fee for playing flute? He hit us and you're asking me for money? Zhang Feng. O Yang Minga was subconsciously about to open his mouth as soon as his head was up. In the next second, a pair of big hands directly took his mouth. Not Li Dafei, not Zhang Yuan, not Zhang Feng, but old Li. Old Li was simply too scared. Damn it, young master, you'd better cut the crap. Don't you see what's going on? Just pay up and let's get out of here. 10 minutes later, Zhang Feng received the 5 million transferred from O Yang Minga with a slight smile. He didn't ask for Su Youran's moral damages. It was because with Zhang Feng's understanding of Su Youran, she would rather not have this bit of crap money than to hear O Yang Minga's name again. Alright, young master O Yang, you guys can leave now. welcome to the next visit haha. O Yang Minga smiled sarcastically. He didn't dare to put out harsh words now. Instead, a very cryptic sentence was left. Zhang Feng, welcome to play at O Yang Group haha. This sentence fell impartially on Zhang Yuan's ears. The O Yang Group? Isn't this the big group from Jinghai? Wait a minute. O Yang Minga, O Yang Group. Boy, this person wouldn't be the young master of the O Yang Group, would he? The one I beat, pitted and crushed is the young master of the O Yang Group? In an instant, Zhang Yuan wanted to die, but he quickly calmed down. No, I fought along with Zhang Feng. Mr. Su has been appointed to help us carry the load in case of trouble. Egu, there is Mr. Su and there is Su Dongyin there is Su Dongyin. What bull O Yang Group. Zhang Yuan thought as he did, and then he lifted up and kicked O Yang Minga in the stomach, and then pressed onto him immediately afterward. Damn, next time you find someone to dislike my wife's ass, I will not spare you. Zhang Yuan's brain circuits were actually quite clear. After figuring everything out, his first reaction was not to apologize to O Yang Minga and beg for forgiveness. Instead, he thought, I'll just bully this kind of big young man this one time in my ing life. One more beating to get high. No chance later. Awesome. Zhang Feng gave a thumbs up as he looked at the stormy Zhang Yuan who was startled. He had just been looking for a way to find something to beat up O Yang Minga again. Now Zhang Feng realized looking for what directly on the hand is not it. Worthy of being the minister Zhang who would bully his staff. This ability to start a group is strong. Then I'll do another slap too. Hey, make up another slap on the right side of your face. Standing on the sidelines with empty hands and not knowing what to do, Li Dafei froze. With that, he shrugged it off and came forward with his sandbag-sized fists. Then I'll fight another round too. O Yang Minga, can the three of you be individuals? Lao Li, In the next second, Li Dafei looked at the already fainted O Yang Minga and fell into deep thought. He glanced again at his fist hanging in midair that hadn't yet blasted out. Brother Feng, what's going on? He fainted before I hit him. Actually, what O Yang Minga thought was very simple. He felt that with his current situation, he couldn't take that sandbag-sized punch from Li Dafei. He calculated that it would be better to just pass out rather than be knocked out. So, he fainted. Not only that, when Li Dafei walked next to Old Li, he was confused again. Ugh, Brother Feng, Old Li fainted too. Actually, what Lao Li wanted was simple. Young master has fainted. I'll faint too, or else I'll still be leveled by Li Dafei. Looking at the two who had fainted, Zhang Feng frowned slightly. This is a problem. How do we get these two out of here? Where should they go? Suddenly, Zhang Feng suddenly thought of a sentence. Garbage. It should stay in the garbage can. A minute later, Li Dafei lifted O Yang Minga and Lao Li in one hand and left the activity room, walked downstairs, and helped each of them back into the bucket. At the same time in Jinghai City, inside a single villa with European-style architecture, 10-strong aura, well-trained bodyguards surrounded a middle-aged man. The middle-aged man was in a sorry state, his hair disheveled and the side of his face covered in bruises. Obviously he had just been beaten up, and on the other side of the hall, Su Wanxiang sat on the sofa with his legs crossed and lit a cigarette, inhaling it fiercely before exhaling it towards the woman sitting in front of him. The woman obviously didn't like the smell and choked and coughed several times. Seeing this, instead of stopping the action of spitting out cigarettes, Su Wanxiang distributed 10 cigarettes to a group of bodyguards and told them all to light up. After the smoke had enveloped the hall's sky, the corner of Su Wanxiang's mouth raised in an arc, and he smiled sardonically at the woman in front of him. Ma'am, I don't think that you want to see anything happen to Mr. O Yang, do you? Chapter 55, What's wrong with beating you? Bullying Su Wanxiang. Ma'am, a husband and wife for a day now. You surely don't want to see anything happen to O Yang Tianhua, right? How about I let him go if the lady expresses enough sincerity? Hotel Vienna, we're going over to have dinner together to explore life? Su Wanxiang said with a smirk, and in the next second an angry roar came over. O Yang Tianhua had exploded with anger. Damn, I was lying comfortably in bed today waiting to have a second child. As a result, Su Wanxiang suddenly came to the door with 10 bodyguards. Before he could flounder, he was directly beaten up by the bodyguards Su Wanxiang brought with him. Now Su Wanxiang was actually threatening his own wife with him? As the chairman of the O Yang Group in Jinghai City, O Yang Tianhua was at least a figure that could shake 3 times when he stomped his foot. Can he stand it? What man could stand that? Su Wanxiang, are you crazy today? I'll call Xiaoyan later and tell her to hurry up and leave your crazy ass. You have perverted. Completely perverted. Su Wanxiang, I'm warning you for the last time today. If you dare to touch my wife a bit, I'll fight you. Fighting? Angry? Egu, you're pissed off. Then why didn't you come out and stop your son when he threatened my daughter-in-law? Tell Shuwan? O Yang Tianhua, how dare I do this without my wife's nod? Can't you use your brain? Su Wanxiang was helpless for a while, then stood up and walked to Ouyang Tianhua, who was tied up by his bodyguards. "I chow you. How dare you call me a pervert? I'm telling you, not only does my wife know about this today, she's gaga for me. I'll ask you one thing. How does this feeling of being threatened with your wife feel?" With that, he looked back at the noblewoman. "How does this feeling of being threatened feel, ma'am?" Ouyang Tianhua was already in a state of complete insanity at this point. His brain couldn't allow for a bit of thinking. But the noblewoman sitting on the couch retained a shred of sanity, and she felt that things were strange today. What Su Tianxian did, it's too baffling. On weekdays old Su is always the honest man who would rather suffer himself than let his friends suffer. He's always smiling, and he's never in a bad mood. "What's wrong with you today?" The noblewoman frowned tightly and opened her mouth to advise. "Old Su, what has happened to you? Is there some kind of misunderstanding in this? Say it, don't leave Tianhua and the two of us in the dark. Let's work it out together, okay?" Misunderstanding? I misunderstood NMLGCB. The moment he heard those two words, Su Wanxiang was on fire. "Damn it, my daughter cried and called personally, and you're telling me it's a misunderstanding? My daughter, who has been a strong woman all her life, can cry. How much must she have suffered?" Thinking about Su Wanxiang made him want to slap the noblewoman in front of him, but he restrained his impulse not to hit a woman. In the next second, he raised his arm to deliver an elbow strike at Ouyang Tianhua. "Since Madame asked, I won't hide it from old Su. Every word I said just now is what your good son O Yang Minga said to my daughter today. Every single thing I've threatened you with, he's threatened my daughter with. My Su Wanxiang's heart is not ruthless enough. If I really want to be as ruthless as O Yang Minga," Madame coughed, "then I should have let these 10 bodyguards punch Ouyang Tianhua. Damn it, I even reminded Ouyang Minga the other day that Ranran had found a boyfriend, so tell him to get lost." He licked his face and went to Pine City to discuss my daughter and my son-in-law. Lousy, just such a precious daughter. Holding in the palm of the hand, are afraid of melting. By that little so bullied? You guys say that this is a misunderstanding? You guys tell me how this is going to be resolved? Ouyang Tianhua, who was originally filled with anger, was instantly petrified in place after hearing Su Wanxiang's words, and even the noblewoman was frowning. They've talked about big 10-figure contracts and met countless powerful people, but their half-baked speaking skills couldn't get them to hold a word. Seeing this, Su Wanxiang kicked Ouyang Tianhua in the stomach, kicking the latter to cough several times. With that, he waved his hand with a black face and turned around with his bodyguards to leave, leaving Mr. and Mrs. Ouyang. It was just the lingering aftermath that wafted through the halls of the noble villa. Ouyang Tianhua, if you feel aggrieved and disgraced by this matter, if you want to help yourself, help your son out, whether it's business, the stock market, explicit or implicit, you can always come to me, Su Wanxiang. I'll play with you to the end. I'm the one who sold all of my shares to Wanxiang, and I'm the one who smashed the pots and sold the iron. But I'll also damn well let your Ouyang group go bankrupt. Don't think that I, Su Wanxiang, don't dare to do this. You guys can try. Mr. and Mrs. Ouyang sat on the sofa in silence for 5 minutes. Ouyang Tianhua lifted his messy and wretched face and looked at his wife. He didn't know what she was thinking. All in all, he had thought a lot in the time just now. There is a saying that the world never really empathizes, but then there's the old adage about being in the same boat. Having just been messed with by Su Wanxiang, Ouyang Tianhua was considered to completely understand how unpleasant this taste was. At this moment, compared to the physical pain, Ouyang Tianhua felt that the shame in his heart was more tormenting. Call Ouyang Minga. 3 hours, I must see him. If a son doesn't teach his father, I must make up for my faults today. A cold and serious voice rang out, and the noblewoman snapped back to her senses. In the end, she was considered a relatively sensible woman, and just now, she suddenly realized a sentence. Since ancient times, loving mothers have many children. I can't spoil Minga like this anymore. Good, Tianhua. No matter how you educate him this time, I won't stop you. Meanwhile, in the city of Pine City, inside the garbage can in front of the entrance of Wanxiang Makeup Company, Ouyang Minga was awakened by the ringing of the phone, and then he vomited. Where the hell is this? It stinks so bad? Garbage cans? Even if it stank, Ouyang Minga only felt that he was being pressed so hard that he couldn't even catch his breath. He barely managed to raise his head before he realized that old Li was pressed up against him. Damn it, old Li, wake up. You're crushing the young master. After being patted a few times by Ouyang Minga, old Li also woke up, and in the next second, the pungent smell directly made him retch. Vomit. Asterisk 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 you? Old Li, spit in my face. Young master, why are you hiding under my ass? After 5 minutes of tossing and turning, the two lumbered back to the car, bringing with them a gust of the fishy stench of the trash can. At this time Ouyang Minga just realized that someone just called himself, and quickly took out his phone. A look as his own mother's eyes are bright. Mom usually favors me the most. He rushed to dial back. followed by the woman's voice on the phone. Akazawa, where are you now? Mom, your son, I'm being bullied. The noblewoman froze in consternation for a moment, then manipulated a gentle tone. Mingza, don't be afraid of being bullied. If there's anything you want to say to mom at home, your dad is home too. How do you describe this feeling? It's probably like when you were a kid and you were naughty downstairs and your mom was waiting to beat you, so she deliberately lied to you and bought you a new toy to trick you into going upstairs, and then the leather whip was dipped in cool water. At this moment, O Yang Minga obviously didn't realize this. All he was thinking about now was completely, the world is only as good as mom. He nodded movingly and said with a big wave of his hand, Mom, wait for me. I'll have old Lee step on the gas tank and hurry back. Chapter 56, How did Marshal Mo get slapped too? The entrance to the security room. Million Elephant Makeup Company. In Songqing City, Zhang Feng introduced Li Dafei to the security team's crowd before leading him to the outside of the house. Daffy, you can stay and work in the group's security team from now on. Although Mr. Su always pays you at the captain's rate, 10,000 or so a month isn't always high. You make do, and I'll pay you extra on weekdays if you go out with me. Well, if I get the chance, I'll try to get you a big-ass daughter-in-law. What do you say? After understanding Li Dafei's stature, Zhang Feng decided that he must keep him by his side. Who could resist taking a giant titan on an errand? It's just too much security, isn't it? More than $10,000 a month? And help me talk about my daughter-in-law? Li Dafei's eyes widened nervously. Then he scratched his head and laughed, bending down with a deep bow. Thanks Feng. Li Dafei didn't compare this 10,000 a month salary with the 20,000 a day that O Yang Minga drove, not only because he thought 10,000 a month was a lot, but because he remembered a saying. My mother said that bad people earn a lot of money, but they also die quickly. Hey, I don't need any big money, just enough to spend. It would be nice for Maple to introduce me to a big-ass wife. It's me who should be thanking you for staying. Zhang Feng touched the tip of his nose in embarrassment. It's fortunate to have Li Dafei today, otherwise things would have been a lot more troublesome. He let out a long breath, and the gentleman kept it all in his mind. So now I'll show you around the house? It's 4 o'clock in the afternoon, and with a little extra money and hard work we can get in today. Li Dafei, character simple and kind, is the first time to enter the city. Zhang Feng naturally want to help him consider every aspect. How can we do this without renting an apartment? We can't keep sleeping on the street or in the security room, can we? And right at this moment, a gentle female voice came from behind. It was Zhang Hongyan, who was wearing professional clothes. Mr. Zhang, the matter of the house has been resolved. There's a nearby district that happens to have cooperation with the headquarters group. Mr. Su called and asked for a set for Daffy. The furniture is all complete, and the rent, utilities and property fees are all paid out of the company's pocket. In a moment I'll bring Daffy over to stay directly. Your time it's better to stay more with Mr. Su. Zhang Hongyan smiled faintly at Zhang Feng, then raised her eyebrows slightly towards the top floor of the company building. Zhang Feng was slightly stunned, then realized what Zhang Hongyan meant. Su Youran isn't planning to ask us out for dinner, is she? Good. Then I'll trouble Secretary Zhang. It's no trouble, as it should be. Hearing that it wasn't Zhang Feng who brought himself, but Zhang Hongyan, a big beauty, who brought herself to check in, Li Dafei's neck turned red at once. He stood beside Zhang Hongyan with a naive and shy face. Secretary Zhang, I'd like to ask if it's far away? Since Brother Feng has something to go and be busy with, I can find my way there myself. I can't trouble you. Hey. Zhang Hongyan frowned slightly, shrugging her shoulders and waving the car keys in her hand. It's not far or close. I'll pick you up and drop you off one of these days. When you get your driver's license, you can drive the car assigned to the security team. Come with me. Zhang Feng couldn't help but smile as he stood watching the two strike up a conversation. He knew to thank Li Dafei, and how could Su Youran not? This chick, she's pretty thorough in her arrangements. Only at this time, the situation was a bit strange. Secretary Zhang had already taken several steps. Li Dafei was still stupidly frozen in place and did not move. This gave Zhang Feng a confused look. Daffy? Go with Secretary Zhang. Li Dafei lowered his head, and his eyebrows had a sense of the shyness of a big girl getting married. Brother Feng, can I get a different male co-worker? Secretary Zhang is prettier than any of our village flowers. I'm nervous. Nervous you dare. You're a fierce slapper, but you're a wimp when it comes to women? Zhang Feng was so anxious that he was on fire. Rubbing, he narrowed his eyes slightly. His gaze turned, dragging Li Dafei's arm for several steps, then pushed him to Zhang Hongyan's side with one hand. Looking at the backs of the two men walking side by side towards the parking lot, Zhang Feng smiled faintly. Really, Inca chicken? It's not like I'm asking you to go on a blind date to find a wife. But then Zhang Feng raised his eyebrows. According to Li Dafei's standards, a big-ass daughter-in-law. Looks like Secretary Zhang is just right too, huh? Heaven and earth. Zhang Feng did not take the initiative to deliberately go to see it. Haha, it was all told by Mo Shui. Right. On his way back to the office, Zhang Feng sent a message to Su Youran. At Zhang Feng, listening to Secretary Zhang. Mr. Su has instructions for the evening? At Yuran, there is no instruction. I just want to ask little Feng Feng to have dinner with me tonight. Do you have time? At Zhang Feng, dinner. At Yuran, Little Maple you sound like you're a little reluctant? At Zhang Feng, no. How can that be, Mr. Su? I'm simply too willing. I was just thinking about where I should go to pit you against a meal at night. At Yuran, pit me. Who said I was going to invite you? At Zhang Feng, squint and smile gif. Last time it was me who treated you. Isn't it your turn to treat me this time? At Yuran, knock on the head gif. Then since you're ready to screw me over, I'm not invited. At Zhang Feng, that's great. I'll have another chance to treat the beautiful Ms. Su to dinner. How many men can't even dream of getting that? At Yuran, Che. Smooth talker. After confirming the evening meal with a few simple words, Zhang Feng had returned to his workstation. The corners of his mouth lifted slightly, and he somehow became in an extraordinarily good mood. He hummed a little tune and happily turned on the jerk. We've got 2 hours till closing time. Let's touch fish for a while. But in the next second, his gaze was directly startled by Mo Shui, who had returned from the restroom with his right cheek reddened. Asterisk. Big brother, did you fail at chasing a girl and get dumped on or what? The right side of this face is all red. It is no wonder that Zhang Feng subconsciously associated with the mouth. Mainly because Mo Shui this red and O Yang Minga have similarities and similarities. Wow. Upon hearing this, Mo Shui sighed a long breath and sat his butt back on the chair full of helplessness. Feng, don't mention it. I'd recognize it if a girl slapped it. It was fanned by my grandfather. Grandpa slapped it? Zhang Feng sucked in a breath of cool air. Goo. Don't they say that intergenerational kinship, the old people most love their grandchildren's children? Furthermore, the older the person should be the better the temper. Mo Shui did what can let his master under such a cruel hand. You swiped his teacup? Mo Shui skimmed his lips and shook his head. No, swiping the teacups is something he did the last time he hit me. Alas, brother Feng, it's my fault this time. I have a problem with this ing mouth. My grandfather came to Pine City yesterday and stayed at my house. Older people are more frugal and try to save electricity when they don't think it's necessary. And then they always turn off the lights. I was squatting in the pit when the toilet light snapped out. I was scrubbing the dishes when he turned the light off too. Then I got a little grumpy, and I searched for it's not like I'm poor and can't afford to pay the electric bill. And then I choked with my grandfather. I say, old shuttered light. What do you keep shutting the light for? Chapter 57, Stinky Zhang Feng, get a driver's license. Good man, you kids are really outspoken. The corners of Zhang Feng's mouth twitched viciously, and he gained an inexplicable admiration for Mo Shui. Only he wondered again. It is reasonable to say that Mo Shui's grandfather how also have more than 70, right? How many times did the old man slap you? It can make you blush so half-heartedly? Your grandpa has a strong hand. Hearing Zhang Feng's words, Mo Shui couldn't help but freeze. Brother Feng, how do you know that not only this one thing I did made my master angry? For a while Mo Shui pulled open the box. To be honest, Zhang Feng did not come to the company for half a day. He wanted to cry and did not know who to look for. Thinking of this, he pulled his chair forward and looked at Zhang Feng with a tearless face full of aggression. Brother Feng, I'm bitter. Listen to what I'm going to say. Didn't I get slapped? And then I also realized that I made my grandfather angry. I pondered how much a bad mood affects an old man's health, so I sought to amuse him. It just so happened that's when I saw a joke on the internet. There's a God comment at the bottom of what it says about the benefits of people taking cool showers. The upside, you get younger, because whoever washes it freezes like a grandson. I thought it was a good joke, and then I told it to my grandfather. But I never in a million years thought that my grandfather would like a cool bath now. As soon as he heard that joke of mine, his back didn't get sore and his legs didn't hurt. He stood up and slapped me, while fanning and saying pants before shoes. Zhang Feng held his breath. Honestly, his intention was really to coax Mo Shui. But why does he want to laugh so much right now? Damn, how bad can this be? Just right to tell this joke to grandpa who likes cool baths. There's always a grandson who wants to be the master. At 5:50, Zhang Feng shut down his computer on time, and after instructing Mo Shui to protect those two old hands of Li Dafei, he went to the minister's office. Zhang Feng did not hesitate a bit and directly transferred $20,000 to Zhang Yuan to repair the car. He figured that Zhang Yuan could save a lot of money by taking this money to repair his car. As for why it's not $1 million, let's just say it's a car ass and not really a Zhang Yuan insider. In response, Zhang Yuan was also excited and grateful. I've been giving Zhang Feng a hard time before. I even wanted to fire him, but this time he's sharing the money with me? Well, Mr. Jiang, Lao Zhang, must look up to you and Mr. Su from now on. Jiang Feng naturally didn't know this. At this moment he had already met with Su Youran in the underground parking lot. It's already the end of September. The weather is turning cooler, and Su Youran, who is draped in a brown coat, is extraordinarily beautiful. She glanced at Jiang Feng, who was waiting on the side, and smiled wanly. Stinky Jiang Feng, why don't you get in the car and wait for me? Is this chick tired from a long day at work? She didn't show up, and I don't have the key, so how can I get in the car? Jiang Feng thought as he did. The next second he saw Su Youran naturally getting the key on the front wheel. The corner of his mouth jerked hard. No, Mr. Su, you keep your car keys here? Yeah, convenient. I keep it here. It's getting cold. Next time you just get in the car and wait for me. At the words Jiang Feng a burst of speech. He subconsciously froze. Car keys in this really will not lose? But on second thought he figured out that those who can come here are all Vientiane's employees, who has nothing to do to steal the president's car. Do you think you're overpaid or do you underestimate Uncle Dan's ability to handle cases? The Audi R8 soon drove away from the Wanxiang Color Company. Su Youran, who was holding the steering wheel, stole several glances at Jiang Feng, and then her red lips naturally raised an arc. Say little Maple, what do you want to eat? I'll treat you today. Didn't Mr. Su say he wouldn't invite me? At those words, Su Youran's cheeks flashed with a hint of cunning. Come on, her intention was to invite Jiang Feng to dinner, right? How could she just change her mind? She was just trying to tease Jiang Feng during the chat. At this moment, being asked rhetorically by Jiang Feng, Miss Su didn't panic. Did I say I wouldn't invite you? How is that possible? Last time you bought me dinner. This time it's my turn to buy you. Furthermore, even if it was said, it would be Mr. Su's words. What does it have to do with me? Su Youran? Good guy. At this moment Jiang Feng suddenly thought of a very classic saying. You reason with women? Only Jiang Feng unexpectedly felt that Su Youran was quite cute in this way. On the other hand, Su Youran realized that her behavior might indeed be a bit unreasonable when she saw Jiang Feng froze. Her tone softened the next second. Alright, how could I not invite my little Feng for dinner? What do you want to eat? How do you want to screw me? Hey, you booked the most expensive private room in the Pine City Hotel, said full I also please. Boy, who can resist coaxing your beautiful presidential big sister? At this moment, Jiang Feng rather had the illusion that his life had reached its peak. Through the car window, he saw that there were already maple leaves sparsely falling, and then he was struck by an idea. It's almost fall. Let's have the first hot pot of the fall. Hot pot? Su Youran snickered. It was so nice. She was thinking of fondue too. She nodded in satisfaction. Then her eyes flickered. Okay, but stinky Jiang Feng, discuss something. Will you go get a driver's license? Jiang Feng, no. Mr. Su, why are you changing the subject a bit fast? Marriott Mall parking lot. Jiang Feng, who was holding Su Youran's white hand towards the mall, couldn't help but feel emotional. Mr. Su, although there are quite a few rich people in Pine City, this R8 of yours is still the top of the line here. Hearing this, Su Youran, who had thought about how to persuade Jiang Feng to get a driver's license halfway through, came to a godly halt. Her eyes lit up as she stood in front of Jiang Feng. Is that so? What about that stinking Jiang Feng? You go get a driver's license soon. When you pass the test, this car is yours to drive. Good guy. Jiang Feng viciously sucked in a mouthful of cool air. He couldn't figure out how Su Youran seemed to have an obsession with pushing him to get a driver's license. Mr. Su, it's really not that I don't take the test, it's that I'm too stupid to take it. Jiang Feng casually made up a reason to dismiss. In fact, it's so easy for him to get a driver's license that he doesn't even have to practice. Just make an appointment to take the test. But the question arises, what is the use of his driver's license? His house is so close to the office. It's a short walk. Using the car more often than not is nothing more than coming out with Su Youran. But then there's the problem. Fragrant car, beautiful people. By Su Youran, such a top big beauty driving is not more comfortable than rubbing the steering wheel? Just for the sake of sitting in Su Youran's passenger seat, he can't take this driver's license. Stupid? Su Youran subconsciously frowned. She instantly heard that Jiang Feng was looking for an excuse. Can anyone who can accurately capture the direction of the stock market be stupid? Jiang Feng said he's stupid? Who would believe that? However, she didn't poke Jiang Feng, but smiled wryly. It's okay, if you're stupid I'll hire you a separate coach to practice with you. Or buy a driving school and practice slowly and take the test slowly. How about getting your license soon? In fact, Jiang Feng really guessed right. Su Youran did have an obsession with him taking the driving license. Just now in the car Miss Su was a little upset. Driving this piece of car is too distracting for me to sneak a peek at Jiang Feng, isn't it? How many times will I have to look at him less every time I go out? Wouldn't that be too much of a loss? I don't know how. When Zhang Feng is around, Su Youran wants to glance at him more. In fact, she thought, if Zhang Feng really do not want, then go out in the future will take a taxi, not driving. But on the other hand, she also wanted to experience what it's like to ride in a car driven by your boyfriend instead of your old man's car or the chauffeur's car. Chapter 58, Zhang Feng, I really have a very small meal. Thinking of this, Su Youran's pretty face couldn't help but puff up a layer of pink. Ah no, not the boyfriend, it's to experience what it's like to ride in a temporary boyfriend's car first. Yeah, that's it. Okay, Mr. Su, I'll have time to take the test with Daffy in the next 2 days. Su Youran had said so. How could Zhang Feng refuse? On the other hand, he was also heartbroken about money. He didn't doubt the truthfulness of Su Youran's words in the slightest. Buy a driving school? This chick's got the tiger in her to do it. This thing must cost at least a couple $100,000, right? The corner of Zhang Feng's mouth twitched hard. He had to help his girlfriend save money. Temporary girlfriends are also called girlfriends. The public service position. Temporary girlfriends of the money must also save. Of course there is another reason. That is, Zhang Feng realized that it was indeed a bit inappropriate for Su Youran, the big CEO, to drive every time he went out. Whether she was the girlfriend or the president, she should be the one riding in the car. On the 5th floor of the Marriott Mall is the food court with a wide variety of cuisines to choose from. Barbecue in summer, hot pot in winter. Because the weather turns cooler, Hot Pot City's business is extraordinarily good. The seat is full. By the time Zhang Feng and Su Youran had eaten their fill, the time had come to 8:30 p.m. Lightly holding Zhang Feng's arm to leave Hot Pot City, Su Youran secretly used the collar of her coat to block her slightly red cheeks. She didn't remember exactly how much she had just eaten, only that she had eaten from beginning to end and hadn't stopped for a moment. Su Youran dared to pat her breast to assure that just now she really didn't want to eat a lot of. She felt that in front of Zhang Feng, how could she restrain herself, right? But the whole time she was eating, Zhang Feng was giving her food. Miss Su adhered to the principle of no leftovers in the bowl, so she didn't keep her mouth shut, so she was nervous at this time. I ate so much. Stinky Zhang Feng won't laugh at me, will he? Thinking about it, Su Youran felt a breath top up from her chest and subconsciously burped. Hiccup. Immediately afterward, Zhang Feng turned his eyes sideways and looked at her with a smile. The moment she locked eyes with Zhang Feng, Miss Su really wanted to find a crack in the ground. Come on, it's super embarrassing to show off your huge appetite in front of your boyfriend, right? And I burped? What to do? Image wow. Her heart was frantic, but Zhang Feng's gentle voice was already ringing in her ears. I see that Su was still squirming a bit during dinner, and I was just about to ask if you wanted anything else. It seems like it should be full now. Hearing this, and thinking about the amount of food she had just eaten, Su Youran simply blushed through her face. I've eaten so much. How dare Zhang Feng ask me if I'm full? Come on, am I that good a eater? Do you think I'm a pig? Su Youran thought as such, but her eyes honestly glanced to the cupcakes in the display case of the dessert store in the distance. It just looks so yummy and looks like it could use a little more dessert? No. Noticing that he had already eaten a lot of very humiliating, Su Youran hastily retracted his small greedy gaze and gently coughed twice and said, Of course I'm full. I'm telling you what, Zhang Feng, this is literally the most I've ever eaten in my life. Actually, I used to actually eat very small meals. Su Youran's tone was getting softer and softer. The volume was getting smaller and smaller, obviously lacking in bottom. But she thinks, even though it's already happened, it's not too much to ask to save her image a little bit, right? A small amount of food? Zhang Feng couldn't help but laugh when he heard this. About 20 minutes after returning to the office after having dinner with Su Youran at the Pine City Hotel that day, on his way to the bathroom he bumped into Secretary Zhang, who was carrying a large bag. At the elevator entrance, he now remembers Secretary Zhang's words. Mr. Zhang, Mr. Su said he didn't eat at noon. This is the meal I bought. Are you hungry? I'll go again if you're hungry. Immediately Zhang Feng was confused. Did not eat? It's true that Su Youran didn't eat much in the hotel, so it's not like she's just hungry, right? That's when Zhang Feng realized, Su wasn't eating less, she was embarrassed to eat. So, today, Zhang Feng intentionally and desperately gave Su Youran meat. Well, looking at Su's perfect body, I can tell you eat less, but I do think it's just right to eat like I did today. Man, it's a blessing to be able to eat. It's a blessing to be able to eat. And that's what my mom told me. Su Youran snickered and her brows instantly relaxed. Hey, so that's what Zhang Feng thinks? How about I don't hold back on purpose from now on? Then I'll just listen to you, Zhang Feng, and eat a little more at every meal. Mr. Su is really quite obedient. Giving steps down, haha. Zhang Feng smiled faintly, and somehow without realizing it, he reached out and rubbed Su Youran's head. Feeling Su Youran's petite body stunned for a moment, he realized that his actions were somewhat unauthorized. Ask, as a young person in the new century, what do you do when you feel embarrassed? Yeah, pull out your phone, look down at it and be done with it. Jiang Feng thought the same thing, but when he reached out to touch his pocket he froze. Goo, where's my cell phone? Mr. Su, I seem to have left my cell phone in the Hot Pot City store. I'll go back and look for it. As one of the top-ranked shopping centers in Pine City, Marriott is full every day, not to mention at the prime time of 8:30 p.m. At the elevator entrance of the 5th floor dining area, Su Youran stood here waiting for Jiang Feng. She hid her perfect body under the coat, but her tall figure and those proud long legs still attracted an unknown number of eyes. Unlike the calm and coolness Su Youran showed, her heart had long been rabbits. How can a woman's head be touched casually? That action also seems too intimate, right? Forget it, I've touched my breasts. It's nothing to touch my head. Jiang Feng is also subconscious, right? I don't blame him, but he went away for so long and didn't come back, so he couldn't be shy too, could he? Thinking of this, Su Youran's cheeks slightly reddened, passing her expectant eyes towards the direction of Hot Pot City. The scene could have given a dumbfounded look to the passers-by who passed her by. How many big brothers are going to leave their mouths watering? Damn it, isn't this woman too good looking? Are you sure it's not some big star? The women passing by also cast envious glances. No, is there really a woman who can look this good? She's only wearing light makeup. It's not enough that she's good looking, but she has such a good figure? Legs are a meter long. And the top, it's got a C on it, right? Damn, how can we live with this? Never mind, it's better not to compare people. It's a bit self-defeating. There is a kind of person who comes out as the center of attention and attracts the majority of people without doing anything. Obviously, Su Youran is this type. While the crowd was shocked by her appearance, questions were also raised in their hearts. By the look of her, looks like she's waiting for someone? Come on, what kind of person needs Her Highness to wait personally? It's not a man, is it? Chapter 59, Su Youran is staying at Jiang Feng's house tonight. 5 minutes later, Jiang Feng walked back carrying the cupcakes. He'd found his cell phone when he got back to Fondue City, and the reason it took him so long wasn't shyness. Instead, I went to get cupcakes. He could see Su Youran's bawling eyes in that bout. Jiang Feng thought it was funny to think about it. Obviously a rich woman with $10 billion in total, wanting to eat cake but holding back that kind of expression. While thinking that Su Youran was adorable, he walked out of Hot Pot City and went to the dessert store. It was also the case that he had circled around the 5th floor and at this time was standing behind Su Youran. Jiang Feng didn't think much about it, but patted Su Yuran's back. Feeling tapped, Su Youran instantly frowned. Why are these men so blind? Can't you see I'm waiting for someone? Hit it up, or come and hit it up. You'd die if you didn't. Besides, it's fine to hit on me. What do you mean you're filming me? No smartphone, no Vmail, and besides, I have a boyfriend. Su Youran twisted her head as she spoke, her words coming to an abrupt end, her tone directly dropping an octave. There was no way. She could see that the person standing behind her was Jiang Feng. At this moment, Jiang Feng was looking at her with a smile on his face. Mr. Su, it looks like quite a few people came to talk to you during the time I went to get my phone. You still know stinky Jiang Feng. You know still. What Su Youran had wanted to say was you knew and still came back so slowly. But when she glanced at the small bag Jiang Feng was carrying in his hand her brows knitted slightly. Jiang Feng is going to buy me dessert? Was it my body, humiliated eyes that he saw in that bout? At that moment, Su Youran held back her red face, and the words that were swirling around her mouth were immediately held back, turning into, stinky Jiang Feng, if you know that, why don't you hurry and come hold my hand? Jiang Feng smiled faintly. He didn't hold Su Yuran's hand. Instead, he directly wrapped his arm around her small waist. It's not okay to hold hands with so many people ogling my girlfriend. Why don't I put my arm around you? That way you won't get snatched up. A warm and soft touch came from his palm, and Jiang Feng added in a small voice after snapping. Mr. Su, do you know if there are any spies for your old man in here? I put my arm around you on purpose, but I definitely didn't mean to take advantage of you, haha. It was very hard for Jiang Feng to say these two sentences, probably because of the forced lying explanation. At those words, the frozen Su Youran also nodded thoughtfully. Yeah, my old man's men do know God's own business. Then snuggle a little tighter. It's okay, I know you're not mooching. Just like that, Su Youran snuggled into Jiang Feng's arms and entered the elevator, and the two of them left the 5th floor of the Marriott Mall. The scene gave the big brothers around the house a stare. They were either those who were forcefully refused to be accosted by Su Youran, or those who wanted to be accosted but didn't have the guts to stay and watch the fun. Seeing Jiang Feng patting Su Yuran's back after her expression changed drastically, they were still stealing joy. Good lord, another brother is going down. What's the result? Hey, he's the one the pretty girl is waiting for. I'm sitting up in my deathbed, and the clown is me? How is that kid better than us? He does seem to be more than a notch better looking. The Audi R8 slowly parked downstairs of Jiang Feng's rented room. Jiang Feng let out a long breath and put the dessert in the passenger side. Mr. Su, I'll be going home then, so go back and drive slowly. This. Just go? Jiang Feng, you're too hasty, aren't you? Su Youran was slightly stunned, hurriedly locking the car door and then end up asking in a tone. I say stinking Jiang Feng, do you have no heart? I chauffeured you around all night, hey. I even bought you dinner. Can you at least invite me up for a cup of tea? A cup of tea? Jiang Feng directly froze. It's not mailed? He had Coke and Sprite and all kinds of drinks and juices and stuff at home. But no tea. Mostly because he doesn't like it. Looks like we should always have some for Mr. Su in the future? Mr. Su, why don't I buy you a drink tomorrow night? I really don't have any tea in my house. At those words, Su Youran was directly stunned. What? Jiang Feng said there's no tea at home. Is this still a man? Don't you usually talk like a tease? How come you can't think straight when it comes to the moment of truth? Is tea the point? Su Youran was simply furious. At this moment she felt that Jiang Feng was a Jinjin man. To put it bluntly, Miss Su was so angry solely because she hadn't even wanted to go home and sleep today. As for the reason, there is no reason. Miss Su never explains anything. Stinky Jiang Feng, why don't you have any tea in your house? Su Youran frowned slightly, staring straight at Jiang Feng's face. This can give Jiang Feng scared. Boy, this all the way are good. The separation of how to provoke Su angry? At this moment, Jiang Feng sucked in a breath of cool air. He felt that he had to do something. Mr. Su, Jiang Feng shouted, then moved over to Su Youran's side. Seeing this, Su Youran was slightly stunned. What does he want? Noticing Jiang Feng's face getting closer and closer, Miss Su's heart was in her throat. Although Jiang Feng didn't get my point, but if he's willing to give me a kiss, it's not impossible to not be angry. Su Youran thought as she did, then blushed slightly and closed her eyes. Come on stinking Jiang Feng, show me your sincerity. To Su Youran's surprise, she waited for a while, and there was no such feeling of lips and teeth. Instead, there was a thump sound in her ears, and it was Jiang Feng's hand that unlocked the car across her. In the next second, Jiang Feng's voice sounded along with the sound of the car door opening. Bang! Mr. Su, it's getting late, so I'll go home first. Jiang Feng thought thoroughly. What's the saying? Never try to coax in a woman who is angry. He pondered that he'd better run first, and then wait for Su Youran to calm down a bit later before giving her a video. And looking at Jiang Feng's fleeing back, Su Youran was already about to explode with anger. Stinking Jiang Feng. You, piss me off. Getting out of the car she was already clenching her small fists and stomping her feet into the ground as hard as she could. Sitting on the sofa, Jiang Feng let out a long breath and then began to ponder. When should I call Mr. Su? Half an hour should be quite appropriate, right? Suddenly, a crazy idea sprang into his mind. What did Mr. Su mean when he said he wanted to come up for tea? It can't be that he wants to stay at my house today, right? Jiang Feng viciously sucked in a mouthful of cool air, and then he denied his thoughts. Of course he's happy to have Su Youran staying here. Come on, a top-notch beauty sleeping with you, wouldn't you? You can't do anything, but at least it's nice to look at, right? But Jiang Feng knew that it wouldn't happen at all. The last time Su Youran stayed over, it was the rainstorm that made it impossible to leave, so how could she take the initiative to stay over? Just as Jiang Feng was immersed in thought, a knock sounded on the door. Chapter 60, Tonight. Seeing through the cat's eye that it was Su Youran standing outside, Jiang Feng's tiger shook and opened the door in a hurry. Mr. Su. Before he could say anything, Su Youran directly rushed in carrying 2 bags. With that, he took off his boots and put them aside, changed into his slippers and went to the couch and sat down. Red lips lightly opened, and a pleasant and slightly stubborn voice came out. I don't mean anything else. It's just that I'm so desperate for a cup of tea, the kind that can't wait a moment. There's no tea at your house, so I went to the store and bought a random packet. I'll just come up for a cup of tea and leave. Jiang Feng raised his eyebrows fiercely. Although he had just been separated for not even a few minutes, he felt that Su Youran was even better looking than just now. Another 2 people alone in a room together. He gulped involuntarily, raising his hand to look at his watch. It was already 9:30 at night. Mr. Su, don't you have to taste the tea? I'm guessing it'll be after 10 by the time you're done drinking. It's not safe to go back by yourself, so why don't you stay put tonight? Stay at my place. Don't worry, what happened last time will never happen. I'll sleep on the couch today. Humph. You know to keep me at this time? Su Youran quietly pouted. Although her anger had not yet subsided, it was obvious that her expression was much better than just now. Actually, it was Auntie who said she was going to call the video later. Otherwise, I'm not staying at your place. As for how to sleep, Wait until later. Su Youran spoke with a stiff upper lip. At this moment, Zhang Feng also let out a long sigh of relief. Seeing Su Youran so resolute and unwavering to live over, he really had the illusion of being loved by the beautiful president. But now he was relieved to hear that it was his mom who was going to call the video over. So it was. But somehow, the release was accompanied by a faint feeling of loss. As for the matter of Song Ling saying that she was going to play a video for Su Youran, he didn't doubt it at all. Come on, who doesn't know that Comrade Song Ling stopped contacting her son when she got a daughter-in-law? Okay, so let's just make a video call to my mom to cope. Zhang Feng shook his head to dismiss the wild thoughts in his mind and said, at those words, Su Youran, however, froze. Video for Auntie? We call over? We're not sleeping anyway. Why don't we wait for Auntie to call? How bad would it affect her if she's busy? Maybe she'll be busy and forget about it? Forgotten? Zhang Feng shook his head fiercely. No, it won't, Su. You still don't see your place in my mom's heart. There's nothing more important with her right now than videoing her daughter-in-law. Even if she's busy, she'll drop what she's doing when you call. Let alone forget. There's definitely no hiding from this video. So we might as well be honest and just dial it in. Ahak. How did that happen? Su Youran's expression was calm, but a hint of panic flashed under her eyes, and her fingers unconsciously clasped to her palms. She came up here because she wanted to stay at Zhang Feng's house, and drinking tea was an excuse, and the video was certainly an excuse. That's right, Song Ling didn't call her at all. It was all made up off the top of Miss Su's head. She thought it through. Using her aunt as a reason Zhang Feng would never take a deposition, right? As for the last call not coming, it was just that Auntie was busy and forgot, so wouldn't it be easy to muddle through? But she was never expecting things to go in this direction. What to do? Right, divert Zhang Feng's attention. Zhang Feng, do you want some tea? I'll go make it for you. Little Maple, do you want some dessert? I'll feed you anything. Come on, eat it. Why don't I go cook you some noodles? Are you hungry? Su Youran's movements were certainly quick, but she was still late. On the other side, Song Ling had already picked up the video call that Zhang Feng had dialed over. After Zhang Feng turned on the speakerphone, Song Ling's puzzled voice came over. Ha, Feng, why are you calling so late? Zhang Feng? Mom, didn't you ask Mr. So to call you? Zhang Feng's lips moved slightly, just about to open his mouth, but the next second Su Youran snatched the cell phone away. Hey, Auntie, didn't you say for me to give you a call when I get home tonight? Could I be misremembering? Letting Zhang Feng freeze and ask his aunt and then recognize himself? Su Youran wasn't going to let this kind of awkwardness happen. Auntie, we missed you too. Su Youran appeared to be smiling gently, but her actual mood was already tense. What are Song Ling's attributes? Sherlock Holmes. How could she not see the tension between Su Youran's brows? Seeing this, Song Ling was slightly stunned, and then smiled joyfully. Remember correctly, Ran. I was the one who asked you to call me. You're so busy with work and you still remembered. OMG. I'm so happy, yo. 10 o'clock, Xiangjiang City. Hanging up the phone, Song Ling could no longer suppress the corners of her mouth from rising. Glancing at Zhang Haiyuan, who was huffing and puffing on the side, she stretched out her leg and kicked. Ouch. Wife, what are you doing? I have to work tomorrow. We need to get some rest. Zhang Haiyuan's first reaction wasn't to get kicked and angry. Rather, he doesn't want to pay his rations anymore. After all, women are like wolves at 30, tigers at 40, and 50. He really needs to rest. Glancing at the virtuous Zhang Haiyuan, Song Ling skimmed her lips. Not this, you deadbeat. It's me who just played a video with Ran. Song Ling, what's wrong with you? It's 10 o'clock at night. You don't sleep, you call Ran? Zhang Haiyuan sat up and branched out. What are you doing calling Ran at this hour? Didn't we agree last time? Ran and Xiaofeng will depend on their destiny. We don't care much about them. After all, feelings of this thing, and not make do with make do. And you, and what crime to call Ran? If you can't talk, can you just shut up and listen? Song Ling raised her hand and delivered a cocktail of blows. Zhang Haiyuan, have you taken gunpowder in this mouth? If you keep talking like that, you won't be able to rest today. Upon hearing this, Comrade Lao Jiang immediately shut his mouth obediently. I'm not afraid of a beating, but if we talk about this, we'd better shut up. Hearing him subside, Song Ling stretched her eyebrows and said, I didn't call Ran. Ran called me. What? Lao Jiang, do you know? Ran said it was me who asked her to play the video for me tonight. It's something you mull over. Is there a possibility that Ran wanted to stay over at Keith's place, then was embarrassed and used me out as an excuse? Hearing this, Zhang Haiyuan was directly shocked, and all of a sudden his waist didn't hurt anymore. People weren't tired. Boy, if that's true, doesn't that mean my perfect daughter-in-law is secure? On the other side, Zhang Feng and Su Youran were also ready to sleep when they saw that it was getting late. A man of promise, Zhang Feng said to sleep on the sofa, holding the quilt pillow to go towards the house. Seeing this scene, Su Youran's beautiful eyes, who had already changed into her queen-sized pajamas, flickered with a strange luster. In the next second, her pleasantly gentle and slightly shy voice rang out. Stinky Zhang Feng, that sofa will definitely fall if you sleep on it. We slept in the same bed last time anyway. Why don't we sleep together tonight, too, like last time? Chapter 61, Why Sleep on the Sofa? Sleep together. After saying that, Su Youran's pretty face turned to translucent red at a speed visible to the naked eye. The next second her red lips moved slightly, and she added in a small, hurried voice, I didn't mean anything else. It's just that. Look at that. Auntie was so nice to me on the phone, and she said she'd even make me red meat when I got home. It's just a shame that we're temporary boyfriend and girlfriend and there are a lot of things I'm bound to be cool with her about. So yeah, no matter what, I can't let her son lay on the couch and fall on his face all night again, right? I believe in your character too. Too bad we're temporary boyfriend and girlfriend? Neither Su Youran nor Zhang Feng realized the regretfulness of these words. To be honest, Zhang Feng felt that it was a blessing for others to believe. But the problem now was that Su Youran believed him, and he didn't believe himself. He had been single for decades in his past and present lives combined, and was still at the right age for blood. A beautiful woman sleeping next to me. I can't even think about it, right? This time it's not like last time. Last time, Zhang Feng didn't know much about Su Youran, and the two of them were relatively strangers. And now, kissed and hugged and cuddled and touched. That wonderful touch and the feeling of a heartbeat. It's hard for a rich person who has enjoyed a wonderful life to feel good about living in poverty, isn't it? Mr. Su, I'd rather sleep on the couch. The more impulsive the thoughts in one's heart, the more one can't let down the trust of Mr. Su, right? In order to avoid things that shouldn't happen, Zhang Feng felt that it was better for him to obediently sleep on the sofa. What he didn't expect was that after hearing his words, Su Youran first wrinkled her nice little nose, then she sat up straight and stepped out of bed. Since it's fine if you don't want to sleep on the bed, it's better if I sleep on the couch. This is your house after all. You can't do that, Mr. Su. Zhang Feng thought, no matter what, he can't let Su Youran sleep on the bed. Su Youran couldn't bear to let him sleep on the sofa, but he wasn't heartbroken when this niece fell. Zhang Feng immediately stepped forward and stopped in front of Su Youran. Mr. Su, it's better for me to sleep on the sofa. Zhang Feng spoke, but Su Youran simply ignored him. Instead, he was gathering up the covers and pillows for himself. Zhang Feng subconsciously was about to step forward to interrupt Su Youran's movements, but the moment he stood behind her, Su Youran happened to have finished the packing work at hand and turned around to leave. In the next second, she hit Zhang Feng's arm solidly and let out a petulant grunt. Heaven and earth. This wasn't something Su Youran had designed to crash into. She really didn't know that Zhang Feng was standing behind her. At this moment, being held in her arms, Miss Su was also confused. Zhang Feng's state was naturally no better. All he could feel was the desperate ethereal scent drilling into the tip of his nose, frantically seducing the primal urges of his heart. The warmth and wonderful touch that came through the thin nightgown was like an electric shock that you couldn't get rid of. At this moment, Zhang Feng could even visualize Su Youran's magnificent silhouette. After swallowing hard, Zhang Feng ghostly opened his mouth. Forget it, Mr. Su, let's not even push it. Get into bed. We'll sleep together. 5 minutes later, Su Youran was lying on the left side of the bed already wrapped in the quilt, only revealing half of her face, her gaze tightly staring at Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng, on the other hand, was standing next to the bed. He always felt that something was missing. Finally, he foolishly opened his mouth. Mr. Su, do you still want to pile a boundary like last time? Boundaries? Su Youran snapped to the matter of the last time she used extra pillows in the middle of the bed. The half of her face that was covered by the quilt turned a delicate red, and she shook her head with a slight squirm. Don't, that won't work at all. You should get to bed. You have to work tomorrow. Zhang Feng nodded indifferently. Okay, I'll turn off the lights then. Good night, Mr. Su. Well, good night. Zhang Feng casually extinguished the light, followed by lying down nervously against the right side of the bed. He didn't dare to pull the quilt hard. After all, the two of them were so far apart. It would not be good to scare Mr. Su again. Zhang Feng did think so. Not that in his eyes Su Youran was so delicate that she could be scared for good or bad by tugging on a quilt. Rather, with his knowledge of Su Youran, once she felt him tugging at the covers, she was sure to scream. Sensei, no matter how she screamed now, this was undoubtedly a great temptation to Zhang Feng at this time. He was afraid that he couldn't help it. On the other hand, Su Youran, who had said goodnight to each other, was also clearly tossing and turning. It was late at night, but she wasn't sleepy at all. Zhang Feng is lying next to her. How can she just sleep over? Shyness is one thing, and so is resignation. In her mind, She thought of the back of the person who resolutely stood up for herself today without asking for reasons and regardless of the consequences. And Su Youran was in a whirlwind of thoughts. I really want to hug stinky Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng, I can't sleep. I suddenly thought of a saying I read on the internet today. I'll tell you about it? Su Yuran's pleasant and gentle whisper echoed in his ears, and Zhang Feng's rambling mind was pulled back at once. He nodded. Good. Upon hearing this, Su Youran smiled wanly. I remember that the general meaning should be, well, it means that couples sleep together if they do. A cuddle before bed makes both people feel better the next day. I kind of don't believe that statement. I want to experience it for myself. There's still this argument? Zhang Feng was slightly stunned. This thing has no scientific basis. As the saying goes, one's mood has a lot to do with a lot of things. For example, have you ever left the house and forgotten your keys? Do you have a smooth morning squat? Etc. Something to do with hugging? Suddenly, Zhang Feng sucked in a breath of cool air. No, mister. Su doesn't mean. She wants to hug me, right? Zhang Feng had just reacted, but before he could reply, he felt that he had already been hooked by Su Yuran's long legs on his lower body. Cuddle. Zhang Feng, I want to be in a better mood tomorrow. Hug. Hug it. The corners of Zhang Feng's mouth twitched viciously. He felt like he was shaking his head now, and that would be like stomping on his nose. Furthermore, being hugged by Su Youran made him feel really comfortable. It's just that the double attraction of the scent to the nose and the beauty in the arms is a bit uncontrollable. Zhang Feng restrained it with distraction, 1,000 words coalescing around his mouth and converging into a single word. Good. At this moment, Su Youran smiled. Hey, smelly Zhang Feng did not oppose me, alas. Enjoying the bar warmth brought by the hug, Su Youran suddenly rose with other thoughts. She dared to pat her chest and guarantee that she really just wanted to hug Zhang Feng, but at that moment their faces were only a stone's throw apart. Her long eyelashes could even lightly brush Zhang Feng's cheeks. Su Yuran's extremely good-looking peach blossom eyes blinked, gradually radiating a divine intent of adoration. This little man, he's a good-looking man, either. Chapter 62 3 minutes. A bright red. Well, I've already hugged you. Should I give you another kiss? Su Yuran's red lips slightly raised, flashing a hint of cunning. It's not like we haven't kissed before. Shouldn't that be too much? With that in mind, she spoke slowly. Zhang Feng, actually just now my words were only half spoken. There's still the second half. The internet does say that hugs make you feel better, but it also says, if you have another kiss before you go to bed, both of you will be in a super good mood the next day. Hearing this glutinous and soft voice, Zhang Feng's tiger body shook. No, mister. So, don't mess with me. Zhang Feng sucked in a mouthful of cool air, and at this moment, his forehead was oozing with traces of sweat. Being hugged by a stunning beauty with a fiery figure like Su Youran was already a very fatally confusing thing. Hell, if I get kissed again at this point, what's the next thing to think about? That designation can't be resisted. The arrow is on the string and has to be sent out. Good mister. Su, good sister, don't play with fire again. Zhang Feng please coughed lightly and tried to remain calm. Mister. Su, I think we can discuss this matter. Don't be impulsive. What the internet says isn't always true, right? Tomorrow morning when you wake up I'll tell you jokes that are guaranteed to put you in a super duper good mood. Zhang Feng's tone was getting weaker and weaker as he sensed that Su Youran had already brought her face over. Mister. Su plays by the word. Ha! At this moment, Zhang Feng was confused. He knew that Su Youran was on top, but what's the saying? Leaders can make mistakes, but not you. Leaders can be late. You can't. The leader can go to the top. You must never hold back. At this moment, Zhang Feng still had sense, but not much. He couldn't figure out why Su Youran was so uptight, but he knew that he had to hold back. Zhang Feng also knew that reasoning and persuading Su Youran at this time would not work. Yeah, gotta scare, gotta threaten. Mister. Su, let me remind you, haha. You do realize how tempting you are to men, don't you? I suggest you don't do anything rash, or in a moment I'll really. Upon hearing this, Su Youran stopped the action of coming forward to kiss, her beautiful eyebrows slightly raised, red lips slightly raised. Really, what? You really can't help it? Can't help but do something? As I said before, the most ineffective thing to do to Miss Su is to threaten. Ha! You don't want me to kiss you and you're scaring me. Stupid Zhang Feng, I kissed you. Did I do you wrong? I'm so proactive. I'm still afraid of what you'll do to me. Thinking about it, Su Youran drew out a hand against the bed, and the whole person used the force and then straddled Zhang Feng's body. She slightly side-eyed. Coincidentally in Zhang Feng's 4 eyes, love light rushed. Su Youran manipulated a haughty tone to speak softly. I don't care. I want a kiss today. The meaning of that is clear enough. No matter what happens next, I, Su Youran, am going to pro. Noticing that Su Youran had already brought her face over, that stunningly beautiful face was getting closer and closer to herself. Zhang Feng swallowed hard. He really had nowhere to run now. He could never have imagined that instead of his threat not having any effect at all, he would let Miss Su sit up directly. The pajamas were thin. Zhang Feng could clearly feel the wonderful touch, and the strange feeling pounced all over his body. It was a wonderful, comfortable feeling, but also hard as if it were on fire. Su Youran's absolutely beautiful appearance, fiery body and this charming action madly attacked Zhang Feng's sanity, while the unique and very charming imperial sister breath on her body was more like a catalyst. Are you still holding back? Zhang Feng asked himself. Endure a fart. Zhang Feng knew that he could not endure anything he said today. The ancient question of whether to be a man or a beast is in front of him. Zhang Feng turned over and directly embraced Su Youran's waist. He chose the former. Mr. Su, offense. It was a moment when the hormonal atmosphere in the room reached its peak. 3 minutes later, Zhang Feng panted and rolled out of bed, clapping his hands and turning the lights on. The light shone brightly in the room, and he lifted the covers, and indeed glanced at a red stain on the bedspread. The corners of Zhang Feng's mouth were viciously pumped full of helplessness, but he still looked at Su Youran tenderly. Does it hurt, Mr. Su? Su Youran frowned tightly, covering her stomach as fragrant sweat surfaced on her forehead. Ouch, I have that in my bag. Go get it. Half a minute later, getting the small bag handed over by Zhang Feng, Su Youran stumbled out of bed and ran to the bathroom. She was flushed and flushed, both because of the upchuck she had just had and because she was really sore. It was the kind of pain she experienced once a month, but it hurt like hell every time. That's right, Su Youran is on her period. Coincidentally, at the very moment just now when Zhang Feng was about to unbutton his pajamas, Su Youran only felt a torrent coming, and immediately after, it was that there came a pain that tore her heart and lungs. She froze instantly. My aunt is here? In front of Zhang Feng? Lose the adults It's true. 10 minutes later, the dressed Su Youran slowly walked out of the room. Her face looked better than it had a moment ago, and it obviously didn't hurt as much. She took small steps and moved to the bed, tucking in the covers. When she secretly glanced at Zhang Feng and realized that he was still in an abnormal state, Su Youran was instantly left with no place to go. Finally, she put on the first fawning smile of her life and laughed sardonically. Zhang Feng, I guess I ate it for dessert today. That dessert is refrigerated. We'll have that right after fondue. One cooler and one hotter caused this one to come a couple days early for me. You're not mad, are you? Su Youran really explained and asked. But can Zhang Feng listen to it at this moment? Of course you can't. Not that he's pissed off about not being horny. Rather, he's in a really bad state of control right now. After being cold for a long time, Zhang Feng forced himself to smile at Su Youran. It's okay, Mr. Su, we're the ones who were all on top just now. You must have a stomach ache right now. Just lay down and go to sleep. I'm going to take a shower. Zhang Feng lowered his head after saying that, his expression calm but his heart hissing. Dude, get down. Don't look up and embarrass me. Trying to hide his embarrassment with his white pajamas, Zhang Feng got up and quickly walked to the bathroom. Without saying a word, he just turned on the cool water and flushed. 3 minutes later, he confirmed something. It's a lie to say that a cool shower can restrain desire. That's not going to help at all, is it? What can be done about it? Zhang Feng helplessly lowered his head. Buddy, don't try to find Mr. So, listen, I'll ask Miss Five Fingers to help you, okay? On the contrary, at this time Su Youran, she was lying on the bed which had the slightest intention of going to sleep. After drinking the hot water that Zhang Feng had put in for her, she felt that her stomach wasn't as uncomfortable. It's true that drinking lots of hot water is the right thing to do for your vacation. After slightly recovering some strength, Su Youran sat up straight with one hand, and glanced blearily in the direction of the bathroom. It's been half a day, and the sound of running water has long since stopped, so it's reasonable to say that Zhang Feng has long since finished washing. Why isn't he out yet? With doubts, Su Youran got out of bed and walked towards the bathroom. Chapter 63, Zhang Feng, you actually washed the sheets? Standing at the bathroom door, Su Youran couldn't hear anything, so she froze slightly. Why don't you go inside? This crazy thought was immediately pushed down by Su Youran. Shame on you, Su Youran, you still want to go in and take a look? Blah blah blah. But why on earth hasn't Zhang Feng come out yet? Su Youran thought, suddenly remembering the words Zhang Feng had been hanging on to. Su Youran, do you know how much seductive power you have over men? And remembering Zhang Feng's abnormal state when he was on his way to the bathroom. Suddenly, Miss Su was enlightened, and as she figured it out she blushed. Zhang Feng was obviously so rational that he just jumped on me. Doesn't that mean he can't restrain himself? He's now. It should be hard, right? Stinky Zhang Feng wouldn't be secretly solving problems inside, would he? Appearance. That's the only explanation that makes sense. Well, Su Youran thought as she did. and at the same time a shame rose in her heart. Stinky Zhang Feng hadn't been that uncomfortable when he first laid down. It's all because I'm flirting step by step that it's gotten this hard. Su Youran admitted that she did allow Zhang Feng to do something just now, but it was just her relatives who were stringing her along at this time. Thinking of this, Miss Su frowned slightly. Obviously all of this is caused by me. Zhang Feng is a victim so difficult to solve their own? And didn't you say? You're hurting yourself. Haphazard thoughts occupied Su Youran's mind as she returned to her senses. A soft cough signaled that he was at the door, and then he knocked, his tone gentle and careful. Zhang Feng, are you having a hard time right now? Zhang Feng didn't respond, but Su Youran knew that he must have heard it. Thinking of this, Miss Su shyly looked at her jade hand and subconsciously licked her lips again. The beauty crossed her eyes and made up her mind about something. Zhang Feng, come out. I can actually help you. Let's simply omit the next 999 words. The early morning sunlight shone into the house through the gap in the curtains, and Su Youran hazily opened her eyes. Strange flavors echoed in her mouth, and she subconsciously barred her mouth twice, thinking it tasted like heather. Su Youran subconsciously wanted to get up to rinse her mouth, but before her body could move, she suffocated her red face, and she woke up completely. No. What did I do with stinky Zhang Feng last night? What the hell was I thinking? Su Youran's beautiful eyes flowed, her pink fists clenched. She simply wanted to find a crack in the ground. Gosh, think of the charming movements and humiliating positions. How can I face Zhang Feng when I get up? No, I can't get up. Why don't we skip the office today? I'll get up after Zhang Feng leaves for work. Thinking as she did, Miss Su barred her mouth twice, pretending to sleep really well, and took the opportunity to roll over. Opening her eyes slightly, she realized that the first side of the bed was empty. Where's Zhang Feng? That's great. He's up already? The ears were quiet. There was no sound. Su Youran thought, Zhang Feng should have gone downstairs to buy breakfast, right? Thinking of this, Miss Su sat up straight with a pang. Hey, I'm going to go rinse my mouth out to get rid of this weird smell. And then what? I'll lie down and pretend to be asleep again. That's right. I'm a big smartass. Words follow the law. Su Youran hurriedly got out of bed and ran straight to the bathroom. She felt that she had to hurry up, or else when Zhang Feng came back, the two of them meeting would be more than awkward. Push open the door of the bathroom. Su Youran will be looking for dental rinse. But when she glanced at the afterglow as sitting on a small stool Zhang Feng, the whole person is petrified. At this moment, the questions that popped up in Su Youran's mind could write a book of 100,000 reasons. For a moment, she felt incredibly embarrassed and stood frozen in place, her face translucent red, her lips moving slightly but not knowing what to say. Mr. Su is awake? At the critical moment, it had to be Zhang Feng who had the cheek to take the lead in breaking the embarrassment. So you're in the bathroom, Zhang Feng? I thought you went downstairs to buy breakfast. At those words, Zhang Feng smiled faintly. Breakfast is bought and on the coffee table. If Mr. Su is hungry, go ahead and eat. I'll go over and eat as soon as I've washed this bedspread. Oh, my God, how can this man be so diligent? Su Youran could have glanced at the time before getting out of bed. It was only 7 o'clock. At 7 o'clock, Zhang Feng had already washed up and went downstairs to buy breakfast, then came back to wash the bedsheets. Wait, wash what? Sheets? Zhang Feng nodded helplessly. Yeah, that blood has to be washed. These sheets are quite expensive and comfortable to lie on. I try to save it. This. Su Youran's brain buzzed. Last night after she and Zhang Feng both calmed down, they did remove the bedsheets. She thought. Zhang Feng threw to the bathroom as ready to throw away. After all, a bedsheet is not expensive. But now she was being taught a direct lesson. At this point, Su Youran's face reddened even more completely. Zhang Feng washes this bedsheet. Wouldn't it be? Su Youran originally had 100 ways on her lips to advise Zhang Feng not to wash it and just throw it away. But she really didn't have the heart to talk about that at this point. She just wanted to hurry and get out of Zhang Feng's sight. Her tone was messed up. Okay, by the way, you said you wanted me to go to dinner, right? I'm going to dinner then. After saying that, Miss Su ran to the living room like she had lost her mind, and completely forgot about the strange taste in her mouth and the fact that she was going to rinse her mouth. At 8:30, Zhang Feng finished finishing up and returned to the bedroom to see Su Youran wrapping herself up like a dumpling on the bed with a slight smile. Mr. Su, if it's too hard, why don't you not go to the office today? Well, I'm not going, so tell Secretary Chang if you see her. Okay then, just lay back and get some rest. I'm off. Well, for nothing. After saying goodbye to Su Youran, Zhang Feng left the house. When he arrived downstairs and saw Su Youran's dazzling R8, he frowned slightly. With that, he went up to get the car keys on the front wheel. This stupid chick. You can't leave your car keys here in my neighborhood. Zhang Feng put the car keys into the public safe in the neighborhood, and sent a message to tell Su Youran about this and the password to his own safe. After all, in case Su Youran had enough of lying down and wanted to go home or go out for a walk, with her current state, it was still convenient to drive, right? As he was about to walk to the company, the cell phone in Zhang Feng's pocket suddenly rang. Lu Ming? Seeing the caller, the corner of Zhang Feng's mouth rose slightly. Thinking that he also happened to have time to bull asterisk with him right now, he picked up the phone. What's the matter, shopkeeper Lu? Emotional problems? Lu Ming's anxious voice came from the other end of the phone. Yes, Mr. Jiang, after your last enlightenment I figured it out. It's a small thing that I'm timid and cowardly, but if I miss out on the woman I love because of this, then I'll regret it for the rest of my life. I figured it out last night, and I'm going to confess to her today. It's a kind of fate to say the least. To tell you the truth, Mr. Jiang, she's also an employee of Wanxiang Makeup Limited. I was asking her out at noon, and I was thinking, if that's okay, can you help me get this handwritten letter I stayed up all night writing to her first? Chapter 64, Zhang Feng. What are you doing in the secretarial department? Also from Wanxiang Color Cosmetics? Zhang Feng was slightly stunned. Goodness gracious, it's fate. I told you we'd deliver this letter for you. Zhang Feng was mainly thinking that he didn't have much to do anyway, so it wasn't a big deal to send a letter casually. So he just answered Lu Ming's request. Okay, I'll bring it to her for you, but how will you give me the letter? Upon hearing this, Lu Ming on the other end of the phone was grateful. Mr. Jiang, wait a moment. I'll be right at the entrance of Wanxiang. Zhang Feng smiled faintly. Okay, I'll be right there too. 5 minutes later, Zhang Feng had just walked to the company's main entrance when he saw Lu Ming, who had parked his car on the side of the road and hurriedly ran here. One could tell that Lu Ming's outfit today had obviously been put together with care. It was even more spirited than that day when Zhang Feng saw him in the store. Seeing this, Zhang Feng secretly gave him a thumbs up. Let's not talk about whether the process of this confession was rehearsed or not. At least this is the right attitude. By this time, Lu Ming had already arrived in front of Zhang Feng. He carefully took out an envelope from his handy bag and offered it to Zhang Feng with both hands. Trouble, Mr. Jiang. Zhang Feng took the letter and smiled. Little things. Lu Ming also had to rush to the store to busy business, so naturally Zhang Feng and the two of them didn't talk much. Before leaving, Zhang Feng specifically urged him to remember to buy a bunch of roses at noon. Looking at Lu Ming's departing back, Zhang Feng subconsciously picked up the envelope in his hand and glanced at it. Spotting a small love mark painted on the bright surface, couldn't help but raise the corners of her mouth in a curve. Hey, don't tell me. It's kind of fun to watch other people fall in love. Lu Ming's favorite girl is called Zhang Kai, an employee of the secretarial department of Wanxiang Makeup. After promising to do the errand, Zhang Feng didn't drag his feet and turned around to walk into the company building. Coincidentally, at the elevator entrance of the first floor hall, he happened to meet Zhang Hongyan, who came to work with a high ponytail. Zhang Hongyan noticed Zhang Feng approaching and bowed respectfully. Good morning, Mr. Jiang. Good for you, Secretary Zhang. It just saves me from having to go upstairs to find you. Today Su Ran is a bit unwell, so she's not coming to the company. Take care of whatever you can, and if you can't, wait until she gets to work tomorrow. Zhang Feng could still remember the words that Su Youran asked him to help bring, although it wasn't necessary to bring it, but just say it when he met Secretary Zhang. Mr. Su is not feeling well, but she was obviously fine when she left yesterday. Zhang Hongyan subconsciously cared. 5 seconds without thinking of an answer, she gave up. In the workplace, getting to the bottom of your boss is a deadly thing. Understood, Mr. Jiang. Immediately afterward, the two chatted a few more times about Li Dafei's house. When the elevator stopped at the 16th floor, Zhang Feng put an abrupt end to the conversation with a slight smile, waved his hand as a goodbye, and turned to get off the elevator. Seeing this, Zhang Hongyan frowned slightly. 16th floor? Isn't that the secretarial department's working floor? What is Mr. Jiang doing here? After a little pondering, Zhang Hongyan smiled wanly and murmured speculatively. I guess I'm a bit confused now because I'm tired from taking care of Mr. Su last night. Mr. Jiang and Mr. Su are really enviable. Secretarial Department, Vientiane Colors Ltd. Zhang Feng found information about Zhang Kai on the employee introduction wall outside the office. The moment he saw the girl's photo, Zhang Feng unconsciously sucked in a breath of cool air. How can I put it? What shocked him was not how Zhang Kai's look shocked him, but this little girl looks like a bunny rabbit. Just by looking at her face, I can tell she's a shy introvert. What shocked Zhang Feng was that Lu Ming, an ultra-luxurious store manager, chasing this kind of girl would actually squirm and not dare to start? Ouch would be outrageous. It's true. Love intoxicates and wastes the smooth talker. Zhang Feng smiled sarcastically and shook his head. pushing the door into the office of the secretary department. The moment he entered the room, he scanned over the entire staff looking for Zhang Kai's figure, but this scene fell in the eyes of the secretarial staff can change the flavor. Just ask the entire Wansheng Color Cosmetics. Who doesn't know that Zhang Feng and Su Youran have tied the knot? Boy, there's no chance this is the future president. It's so early in the morning. Why did Mr. Zhang come to our secretarial department instead of hugging Mr. Su and sleeping? The entire secretarial staff are chilling if forbidden, respectively, threw away the hand of breakfast, makeup box, cell phone, fire quickly sit upright face-to-face computer a serious work appearance. And actually, Zhang Feng didn't even pay attention to what they were all doing. He came to help Lu Ming send a letter to Zhang Kai, and after that he went back to his workstation to play the game, right? Zhang Feng came to Zhang Kai's workstation and gently knocked on her desktop. Zhang Kai? The moment Zhang Feng entered the room, Zhang Kai noticed that the president's boyfriend had arrived. She's still relieved, glad she didn't touch the fish. But now that he saw Zhang Feng coming to find himself, he directly froze. Mr. Zhang is here to see me? For just a second, she hid her panicked expression. Respectfully, he stood up, followed by a pleasant smile. Mr. Zhang, is there anything I can do to help? Zhang Feng smiled faintly and put Lu Ming's carefully framed confession letter on Zhang Kai's table. Relax, I came to see you about a little personal matter. Lu Ming asked me to deliver this letter for him, and he wanted you to see it. I guess that kid was writing pretty late last night. I just saw him with dark circles under his eyes like pandas. A lot of times you need a wingman in the process of chasing a girl. Hardly anyone would say directly to their sweetheart, "Ah, look, how I did for you yesterday. How much I spent for you the day before yesterday." It's scary to think that a guy who uses words like that to win a girl's heart. Isn't that just a big mistake? Not to mention the fact that there are no oddballs out there who can say such things to their face. Just even if you really get on top of it and say it, it's definitely not a positive effect. And more than anything, you're afraid it's going to just drop off the favor. And that's where the wingman comes in. Having a wingman tell her what you've done for her would be an absolutely proper positive effect. Lu Ming is quite a good person. Zhang Feng thought that he had come anyway, so he would help him to fight for his favor. Ah, is that so? As soon as Zhang Kai heard the word Lu Ming, a layer of red instantly fluttered on her pretty face. This subtle change naturally couldn't hide from Zhang Feng, and at this moment, Zhang Feng's heart had an answer. Let's just say, this Zhang Kai probably likes Lu Ming too, right? You blush at the mention of him? Nice guy. The probability is that today is not a confession. It is two people who like each other to determine the relationship of. At this moment, Zhang Feng despised Lu Ming even more. Blanche, this girl likes you and you're still being abrasive. Not like a man. Yeah, didn't you guys meet at noon? Let's wait for him to talk to you about the specifics when the time comes. I'm just stopping by to deliver a form letter for him. Have a nice lunchtime chat. Chapter 65, Shocked. Zhang Feng has an affair with another woman? Being mentioned by Zhang Feng about the fact that she and Lu Ming were going to meet at noon, Zhang Kai became even more shy. After all, she knew exactly what was going to happen at noon. Glancing at a love heart drawn on the confession envelope in his hand, Zhang Kai couldn't help but reveal a pleased smile. Lu Ming, you've finally gotten the hang of it. Zhang Kai, who thought of this, was very happy and bowed with a big smile to thank Zhang Feng. Then thank you, Mr. Jiang. Feel free to ask if you need any help from us in the future as well. At this moment, Zhang Kai did not even realize that he had subconsciously said Lu Ming and I as we. Zhang Feng naturally also heard this detail, and heartily felt happy for Lu Ming. After the matter was done, Zhang Feng didn't linger, turned around and left the office of the secretarial department, and just the moment he left to close the door, the woman sitting at the workstation next to Zhang Kai came up to Zhang Kai's side. What's wrong, Chai? Look at your face like you're about to fall in love. What is it? At this moment Zhang Kai was completely intoxicated in the euphoria of receiving a letter from Lu Ming. Everything answered from Jane. Hey, it's a confession letter, Xiaoru. Upon hearing this, Li Xiaoru slightly narrowed her eyes and secretly said, "Suddenly my stomach hurts," and left the office with toilet paper. The moment she closed the door, her face darkened completely. Li Xiaoru had been working in the secretarial department for 3 or 4 years, and she had been looking forward to becoming a vice minister. But since Su Youran came, she actually heard some rumors that Zhang Kai has been appointed vice minister. More and more people spread the word, and naturally Li Xiaoru believed it. Every time she asked Zhang Kai, the latter would faintly smile and say things are still not finalized without replying. Just saw this scene. Li Xiaoru can finally understand Zhang Kai exactly what virtue to be on the vice minister. So you've been in Mr. Su's boyfriend's bed for a long time? I really underestimated you, Zhang Kai. I'm afraid you've been ed up for a long time. By the look of your intoxicated SAO? Don't blame me for being merciless if you dare to steal my vice minister position. After thinking that, Li Xiaoru got on the elevator and went straight to the top floor. This matter must be told to Mr. Su. 1. I'm going to take back the vice ministership that belongs to me. Second, I want to let Mr. Su see the scum. See this pair of dogs and women. Women helping women. When Su Youran doesn't come to work, Zhang Hongyan's workload increases dramatically, but she didn't see it as a burden, but rather as a challenge, a training for herself, and to be honest, Zhang Hongyan enjoyed the process, but just as she was about to shrug it off, a knock came at the door. Zhang Hongyan froze slightly and got up to open the door, meeting Li Xiaoru standing in the doorway. Li Xiaoru, what's the matter with you? Secretary Zhang, can you help inform me? I want to talk to Mr. Su about something very important. Looking for Mr. So, is it important? Zhang Hongyan was slightly stunned and shook her head in a slightly apologetic manner. Is it urgent? Mr. Su didn't come to the office today. At those words, Li Xiaoru's entire body was stunned in place. She was still thinking on the elevator. Jiang Feng is Mr. Su's boyfriend. How did he dare to go and send a confession letter to Zhang Kai in public? If he dared, why didn't he do it before? After all, the news that Zhang Kai would be appointed as a deputy minister had not been rumored for more than a day or two. Hearing that Su Youran didn't come today, Li Xiaoru's entire body became enlightened. So, it is. On the other side, Zhang Hongyan naturally noticed the change in Li Xiaoru's expression. And how about a comment she made to herself that piqued her curiosity? Does what Li Xiaoru said have anything to do with whether Mr. Su came or not? Come in and talk. And if it's really important, I can call Mr. Su. Zhang Hongyan and Li Xiaoru sat opposite each other. Secretary Zhang, I know that this matter may be very offensive to Mr. Su, but I see what I see, and I really don't dare to hide it. If I have offended, I'll have to ask you to bear with me a little more. After all the polite words were said, Li Xiaoru's words changed. You don't know. Just now, Mr. Zhang Fengjian came to our secretary's office. His goal was very clear. He came directly to Zhang Kai, who was sitting next to me, and he gave Zhang Kai a letter. I didn't hear their conversation very well, just about what to say at noon, and the letter was written late. During the conversation Zhang Kai's expression was particularly shy and squirmy, like a big girl about to get married. I was curious, so I asked Zhang Kai after Mr. Zhang left, and she told me it was a confession letter. I seek it should not be Mr. Zhang Feng is Mr. Su's boyfriend How would he send a letter of confession to Zhang Kai? Of course, Secretary Zhang, don't think too much. I'm not here to snitch. Mainly I'm puzzled. It's also because I'm afraid that what Mr. Su has entrusted to me is not right. Good lord. Zhang Hongyan could think of a million possibilities for what Li Xiaoru was going to report, but she would never have thought it would be something like this. This. Are you sure the information is accurate? In the end, Zhang Hongyan believed that Zhang Feng wouldn't do this. Come on, Mr. Zhang looked like someone who was devoted to his wife alright, but Li Xiaoru was speaking vocally here, and she was really getting suspicious. Of course Secretary Zhang, otherwise I wouldn't have come over here to beat the bushes. Now that confession letter is still in Zhang Kai's hands, you can go to her to read it. You can also check the surveillance. It was indeed Mr. Zhang who came over to deliver it. Do you still need to check the CCTV? Secretary Zhang saw Zhang Feng exit the elevator on the 16th floor with his own eyes. So, is this really happening? Boy. Thinking of this, Zhang Hongyan sucked in a breath of cool air as she was shocked, but she hid her emotions in shock in the next second and just smiled lightly. Oh, Zhang Kai right? I misheard you just now. Since it's her, there's nothing more to it, and this whole thing is a misunderstanding, so don't get any ideas. Zhang Hongyan did somewhat believe it, and she was also ready to call Su Youran to report this matter, but it doesn't mean that this matter can be known to Li Xiaoru. The family scandal could not be spread outside, and she, a secretary, certainly had to maintain her master's image. Nothing? Li Xiaoru's eyes widened, her heart filled with shock. How come there's nothing to do with such a big deal? Is it possible that the president also knows that Zhang Feng and Zhang Kai turned a blind eye to the matter? No way. She's Su Youran. Actually, Zhang Kai is Mr. Zhang's distant cousin. They're making jokes. You get back to work. Seeing that Li Xiaoru obviously didn't believe it, Zhang Hongyan added another sentence. This sentence also completely blocked Li Xiaoru's mouth, and she vaguely noticed the displeasure between Zhang Hongyan's brows. She knew it would be rude of her to keep asking. Thinking of this, Li Xiaoru gritted her teeth fiercely and twisted her head to leave the office, and making sure that she entered the elevator and went downstairs. Zhang Hongyan unlocked her room before dialing Su Youran's phone. Mr. Su, just now Li Xiaoru from the secretarial department reported something. Chapter 66 Zhang Feng, you're leaving from Wanxiang. After hanging up the phone, Zhang Hongyan subconsciously winced a few times. She was not face to face with Su Youran, but she felt a welcome chill. It wasn't even as if Mr. Su ended up hanging up the phone. but rather slamming it down. I'll be at the office in a minute. The simple sentence also chilled Zhang Hongyan's heart. Listening to Mr. Su's tone, the odds are that it's true? Zhang Feng actually really, a scumbag, isn't it? Lean, sales department office. Zhang Feng is playing group. A buzzing phone rings. He looked down and kicked straight into most chairs signaling to come help with the game. Zhang Feng, on the other hand, took the phone and hurriedly walked to the side to connect it. Mom, what's the situation? Something's wrong and you're actually calling me instead of Ranran? Good lord, the sun came out of the west today? I'm really flattered by your son. Using the word flattered, Zhang Feng felt that it was not excessive at all. When has Su Youran called us since we introduced her to Comrade Songling? To be honest, Zhang Feng thought that he wouldn't be able to receive a call from his mom in this life. Don't be poor brat. If it wasn't for Ranran not answering, I wouldn't have said anything to call you. Can you contact Ranran? Why isn't she answering her phone? Zhang Feng was stunned at his words, and then released his mind. She's not feeling well today. She's at home lying down. I think she's sleeping and didn't hear? Tell you what, Mom, I'll give Ranran a call later. If she still doesn't pick up, I'll go home and check on Zhong. Zhang Feng's attitude satisfied Songling, and she smiled slightly. So it's Ran who's not feeling well. What kind of discomfort is it? It just so happens that your dad and I are here in Pine City, so let's see if we can use some help with the medicine. Coming to Songcheng? Good lord. Zhang Feng sucked in a breath of cool air. Holy, Mom, what the hell are you doing? No, Mom, my crappy house isn't big enough for you and my dad to live in too. What are you doing here? Song Ling bristled. Don't live in your Thai house. Your dad and I will go back overnight. The main reason is that I've known Ranran, a good daughter-in-law, for so long, but I haven't met her yet to have a meal together. It just so happens that your dad and I both have nothing to do today, so we stopped by. This reason made Zhang Feng unable to refute it at all, and he let out a long breath of relief. Forget it, just come, and communicate with Mr. Su to have a meal together in the evening and then stay overnight is not enough. Zhang Feng nodded. Okay, then call me when you're almost there. After hanging up, Zhang Feng dialed Su Youran again. Sure enough, it's just as Mom Songling described. Can't get through. Zhang Feng sucked in a breath of cool air. From his experience of sleeping with Su Youran for 2 nights, that chick doesn't mute her cell phone in her sleep. At this moment, Zhang Feng admitted that he was worried. That stupid girl can't move around at home by herself with a stomach ache, so don't let anything happen to her. Zhang Feng kind of regretted that he should have stayed home with Su Youran today. Zhang Feng, who thought of this, picked up his clothes and rushed out of the office. No, he has to go home and take a look. At this time, the Razin Highway. Songling sat in the co-pilot full of smiles. Old Jiang, in my opinion, our daughter-in-law is really secure. Zhang Haiyuan skimmed as he drove. You're just idle. See if your daughter-in-law is stable. Let's just do a surprise inspection to see if it's okay. You even called Feng in advance. TSK, in my opinion, nah. You can't see anything in this wave. Songling subconsciously wanted to give Zhang Haiyuan a punch, but thought that he was driving and had to stop. Instead, he raised his eyebrows slightly in banter. You've got a lot of ideas, don't you? And raid inspections. Come on, Lao Jiang. Our son and Ranran are supposed to be fake. We're here to see how far they've progressed and see if we can catalyze it. Okay? Anyway, as I see it, Ranran is interested in Feng. Sooner or later. The only thing in this world that can't be fooled is the eyes, and the way Ranran looks at little Feng. There's absolutely no mistaking it. Hearing this, Zhang Haiyuan sucked in a breath of cool air. Yeah, well, I didn't come here to catch an adulterer and raid the place. They are all sets from some shabby novels. I can be right. Yes, my thoughts are much clearer after being told that by my wife's honor. Songling narrowed her eyes slightly. So what do you think we should do first when we get to Pine City? Definitely need to get home to see little Feng and Ranran. Old Jiang, I really don't know how you can be an official with that brain of yours. We should go and look at the room first. Look at the house? Zhang Haiyuan was slightly stunned, knowing that he couldn't figure out Songling then opened her mouth to explain. Lao Jiang, what we as in-laws can do is to give enough affirmation to other women. Family conditions aside, it's a blessing for our son that Ranran, an executive, can look at little Feng, so we must also show our attitude, or at least let Ranran know that we really approve of her. Do you think it's possible that Ranran's looks and figure don't have any suitors? No way. She's willing to squeeze into that little house with little Feng now, but we can't treat people badly. We have to show good faith, at least a house of the right size and livability, right? Meanwhile, Zhang Feng had already walked quickly to the company's downstairs. As he passed by the underground parking lot, he found Secretary Zhang standing here respectfully. Zhang Feng just wanted to greet her, but Zhang Hongyan spoke first. Shucks, scumbag. Scum? Where's the scum? I hate scum. Zhang Feng subconsciously looked around, so he was confused. This is no one else but me. Secretary Zhang shouldn't be talking about me. Zhang Feng was just about to open his mouth to ask Zhang Hongyan, but a silhouette attracted his attention immediately afterward, only to see Su Youran draped in her coat. She was walking up one step at a time, her pace staggering, her beautiful eyebrows locked. Seeing this, Secretary Zhang took a step to go down and pick up Su Youran, but Jiang Feng's movements were much faster than hers. Jiang Feng took a few steps and ran quickly towards Su Youran. Mr. Su, didn't you say that it's hard to come to the company today? Why are you coming over here when you're so sick? Why don't you just lie down at home and wait for me? What's more important than your body? Jiang Feng didn't think much about it. He thought that there was something important that Su Youran had to come over to deal with. The next second, he reached around her waist. Let me help you. But what Jiang Feng never expected was that Su Youran shook his hand away. At this time, she was already weak and powerless. This fling seemed to exhaust her whole body strength, and her footsteps stumbled even more. This change can give Jiang Feng a whole freeze. Mr. Su, Jiang Feng knew that women were in a bad mood when they were on their vacation, so he didn't think much about it. Instead, he continued to come forward. Mr. Su, let me carry you up. At this time, Zhang Hongyan finally arrived in front of Su Youran. She took Su Youran's arm to save her energy, while at the same time handing Jiang Feng a cold stare. At this moment, Jiang Feng was even more confused. It's only been a few hours. What's wrong with MS? Su, what did I do to piss her off? I was fine when I left this morning. Jiang Feng was puzzled. Suddenly, a familiar pleasant voice rang out, which was slightly pale and more determined. Jiang Feng, come to my office. Call Auntie and we'll explain all this. And then, you'll leave your job at Vientiane. Chapter 67, Stinky Jiang Feng. I'm not angry. Su Youran's tone was cold and extremely determined, as if letting Jiang Feng leave his job was something that needed to be accomplished immediately. This also made Jiang Feng froze for a long time. Leaving his job? From Wanxiang Color Cosmetics? Explaining the matter of pretending to be a couple with his mom? You don't leave any room for maneuver? What's wrong with Su Youran? This is so strange. With a heart full of doubts and incomprehension, Jiang Feng followed Su Youran and Zhang Hongyan to the president's office on the top floor. Go ahead and get out. Su Youran frowned slightly, subconsciously rubbing her stomach lightly, and when she was seated in the boss chair, she raised her eyebrows and signaled Zhang Hongyan to leave. Mr. Su, After learning that Jiang Feng was a complete scum, Zhang Hongyan was no longer comfortable with Su Youran being alone with him. She wanted to stay here and was just about to open her mouth to express it but was stared back by a glare from Su Youran. Alright Mr. Su, then call me anytime if you need anything. After saying that, Zhang Hongyan turned around and took a step, and when she passed by Jiang Feng's side, she even gave a deliberate cold snort and handed Jiang Feng a warning look before leaving in style. The two women are giving Jiang Feng a feeling like, just played 2 games of LOL, and then he became 1,000 years of sins in general. Before he could slow down, Su Youran spoke. Will you call your aunt or should I? Su Youran's eyes couldn't see a bit of luster in them, and their indifference made people shiver. She just looked straight at Jiang Feng like she was thinking about something. No, Mr. Su, don't talk on the phone yet. I want to know what's going on with you. You don't have to call if you want to talk to my mom about something. She's headed for Pine City right now. I think she'll be there in a couple hours. Let's sit together and talk. And if I upset you, you can tell me off in front of her and you can both discipline me. It's not so bad that I have to resign and do this again, is it? And he still thinks it's unbelievable? How dare he? Can he really not know why I'm angry? Su Youran couldn't help but let out a cold snort, her red lips lightly opening. You know what you've done. Suddenly, Jiang Feng viciously sucked in a mouthful of cool air as his entire body directly went numb. The mind is constantly pondering the question, what have I done to deserve this? Could it be because he didn't resist feeding Mr. Su a mouthful of white porridge last night? Or was it the washing of the sheets this morning? Or was it the unappetizing breakfast you bought today? Can't be. Su Youran, this chick isn't such a petulant person. Jiang Feng thought about it carefully. Su Youran was still fine when he was about to leave the house, but now he was not happy. Then it must be something she's done to upset her in the meantime. Thinking of this, Jiang Feng didn't ponder on it himself, but directly broke off one piece at a time. I left for work a little after 8 in the morning and collected a car key for you, then walking all the way down to the office. Lu Ming came to me to deliver a letter for him. I thought it would be a good thing for an adult to do, so I delivered the letter for him. Immediately after that I went to my workstation to touch the fish and play the game. That's not much. The more Jiang Feng recited, the more confused he became, and he didn't notice that Su Youran's expression in front of him had changed drastically. Suddenly, Jiang Feng, whose brain was spinning rapidly, was struck by an idea as if he had been enlightened. Immediately afterward, he looked at Su Youran with a dazed expression. Mr. Su, if you're angry you shouldn't be thinking that I'm the one who delivered a confession letter to Zhang Kai. And, jealous, right? Oh boy. That's a real possibility. There's a lot of people in the secretary's office, so maybe someone's reading too much into it? The heart on the envelope is so obvious. Wouldn't the rumor reach Su Youran's ears? Zhang Feng, who had a clue, hurriedly opened his mouth and continued to explain. This, Mr. Su, for your information, when we met for the first time at the Red Romance Café before, didn't I make you laugh and then successfully tricked you? This scene gave the surrounding people are stunned. One of the men sitting 2 tables next to us, called Lu Ming. As it happens, he's the store manager of a luxury store, and the necklace I gave you was bought at his store. I don't know where this man's brain cramps, usually mellow and oily, but when he sees a girl, he is timid. Ahem. He said he wanted me to pass on a bit of experience talking to girls, so the two of us connected a bit. What about this Zhang Kai? She's the girl Lu Ming has always liked, and she's planning to confess her love at noon today. Lu Ming stayed up late last night to write a handwritten letter, and in the morning he called to say that he wanted me to do him a favor and bring it to Zhang Kai so she could read it first. That's it. I'll go to the secretary department to send a letter to Zhang Kai. Here, look, this is the record of Lu Ming's morning call between the two of us. That's not my confession letter to Zhang Kai. I'm just the messenger, oh boy. Listening to Zhang Feng's gushing explanation, Su Youran directly froze. Vaguely, the coldness on her face gradually faded, and was then replaced by a faint scarlet red. So that's it? Was I wrong about what I learned? The confession letter Zhang Feng sent to Zhang Kai was sent for someone else, not him and Zhang Kai. To be honest, the moment he heard Zhang Hongyan say that Zhang Feng and Zhang Kai were suspected of something when he received a call from her half an hour ago, Su Youran is really super upset. It was reasonable to say that she and Zhang Feng were only temporary boyfriend and girlfriend, so she should be happy to hear that Zhang Feng had a favorite. But Su Youran really couldn't be happy, and could even be said to be very sad. Inside the house, she tried to pretend to be sensible by repeatedly telling herself that she and Zhang Feng were just friends, but the truth was that she still couldn't control the impulse of her heart, and despite her difficult body, she determinedly dressed and came to the company, thinking that she had to find Zhang Feng to confront her. And now that she heard Zhang Feng's explanation, besides being ashamed, Su Youran had a feeling of being relieved. Miss Su's business, everything is about truth and evidence, but in this case, she didn't want to take evidence from Zhang Feng. He explained it and she believed it. Suddenly, Su Youran felt her eyes a little moist, her face slumped, and she strongly held back this inexplicable sourness, skimming her mouth. Stinky Zhang Feng, am I that petty in your eyes? We're just temporary boyfriend and girlfriend, hello? I don't care who you send your confession letter to. I'm pissed, mostly because I heard you were reported for groping, so I thought I'd come over and scare you into doing your job. Well, that's just it. It's not out of jealousy. There are some statements that don't mention the word love in their entirety, but are full of love. How could Su Youran's words not be? Zhang Feng is also not a little cute. He can't tell what Su Youran is really angry about. Come on, if you're really pissed off about not doing your job properly, then why did Su's attitude turn 180 degrees after explaining about delivering the letter? Furthermore, if Su Youran were really angry with him for touching the fish, she wouldn't have to wait for today. She would have blown up long ago, wouldn't she? As for Su Youran's set of words just now, where is the cold and grumpy Mr. Su? It's clearly just a hard-mouthed little proud Miss Su. Chapter 68 Joy and sorrow are what make a perfect woman. Thinking of this, Zhang Feng smiled faintly, and immediately followed Li Dafei's example of standing upright, revealing a naive expression. Oh, so it's because I didn't do my job properly. Mr. Su, then I promise I'll never touch a fish again. As long as I work hard at my own station, I will never make you angry again. So can you not fire me this time? Seeing this scene, Su Youran let out a snort of laughter. How could she not know that Zhang Feng had seen through everything? It's been a secret for a long time, okay? Su Youran stretched out her slender jade hand and lightly twisted it, smiling wanly. This little man is really growing on me. Let's see what you do next. Zhang Feng faintly said. What kind of work assignment is Mr. Su planning to send me? As soon as his words fell, Su Youran stood up in style. She didn't say anything, but clutched Zhang Feng's hand and led him to the sofa to sit down. In the next second, she directly stretched out her white arms around Zhang Feng's neck and brought her red lips to his ear. What about the mission? The kind that now commands you to hold me so hard that you'll kill yourself not to separate. Like yesterday when you desperately put your hand against my head. Upon hearing this, Zhang Feng didn't hesitate for a moment. He stretched out his arms and then tightly embraced Su Youran into his arms. The familiar and good-smelling fragrance entered his nose, and at this moment, Zhang Feng's hanging heart was finally put down. To be honest, he had long wanted to hug Su Youran fiercely. He'd wanted it when he'd seen her in the parking lot, and he'd wanted it even more when he'd been ignored by her all the way to the office, and when he'd seen her so angry. The hug now was not in fulfillment, but Zhang Feng wanted to hug this woman from the bottom of his heart. Born again for 2 lives, Even if Jiang Feng knows nothing about women at this point, he has to admit that he knows Su Youran's heart. In fact, when Su Youran resolutely decided to help him yesterday, Jiang Feng vaguely understood, but just couldn't believe it. There was no way. Su Youran was just too perfect. Being loved by her had a kind of white swan falling in love with a toad vestigial feeling. 26-year-old double-degree PhD from a prestigious university. 1 in a million. Amazing looks and a hot body. 1 in a million. The family's wealth is in the tens of billions of dollars. And that's more than 1 in a million. All these advantages that would make men shy away. But in Su Youran's case, it's all in one? Not only that. In Zhang Feng's eyes, Su Youran was naive and simple to the extreme. She never faked her emotions, didn't bury her hard feelings, cried when she held it in, and screamed when she was scared. Raised rich, but not a bit of petulance. Just the occasional stiff upper lip is heartbreaking. These days, sticking together sweetly with such a person all the time, even an iron heart would be covered with heat, right? With this little storm that came out of nowhere today, Jiang Feng was considered to have completely looked into his heart. He was reasonably unafraid of being sacked. He wanted a business empire and needed startup capital. He didn't need a loan now. He had enough money on hand, and Vientiane's work was like nothing to him. But the moment Su Youran said she wanted to dismiss him, Jiang Feng really couldn't let go. He figured out that it wasn't that he couldn't let go of his job in touching the fish, but that he couldn't let go of Su Youran. Good girl Su, next time you can't be so angry. You still have a hard time. Actually, this is something you know is impossible when you think about it a little bit, okay? I'm stuck with you every day. And Mr. Su is still so nice to me and helps me with that. How rotten do I have to be to go handing out form letters to like another woman? Su Youran thought that she should not have guessed the strings in Jiang Feng's words. Hey, don't like other women? Then you like me. Coincidentally, I have a little crush on you too. Ugh. Su Youran thought as she did, but the next second she was ashamed. She felt really bad about what she was doing, getting angry for no reason without thinking clearly about the truth, and then directly wanting to sack Jiang Feng without giving him a chance to explain. No, I have to apologize to Jiang Feng. Su Youran's beautiful eyebrows crossed and lifted, her face buried in Jiang Feng's arms. Her eyes reddened, making people extremely distressed. Jiang Feng, actually I've always been very rational, but I really can't think about anything in this matter today. I really thought about it a lot on the drive to the office, but it all went along with the idea of you handing in a confession letter denying you. At that time, I thought, Jiang Feng, you're a complete asshole, a false hypocrite. I'm even thinking of buying a ton of wild greens to have dumped at your house. I got cold and mad and angry at you without figuring out the truth. Yeah, I'm sorry, don't be angry, okay? Next time I definitely won't. I promise I'll be gentler in the future. Hearing this, Jiang Feng was slightly stunned. Obviously he didn't expect Su Youran to open her mouth to apologize. He dotingly reached out his hand to gently help Su Youran smooth her hair that was wet by either beads of sweat or tears. A long, gentle breath followed. I was clueless about this whole thing from start to finish, and I don't think there's anyone who wouldn't be pissed off at being thrown in the cold water for no reason. Mr. Su, the way you treated me at the beginning really made me feel angry, and I thought, what the hell did I do? Because I didn't know it at the time, but I lost my temper instantly after I found out why you were angry. Putting myself in your place, if I were in your place, I couldn't be gentle even when I heard my man doing such things behind my back, and I would be angry, uptight, impulsive, and my brain wouldn't think about the truth of the matter. Yes, there's no one who wouldn't love a woman who takes understanding to the extreme like the heroine of the novel, and even loves to the point of allowing her man to have 3 wives and 4 concubines. But our life is not a novel, and I don't want 3 wives and 4 concubines. On the contrary, I think, you come over here in a rage and give me the cold shoulder and want to fire me. That's the first impulse of a woman. In other words, that's you to me. That's perfect. I was afraid that you would be angry, Mr. Su. In fact, this matter could have been completely avoided. After all, I'm the president's boyfriend. I'll pay attention to my identity next time and not give you any trouble. He. Jiang Feng didn't move around when he said those words, which meant that he wasn't lying. Isn't that the truth? Where in reality is the perfect image of a big female lead portrayed by the author's pen? Jiang Feng thought, that is not vivid. The girl's emotions are very sensitive. Jumping, okay? You will cry when you are angry. You will punch in anger. And when you are happy you will laugh, hug, and jump up and down with excitement. Will be afraid of thunder? Will be jealous? Will want to possess their man. Su Youran's red lips moved slightly. Jiang Feng's words really made her think a lot. Words swirled around her mouth, and she really wanted to say something, but she didn't feel like any words could express her feelings. Suddenly, the phrase, "be giants in action," came to her. Humph. Still have what to say to Jiang Feng? Directly kiss up is not good? Chapter 69, Mr. Su and Mr. Jiang, really good K. Zhang Hongyan had been trying to guard outside the office, but Zhang Kai, who was slowly walking this way, made her frown. Instantly, Zhang Hongyan directly collapsed her face and said in an extremely cold tone, "What's the matter with you?" At least it was Su Youran's hand-picked secretary. Zhang Hongyan's aura was also terrifying when it was in full swing. Even though it didn't resist Su Youran's chilling effect, it scared Zhang Kai in front of her. Zhang Kai involuntarily froze. She didn't know why this big sister who usually seemed gentle was so angry. If it were any other day, she would have left, but today, she couldn't. Secretary Zhang, I'd like to take today's vacation today. The ministers have gone to their meetings, and I was going to invite them back at noon, but I want to go now. Could I trouble you to approve this for me? Taking the noon break? What for? A date with Zhang Feng? Damn. Zhang Hongyan thought that she was already angry, and now Zhang Kai even came over to annoy her? The more she thought about it, the more angry she became. Zhang Hongyan rolled her eyes without a good face. Not approved. She was now doubly angry at Zhang Kai. 1. Because of what happened today. 2. Zhang Kai had actually been a colleague she looked up to. Zhang Hongyan has always thought that although Zhang Kai came to the company's time is not long, but the ability to outstanding, do things also down-to-earth reliable. A few days ago, she had even recommended to Su Youran to give Zhang Kai a promotion. Zhang Hongyan was angry because she felt blind. After she said that, she saw Zhang Kai floundering in place without the slightest intention to leave, even more angry. Turning, he went into his office and slammed the door heavily. Zhang Hongyan thought that Zhang Kai would leave like this, but she never expected that 5 minutes later, her office door was knocked. As expected, immediately after that, Zhang Kai stammered in, "Secretary Zhang, I really have something important to do at noon today. The guy I like who also likes me all the time is going to confess to me at noon. We've got a date. I can't not go. He's really an elfin head when it comes to relationships, and careful enough to do so. Even the handwritten letter that was to be given to me today was brought to me by Mr. Jiang. I think if I miss my appointment today, then he'll be sad in a minute." After saying that, Zhang Kai added in a loud voice, "Secretary Zhang, don't worry, I'll quickly finish today's work, and I'll never delay my work, or you can dock my paycheck for absenteeism." Later, the handwritten letter he asked Mr. Gang to deliver? The confession letter? Zhang Hongyan viciously sucked in a mouthful of cool air as her face gradually returned to normal. She asked with a couple light coughs, "What kind of work does this prospective boyfriend of yours do?" Rightly considered as gossip, Zhang Kai did not hide it. "It's the store manager of a store in the Marriott Mall." Nice guy. Wrong. Rub. At this moment, Zhang Hongyan only felt her brain buzzing. Zhang Kai go. If 1 day of vacation is not enough, 2 more days are fine. Although he didn't know why Zhang Hongyan's attitude changed drastically, Zhang Kai was fully immersed in the joy of granting the leave. "Thank you, Secretary Zhang. You're so nice." Looking at Zhang Kai's leaping expression, Zhang Hongyan smiled wanly. "Good luck with your noon date." Zhang Kai left, according to her, to pick a generous and mature dress to wear at noon, and looking at her back as she left, Zhang Hongyan had a complete headache. What's this about? Suddenly, Zhang Hongyan stood up and ran towards the door. "No, Mr. Su doesn't know yet." "Wait, Mr. Su, don't fight with Mr. Jiang. It's all my fault." Zhang Hongyan trotted to the door of the president's office and didn't bother to knock, but before she could twist the doorknob, the door was opened from the inside. What caught Zhang Hongyan's eyes was Zhang Feng holding Su Youran in his arms as the princess. Su Youran buried her head in his arms. "Mr. Jiang, Mr. Su, I'm sorry, I was wrong about this." Mainly because at that time, Li Xiaoru said it too firmly. "I just believed it." After saying that, Zhang Hongyan lowered her head in shame and waited for her punishment. What happened today was a dereliction of her job. "Come on, Secretary Zhang. This wasn't supposed to be a big deal. It's just a misunderstanding. Wouldn't it be better to talk about it face to face? Look, Ran isn't angry at all. Isn't this obediently in my arms?" After saying that, Zhang Feng handed Zhang Hongyan a reassuring look and left with Su Youran in his arms. A warm current flowed through the bottom of Zhang Hongyan's heart, who was stumped in place. Looking back slightly at the end of the hallway, he smiled silently. This smile was not only being forgiven, but one more thing, was that the image of Zhang Feng hugging Su Youran just now was really good knock. But at that moment 2 apes cried out from the office of the Minister of Sales. "What do you mean? My brother Feng has been falsely accused? Calling my Feng a scumbag? Having an affair with someone else? Damn ugly than that. How dare she? A person who can't even listen to someone who was eavesdropping on them? Also, I, Mo Shui, hate people who snitch, or snitch on my brother." Mo Shui and Zhang Yuan sat opposite each other and clenched their fists full of indignation. "Damn, I also wonder, why is this Li Xiaoru so cheap? Can't stand it," and actually framed Mr. Jiang. Zhang Yuan also clenched his teeth and said, "Since Zhang Feng didn't always come to the company in the past 2 days, coupled with the fact that Mo Shui often frequented the office to give Zheng Yuan an out-of-body shock, the two of them have a god-awful relationship. Now, when they learned that Zhang Feng had been falsely accused, the two of them sat together to fight. Suddenly, Zheng Yuan's eyes lit up. Ugh, brother ugly, to be honest I think this Li Xiaoru is strange. I also have a friend over at the secretarial department, and she said that she saw Li Xiaozhou's thief excitement when she got on the elevator. To be honest, I seriously doubt she has another agenda with this snitch. In the end, although Fatty Zhang flaunted his person a bit, his brain was still completely intact. Hearing his words, Mo snapped his fingers. No problem. Suddenly, Mo Shui had a flash of light and hooked his hand to signal Zheng Yuan to come over. Feng is too lazy to count, but I, Mo Shui, am a villain, and I am vindictive. This Li Xiaoru, I must fix her. Old Zhang. I suddenly thought of a method. Songcheng City, Zhang Feng's house. Su Youran rushed to the bathroom as soon as she entered the house. She feels like it's flowing again, probably affected by too many mood swings. Zhang Feng worriedly sat and waited on the sofa. Let's just say that this brown sugar water and red dates were given to Su Youran to try last night. And it didn't work. What else can I do to ease this pain? But what made Zhang Feng fall through his eyes was that 5 minutes later, Su Youran came out of the bathroom, just like a phoenix reborn from the fire. She appeared to be pain-free and full of energy. Not only that, but she also activated the sweeper, vacuum cleaner, and a host of other devices. Only after doing everything did she sit down on the couch with a slight frown, a slightly sappy voice coming from her. Zhang Feng, my bag is still in the bedroom. Bring it over for me. I'm so ugly right now. I'm going to meet my aunt later. I need to hurry up and fix my makeup. Chapter 70, Auntie, I'm practicing yoga. Although Su Youran was born beautiful and did not pay special attention to makeup, but women are all beauty lovers. Who can refuse to be more beautiful? Also, that's the fact that she's in a high position and may have to meet with a business magnate or an official at any time, and that will inevitably require makeup touch-ups. That's why she always carries some essential makeup in her satchel, and it just so happens to come in handy, doesn't it? As the saying goes, the ugly daughter-in-law has to meet her mother-in-law. But who can refuse a more perfect meeting? Do not have to make up Asu General. My mom will come over, we simply stay a while to eat a meal only. There's no need to get all jumpy. You've been videoing with her a lot, what are you afraid of? You don't know her yet? It's nice to get along. At least for you. To be honest, if it was usual, Zhang Feng would have gone to get his bag without saying a word. But today Su Youran's body is not comfortable. The stomach is going to hurt to death. Can let her save a little strength to save a little well. No, 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 no. I have to put on a little blush or I'll be embarrassed when I'm too red in the face. I'm really fine now. Look, I'm not in any pain at all. Zhang Feng, hurry up and go. If you don't go, I'll go get it myself. Su Youran lightly bit her red lips and denied Zhang Feng's words by tilting her head with her firm will. And since she had put it this far, how could Zhang Feng refuse? He rubbed Su Youran's head with a doting smile. Be a good boy and wait. I'll bring it to you right away. Pine City, Tianhe Mansion Sales Office. Zhang Haiyuan and Song Ling stared at the planar schematic in front of them and looked at each other with a satisfied nod. Lao Jiang, this suite is really good. 140 square feet is not small. Living can be comfortable. It's also close to the business district and the surroundings are just what I need. Well, wife, I think so. It's just slightly more expensive. Songqing's house price can come to more than 20,000 a flat, as Zhang Haiyuan did not expect. That's a bit beyond the pale. Zhang Haiyuan pondered for a while, and finally, he furrowed his brows and clenched his teeth. Expensive as it is, this is the set. Make a deposit, and then tomorrow have Ran and Feng come over and take a look. What kind of old man wants to treat his son badly? Zhang Haiyuan thought to himself that he was only over 40 and could still be 20 years. This is the only one. I didn't shoot Feng on the wall in the first place just to rear him. A house and another bite for my son. Zhang Haiyuan and Song Ling weren't ink-smart people, and they were satisfied with each other. Then directly to the front desk to deliver a deposit of 20,000 yuan. In the sales lady enthusiastic smile sent off. Take the letter of intent to buy a house left the sales office. On the other hand, Zhang Feng, who was lying on the sofa, rubbed his sleepy eyes and sucked in a mouthful of cool air. He's a little confused. No, Mom and Dad keep calling to say they'll be here soon. It's been 5 hours. Why aren't they here yet? He had lost count of how many times this was Su Youran's lipstick refill. Of course, it wasn't that the lipstick would fade, but most of it was eaten by Zhang Feng. Noticing that Su Youran's upper and lower eyelids were slightly closed on her shoulder, and her eyelashes were blinking to show her lethargy, Zhang Feng could see that this chick was obviously sleepy. Mr. Su, if you're sleepy, go lie on the bed for a while. I'll call you later when my parents get here. It's okay. But after hearing Zhang Feng's words, Su Youran's petite body shook. Immediately afterward, he straightened his back and shook his head firmly. No, 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 I can't lay down to sleep, saying that she gently ruffled her hair. A nice ethereal scent emanating around her. Smell that? Stinky Zhang Feng. I washed my hair on purpose, and I blew it out and pinned it. Anon, if I do lay down and go to sleep, I'll get up later and my hair will be deflated and not so fluffy. Deflated looks uninspiring, and it's time for my aunt to think I'm slovenly. Meeting an aunt for the first time, how can you not be at your best? At those words, Zhang Feng frowned slightly and cried a little again. He raised his arms and then he was going to pick up Su Youran to force her to go to the bedroom to rest for a while. But the next second, a heavy knock came on the door. I think it's my parents. I'll get the door. Aha. Zhang Feng smiled faintly at Su Youran, then jogged over to open the door of the house. As expected, standing at the doorway was none other than Song Ling and Zhang Haiyuan, who were carrying large bags of things. Zhang Feng greeted them with a naive smile, while rushing to pick up the things in their hands and welcomed the two in. Mom, looking good. Dad, almost. Upon hearing this, Zhang Haiyuan passed Zhang Feng a look without moving, then stretched out his hand. Rushing toward Zhang Feng, he gave a pretty straight thumbs up. The gesture was full of praise and commendation. Good son. Well done. That's how you should praise your mom so hard, until she's in an extremely comfortable mood. Come on. Making Song Ling happy here in Laojiang is a big deal. Song Ling's mood is soothing. She'll be happy to find things to do, so she won't come to torment him. Facts prove that Zhang Feng this sentence is indeed effective. Song Ling heard directly after the giggle laugh. I haven't seen my son for a few days and this mouth is sweet again. Mom, but I miss you. Mom said she misses me? At this moment, Zhang Feng was simply flattered. Boy, what we just felt. Mother's love? And not waiting for Zhang Feng to be moved for 3 seconds, Song Ling directly peeled him away with one hand and took off her shoes to rush towards the house. Son, where is Runjun? Where is my daughter-in-law? Well, it doesn't take more than 3 seconds to be moved. There is indeed motherly love. But not much. Zhang Feng helplessly skimmed his mouth and said, it's in the living room. Go get her. I think I miss my dad a little more. If these words were put in normal times, Song Ling would definitely want to have a good tussle with Zhang Feng about why she didn't want her to have more. But now her mind was pressed beyond that, and with a step, she was going to rush towards the living room to look for Su Youran. At this moment, Zhang Feng was also just about to open the conversation with old Jiang, but suddenly a very clear pout came from the living room. Ah, the voice came very suddenly, even mixed with tension and panic. Zhang Feng was the first to react as he turned around and rushed to the living room. After looking at Su Youran, who was lying on the ground like an octopus, her eyebrows raised fiercely. What's this Su Youran chick up to? After only freezing for a second, Zhang Feng rushed over to help her up. Immediately after, comrade Song Ling and Lao Jiang also came over. Both of them looking at the messy Su Youran in front of them were also confused. Ran, what are you dash? Heaven and earth conscience all this is not of Su Youran's own volition. The truth was, the moment Zhang Feng went to open the door, she regretted it a little. No, I shouldn't wait here. I should go with Zhang Feng to open the door and meet my uncle and aunt at the first time. But in the end, Miss Su's heart was still a bit shy. She dwelled on it just a little bit before she faintly heard Song Ling asking where she was. At that moment, Su Youran knew she should have welcomed him out. She didn't think about it anymore and stood up resolutely. But coincidentally there was a sudden sharp pain in her stomach that hadn't been hurting for half a day. At that time, Su Youran only felt that her whole body's strength was instantly emptied, followed by a stagger, and sat on the ground. This is why she screamed in panic, and then the person sat down on the floor with a soft thud. Is it just a pain in the ass for her? If that's the case, then that's great. At this moment, Miss Su's entire body was about to die of shame. Her face was blushing and her heart was in turmoil. Chapter 71. This is the room we prepared for you. I've been preparing for so long to impress my aunt and uncle, and you end up sitting on the floor with a messy face to greet them? Can we not be so awkward? How do you explain it? An accidental fall? That would make me look too stupid, wouldn't it? How could uncles and aunts like a clumsy daughter-in-law? Suddenly Su Youran had a bright idea, and Bing's blushing face camouflaged a trace of shock. Uncle and auntie, you've arrived. I didn't even hear it just now. I'm fine. It's just that I was just practicing yoga and accidentally stretched my foot and subconsciously screamed. Good fellow. Hearing this explanation from Su Youran, the corner of Zhang Feng's mouth directly jerked hard. Mr. Su Yo, this explanation of yours is really pale and feeble enough. How could he not see that Su Youran fell with a stomach ache, and was heartbroken for her at the same time? He also did his best to hide the embarrassment on his face, and after swallowing hard he turned back to help. Yes, Dad, Mom, and Ran is usually willing to practice yoga at home when she's not doing anything, keeping in good shape. That was a little scene just now. Don't worry about it. What can be done about further embarrassment? If my wife makes up reasons to excuse herself, we have to help her even if we have to, okay? It was probably because the two were so well camouflaged in their explanations that Songling didn't ask more questions. Instead, he smiled kindly and sat beside Su Youran, but the next second when she turned her head to look at Zhang Feng she was already completely black. I say, little Feng, this is your fault. Ran loves practicing yoga. What are you up to? Not even a yoga mat? Don't you know the weather is getting cooler? There's no heating now. What if I freeze? Brat, tell me what to do. Your mother, I like this fairy daughter-in-law so much. How dare you not treat me properly? Song Ling's call gave Zhang Feng a scolding, and it also allowed Su Youran to eliminate her embarrassment. Hey, Auntie didn't realize I was stupid in talking about a fairy daughter-in-law? Auntie just got here and praised me. The corners of Su Yuran's mouth unconsciously rose slightly, while a touch of shyness hung on her cheeks. Auntie, Uncle, you guys sit down first, I'll re-brew your tea. Well, the ones before that were cold. Thinking of striking the iron while it is hot and hurrying to show some performance, Su Youran ignored a certain part of the hot and spicy, got up and went to make tea in a hurry. The tea she had prepared was the very best dahongpo, which she had specially brought from the office when she returned today. To be honest, it is Su Wanxiang come to Songcheng. Su Youran are not willing to give him a drink. Although this tea is in the hands of Su Wanxiang by the way of the tea was hot. Jiang Haiyuan tentatively sipped lightly, felt that the throat was sweet, very resistant to taste. He couldn't help but gaze at the good tea. The taste brought back memories of the tea the company had prepared for the big leaders during one of their inspections. Only this drink is sweeter at the moment. It's true. The tea made by my daughter-in-law is good. Not only that, even Song Ling, who had never been a tea drinker, found the tea extraordinarily delicious. Only that more of her attention was still on Su Youran's body. How she looked at the girl had all the right features and outstanding appearance. The more she looked at her, the more she liked her. Ran, it's really not that Auntie is praising you. You're much prettier than in the video. Goo, how lucky must my son be to find a girlfriend like you? Song Ling's words were not at all toasty, and at this moment, the two were sitting side by side. She felt that Su Youran should be the sentence, the face of the sinking fish and falling geese, the appearance of the closed moon and shy flowers. Boy, it's almost prettier than the big stars on TV. Almost half an hour of conversation was almost all Song Ling praising Su Youran. Through her smile, Zhang Feng could tell that his own mom was really happy. If it was placed a few days ago, Zhang Feng might have been ashamed. It was all fake. But now, Zhang Feng is only left with a heart full of frankness. Hey, who let us overplayed to pick up Mr. Su to the hand? Noticing that it was getting late, Song Ling smiled and stood up, where there was still a little bit of her usual bossy appearance at home. Old Jiang, don't hide that thing, pull it out. You talk to the two kids about this. I'm going to make you some dinner. The more she looked at Su Youran, the more she liked it. She could remember that we had promised Ran that we would let her see her craftsmanship the next time we met. The big bag that I carried when I entered the door was all the vegetables and fruits and meat that Song Ling had bought. Gotta go. Upon hearing this, Jiang Haiyuan moved his butt to sit in front of Zhang Feng's two men, and from the satchel that came with him, he pulled out a bunch of documents. Putting it on the coffee table, he then pushed it in front of Zhang Feng and Su Youran with his hand. Ran, actually your aunt and I arrived early today. The reason we got here late is because we went to look at houses. Your aunt and I halfway thought. Little Feng is still a junior employee of the company. You've made it to management. I don't know what attracts you to this brat, but it's always that he's a bit of a high roller. Well, Auntie and Uncle don't have anything they can promise you. This house is sort of a token of our appreciation. This is a commercial house in Pine City's Tianhe Mansion, 140 square feet. It's what we purposely went over to look at just now. What about the deposit? Your aunt, we've already paid it, so tomorrow you and Little Feng will go over to take a look. As long as you feel satisfied, Uncle's side of it immediately give you the down payment. The rest of the loan is also all by your aunt and we to assume. Jiang Haiyuan spoke in an extremely flat tone, as if he was simply recounting an incident, but Zhang Feng a little pondering. I know that behind this calmness of Lao Jiang is more than $3 million. My old man's out for blood. Suddenly, Zhang Feng's nose turned sour. What kind of parent doesn't love their child? Dad, no, I'll take care of the house myself, as well as Ran's bride price. You have this money to buy a house. It's better to save it for you two to enjoy with my mom. Zhang Feng smiled faintly and pushed the contract towards Jiang Haiyuan's face. Heaven and earth. Zhang Feng is not deliberately pretending to be a calf, but he really does not need Lao Jiang to help him buy. not to mention that the demon stock that is coming soon will make him a wave of great wealth. He is now the sole shareholder of Pine City International Hotel, the absolute controlling person, waiting for the documents on the top to land. Zhang Feng directly shifted into a billionaire, not to mention an already fledgling business empire. Do you need your parents to make an effort to buy a house? Of course not. While listening to Zhang Feng's words, Zhang Haiyuan waved his hand with a pleased smile. You brat, what's the point of being polite with your old man? Not to mention how long it will take until you earn the money for the room. Are you comfortable living here on your own? Just the fact that Ran is living with you in this little Thai house makes both of us, your mom, feel stifled. She also likes to practice yoga, and you don't have enough room in this living room. Quickly take it. I paid a deposit of $20,000. This house does not buy. This money is not refunded. Practicing yoga? Hearing these 3 words, Su Youran held her face red. Chapter 72. What? My daughter-in-law is a 10 billionaire? Su Youran feigned calmness and coughed lightly twice, glancing twice and realizing that Zhang Feng was nodding his head slightly before she opened her mouth. Shan. Uncle, you'd better listen to Zhang Feng and put this document away. It doesn't matter about the deposit on the Tianhe mansion. It's money I can tell them to refund. Actually, I don't feel aggrieved living here with Zhang Feng. Instead, I still feel cozy. And don't worry about the house. I actually have a lot of real estate in my name. Before Zhang Haiyuan and Song Ling came, Su Youran had talked to Zhang Feng about this matter. Should I hide my status as president a little? And the result of the discussion between the two was that there was nothing to hide. And besides, what could be hidden for a time be hidden for a lifetime? Sooner or later, they'll find out. Just now Su Youran was still thinking about how to showdown with Song Ling and Zhang Haiyuan about this matter. And now is just the right opportunity. Hey, it'll also give Uncle peace of mind to retire from this house. A lot of real estate? Let's have the Tennessee Public House give me my deposit back. Zhang Haiyuan sucked in a breath of cool air. To be honest, he was really shocked by these words from Su Youran. A deposit. Meaning I'll settle for this. The deposit is non-refundable if you change your mind about the purchase, which is a legally protected act of indemnification by the merchant. What's the concept of getting a deposit refunded on a Tennessee and public building? That is, with one word from Ran, Tianhe Public House willingly did not want the $20,000 that fell from the sky. How much face does this have to be? Why do you suddenly feel that your daughter-in-law is a bit powerful? Not only that, but she also said she had a lot of real estate in her name. Seeing Lao Jiang froze, Zhang Feng clenched his teeth. Rub, strike while the iron is hot. All showdown. Forget it. Dad, I think you just saw an R8 when you were parking downstairs, right? That's actually Ran's car. You should know better than me what the R8 costs, right? Good lord. Hearing his own son's words, Zhang Haiyuan directly sucked in a mouthful of cool air. He only felt his scalp go numb, raising his slightly dull gaze to Zhang Feng. It's that R8 parked downstairs. That's got to be worth the price of the suite. Before Lao Jiang went upstairs, he naturally saw the shining Audi R8, and at that time, he also slightly flirted with the idea of, son, this neighborhood looks so shabby. I didn't realize there was an R8 parked. Is that your daughter-in-law's? It's outrageous. Before old Zhang could return to his senses, Zhang Feng spoke again. Dad, and by the way, Ran was lying before when she said she was white-collar. She's actually the president of our company and my top female boss. The volume of Zhang Feng's speech wasn't very loud, but it exploded fiercely in Zhang Haiyuan's ears. What? The president of Sons? Does that mean the son has chased his top female boss? Ouch, this kid. Not only was Zhang Haiyuan shocked, Song Ling, who was busy in the kitchen, was also confused when she heard this. But Song Ling reacted faster. She knew that with Zhang Haiyuan's head designation did not know how to pick up the conversation, then walked quickly to the living room. Pointing at Zhang Feng's nose was a reprimand. Son, look at other people. Ran. The company's yearly salary for them has to be 10 times more than yours. It's a blessing for you that Ran is willing to follow you. I'll see you dare to treat people badly in the future. Payday? At those words, Zhang Feng smiled awkwardly. He rubbed the tip of his nose and continued to speak with the idea that if he was going to be embarrassed, he would be embarrassed all at once. Mom, Ran doesn't get paid because she's the one who does the payroll. Ran is not only the president, but also the de facto controller and sole director of our company. That brings me to mentioning that our company is called Wanxiang Makeup Company. I assume you've all heard of a conglomerate called the Vientiane Group? Chairman of the board? Zhang Haiyuan and Song Ling looked at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes, while nodding in a frozen manner. Vientiane Group, as one of the largest enterprises in China, is involved in a wide range of areas. Zhang Haiyuan and Song Ling watch the news when they are not doing anything, so they naturally know about it. But then they were confused. Vientiane Color Cosmetics Ltd. Vientiane Group. How does that sound like a subsidiary relationship? So Wanxiang Makeup should be controlled by Wanxiang Group. How come it's Ran? In the next second, Jiang Feng helped remove their doubts. The chairman of the Wanshan Group, the first major shareholder, is called Su Wanxiang. He's Ran's father. So, Ran doesn't get a single paycheck because all the money earned is all her family's. About these, you guys can totally search in Baidu. The father is Su Wanxiang. The Ran family owns the Vientiane Group. At this moment, Lao Jiang and Comrade Songling could no longer remain calm. How can I put it? The current situation is similar to a man from a medium family who has been unmarried suddenly brings back a great beauty to show his parents, who are so excited that they are crying tears of joy. Then he added, "Father, mother, this is the sheriff, the daughter of the present marquis." Father and mother didn't believe it, then casually threw over a token and said with a big wave of his hand, "Here, the sheriff's identity token. May I ask, what is the difference between the situation Lao Jiang Songling is facing at this time and this?" They were unanimously shocked and took out their cell phones, listening to Jiang Feng's words and opening Baidu. Immediately afterward, I saw a bar of content. Su Youran, a double doctorate degree from a world-renowned university, whose industry. 5 minutes later, Lao Jiang and Songling were dumbfounded as they skimmed through everything, and straight away they couldn't speak. Boy, it's enough to make us happy that my son has found a heavenly wife, or a top-ranking rich woman. Jiang Haiyuan subconsciously swallowed hard. Ran, just now uncle has done something wrong, you more bear with me. Didn't know you were Su Dong's daughter. Truly, Jiang Haiyuan's words didn't have the slightest bit of detachment. He really couldn't restrain himself. Originally mixed in the official world that required caution. Now that he learned of Su Yuran's identity, he inevitably had a bit of a reflex. 5 seconds later, Song Ling's gaze turned and she hastily tugged on Jiang Haiyuan's arm. "Old Jiang, a family doesn't talk about two families. Ran is your daughter-in-law now," Song Ling said as such, which also gave Su Youran the opportunity to pick up the conversation. She smiled wanly and stood up to bow to Jiang Haiyuan. "Yes uncle, I am your daughter-in-law and your junior. You mustn't think too much about it either. My father has already met Jiang Feng, and he's very happy with what we've done. It's the 21st century. Love is free, and Jiang Feng and I truly love each other." These words were what Su Youran had been holding in her heart for a long time. Miss Su was originally very detailed and understanding. She had known that after Jiang Feng had laid everything out, her aunt and uncle might think about the problem of the gap between each other's families. Su Youran said this to keep them from thinking more on this matter, not to mention the fact that his own father already knew Jiang Feng through old Wang and the stock thing. Furthermore, even if he, Su Wanxiang, disagreed, so what? As long as I like Jiang Feng and Jiang Feng likes me, what other problems are there? Chapter 73. Too many times, it will break. 2 minutes later, Songling saw that Jiang Haiyuan was still frozen without slowing down. Solely, he just dragged him to the kitchen to help out with the work. As soon as he entered the kitchen, Jiang Haiyuan seemed to regain his vigor, twisting his head and hurriedly closing the sliding door tightly. Then he held his breath and sighed in a small voice full of surprise. "Songling, please, don't be so just as calm. Ran is actually a 10 billionaire. Nice guy. I don't know what position I'd have to be in to dream like that." Don't laugh at old River's shock. Who wouldn't be confused at this scene? At the same time, Jiang Haiyuan sucked in another breath of cool air. "Wife, I can see. You say, that Ran is all for staying at our son's place and practicing yoga here. Coupled with that phone call last night, I reckon we've got this daughter-in-law in the bag. Tell me, do you see how far our son and Ran have progressed? Why don't we set fire to it tonight?" Good guy. Songling thought that Jiang Haiyuan was usually stupid enough. Never would have thought that he could actually be stupid to this extent. How far did Xiao Feng and Ran get? Do we need to see that? Songling rolled her eyes fiercely and slapped Jiang Haiyuan's shoulder. "I say Lao Jiang, do you really think Ran is practicing yoga? Can you use your brain? Not to mention the fact that Ran was not looking or acting like she was practicing yoga. Plus, you just saw Feng swish past then, like a big black rat. Do you think if it was Ran practicing yoga, he could be so anxious and worried? It's obvious that Ran fell. Okay, what's going on?" Jiang Haiyuan wide-eyed suddenly realized. I said why not pad yoga mat? So, Comrade Songling didn't let Ran be embarrassed by saying that? Honey, you're the one who still sees through it. Jiang Haiyuan gave a thumbs up, and then ended up looking at Songling with a blear-eyed gaze. No, what about the second question? Songling didn't have the good sense to wait for him, and then spoke helplessly immediately afterward. "Old Jiang, what we need to do now? Should be to get this meal done and let's fill our stomachs and retreat. We shouldn't have to worry about Ran and little things affairs at all. Just wait to hold our grandchildren. Developing so fast? Damn, wife, how can you tell? Think about it, Lao Jiang. Although our son's sofa is a bit narrow, but Ran won't fall over, right? There's only one possibility, and that's that she's not feeling well. When Ran made us tea that time, even though she hid it well, I still noticed that she walked a bit awkwardly. You savor these two things together. Waiting for grandchildren? Walking awkwardly? Not feeling well? Jung Hyun sucked in a mouthful of cool air, then stared with a surprised face. Honey, you mean they've? At this moment, Jung Fong, who was secretly hiding on the other side of the sliding door to eavesdrop, smiled sarcastically. Mom and Dad are working on. Where are we with Su Youran? Oh, man, you need to help us with the fire? It's bad enough that chick's in there, right? Jung Fong helplessly shrugged his shoulders. Obviously Su Youran is coming to a stomachache. His own mother had to guess as that. What can he do? And on the contrary, Jung Fong couldn't say that Comrade Song Ling had guessed wrong. The truth was, just based on last night's situation, even if Su Youran didn't have her period, she wouldn't be able to walk well today. Thinking that, Jung Fong tiptoed and softly sat back down next to Su Youran. Immediately after that, a pleasant and gentle voice came over. How's it going, Jung Fong? Uncle and Auntie didn't have any bad thoughts about me because of this, did they? Although it is said that the new era emphasizes on free love, but the family match is after all something left behind by the old ancestors, which may be very deeply imprinted in the minds of fathers and mothers. Even though Su Youran had just tried her best to explain and salvage the situation, she was still worried that Jung Hyun and Song Ling would think too much. If that's the case, it's too much of a loss. Goo Mr. Su, what other bad ideas could they have? Come on, I got such a rich girlfriend, who was also knowledgeable, sun-kissed, shy and understanding. They can't help but be happy. How can they think bad thoughts? Jung Fong this sentence but not at all nonsense. Su Youran does not meet this, above which point he knew that Comrade Song Ling had long since turned the corner. And as for Lao Jung, that attitude, it's not like I don't want to, but I'm just too shocked to get over it. And that's okay, I should figure it out given some time. Upon hearing this, Su Youran only took a long breath of fragrant air, and the stone hanging in her heart fell to the ground. Jung Fong smiled slightly smoothly and took her into his arms. Don't worry, Mr. Su, actually just now Mom and Dad were discussing this matter at all. They were just talking about how we could both give them a grandchild sooner. What? Su Youran, who had just calmed down for not a moment, immediately had her beautiful eyes shocked. Birth, a son? It's not good, is it? Isn't it a little early? Don't you always think about this after you get a license and have a wedding? She was filled with red and spoke in a hurry. No, this matter won't work, Jung Fong. Jung Fong naturally knew that Su Youran would definitely refuse, but he didn't expect Su Youran to refuse so flirtatiously. To be more rigorous, it's not so much flirty as it is flavorful. Sticking together for the past few days, Jung Fong could be said to have seen Miss Su blush in various forms. There was never a moment when she blushed like a ripe peach. This feeling of wanting to talk, the shyness hidden underneath those delicate features, really made Jung Fong look dumbfounded. His throat rolled and he froze outright, and he forgot to revive Yoran's words back. But Su Youran on the opposite side didn't know what he was thinking. Seeing that Jung Fong didn't open his mouth for a long time, she thought it was because Jung Fong was a bit disappointed and angry. On second thought, she did seem to have refused too decisively and directly just now. We're already in a relationship. We shouldn't be avoiding the subject, right? Thinking of this, Su Youran forced her heart to hold back her shyness, and hastily added another glutinous sentence. Jung Fong, I mean, we're not even familiar with the process yet. It's too soon to talk about having a son. Don't you think too much? Good guy. This intoxicated in the beauty of Jung Fong a jolt directly back to God. What does this Su Youran chick mean? Meaning just familiarize yourself with the process? She didn't say no. Mr. Su, I'll familiarize you with the process once your relatives are gone. Let's practice and review more, and we'll be sure to familiarize ourselves with it sooner rather than later. What do you mean more practice and more review? Su Youran subconsciously shivered and looked at Jung Fong with slightly fearful eyes. Can I refuse? Jung Fong was slightly stunned. Why? Su Youran knew that Jung Fong was going to ask why. Her gaze turned and flicked to Jung Feng's lower body. Immediately after, the blush of the face came to Jung Feng's ear, lightly biting the red lips after whispering, Jung Fong, yours is so big, I'm afraid I'll break it with such intense practice. Chapter 74. Jung Hyun, don't delay the two children to do their business. At 7 o'clock, Lao Jiang and Song Ling, who had been busy for half a day, left the kitchen. They all smiled kindly and sat down at the table with Jung Fong. Su Youran, because the ingredients were bought on the fly, home cooking was predominant, but that didn't detract from the aromas wafting over the restaurant. After all, as the saying goes, high-end cuisine often requires only simple ingredients. Wow, this smells too good. Seriously, Ms. Su is supposed to be a snacker. When she saw the table full of colorful and delicious food, her stomach growled. At the critical moment, it was Jung Fong who gently coughed twice to cover up the sound that made her shy. Old Jung, who had figured it all out, also lost that bout of apprehension. and instead quite frankly took a bottle of wine from the cabinet behind him. Son, let's have a drink today. Zhang Feng sucked in a breath of cool air. To be honest, he really wasn't a fan of alcohol. He didn't want to drink it, and he has a legitimate and appropriate reason for refusing today. Didn't Mom say she was leaving tonight? How can Dad drive if he's drunk? Mom drives? Yes, she can drive. But does Mom want to? But before Zhang Feng could say anything, Zhang Haiyuan had already poured the wine with a quick eye. Come, son, here, you're old man. I poured the wine for you myself. Usually it was the younger generation that poured wine for the elders, but now Comrade Lao Jian couldn't care less. This wine today. Little Feng must drink with me. You're kidding. I'm already tired from driving all the way here. Okay, you want to drive all the way back? Gah! If I touch one sip of this wine, Song Ling will have to drive for me. Hey, I've never been in a car driven by my wife in my life. Can't I experience it today? Of course. Another reason was that Zhang Haiyuan was really happy today. Okay, Dad, let's drink. As the saying goes, it's best not to talk or chat during dinner. Well, the saying is as true as ing dog. Who doesn't talk at dinner? This daughter-in-law and parents-in-law meeting, the four people also talked very hot, until 9 o'clock in the night. Seeing Lao Jiang and Zhang Feng still pushing their cups, Song Ling did not stop them with a faint smile, but got up and went to wash the dishes. Seeing this, Su Youran stood up in a flash. Auntie, let me help you. That bout of cooking didn't help Song Ling fight. Su Youran was already ashamed. Now you're letting Song Ling do the dishes by herself? Su Youran still wanted to leave a good impression on her future mother-in-law, but before she could take a step, Song Ling directly tapped her shoulder lightly. My good Runjun, sit down for a moment. Auntie knows you're not feeling well, and it's going to take a couple of days to get strong enough to recuperate from this discomfort. Listen to Auntie, good boy, you rest, it's just a few dishes, I'll be done in a minute. Only after hearing this did Su Youran shyly nod her head. She really isn't feeling very well right now. Her stomach hurts on one hand, and on the other hand, she ate a bit too much and is very bloated. Being Jiang Feng's woman, Auntie can't even let me wash the bowls. It's too much of a feeling of being pampered, isn't it? Su Youran thought as she did, but if she were to know that Song Ling thought she was uncomfortable in a different way, I'm afraid that Miss Su would be so embarrassed that she would make a hole in the ground to burrow in. At 10 minutes past 9, Comrade Song Ling washed the dishes. She looked at her watch. It was time to go. Glancing back, he found Jiang Feng's face full of pain being pulled by Lao Jiang still drinking. She had a stomach full of anger. Zhang Haiyuan, the hell are you still leaving? Don't drink it. You'll die of it one day at a time. After saying that, Song Ling slapped Zhang Haiyuan's back, which also made the old Zhang who was excited and was blowing awesome hit a jolt. Go. In the end, until he was dragged to the car, Comrade Lao Jiang was still a bit uncomfortable. He's not drunk. Oh, my God, what is this? This is the kids' table, right? My son has found us this perfect daughter-in-law. How much more awesome can we blow in the future? I'm happy today. Can't I drink more? Taking advantage of the alcohol, Zhang Haiyuan also grew bold as he glanced at Song Ling in a sly manner. You're so nosy. We'll go back later if we have to. It's a rare opportunity, and you haven't let my son and I drink until we're comfortable. Feeling good? Do you feel good when you look at your son? Song Ling, who had already glanced at a breath of air, broke into a curse. Zhang Haiyuan, do you have no heart? Look at what time it is already. 9:20. It's almost bedtime. It just so happens that little Feng was encouraged by you to drink a bit today. Don't you know how to retreat early to let them toss around a bit more? How come your brain can't turn on its axis? Goo. Sniffing, Zhang Haiyuan realized. So Song Ling didn't want me to drink, but you wanted to give Xiao Feng and Ran time? Makes sense. Squeeze in a little more than once a day, and this grandson will be here a day early. Honey, it's still you. That makes me feel better inside. I'm just going to have to ask you to drive me home today. Zhang Haiyuan smiled sarcastically. Lying down in the passenger side is a posture to fall asleep. Hey, who can say no to sleeping like a dead pig when you're drunk? Well, you're welcome. Song Ling raised her eyebrows slightly and smiled wryly, then started the car. Lao Jiang had already squinted his eyes and was ready to fall asleep, but when he saw that the road Song Ling took was not the way he came, he was slightly stunned. Sitting up straight with a jolt, Lao Jiang looked to the navigation. Wait, honey, not home? Why are you taking me to a hotel? Zhang Feng's house, bedroom. Su Youran had already changed into her pajamas and was lying on the bed. She asked sardonically, Stinky Zhang Feng, uncle and auntie are tired all day. It's a bit dangerous to drive back at night, isn't it? Should we give them a call and just stay in Pine City for the night? My villa on the Janya side is still empty, so I can let them stay there. At those words, Zhang Feng smiled sarcastically. Don't worry, Su, they won't go home overnight. If my dad was driving, it would be a case of driving home at night, but my dad's drinking and my mom's driving, and I think, Given my mom's personality, the odds are that she'll go ahead and take tomorrow off and stay in Pine City for the night. Don't worry, my mom doesn't tire herself out more than she has to if she can save her energy. Hearing Zhang Feng say this, Su Youran was much more relieved. She glanced slightly sideways at Zhang Feng, who had changed into his pajamas and then rolled over to bed with a wan smile. So it's just me and Zhang Feng in this room now? Hey, won't you be able to say and do whatever you want? Oh, that's fine. Zhang Feng, can you come to my ear? Do you remember what you promised me in the office today? You still owe me a word, I still owe you an answer. Hurry, I need to hear it now. Zhang Feng was really not up to the task of drinking. His mind was chaotic now, but he still remembered what happened in the office today. Remember? He was carrying Su Youran in his princess's arms to leave, which is not to say that Su Youran was in pain and couldn't walk on her own at that time. Rather, she was blushing too red to see at the time. Back then, it went something like this. Chapter 75, You Can't Hold It In. You'll get internal injuries. At that time, when he was directly kissed up by Su Youran, Zhang Feng's entire brain was confused. Softly scented red lips with the ultimate imperial aura desperately raided his heart. At that moment, Zhang Feng really let go of all his worries. Originally, in the face of Su Youran's implicit love, he was not going to dare to reply directly. After all, he was not a master of love in the first place. Lu Ming had his encouragement, but who could give him encouragement? But when the lips and teeth met, Zhang Feng felt Su Youran's thumping heartbeat and felt his own heartbeat accelerate dramatically. He had no doubt at all that he was in love with this woman. Zhang Feng was enlightened at that time. Damn, old man is a man. Still need others to give courage? Thinking about it, Zhang Feng took advantage of his drunkenness to kiss Su Youran, repeating the words he said in the office during the day. Su Youran, if I can, I want to be a toad for once. Can you be my girlfriend? The gentle and tingling voice resounded in her ears. Su Youran was shy and delighted. Hey, smelly Zhang Feng, how can these words come out of your mouth in such a way that people can't refuse them? During the daytime in the office, Su Youran was not replying, and she even resisted Zhang Feng's mouth when she guessed that he was going to say this sentence, not wanting him to say it. 1. Is that Miss Su wanted to find a more appropriate occasion, setting to say it, rather than just after a fight. Secondly, Miss Su knows that she will be super shy, and it would be too embarrassing to be seen by the rest of the company. She said, Zhang Feng, don't be so hasty, lie down on the bed at night and talk to me, okay? And Zhang Feng's reply was, Ran, it's okay, I'll ask you again tonight, and you can answer me then. This is what led to the situation where Su Youran blushed to the point where she could only be carried out of the office in Zhang Feng's princess embrace. At this moment, Su Yuran's starry eyes were like waves as she wrapped her arms around Zhang Feng's neck. Stinky Zhang Feng, you bah humbug, I won't allow my boyfriend to call himself a toad. These words, naturally, were also a reply to Zhang Feng. At this moment, Su Youran was not the dream of finding a boyfriend in a few days on her own, but a sense of solidity in her heart. She also didn't know why she didn't reject lying with Zhang Feng after only knowing him for a few days. She likewise didn't understand how she had fallen for Zhang Feng in a confused manner. All she could think about at the moment was, I must say yes to him. Hey, wife hug, what about advising boys to drink less? It's a pain in the ass when you're drunk, right? Imagine if you're really drunk and you're walking down the street and you need to pee? On the spot? That's embarrassing. That's still a small thing. The main thing is that it's easy to reveal your nature. At this time, Zhang Feng, who was full of drunkenness, was attracted by the very seductive and mature big sister's breath on Su Yuran's body, and unconsciously uttered a milky word. This scene could give Su Youran a heartfelt look. Gu, little Feng, you're drunk and you look like this? Not to mention the fact that Su Youran would not have been able to Zhang Feng's simple request. Furthermore, with that milky voice and that gesture, what woman could say no? Cuddle, come on, little Maple, come into your sister's arms. As soon as Su Youran wrapped Zhang Feng into her arms, she also allowed his hands to be placed where they should be. Feeling Zhang Feng's breathing getting smoother, Su Youran smiled wanly. He gently brought his face over to peck on Zhang Feng's lips, and then he was about to raise his hand to turn off the lights. But before she could raise her hand, Zhang Feng suddenly sat up straight. Su Youran looked over and realized that Zhang Feng was actually taking off. She subconsciously froze. Zhang Feng, you. At this moment, where did Zhang Feng have a bit of the milky look he had a moment ago? He looked at Su Youran like he was sizing up a bunny, the hormones in his body spiking. To put it bluntly, Ben had drunk too much, plus holding a superbly beautiful imperial sister. Zhang Feng is really cannot help it. Honey, you can't hold this in. You'll suffocate it. Let's do what we did last night. The next morning, Zhang Feng rubbed his temples. His head hurt. Did you really drink too much with Lao Zhang last night? Zhang Feng had a characteristic that drinking wouldn't break his concentration, so he remembered last night's events clearly. Boy, what time did you toss that Su Youran chick around last night? 8:30 p.m. Pine City North Freeway exit. Su Wanxiang, wearing a duck-tongued hat, stood dejectedly on the side of the road. His secret visit to Pine City this time was intended to warm up in advance by privately getting to know his son-in-law first. After all, it's his first time being an old man and he's inexperienced, right? And in order not to cause Su Youran's attention, he specially low-key travel, wearing a duck-tongued hat and sunglasses, erected a big back head, and even did not open their own car, but in the friend that borrowed a Bora. But let Su Wanxiang is the most depressed. The car dam just off the highway is out of gas. As the chairman of the Wanxiang group, Su Wanxiang doesn't drive himself on weekdays, so naturally he didn't pay attention to the gas gauge. And this scene of him frowning and sighing on the side of the road was coincidentally noticed by Zhang Haiyuan, who was just about to get on the highway to leave Songcheng and go home. Zhang Haiyuan froze slightly, then parked his car next to Su Wanxiang. What's the matter, old man? Something wrong with the car? Chapter 76, Su Wanxiang, elder brother Jiang. See you again sometime. Lao Zhang weekday travel has always been adhering to the principle that meeting is destiny. There are difficulties can help a hand to help a hand. Now that he had found a girlfriend as perfect as Su Youran, he was in a much more comfortable mood, so he took the initiative to lend a helping hand. In all seriousness, he really didn't know that the man in front of him was Su Wanxiang, Su Youran's father. Yesterday, Baidu searched for Vientiane Group when there is indeed a picture of Su Wanxiang, but the network map and face-to-face to see can be the same. Furthermore, his focus at the time was all on Su Youran, and besides, this was still Su Wanxiang who had specially disguised himself. There's nothing wrong with the car, it's just out of gas. Su Wanxiang smiled at Zhang Haiyuan and shrugged helplessly. His attitude was cordial and there was no hint of the stance of a billionaire who was worth tens of billions of dollars. As the saying goes, I'll respect a man if he respects me, right? Zhang Haiyuan can come over to ask him how it proves that this is a good-hearted passerby. The old Su now how depressed also cannot throw face to him well. Although, running out of gas on the road is something that no one usually helps. But to Su Wanxiang's surprise, after his words fell, Zhang Haiyuan did not apologize for starting the car to leave. Instead, he quickly stepped out of the car, opened the trunk, and carried out a small bucket and fuel line. Bro, I just filled up this car with enough gas. There's a gas station 10 kilometers ahead. Draw over some for you for emergencies. Seeing as you're in such a hurry, don't delay the emergency at hand. In fact, Su Wanxiang didn't have any urgent business, although he had come to find his own son-in-law. But now the old king is still waiting for Wanxiang. Colorful makeup did not report the whereabouts of Zhang Feng, so Su Wanxiang is not very anxious. Thus, Su Wanxiang hurriedly waved his hand and refused. No, this is embarrassing. I've called for road support. It's okay. His words were overruled by Zhang Haiyuan's brisk dismissal. Road support out once is too expensive. That's it, bro. A little gas doesn't cost much. Let's just say we're meant to be. 10 minutes later, Zhang Haiyuan pumped enough oil to run a dozen kilometers to Su Wanxiang, and he strongly rejected Su Wanxiang's offer to pay the market price for the gas. He hemmed and hawed and patted Su Wanxiang's shoulder. Come on brother, don't be a stranger. It's time to say no. I'm happy today. Alas, hey, you don't know. My son, found a perfect girlfriend. Gee, we just met with the girl yesterday and that couldn't have been more satisfying. This oil, it's right to share the joy with you. What does Comrade Lao Jiang equate to at this moment? Let's say a guy has been chasing his goddess with no progress, but suddenly on 520, he receives a transfer of $520 from her. Immediately after that, the guy will directly act like he's been pumped through the 2 chakras, and no matter who he chats with, no matter what he chats about, he'll always come back with How do you know my goddess transferred 520 to me? Good thing. Su Wanxiang smiled brightly. As a parent, he could know all too well the excitement of watching his children about to start a family. At the same time, Su Wanxiang's heart was secretly searching for it. Look at his brother Jiang. He is so sincere and helpful. He must have raised his son very well. He said the girl was perfect? Why do I feel like the woman is taking advantage of this? Su Wanxiang really didn't connect Zhang Feng and Zhang Haiyuan together. After all, Songcheng is home to millions of people. And there's a lot of people with the last name Zhang. So who would dare to make such a guess? Yes, elder brother Su. This also fulfills a major wish of mine. Okay, then go get your gas soon. I should get going too. We'll see each other again sometime. Although Zhang Feng was 3 years younger than Su Youran, old Zhang was indeed a drop older than Su Wanxiang. It's not like they know each other as their in-laws. There's absolutely nothing wrong with calling them that. After a brief chat, Zhang Haiyuan proposed. Well, I'll see you around. Su Wanxiang gave Zhang Haiyuan a hug, and then the two of them got into the car with each other. Somehow, as the two cars brushed past, both Lao Su and Lao Jiang had a premonition. That is, in Lao Jiang, Lao Su will meet again. Matsushiro City, Mansion Color Company. Zhang Feng quickly stepped to the president's office. Zhang Hongyan had been waiting here for a long time. Su Youran's stomach was still a little sore, so Zhang Feng simply forced her to rest at home for another day. So one thing fell on Zhang Feng's head, that is, receiving Wang Jun, who came to the company. At this time, Wang Jun was sitting on the sofa in his office smiling lightly. Uncle Wang, good morning. Although this was merely the driver of Su Youran's father, Su Wanxiang, Zhang Feng didn't slack off in the slightest and greeted Wang Jun respectfully. Ha ha, Xiao Jiang has arrived at the company. Where is Ran Ran? Wang Jun's smile intensified when he saw that it was Zhang Feng who had come. Hey, after all, he only came to the company for two purposes this time. One is to help his own Su Dong to cover his tracks, so that he can unknowingly and Zhang Feng meet and get acquainted to consolidate their feelings. The second is to provide Zhang Feng's whereabouts to his own Su Dong. Ran was a bit sleepless yesterday, so I just let her lie down more. If it's convenient, you can talk to me directly if you have anything to do. Uncle Wang, Zhang Feng covered up the matter of Su Youran's stomachache, mainly because it's not a big deal. It can't be helped. Every girl has a few days a month, concealed, but also save after telling to Wang Jun and then plainly let Su Youran home worry. Harm, what business can I have? I'm just passing through Pine City on an errand, and I just happened to come to check on Ran Ran at the behest of Dong Su. After all, Su Dong is too busy at work now, almost sleeping to the company, can't even go home. Harm, why wouldn't he want to come to Pine City to see Missy in person? But he just couldn't spare the time. Wang Jun's tone was full of shame and bitterness. As a driver found by Su Wanxiang in 100 miles, he still can't pretend? Busy? Hey, in fact, Su Wanxiang day by day pressure route nothing to do, are going to be idle out of the fart. Wang Jun said these words, purely and simply to confuse Zhang Feng. Su Wanxiang is unlikely to come to the company. This will help Su Wanxiang cover his tracks. He is going to create a false impression that even if Jesus jumped up from the coffin board and appeared in Pine City, Su Wanxiang would not be able to appear in Pine City. After chatting for about 10 minutes, Wang Jun was sure that Zhang Feng must have believed, so he smiled and stood up. That's fine, Xiao Jiang. Ran Ran is doing quite well with you. Then Su Dong can also rest assured. That's it for today. I've got things to do, so I'll be off. Zhang Feng said with a faint smile. Come on Uncle Wang, I'll give you a ride, just as I'm going out to run some errands. On the way to the company Zhang Feng noticed a little. Today is the upper side about the Songcheng High-Tech Zone division of the document issued. So, he just decided to take a stroll to the Pine City International Hotel. The two parted ways in the parking lot as Zhang Feng had to wait for Zhang Yuan, the driver, to come down. Old Wang went into the parking lot alone and drove the A8 and left Wanxiang colorful, but just after a red light intersection, he stopped the car on the side of the road, and then dialed Su Wanxiang's phone. Su Dong, Zhang Feng will come to the company today, only you'll have to wait if you want to meet him by chance. He said he's going out on an errand later. I've followed your instructions and completely covered your tracks. You can rest assured that I'm doing my job. Chapter 77, Su Wanxiang is here? Wang Kuan was shocked. Later? That's just as well. I've got a bit of an emergency on my side. I'll go find Zhang Feng for a chance encounter once I'm done with the matter at hand. After saying that, Su Wanxiang, who was driving furiously on the roads of Songcheng City, hung up the phone. It was true that he had not been in a hurry before, but just 3 minutes ago he had learned a piece of news. It is said that Songcheng is going to be divided into high-tech zones? Isn't the Songcheng International Hotel over there? As one of the top bigwigs in Jinghaidu, Su Wanxiang knows the news from the front line, and he knows that the owner of the Pine City International Hotel must not know this news now. What if we rushed over there now and just bought the hotel? Wouldn't that be a wave of sky-high profits? This is a wave that is purely pickable. The more he thought about Su Wanxiang, the more he was energized, and he could not wait to stand up and step on the gas tank. On the other hand, Zhang Feng, Zhang Yuan, Li Dafei and the three of them were also on their way. Together with Zhang Feng in the back row, Li Dafei sat with his back straight. He secretly glanced at Zhang Feng, revealing a difficult demeanor. Finally, after 5 minutes, he couldn't help but open his mouth. Feng, Anan, can I apply with you? A little overdraft for this month's paycheck first. I'm in a bit of a hurry. There's an emergency? Zhang Feng was slightly stunned and asked in a hurry. What is it, Daffy? Let's hear it and see if I can help. Zhang Feng wasn't deliberately changing the subject of not paying Li Dafei's salary, but he felt that there were things that didn't have to be solved with money. Li Dafei, character simple and kind, just came to the city is easy to be cheated. After all, the city road is also slippery. The human heart is more complex. Well, brother Feng, I'm not going to lie. I want to buy a smartphone. I can't swipe short videos on my phone. Good guy. Sniffing, Zhang Feng sucked in a breath of cool air. The environment can really change people. How many days has Daffy been in Pine City? And he's already thinking of swiping short videos? Good. security guards do have boring jobs, and it's nice to have nothing to brush up on videos. How about this, Daffy? I'll help you buy the cell phone too. I don't think you can buy it yourself, and then this month's salary will be paid to you in advance. Zhang Feng did not have any pushback, and he was still light on his feet when he gave Li Dafei a salary, but the next second, Li Dafei's face turned red. Brother Feng, I'll just buy my own cell phone. It's true that I don't know how to buy, but Secretary Zhang said he could take me there. Good lord. Zhang Feng sucked in a breath of cool air. Damn. No. How come it feels like Li Dafei's focus is not on the cell phone, but letting Secretary Zhang lead the way to buy it? Not only was Zhang Feng's brain buzzing, even Zhang Yuan, who had kept his mouth shut, widened his eyes and couldn't help but open his mouth in amazement. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Daffy, you don't have eyes for Secretary Zhang, do you? It's worthy of being the man that Brother Feng took a glance at. You're pretty damn ruthless too. Straight up trying to pick up our company's popular goddess. In fact, Zhang Yuan was much older than Zhang Feng, but Li Dafei Mo Shui was called Brother Feng, so he followed and changed his mouth. As for the popular goddess, how can I put it? If Zhang Hongyan walks alone in the crowd, it must also be a face and body that people can't help but glance over at a glance, only to be eclipsed by Su Youran on weekdays. That's why Vintian's employees generally called Su Youran the perfect goddess and Zhang Hongyan the popular goddess, because Zhang Hongyan is more grounded compared to the overwhelmingly beautiful Su Youran. This is sort of a comfort they have for themselves. I'm not looking to take Secretary Zhang home as my wife either. I know, I don't deserve them. It's just that I just want to see more of her. By the way, Brother Feng, Brother Yuan, I want my smartphone to watch short videos also because I heard that Secretary Zhang has an account that will send videos. Oh, my god, is that what this is all about? Zhang Feng sucked in a breath of cool air and secretly gave Li Dafei a thumbs up. If Secretary Zhang really marries her, she'll be more authoritative than Sui Hua, right? As for whether Zhang Hongyan would end up looking at Li Dafei, Zhang Feng thought that he would just let nature take its course. Who can tell with this kind of stuff? Su Youran, that chick is with us. Ahem, maybe the other secretary, Ms. Zhang, likes a simple and honest type like Li Dafei? Okay, Daffy, I'll pick up $20,000 for you later. Why don't you ask Secretary Zhang to take you to buy a cell phone, and you can keep the rest as a spare. Oh yes, after buying a cell phone you can also let Secretary Zhang teach you how to V-letter chat sweep code payment or something. Just as Zhang Feng and the others were on their way, Su Wanxiang arrived at the Pine City Hotel. He quietly touched Wang Kuen's office, which could give a shock to Wang Kuen, who was ecstatic in the house. Wang Kuen glanced at the man standing in front of himself wearing a duck-tongue hat, sunglasses with a non-mainstream face, could not help but raise his eyebrows fiercely. Hey, who are you? Upon hearing this, Su Wanxiang snapped off his sunglasses and hat, crossed his legs and headed for the sofa. He ended up surveying Wang Kuen with a sardonic gaze. Know who I am yet? This. Ouch. The moment he saw Su Wanxiang's face, Wang Kuen directly bounced up from his chair. It was as if Tyson had crouched down and delivered a vicious millennium kill to him. Su Dong? Boy, did you come over for dinner? Good guy. I didn't know that Su Dong's visit was a dereliction of duty on my part. Wang Kuen. But any other person probably wouldn't let Wang Kuen be like this. But who is Su Wanxiang? Hell, don't say he's a former owner of the Pine City International Hotel. It's the Pine City Hotel's Ken Choi. Boss Choi is here, so what? Who in the whole of Pine City wouldn't be respectful when they see this one? I'm not here to eat. Boss Wang, I'll be straight with you. I've got my eye on this hotel of yours. Name your price. Su Wanxiang didn't want to ink more with Wang Kuen. He made sure that his news should be the fastest. But hell knows when the others will get wind of it. If we delay until someone else gets involved, won't we still have to bid? Buy a hotel? Wang Kuen swallowed hard. His brain was buzzing at this moment. No, this hotel can actually be seen by Su Dong? What does he want? He's worried about money. He doesn't know what to spend it on. Su Dong, all 50 people, why still rebellious period? Su Dong, truth be told, this hotel of mine is purely and simply a money-losing business. You really don't need to buy it. It won't do you any good. At those words, Su Wanxiang smiled faintly. My daughters are coming to Pine City, and I'm sure I'll be coming more often in the future. Can I buy a hotel for my own convenience? The hotel is valued at about $50 million, right? How about this? I'll give you $60 million. One bite? What's the saying? People are more angry than people. Hearing this, Wang Kuen's face was no less green than Xiaosa's, who heard I'm not interested in money. He went numb. I'm waiting to get the hotel money to get a secondary business to save my life. It turns out that the other big shot spent $60 million on a hotel just to, a place to stay? Damn, worthy of being Su Dong, is just so bold that people want to cry. Su Dong, truth be told, I really can't sell this hotel. Chapter 78. This hotel, bought by a pig farming mob? Su Wanxiang offered $60 million, while Zhang Feng only gave Wang Kuan $45 million. Wang Kuan is not a cutie pie. He's not a cutie. He's more interested in the $60 million. But, here's the problem. He was hubba begging Zhang Feng to sign all the contracts that day. Seeing Su Wanxiang raise his eyebrows slightly after being rejected by himself, Wang Kuan hurriedly opened his mouth to explain. Su Dong, it's really not that I'm not willing, I'm simply too willing. But the truth is, the hotel has been sold by me. A few days ago, I sold it to a pig farming thug. He was purely a rich man's mentality, and he didn't bargain with me, so I didn't think much of it at the time. Now that the contract has been signed, there's no way for me to back out here. And he'll be here soon, hand stamped in black and white, effective immediately. When he first persuaded Zhang Feng to sign the contract, Wang Kuan was afraid that he would back out. So now you're just going to circle the wagons? What was my hurry that day? Why did I rush Mr. Zhang to sign the contract so cheaply? Sold to a pig farming thug? What kind of luck is it that a man can be rich twice over? Hearing Wang Kuan's explanation, Su Wanxiang couldn't sit still either. After hearing Wang Kuan say that the hotel has been out of the market, he subconsciously thought that someone knew the wind in advance. But now I hear, a pig farmer with a little money and a little arrogance? How does this sound? It doesn't sound like a character who can know the news ahead of me. Su Wanxiang. Thinking of this, Su Wanxiang raised an eyebrow. Is he stupid? It looks silly. And the people around him still call him two eggs, and he has to correct them time and time again to get them to call him young master. Looks like it's a tiny little cutie who just got rich. Thinking of this, the corners of Su Wanxiang's mouth lifted slightly. There. Boss Wang, there's something I think I can tell you. That would be the upcoming high-tech park in Pine City, located near the hotel. If I'm not mistaken, the market value of this hotel will multiply 5 to 10 times or more. What? Take. How much? 5 to 10 times the market value or more? High-tech park? WOJ. What the hell? At this moment, Wang Kuan people more numb. So if the hotel at that time did not sell to Zhang Feng, is about to salty fish turn over? And without any effort whatsoever. Pure and simple. Just sitting in an office waiting to get rich? At this moment, Wang Kuan also figured it out. I said, how can a big shot like Su Wanxiang come over here in person to talk about the hotel? So that's what happened. A hint of greed flipped out of his eyes, and Wang Kuan swallowed hard. So what Su Dong means is, not to sell it to him? Written in black and white clearly. But Wang Kuan thought, the reason why Su Wanxiang did not go, it must be that there is still a turnaround in this matter. Wang Kuan cannot do to break the contract, but Su Wanxiang this kind of top big brother who can say accurate? Although this way, most of the profit is afraid that it will fall into Su Wanxiang's pocket, but Wang Kuan can get a little more is also okay. Yeah, don't you call him stupid? Then we'll try to trick him later. It's not so bad to break the contract, let's just find a way to buy it back from him again. After it's done, how about I return 20% of Boss Wang's shares? Since Su Wanxiang dared to tell Wang Kuan the news, he had a handle on Wang Kuan. That 20% share translates to about $10 million at today's market value of the hotel. When it appreciates in value, it's going to be more than the $50 million you get from selling the hotel. What's more, in that case, Wang Kuan would get a dividend every year. This simple account Wang Kuan immediately also counted over. He immediately fawned and nodded. All listen to you, Su Dong, laughing dead. Now Su Wanxiang sitting here. There is still room for Wang Kuan refutation? Only, how is Su Dong going to fool him? How do I need to cooperate? At those words, Su Wanxiang laughed brightly. To fool someone you have to get to know them first. There's no rush. When he gets here in a little while I'll meet him and talk to him for a few minutes and then I'll know how to fool him. Don't worry, Boss Wang, we'll improvise and there will be no problem. Hearing this, Wang Kuan nodded. He had 100% trust in Su Wanxiang. This kind of big shot with tens of billions of dollars is designated as a slip of the tongue when it comes to fooling people. Wang Kuan took a long breath of relief with peace of mind. His mind already searching for what to do with the extra money. At 9 o'clock, Zhang Feng's trio arrived straight at the Pine City International Hotel. He's not going to act cute this time. It's done. The contract is signed. There's no need. It was only a matter of time before Wang Kuan realized that he had been picked up. Solely, Zhang Feng's aura was in full swing as he led Zhang Yuan and Li Dafei directly into the hotel's front door. The crowd of waiters immediately straightened their backs and bowed when they saw it was Zhang Feng. Boy yo! The news that Zhang Feng has acquired the hotel has been spreading for a long time. Okay, hello boss. Zhang Feng smiled and responded to them, then went straight to Wang Kuan's office. Not far from the entrance, Zhang Feng was slightly startled when he heard the sound of two men chatting from inside the house. Someone's coming for Wang Kuan? At this juncture, Zhang Feng felt that this visitor was suspicious. Although this was still a few hours away from Zhang Feng's impression that the policy had been issued, but hell knows when the bigwigs all knew the news. Thinking of this, Jiang Feng shrugged helplessly. Forget it. Who cares? We have the shares now. Thinking of this, Jiang Feng didn't hesitate and directly pushed the door into the office. Since he didn't have to play dumb anymore, Jiang Feng let Li Dafei and Zhang Yuan go around the hotel casually. So, at this point, it's just him. Elder brother Wang, I'm coming. Jiang Feng chose to directly ignore the man sitting on the sofa and directly greeted Wang Kuan with a smile. With that, he said with some oath of sovereignty, all the handover procedures are done. Right, Lao, I can settle the balance this afternoon. If Wang Kuan didn't know about the upcoming establishment of the high-tech park, then he would have replied to Jiang Feng in a fart. But now the situation is different. Now it is he Wang Kuan want to backtrack. Wang Kuan touched the tip of his nose in embarrassment. Elder brother Jiang, sit down and have a cup of tea first. We haven't seen each other for a few days. There's no rush. The current Wang Kuan was purely and simply stalling for Su Wanxiang. He really can't reply to Jiang Feng. After all, that handover procedure he just deliberately did not sign. At this moment, Wang Kuan was waiting for Su Wanxiang to open his mouth to save the day. But when he looked over with a dark sideways glance, he found Su Wanxiang on the sofa in a hurry to wear sunglasses and a duck-tongued hat, directly confused. Su Dong, you quickly think how to wear equipment. That's true. Seeing Wang Kuan push back, Jiang Feng smiled slightly. Shares have been to their own name, is not afraid of Wang Kuan play any tricks, simply ready to see what he really want to do. Jiang Feng sat down opposite Wang Kuan, following the latter's gaze towards the sofa, and hastily smiled slightly. Just noticed the old man is still receiving guests here. Would you like to introduce me to this interesting old man? Introduce? It is also good to directly show Su Dong's name and shock Jiang Feng first. Wang Kuan thought as he did, and then he opened his mouth. Older brother, you may not have heard of Su Dong. Chapter 79, I'm the last to know about my hotel's appreciation? Su Dong, what's Su Dong? My ass. Wang Kuan, I let you introduce it? Hearing Wang Kuan opening his mouth to report his name, Su Wanxiang directly blackened his face. At the same time his mind was filled with shock. Didn't we agree that a pig farmer bought the hotel? How did it end up being Jiang Feng? My goodness, a first meeting with your own son-in-law is this sketchy? Su Wanxiang naturally recognized Jiang Feng, which was why he was in a hurry to put on his hat and sunglasses just now. Old Wang, shut up. Su Wanxiang immediately interrupted Wang Kuan's words, then turned around and extended his palm to Jiang Feng. Hello, this little brother. Didn't old Wang introduce you just now? I'll be called Su Dong. Nice to meet you. Su Wanxiang was planning to spend some time with Jiang Feng in private to cultivate feelings, which of course can't let Jiang Feng know that he is Su Youran's father. Otherwise the results might have been poor. But just by Wang Kuan just said the word Su Dong, Su Wanxiang felt that he was going to be exposed for the most part. It's a good enough disguise, but who knows? Under the inspiration, the old comrade Su decided to directly give himself a temporary name. It is called Su Dong. Su Dong. Su old brother, hello. Hearing Su Wanxiang's introduction, the corners of Jiang Feng's mouth twitched viciously. Is there really someone with that name? Good lord, what a name for a parent to look up to. Hey, call old brother on the right. I just look at Jiang old brother on the quack have destiny. Alright, you and old Wang have something to do. Hurry up. I'll just sit around the house for a while. Don't mind me. After saying that, Su Wanxiang patted Jiang Feng's shoulder, and then snapped to the sofa and sat down again without speaking again. At this moment, he had completely lost the idea of pitting the Pine City International Hotel. Laugh your ass off, not to mention whether it's appropriate for the old man to make a move on his son-in-law. Furthermore, what's the point of Sawani Pit coming to Pine City International Hotel? Make a fortune, then save more for your own girl later, and then it all ends up with your son-in-law. Damn, inside and out is not still to Jiang Feng hand? There was another reason, and that was that Su Wanxiang had figured out a lot of things. As the controller of Wanxiang Group, Su Wanxiang's thoughts are naturally very active. How much does he currently understand Jiang Feng? Being able to see that the stock market kills the plate is very calm and stable young man. Although the stock market risks and rewards coexist, but at the highest point to be able to close in time, proving that this person is still sensible. But with the previous situation of the Pine City Hotel, is it a sensible behavior to buy it? Su Wanxiang felt that no one would be so stupid, so there was only one possibility, and that was that Jiang Feng was certain. He felt that the probability of the source of this certainty was a document issued by the government. Su Wanxiang, who thought of this, was shocked, but he had just learned the news. Listening to Wang Kuan, Jiang Feng came to buy a few days ago. Good lord, this son-in-law of my own. Thank you, elder brother Su. Jiang Feng didn't know what this Su Dong and Wang Kuan had to talk about, but since he was willing to let him talk to Wang Kuan first, he should say thank you. But compared to his calmness, Wang Kuan was damn not calm. Wang Kuan, Mr. Su, why don't you bring out a big name to scare Jiang Feng? Not me, you. Wang Kuan didn't understand, but this was Su Wanxiang's behavior, so he didn't dare to accuse or correct him. At first he thought this was Su Wanxiang's means of confusing Jiang Feng and waiting to pit the hotel, but why is the old Su sitting there steadily now? Mr. Jiang, wait a moment, I'll do the formalities for you right away. Su Dong, you drink good tea ha? Wang Kuan said stiffly. He felt that he needed to remind Su Wanxiang. Su Dong, if you don't help, I really can't last much longer. 10 minutes later, Wang Kuan stamped the official seal on the document, which also declared that the handover procedures of the hotel had successfully taken effect, and he was completely dead. Su Wanxiang said before that he would cheat the hotel back with him, but what happened? Good lord, this top bigwig of Jinghai City didn't say a word the entire time. Wang Kuan's thoughts of getting more were completely extinguished. Mr. Jiang, I'll pack my own things right away. I wish you the best of luck in your future endeavors. Wang Kuan stood up and squeezed out a very forced smile at Jiang Feng, then released a long, calming breath. He looked away. It was possible that he really had nothing to do with this opportunity, right? Indeed. Just now and Su Wanxiang are reckoning really want to get a little more. But life, after all, some things are not to come. Selling for $45 million is as good as what you were aiming for, so that's not bad. This scene also fell in Su Wanxiang's eyes, and old comrade Su smiled slightly. Although this Wang Kuan is as treacherous as I am just now, but it's not bad. At least he didn't get red-eyed and break the contract. And this next statement from Jiang Feng made both Wang Kuan and Su Wanxiang freeze. Boss Wang, stay back. If you pack up your things, who will run the hotel on weekdays? I have an idea. I wonder if you'd like to hear it. Jiang Feng bought the Songqing International Hotel, can have no other ideas. Simply want to get rich wave. Do not want nothing to run over to deal with the various matters of the hotel. Think of a headache, right? Mr. Jiang can say anything. Wang Kuan replied with a smile, while Su Wanxiang quietly straightened his body to listen with his side ear. Immediately afterward, Jiang Feng spoke. Elder brother Wang, there are some things that I don't want to hide from you. In fact, the Pine City International Hotel is about to appreciate in value. The top is going to divide a high-tech production area, right in this neighborhood. So the market value of this hotel is going to go up a few times. This wave, it's kind of like I'm picking up the slack at your hands. Actually, what I did in this matter was not ethical. I hope Boss Wang will forgive me. So what? I hope that old brother Wang will still be able to stay and manage the Pine City International Hotel. In return, I promise you 20% of the shares and dividends at the end of the year. Of course, this includes the $35 million of hotel money that is still owed to you. How do you feel about that? Jiang Feng really isn't a good person, but he also really doesn't want to pit people. Leaving Wang Kuan behind is what Jiang Feng had planned to do a long time ago. In fact, Wang Kuan is really a qualified hotel manager. Pine City International Hotel, such a dismal scene, and he has nothing to do with all geographical problems. The main thing is the previous life of the Songqing International Hotel finally stayed in the hands of Wang Kuan? After the market value doubled, he did not engage in other big moves. Rather, he consistently upholds the style and character of the Pine City International Hotel, which he loves. The price that Jiang Feng offered sounded quite a lot, but it was really moderate for a high-level manager like Wang Kuan who had experience as a boss. 20% shares and dividends? No, and the $10 million I was given earlier? Damn. Wang Kuan felt that he was not listening to Jiang Feng's words, but his fist of sincerity, what Jiang Feng gave is actually higher than the price Su Dong gave me before. Chapter 80. Jiang, old brother, you feel your old man Su Wanxiang is what kind of person? Boss Jiang, you really make me not know what to say. To be able to keep me in the hotel and watch this hotel rise in splendor, I, Wang Kuan, am truly grateful to you. Then I'd like to thank Boss Jiang for his kindness in taking me in. In just a few days, from the boss into a laborer, Jiang Feng basically zero-cost entry directly into this future will take off in the hotel's first boss. Wang Kuan did not have a little heart imbalance. He knew that this was supposed to be the information age, and people who had first-hand information to catch up with the craze were just that. And, while his status sounds lower, he's making more money than he ever did before. Elder brother Wang, that's out of line. Last time when we signed the contract we even said we were blood brothers. Jiang Feng smiled cheerfully. Since Wang Kuan nodded his head, it proved that this wave of acquiring Pine City International Hotel was a perfect ending. While doing the contract, Wang Kuan suddenly froze. Elder brother Jiang, there's still one thing I don't understand. Since the Pine City International Hotel is appreciating in value nowadays, but you are in control of your own to do a good job, can definitely make a lot of money. Why did you leave me an original boss? This sentence is equivalent to asking Jiang Feng, you can obviously solve everything by yourself. Keep me in the end for what? At those words, Jiang Feng smiled faintly. Let's explain it this way, old brother Wang. Firstly, I have no experience in hotel management, and with you around, I'll have a lot less trouble. Second, I'm a lazy person on a regular basis, and just thinking about the pile of things I have to deal with as a boss gives me a headache. Thirdly, that's my girlfriend's family's main business is in Jinghai, so I guess it won't take more than a year and a half for me to go to Jinghai with her, and I won't be able to manage things on this side of Songqing by then. For the third point, although Jiang Feng and Su Youran hadn't discussed it, he could guess a generalization. Didn't that chick come to Pine City to avoid a marriage call? Now that it's all settled, odds are she won't be able to stay here in Pine City for long. If it was before, she left, but now it's different. The girlfriend naturally have to be kept by the side of the peace of mind. Ha ha, so it is. Then I'm a bit curious as to what kind of excellent woman could be liked by elder brother Jiang. At this moment, Wang Kuan still do not understand. Last time Jiang Feng came to the hotel that look is all pretended. Jiang old brother is afraid of my suspicions do not sell him ah. And the details that Su Wanxiang had noticed earlier Wang Kuan had also thought of. That would mean that Jiang Laodi knew about the policy news earlier than Su Dong? How much energy and waywardness must be behind this? Thinking of this, Wang Kuan sucked in another breath of cool air. Elder brother Jiang is so outstanding, so the one who can become his girlfriend must not be a fish in the pond either. Add to that the fact that there is a main business in Jinghai and a branch in Songqing. This caused Wang Kuan to glance at Su Wanxiang, who was sitting on the sofa. Damn, we are saying that there is no possibility that Jiang old brother's girlfriend is Miss Su Youran ah. In the next second, Jiang Feng smiled and helped Wang Kuan finalize his thoughts. Elder brother Wang's words are a little bit wrong. I'm high on the list with her. As for the reason, I think just telling Lao that her name is Su Youran is enough. Sure enough, Wang Kuan couldn't hide the shock on his face, and at the same time, he figured out many things, so that before Su Dong was not aware that the hotel was bought by Jiang Feng, and when he entered the room and realized that it was his son-in-law, it also shows exactly why Su Dong doesn't follow the said formula anymore. As for why Su Wanxiang hid his identity, that was not something Wang Kuan wanted to ponder. Wang Kuan very subtly handed Su Wanxiang a reassuring look, then smiled and answered Jiang Feng. So it's Miss Su of the Wanxiang group. Old brother Jiang is really blessed. The process of signing the employment contract went very smoothly, and Jiang Feng certainly didn't temporarily pressure Wang Kuan. It can be, but it's not necessary. Right after the two of them finished everything, Su Wanxiang stood up with a hefty smile. Elder brother Jiang, old Wang, look at you guys chatting so much. It just so happens that I'm hungry too, so let's have lunch together. Upon hearing this, Wang Kuan naturally didn't have a single opinion. Eating is something that promotes one's feelings. However, Jiang Feng was slightly stunned and was silent for a few seconds before speaking. Don't get me wrong, elder brother Su. It's not that I don't want to eat together, but my girlfriend is at home by herself, and I had planned to go back at noon to eat with her. Why don't we tell you what? We'll eat in a bit and then break up early? She's not feeling well, and I can't have her starving at home by herself. The three naturally chose to eat right at their own hotel, and Jiang Feng also called up Zheng Yuan and Li Dafei. The sumptuous meal was brought to the table as quickly as possible, and the five of them sat around it. Push the cups. The wine passed 3 rounds. The crowd ate for a round. Su Wanxiang felt that the time was almost right and asked Jiang Feng with a bright smile. Elder brother Jiang, you and Ran, Mr. Su's relationship is really enviable ah. Ugh, so what's next for you guys? Have you met with her family yet? Good lord, this old brother Su is quite nosy. No, not yet. Nothing for a while yet. After all, we're just getting together, so take your time. Haven't met with Ran's family yet, but her father already knows me, so that's a good start. Jiang Feng replied in a straightforward manner. Then little brother Jiang thinks Su Wanxiang. That is, what kind of person is Su Youran's father? To be honest, I've had a few other encounters with him and know him as a person. Can you tell me about it, little brother, and I'll see if you understand it through and through? Su Wanxiang continued to ask. This scene can give on the sidelines to understand everything Wang Kuan CI drops flow round. Well, as expected of Su Dong, the big man's way of understanding his son-in-law is different. And you hear about your son-in-law from other people's mouths? Just pretend to be a passerby and ask your son-in-law. On the other hand, hearing that Su Dong knew Su Wanxiang, Jiang Feng immediately became interested. Brother Su, you told me you knew Ran's father. The corners of Jiang Feng's mouth rose slightly as he heatedly smiled. Elder brother Su, I actually originally thought that Uncle Su must be a serious man, but then I changed my mind. Jiang Feng's words suddenly changed in the middle of his sentence. Uncle Su is supposed to be a pretty funny and humorous man. What do you think? Not to mention how Su Wanxiang himself feels at this time. Let's just say that a mouthful of tea choking to cough too difficult to do. Old Su was really black in the face at this point. What the hell? I, Su Wanxiang, have been wise for a lifetime, and it turns out that he knows I'm a tease before I've even officially met my son-in-law? What is this? Elder brother Jiang, the words are rough. I think old Su is the same. The two men's one-word conversation hurt Wang Kuan, who was sitting on the other side of the room, in a state of fear. Although it is said that the listener has no intention of saying anything, but if you hear something you shouldn't, it's not good. Who knows what else they're going to talk about next? Chapter 81 Su Dong. Mr. Jiang absolute good man ah. Wang Kuan's eyes rolled and he decided that he'd better slip away first. He coughed softly and patted Zhang Yuan and Li Dafei's legs, signaling the two to withdraw with him, leaving space for Su Wanxiang and Zhang Feng to be alone. Although Zhang Yuan didn't know what Wang Kuan meant, he comprehended that he had to avoid this point, because he had to drive, so he did not drink, this time also ate enough, snapped and stood up to follow Wang Kuan, but Li Dafei wouldn't be able to grasp the meaning of this. He glanced at Wang Kuan, and that gaze was asking Wang Kuan, what are you doing filming me? At this time, Li Dafei was still dipping his right and left hands into the dripping bones and drying the expensive white wine one bite at a time. Seeing this scene, Wang Kuan had a black line on his face. Daffy, you weren't pretending to be stupid last time. You're really stupid. Don't eat it, okay? Wang Kuan scratched his head. He really couldn't think of any way to let Li Dafei know to retreat without looking particularly deliberate. Seeing Wang Kuan's dilemma, Zhang Yuan was inspired to come to Li Dafei's ear. Daffy, Secretary Zhang seems to be at the door. Let's go out and get her. Aha, why is Secretary Chang here? Li Dafei stood up in a mischievous manner, his gaze signaling Jiang Feng. Brother Feng, I heard that Secretary Zhang is here. Can I go out and pick her up? Zhang Yuan and Wang Kuan also spoke right after. Mr. Jiang, we're also full and want to go out for a stroll. Where did Jiang Feng not understand what the three meant? He smiled slightly. This Wang Kuan was still really good at his job. Okay, go ahead. Dafei, if you haven't eaten enough let Wang Kuan prepare some more for you. After the three left, only Jiang Feng and Su Wanxiang pretending to be Su Dong were left on the table, and they talked more casually. Su Wanxiang raised his eyebrows and smiled, taking the initiative to raise his wine glass. Little brother, what I didn't expect was for you to know old Su's nature before you even met him. True, he's a big tease, but Ran is the apple of his eye. I'm just afraid that it's not too easy for you to trick Ran home. Su Wanxiang drank a little on the head, although his heart has recognized Jiang Feng, but still subconsciously want to test him. Jiang Feng drank the wine in one go, then replied with a smile, thanks for the reminder, elder brother Su, and I certainly know that it's not easy to marry Ran home, not to mention being the golden young lady of the Wanxiang group. Even if it's an ordinary family, it's still a girl that people have raised for more than 20 years. Ran also told me before. She said that her father's criteria for choosing a son-in-law is a man, alive, and that he doesn't want a dowry. But I think I can't rely on Ran to like it and act recklessly. Although I can't be particularly good, but I will try my best to make Uncle Su satisfied. If it's convenient for elder brother Su, please also put in a good word for me when you see Uncle Su. Jiang Feng is willing to use efforts and achievements in exchange for Su Wanxiang's recognition. But since Su Dong brother knows Su Wanxiang, Jiang Feng is also willing to take shortcuts. After all, people, where there are people, there is communication, and very few people can completely ignore the comments of others. It's the equivalent of buying something online and reading reviews. So far, the only thing he had impressed Su Wanxiang with was from Lao Wang, and the stock thing. If Su Dong old brother is also willing to help themselves to say something, then it should be able to give Su Wanxiang a preconceived good impression, which is undoubtedly a good thing. Live, male, no dowry? Ran, you can tell people about this directly when you're looking for a boyfriend? Su Wanxiang subconsciously sucked in a breath of cool air, but did his best to hide his abnormality. The heart is laughing bitterly. Ouch my silly girl. For a while, I don't know how. Su Wanxiang felt that the room was a little hot, so he lifted off his hat to get some air. And this scene gave Jiang Feng a dumbfounded look. Goo, I'm going to go. Old brother Su originally had hair. Jiang Feng noticed that Su Dong has been wearing a hat, and thought that he was too serious hair loss in middle age. And in the next second, the face in front of him gave Jiang Feng a familiar feeling, but then immediately afterward, he frowned. No, the face is familiar, the head shape is familiar, but putting the pieces together is not. Noticing that he was being stared at by Jiang Feng, Su Wanxiang froze and hurriedly put on his hat again. What's wrong, elder brother Jiang? Jiang Feng shook his head with the corners of his mouth slightly raised. Nothing, just thought you looked like someone. The person he was talking about was naturally Su Wanxiang. As the top old manager of his own company, Jiang Feng had still seen Su Wanxiang's photo a few times, but he then denied his thoughts. Even if Uncle Su is more amusing, he wouldn't have such an avant-garde hairstyle as his Su Dong brother, would he? How to say that is also the group's old director level Moreover, before Uncle Wang did not say it, Su Dong and Jinghai to deal with things, Gaga busy. The meal ended at 11:30 because it started earlier. Zhang Feng and Su Dong talked a lot about Su Wanxiang and drank a lot of wine. As he walked out of the private room, Zhang Feng's walk was a bit fluttering. Old Su's drinking capacity was obviously far superior to Zhang Feng's. He just felt a little bit on top, and didn't get drunk. Thinking of Zhang Feng's earlier comment that his own girl was still hungry at home, he subconsciously had to open his mouth to remind Zhang Feng to bring Su Youran food. But before he could say anything, Wang Kuan walked over with 2 bags. "Hey, boss, here's the lunch you ordered for the lady. You are truly the thoughtful and good man who never forgets his lady even when he is out drinking as much as he needs to for how important he is. Ugh, I'm kind of envious of the lady." "Su Wanxiang, Wang Kuan, will you get out of here?" Zhang Feng also frowned. "Rub, what are you blindly blathering about? Brother Wang, you've adapted too quickly to your role, haven't you? Are you even flattering me?" 5 minutes later, looking at the back of Zhang Feng's Su Wanxiang's 4 people slowly leaving, Wang Kuan heatedly smiled. He knew that his ass-kissing just now was a bit deliberate, and it even caught Zhang Feng a bit off guard. Definitely. Normally old Wang doesn't talk like this. He did it on purpose just now. To put it bluntly, he just wanted to speak up for Zhang Feng and praise him in front of Su Wanxiang. Hey, now the boss does not know that is Su Dong. If he knows, we'll know my old Wang's good intentions. In Songcheng City, Zhang Feng pushed open the door of his house carrying his lunch. Before he could undress and change his shoes, his soft and fragrant body squeezed into his arms, carrying a familiar and pleasant aroma. "Stinky Zhang Feng, you're finally back. Come and show your sister what you're going to feed me for lunch." Zhang Feng smiled faintly and hugged Su Youran, subconsciously reaching out and preparing to mooch. "Oh no, it's not called mooching, it's your own woman. It should be called cultivating affection." Right. Chapter 82, This is not a home. It's clearly a paradise. To be honest, it was hard for Zhang Feng to think that Su Youran could be dressed like this. Scratch that, now I understand why the big boys love the Golden House. It's not nice to hear it, but damn it's a good taste. At noon and Su Dong drank a few glasses of wine. Zhang Feng felt a little dizzy. Add to that the double seduction of this beautiful picture and tantalizing scent of white thighs with the ultimate seductive goods of gartered red silk. Zhang Feng could clearly feel his brother resisting. Still, he swallowed hard and did his best to keep his composure. "I say Ran, where did you get those stockings? Don't you have a stomachache? Why are you being so stinky again? Ah blah blah blah, how's that for smelly?" Su Youran pouted with a slightly subdued pout, leaving behind a petulant grunt. "Stinky Zhang Feng, we were hugging just now. Do you really think I didn't feel your abnormality? It's not a stinker. Mostly, it just occurred to me that some people's short videos are all about this. I thought you'd like to see. Well, pleasing your boyfriend is kind of a little bit of life. Alas, brother, look at what I'm wearing. Doesn't it look better than what they're wearing?" Su Youran licked her lips with pure desire while speaking. This scene could give Zhang Feng a dumbfounded look. What kind of fairy girlfriend is this? As for who looked good between Su Youran and those glass-wiping netizens, Zhang Feng felt that any hesitation on his part would be an insult to the exquisite looks in front of him. "You don't have to tell me. Together, are they half as beautiful as Su?" In the next second, Zhang Feng hemmed and hawed and came over to sit next to Su Youran. "That goes without saying. Of course it's Mr. Su who looks good." Zhang Feng didn't even think about that much. His mood didn't allow him to think much anymore. After saying that, his right hand touched towards his side, heading straight for Su Yuran's absolute domain. "Can't you touch your own girlfriend, even though she's wearing it?" Zhang Feng was thinking so, but immediately afterward his hand was clutched by Su Youran. "Ugh, stinky brother, why are your hands so dishonest? Did I give you permission to touch it?" Su Youran of course allowed Zhang Feng to touch it, otherwise she had nothing to wear this for. But that can't just let him Zhang Feng get on with it, right? I have to whet his appetite a little bit, and on top of that, if it's too easy to get, a man likely won't appreciate it. Zhang Feng was stunned and lost his smile. His hand froze and he fell into deep thought. Indeed, he was a bit on top of himself just now. In the next second, Zhang Feng's brain turned. Ouch, not right. The top? What's wrong with being on top? As long as we don't go to the top, we can do whatever we want. I'm sorry Mr. Su, it's no longer up to you to agree. There are times to be tough with women. She's trying to get you to do something, and you're willing to do it? Be tough, show your manhood, and not only will she not blame you, it might even work wonders. Zhang Feng hemmed and hawed and directly broke away from Su Yuran's hand, just when his hand was only a fist's distance away from that snow-white to flawless thigh. Su Yuran's sultry voice came from his ears. Ugh, touch it and feel it, just since my brother doesn't listen, then I won't be obedient later. Brother Zhang Feng, you mustn't regret it. Zhang Feng froze slightly, and immediately afterward, he and Su Youran looked at each other and saw the latter secretly glancing towards the bedroom. Suddenly, he raised an eyebrow. No, this is not so simple. Jiang Feng, who thought of this steeply, got up, turned around and walked into the bedroom. Looking at his back as he turned away, the corner of Su Youran's mouth raised in a wry arc. On the other hand, Jiang Feng, who walked into the bedroom, sucked in a breath of cold air when he saw a strip of stockings on the bed. Can someone please tell me what this is all about? Fishnet, black silk, and monogrammed, each set also comes in white. What's the saying? Love till death do us part. In layman's terms, a man is a teenager until he dies. Jiang Feng had already started to brainstorm what the scene would be like with Su Youran's perfectly long legs wearing these things. Man, this is not a home. It's a paradise. After swallowing hard, Jiang Feng walked back to the living room, and he didn't act rashly as he sat down again. Instead, he directly clutched Su Youran's hand and smiled tenderly. Sister, I'm the most obedient. Since you don't give a touch, I won't touch. Oh yes, sister must be hungry. Sister, eat first. In fact, it was Jiang Feng who glanced at the rice bag placed on the coffee table, and he blamed himself a little for a moment. I came back early because I was afraid Su Youran would be hungry, not for her own pleasure. Holding 9 parts impulse and 1 part sanity, Jiang Feng took the bag and unfolded the packed meal on the table. Suddenly, he raised an eyebrow and smiled. Mr. Su, by what you just said you want me to feed you. Su Youran is not a giant baby, nor is she so difficult that she can't move her chopsticks. Of course she didn't use Jiang Feng to feed. A sumptuous lunch ended on a charming and cozy note. Su Youran burped with super satisfaction. Well, it's certainly a really full burp. Although she has a large amount of food and is embarrassed to eat more, she can't help Jiang Feng to give her chopsticks one chopstick after another. It's in the bowl. What a pity not to eat it. And seeing that Su Youran was full of food, Jiang Feng let out a long breath. The moment he was just about to clean up the coffee table, he suddenly froze. Wait a minute, what's this other little box? With a skeptical attitude, Jiang Feng opened the lid and realized it was a box of sticky white porridge. He slightly stunned. Should not say that this wine koan is really quite thoughtful. Afraid of Su Youran's body is not comfortable to eat greasy also prepared congee? Mr. Su, here's another bowl of congee. It should get cold later. I'll go clean up the dishes while you take a couple sips. After saying that, Jiang Feng picked up the dishes and headed towards the kitchen. While Su Youran sat, her eyes flicked to this bowl of white porridge placed on the coffee table. She subconsciously frowned and stirred the spoon gently twice. This white porridge is really sticky. Su Youran inadvertently winced. Somehow she always felt that this thing was very similar to the one made by Jiang Feng, and with the picture in my mind, it's like the mouth starts to taste like anti-heather. Ah, this, how can I drink it? Su Youran murmured with a blushing face. To be honest, she was quite fond of white porridge on weekdays, but now, she couldn't drink it how she looked at it. But on second thought, this is at least Jiang Feng specially bought it back. Not drinking it is not rejecting his good intentions? Su Youran lightly bit her red lips and picked up the spoon to take 2 sips. It just so happened that Jiang Feng slowly walked back at this time. Mr. Su, why are you still frowning at the congee? If you're too full you don't have to eat, it's fine. Hey, 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 then I'll begrudgingly put it down. Jiang Feng's words were like an imperial decree, and Su Youran executed them instantly. The strong resistance to this bowl of white porridge could be seen in her eyes. Seeing this, Jiang Feng smiled slightly. Looks like it's really full. Since Mr. Su doesn't want to drink, I'll drink. Chapter 83, Drinking White Porridge? Su Youran, vomit. Jiang Feng was really a bit hungry, and he had to know that people couldn't eat much if they drank too much. Plus, I've just had a drink, so I can feel better with some of this hot stuff. Hey hey hey, stinky Jiang Feng, you go get a spoon. I've used this spoon. It still contained air. Jiang Feng skimmed Su Youran's cherry red lips. It was tantalizing any way he looked at it. Ahem. No, it has nothing to do with that. The point is that it's your girlfriend, so what's the point? No, Mr. Su, I don't mind you. How nice do I have to be to dislike you when you can use your mouth like that? That's true. Jiang Feng's words caused Su Youran's shyness, who should have blushed a little, to sweep away. She wasn't much of a neat freak by nature, and besides, wouldn't it be a beautiful thing not to be disliked by the man she loved? That's kind of being steadfastly chosen, isn't it? After Jiang Feng finished the porridge, he was directly carrying Su Youran back to the bedroom. He gently laid Su Youran flat on the bed, then brought his mouth to her ear. Mr. Su, can I take the liberty of asking why you bought so many? It's really kind of mind-boggling because there are really large numbers of them in the bed. How can I put it? Even if Jiang Feng really treats these things as disposable, they can be used 30 or 40 times. At those words, Su Youran blushed. Didn't she say that this is very expensive? This is more. I asked Secretary Chang to get it, and she called me when she did. I said it would be nice to buy something that Jung Fong could like, and then she expressed her feeling that you could like any of them. Then I made her buy back all the ones the store had at the time. It's not much, is it? After all, you can wear it on weekdays. Good guy. Usually where? Jung Fong froze with a jolt. It's normal for black silk to be worn out. After all, only a bottom-head guy who only thinks with his lower half would consider it shibari. But we can't wear these suspenders, black silk, white silk, or anything else out in the open. In the end, Jung Fong is a bit jealous. Damn, which man cannot be jealous? Let's just say that if Su Youran goes out wearing a halter with red silk and white silk or something, I don't know how many men are going to stare at her. Thinking of this, Zhang Feng's brows crossed. In that case, let's tear this garter red silk first today. Poof. Zhang Feng lightly grunted and said that he was going to move his hand. Seeing this little expression of anger on his face, Su Yuran's red lips slightly raised. Goo, stinky brother, do you not want me to wear it out? Afraid of people looking at me? Do you want to possess me so badly? The moment you hear me say I'm going to wear it out, is that jealousy? TSK, why is there a sour smell of vinegar wafting through the air? Su Youran was filled with a wry smile. Whether you're a couple or a centuries-old lover, you may not be able to do the job of reading each other's every look. But just now, Su Youran did feel a whiff of jealousy from Zhang Feng. I can't help it. It's so obvious. Thinking of this, Su Youran blew a breath into Zhang Feng's earlobe. Good brother, can't you see I've categorized them all? The pile on the left is the most normal one, the one you can wear out of the house. There's 2 stacks left, so I bought them just to wear for you. After all, you're the man who got my favor. Surely you must unlock more content? The king of Zhou is playing with his vassals to get a smile from Bergsby. King Zhou doesn't care about anything for the sake of Daji's happiness. Zhang Feng felt that he was about as close as he could get to falling. It's not even if you say that this woman is extremely attractive. And it's also so good at teasing people. Who the hell which man can carry it off? Su Youran, you're damn near a leprechaun. Zhang Feng didn't go to work until 4 in the afternoon. Lunch break until 2 p.m. Only, the lunch break is used for other things. So naturally the workday has to be pulled back. After Zhang Feng left, Su Youran also sat up straight with difficulty. Meanwhile, in a finely furnished villa in Pine City, Su Wanshan felt refreshed after squinting for a while and was sitting on the sofa with his legs crossed watching TV. Suddenly he thought of something. Alas, no, my daughter is not well. Thinking of this, old comrade Su turned off the TV and directly dialed Su Yuran's phone. Su Yuran's pleasant voice came from the other end of the phone instantly. Dad, what's going on? It's nice to have you take the time to call me when you're so busy. Upon hearing this, Su Wanxiang hemmed and hawed. It's not that I heard old Wang tell me that Zhang Feng said you weren't feeling well. I'm not looking to call and inquire about my little princess. That's why I called when I knew I wasn't feeling well. You don't even say you miss me on a regular basis? Su Youran wrinkled her good-looking nose and turned her head, then snorted coldly. Su Wanxiang, you really love me. Good guy. Listening to this instantaneous change of tone, old Su directly numb. What did I do to make my daughter angry? As a mature man who has been married for 30 years, Lao Su has kept in mind the saying that one should never try to guess a woman's mind. Solely he gritted his teeth and skipped right over the topic. Hey, sure Runjun, your dad, I love you dearly. Okay, down to business. Are you still feeling sick? Did you eat properly at lunch? Su Youran was also too lazy to bother about this matter with old Su, mainly because it was not good to operate across the phone. If this were face to face, she would have to scrape a layer of skin off of old Su. It's so good. I've eaten all the lunch that Zhang Feng brought back for me. At those words, Su Wanxiang sucked in a breath of cool air. You ate it all? That much? Su Wanxiang could remember that because Wang Kuan didn't know which kind of discomfort Su Youran was in. The meal he prepared had a lot of great tonic, where nourishment, naturally related to meat. Ran this girl can eat so much greasy things at once? That seems so much better. To be able to eat something that oily. Okay, if you have an upset stomach, eat something light at night. Drink some white porridge or something. As the words fell, Su Wanxiang's heart thumped. Wait, I'm not supposed to know that Ran is eating something greasy. I'm not going to say that, am I? At this moment, sweat immediately oozed from old Su's forehead. Oops. Chapter 84, Old Su is shocked. My daughter is pregnant? But the next second, what responded to him was not Su Yuran's doubts and questioning. Instead, there was an off-guard vomit of dry heaves. That's right. As soon as she heard Lao Su say the word white porridge, Su Youran couldn't accept it. Come on. She had trouble swallowing white porridge when she saw it at noon, let alone being fed by Zhang Feng for another noon. Now she didn't even say look. She was going to puke at the slightest search of the word. It's not like that. The word is out. In the next second, Su Youran didn't have any explanation, but directly cut off the phone. But all this is unknown to old Su. My daughter. Dry heaved? What's the point of vomiting? Oh, my god, it's not. A crazy and bold idea popped into his head, and old Su jumped up from the couch in a flash. Asterisk 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 asterisk. I'm not going to have grandchildren, am I? Elder brother Jiang. I'll be damned. Are Jiang and Ranran progressing so quickly? If before, Su Wanxiang's blind faith in Jiang Feng was due to his blind faith after trusting his daughter's gaze, but now after spending time with Jiang Feng, he knew that this son-in-law of his was by no means a pool animal. You can tell there's something there just by looking at the talk and the demeanor. Most of all, one can read between the lines and in his expressions that he is good to Ranran. As for how much money Jiang Feng could make and how much he was worth, Su Wanxiang didn't think about it. As his son-in-law, you can make money if you want to, but if you don't want to, you can just lie down. The last thing our family needs is money. Therefore, old Su was thoroughly recognizing Jiang Feng. No, this must be reported to my wife immediately. The old Su expression was unusually agitated, and quickly dialed the phone of his wife Li Shu. Honey, I have something to tell you. Our daughter seems to be pregnant. Li Suk on the other end of the line? Ran. Pregnant? So soon? Instead of being overwhelmed by elation, Li Suk froze and asked a question. Old Su, are you sure our daughter is pregnant? This is your first day in Pine City, and the news is coming in so strong? At the end of the day, this is more than awesome. It's exciting, okay? Honey, 8 or 9. Or why else would Ran and I be talking on the phone and she'd be dry heaving? Can you think of a second possibility besides pregnancy? Su Wanxiang wasn't brainless. How could he not have thought of the second scenario? And the thing that made him most certain was that Su Youran hung up the phone in a hurry. What does hanging up the phone mean? The odds are it's just shyness. Isn't that right? What's wrong with being shy because you're pregnant? Thinking of this, Su Wanxiang again told everything about what happened. He thought his idea was seamless, but Li Suk still caught the blind spot. Old Su, that's not right. How long have Ran and Jiang Feng known each other? That's a fast reaction to pregnancy sickness, isn't it? Plus, just even if they'd known each other for a long time, there's something fishy about this. All pregnant and vomiting? How can Ran have such a good appetite to eat so much at noon? Have you thought about it? It's still true. Su Wanxiang's mouth was viciously drawn. So I'm wrong? There's no other way to put it. Honey, so what do you think this is because of? In fact, just listening to the description, it was hard for Li Suk to be sure. Her subconscious told her no, but there really was no other explanation. It's also possible that my daughter has a special physique? She had a bright idea and said with a slight smile, tell you what, old Su, I'll call Ran tomorrow and just say I miss her and ask her to come back to Jinghai tomorrow night, and then I'll see for myself in person. That's a good move. Jinghai to Songcheng is only a 3-hour drive. The secretary drove and Ran was just sleeping in the back. Su Wanxiang felt that his wife's move was really good and nodded. Fine, then I'll pack up and go back immediately. Su, what are you doing back here? Ran came home to see I wasn't home and she didn't think much of it? Think much? Nice guy. Li Suk snorted. Old Su, you'd better stay down to earth in Pine City. Just so you know, Ran won't look for you if you're not home. She can't wait to see you without getting upset. That's a deal then. I'll ask Ran to come back tomorrow night. Secretary's Department, Mongsong Makeup Company, Ltd., Matsushiro City. Looking at Zhang Kai, who was sitting beside her with a happy and intoxicated face, Li Xiaoru gritted her teeth. The more she thought about it after she was kicked out by Secretary Zhang last time, the more wrong she became. She, Li Xiaoru, was not a cutie pie. Through Secretary Zhang's expression could certainly tell that she was deliberately hiding something. Not only that, but she has sought out her own backer in the company. As a result, the reply she got was icy cold, and that backer said that Zhang Kai was handpicked by Su Youran, and there was no way for him to get his hands dirty. As long as he could get a replacement, then he would leave the deputy minister's position to Li Xiaoru. For this man who was served to his soul every day in bed, Li Xiaoru still believed in him. So, she was puzzled. What makes Mr. Su think so highly of Zhang Kai? People learn from their mistakes, and the fact that Li Xiaoru didn't get punished after her last act of death made her unable to resist the itch again. With her immensely active mind, she got a bold idea. We mean, is there a possibility that Secretary Zhang is in league with Jiang Feng? Secretary Zhang has been wearing the same pants as Jiang Feng for a long time, and she knows about Jiang Feng and Zhang Kai. Is she deliberately helping Jiang Feng hide it and deceiving Mr. Su together? Thinking of this, Li Xiaoru's eyes lit up. Absolutely. Thinking back to how many times Li Xiaoru served that man in exchange for the backing of this company. Why is she, Zhang Kai, handpicked by Mr. Su? No, I need to go to Mr. Su right now, Li Xiaoru whispered darkly, and the next second she got up and rushed out of the office. At this moment, a muffled grunt came from a large suitcase placed in the middle of Zhang Kai and Li Xiaoru's desks. Zhang Kai froze at the sound and hurriedly pulled open the suitcase. and then Mo Shui came out from it in a mess. Thanks to Secretary Zhang, I have important business here. I'll withdraw first. Mo Shui gave Zhang Kai a hug and turned around to leave as well. Just now, the voice of Li Xiaoru talking to herself was so small that Zhang Kai did not hear it, but Mo Shui heard it. Remember the brilliant idea that Marshal Mo and Yang Wan mentioned? Heck, he'd gone to the trouble of hiding in a suitcase for half a day just to eavesdrop on Li Xiaoru's thoughts. After all, who would have thought a man could be hidden in a suitcase? Zhang Feng did a simple analysis of the recent stock market is an hour past. When he was just about to get up and breathe a sigh of relief then go home to hug Su Youran, Mo Shui stumbled into the house. Seeing Mo Shui in this state, Zhang Feng snorted out a laugh. Come on, man, what's with the sweat? This cocktail head. Good man, I say, ugly, did you go to the secretary's department to peep at Missy and get kicked out? Mo Shui sucked in a breath of cool air and directly tugged on Zhang Feng's sleeve. It did go to the secretary's office, but it wasn't peeking and getting kicked out. Harm, there's no time to explain Feng. Hurry up and follow me to Mr. Su's place. Let's explain while we talk. That cousin Li Xiaoru looked for Mr. Su to make a small report about you. Ha, Mr. Su's place? Mr. Su is at my place and hasn't come to work. Li Xiaoru, you're snitching on me? Who is she? Chapter 85, Deputy Minister? I'll make you a regular straight away. Zhang Feng really had no impression of the name Li Xiaoru, but he knew that Mo Shui wouldn't create anxiety here with empty words, so he just got up and went with him. On the elevator leading to the top floor, Mo explained, Brother Feng, last time you can focus on coaxing Mr. Su should have forgotten about this. This Li Xiaoru is the one who snitched on you yesterday. She sat next to Zhang Kai workstation, overheard you and Zhang Kai talking. She cerebral palsy misunderstanding then went to find Secretary Zhang said you and Zhang Kai have a leg. Feng brother you do not care about this small matter. But Mo Shui is not the same Damn me in order to spy on the intelligence today directly led Zhang Kai to me loaded suitcase mixed into the secretary department. I waited half a day next to Li Xiaoru's workstation, just looking to study why on earth she was snitching on you. Luckily, Kung Fu is not lost on me. I actually heard it. Put yourself in a suitcase. Waiting for half a day? Zhang Feng couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air when he heard Mo Shui's description. Put yourself in a suitcase and wait half a day? I said this kid is sweating all over his head. For a moment, Zhang Feng didn't really know whether he should thank Mo Shui or be shocked. So what? Last time ran and I didn't settle the score with her. She should have kept her tail between her legs and behaved herself. From what you're saying she's staggering around trying to get to Ran again. What's the deal? Mo Shui raised his eyebrows and smiled helplessly. Brother Feng, you may not believe me when I tell you. After that pig brain Li Xiaoru's meditations, she decided that it was you who had an affair with Secretary Zhang as well. It was Secretary Zhang who helped you together to hide this matter from Mr. Su to round it up. So now she's decided to go to Mr. Su and say the matter over in person. Mo Shui was not ambiguous, and told Zhang Feng why Li Xiaoru went to Su Youran, what she was doing, and what she wanted to get. This scene listened to Zhang Feng forehead full of black lines. This Li Xiaoru more or less stained a little big disease. Are you out of your mind? You don't want to die without understanding, do you? You don't think you're dead enough, do you? How freaky does this mindset have to take things to bed? Su Youran that chick fancy people Zhang Kai's ability. Your ING ability cannot use sour chicken hair. Sour? President's office. Wanxiang Color Cosmetics Company. What are you doing here? What's up again? Zhang Hongyan asked Li Xiaoru with a slight frown, her tone cold. Firstly, because of the last incident she inevitably looked at Li Xiaoru a bit unpleasant. Secondly, this is the president's office now, and Li Xiaoru actually walked in without even knocking on the door? No rules? Secretary Zhang, why are you here? Where's Mr. Su? I'm looking for Mr. Su, not you. Li Xiaoru naturally felt the indifference of Zhang Hongyan's attitude, but she felt it didn't matter. Indifference is indifference. If I call you Secretary Zhang now, who knows if you'll still be one tomorrow? You think I'm afraid of you now? You're a who hooked up with the CEO's boyfriend. Mr. Su isn't here. Tell me something. As soon as Zhang Hongyan heard that Li Xiaoru was looking for Su Youran again, she immediately put down the work at hand and threw her pen to the side, eyes fixed on Li Xiaojiu, waiting for her to speak. Talk to you? Forget it. I'd better wait for Mr. Su to come then. Who knows if you'd report it to Mr. Su if I told you? I don't think so, right? After all, yeah, hitting on your boss's man isn't a glamorous thing to do. Our Secretary Zhang, there may be plans to return to headquarters with Mr. Su, right? Su Youran's absence did affect Li Xiaoru's output rhythm, but the atmosphere are here. Secretary Zhang is in front of Li Xiaoru feel that they do not ruthless sarcasm a few how cannot say it right. Her words were thorny, like winter frost stabbing at Zhang Hongyan. It also made Zhang Hongyan frown and freeze for a long time. Li Xiaoru, what do you mean by that? as secretaries, have to talk about doing things quickly, telling the truth, and saying things that make sense. It's not a good idea to spit blood, is it? Li Xiaoru snorted, before she could open her mouth to continue her sarcasm. A soft and cheerful voice came through the door. Little Yen Yen, I'm coming for you. Oh. Before seeing his person, he first heard his voice, and immediately after, Zhang Feng, who was wearing a sinister smile, sardonically pushed the door in. His gaze first fell on Zhang Hongyan, then immediately turned to Li Xiaoru. It was only slightly embarrassing to see his expression turn from laughter to seriousness, and he coughed twice with one hand covering his mouth. With that, he shrugged and sat down on the couch. So there are outsiders here. Secretary Zhang, have you done everything that Mr. Su asked you to do? She's still waiting for it at night. This can give Zhang Hongyan whole confused. Ugh, Li Xiaoru inexplicable even so. What? Mr. Zhang is also strange today? Swallow? Wearing a flowery dress? Come here every spring? What kind of name is that? Also, what did Mr. So order me to finish today? Compared to Zhang Hongyan's cluelessness, Li Xiaoru was much more cheerful. The corners of her mouth couldn't help but curve up, even raising her head proudly. Zhang Feng called Zhang Hongyan Xianyanyan. Gu, called how close ah. It's obvious these two are having an affair. He just thought there was no one else in the office, didn't he? Sheesh, seeing me still in the office that face is going to be green. Can't imagine, right? You're afraid of being exposed, aren't you? The more Li Xiaoru thought about it, the more pleased she became, more and more determined that her presumption was correct. At this moment, she only felt that she had Zhang Feng's handle in her hands, and she was suddenly full of energy. Li Xiaoru snapped and turned her head, raising her eyebrows lightly. Alright, Zhang Feng, no need to pretend. I knew you two were having an affair. Not only that, I also know that you're having an affair with Zhang Kai. The last time Mr. Su was coaxed into doing well, it was actually Zhang Hongyan who was helping you guys piece together to fool Mr. Su. Zhang Feng should I not say that you really don't know what to do? With a woman as perfect as Ms. Su, you actually still engage in broken shoes. TSK. Women helping women. I hate scum the most. Just you wait, I will definitely tell Mr. Su about this. After saying that, Li Xiaoru left behind a cold snort before turning her head to leave. Today she had a good time. She could withdraw. Waiting for Su Youran to come tomorrow, she would have a better time. But Li Xiaoru had just taken 2 steps when Zhang Feng's voice came from behind her. Li Xiaoru, I have the power to make you the head of the secretarial department. I think we can actually talk, don't you? Minister of the secretarial department? Minister, not the deputy? Li Xiaoru, who had her back to Zhang Feng, sucked in a breath of cool air as her entire body froze in place. She didn't doubt Zhang Feng's truthfulness in saying this at all. This was after all the man of General Manager Su in plain sight. If he serves Mr. Su well, isn't the head of the secretarial department just a matter of words? So he's going to give me favors to shut me up? At this moment, Li Xiaoru stopped. She quietly turned around and returned to her office, arrogantly tilting her head and ending her voice. It's not as if we can't hear your explanation. Hearing this, Zhang Feng's surface was unperturbed, but in his heart, he was already smiling. Good lord, is this the exact thing you hate about scumbags? Let's just say you're a real, you little girl. Zhang Feng smiled slightly with a sideways glance and spoke softly with a slightly helpless shrug. There's nothing to explain, just like you said. I'm having an affair with Zhang Kai and Secretary Zhang. I have nothing to hide after you guessed it. Your hush money is the position of head of the secretarial department, and you'll start straight away tomorrow. What do you think? Chapter 86 A Grand Plan. Call your backer to talk with you. How about being head of the secretarial department? Li Xiaoru sought. That must be good. She had been aiming for a vice minister, and now she could become a full-fledged one. But at this moment Secretary Zhang felt bad. Oh no, to be more precise, not felt, is now her whole person is bad. What's going on? What's Mr. Gang up to? What the hell is he doing? Zhang Hongyan was puzzled, but she detected the hidden look that Zhang Feng passed over. After freezing for about 5 seconds, Zhang Hongyan let out a long breath and then faced Li Xiaoru. Li Xiaoru, what do you think of the position of Secretary General? All you have to do now is nod your head and not say anything about me and Mr. Jiang. I'll immediately go draft the contract, and let Mr. Jiang coach General Manager Su to sign it at night. Worthy of being that Su Youran chick's personal secretary. This business ability is not only strong in buying stockings, but also the ability to perceive color can be Zhang Feng secretly gave Secretary Zhang a thumbs up, then turned his eyes to Li Xiaoru. At this moment Li Xiaoru was looking down in deep thought. It wasn't really what she was considering whether or not it was worth it. Hell, the head of the secretarial department. She wanted to nod her head too damn much, but people are greedy. by Zhang Feng so easily promised, Li Xiaoruan feel that the benefits to be a little less. What she was searching for was whether or not she could still pit something more from Zhang Feng. Before she could come up with an answer, Zhang Feng spoke. Li Xiaoru, you just asked me why I would want to engage in broken shoes when I have a woman as perfect as Su Youran? Then let me tell you now. In fact, Su Youran, this woman is cold towards a certain aspect. She's perfect, sure, but what's the point of just looking untouchable and vase-like? So right now it's her family, her father's group, that I value more than her. Halfway through his words, Zhang Feng slowly got up and paced back and forth to set up his frame to continue. Su Youran and I are definitely getting married. Her father only has her as a daughter. At the end of the day, not to mention Wanxiang makeup, the entire Wanxiang group is mine. But to be honest, I can't wait for the day her father turns the company over to me. A man's 20s and 30s is the age to play. What's the use of wanting so much money when I'm old then? That's why I wanted to take her family's estate step by step earlier. Hearing Zhang Feng say this, Li Xiaoru directly stunned her jaw. Just now, she felt that the air around her froze, and the atmosphere was extremely heavy. So, Zhang Feng is going to do more than just messing around with broken shoes. There's also lurking around General Su to cheat her family estate? Is this the ancient equivalent of a man marrying a princess and then secretly raising an army with the intention of subverting the dynasty? While shocked, a puzzled and doubtful expression appeared on Li Xiaoru's face. Zhang Feng, what do you mean by saying this to me? This is really a mind-boggling point. Li Xiaoru sought. Zhang Feng said, what is the difference between this and self-detonation? Deliberately uttering your handle for others to hear? Isn't that stupid? What responded to her was Zhang Feng's slightly raised mouth and sincere tone. Li Xiaoru, I actually have a far better grasp of this company than Su Youran. I know a lot of things she doesn't, and I even know you have a backer at the company. The fact that the two of you were able to hide it from Su Youran proves that you really do have the ability. And that's exactly what I need. Because right now I'm so thin on my hands. I'm telling you about this because I see what you guys can do and I want to work with you. You get him over here now and we'll talk about how to trick this group step by step. I want Su Youran's family business, and as long as I succeed, you, the president of Wanxiang Color Cosmetics Su, and he, directly as the president of this side. What do you think of the position? Vice president? At this moment, Li Xiaoru only felt her goosebumps rise. So I'm going to live my entire life knowing that people will respectfully call me Mr. Li. Damn, that's a hell of a feeling, isn't it? The greedy gaze in Li Xiaoru's eyes could no longer be hidden, and she hurriedly opened her mouth. Zhang Feng, you're not allowed to back out. Zhang Feng said with a faint smile. How can I back out when I've told you all this? Why don't you call him up? My cell phone is dead and I can't call him. Li Xiaoru didn't have the slightest doubt about Zhang Feng's words, because everything Zhang Feng said sounded true. She did have backers in Vientiane, and both she and her own backers were so certain that no one in the entire company knew of their relationship. But now Zhang Feng knew. Zhang Feng even told her his grand plan just like that, and he was going to make her the vice president. Without a moment's hesitation, Li Xiaoru took out her cell phone and dialed directly. 5 seconds later, the call was answered. Mr. Zhang, hurry up and come to the president's office. I have something big to talk to you about. Fire speed. Don't keep Mr. Zhang waiting. At this moment, how could Zhang Hongyan, who was listening on the side, still not understand what Zhang Feng was trying to do? When she heard the words Mr. Zhang, a person immediately popped into her mind. The vice president in charge of the company's finance, Zhang Yuanfang. It can't be helped. There's only this one Mr. Zhang in the whole company. Vientiane Makeup Group, vice president's office. Zhang Yuanfang's expression clouded over after he hung up the phone. He was truly confused. Before he answered the phone he thought it was Li Xiaoru the hoof itching to go out for the night. But he was confused when he heard he had to go to the president's office. What the hell is this Li Xiaoru up to? Is the president's office the place where we meet? Furthermore, even if he was caught opening the back door, it should be Mr. Su who finds it. What the hell is this Mr. Zhang? The more Zhang Yuanfang thought about it, the less he understood it. He casually turned off his computer and got up to walk towards the house. He figured out that even if there was a Hongmen banquet ahead, he had to go. He's uneasy about Li Xiaojiu. This is not to say that Zhang Yuanfang is afraid of Li Xiaoru's accident, but he is afraid that Li Xiaoru's little stupid-ass mouth is like a machine gun and blindly muttered what all said and then he has something. On the other side, the president's office. Li Xiaoru estimated the time and smiled faintly at Zhang Feng. I guess General Manager Zhang will be here soon. Mr. Zhang, wait a moment. As the saying goes, if people respect me, I respect them. Getting a smile, Zhang Feng nodded with the same smile. Okay, but in the next second, his gaze became stern and he smiled coldly. Daffy, come in. As the words fell, Li Dafei, who had been waiting outside the door and was tall and lanky, pushed his way in and stood in front of Zhang Feng like a small mountain. Brother Feng, I'm here. Jiang Feng pointed at Li Xiaoru. Took her to the next house to keep an eye on her. Don't let her run out or scream. Means at your disposal. Li Xiaoru, take me to the next room, and get a security guard to watch me? What do you mean? Li Xiaoru was puzzled, and before she could ask a question, her entire body was directly carried up by Li Dafei and walked towards the door. We Daffy brothers are all about cleanliness. At the same time, Zhang Yuanfang, who was extremely deep in the city, arrived at the top floor of the company. 2 minutes later, Zhang Feng smiled sarcastically when he heard the knock on the door. Yo, here comes the big fish, the vice president of finance? Mr. Zhang Yuanfang? I'd like to see how much money you've embezzled from my wife. Chapter 87, hoping Zhang Feng is still running for the bill? Come in. Zhang Feng's faint voice rang out, followed by Zhang Yuanfang pushing the door open. The moment he saw him, Zhang Feng once again couldn't help but frown. Of course he had met Zhang Yuanfang and knew that the only characteristic of this awful old man was his ugliness. While it's really rude to say so, it's really true. And it's not just ugly, it's oddly ugly and getting uglier. Zhang Feng shocked. He could not understand. We say that Li Xiaoru again want to find a backer. You do not have to find Zhang Yuanfang, right? You can really go down. Forget it. I guess she's bitter about nothing but her own lack of bitterness. Good afternoon, Mr. Jiang, Secretary Zhang. In terms of age, Zhang Yuanfang was the elder, so it was easy for him to greet him. Having said that, he didn't stand nervously, but sat down on the couch quite openly. Hiss, I was going to say that Mr. Zhang is also good, but when I take a closer look, Mr. Zhang doesn't seem to be very good? Zhang Feng raised his eyebrows slightly and spoke with a teasing face. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yuanfang was slightly stunned, but in the next second, he laughed brightly. Mr. Jiang, I, Zhang Yuanfang, am indeed not a good person. When I think of the most honest thing I've done in my life, I'm afraid it's a piece of my heart for Vientiane. Li Xiaoru hadn't explained to Zhang Yuanfang what Zhang Feng was up to on the phone, so he was confused when he was suddenly trolled by Zhang Feng. As an old man in the workplace, Zhang Yuanfang's words not only picked up Zhang Feng's words to resolve the embarrassment, but also showed his loyalty, which can be said to be two birds with one stone. This also made Zhang Feng secretly cursed shameless old fox in the bottom of his heart. Mr. Zhang's emotion towards Wanxiang Color Cosmetics is naturally nothing to write home about. That's exactly why my family's Mr. Su also has to be more concerned about your health, too. It looks like your kidneys aren't doing too well, Zhang Feng said in a serious tone while sitting next to Zhang Yuanfang. Then he stared at Zhang Yuanfang with a harmless smile on his face and said with a hefty laugh, Mr. Zhang, it's a good thing that people are old but capable, but night after night, netting young goblins, I'm afraid it's going to be too much to handle, isn't it? What? Zhang Yuanfang's eyes flickered with shock. People are old and capable of finding some young goblins. What did this Zhang Feng know? At this moment, Zhang Yuanfang's heart was a bit messed up. More than suspicion? He was almost certain that Zhang Feng was designated to know that he was looking for a lover in the company to open the back door for his lover. At this moment, two questions lay before Zhang Yuanfang's eyes. 1. How to return Zhang Feng's words next. 2. How the hell did this matter get known by Zhang Feng? Glancing at Zhang Yuanfang's racked look, the corner of Zhang Feng's mouth rose slightly. Hey, Mr. Zhang, don't look for it. Your lover from the night before told me. Gee, she stayed with me last night too, and she's pretty good at it. Old Zhang was searching for half a day and didn't know how to answer, but once he heard Zhang Feng say this, he was directly energized. It looks like Mr. Zhang doesn't blame me? Never mind, it's not like that, as long as the billing doesn't get discovered. Thinking of this, Zhang Yuanfang's words changed to a sinister smile. Yes, Mr. Zhang, that chick Wang Yanyan will be very good at it. It was a smile, but on his face it was worse than crying. But at this moment, Zhang Feng's attention wasn't on this. He was already confused. Good man, who is Yan Yan Wang? Zhang Feng sucked in a breath of cool air. He just casually said that he intended to let Zhang Yuanfang relax his guard, and it just blew right out of the back door? In the next second, Zhang Feng's gaze brightened. No, Mr. Zhang, you found a few, and the one looking for me isn't Wang Yanyan. It's the one who always likes to play with whips in uniform. Zhang Yuanfang was slightly stunned. Just now I blew myself up? Could it be that Mr. Zhang wasn't talking about Wang Yanyan, but Xiao Ziyun? But I don't remember Xiao Ziyun accompanying me the night before. Never mind, she's the only one who likes to play with whips in uniform. Mr. Zhang is not to blame. I remembered wrongly. It should be Xiao Ziyun. Indeed, she's even better at it than Wang Yanyan. Zhang Feng. 6. To be honest, Zhang Feng really didn't know what to say. He blew up Wang Yanyan purely by chance, and this time he just wanted to try his luck to see if he could blow up another one. As a result, Zhang Yuanfang, although ugly, but really can deal with have a name he is really to the outside to say ah. Wouldn't that be uprooted today? Yes, 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 it's Xiao Ziyun. There's another one, always playing with candles, with pretty long legs. What's his name? Mr. Chang? She's complimented me on your virility. 10 minutes later, by the time Secretary Zhang returned to the office with Zhang Yuanfang's computer, Zhang Feng had already learned 7 names from him. Damn, this old man really in awe. Looking for 7, just to give these 7 people scheduling. A person a night, the girl is really will enjoy ah. Zhang Feng secretly spat out a sentence. Then the corner of his mouth rose slightly. Alright Zhang Yuanfang, your computer has been brought over, so we can get down to business. Business? My computer? You don't call me Mr. Chang, you call me by my first name? At this moment, Zhang Yuanfang is directly confused. Not chatting about lovers, how to my computer. To be honest, one of the things Zhang Yuanfang was most worried about before coming to the office wasn't the fact that he was discovered to be keeping a lover. After all, taking a lover is not a big deal to him as a vice president, and it can't move his tendons. His greatest fear is that the financial bills he made privately will be discovered. He casually shut down the computer for what having just heard Zhang Feng asking all about his lover. Zhang Yuanfang subconsciously let his guard down. He was thinking through it, and if the lover was exposed, so be it, as long as the computer stayed out of the way. And now you see Secretary Zhang bringing in his own computer? So, Zhang Feng was waiting for Zhang Hongyan to get my computer? Boy, at this moment, Zhang Yuanfang could no longer remain calm. Keep in mind that any information he has and the handle to steal the bill is in the computer. Sure enough, Zhang Feng was running towards this matter. By now, Zhang Feng had sat down at his desk to fiddle with his computer. Zhang Yuanfang, if you're willing to explain everything now, I also think you're a frank person. Well, tell me how much money you've embezzled from the company? At those words, the very flustered Zhang Yuanfang suddenly had a flash of insight. He asked me to come forward to explain if there's a possibility that, is it possible that he can't open my computer? Thinking of this, Zhang Yuanfang let out a long breath of relief. He had really panicked. He had to enter his password to restart the computer, and he shut it down on his way out. The corner of Zhang Yuanfang's mouth rose slightly. His password was known only to himself, and he had specially found a senior program ape to do the encryption protection. It could be said that only he, Zhang Yuanfang, could unlock this computer. At this moment, Zhang Yuanfang knew that the time had come to test his acting skills. Mr. Jiang, you should stop testing me. I, Zhang Yuanfang, am loyal to the company and all bills are justified. How can I be greedy of the company's money? My heart would really hurt if you said that about old Zhang. At those words, Zhang Feng heatedly smiled. Okay then, so unlock the computer for me and take a look. As long as it's true that you haven't coveted a single penny like Mr. Zhang said, how about I, Zhang Feng, not only apologize to you, but I'll also give you compensation? Chapter 88, $46 million. This is Mr. Zhang's loyalty? Hearing Zhang Feng's words, Zhang Yuanfang acted incredibly surprised, but his heart was full of mockery. Apologize? Compensation? Mr. Zhang is so generous. I just feel that his brain is not working very well. Let me unlock the computer for you? Boy, what's the difference between that and asking me, Zhang Yuanfang, to blow myself up? Hey, you can't open my computer, so you can't get the evidence, right? Coercing me to throw myself into the net? Zhang Feng, do you really think I'm scared to death? Mr. Jiang, you can prove your innocence by opening the computer. Old Zhang, I can't wait to open the computer to show you right away. But something happened to my computer today. It's really not that I'm catatonic old Zhang and don't want to show you, but I forgot my computer password. I was fiddling with how to enter the password for half a day in my office that time, and it was something that would have given me a lot of grief. I asked the company's programmers and they said they were afraid it was a virus. Ugh, my private documents in the computer are not important. The point is that there is also a newly made summary of the company's finances. I really can't do anything about it. Mr. Jiang. After decades of mixing in the workplace, Zhang Yuanfang's face skin had long been sharpened to a huge thickness. Compile this speech to Zhang Feng. His face pressure route does not bring a little red. His attitude was clear enough. You want to open my computer? No, I won't open it for you. Want evidence? Turn on the computer? Zhang Feng? You're damn good. Open my computer yourself. What Mr. Zhang means is that you are also eager to open the computer for me to prove my innocence? Just forgot the computer password, right? Hearing Jiang Feng's question, Zhang Yuanfang nodded without even thinking. Of course, Mr. Jiang. How much a toad wants to eat swan meat? How much I want to turn my computer on? At those words, Zhang Feng smiled and narrowed his eyes. Hua, there is such a thought? Do you really think so? Zhang Yuanfang, don't regret it. Oh, Mr. Zhang, So what if I let you spend $500,000 to open this computer? Would you like to? Ask me if I'm willing? Zhang Yuanfang secretly sucked in a breath of cool air, and then nodded his head in a hurry. Don't say $500,000 if you can prove my innocence. Even if it's $1 million, I, old Zhang, am willing to spend it. Zhang Yuanfang's tone was extremely sincere and frank. He knew that Zhang Feng was already going to be able to do nothing with himself. That's right, the computer won't open again. Isn't it all about how sincere your attitude is now? Zhang Yuanfang thought so, but in the next second, he clearly saw Zhang Feng smile, only to see Zhang Feng casually stretching out his hand and tapping on his keyboard at an extremely fast speed. 3 minutes later, Zhang Feng stretched his back. Mr. Zhang is so bold that he's willing to spend $1 million to prove his innocence. So you can transfer the money. Zhang Yuanfang was stumped. Transfer what? Zhang Feng smiled without saying anything and flipped Zhang Yuanfang's computer 180 degrees to show him this computer screen that had entered into the system. At the same time, his right hand fished his cell phone out of his pocket and found a QR code for payment. Mr. Zhang, I've unlocked the computer for you. You're paying for it now? What's going on? At this moment, Zhang Yuanfang's shock was no less than the scene of seeing a heifer go up to heaven. What the hell is going on here? My computer was actually unlocked by Zhang Feng? How did he do that? With the level of encryption this computer has now, even the programmers who encrypted it for me couldn't decrypt it. Zhang Feng just tapped on the keyboard and it was solved? That's outrageous, isn't it? Doesn't that mean, now I really have to pay $1 million to unlock it? No, that's not the point. The point is the computer's on. Doesn't that mean that the bill I have in there is? Shocked, puzzled, and overwhelmed expressions appeared on Zhang Yuanfang's face one after another. He sucked in a breath of cold air and braced himself for composure. Ihaha, Mr. Zhang still has this hand? It's really impressive. Yes, the computer is on and I, old Chang, will be able to prove my innocence. Speaking of this, Zhang Yuanfang's words turned, his gaze instantly becoming shadowy, as if he had made an important decision. He stood up and coldly grunted cross-eyed. But now I, Zhang Yuanfang, don't want to prove it. Zhang Yuanfang's private bills are naturally not laid out in plain sight on the computer desktop, and that document he hides so deeply that ordinary people can't find it. But he is not a little cute. Zhang Feng can unlock his encrypted computer by just tapping on it, and he still can't find this document? Now what he had to do was no longer to be wise, but to make an immediate decision to minimize the risk before Zhang Feng could find the documents. Zhang Yuanfang took a step towards Zhang Feng, his tone sad. Mr. Zhang, I, Zhang Yuanfang, have been working diligently in Wanxian for 5 years. I think I have a clear conscience, leaving behind countless energies and heartaches in Wanxian. This matter of you having to check my computer today has really chilled old Zhang me. Ha ha ha, yes, the older one gets, the more pretentious one becomes. There's nothing wrong with what Mr. Zhang did. Today it's my old Zhang who can't accept it. Instead of you doubting my Zhang Yuanfang's loyalty, it would be better for old Zhang me to leave immediately to resign from the personnel department and prove my innocence. To put it bluntly, at this moment, Zhang Yuanfang just wanted to take away the computer in a hurry. He's too good at comparing the VP position at Vientiane Makeup to the money he's been stealing. He said that he was going to go forward to grab the computer in Zhang Feng's hand, but in the next second, Zhang Feng directly gave him a kick. Get thee out of here. Respect for the elderly is a traditional virtue, but that's for people, not for invalid. Therefore, Zhang Feng didn't leave a bit of strength in this kick, directly giving Zhang Yuanfang a staggering kick to sit on the ground. You're ing greedy and you want to just quit and walk away? Do you think I'm your father? Su Young, your mother, and that's a good thing? Zhang Yuanfang, I'll ask you, you're loyal to Wanxian colorful makeup in one breath, so what's this bill of yours about? Half a year ago, the cooperation between Wanxian Makeup and Raw Material Company, you satiated yourself with $5 million. 3 months ago, the cooperation of Tanny Network Technology, you made a profit of $10 million by making false accounts. A year ago, sentence by sentence, Zhang Feng was listing Zhang Yuanfang's crimes, which also made the latter completely confused. Zhang Yuanfang knew that he would be discovered by Zhang Feng, but he couldn't imagine that it would be discovered so quickly. What the hell? This kid is more or less a problem, isn't he? What's a minute? How did he find my private bill? 3 minutes later, Zhang Feng closed Zhang Yuanfang's computer, then glanced at Zhang Hongyan beside him. Did you do the math? How much is the total? Just now, when Zhang Feng reported a sum, Zhang Hongyan counted a sum, and now he had pulled out a list. Mr. Zhang, the total is 46 million. Zhang Feng faintly then smiled at Zhang Yuanfang. You should have a number in mind, right? $46 million. Counting the money I just paid you to unlock your computer, that's $47 million. How does Mr. Zhang plan to return this money to the company? Don't look at Zhang Feng calmly, but actually behind his back, His teeth were crunching. Hacked $46 million from my wife's company? You're damn mean. With this money, you've been keeping a mistress and a mistress, haven't you? You're living it up. Glancing at Zhang Yuanfang's old face, Zhang Feng simply got angrier and angrier the more he thought about it. Forget it, and damn if you don't have to plan for it. Secretary Zhang, go prepare the dismissal and indictment. It's just too irritating to settle with you. Chapter 89 Stinky Zhang Feng. You can fire whoever you want. Zhang Yuanfang? No, Mr. Zhang, I'm looking for ways to get the money together here. What's your hurry? If it's not private, then it's public? How can that be? $46 million. How many years do I have to squat? Zhang Yuanfang was completely flustered, and at this moment he no longer had any of his usual breezy demeanor. Mr. Zhang, don't be in a hurry. Give me 2 days. I'll call the money to the company account, okay? Don't look at my age. I still have an old man and a young man, and my family needs me to support them. I can't squat in there. They'll all be finished if I do, so please forgive me once for the sake of me looking so ugly. Really, please Mr. Su, I really know it's wrong. I won't dare to do it again. Later, you want to have a ing later? You've got a wife and a bunch of mistresses? You have a wife and a bunch of mistresses, right? Zhang Feng glanced coldly at Zhang Yuanfang and didn't reply to him, instead dialing Su Youran's number. The moment the phone was connected, Su Youran's pleasant and provocative voice came from the other end. Stinky Zhang Feng, are you on your way home already? Hey, come on, I miss you that much already. Upon hearing this, Zhang Feng said gently with the corners of his mouth slightly curled, there's something going on at the office. I'll be back after I take care of it. Ran, where's the company seal? I'll fire a few people. Fire a few people? At home. Su Youran quietly wrinkled her nose. Quietly her little fists were clenched. Fire a few people? Ha? I haven't been to the office for 2 days and someone's bullying Zhang Feng? Why else would he fire them? Su Youran didn't even think about it. It's in the office cubicle, in the safe next to my closet, and the combination is, to fire and prosecute Zhang Yuanfang would require the general seal of Wanshan Makeup Company, for it to be legally valid. The company's general chapter has a lot of uses. Su Youran did not hesitate for a second to tell Zhang Feng about the bits and safe passwords in place, which is a kind of trust. Zhang Feng's heart quietly warmed as he stood up and walked towards the cubicle while reporting back to Su Youran. Among the people I'm firing is Zhang Yuanfang, the vice president in charge of finance. Vice President Zhang. Mr. Zhang Yuanfang? Oh, hey, smelly Zhang Feng told me that as a bit of a request for permission? The corner of Su Youran's mouth at the far home was slightly raised. Her smile was like a flower, and her tone was gentle and cloying. Alright, brother Zhang Feng. Zhang Yuanfang is just Zhang Yuanfang. You can fire whoever you want with the general chapter. But you have to remember one thing. Hurry home when you're done in a few minutes. Ow. I want to hug you. Hearing Su Youran's words, Zhang Feng couldn't help but smile. Zhang Yuanfang, how to say, is also a vice president. Su Youran and do not know he black company before these things, otherwise would have fired him. And when he wanted to fire Zhang Yuanfang, that Su Youran chick didn't even ask why? All she wants is for us to come home early from work and hug. Thinking of this, Zhang Feng let out a long breath. These days where else can you find a good wife like Ran who has immense trust in her man? As Su Youran's personal secretary, Zhang Hongyan drafted documents extremely fast. 10 minutes later, the dismissal and indictment were on the table. Zhang Feng also does not ink. A wave of the hand, directly a document a chapter, and then directly handed to Secretary Zhang. Call the corporate legal department, right? Mr. Zhang, the head of the legal department will be here soon. Okay, I'll leave the rest to you guys. I'm going home now. It's been hard working overtime, as we should. Mr. Zhang. Zhang Feng walked away and accidentally kicked Zhang Yuanfang when he passed by. Instead of going directly to the elevator, he went next door to Secretary Zhang's office and whispered a few words to Li Dafei before turning his head to leave. The time crept up to 6 o'clock in the evening. Walking out of the president's office, Zhang Yuanfang's mood was extremely complicated. You know, a few hours ago, he was the company's glamorous vice president. But now, not only is he nothing, but he's going to eat jail time instead. This huge sense of psychological fallout was really hard for him to accept. Zhang Yuanfang held a breath in his stomach that was difficult to vent, and just then Li Xiaoru stumbled into his sight from the house beside him. Seeing her, Zhang Yuanfang's eyes plummeted. Right, it was this who called me to the office today. In this instant, Zhang Yuanfang figured out a lot. You know, Su Youran didn't even find out about his lover relationship with other people. How did Zhang Feng find out? The private bill was done covertly and seamlessly. No one knew about it, so how did Zhang Feng suddenly know about it? Is there a possibility that the slipped up? Before Zhang Yuanfang could open his mouth to ask, Li Xiaoru came over crying first. Mr. Zhang, I seem to have been cheated. That Jiang Feng said for me to call you up and make you the president and me the vice president. President? Vice president? Zhang Yuanfang frowned. He thought, it's still possible for him to be the president, but how can this pig brain of Li Xiaoru be the vice president? Listening to the clouds, Zhang Yuanfang couldn't help but ask, Oh Xiaoru, come, you described this matter to me from beginning to end. Why did you come to Jiang Feng, and how did he fool you? Li Xiaoru didn't dare to hide it and described the matter from beginning to end. The expression on Zhang Yuanfang's face as he listened was wonderful. So, the brainwashed person who intentionally said that Jiang Feng was having an affair with the secretary department employee yesterday was this stupid thing called Li Xiaoru? He didn't even talk to you yesterday, and today you're deliberately trying to kill yourself? If you're going to die, why don't you just give me up? Stealing the Marriott group from Su Wanxiang. How dare he say you really believe that? The more Zhang Yuanfang thought about it, the more angry he became, and his heart couldn't take it anymore. It really is not afraid of godlike opponents but afraid of pig-like teammates. To be honest, if he didn't want to shake Li Xiaoru's slap, old Zhang would have been unable to catch his breath in the past. Li Xiaoru, I'm not going to slap you to death today. My name wouldn't be Zhang Yuanfang. You stepped on the horse and reported that Jiang Feng was having an affair with someone else? You still think it's Secretary Zhang harboring Jiang Feng? Which blind one recruited you into the company in the first place? Speaking of this, Zhang Yuanfang froze for a moment. Then his words changed. Why was I blind enough to open the back door for you in the first place? Jiang Feng went to deliver the letter so blatantly. If he really had an affair with Zhang Kai, do you think Su could not know? Do you really think Mr. Su is as stupid as you are? Along with Zhang Yuanfang's angry scolding, there was also the sound of slapping Li Xiaoru, and this scene also fell into the eyes of Wang Jun, who was hidden around the corner. After figuring out the whole thing, Wang Jun didn't linger much, pulled his leg downstairs and drove straight to the villa where Su Wanxiang is staying now. Su Dong, big deal, Mr. Zhang did a really nice job with this wave. Directly gripped out a big fish. Grass, black makeup more than 40 million. He is really dare. Wang Jun's words caused Su Wanxiang to directly freeze. Jiang Feng, big fish, over 40 million? Old comrade Su couldn't sit still and stood up with a pang. Old Wang, quick, tell me in detail. Chapter 90, I can also be the little fool hanging around my husband. Li Xiaoru explained to Zhang Yuanfang very thoroughly. Wang Jun similarly did not hide a little, directly said what he learned one by one. Su Wanxiang, who heard the whole process, froze and quietly took out a cigarette from his pocket and lit it. While deep smoking, Su Wanxiang's expression was equally wonderful, from puzzled wonderment to relief and finally to a blush. He finally put out his cigarette and let out a laugh. Good, Jiang Feng did this thing really well. This son-in-law of mine, his future accomplishments are not necessarily inferior to mine. You have to know that Su Wanxiang is the chairman of the Wanxiang Group, a superb man with a fortune of $10 billion. If his sentence was known by the media, he was afraid that it would directly make Jiang Feng burst into flames. They would speculate wildly as to what this young man in his 20s had to offer. In fact, not only the media would be baffled, even Wang Jun at this time was also confused. This comment by Su Dong, isn't it too hasty? I'm afraid there are personal feelings involved. Wang Jun was puzzled in his heart, and he said stiffly, Su Dong, Mr. Zhang really did a great job in this matter, but you said he could reach your accomplishments. That's too high a rating. Old Wang, I'll say a bad word. Today's matter is a bit coincidental. Mr. Zhang had an element of gambling. He was the first to know about Zhang Yuanfang keeping a lover, and he swindled his way out about the bill. If Zhang Yuanfang is truly innocent, then Wang Jun had followed Su Wanxiang for more than 10 years, so he naturally spoke a little more casually. Hearing his words, Su Wanxiang didn't get angry, but smiled. Old Wang, isn't life just a big gamble? When I first founded Wanxiang back then, I also gambled all the time. Do you feel that as far as the current market situation is concerned, a man who wants to make a mark for a short period of time can do so without a little bit of gambling? Seeing that Wang Jun froze, Su Wanxiang smiled and continued to speak. And, actually, I don't think my son-in-law is gambling. The nature of gambling is one thing where risk and reward go hand in hand, but at the end of the day, in Wanxiang colorful makeup, Jiang Feng is my Su Wanxiang's son-in-law. Jiang Feng is guessing wrong. If Zhang Yuanfang is really innocent, what's wrong with being skeptical? Zhang Yuanfang dared to have a little bit of disobedience and dare to say one more word as usual to the old man to get out. Hearing this, Wang Jun sucked in a breath of cool air. Right, how could I have forgotten about the fact that Mr. Zhang is Mrs. Sweetheart? It really isn't much of a gamble. Mr. Su, so it's like this. I've come to my senses. Then this wave, Mr. Zhang did a really flawless job. Indeed, there's nothing to lose by swindling Zhang Yuanfang. Hearing these words from Wang Jun, Su Wanxiang could not help but shake his head and laugh. If it was really like what old Wang said, then his expression just now wouldn't have been so wonderful. Old Wang, you still don't understand. I say Zhang Feng isn't gambling because I'm basically sure he knows that Zhang Yuanfang hacked the company's money. What's going on? No, Mr. Su, how did you determine this? Wang Jun's face was filled with shock, a look of incomprehension and incredulity. He swallowed hard and lit a cigarette following Su Wanxiang's example just now. After a few hard inhales with sorrow, he let out a long sigh. Forget it, Su Dong, I still don't get it. Su Wanxiang smiled faintly and patted Wang Jun's shoulder. Old Wang, you're still thinking too narrowly. This matter does seem like a coincidence from start to finish, but I think Zhang Feng has his own considerations at every step. Think about it. The first thing he did when he got to the office wasn't to deal with that Li Xiaoru, but to swindle out the backer behind Li Xiaoru step by step. I think when I heard that it was Zhang Yuanfang, Zhang Feng was basically certain that he had hacked the company. As the chairman of Vientiane, of course I'm also concerned about what's going on over at Vientiane Makeup, and I've also sensed that someone may have hacked the company's money, but the mountains are so high and the emperor is so far away that I can't investigate it closely. I also suspected Zhang Yuanfang, but there were no flaws in the financial statements he submitted, which made me give up on continuing the investigation. I think that's exactly why Ran never caught Zhang Yuanfang. To be honest, Ran and I have a common problem, and that's that we always want proof of what we're doing, but Zhang Feng isn't. In his opinion, as long as I suspect that you have a problem, that's enough, the proof I can get from your mouth. No, wait, Su Tung. Soldier Wang was directly numb. It sounded like Su Wanxiang was explaining it to him, but why was he getting more and more confused? No, that Zhang Yuanfang is so perfect in everything he does. How did Mr. Zhang suspect him? Before he could ask, Su Wanxiang answered him in the next second. Old Wang, do you think that the vice president in charge of finance who can cheat female employees into bed and open the back door for them in the company will be very disciplined not to touch other red lines? Or do you think, with his yearly salary and bonuses alone, can he damn well afford to keep so many mistresses and lovers? People, 7 emotions and 6 desires. He Zhang Yuanfang can't even control his own desires. How can he manage his desires when he sits in the position of vice president? I suppose that's why my son-in-law firmly suspects him. Holy, to be honest, old Wang felt like his CPU was burning. Mr. Su so explained that we understand a little that Mr. Zhang at that time, how much brain can turn to think Su Dong is also outrageous enough, which can guess Mr. Zhang's thoughts. There's nothing to see here on the surface. No wonder Su Dong is the leader, I am the driver. No wonder Mr. Zhang was able to capture Missy's heart. The explanation of the same meaning was also given to Su Youran by Zhang Feng. After returning home and cuddling with Su Youran for a while, Zhang Feng took the initiative to bring up the matter of firing Zhang Yuanfang. Indeed, if he didn't mention it, Su Youran wouldn't ask him why. But trust was all mutual, and Su could hand over the company's general chapter to Zhang Feng without asking why. Zhang Feng would also explain what he thought and did to her without any concealment. It's like the words Su Youran said earlier. There were times when she wanted to know, but she wouldn't ask. Zhang Feng knew her habits, so he would take the initiative to have to tell her of his own accord. At this moment, Su Youran was snuggling in Zhang Feng's arms. Zhang Feng caressed her head and said in a gentle tone, Alright, it's not that our Mr. Su is stupid for not being able to see that there's something wrong with Zhang Yuanfang. It's that he's hiding too much, and I didn't see it until I learned that he was keeping a lover. My Ran is the smartest, just trying too hard to talk about evidence this time. Hearing Zhang Feng's words, Su Youran pouted her red lips slightly shyly. How is it that even if I was a little upset just now, Stinky Zhang Feng found out? Su Youran to the company will start to investigate the problem of stealing food. But Frozen did not find Zhang Yuanfang this big fish. She did get a little upset when she just heard Zhang Feng's explanation. I'm not happy that I'm so stupid that I can't even spot the food thief when he's right there. Unhappy that this matter cannot be handled well by himself and also Zhang Feng has to bother his brain to solve it. But Su Youran masked her emotions to cover up very quickly. She thought how Zhang Feng would not notice it. Zhang Feng is really so gentle and smart. The sudden comfort made Su Yuran's heart flutter with dear. The fact that Zhang Feng had disposed of Zhang Yuanfang made her feel grounded again. She obviously only lays salted fish at home. The company stealing the most food was pulled out by Zhang Feng. Su Yuran's heart warmed as she smiled wanly. If I'm not mistaken, the name of this feeling is security, right? After half a minute, she lifted her face, which was buried in Zhang Feng's arms and snickering, and stretched out her white arms to encircle Zhang Feng's neck. A touch of cascara sagrada on her cheeks moved. Su Youran lightly bit her red lips and looked at Zhang Feng's side face with starry eyes like waves. Immediately after, she smiled playfully and came to Zhang Feng's ear. Her lips slightly open was a pleasant and soft voice. Hey, Stinky Zhang Feng, I just thought about it carefully. Ow. Since my boyfriend, future husband, is so good, so it's no big deal if I'm a little stupid? I can be the arrogant Miss Su of Wanxiang, and I can be the high cool president Su Youran of Wanxiang Color Cosmetics. Actually, it's possible to be the little twerp who hangs around her man. Chapter 91, Smell Your Sister's Body. Does it smell good? Good guy. Zhang Feng directly good guy. Let's say what man can refuse such a delicate confession? Not to mention that at this moment, he could glance over his head and see the faint pink color on Su Yuran's cheeks. Whether it's a little twerp or not is put to one side. It's a charming little leprechaun anyway. Zhang Feng spoke softly with a light smile, and his palm subconsciously wrapped around Su Yuran's slender waist. Feeling embraced, Su Youran sucked in a breath of cool air and hurriedly clutched Zhang Feng's hand to interrupt his next step. Zhang Feng, wait. Then he lightly bit his red lips and spoke softly in a tone full of favor. Let's go eat first and get our bellies full. I've got soup and chicken in the pot. Don't let it get cold later. Besides, we need to eat to be strong. What? Zhang Feng thought he didn't intend to do anything. I just hugged Su Youran when I missed her. That's not too much, is it? How is it that with one of his flat A's, this chick handed over all her moves? You need to eat to be strong? You have the strength to do. What? Zhang Feng realized the meaning of Su Yuran's words after he froze for a moment, and for a while he was in tears. He really didn't mean that just now. But when he was about to open his mouth to explain, he saw Su Youran looking at him with long curved eyelashes and big watery eyes. This gesture is like a budding flower in March. Delicate, waiting to be picked. Zhang Feng dared to pat his chest and guarantee that he really planned to rest tonight. But now that he saw this scene, he thought, he's still young, so it doesn't seem to matter much if he rests or not. Thinking of this, Zhang Feng sucked in a breath of cool air and held back the words that came to his mouth as he turned his words around. Yeah, come on, let's hurry up and go eat. Seeing Zhang Feng nodding his head, Su Youran let out a long breath of fragrant air. Fortunately, stinky Zhang Feng agreed. In fact, the current Miss Su was really hungry because she had been working in the kitchen all afternoon. The chicken was the half left over from Song Ling's last visit, so she thought to give it a stew. But you're so delicate, you can't touch the spring water. Even though Miss Su was not delicate, she was always unskilled, and she studied it for a full afternoon. At this point she was really weak all over and she felt like if she didn't eat again, I'm afraid I won't even have the strength to move myself in a while. He. Okay, oh stinky Zhang Feng, let's go eat chicken quickly then. The next morning, Zhang Feng went out early to buy breakfast. He had asked last night, and Su Youran was ready to go to the office today. No matter how tired you were last night, you can't let your wife go to the office hungry, right? But what shocked Zhang Feng was that when he pushed open the door of his house with his breakfast, Su Youran was already dressed and sitting on the sofa. What made his scalp more numb was Su Yuran's dress today. A little looser than a wraparound skirt, the gray skirt covered the base of the thighs and wrapped around the perfect long legs were the simplest of black stockings. She appeared to have just showered, and her hair still had a trace of undriedness, but it was particularly nice and tousled. Snow-white necklace with glittering reflections around the neck, and flesh all over the body where there should be flesh. She was quietly here and there, like a noble and holy snow lotus on a high mountain. In fact, many people wear this way, but Zhang Feng is just a gaze. My wife, this is too temperament, right? He subconsciously swallowed and laughed. Mr. Su, I thought you were going to get some more sleep. I didn't realize it was up and packed so fast. Upon hearing this, Su Youran smiled wanly. It's not like you don't know I'm a light sleeper. I actually woke up as soon as you left from the comforter. After all, who can't feel suddenly insecure? Was that meant to be an aside that Zhang Feng felt safe when he was around? We don't know where Miss Su learned her words, but they are really useful to Zhang Feng. Hearing her say that, Zhang Feng directly grinned. Kind of flattered Ran. So you're flattered? What's the point of being flattered last night? Su Youran thought subconsciously, but on second thought, she slightly curled her red lips. Of course she knew that her outfit today was poking at Zhang Feng. A woman's gotta look good for herself. Why else would she dress like that? Now that I'm dressed, how can I not tease my little man? Seeing that Zhang Feng was about to get up and go to the kitchen to prepare the dishes, Su Youran hurriedly opened her mouth. Ugh. Stinky Zhang Feng, you wait. It seems like I've got worms in my eyes. Why don't you come over here and blow me? If it was on a normal day, Zhang Feng would have specified that he would have thought, where did this house get the bugs? But it was Su Youran who said this, and he pressed on without thinking much, directly rushing to her side. Which eye? Into the bug? Which eye? Su Youran playfully opened her eyes wide and spat out her tongue. Okay, fooled you. After saying that, she deliberately ruffled her hair, giving off a charming aroma. I just took a shower. Does it smell good? Zhang Feng slightly stunned. Was Su Youran top imperial sister temperament full open such a question? To be honest, he was a little overwhelmed. He just felt a little thirsty and nodded somewhat mechanically. Fragrance. Hearing this, Su Youran nodded with satisfaction, then reached out and hugged Zhang Feng. Then come and smell your sister's body. Does it smell even better than this? According to Zhang Feng, 2 people get up time. Normal dinner out should be 8 o'clock to the company, but Su Youran's Audi R8 didn't arrive until 8:30 p.m. We can't say exactly what it is, and we can't write about it. Zhang Feng didn't go to the office, but got out of the car right at the company's main entrance. He headed straight for the security booth to find Daffy Lee. Daffy, just now Mr. Su said you went to sign up for driving lessons today. I don't happen to have anything to do, so let's go together. Zhang Feng really didn't have any desire to learn a driver's license before, but now it's different. He feels that we should really be a big man driving when we go out on weekdays. It's cool to always be carried by your wife, but it's kind of uncharacteristic, and why not learn it and make your wife happy? Hearing Zhang Feng's words, Li Dafei, who stood pensively in front of the security booth, smiled nervously. Okay Feng, it's just as well. I'm afraid I won't be able to learn well if I go with a clueless face. At that moment, a voice also came from not far away. Feng? Daffy? What are you guys talking about here? Where to? Where are you going? Why don't you take me with you? Without turning his head to look, Zhang Feng knew that this was Mo Shui. Daffy Lee replied with a silly scratch on the back of his neck. Brother Ugly, me and Feng are planning to learn how to drive today. Good guy. As soon as he heard to learn to drive, Mo Shui can come to the Spirit. You know, the nearest driving school that is close to the company is also close to the university town. Hiss, is it possible that there are so many gentle and lovely sisters there? The main thing is that going out with Feng is not considered absenteeism. Feng, Mo Shui just passed over his aggrieved eyes and received a brain crash from Zhang Feng. Come on, no need to go down the list. Take you with me. With the understanding of this kid, Zhang Feng felt that the next absolute is to cry and wipe the nose a set of processes. Early in the morning, let's just try to avoid being grossed out, shall we? So then, 10 minutes later the three called a drop straight to Songcheng Tingfei Driving School, and just as he arrived at the entrance of Tingfei Driving School, Mo Shui's eyes went straight. Chapter 92. The start of a civilian front-drive vehicle requires. It wasn't that he had seen any extremely beautiful women. What shocked him was the old granny he had just brushed past. Mo Shui swallowed hard and poked Zhang Feng's arm. Feng, did you hear that just now? Holy, this driving school hides crouching tigers. This granny actually knows beatbox? And it's played so well. It's really opened my eyes to the knife pulling my ass. A beatbox? Zhang Feng snapped his head back and glanced at the grandmother's back. Then he tugged Mo Shui to leave quickly. Mo Shui was in a daze when Zhang Feng's words resounded in his ears. What beatbox? She's getting dandelions in her mouth. Go away, don't disgrace yourself here. It's no wonder that September and October are the season for dandelions. As the people who came over to learn how to drive in Wanxiang color, Zhang Feng and Li Dafei were facilitated. Usually students pass subject 1 and then practice, and possibly brush up on their driving lessons, but Zhang Feng and Li Dafei don't have to. They can practice while waiting for the subject 1 test, and the driving school manages the hours. Even the instructors are individually assigned to them by the driving school. Of course, it was also possible that Su Youran had greeted him in advance. At this moment, the coach who had demonstrated was respectfully talking to Zhang Feng's trio. Mr. Zhang, Mr. Li, that's about it for this subject too. It's actually quite simple. So I'll take you on separate runs next? The coach's posture was low. He couldn't forget what the driving school principal had told him last night. Damn, tomorrow put away your usual habit of asking for cigarettes and money, and change your habit of spouting feces with your mouth. This is the trainee that Mr. Su, the president of Wanxiang Makeup, personally called and explained to teach properly. If you can't serve it well, just get out of here. That's why he's even careful about what he says. Zhang Feng also saw his discomfort and patted his shoulder with a slight smile. Okay buddy, go rest. It doesn't matter much if you're here or not. I can drive, and the hangdog kid has a license, so we'll just practice on our own. Practicing on your own? What if something happens? Oh, boy, but it's also not okay to yell. I can't feel at ease here either. Mr. Jiang. The coach had just opened his mouth when Zhang Feng tugged on his coat. Zhang Feng pointed at Li Dafei and smacked his lips with a slight frown. Coach, I'm not going to lie. My brother doesn't have a good temper. A little bit of anything on a regular basis just makes you want to swing at people. Of course he won't beat us up. After all, we're all good buddies. But today he met you for the first time. Hiss. Looking at Li Dafei in the direction Zhang Feng was pointing, the driving school instructor couldn't help but suck in a mouthful of cool air. Ghost, if this NM sandbag-sized fist gives me a hit, let's not even talk about whether or not you can stay in driving school. It's a matter of whether or not you can stay on Earth, isn't it? He shrank at the thought. Mr. Jiang, then you must be safe. Be sure to call me anytime if anything happens. It's true that driving skills don't regress and get forgotten, but this driving test is not the same thing as that. In his previous life, He had a certificate. Zhang Feng was not arrogant, but seriously ran a few laps to ensure that there was no problem and handed the car over to Li Dafei. In about an hour, Daffy Li got acquainted as well. In fact, the real thing with Heart is still quite simple, although Li Dafei is a bit naive, but he listens. At 11:15, the trio then rested on the sidelines with drinks brought over by the coach. Li Dafei also laughed nervously and raised his question. Brother Feng, I think this car is too slow. Really? It's nothing like the drag racing videos on the short video. How can I drive my car faster? Drive the car fast? Just don't mind the gas money or the car. Just stand up and pedal like you're driving a shared car and you're done. Zhang Feng replied to Li Dafei as he did, while Mo Shui came to his senses. He raised an eyebrow and hemmed and hawed. Daffy, you know that, don't you? There are cars affected by horsepower. He is bound to not go fast. And there's actually a trick to achieving the ultimate in speed with this civilian front-drive car. Here, come over here and I'll show you. Hearing Mo Shui's words, Li Dafei became interested and foolishly followed. Mo Shui laughed as he walked. This civilian front-wheel drive start. Need to grasp the left foot at the critical point of the clutch, so as to have better grip. With that, Mo Shui was about to get up and get into the car, but the next second he directly received a kick from Zhang Feng. Feng, ouch, what are you doing? In the next second, Zhang Feng gave him a brain crash. What am I doing? What do you want? You really had the nerve to demonstrate to Daffy. Good man. Then I guess tomorrow the coach should ask, what do you mean you're giving me $20,000 for an engine at $10,000 a pop? Save your breath. You think you're making a movie here? Well, I really wouldn't. Mo Shui sardonically shrugged his shoulders and went to return to the pavilion to sit down, but he misjudged the distance and directly sat on his butt. Hiss. It wasn't the sound of anyone sucking in cool air, but the sound of Mo Shui's pants falling apart. The fiery pain on his ass directly made Mo Shui grin. Ouch. Bad luck. Really bad luck. I can't even sit on a stool today? Being Li Dafei directly lifted up to stand up. Mo Shui, face full of frustration, rubbing the buttocks, are really bad luck. But this moment when his eyes met with a long-haired, flowing beauty under the next pavilion, Mo Shui suddenly felt that his buttocks didn't hurt anymore, nor was he unlucky. He stared with wide eyes and an incredulous, excited face. Feng, Daffy, look at the pavilion across the street. That long-haired babe in the tracksuit just looked at me. Do you guys think she could be into me? What's going on? Li Dafei didn't know anything about this, so he just kept his mouth shut. But how could Zhang Feng hold back from disliking Mo Shui? No, you're quite the clown when you're called ugly brother on a regular basis. Don't think about it, brother. You just fell on your ass and people are interested in you? That girl has to be so desperate, right? I think she's laughing at you, right? Zhang Feng would never allow his good brother to turn into a Puxing man, and directly poured a cold water on Mo Shui. He thought that he would make Mo Shui awake, but what he never expected was that the boy Mo Shui shook his head. No, brother Feng, can I still not tell if that look is meant to be mocking? You can trust me, those were definitely adoring eyes on her. When you think about it, it makes sense. God is fair. I fell for no reason. He immediately made up a sweet love for me. No problem. Zhang Feng raised his eyebrows fiercely. He actually didn't know how to refute Mo Shui for a moment. He let out a long sigh and shrugged. Never mind. That wouldn't help him sober up. Anyway, it's only one day in this driving school. It's all the same thing if you see it or not in the future. So just revel in it. But in the next second, Mo Shui's eyes that Zhang Feng glanced at exploded with refined light. Following his gaze, Zhang Feng suddenly realized that the long-haired beauty mentioned in Mo Shui's mouth was actually walking straight towards the side. Chapter 93, Little Brother. Let's go to your house for a drink. Feng, see what I'm saying? She just has her eyes on me. She's coming over here to ask for my contact information. Ho, 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 spring is here for singles. Mo Shui's excited words echoed in his ears, and Zhang Feng subconsciously glanced at his pants that had torn a large hole. He also took a look at the little girl who was walking in a flutter, and couldn't help but frown slightly. Could it be that this girl is good at this? At the critical moment, Li Dafei, who had been silent all this time, opened his mouth naively. Brother Mo Shui, I'm really not hitting you, haha. I don't know love, but I have eyes. I think it's more likely that even if that girl came to ask for contact information, she came to see Feng. Li Dafei's words did not make Mo Shui feel a little unbalanced in his heart. There's no way around it. The facts are in front of us every day. Just by comparing his looks with Jiang Feng's, one really couldn't unbalance him. This is the same as a monthly salary of 5,000 to see other people make 8,000 a month may be unbalanced, but see a monthly salary of 500,000 will not. That is just envy. Mo Shui and Jiang Feng's looks were the same, one heavenly and one underground. There was nothing to be unbalanced about. But this in no way affected the idea that at this moment Mo Shui was firm that this girl was here to find herself. No, 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 Daffy, if she's here for Fong, then I wouldn't have locked eyes with her just now. I am firmly certain as well as certain that this girl is designated to come to me. The truth was just as Mo Shui had guessed. The girl did approach him directly, and happily exchanged V-mails with him. This scene gave Li Dafei a hard frown. My mother's words don't count anymore? My mother may have said that love usually begins with a face. Girl, wait a minute. You've got the wrong person, right? Shouldn't you be looking for Brother Feng? Seeing Li Dafei, who had a dumbfounded expression, Mo Shui let out a long sigh and patted his shoulder with an indebtedness. Daffy, this whole karma thing isn't that simple. Hey, you can't stop this love when it comes. Wow, this is a steel wire for me from the Moon Lord. Mo Shui opened his cell phone in a hurry, and immediately he was about to get into the chat with the girl. But when he saw the message from the girl on the other end of the chat box, his whole body was as if he was petrified. Little brother, can you give me the contact information of the white, super handsome boy next to you? He was simply so good looking that I was too embarrassed to just pipe in and ask for it. Mo Shui, I'm really unlucky, aren't I? Can't you go to Li Dafei about this? This big guy looks like a fool who can help you. It was evening, 5 o'clock, and the president's office of Wanxiang Makeup Company, Zhang Feng, who came back to the company and rushed to the top floor, was already cuddling with Su Youran. What's the matter? You've been rubbing the steering wheel all day and you can't come over and rub your wife's slender waist? Snuggled in Zhang Feng's arms, Su Youran was like a clingy kitten. Hey, stinky Zhang Feng, did you miss me? How's the practice going? Doesn't it feel pretty easy? Zhang Feng pinched Su Youran's scarlet cheeks. It's been a day of nothing but practicing and thinking about you. So, given that I'm practicing well plus missing you extraordinarily when I don't see you for a day, I've decided to skip the next few days and just practice the day before the test. Hearing this, Su Youran froze. Stinky Zhang Feng means he's already sure he can pass the exam? How can that be? It's only the first day. Su Youran subconsciously wanted to persuade Zhang Feng to go back to practicing for a few more days, but she violently lost her concentration. Appearance. It's true that little Maple didn't talk big to me. Every night he says a couple times is a couple times and it's never more than that. Thinking of this, Su Youran's neck puffed a layer of pink. Aha, how do I get into everything now? Forget it. If he thinks it's okay, then I think it's okay. I believe he's got a good grasp of it. Thinking of this, the slightly petulant Su Youran turned her words around and brought up her own matter. Being sure that's good. Zhang Feng, tell you something. Oh, I'm going back to Jinghai later. Anan. My mom called and said it's important for me to come back. I expect to be back tomorrow, so will you be home by yourself tonight? Zhang Feng returned with a slight start. Since the matter is important, I'll accompany you back. It's just as well to stop by and meet my aunt and uncle as well. Zhang Feng was open-minded. Anyway, sooner or later he would have to meet Su Youran's parents. Although I don't have much capital yet, it shouldn't be too much of a problem to be sweet-talked and behave well. However, when she saw Zhang Feng's reaction, Miss Su laughed quietly. You're that anxious to meet my parents, stinky brother? Are you afraid I'll be taken by someone else halfway across the country? As the saying goes, sincerity is the greatest surefire way to kill, and Zhang Feng felt that there was nothing wrong with being truthful. How can I not be afraid of this? My family Ranran is so beautiful that her suitors are lined up from Songqing to Jinghai. Of course, it's just a little bit of instinctive fear, and the main reason I want to go is, meet with your parents early to make sure they're okay with it, and then what? Try to meet them early and get you married early. Seriously, the words marry you are the most beautiful words in the world. This also made the Su Youran at this moment suffocated her little face red. Even her tone was no longer the high-end language just now, and became glutinous and soft. Okay, I'm not going to run off with someone else and my parents won't have a bad attitude. Zhang Feng, just don't worry. Us being together is our business. It doesn't have much to do with my parents. Besides, my mom would definitely like you. The problem could only be with my dad. While it's true that it's a shame that the old man won't be coming to the wedding, that's only a little bit of a shame. What about me coming home this time? It's mostly because my mom has something to tell me, and my dad's at work, so you can't even see him, much less know his attitude. What I'm thinking is that if we go back together, then my mom will be so happy to see you that she might want to keep us in Jinghai for a long time. It would be better for me to go back on my own. I'll take care of things quickly and be back tomorrow. Then we'll continue to live as a couple. How do you feel? At 6 o'clock, downstairs in the company, Zhang Feng looked at the Audi R8 slowly leaving the company. He felt that Su Youran said reasonable, and he was afraid that this thing is really particularly important. He rashly followed along while also let Su Youran's mother anxious hands and feet. So I just stayed in Songqing. It's just one night anyway, so I'll sleep by myself. Zhang Feng let out a long breath and prepared to go home, but a familiar voice came. Hey, buddy, hey, are you free tonight? You and me have a drink? Zhang Feng followed the source of the sound and found Su Dong sitting on the boracar. Elder brother Su? Drinking? Why don't you stop drinking? Ran has returned to Jinghai. I'm not a good drinker. She should be worried about me if she knows I'm secretly drinking. Su Wanxian, brat, spreading dog food with your old husband here? If Ran hadn't gone back to Jinghai, would I have dared to come here to drink with you so openly? Su Wanxian thought sardonically, then stepped out of the car and patted Zhang Feng's shoulder. It's okay, I'll explain to Ran if there's a problem. If you're really afraid that Ran is worried, I've got all the wine with me. Let's go buy some kebabs on the side of the road later and go straight to your house for a drink. Old Su can think too thoroughly. The daughter was called back to Jinghai by his own wife. Such a good opportunity. He must have a drink with his son-in-law to cultivate his feelings. On the other hand, Su Youran, who was preparing to get on the highway, was talking to her mom, Li Shu, on the phone. Mom, you really don't care about me at all right now. I've been having an aunt for the past 2 days, and you're in a hurry to call me back to Jinghai. Hey, why don't you tell me? What is it that makes you so anxious? Su Youran simply complained, but Li Shuran on the other end of the phone went numb. Wait a minute, girl. What? Are you on your period? How do you get an aunt when you're pregnant? The more Li Shu thought about it, the more wrong it became, but finally she was sure of one thing. Su Youran had no reason to tease her, so it was Su Wanxian's intelligence that was wrong. Come on, no need to come back and dissect it in person. Problem solved. My daughter is not pregnant. Thinking of this, Li Shu sighed a long breath, and then thought of Su Youran coming to her aunt's body is not comfortable, and gently opened her mouth. Sorry babe, didn't realize you weren't feeling well. Ugh, it's nothing really, it's just that mom misses you. Since you're not feeling well, don't come over, baby, and go back to Zhang Feng's place to rest first. We'll talk about coming back in a few days when we're better. Upon hearing this, Su Youran was instantly delighted, her beautiful eyes shining brightly. So it's just that mom misses me. This is not open, the video can solve the matter. Thinking of this, Miss Su, who had left for a while and then wanted to think about Zhang Feng, opened her mouth playfully. Mom, then I won't go back to Jinghai. If you miss me, I'll call you at night with a video. After hanging up the phone, Su Youran signaled Zhang Hongyan to turn around and go home, while anticipating in her heart, Hey, stinky Zhang Feng will be super surprised to see me home, right? Chapter 94, Mr. Su, you know my dad? I'll hurry back in a minute. Knock gently on the door and then surprise stinky Zhang Feng. Fantasizing in her mind about meeting Zhang Feng, the corners of Miss Su's mouth involuntarily rose an octave. Come on, that kind of thing is something to look forward to just thinking about, right? When she smiled, it was as if the air around her was a few degrees sweeter, and the smile naturally fell into the eyes of Zhang Hongyan, who was driving, and she joked, Mr. Su, as the saying goes, you marry your wife and forget your mother. I'd like to think now that that applies to women as well. No, auntie wants you, you don't care. You only think of hurrying to Mr. Zhang to sweeten the deal. There's that analogy? Su Youran frowned slightly and glanced at Zhang Hongyan in a sly manner. Where's the don't care anymore? Didn't I say I'd call my mom on the video later? Secretary Zhang, you don't understand. You see, I might be returning to Jinghai after a while, so I can always look for my mom then. But right now, Zhang Feng and I are in the heat of the moment. Definitely upholding the guideline of not separating if we can and sticking together at all times. When you get to the heat of the moment in a relationship, there's no chance you'll go even further than I did. A hot date? Is that true? Zhang Hongyan is also a woman. Obviously she is more interested in this topic. Mr. Su, so how long will this hot period probably last? This question was asked to Su Youran. She really didn't know how long the hot love period would last. 1 year, 2 years, or maybe 6 months? It doesn't seem like the right answer either way. Miss Su quietly began to reminisce about the time she spent with Zhang Feng. Finally, after about half a minute of intoxication, the red lips rose slightly and said, I don't know about anyone else, but in my case, every day with Zhang Feng is a hot love period. Hearing this explanation from Su Youran, Zhang Xiying's eyebrows flew up. She was already hungry and was planning to meet a friend who was going to eat hot pot later. But now, she just felt propped up. Fondue? No. What kind of leader gets fed dog food to his face? If guilty, please let the law take its course against me, instead of being stuffed with a mouthful of rice. Okay? Songcheng City, downstairs of Zhang Feng's house. Zhang Feng naturally did not refuse the Su Dong drinking offer. It wasn't that he wanted to drink it, but he had a vague feeling that Su Dong, Su Lao brother seems to quack to understand his old man Su Wanxian. That's what we're saying. There's no harm in having a drink and talking to him, right? If we become good friends with him, we'll have someone to help us convince our father-in-law. In that case, wouldn't there be a better chance of taking down Uncle So? So he went home with Su Dong with a skewer of white wine. But after arriving home, Zhang Feng realized a problem. There are no clean cups left in the house that can be used for Su's oldest brother. So Sex Jiangfeng let Su Dong first stay at home. He went downstairs to buy, carrying a set of cups specially bought for Su Dong from the store to go home. Jiang Feng's eyes suddenly lit up. What? An Audi R8? Isn't this Ran's car? As expected, the next second, Jiang Feng saw Su Youran walking down from the car. Seeing this, Jiang Feng hurriedly accelerated his steps. Su Youran locked the car to jog up the stairs. She can too much want to put into the arms of Jiang Feng. Immediately kind of. But her remaining light inadvertently glanced at Jiang Feng, who was walking quickly towards her. Suddenly, Su Youran's petite body shook, and after freezing for 2 seconds, she burst into laughter. Little Jiang Feng, you're actually here. Come over here and give your sister a hug. After seeing Jiang Feng, Su Youran was still like a high-cooled female president. He hurriedly greeted Jiang Feng with a few steps and jumped into his arms. At the end of the day, there are no absolutes in this world, and no one is an absolute high roller on the surface. To Su Youran, the high spirits she displayed on weekdays was nothing more than the fact that she couldn't be interested in much of anything. In the end, she is just a little arrogant young lady in her 20s. It's natural to pounce and cuddle when you see things and people you like and are interested in. The beauty was in his arms. The fragrance and softness came. Jiang Feng also unconsciously also smiled. Can anyone really say no to trotting in to hug their girlfriend? Mr. Su, does this mean that you don't need to return to Jinghai today? An old brother came to drink with me at home, and I came down to buy him a set of cups. At those words, Su Youran handed Jiang Feng a flavorful look. So happy. Of course I don't have to go back. Actually, my mom isn't doing anything at all. Just saying she misses me a little. Just give her a video tonight. But Jiang Feng, why are you still asking people to come over to the house to drink? Su Youran didn't really care about the fact that she left Jiang Feng on the front foot and then found someone to drink. Men, alright, drink some wine seems to be no big deal. As long as not like their own alcoholic father Su Wanxiang is every day soaked in the wine pot on the line. And she wasn't blaming it on coming home to drink, but was simply puzzled. Hearing this, Jiang Feng smiled gently and reached out to help Su Youran smooth her somewhat messy hair that had rubbed against her in his arms. It's not that I can't hold my liquor for fear of making you worry if I get drunk outside. So I just asked Su Lao to come over to the house to drink. Alas, yes, Ran. This Su old brother and Uncle Su's relationship is very good. You should also know him. His name is Su Dong. Su Youran snorted out a laugh. Not called Su Dong? What kind of abstract name is this? He's also on good terms with Su Wanxiang. And Dad still has this friend? Su Youran couldn't remember this figure even after thinking about it for a full minute. Jiang Feng, what are the characteristics of this Su Dong? To be honest, this question really asked Jiang Feng. He did not really want to know what characteristics of this Su Dong. Ran. If we're hard-pressed to say what characterizes elder brother Su, I think it's supposed to be the tide? He's hip, very hip, too hip, with semi-permanent sunglasses and a big vertical back. Not only the name is abstract, and this costume is so abstract too? Su Youran was puzzled, but didn't doubt the behavior of Su Dong. After all, the main focus of my own dad, Sawani, is an abstract. As the saying goes, people gather in groups, things are divided into groups. Fish looking for fish and shrimp looking for shrimp. Well, Pops have this kind of friend is also reasonable. But thinking of this, Su Youran frowned again. No, this Su Dong variety is too abstract. It's almost more abstract than Su Wanxiang. How can anyone be more abstract than Pops? That must be an interesting person, right? Come on Jiang Feng, let's go upstairs. By the way, you tell me about how you met. At Jiang Feng's home, Su Wanxiang was sitting on the sofa with his legs crossed. Or that I could have caught the investment buzz back in the day? This opportunity that should be seized, I, old Su, am not letting go at all. That's right, Ran has returned to Jinghai. How can we not seize this opportunity to build a good relationship with our son-in-law? I deserve to be rich. I deserve to get this great son-in-law. The more Comrade Lao Su thought about it, the more pleased he became, and he couldn't even resist slapping at his own thighs. But the next second, the cell phone in his pocket vibrated. Chapter 95, No, you're buddies with your son-in-law? Holding a trace of doubt, Su Wanxiang pulled out his cell phone, slightly stunned. Lao Wang? He frowned slightly, his tone a little impatient as he answered the phone. Old Wang, I'm waiting to drink with Jiang Feng here. Let's talk about anything tomorrow. Tomorrow? Boy, the old Wang on the other end of the phone is anxious to die. Su Dong, I drop Su Dong, don't talk about it tomorrow. Run. It's a ing trap. Su Dong, I don't have time to explain to you now. Now immediately run at once and leave from Jiang Feng's house. Missy, eldest miss, she didn't return to Jinghai at all. She's already downstairs and is walking home with Jiang Feng. What? I'm running away now? Ran didn't go back to Jinghai at all? Downstairs? Ouch. At this moment Su Wanxiang's brain was buzzing, and his entire being was bad. Yes, he watched Su Youran's car leave the company and run in the direction of the tel. But the problem was that old Wang had no reason to make things up with him. Boy, if Ran found out that he took advantage of her absence to snub Jiang Feng here. Comrade Lao Su swallowed his saliva hard and hung up Lao Wan's phone with a backhanded fire. Every morning from the time a man opens his eyes to the time he leaves the house, 5 minutes is enough if he maximizes his speed. At this moment the old Su can be considered to have carried out this sentence to the extreme. He was so fast that it only took him half a minute to clean up. Jogging to the door, he didn't even bother to put on his shoes. He hurriedly picked up his traveling shoes and was about to push the door and pull his legs out. As a top-tier big brother, panic was panic. Su Wanxiang at the same time thought of his next escape route. Now Su Youran and Jiang Feng went upstairs. If he went downstairs directly, then he would definitely bump into Jiang Feng. So he was going to go upstairs and wait until he saw them enter the house before going down. Hat, mask, sunglasses, full gear. Well, the route is mapped out and everything is ready to run. In the next second, Comrade Lao Su opened the door of the room without thinking. He thought he would escape today's Shura with extreme reflexes and speed. But in the next second, he was almost scared over by Jiang Feng and Su Youran standing in the doorway. What's the matter, old brother Su? Got something urgent to do? Seeing the Su Dong who finished dressing, Jiang Feng opened his mouth in doubt. At the same time, Su Yuran's moon-like eyes implicitly surveyed the tightly covered middle-aged man in front of her, radiating a gust of strange luster. At this moment, Su Wanxiang was completely messed up, and his eyes under the sunglasses cover were frozen. No, Jiang Feng, Ran, let's say you guys are going up the stairs too fast, aren't you? Su Wanxiang swallowed hard and finally coarsened his voice line and replied stiffly. Ah, little brother. No, I think since your girlfriend is back, then it's fine if we drink at some other time, ha. I won't be here to interfere with your little couple's duo. I'll see you some other time, ha, little brother. Su Wanxiang at this moment would not give up any chance to run away, but before he could take a step, Su Youran, who hadn't said anything, stepped forward and stopped him. Su Youran laughed and smiled beautifully. You've made a drinking date with Jiang Feng. You can't cancel your plans just because I'm back? It's okay, you guys drink your food. I'll eat mine. We're not delayed. It's rare for Jiang Feng to bring a friend home for a drink. I can't be happier. At those words, the corner of Su Wanxiang's mouth twitched fiercely. Why the hell didn't I say that I had something just now? I say it's okay for the hemorrhoids to be burst by sitting on themselves. Old Su was completely at a loss for words. Through Su Yuran's expression he couldn't even guess if he had revealed himself. This is not to say that in the old Su's perception Su Youran does not recognize him. That is bull asterisk. How can a daughter not know her father? Mainly because he had this mask and sunglasses and duck-tongued hat that directly blocked his face from view. And his voice was purposely roughened up a lot. The clothes he wore were also very different from his usual style, and his temperament was not as serious as usual. Next, before Su Wanxiang could reply, Jiang Feng directly hugged his shoulders. Yes, old brother Su, you and Ran's father are good friends. What's there to be embarrassed about? Come back inside and sit down. Don't mention it, just make yourself at home. 5 minutes later, Su Wanxiang managed to sit back on the sofa after Jiang Feng and Su Yuran's gracious invitation. And sitting as the mistress of this home, Su Youran naturally went to the kitchen to clean up the dishes, leaving them to chat on the sofa. To give Jiang Feng face was one aspect. Wanting to take evidence was also one aspect. Su Youran didn't pack her things instantly, but dialed Wang Jun's phone. At this moment, Lao Wang is anxiously waiting for Su Wanxiang, who escaped from the cell downstairs. But when he took out his cell phone and realized that it was Su Youran calling, the whole person was not good. Missy? So Su Dong 80% is mailed? Old Wang swallowed hard before picking up the phone. Missy, you, Uncle Wang, tell me, what does Su Wanxiang want? Just how do you say it? There's always someone you recognize from ashes. Who doesn't know their own father? Not to mention wearing masks, sunglasses and hats, is to take a bandage to the whole body wrapped into a mummy. Su Youran could tell at a glance that this was his own abstract old man. She didn't directly poke Su Wanxiang because she wanted to see what he really wanted to do. Alas, Missy, since you're asking, it seems that Su Dong has fallen into the net. You don't blame Su Dong. In fact, he is thinking that he is afraid of not getting along well with Mr. Jiang in the future. Just decided to sneak into Pine City first to get to know each other. Su Dong's intention is still good. Originally, Su Youran thought that Su Wanxiang had run over to test Jiang Feng, but he didn't expect. When she heard old Wang's explanation, she instantly became even more angry. So, Pops has accepted Jiang Feng in his heart? Aha, then why don't you just tell me? And, if you want to have a good relationship with your son-in-law, do it. Can't you do it in a big way? Jiang Feng told me that the first time we met you asked him to call you elder brother Su. What do you mean? Come on, Sawani, that's a pretty abstract set of maneuvers. 5 minutes later, Su Youran numbly set up the dishes. While Jiang Feng was opening the wine, she turned her eyes to Su Wanxiang. You want Jiang Feng to call you brother, Su? What were you thinking? Don't you know there's a difference in generations? Well, you'd like to be called brother, wouldn't you? Ugh, Su, older brother. Don't tell me that at first glance you and my father are quite similar. It's just that my dad's company is so busy, working overtime all day long. Even to see if I'm doing well in Pine City is for the driver to see on his behalf. I hear you guys are good friends? I bet he's envious of your life where you have time to come out and drink with your friends. If this were an ordinary woman, she would have just shown her cards and nagged her father about how she could be a good friend to her son-in-law. But who is Su Youran? Would she let Su Wanxiang go so easily? It's absolutely impossible. Okay? At this moment, there was only one thought in Miss Su's mind. Chapter 96, How's your drink? Dad? Hey, Su Wanxiang. Not only am I not going to expose you, I'm going to play along, and I'm going to make you believe that I don't see who you are. Didn't you tell Jiang Feng to call you brother? Didn't you sneak over here to fool your son-in-law? Don't you play the abstractionist? Don't you recognize that Jiang Feng doesn't even tell me and makes me worry? I'm going to make you drunk in front of your son-in-law today to make a fool of yourself and cure you. Women are all born with a bit of camouflage, and when it comes to acting, Miss Su is definitely a good hand, for which Jiang Feng should have a deep understanding. When he heard his own daughter call himself Su Laogu, the corners of Su Wanxiang's mouth twitched hard, but in the next second, the eyes hidden under his sunglasses exploded with a brilliant light. Let's not talk about the name, but did Ran just say that I have been working overtime at the company? Oh ho! Is there a possibility that Jiang Feng told Ran that I'm at the company all day long and have absolutely no time to show up in Songcheng? Gu, I'm going to go. Listen to what Ran is saying. It seems like she didn't recognize me? Su Wanxiang sprouted this half-hearted guess of his own, and he decided to make sure again. So it was that old Su ended up with a coarsened voice and struck up a conversation with her own daughter. In all the Q&A that followed, Sawani got one message no matter what question he asked. That is, Ran justifiably felt that he must not show up in Pine City, and Su Youran's tone of voice sincere expression sincere, completely without the slightest problem. So in this moment, Su Wanxiang felt that he had gained a new life. Ran really didn't recognize me as her father? Old Su couldn't be happier. Doesn't seem too happy either. Jiang Feng opened the wine and sat down on the seat. Su Youran shallowly glanced at Su Wanxiang, heartily hummed. After taking the initiative to get up and pour a drink for each of the two men, she then lifted the cup of tea in front of herself. Elder Su, brother, you have such an ironic relationship with Jiang Feng, and you're my dad's good friends. Hey, come on, tea instead of wine. I'll toast you ha. When Jiang Feng and I have our wedding this winter, I'll definitely invite you for a wedding drink. You must come over then. You can't be absent. Good lord. These words almost made Jiang Feng's legs go limp and fall to the ground. No, mister. So, wait a minute. A wedding this winter? Didn't we say we'd be married in 2 years when we were resting in bed? How did it suddenly advance to this winter? Jiang Feng was a bit confused. And what made him a bit confused was that he always felt that Su Xiaonui's tone was more or less a bit of gnashing of teeth. In fact, not only was Jiang Feng confused, Su Wanxiang, who was sitting against them, was even more confused. I'm begging for a sack. What? Did Ran just say he's having a wedding this winter? Wouldn't that be right away? My daughter wants to marry herself off so badly now? Holy, good thing, goddamn good thing. Having a wedding and a license makes it legal to prepare for pregnancy. Hey, is it a grandson or a granddaughter? Knowing that a father is not like a daughter. After using just a few words, Su Wanxiang was already immersed in infinite fantasies, and in the next second, Su Youran skimmed her head to look at him again and continued to speak. Elder brother Su, then I'll go back inside to eat. By the way, you mustn't fill Jiang Feng with too much wine now. He's not a very good drinker. And, since we've been preparing for pregnancy lately, too much drinking can affect the quality. What's going on? Jiang Feng was completely confused. He was about to evolve into a problematic teenager. Mr. Su, Ran, my good wife, you actually have this plan? So nervous and so anxious to start tonight? Bloodbath. That's not a good habit. On the other side, the sunglasses mask was going to be unable to hide Su Wanxiang's excitement. Why don't we skip this drink and I'll just pour it down and let Ran and my son-in-law go straight back to the house? Preparing for pregnancy? This is too much information. Su Wanxiang momentarily a bit unable to accept. Honestly, really don't blame Sawani. The daughter who has been an iron tree is preparing to get married soon? He'd have to be dumbfounded twice to get Jesus up out of his coffin slab. After doing this, Su Youran returned to the bedroom, deliberately leaving the door open a crack. What's worse for Pops than getting drunk in front of his son-in-law? Thinking of Su Wanxiang's drunken look, Su Youran felt abstract. Hey, she purposely hid into the house and purposely said that just because she was afraid that Su Wanxiang didn't drink much himself at the table, the old Su did not have to worry all the time about whether it would reveal itself, which would be a bit of a delay in the rhythm of his appearance. People drink the most when they are extremely happy and extremely depressed, and at the end of the year to get married to prepare for pregnancy. Su Youran is of course deliberately said to Su Wanxiang, listen. Of course, it's also possible that it wasn't just said to Su Wanxiang. At the dinner table, the glasses are pushed. Seeing his daughter back in the house, Su Wanxiang was on fire and took off his hat and mask straight away. With a wave of his hand, he downed 3 glasses of guojiao. Today he, Su Wanxiang, was happy and had to drink heavily. Come on, little brother, take a walk. Laughing to death, Zhang Feng is still waiting to give Su Dong to pour wine and then inquire about their old man's information, and indeed raised the wine glass. But the next second, Su Wanxiang sucked in a breath of cool air. But a little bit of wine is also good. So, I drink a cup, you sip. Today we brothers not drunk. Zhang Feng, who was holding a glass of wine, froze. No, there is such a good thing? Elder brother Su, this is what you said. You can't go back on your word. Su Youran, who was eavesdropping in the bedroom, clenched her small fists. Little brother, you too, Su Wanxiang, you really are. Forget it, at least you remembered that I just said Zhang Feng can't drink more. And so the drinking game, each with his own agenda, went on for 2 hours. The time came to 9 o'clock. Su Wanxiang was already trembling, but he still laughed nervously and put his hands on Zhang Feng's shoulders. Yawning with a drunken face, he gave a big wave after the high concentration of alcohol exhaled. Older brother, there's no need to ask. Su Wanxiang designated to recognize you as a good son-in-law. If he dares to say a single ing word of no, I'll just smack him with my big mouth. I'll let him whip himself all he wants. As soon as these words came out, Su Youran walked out from the bedroom. Well, it's all about smacking yourself in the face. Pops should be really drunk here. She slowly walked over to the table and clutched Zhang Feng's hand, handing him a flavorful look. Then she turned her beautiful eyes to glance at the royally drunk Su Wanxiang, narrowing her eyes and raising a wry smile. How's the drink, Mr. Sawani? Gu, you're not going to get drunk in front of your son-in-law here, are you? My God, there's no way someone can't drink their son-in-law, is there? Dad, you're simply too embarrassed, aren't you? To be honest, Zhang Feng is still on the side of thinking Su Dong drunk like this how to send him home. But Su Youran's 4 sentences directly made others stupid. He glanced at Su Wanxiang, who was already lying on the table, and then looked at Su Youran, who was smiling like a flower, and 10,000 old uncles ran wildly in his heart. Su Wanxiang? Son-in-law? Dad? No, Ran. Chapter 97. Give your hand to your sister and I'll show you something different. How could Zhang Feng not see the situation in front of him? So, this middle-aged man, the old brother Su in my mouth. His real name is not Su Dong. His name is Su Wanxiang. He's the chairman of the Wanxiang group. My girlfriend's real father. My future father-in-law? What the hell is going on here? Zhang Feng was in the middle of this shock when old Su, who had heard his own daughter speak, moved slightly. Ugh, Ran, why are you here? Didn't you go back to Jinghai? What are you and elder brother Zhang talking about here? I really don't blame old Su for talking back and forth now, mainly because he had just had too much to drink. I can't help it. I'm happy that my daughter is blossoming and getting married and preparing for pregnancy. Furthermore, fishing for such a capable son-in-law as Zhang Feng, Su Wanxiang, is jumping step by step into the hole that Su Youran dug for him. At this point, he was close to breaking. When he heard the 3 words Zhang loudly popping out of old Su's mouth, Zhang Feng felt even worse. Gu, Uncle Su, please shut your mouth quickly. Do you know that you're a junior? Zhang Feng was filled with helplessness as he softly opened his mouth to inquire. Uncle Su, you've had too much to drink. Let me help you go sit on the sofa for a while first. Even if he was extremely drunk, this Uncle Su shouted Su Wanxiang was smiling happily. In the next second, he wobbled and actually stood straight up. He first gave a naive smile to Su Youran who was standing on one side. Then he turned his eyes to Zhang Feng, reaching out his hand. He slapped heavily on Zhang Feng's shoulder and laughed cheerfully. Holy, good son-in-law, where is this going? I, Su Wanxiang, am happy today. Zhang Feng, do you know that Ran is usually lazy at home? Not to mention pouring the wine and setting the table and washing the dishes. She is but not getting out of bed whenever she can. Old Su, how to say this girl, do not listen. The result of the heavenly way there is reincarnation. The fact that you can make Ran's iron tree blossom is enough to make me, Old Su, admire you. I would never have guessed that you would still be able to get Ran to do this. Su Wanxiang more and more excited. The next second directly picked up the empty wine glass on the table and tilted his head to drink a cup of air cellar. He also pretended to wipe his mouth, then stared at Zhang Feng with a serious face. Not Old Su, I say. Ow. Zhang Feng, you kid is really good. Let's have a good time today. Just because you let Ran pour the wine and set the table and wash the dishes. I'll drink to this. You, feel free. I, Old Su, really admire you. Asterisk 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 asterisk. If it weren't for Ran Ran being here, I'd want to call you big brother. After saying that, Su Wanxian's eyelids fluttered and closed, and his legs went limp and he was about to sit down on the ground. Luckily, Jiang Feng's quick hands wrapped around him, holding Su Wanxian's shoulder. Jiang Feng realized that he had already fallen asleep. Seeing this, Jiang Feng let out a long, helpless sigh. Uncle Su, this big brother hasn't even been called yet. Why did you fall asleep? At those words, Su Youran snorted out a laugh. Well, the sad face of stinky Jiang Feng just now is actually this intention? I thought he was worried about something. It turns out that he didn't hear the old Su called big brother. It doesn't matter. We can ask Su to call in the morning. Thinking of this, Su Youran suddenly froze. No. This is clearly taking advantage of me. Fine stinking Jiang Feng, you're trying to take advantage of me. It took Jiang Feng and Su Youran a lot of effort to assist Su Wanxiang onto the sofa. At the same time, Jiang Feng really couldn't hold back the questions in his heart. Ran, so why is Uncle Su in Pine City? Didn't he miss you? Why doesn't he go to the office to see you himself if he's here? And have Uncle Wang visit you? Su Youran explained with a helpless shrug of her fragrant shoulders. Uncle Wang told me, my dad, is trying to get on good terms with you in advance. And then what? For best effect, he doesn't want you to know he's Su Wanxiang yet. It's not incognito and liberating nature of the whole outfit. Harm. When I was downstairs I thought, how can someone be more abstract than my old man? And now I kind of realize that it's not who surpasses him, it's that he surpasses himself. Jiang Feng wasn't a stupid person, he figured it out after a second thought. So what you're saying is that Uncle Wang didn't go to the office to see you at all. Rather, it's a message to both of us that Uncle Su is too busy to do anything, much less show up in Pine City. Holy, this is getting done in the abstract, isn't it? Seeing Su Youran nod, Jiang Feng could no longer hide the shock on his face. He sardonically skimmed his head to look at Su Wanxiang, having words on his lips that he didn't say after all. In the end, 1,000 words were held back and turned into Jiang Feng lifting his right hand and comparing it to Su Wanxiang's 6. But then the question came up, where to let Su Wanxiang stay tonight? On the couch? Then I guess we'll have to find him on the floor tomorrow. Jiang Feng searched. This old husband, no matter how old, 6 cannot throw people on the sofa. Eventually, he had a flash of insight to come up with a solution. Ran, how about this? Let Uncle Su sleep in the bed. And then why don't we get a hotel room and sleep together? To live in the bed? Su Youran vaguely smelled the smell of alcohol on Su Wanxiang's body and resented it. Her beautiful eyebrows frowned slightly, and she immediately shook her head into a rattle. No, we're all staying at home, so go back inside and wait for me. I'll set old Su up. Late at night at 10:30, Jiang Feng and Su Youran had already changed into their pajamas and were lying down on the bed. Thinking of Su Wanxiang who was still in the living room, Jiang Feng swallowed hard. Ran, are you sure Uncle Su will be okay sleeping like this? Oops, of course it's fine. I put a thick mattress underneath. It's as soft and comfortable as the bed, so I'm sure it's fine. Hearing this explanation, Jiang Feng was also relieved, but then his head buzzed and he was confused again. Ran, so you'll be bunking. So why were we working on who would sleep on the couch and who would sleep in the bed before? Why don't we just have one bed and one bunk? Hey! Su Youran's beautiful eyes suddenly shrunk, and she sat up straight in a moment. Right, why didn't I come up with the bunking trick back then? After pondering over it for several seconds, Su Youran came to a realization. Come to think of it, I didn't realize I had an extra mattress in the house at the time. This explanation, Jiang Feng also felt reasonable. When he and Mr. Su had only just met, but they weren't as close as they are now. She but specified that she was going to hit the floor whenever she thought she could, and surely she couldn't sleep under the same bed in a big way. After all, Jiang Feng thought, but before he could come out after all he felt the root of his thigh being pressed. Looking back, he realized that Su Youran had already sat on top of him. The two sets of pajamas are not too thin and not too thick, just enough to feel each other's temperature and that warmth. Ran, Uncle Su is still out there, don't you dash. Before Jiang Feng's words could fall he was pressed against his lips with a finger by Su Youran who leaned over and pressed against him. With her other hand, she made a shoe sign. It's not what you think. Give me your hand and my sister will show you something different. Chapter 98 must help Jiang Feng break his bad habit of not tearing the film. Jiang Feng is not to feel what? Mainly Su Youran directly clutched his hand AO. Just like that, the two of them clasped their fingers together, and Miss Su sat up straight at the same time. The slightly raised lips on her delicate face were slightly wry, and her moon-like eyes exuded a strange luster. Su Youran did not keep clutching Jiang Feng's hand, but loosened it, stretching his hand into a palm and stretching out her own hand to hold his wrist in position. Afterward, she once again bent down to Jiang Feng's face while guiding Jiang Feng's palm to where it should be placed. In the next second, A sweet with imperial voice rang in Zhang Feng's ears. Little Maple, if I hit the ground running the first night, are you just not going to be able to touch it? Warm and soft touch came from his palm. Zhang Feng swallowed hard. Indeed, if you hit the floor that day you won't be blessed with this hand, but the next morning, I should still go to buy steamed dumplings. 4, 5, 6 or 7 dumplings in one hand should be more or less the same. Zhang Feng jerked his head at the thought. What the hell am I thinking? Shouldn't the problem now be figuring out where Mr. Su learned all this? It doesn't seem right either. What's the point of figuring out where this was learned? Just have fun. Thinking of this, Zhang Feng suddenly realized, but he knew he couldn't indulge in tenderness. There was no way. Today's situation was different. Ran, uncle is sleeping outside. Let's get some sleep tonight, and we'll talk about it tomorrow night, okay? It's really not that Zhang Feng is afraid of noisy Su Wanxiang, and it's not a real gun that can't hit the sound. Mostly he felt weird that the old man was right outside. It was true. Not only Zhang Feng felt strange, even Su Youran felt strange. She was a little on top of things just now. After all, a certain aspect of the days when your great aunt comes over to stay will be stronger. In order to avoid this strange feeling, but also do not want to let Zhang Feng cannot help white and red out, Su Youran obediently lay back on the other side of the bed, but just as she lay down, she felt a little itchy again. It's always a shame not to tease your man when he's around. Alas, Zhang Feng, I just deliberately told old Su outside that we were preparing to get married and prepare for pregnancy. You were frozen. What were you thinking? Did you take it seriously? I'm on my 3rd day hero. I don't want to keep swallowing little Zhang Feng in my stomach. Su Youran is not a little girl anymore. She understands what she should understand. She knew that if this thing hadn't come out of nowhere, a few days ago in Zhang Feng, in fact, then as now, Su Youran was a little on top of things, but it was never so bad that her reason was defeated by desire. Yes, I'm sure I'll be shy, but I'm going to have to face it sooner or later anyway, so I might as well be generous. There is a love saying I am your woman. As long as you don't steal or rob or do anything heartless in the future, then I will always be your woman. But that doesn't really apply to the well-off Miss Su. For her, the middle words can be removed, thus turning the sentence into I am your woman. Then I will always be your woman. She trusts her vision that those things don't happen to the men she identifies with. So, if you've decided to be a man for life, is there any reason why you can't help him break his bad habits? Look at Zhang Feng, that cell phone film are dirty. Surely we must be thoughtful to help him change the habit of not tearing the film. The next morning, Su Wanxiang woke up in a daze. He braced himself to stand up straight and realized that he was actually sleeping in the living room of Zhang Feng's house. Su Wanxiang was dumbfounded and subconsciously touched his face. Masks? Sunglasses? Hot? All gone? At this moment, he couldn't calm down, desperately trying to recall what had happened last night. Fragmented fragments of memories flooded into his mind and spliced together, causing Su Wanxiang to viciously suck in a breath of cool air. Ran came out after Zhang Feng and I drank? What she asked me was, how's it going, Dad? That doesn't sound like she just recognized me then, does it? After sitting on the sofa in silence for 5 minutes, Su Wanxiang completely figured it out. He was afraid that he would be recognized as soon as he entered the house. When in danger, many people don't feel scared at the time, but rather afterward. Similarly, there are a lot of things that you can't figure out at the time, but afterward, if you think about it outside of the confines, you might actually figure it out. Of course, the many things above do not include math problems. This was the case with old Su at this time, and just now he captured many anomalous points upon careful consideration. For example, Su Youran is a bit overzealous. For example, when Ran called himself Su Laogu, he gritted his teeth a bit. These are all little details that Sawani just came back to me. After figuring everything out, Su Wanxiang let out a long breath. He himself was designated as being recognized, and he looked away, which was good, a little embarrassing but, damn, I was hugging Zhang Feng last night to shop Big Brother? Which is a little bit embarrassing. It's a good thing I didn't yell out in time to get drunk, or else. Old Su thought with simultaneous remorse and self-condemnation, and his cell phone vibrated. Picking it up, he realized that the caller was his own wife. Ugh, honey, just woke up. What's up? In the next second, Li Shu's cold tone came from the other end of the phone. Su Wanxiang, why didn't you answer the phone last night when I called you? Have you been fooling around with some fox friend again? Seeing these dozen missed calls, Su Wanxiang's heart was horrified. He hastily opened his mouth to explain. Honey, no, I got screwed by our daughter last night. Ran screwed you over? Well, Su Wanxiang, you deserve it. Hearing that old Su had been punished, Li Shu's anger subsided for the most part. She spoke faintly. Okay, I'm calling you about Ran too. Just the two of us weren't planning on it. I asked Ran to come home to see about her pregnancy. Hearing this, Su Wanxiang directly sucked in a breath of cool air. He snapped to thinking about Su Youran's comment last night about preparing for pregnancy. How could I be so stupid? Isn't this Ran's way of revealing the truth? Why is she preparing for pregnancy when she's pregnant? Thinking of this, Su Yuran wanted to give his stupid head a smack. Right, wife? Didn't we agree to ask Ran to go back to Jinghai? Why did she come back halfway? Do you realize what a mess this has made of me? Su Yuran waited with some grumbling to hear Li Shu's explanation, but in the next second, he noticed Jiang Feng, who slowly walked out from the house. Well, before Su Yuran thought, although he had behaved disgracefully last night, but at least we're elders, so it's not too embarrassing, right? But at this moment of seeing Jiang Feng, he realized that he was wrong, because he's the elder. He's even more embarrassed now. A simple glance between the two men made old comrade Su so confused that he lost his mind. And because of that, Su Yuran didn't even hear what Li Shu said next. He smiled weakly at Jiang Feng with a hard head, then picked up the phone. Okay, wife, let's leave it at that for now. Our son-in-law is up. We'll both stay a while. Chapter 99. Okay, I'll take Jiang Feng out to pretend. In the end, Jiang Feng wasn't someone without emotional intelligence. Naturally, he knew that last night was awkward, but he being the junior, this was his old man. Jiang Feng definitely had to take the initiative to cover up the embarrassment. With a slight smile, he graciously walked over to Su Yuran and sat down next to him. Good morning, Uncle Su. There's a breakfast store downstairs. What would you like? I'll go downstairs and get it. Seeing Jiang Feng's performance, Su Yuran really wanted to give him a thumbs up. Good boy. He doesn't expose others. Unlike my girl. Good. Su Yuran's heart was soothed and he patted Jiang Feng's shoulder approvingly. Elder Jiang Feng, I'll eat whatever I want. So feel free to bring whatever you want. Forget it, just plain white porridge. I drank some porridge in the morning to nourish my stomach after drinking last night. As the saying goes, late night wine is better than early morning porridge. Jiang Feng saw that Su Yuran appeared to be a bit unresponsive, so he didn't pull him into chatting much. Instead, he put on his own shoes and went downstairs to get breakfast. 5 minutes later, the washed-up Miss Su walked out of the house in style. Today she didn't wear any makeup, but her temperament was still intact, and she smiled quietly upon seeing old Su sitting alone on the couch. Yo, isn't this Mr. Su sober? How was your drink last night? Was it particularly penetrating? Why are you still letting your oldest brother go downstairs to get his own breakfast? Jiang Feng didn't joke about Su Yuran, but Su Youran dared to. Jiang Feng doesn't reveal shortcomings, but Miss Su reveals what can a daughter be embarrassed about to her father? Well, these 3 words directly made Su Yuran's old face red. He glanced at his daughter and rolled his eyes. Ran, don't be rude. Hearing this, Miss Su was not going to do it. Hey, is it me who's not big enough? Dad, I even recorded a couple little videos of you drinking last night. Why don't I show you and reminisce? See how you call yourself little brother? It's really worthy of being my Su Yuran's daughter. Playing hard to get. Old Su let out a long breath and replaced it with a sardonic smile. Ran, there's a saying, let bygones be bygones. We have to look ahead, right? Tell you what, as compensation, father promises you one thing. Just say the word and dad will do it for you, okay? Su Youran nodded in an unprecedented manner. Okay, then do my job for me. Dad, are you going back to Jinghai today? Ran agreed to this? You're so quick? Su Yuran is a bit unbelievable. When did my daughter become so good at talking? It was a little hard for him to believe, but he couldn't guess where the cat was in the bag, so he could only go along with Su Youran's answer. You can go back. You cannot go back. I'm not doing anything. I'll be back whenever you want me to. Ran. The father's spoiling of his daughter and his damned desire to survive is on full display here in Su Yuran. While Su Youran pursed her lips when she saw this. Okay, Dad. I'm not mad anymore. Actually, it's not a big deal. It's just that I want you to take Jiang Feng out for a spin today. Take Jiang Feng out for a spin? Su Yuran subconsciously froze. The next second he snapped back to his senses, and he grasped his daughter's strings. If it was shopping, then it should be Jiang Feng taking him, his old husband, out. But what if it was to expand his network and bring Jiang Feng to know some local bigwigs in Songcheng? To be honest, this was what Su Yuran had wanted to do. Come on, we're at least a big shot. There are only a handful of people in Pine City who can wrestle with us. It's not too much to ask to take your son-in-law out to show his face and make his presence felt. Not to mention, at least my Su Yuran's son-in-law in his 20s can act like a pussy if he wants to in Songcheng. Right? No problem. That's what I wanted to do originally too. Then it's settled. Today I'll take Jiang Feng out to pretend. Shopping. Seeing Su Yuran nod his head, Su Youran also let go of a matter on his mind. She was thinking about it before she went to bed last night. Surely she had to pit something from Pops. What's a good pit? In the end, she thought of asking old Su to take Jiang Feng out for a spin on this matter. It wasn't that Miss Su didn't have anything she wanted, but all she wanted was to help Jiang Feng ask for something. Many people who are immersed in love will think of others first. It's like the burning question. Now name 5 people you love? Did you forget to mention yourself? Of course, Ms. Su also has a love brain. What she wanted was actually quite simple. To allow Jiang Feng to have more capital. Su Youran thought that with the talent and thinking that Jiang Feng had shown, he would never spend all day in the company touching fish. She guessed that there must be something her man wanted to do. She knew that men were good at saving face, and many times Jiang Feng wouldn't be very willing to ask her for anything or demand anything even if he needed it. And this is the time when networking is especially important. By letting old Su take Jiang Feng for a stroll, at least it would be much easier for him to do what he wanted to do in Songcheng. Thanks Pop's Law. Should not say. This suddenly appeared a sentence of thanks can give Su Wanxiang froze. My daughter told me thank you. Dad, my daughter. Ran. I suddenly realized that you've changed quite a bit after being with Jiang Feng. At 7:30, Jiang Feng brought back xiaolong bao wontons and the white porridge that Su Wanxiang had ordered. The 3 of them gathered around the table and asked for breakfast. After seeing that her own father's breakfast was white porridge, Su Youran unconsciously frowned slightly. Weird scenes came to her mind, and it even felt like her mouth tasted a little weird. Suddenly, Miss Su held back her red face as she shook her head fiercely trying to shake the strange thoughts out of her mind. At the same time the heart began to condemn itself deeply. Su Youran, can you not be so dirty? It's plain porridge. Don't look at it and think about it, okay? Can you throw out the weird ideas? Su Youran, can you not be so shy? After a deep reflective review, Su Youran felt much more comfortable. Yeah, that's white porridge. No nonsense. But at this moment, old Su was smiling happily. There was a little hiccup with the drinking yesterday, but fortunately it was not a big problem, and now it's all sorted out. Hey, my son-in-law has a son-in-law, and my daughter doesn't blame me, so I'm happy with my life. Thinking about this, Su Wanxiang became hungry all of a sudden. Last night he had been indulging in drinking and hadn't eaten much meat at all, and he should have been hungry long ago. So, looking at the cup of porridge in front of him his eyes lit up. Ran, Feng, I'll eat first. I'm too hungry. You're welcome. What's so polite about your own daughter and son-in-law? Suck it. Su Wanxiang bashfully began to drink kanji. In the next second, Su Youran was directly uncomfortable. Heaven and earth. It really wasn't that she had a dirty mind. It was old Su's porridge drinking action that was too bashful. Immediately afterward, Miss Su covered her mouth and got up to run to the bathroom. Seeing this, Jiang Feng was directly dumbfounded. There is something wrong with this breakfast? How did it make Mr. Su regurgitate it? Uncle Su, I'll go check on Ran. After saying that, Jiang Feng similarly walked towards the bathroom, and Su Wanxiang, who was still at the dining table at that moment, sucked in a breath of cool air. Yes, that was the scene that day. My daughter is definitely pregnant. This is the same as Li Suk back then. Su Wanxiang knitbot because in Jiang Feng and stare at the pressure did not hear Li Shu explanation. At this time to see this scene, he's literally more convinced now than Pearl that he has grandchildren. Thinking of this, Su Wanxiang secretly sucked in a breath of cool air. Listening to Feng's words, it seems like he hasn't realized he's going to be a father yet? No, not only do we have to take him out later to pretend, but we have to remind him of this. Chapter 100, Uncle, why does this movie come with a number? Su Wanxiang thought sardonically as he sat at the dining table. After all, he hadn't heard Li Suk's explanation, so he was particularly firm in his suspicions. Ran must be having a baby. Otherwise, even if we say that the dry heaving on the phone last time was a coincidence, how do you explain the dry heaving this time? In the bathroom, Jiang Feng gently helped Su Youran pat her back. Mr. Su, what's wrong with this breakfast? Usually it's fine to eat. Why is it like this today? It's really no wonder Jiang Feng couldn't figure it out. After all, who's okay with associating white porridge with that? At those words, Su Youran, who had slowed down, handed Jiang Feng a sultry expression. To put it mildly, she was tempted to tell all that was on her mind, but on second thought, Miss Su still held back the words swirling at the corners of her mouth. No. Well, women can be dirty, but they can't just say it out loud. Thinking of this, Su Youran smiled playfully. Breakfast was fine. I just suddenly had a bit of trouble eating. Probably too oily from last night's meat. Right Jiang Feng, just in time to tell you something. Don't go to the office today. My dad wants to hang out in Pine City. Will you accompany him? Accompanying Su Wanxiang for a stroll in Songcheng? Jiang Feng sucked in a breath of cool air. Good lord, Isn't this a proper opportunity to present yourself in front of your old man? It has to be okay, Ran. After saying that, Zhang Feng raised an eyebrow at Su Youran. Ahem. One day I'll strive to keep Uncle Su company comfortably. At 7:15, Su Youran handed Su Wanxiang a rather meaningful look. With that, he tugged on Zhang Feng's coat and told him to go to the bedroom. After a simple kiss in the bedroom, she left the house to go to the office. At this moment, Zhang Feng and Su Wanxiang were the only two left in the room, and the atmosphere was slightly awkward. At the critical moment, Zhang Feng spoke stiffly. Uncle Su, where do you want to hang out? I'll get someone to drive over and pick us up. It couldn't be more embarrassing. It's the old man. You can be embarrassed for a moment, but you can be embarrassed for the rest of your life? Zhang Feng, face? I shucks, things outside the body. Don't bother your friend. Isn't my car parked downstairs? Come on, Feng, I'll drive you. As for where to go, haven't figured it out yet. Around wherever. Boy, Zhang Feng intended to let Zheng Yuan come over to pick up just because he didn't want to take Su Wanxiang's car. Not that he likes to stand up and step on the gas tank when he's driving, but, excuse me, let the old man drive with? Let the $10 billion conglomerate's old director drive with it? That's enough to make you sweat just to single out one. That. Let the group director's $10 billion old man drive with it. At this moment, Zhang Feng secretly felt that Su Xiaoniao was really right. This driver's license has to be tested. Okay, Uncle Su. It was sweaty, but Zhang Feng still agreed with alacrity. Not to mention the fact that Su Wanxiang had now put on his shoes and carried his keys with the intention of setting off. Besides, people have to learn to look at things from both sides. Old Su and big brother and old man. Let the driver is quite sweaty. Can be bold point. Isn't that a pretty cool thing to do? 10 minutes later, the Polaroid slowly pulled out of the neighborhood. Su Wanxiang drove the car full of vigor. Glancing twice at Zhang Feng sitting in the passenger side, he felt the need to express himself. Little Feng hurry up and take the driving test, then uncle will buy you a car. We'll buy whatever you like, as long as it costs money. Su Wanxiang is also really a bit anxious. Let's say Xiao Feng is not anxious at all. This 20-something years old, you hurry to get certified down. The family is not without conditions, right? Let's not sit in the office. Let's go out and drive a luxury car, right? At this age and not pretending. You won't be interested in this later. Of course, a driver's license is definitely necessary. Driving without a license is a pain in the ass. Well, it's kind of a pain in the ass no matter what you drive or how you drive it. Thank you, Uncle Su. We'll talk about it when the time comes. The first car in his life. Zhang Feng definitely wants to buy it himself. But now if he directly refuted Su Wanxiang's face is not too good, so he just put it off. But after saying that, Zhang Feng realized a hint of embarrassment. What to say? How can he find a topic when he doesn't know it's Sawani? But knowing that this was his old husband, Zhang Feng didn't know where to start. Suddenly, Zhang Feng glanced at the center console. Ugh, why don't we play a song and listen to what Uncle Su likes to hear to find a topic? Zhang Feng, whose eyes lit up, did as he said and directly clicked on the audio system on the center console. And seeing this action of Zhang Feng, Su Wanxiang man was directly dumbfounded. Wait, Feng, you even have Bluetooth. Don't order this. In any case, the old Su reminded a little too late. At this moment, the picture of the center screen has changed. To be honest, it also gave Zhang Feng a whole rash. What? How come what comes up isn't music, but a video? And the next second, a petite hum resounded in the car. Zhang Feng people silly looking at the slightly familiar style of painting, glancing at the number of troops vaguely written in the lower right corner, and then thinking about Su Wanxiang's excited appearance just now. Before the person went numb, Zhang Feng kept his sanity and hastily turned off the audio system. No, what's this? Uncle Su, you usually drive without listening to songs and playing small movies? This wave really can't be blamed on Zhang Feng. He was never expecting. His own old husband was a wolf exterminator. Zhang Feng was really thankful, which made the atmosphere even more awkward. Su Wanxiang, who was driving the car, could not cry. He killed his friend's heart now. Su Wanxiang smiled sardonically. He couldn't help but explain. Aha, little Feng you have to know that uncle, I'm rich. The car isn't mine. I borrowed it from a friend. My friend has this problem. He always runs a night car, you know? Driving at night is very sleepy. He said this is the best thing to put, is used to refresh the brain. So, ahem. You know, this video is not what I downloaded. Uncle usually listen to songs with CarPlay often. It doesn't matter how it's explained. It's explained. After hearing Su Wanxiang's explanation, Zhang Feng immediately came back to his senses. Yeah, that's not Uncle Su's car. Phew. Okay. Of course, Zhang Feng wouldn't pursue why Su Wanxiang knew that opening the audio system was a small video. He's even less likely to ask why the video is playing from 40 minutes in, rather than from the beginning. Jiang Feng touched the tip of his nose awkwardly and passed Su Wanxiang a slightly meaningful glance. Uncle Su, don't worry, I understand. Feng, you don't sound like you know what you're talking about. Su Wanxiang really wanted to cry. Of course he knew that he had lost face in front of his son-in-law again. Explain that again? After a little pondering, Su Wanxiang had a flash of light. Explanation? No need. As the saying goes, an explanation is a cover-up, and a cover-up is the truth. No explanation, just the next topic. That's good to know. By the way, kid, Uncle will first take you to meet a local big boss in Pine City. Knowing him, you can do a lot of things in Pine City with half the effort. Chapter 101, What? My son-in-law already has a black gold card? At the Pine City Hotel, Jian Shui rushed out of his office in a hurry, just because he had just received a phone call. Mr. Su Wanxiang said he's in Pine City? Not only that, he said he'll be at our hotel soon, and he said he'd introduce us to a man of great authority? No hit. This has to be taken seriously. Try to ask, can be Su Dong personally brought over to meet? Can be what idle generation? Knowing that Su Wanxiang and his men will be here soon, the always more casual Cui Jian even made a special effort to put on a hair wax to get a look. He was the first to glance up when he was greeted by his suit in the hotel lobby. It wasn't that he saw Su Wanxiang, but he saw Jiang Feng, who was breaking up something with an extremely abstractly dressed uncle wearing sunglasses and a hat. Hey, little brother, how come you're free to come sit in my old brother's hotel? Cui Jian subconsciously wanted to greet Jiang Feng before receiving Su Wanxiang. Not to mention the fact that Jiang Feng and he also have a good personal relationship. Let's just say that Jiang Feng is Su Dong's son-in-law. What? Wait, didn't Mr. Su say he'd be here later? Suddenly, Ken Choi sucked in a breath of cold air, his mind spinning rapidly. Well, Mr. Su said he'd be there in a while, and now little brother shows up at the hotel again. Is there a possibility? Ken Choi quietly flicked his eyes over to the strangely dressed older man and realized that he did look a bit like Su Wanxiang. Su Dong, gu. Forgive Cui Mao's poor eyesight for not recognizing you just now. I really don't blame Ken Choi. It's mainly because the old Su's outfit is so abstract and so different from her usual. I don't blame old Su. He didn't want to dress so eccentric. But this came back to Songcheng and didn't bring any serious clothes. And that's when Su Wanxiang thought not that Ken Choi hadn't recognized himself. What shocked him even more was that Cui Jian actually knew Jiang Feng. And he seems to be on good terms? He even called him little brother? Su Wanxiang smiled slightly at Jian Shui, and then issued a question. Jian, you and Jiang Feng know each other? Su Wanxiang is older than Ken Choi, and with the difference in status between the two, well, it's not a problem at all to be called Little Kentucky. The one who responded to him was Jiang Feng. Uncle Su, I was just about to tell you that I know old brother Cui. Heaven and earth. When he saw old Su parked his car in front of the Pine City Hotel, Jiang Feng knew that he was going to bring himself to know Cui Jian. Jiang Feng really wanted to make it clear to Su Wanxiang that he knew Jian Cui. But the problem was that Su Wanxiang was introducing him to Ken Choi on one side of Cuckoo, and wouldn't let him interrupt at all. If this were Su Youran, Jiang Feng would still be able to be tough and forcefully interject, but Su Wanxiang really couldn't. Yes, Su Dong, I haven't had a chance to congratulate you yet. Finding Jiang Feng, this excellent son-in-law. I did hear that Jiang Feng gave Pine City International Hotel a buyout some time ago. This is not. After the acquisition of the hotel Click Appreciation, Jiang Brother This Ability and News Network. Fine thought. Jiang Feng and Jian Chui's words caused Su Wanxiang to freeze. Feng and Ken Choi know each other, so won't I run out of time on this trip? LOL, wait a minute. The Pine City Hotel seems to have that fancy black and gold card that you can use to pretend. Su Wanxiang hemmed and hawed and patted Cui Jian's shoulder. Jian, since you and my son-in-law know each other, it's better to say, hurry up, give my son-in-law one of those black and gold cards of yours. A black gold card? One for Jiang Feng? Gu, didn't I give it to you? Jian Chui was confused, and Jiang Feng was also a bit confused. He was never expecting Su Wanxiang to be able to ask for such a direct Uncle So, next time ask me before you ask for something? Give me a chance to talk next time? Uncle Su, I won't hide it from you. In fact, this black gold card, old brother Chui gave it to me a long time ago. What's going on? Su Wanxiang sucked in a breath of cold air. My son-in-law got the black gold card that Cui Jian got long ago? What the hell is going on here? The three of them moved to the rest area on the first floor of the hotel, and without hiding anything, Jian Chui described the process of giving Jiang Feng the black gold card in detail. Until he explained, Su Wanxiang really didn't know about this. When Su Youran and Jiang Feng came over for dinner, there were very few people who knew about it, and Wang Jun didn't follow them, so no one tipped off Su Wanxiang, and Ken Choi, who was most likely to do so, didn't either. The reason is very simple. There are things you do right, but if you take the initiative to mention it, it may be taken as taking credit and cause resentment. Therefore, Su Wanxiang, who had now heard the causes and consequences, was directly confused. Just now Cui Jian said, my son-in-law just took one look and knew that the high-fashion words that experts can't identify are fake? Holy cow! Feng still has this skill? Su Wanxiang sucked in a breath of cool air. He felt that this matter was super unbelievable, alright? His thoughts were the same as Cui Jian's at the time. This is only in his 20s to reach this point. If this has been in the antique painting and calligraphy this walk-on, is not it a proper master? But Sawani was more shocked than Ken Choi was at first because, don't say that from this walk down. Zhang Feng's house pressed no contraptions related to antiques and paintings. Hey, a glance to identify the authenticity of the paintings. Turned his head and ran to help Ran play the stock market. Backhanded Ran stop loss less loss of 20 million. My son-in-law isn't as simple as he seems. Su Wanxiang ruthlessly swallowed a mouthful of saliva, slowed down for a while before recovering to his usual self, sidestepped and heavily patted Zhang Feng's shoulder before standing up. So that's how it is. That's fine. Since the black and gold card my son-in-law also has, you guys know each other. Then, Jian, there's nothing more to do today. You can go about your business. I'll take little Feng to the next field. At that, Ken Choi was slightly stunned. The next field? He fixed his eyes and pondered, sort of figuring out Su Wanxiang's calculations, and hurriedly opened his mouth. Su Dong, I'm not too busy at the hotel this day. Tell you what, I'll go around with you guys. After all, it's been a while since I've been out for a walk. In the face of this proposal from Jian Shui, Su Wanxiang froze before directly nodding his head. Medium, just in time for you to be the chauffeur driving. Cui Jian did not have the slightest hesitation or imbalance, and directly got on the car with Su Wanxiang Zhang Feng as a driver. In fact, he could have just picked up a random hotel bodyguard to come and chauffeur him around. But still, Ken Choi didn't. Su Dong and brother Jiang may not talk about anything. It's better not to call outsiders in. There is another point, that is, Su Wanxiang went out without a driver. Cui Jian called a driver to drive seems to be a bit of a big shot. Ken Choi is not a cutie. Yes, Su Dong many times act extremely abstract, but he is in the end a big brother. Accompanied by the king is like a tiger. Can be careful. Jian. Let's just go to the Pine City Industrial and Commercial Bank. I heard that there's a new bank president recently. Governor Liu from the head office is also working here. Just in time to introduce them to my wonderful son-in-law. The new president of the Songcheng Industrial and Commercial Bank? Jian Shui secretly sucked in a breath of cool air. If he remembered correctly, this newly replaced governor was also on good terms with Zhang Feng, Xiaolong? I don't think little brother Jiang knows about this yet. Cui Jian just wanted to open his mouth and immediately held back. No, I am now the driver. Well, the driver must not hear the boss's business, and focus on driving a stable car. Mr. Su and little brother will know in a while. Why am I shaking my head at this time? Anyway, it's Su Dong who will be embarrassed in a while, not me and my little brother. Chapter 102, Shocked. The governor of the provincial bank knows my son-in-law? The Polaroid slowly stopped in front of the Pine City Industrial and Commercial Bank. At the same time that the three of them got off the bus, Xiaolong also greeted them from inside the bank. Now Xiaolong is not like in the past, say a very incredible. He directly became the governor. What's the saying? When chance comes, you can't stop it. As a former vice president of CCB, Xiaolong would have been able to and had a stable clientele of his own to maintain, coupled with the relationship with Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng was a proper big customer, whether he was lending $10 million or about to put over the money from the Pine City International Hotel. And, of course, there was Su Youran's reason. Didn't all of Vientiane's subsidiaries and companies trying to suck up to Vientiane take their money out of the CCB at that time? That are also the bosses of the major companies, are also people. They turned their heads and followed Zhang Feng's footsteps to the CCB. Almost all of the sheets are handled by Xiaolong Lai. In this way, although Xiaolong had not been on the job for long, he was transferred to the provincial bank by the original governor because his performance was so outstanding that he took up the post directly. And Xiaolong is even more excited today. Governor Liu of the provincial bank called me just now, saying that Su Dong wants to come here to sit. Let me receive first. Holy, this is an opportunity. But standing in front of the bank, Xiaolong froze. Mr. Jiang, Boss Choi? The next second, Xiaolong noticed standing on the side of the abstract dress uncle. This look how a bit like Su Dong it. Like Jian Shui. Xiaolong snapped to Zhang Feng's relationship with Su Youran. The corners of his mouth twitched hard, and he hurriedly spoke in a respectful tone. Hello Su Dong. Being asked nicely, but at this moment Su Wanxiang is not good at all. Through the nameplate on Xiaolong's chest he could see that this was the newly replaced president of ICBC, called Xiaolong. But why does he know my son-in-law as well as Ken Choi? Feng, did you also see a fake painting at the Pine City Bank of Commerce? Noticing Su Wanxiang's confusion, Zhang Feng took the initiative to open his mouth to explain. Uncle Su, this is Xiaolong, my good friend. This time it wasn't that Zhang Feng hadn't had a chance to open his mouth to explain before, but he didn't even know that Xiaolong, the kid, had become the bank president. He was a bit flabbergasted just now. Oh ho, this promotion is pretty quick. Yes, Su Dong, Xiaolong and Xiao Jiang originally knew each other. In the end, without Xiao Jiang, Xiaolong wouldn't have come to work in commerce and industry. At that, Ken Choi sucked in a breath of cold air and opened his mouth to add another sentence. I was not expecting that the newly appointed president of this ICBC is you, Xiao. Ken Choi, as a big name in Pine City, still has to have a few tricks up his sleeve, and at this time, Xiaolong didn't think too much. He directly then added, Boss Choi, your words are a bit ambiguous. Actually, without Mr. Jiang, I, Xiaolong, can also come to work in commerce and industry, but if it wasn't for Mr. Jiang, I definitely wouldn't be able to become this bank president, and I definitely wouldn't be able to get to this point today. Xiaolong's words seemed to brag a bit about himself, but he was actually helping Zhang Feng, and of course, that's what happened. Xiaolong thought it was very simple, although Banker Lu did not tell me what Su Dong came to do, but after all, Mr. Jiang is here now, so we have to speak up for him in front of his father-in-law, right? This is a must. Without Zhang Feng he could be the bank president? Would he be here today? So, Su Wanxiang was once again confused. So my son-in-law knows the president of Pine City Industrial and Commercial Bank? Then what's the point of my trip? It's not like Pure is bringing little Feng here again for no good reason. Suddenly, Su Wanxiang was struck by an idea. Alas? No, Governor Liu of the provincial bank is here. Zhang Feng doesn't know Governor Liu of the provincial bank, does he? Thinking about it, Su Wanxiang let out a long breath of relief and turned his eyes to ask Xiaolong. Xiao, when will old Liu arrive? Xiaolong naturally knew that the old Liu in Su Wanxiang's mouth was his own top boss. Governor Liu, report Su Dong, President Liu traffic jam on the road some delay. Expected 3 or 5 minutes will also arrive. Why don't you, Mr. Jiang, Boss Chui, and I go to the office first? I'll prepare tea for you, and we'll talk while we wait? Just as Xiaolong had described, Zhang Feng's trio had just sat down not 2 minutes ago. The figures of a middle-aged couple then appeared in the office. Zhang Feng fixed his eyes and looked over. This middle-aged man should be Liu Jingquan, the provincial governor of ICBC, and somehow, it always felt like the noble woman standing next to him looked a little familiar. Of course, Zhang Feng didn't think much about it because Liu Jingquan had already come this way. Ugh, old Su, I'm sorry, you're in a hurry with this call. My wife and I are going to go back to the provinces still packing this afternoon. We both rushed over here or were a bit delayed. Forgive me. Liu Jingquan's attitude towards Su Wanxiang was polite. After all, the two of them were always a little bit different in class. This old Su is also a sign that the two of them are on good terms. It's all right, old Liu. Ma'am. Su Wanxiang bashfully waved his hand to indicate that it was okay. It's supposed to be. Waiting 3 or 5 minutes won't kill anyone. In fact, certain novels have blacked out bigots, and waiting a second to feel disrespected by others tends not to happen to bigots very often. Who doesn't have a problem? Often the higher the segment the more quality the person has. Except, of course, for old Su in the abstract state. While talking and laughing, Liu Jingquan and the noblewoman also sat aside. Seeing this, Su Wanxiang then hemmed and hawed, glancing at Zhang Feng and then Liu Jingquan. Liu Jingquan, the governor of the provincial department. The ability to detect words and colors is also a masterpiece. He asked in a rush after a slight blink of an eye. Old Su, I didn't notice just now. Who is this little brother? Introduce me. Ha, hey, we'll do things haha Lao Lu. Su Wanxiang thought sardonically, and at the same time, he felt soothed. I didn't come here for nothing after all. Old Liu doesn't know little Feng. Zhang Feng, my son-in-law. Just 5 words made Liu Jingquan suck in a breath of cool air. Old Su's son-in-law? Did Ran find a boyfriend? This kid is so handsome. Good thing. Old Su, it's your son-in-law. Why didn't you introduce me earlier? Look at you. I didn't bring a big red envelope for our son-in-law here either. After saying that, Liu Jingquan waved his hand secretly to signal the noblewoman while extending his hand towards Zhang Feng of his own accord. Since you're old Su's son-in-law, I'll be generous and call you Xiao Jiang. Xiao Jiang. I Liu Jingquan admire you. Chasing Ran people are from Jinghai can row to Songcheng. You actually managed to take down the Missy of the Wanxiang group so quickly. Impressive lad. Saying that, it happened that the noblewoman sorted out a bunch of banknotes and handed them to Liu Jingquan. Old Liu wasn't polite and turned his hand and handed the banknotes to Zhang Feng. Xiao Jiang. Xiao Xin. I wish Ran you guys 100 years of good luck and an early child. She also did not say a few words. Liu Jingquan handed over a pile of money, which can give Zhang Feng whole froze. He quickly stood up and waved his hand to refuse, followed by pushing and shoving to get Liu Jingquan to take the money back. And it was Zhang Feng's stand that caused the beautiful eyes of the noblewoman sitting next to Lu Jinkuan to plummet. She sprang to her feet, smiling warmly and graciously. I said it looks a little familiar. So it's you, young man, remember me? We met at the Bulgari store back in the day. Saying that, the noblewoman also tugged on Lu Jinkuan's coat. Old Lu, this is the young man I told you I ran into that day when I went out shopping. Lu Jinkuan, so my wife is talking about Zhang Feng? Su Wanxian, wait, no, you know my son-in-law too? What's going on? Chapter 103, I, Su Wanxian, have never been bad at anything. No, old Lu, ma'am, don't just squint at my son-in-law and smile. Explain, give me Su Wanxian an explanation too, okay? In fact, not only was old Su confused, Xiaolong and Shui Jian also looked at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes. You know that Lu Jinkuan, as the governor of the provincial bank, may not come to Songcheng once a year, right? And his wife is even more how would she know Mr. Jian? While they were each shocked, Zhang Feng looked at the noblewoman and fumed. The next moment he remembered that this was the noblewoman who had stood next to him at the Bulgari store when he had bought the necklace. No wonder it looked familiar when I glanced at it just now. I didn't expect it. She's the wife of the governor of the provincial bank? Zhang Feng hurriedly got up and passed an apologetic glance to the noblewoman. I didn't realize it was you, ma'am. I was in a hurry that day, so I wasn't very impressed with you. Sorry. The noblewoman was relieved when Zhang Feng remembered herself after the reminder. She didn't strike up a conversation with Zhang Feng that day either. Who would be impressed with a passerby for no reason? In the end, she was just one of the crowds who marveled at Zhang Feng's big gesture at that time. Zhang Feng, since it's a necklace from Yuran must really like it, right? Cluck. In the end at that time I looked dumbfounded. Just blame your uncle Lu does not compete, I cannot afford to buy The noblewoman smiled kindly, and Zhang Feng smiled in response. After a few brief words of banter, she slowly turned to look at Su Wanxian. Old Su, you don't know about this. I was watching at the time. A while ago, Bulgari launched a limited edition necklace, and I just came to Pine City, so I thought I'd shop around. I've been looking at the Marriott Plaza store for what must have been a long time, eyeballing it, thinking about juggling to get old Lu to buy it for me. The result, you guess what? Xiao Feng to that cleanly without the slightest hesitation. 4 million said to pull out, directly to the necklace to buy away. Alas, old Su, if not that little Feng could capture Ranran's heart and become your son-in-law. That's a boldness that ordinary people don't have. It's not that being willing to spend money is necessarily recognized, but it's a very plus item in the eyes of the noblewoman. After all, it wasn't just $400 out of hand. Immediately after, Lu Jinkuan also added with a bright smile. Yes, old Su, at that time your siblings even told me when they arrived home, saying that Pine City had a great young master out of nowhere. Let me find a chance to investigate and look into pulling the plug. Ha ha, I didn't realize it was your son-in-law. As the governor of the provincial bank, Lu Jinkuan's thinking is also extremely jumpy. The more the big brother thinks, the more easy to brainstorm. Not to mention Lu Jinkuan this kind of need to deal with different industry elite big brother every day. Hiddenly his eyes changed when he looked at Zhang Feng. Lu Jinkuan thought very thoroughly, if Zhang Feng can trench 4 million to buy a necklace because he is Su Wanxiang's son-in-law, plus now Su Wanxiang's attitude towards him, this is designated to identify this son-in-law. This is not Zhang Feng, this is clearly the future of Zhang Dong, okay? And if Zhang Feng throwing $4 million to buy the necklace wasn't even remotely related to Su Wanxiang's and the Su family's help, then it would be even more terrifying. A young man in his early 20s who casually throws away $4 million on a necklace? What kind of background does that require? So that's what this is about. Yes, harm. That bot is not Zhang Feng casually do a little project to earn a little money to Ran to buy a small gift. Well, so that's how Madame met Zhang Feng. It's really fate. For Zhang Feng to buy a necklace to spend the money is Su Youran to give him the 5 million in this matter. The old Su is informed, but Su Wanxiang, slightly stunned, still made up a lie. Yes, Su Wanxiang is a little abstract, but he captured Lu Jinkuan's thoughts with a little thought. Obviously, telling Lu Jinkuan that this money is earned by Zhang Feng himself is a bigger shock to the governor of the provincial bank. Who would refuse to gild the lily for their son-in-law? And in the end, Su Wanxiang didn't see anything wrong with his statement. Originally it is. Zhang Feng to help Ran to avoid the risk is not called the project? That 5 million this is Zhang Feng should get. Su Wanxiang feel their own daughter to give back less it. Play should be directly doubled to. Su Wanxiang's words are also true and effective. Sniffing, Lu Jinkuan brow hard to pick a little bit cannot sit down. He took the initiative to stand up and hand over the teacup to Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng, look, we have fate again. You're old Su's son-in-law again. And you're so young and so talented. Uncle Lu, I have nothing more to show. This money, I hope you accept it. In the future, what use on Uncle Lu's place, despite the opening, within the capacity of Uncle Lu are sure to do for you. seeing Lu Jinquan who had lowered himself so much. Zhang Feng was still a bit ashamed for a while. How could he not know Su Wanxiang's thoughts and intentions? Or, how could Zhang Feng not know what he came out for today? Forget it, old man. A big favor. After thinking about it, Zhang Feng let out a long breath and similarly lifted his teacup. Then I'll thank Uncle Lu first. Under the guise of going to the bathroom, Su Wanxiang came outside the bank and lit a cigarette. He felt like he needed to calm down a bit. This day had been a bit of a mess. It was clear that he was the one who had agreed at home to bring Zhang Feng out to expand his network. And now you're shocked to be crispy inside and out? Well, the Pine City Bank of Industry says he can't be president without my son-in-law. The local big boss of Pine City, Ken Choi, has long been acquainted with my son-in-law, and even gave the black and gold card long ago. The most outrageous thing is that the governor of the provincial bank has been trying to woo my son-in-law for a long time. At the same time that it was outrageous, Su Wanxiang was a bit touched. It's really like what Mrs. said. At that time, Xiaofeng bought a necklace for Ran, $5 million in hand, and ended up spending $4 million cleanly at once. Zhang Feng, this son-in-law of mine. What a hit! Su Wanxiang deeply inhaled and exhaled thick smoke, then rubbed his chin in deep thought. My old Su has never been bad in his life. No, I have to think of something to make up for my son-in-law today. Hiss, but there's nothing left for the official businessman to recognize. So how can he create some value for Feng? What? Feng has the Pine City International Hotel in his hands. Thinking of the Pine City International Hotel that was about to take off, Su Wanxiang's eyes lit up. Indeed, immediately establish a high-tech park. When the time comes, others want to not pay attention to the Pine City International Hotel cannot. But it may not be impossible to help your son-in-law push the hotel heat to the max. Just ask, who is Su Wanxiang? On weekdays, he was followed by the media behind the ass of his car on his trips to Jinghai. This return to Pine City should have been the same, but nay, he had come too low. But what would happen if the local media in Songqing now knew that he, Su Wanxiang, had come to Songqing and even went to the Songqing International Hotel for dinner? That is bound to be swarming out to the Pine City International Hotel squatting up. This heat does not come? Suddenly, Lao Su thought again of the accompanying Chui Jian. What if we fool the media again and tell them that Jian Chui, Boss Chui, is also going to be there to talk about Boss Jiang, who wants to farm out his hotel to Pine City International Hotel? Boy, not worthy of you, Su Wanxiang. So do really in. Chapter 104, Evicted? Call a few more media outlets. Thinking of this, Su Wanxiang was full of excitement, took out his cell phone and found the phone number of Songqing Evening News and dialed it. 3 seconds later it was connected, and the sweet voice of the answering lady came from the other end of the line. Hello sir, this is the Pine City Evening News. May I ask what your problem is? Question. Su Wanxiang raised his eyebrows and hemmed and hawed. Girl, how do you know I have a problem? Holy, I feel like I have a big problem right now. To be honest, I'm a person with a very tricky eye, and I don't admire many people. But Su Wanxiang of Wanxiang Group is definitely my proper idol. Guess what just now? I came to the Songqing Industrial and Commercial Bank to deposit money and I saw him. Su Wanxiang came to Songqing. I just wanted to go over and give him a big hug. But he followed the governor of the provincial bank into his office and I heard a few words. What at noon we all go to the Pine City International Hotel for a meal together. That's his son-in-law Zhang Feng's hotel. Oh yes, I also saw Boss Chui Jian Chui. He followed Su Dong and Mr. Jiang. It seems that he is going to talk about the acquisition of the Pine City Hotel. Su Dong is my idol. Too excited. I follow Su Dong. Investment has never lost. Can you guys hurry to investigate the investigation of what he is going to do? Laugh it up. Of course Su made it up. He can't just call up and say, hey, it's Sawani. I'm here in Pine City. So you guys come track me down and give me some heat. Can he? In that case, he'll be mistaken for some kind of serious illness and get hung up on. It is true that, in a different tone, the young lady who answered the phone at this moment has been fooled by the old Su. What? Su Wanxiang came to Pine City? When did the big man come here? Pine City International Hotel is called Zhang Feng. Is his son-in-law? Isn't that block more of a high-tech park? Chui Jian is offering the hotel to Mr. Jiang, and he's accompanied by the governor of ICBC? Boy, that's a big story to take out at random. Missy swallowed hard. Sir, you can leave a contact. You will be paid a certain amount when we confirm that your information is correct. Pay off? Old Su didn't care about that. When he heard this, he knew that the people in the media believed it, and that was enough. Old Su hung up the phone backhandedly, then turned back to the bank with a narrow-eyed grin. And at this very moment, the Pine City Evening News offices. The young lady who answered the phone didn't think much of it when she realized that the call had hung up, got up and ran towards the editor-in-chief's office. With a bang, he pushed open the door and rushed in. Editor-in-chief, Su Dong from Wanxiang Group has come to Pine City. His son-in-law's name is Zhang Feng. and he's now the owner of the Pine City International Hotel. Not only that, they're going to have lunch at the International Hotel at noon, and then they're going to be accompanied by the governor of the provincial bank to talk to boss Ken Choi about buying the Pine City Hotel. The call-taker lady made a long story short, summarizing what she had been told in 2 direct sentences, and the middle-aged man who had just been sitting steadily in his chair was instantly confused. The next second, he jumped like he had a spring in his ass. Asterisk 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 asterisk, and this? Sudong is here? Ah, hurry up and step over the people who are out there. Let's immediately pack up and hurry to leave. We must arrive at Songcheng International Hotel earlier than Sudong and the others. Make sure you get a picture of them walking into the hotel together. Asterisk 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 asterisk. This is not Sudong. Is clearly my father. Since Lu Jinkuan said that he could find him for anything, there was nothing for Jiang Feng to euphemize, and he vaguely inquired about the matter of the leverage multiplier he could put out on the futures. It was 11 o'clock by the hour. Jiang Feng glanced down and saw that it was getting late, so he raised his eyebrows. Uncle Su, Uncle Lu, Old Chui, Uncle Chui, it's already dinner time. Why don't we go and have a meal together? What Jiang Feng was thinking was similar to what Su Wanshan was thinking. There are so many bigwigs here. Why don't we trick our hotel into doing a gimmick? After all, there's so much wool on this sheep. It's a waste of time not to eat it. Hearing this, Chui Jian's eyes lit up. Right, dinner, in Pine City this should be too. Before he could finish his thoughts, Jiang Feng spoke right after him. It just so happens that my hotel isn't doing too well, but it's tasty and quite unique. Why don't Uncle Lu give me a favor? Uncle Chui, you also give me some management advice? With Su Wanxiang beside him, Jiang Feng must have dared to speak. He certainly saw that Chui Jian had the intention of bringing people to the Pine City Hotel. Laugh it up. Can this Jiang Feng let it go? Buddhism is Buddhism. You can't be robbed of the food that is delivered to your mouth. Besides, Jiang Feng didn't think it was much of a stretch, and so did his own behavior. And so did Chui Jian's subconscious desire to bring someone to the Pine City Hotel. Compete when it's time to compete, without the pretense of pushing and shoving posturing. Oh, Jiang Feng, you still have a hotel? That's fine. Let's go. Let old Lu let me see how well your hotel is doing. Lu Jinkuan was the first to speak, and immediately afterward, Ken Choi released a long sigh of relief. Also, Sudong is here. I can't rob my little brother anyway, so this is it. Then today, Mr. Chui also went to your place in Shaojiang to have a bully meal. Several people hugely out of the bank. Jiang Feng simply also called Xiaolong together. It's just the right time to pay back the $10 million loan that is still owed to ICBC, and on the way, let Wang Kuan talk to him about the deposit again. But just as he walked to the entrance of the bank, Jiang Feng felt the cell phone in his pocket vibrate. He took it out and realized that it was none other than this unthinking Wang Kuan. Just in time for him to get ahead of the game. Brother Wang, at noon Uncle Su, Boss Chui, and Uncle Lu, the Governor of Commerce and Industry, let's go to the hotel and have a bite to eat. You prepare ahead of time and, reserve a private room. The next second, Wang Kuan's excited voice came from the other end of the phone. Boss, this thing I know. Don't need you to tell me. I see this media are damn squatting in front of our hotel. You sent someone to inquire. Pine City Evening News. I suspect they are a newspaper all over. This is not a small row. Hearing this, Jiang Feng sucked in a breath of cool air. The Pine City Evening Press? How did they know? While frowning slightly, Jiang Feng raised his eyes slightly to realize that Su Wanxiang was raising his eyebrows at him not far away. Uncle Su arranged the press? Good lord, can it still be done? Jiang Feng was confused and politely returned Su Wanxiang's sixth gesture. Boss, you don't know about this? Do you think you want me to get rid of them? Don't the big boys like to keep a low profile? And I don't know where it leaked out. Drive away? Jiang Feng raised his eyebrows fiercely. Brother Wang, this is where you're wrong. People come with good intentions. How can you just say you'll kick them out? Hiss. Mainly because I see it's too lonely just to have a reporter from the Pine City Evening News squatting in front of the door. Tell you what, you call the other newspapers now to implicitly reveal it as well. Laughing dead. Buddhist to Buddhist. Sent to the mouth of the meat, how can not spit? Su's gone to a lot of trouble to make this happen. So let's take advantage of it. Okay? Chapter 105, Little Feng. Don't fail Ran Ran and the child. Now that this is done, how can we just call the Pine City Evening News a reporter? It's got to be basically everyone there for this to work, right? After explaining things to Wang Kuan, Jiang Feng quickly got into the Polaroid. Xiaolong drove Lu Jinkuan and his wife, while on this side it was still the same as when they came. Chui Jian drove him and Lao Su. On the way to the Pine City International Hotel, Ken Choi was also completely relieved. Also, whether it's with the Jiang brothers or Su Dong or Governor Lu, it's not even a bad meal. If it's not in your own hotel, it's not in your own hotel. Indeed, he was supposed to be the owner of a hotel, And it turned out that the whole thing about going to someone else's hotel for dinner sounded a bit wrong. But this is a low-profile business. No one knows about it. So what's there to be afraid of? At this point, Ken Choi didn't realize how many pairs of eyes and cameras were waiting for them in front of the Pine City International Hotel. So it was, at 11:30, the moment the Polaroid slowly pulled into the Pine City International Hotel. Ken Choi was genuinely shocked by the show. Frozen. He couldn't help but be shocked. What the hell is this? Where did so many reporters come from? Su Wanxiang also frowned slightly as he looked at this battle at the entrance. This doesn't look like a media organization. After a little pondering, he secretly gave Jiang Feng a thumbs up. Good son-in-law. So smart. Jiang Feng responded to old Su with a light smile, and then his face turned into a shocked look. Asterisk 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 asterisk, where did all this media come from? Chui, old brother, why don't you not get off the car? Let them know you came over for dinner, afraid it's quite troublesome, right? Ken Choi, laughing, this car doesn't have a film on it. I've already been found out, okay? Never mind. I'm just coming over for dinner anyway. A little bit of an impact but not a big problem. Chui Jian is also not what ink people. The car parked on the side and Jiang Feng, two people got off together. The next second, reporters came together in front of each of the three. Mr. Su, may I ask if you've come to Songcheng this time because you're ready to invest in the development prospects of the high payroll technology park? Mr. Jiang, may I ask when did you acquire Songcheng International Hotel and when are you planning to acquire Songcheng Grand Hotel? Also, do you have any feelings you can tell us as Su Dong's son-in-law? Boss Chui, may I ask exactly when you plan to sell Pine City Hotel to Mr. Jiang? Their movements to pass the microphone were extremely fast, but Jiang Feng and old Su's movements were even faster. The two of them headed for the hotel without looking away from each other. Ken Choi was a different story. He wasn't slow to respond. He was outright baffled by the question. What? When did you sell the Pine City Hotel to Jiang Feng? When did I say that? No, you guys. Jen Shui subconsciously glanced at Su Wanxiang and Jiang Feng's departing backs, his brain spinning rapidly. At this time of the day, he realized that, come on, today is a high-end bureau. After freezing for about half a minute, Ken Choi smiled lightly. I'll talk to Mr. Jiang about this later. No comment on the rest. Thank you. After turning around and entering the hotel, Jen Shui met Jiang Feng, who was waiting for him in the lobby. Chui Jian smiled bitterly and took the initiative to walk up and pat Jiang Feng's shoulder. That's a good trick you played, little brother. I'm afraid that tomorrow the whole of Pine City will know the news that the Pine City Hotel is going to be acquired by the Pine City International Hotel. I told you, we've been low-key all the way to Kaibao Lai. It's not like we've attracted so many reporters. In the half-minute he had just spent contemplating, Ken Choi had figured out a lot of things. What did the current situation amount to? It was equal to Jiang Feng stepping on Chui Jian and making his hotel famous all of a sudden. But when he heard Chui Jian say this, instead of being embarrassed, Jiang Feng smiled sarcastically. Elder brother Chui is talking to me with this attitude, so I guess I don't need to explain, right? It's clearly a good thing that we're working together to win. Upon hearing this, Jian Shui laughed brightly and gave Jiang Feng a thumbs up. Governor Liu Sudong, they all went upstairs, right? Let's hurry up too. Jiang Feng nodded his head. Elder brother Chui, this way. A person who understood didn't need to explain. Jiang Feng knew that Chui Jian must have thought it through. Yes, it does seem like he's stepping on Ken Choi to benefit his own hotel, but it's not that simple. Just for the fact that Chui Jian counted his heart and lungs to himself, Jiang Feng wouldn't play this kind of tactic to him. After all, friends come with wine. At the end of the day, the Pine City International Hotel and the Pine City Grand Hotel are very far away from each other, and both are not targeted at the same group of people. What the Songcheng International Hotel is going to serve is the site of the high-tech zone that is about to rise, while the Songcheng Grand Hotel is going to serve the downtown area of Songcheng. It looks like Ken Choi will lose a lot, but in fact he doesn't have a single thing to lose other than his own hotel being bought out in a bit of a bad way. On the flip side, what will Ken Choi get? In the future go out to do things to talk about business, others will think of him and Wanxiang Group. Sudong's relationship is very good, and Wanxiang's dragon son-in-law in cooperation. It sounds simple enough, but in the end, it's not like it brings Ken Choi a star of profit. Think about it carefully, okay? A meal prepared by Wang Ku and carefully arranged Chef Fine quietly began. They're all sort of acquaintances, and there's nothing to let go of. The pushing and shoving continued until 2 p.m. While a few people were chatting, Jiang Feng left the private room to make a call to Su Youran. After hanging up, he realized that old Su was already standing behind him, probably because he knew he was ashamed of being drunk. Old Su deliberately controlled himself a bit today, but he was still drunk when he opened his mouth. Little Feng, are you done with Ran Ran? Let's have a chat then. As soon as Jiang Feng heard it, he knew that Su Wanxiang hadn't drunk too much. After all, he didn't even manage to call him big brother. Okay, what does Uncle Su want to know? Come on, when the old man says he's chatting after a drink, he can't really be chatting and farting, can he? Unsurprisingly to Zhang Feng, Su Wanxian's expression took on a rare seriousness. Feng, can you tell me what kind of girl Ran Ran is in your opinion? At those words, Zhang Feng froze slightly and lowered his eyes in thought for a while. Finally, he smiled lightly. Uncle Su, how can I put it? I think what's more appealing than Ran Ran's amazing looks is the simplicity, I guess. Ran Ran gives me a special feeling. How can I describe it? It's similar to the fact that she listens to the cicadas and thinks she hasn't failed the summer night, and treads through the winter snow and thinks she'll encounter spring, isn't it? Zhang Feng admitted that he was very much in the mood for sex at first, but in the end, Su Youran's knitted brows and smile is not moving? Doesn't she run over and hug him when she sees him? Isn't it innocent enough and endearing enough that she does what she wants, denies what she thinks is wrong, and boldly loves what she likes? I don't know when Zhang Feng felt that if it was Su Youran, even if she wasn't the president of the company, even if she wasn't so beautiful she would still be in love with herself. At this moment, after hearing Zhang Feng's words, Su Wanxian's eyes lit up. Yeah Feng, Ran Ran is the most innocent. I remember Nanny telling me before. Ran always likes to wish on the stars at night about when mommy and daddy will be home. She likes it. She says no one ever said wishing on a star doesn't work anyway. What if it comes true? Speaking of this, Su Wanxian felt that he was being a bit pretentious, and continued to speak with a hefty smile. Little Feng, I don't mean anything by telling you this. I just want you to be good with Ran Ran. I can tell that the baby girl I hold in my heart loves you. Exactly. All the more reason for you not to fail her and the child in her womb, right? Chapter 106 Feng. Don't explain, I understand. I'm sure people have to be dinged for cheating away the daughter they've raised for over 20 years. This is not a question of whether Su Wanxian recognizes Zhang Feng, but then recognizes that it will also be repeated, even if before going out of the house. Your mother will often urge you to pay attention to safety. For Su Wanxian's words, Zhang Feng had been listening carefully to each and every one of them, all of them wanting to be engraved deeply in his brain, but at this moment, he still couldn't hold it together. What did Uncle Su say? Ran Ran and her baby? Holy, no. Is he still drunk? The corners of Zhang Feng's mouth twitched hard, and he was dumbfounded. A child? What child? Uncle Su, you're already drunk and disoriented. I'll have Wang Kuan find you a hotel to rest. Seeing Zhang Feng's reaction, Su Wanxian raised his eyebrows and smiled. Hey, brat, still trying to hide it from your old man? Although you won't say it, and Ran Ran won't say it, but with this witty brain of mine, old Su, I still can't guess it? Hey, Zhang Feng, don't I know if I'm drunk or not? I couldn't be more awake right now. Harm, you kid don't pretend with me. Everything can see. I know, Ran Ran you guys were trying to wait until the time was right to tell me, trying to surprise me. No, it should be quite a surprise. Pretend. What am I pretending? What do you see? The baby? Zhang Feng was directly dumbfounded by Su Wanxian. I didn't know my wife was pregnant at your place? Sucking in a mouthful of cool air, Zhang Feng's mind jumped rapidly in thought. Finally, it dawned on him. Uncle Su, it couldn't be that Ran Ran dry heaved once and made you misunderstand, could it? This morning it was Ran who ate too much oil last night. It's not pregnancy sickness. Su Wanxian narrowed his eyes and smiled at Zhang Feng. Aha, Feng, not this morning, then the other days too. Look at this kid, he's still pretending to be confused with me. Do you really think I'm easy to fool? But Su Wanxian still gave up on the idea of continuing to wrestle with Zhang Feng. He thought it through. Alas, in the end is young, shy. If you don't admit it, then don't admit it. Anyway, you must have listened to our reminder at the bottom of your heart, and that's enough. Thinking of this, Su Wanxian patted Zhang Feng's shoulder with a hefty smile. Yeah, Feng, it's not pregnancy sickness. You're right. Alright, Governor Liu and the others have also come out. Let's go back. Looking at old Su's back as he turned to leave, Zhang Feng was confused. What do you mean? I'm right? That's what this is all about, isn't it? No, did Uncle Su really believe it? I don't think so. In fact, it is not only Cui Jian Lao Su Lu Jingku and Xiao Long who came to the Pine City International Hotel for dinner today. The media has the news, so naturally some of the local bosses in Pine City also have the news. Among them, there are many people who rush to the Pine City International Hotel, wanting to leave a wave of good eyes. Accompanied by Lao Su Cui Jian and banker Liu, Zhang Feng met with all the bosses who came one by one. By the time all the guests were given away, it was already 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Governor Liu and his wife were ready to go back to the provincial capital, so they didn't stay long, and when they left, they gave Zhang Feng their personal business cards and then left. Ken Choi left on his heels. His wave rubbed off on him and he had to get back to integrating it. At this moment, Zhang Feng and Su Wanxian also walked side by side to the main entrance of the hotel. Uncle Su, has Uncle Wang come to pick you up? You can't drive if you've been drinking. Zhang Feng knew that Su Wanxiang was planning to return to Jinghai. It was one of the other drivers from the group who picked me up, and old Wang had some business to do over here. By the way, little Feng, later on old Wang will come over to get this Polaroid and he'll drive it back to Jinghai by himself. As soon as Su Wanxiang's words fell, an Audi A8 slowly stopped in front of the hotel. From above came a young man in a suit. Su Dong, Mr. Jiang. To be honest, it's not that Su wants to change cars halfway, but he's angry at the Bora. What the? Qin Songming's been making movies in this car? Su Wanxiang glanced shallowly at the young man, then looked at Zhang Feng. Little Feng, then I'll go back to Jinghai. Uncle that bout to remind you can have to take it to heart ow. It doesn't hurt to prepare this diaper, clothes, whatever, as early as you can. Call Uncle O anytime if anything happens. Diapers, children's clothes. Aha, Zhang Feng frowned with a bitter mouth. Uncle Su, this is really. Zhang Feng's tone was helpless. But so what? He was just in the middle of his sentence when Su Wanxiang directly interrupted him. Stop, little Feng, don't bother explaining. Uncle understands. Ran will be in your care. Oh yeah, and don't sit in the office all day at your young age. If you're not doing anything, just go out and act tough. Say you're my son-in-law, and I'll take care of you even if the sky pokes down. Well, I don't know if it's a grandson or a granddaughter. Su Wanxiang instructed Zhang Feng while muttering to himself as he got into the car. Before the car drove slowly, Su Wanxiang swung the window down and handed Zhang Feng a look that all resistant men understood. Looking at the Audi A8 driving out of the hotel, Zhang Feng was filled with black lines, took out his right hand and gestured a 6. Uncle Su is good at everything, but sometimes he's too abstract and doesn't give people a chance to interrupt. Zhang Feng smiled bitterly in place, then turned around and headed back to the hotel. Wang Kuan and Xiaolong were still waiting for him to talk about the previous loan and hotel deposit. With Zhang Feng's position in Xiaolong's heart now, plus the relationship with Lu Jingquan, the benefits Zhang Feng got were absolutely unprecedented. At 4:30, Zhang Feng and Xiaolong, who had negotiated everything properly, walked out of the hotel side by side. Coincidentally, Zhang Feng glanced at Wang Jun, who had come over to pick up his car. Uncle Wang, come to get the car? Right Feng, I'll go back to Jinghai without anything. Wang Jun smiled in response, but he still couldn't hide the exhaustion between his brows. This exhaustion was also visible to Zhang Feng. Uncle Wang, I see that you don't look very well. Why don't I have the hotel people send you back to Jinghai? Wang Jun subconsciously froze. Good guy, I am the driver. And then let Xiaofeng call the driver to send me? It's disgraceful to spread the word. No need. Your Uncle Wang, I'm an old driver. I'm a bit tired, but it's not a big problem. Feng, you go about your business. I won't be sleepy when I listen to the tunes and drive on the way. Indeed, with the music cranked up to the max, how could you not be sleepy? Looking at Wang Jun to get on the car, Zhang Feng suddenly froze. This is the Polaroid. Uncle Wang, by the way, if you drive this car back, don't use the audio system. Listen to songs with Bluetooth with CarPlay. These words were naturally heard by Wang Jun, who was certainly puzzled but still didn't ask more questions. Xiaofeng said, then we do not use the audio system. It is not a big deal. Anyway, he did not want to use it in the first place, but when he drove about to get on the highway, Lao Wang suddenly had a brainwave. People, more or less, are curious. Old Wang sought. Why won't Feng let me use the audio system? Why don't I hear what it is? Anyway, we don't know whether Wang Jun turns off the audio system in embarrassment or he discovers a new continent. Chapter 107 Purple Hip Dress. Do you like it, young master? On the other hand, on the way to send Zhang Feng back to Wanxiang colorful makeup, Xiaolong also mentioned this matter. He's got curiosity, too. He's wondering, too. Feng, why don't you let Uncle Wang use the audio system? That in there. Is there something dirty in there? Dirty stuff? Zhang Feng snorted and gave Xiaolong a thumbs up. You boys are really daring to think that there's no dirt. It's that audio that's a little out of place. Anachronistic? Good lord. That makes Xiaolong even more interested. After sucking in a breath of cool air, he smiled sarcastically and continued to ask, what audio? Feng? Zhang Feng was just thinking about something and replied casually, IPZ9. Halfway through speaking, suddenly Zhang Feng changed his words in a hurry with a jolt. Why do you ask questions about everything when you're driving? Said anachronisms and anachronisms? It's rude to ask again now. Back at the company, Zhang Feng went straight to the president's office on the top floor. There's no reason to ask, is that you miss your wife? Zhang Feng directly pushed open the door of the president's office, and what made him frown slightly was that he didn't find Su Youran's figure at all. Could it be that there is some important business meeting going on? Zhang Feng murmured secretly, and as soon as his words fell, he felt his eyes go black. It wasn't knocked out owl. It was a hand very gently covering his eyes. Immediately afterward, Zhang Feng felt his back being pressed against something soft. The familiar fragrance drifted into the tip of his nose at the same time as the pleasant and moving voice resounded in his ears. Hey, stinky Zhang Feng, guess if I'm a sister or a younger sister today. Hearing that, Zhang Feng smiled gently, then directly turned around and wrapped his backhand around that fine soft waist. I don't care if you're a sister or a sister. You're a wife anyway. Here, wife hug. Suddenly being embraced, Su Youran's face quietly a pink. Stinking Zhang Feng, how do not follow the rules? Humph. Well, let's just say it's not me who can't resist a hug. It's you who can't resist. Ow. Hug my good brother. Su Youran opened her arms and jumped directly into Zhang Feng's arms, and Zhang Feng, who had liberated his eyes, also noticed Su Youran's outfit at this time. Ha, Ran, who taught you to dress like that? It really wasn't that Zhang Feng hadn't seen it before, but the current outfit of Miss Su was really provocative. It's a hip dress? What's with the hip-hugging dress and the whole purple thing? Honestly, the hip dress is the most beautiful thing you can wear, and we all know that the color purple has the most charm. And where in Su Youran body? That is more Bard absolute plus absolute. Zhang Feng didn't think much about it and directly placed his hand where it should be. His sudden attack caused Su Xiaoniao's delicate body to jolt, and then she raised her sultry yet playful eyes. Is it nice? You like it, don't you? It's just for you, my little master. Well, there is indeed nothing wrong with this wraparound skirt that she improvised and asked Zhang Hongyan to buy, and it was only after knowing that Zhang Feng had arrived at the company that he changed. Isn't this specially dressed for Zhang Feng? On the other hand, Zhang Feng, who was listening to this provocative tone of voice, was already a little throbbing. Boy, young master, where did Su learn that? Forget it, whatever. Zhang Feng touched his nose to force his composure and said with a faint smile, Ran, since you're calling me young master, then, what if the young master has something he really wants to eat? Something you want to eat very much? Su Youran thought Zhang Feng was talking about some kind of food and replied brightly and playfully, then I'll take you to eat, young master. In the next second, Zhang Feng directly wrapped his arms around her neck. Come and give the young master a bit of your lipstick. Well, it was only after half an hour that Su Youran, who was sitting on the sofa, recovered some of her strength. Heaven and earth. She didn't do anything shy with Zhang Feng in the office. It was only that her whole body was soft and weak from Zhang Feng's kiss just now and she had no strength to slow down for a long time. At this point, Miss Su could always open her mouth to ask about today's events as well. Zhang Feng, my dad didn't do anything abstract after drinking today, did he? For the matter of old Su bringing Zhang Feng to expand his network, Su Youran was still very relieved. She was more worried about the fact that Su was out drinking. After all, when he's drunk, he's got a lot on his mind, and he's all abstract and brotherly. Su Youran doesn't want old Su to go out for a drink and then have a bunch of uncles. It's very frustrating, isn't it? At those words, Zhang Feng smiled bitterly. Uncle Su didn't do anything abstract. He said he wasn't drunk. It's just, how can I say it? Talking halfway really makes you anxious. Su Youran's curiosity was directly mobilized as she looked at Zhang Feng with an anxious face. What? Just what? Come on, say it, smelly Zhang Feng. It really wasn't that Zhang Feng deliberately said half of it to whet his appetite, but he really didn't know how to open his mouth. Finally, under Su Youran's softening, Zhang Feng crossed his eyebrows and shrugged his shoulders and laughed helplessly. He said to be nice to you and the baby in my belly. What? The baby in your belly? Su Wanxiang is now so abstracted after drinking that he's using his eyes as ultrasound machines? Where's the baby coming from? Yes, there are a lot of them in the belly, but that's not the same. Thinking about it, Miss Su blushed with shame, and then her beautiful eyebrows tightened. Why does he talk so much all day long? Zhang Feng rubbed Su Youran's head and helped old Su explain. I suppose uncle saw you dry heaving in the morning and then thought wrong? Anyway, he didn't give me a chance to explain. Dry heaves? Wrong idea? Pregnancy sickness? Suddenly, Su Youran's beautiful eyes flowed. That's not true. How could Pops think that? I told my mom I'm on my period, so it's definitely not morning sickness. LOL. I dry heaved last time I called too. Women are sensitive, and daughters have a natural take on their dads. The great and wise Miss Su suddenly had a flash of light. Is it possible that my dad heard me dry heaving on the phone the other day and suspected I was pregnant and told my mom about it? Mom's going to ask me to go back to Jinghai just to see what's going on face to face? Then I heard me say I was having an aunt and I was sure I wasn't pregnant, so I was told I didn't have to go back. So I would also happen to come home to meet Su Wanxiang, who generously came to the house for a drink thinking I wasn't there? Thinking of this, Su Youran hastily tugged on Zhang Feng's arm. Brother, where are my parents and your future husband and mother-in-law? We almost got completely set up by the two of them. Jinghai City, inside a high-grade independent villa. Su Wanxiang pushed the door to enter as the spirit of the wind. He sat on his butt to the hall sofa and crossed his legs, hooking a finger at Li Suk, who was doing maintenance on the side. Honey, did you miss me? Hey, I've instructed our son-in-law that he must take good care of Ran and the child in her womb. I really didn't go in vain. Let's just wait for our grandchildren. Upon hearing this, Li Shu frowned her beautiful eyebrows and sized up Su Wanxian with eyes that looked at a retard. A small bag of snacks was thrown over with it. Old Sua, are you alright? If you're fine you'll eat some yo-yo meha. Chapter 108. Say it again and I won't swallow it next time. Li Shuzhen thought Su Wanxian was amusing her. Grandchildren? Where did they come from? Didn't I tell you that Ran is having an aunt? My daughter is a monster. She's pregnant and still has a period? Passing Su Wanxian a blank stare without any good humor, Li Shu continued to do her own maintenance. But what she never expected was that Su Wanxian came over again with a hefty smile. Honey, I'm telling you, it's fun. I even reminded Zhang Feng before I left today. I said that this baby's use and wear has to be prepared early. That kid thinks we don't know anything, and he's trying to hide it from me. Tell me, who hasn't come from a young age? And how can he hide his little tricks from me? What's going on? Li Shu put down the maintenance at hand and stared straight at Su Wanxian. She frowned slightly. How it looked like old Su wasn't shaking the bag here. So sardonically, he opened his mouth and asked, Su Wanxian, did you not listen to what I said on the phone? Ran isn't pregnant. She's been on her period for the past 2 days. Can you stop being so goddamned weird? Come on, tell me in detail. What did you do in Pine City? Hearing this, Su Wanxian sat up straight at once, his face full of stupefaction. What? A vacation? Really? If it turns out that I'm not pregnant, won't I lose my face in front of my son-in-law? Pine City. All things colorful. Zhang Feng sucked in a long breath after hearing Su Youran's explanation. So it's all an aunt and uncle routine. Suddenly, Zhang Feng thought of Comrade Song Ling and a very classic saying, the furthest you've ever traveled is the parental set. Su Youran wrinkled her nice little nose, a little upset visible to the naked eye. That's right, this is something we wouldn't be able to tell if my dad didn't reveal himself. After saying that, Su Youran suddenly realized that Zhang Feng was sizing her up with a puzzled look. In the end, while shocking old Su Li Shu's methods, Zhang Feng also captured a blind spot. Why did Su dry heave when she called? 2, that's a lot to figure out. Run Jun, let me ask you this morning you were dry heaving because you ate too much oil. So what was going on before? Were you sick with something? The mouth may be hard, but the body doesn't lie. In fact, many times our bodies give all kinds of warnings, such as you should rest, such as you are sick. And Su Youran's dry heaving for no reason made Zhang Feng a little worried. He felt that a visit to the hospital was even necessary. But what made Zhang Feng even more puzzled was that after hearing his question, Su Youran directly bit her red lips. She was more than blushing. Even her snow-white neck was puffed with a light pink color. The other day, the day of the dry heaves. How do I say this? At this moment, Miss Su was really upset. That's right, how can I explain this? It'll make Zhang Feng think she's dirty, but I can't explain. Then Zhang Feng won't have to worry for nothing. After thinking for a long time, Su Youran shyly opened her red lips. Zhang Feng, have you ever heard of a word called seeing things and thinking about them? Have you ever had an experience where something is really delicious, but eating too much for a short period of time can also make you feel nauseous? Well, when I was on the phone with Su the other day he told me to have some white porridge. Do you understand? Seeing things and thinking about them? Nausea from eating too much? White porridge. Zhang Feng felt that his brain wasn't spinning enough. What's all this about? Let's just say that Su didn't drink any kanji in the past 2 days. Just a couple of sips at lunchtime the other day. Wait. Zhang Feng sucked in a mouthful of cool air, and with a slight sideways glance, he noticed the scarlet redness on Su Youran's cheeks. In the next second, Zhang Feng realized, is this chick talking about? Holy. After freezing for about a minute, Zhang Feng raised his head with a bitter smile. He stared tightly at Su Youran's charming peach blossom eyes, and a few words popped out from between his teeth. Ran, you just said when you gave the example that was delicious though? Zhang Feng this sentence asked really level, biting the words a bit of merit. At those words, Su Youran realized the mistake between her words just now, and all of a sudden her face turned even redder. Stinking Zhang Feng, why are you biting off more than you can chew? How can that stuff taste like heather? That was obviously a slip of the tongue on my part. What made Su Youran even more shy was that at this moment, Zhang Feng was looking at her with a smile on his face. Seeing this, Miss Su went straight for it. She turned back and sat on Zhang Feng's lap, her beautiful eyes staring at him while gritting her teeth. Stinky Zhang Feng, if you tease me again with this slip of the tongue, when next time I won't swallow it, I'll give it all back to you when we kiss. I'll let you taste it for yourself. Every day is someone's joy and someone's sorrow. Mo Shuai has been depressed in the company for a day. He is very reluctant to go home. It's unusual for the third lowest performer in the entire department to ask for overtime, isn't it? But Mo Shuai, who returned to the office after going to the restroom, had a bright gaze. Ha, brother Feng. Brother Feng, holy, you actually came to the company. I've missed you so much. I'm aggravated. Roaring, Mo Shui was about to rush towards Jiang Feng, but in the next second, he glanced at Su Youran sitting on the sofa. Mo Shui's soles of the feet quickly stopped his bold steps and turned to Su Youran with a standard big bow. Hello Mr. Su. Su Youran knows too well that Mo Shui is Jiang Feng's good friend. Social phobia. She smiled slightly at Mo Shui. Tell Jiang Feng what you have to do. I'll just wait for him to get something. Well, the end of the day, Su Youran and Jiang Feng certainly cannot be in her office to get tired of it. It's a little more comfortable to go home and get mushy in bed. And Jiang Feng said he wanted to get something from his workstation, which was why she and Jiang Feng appeared in the sales department office. Getting Su Youran's permission, Mo Shui walked slowly towards Jiang Feng. Good evening, Feng. This time could give Jiang Feng a whole freeze, and he raised his eyebrows fiercely. It's a good night. Didn't you say you'd been aggravated? What's up? Did you rinse your grandpa's teacup again? Or did he always close the lights again? Or did he take a cold shower again? Upon hearing this, Mo Shui was embarrassed for a while. Brother Feng, Mr. Su is here. Can you not reveal your shortcomings? But then he thought, Su is Brother Feng's girlfriend. That's my sister-in-law. It's nothing to be embarrassed about, haha. Solely Mo Shui also released his mind. He shook his head and said, No, Feng, it's my cousin who's been at my house for the past 2 days. Then yesterday he had a bit of a high fever, so I took him overnight to get a shot. My uncle married late and had children late. My cousin was still a little kid, and the human doctor was so gentle when he saw it was a little kid that he coaxed my cousin for a long time. It took saying something like, good little friend, it won't hurt at all to get the shot. Hearing this, Jiang Feng raised his eyebrows and smiled. So it was your nephew who cried in pain and then wailed and cried all night, and you didn't sleep well enough to feel aggrieved? Mo Shui said with a stunned laugh. No, Feng, my cousin didn't cry at all. Didn't cry? Jiang Feng was even more confused. Then why are you aggravated? Isn't that a good thing? Mo Shui let out a long breath, forcing his heart to hold back his anger. He's not crying, but the boy seems to be a little bit of something serious. After the injection he stood up straight and just looked straight at the human doctor. At the end, guess what the kid said? He told the doc, who do you think you are? A little kid? That's a lot of bull **** for a shot. Forgive Jiang Feng for laughing out loud. Good guy. So this social phobia is a family disease? Mo Shui this cousin in there is something he really say Jiang Feng forced a smile and glanced at the black-faced Mo Shui. Then you send this cousin of yours back to your uncle if he doesn't listen. Why did your uncle put him up at your house? Mo Shui shrugged helplessly. Feng, is there a possibility that it's because he's disobedient? My uncle wants to have a couple days of peace and quiet? No way. I couldn't say no to my uncle. He saved my life. Jiang Feng? Saved Mo's life? Why didn't I know that? When did you save it? How come you never told me? Mo Shui shook his head with a forced smile. I only just found out. My uncle told me when he dropped my cousin off. He told me that back when my mom was pregnant with me she asked him to borrow money for an abortion and he didn't. Chapter 109, there are quite a lot of cultural elements in front of this mall. At those words Jiang Feng was crying and laughing. Although this life-saving favor sounded a bit strange, but it seems to be careful and there is nothing wrong. You just say save or not save it? Money borrowed Mo Shui is not designated on karma? Only, ugly. Have you ever thought that it was because your old uncle didn't have any money at the time that he didn't borrow? Hearing this, Mo Shui nodded his head like a chicken pecking rice in excitement. Whoa, there is simply no man in this world who understands me better than Jiang Feng. Maple. I've thought about it and I'm pretty sure he just doesn't have the money. Actually, not only was he broke then, he's poor now. Otherwise it wouldn't be so bad that I can't get a single star from the pit even if I push my hair out every New Year's Eve. But you don't know that my old uncle, I guess, has a thin wallet, but he's thick-skinned. He knew I didn't believe him, so he said he could tell when my mom was pregnant that he and I were meant for each other. Otherwise, I'm afraid I'd let my mom abort me even if I borrowed from a loan shark. He talks like that. I'm so out of it. Jiang Feng remembered that since he was a child, Jiang Haiyuan had taught him not to laugh at others easily, unless he really couldn't help it. When he heard this, he was literally turtle running a walk-in, turtle not living in school. Ha 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 ha, ugly brother. I actually don't think there's anything wrong with what your uncle said. After all this is saving your life. Settle down. The main thing is that you can't do anything even if you're aggravated now. You can't just leave your cousin at home by himself, can you? Go back. Even if the next thing is very difficult days or very bitter have to face. Life is not so? But Jiang Feng turned his mind and suddenly had a flash of light. Ugh, ugly, why don't you get a girlfriend? You live at home with your girlfriend, so you don't have any relatives or friends or anything to shove kids into your house later, right? It's definitely a good idea, but it depends on who. Mo Shui naively scratched his head, and a few words popped out between his teeth. Feng, are you searching for me because you don't want to find it? But if I could get out of this, I wouldn't be this single nobleman. Isn't the main thing that no girls are looking at me? These 3 sentences show Mo Shui's helplessness and heartache. He looked at Jiang Feng with bated breath, and a big old man in a good place was about to cry. Truthfully, Mo Shui had felt aggrieved, and he had wanted his good brother to comfort and console him. And what happened? He got even more aggravated. He thought of another sad thing. He didn't have a girlfriend. He couldn't find one. At those words, Jiang Feng also touched the tip of his nose in embarrassment. Hasty, forgetting that ugly can't get a girlfriend. So won't this just hit him again and make him feel even worse? Jiang Feng subconsciously wanted to comfort Mo Shui, but after thinking for a while he didn't know where to start. Solely he just straight open swing. Comforting my ass. Good brother. What can be comforted? Big men have to be a little bit of resistance to pressure. However, Jiang Feng still felt that it didn't feel good not to say something. In the end, the somewhat speechless Jiang Feng simply smiled sarcastically and said, 6. So in the end, Feng left me with a 6? Mo Shui's face was shocked, and in the end, he grudgingly turned his head away. Feng, you might as well not come on this trip to the office. What? What do you mean? You might as well not come? Jiang Feng frowned slightly. He didn't know how to comfort Mo Shui to make him feel better. It was indeed his own lack of ability. But Mo Shui's words made people listen to him speechless. What do you mean it's better not to come? Ugly, that's not right, is it? If I don't come to the office, what about the stuff I left here? Plus, even though I didn't comfort you, at least I got you to confide in me. So aren't you feeling better inside? Speaking of this, Jiang Feng paused for a moment and secretly glanced at Su Youran, who was sitting on the sofa. Most importantly, would I have met you to share this if I hadn't made this trip to the office? Would my Ran be able to smile so happily? Moose? Oh no. Mo Shui, who is blacking out. In the fall and winter, if you really don't know what to eat, a fabulous hot pot is always a good idea. That was what Jiang Feng and Su Youran thought, so they simply drove directly to Marriott Plaza. It was now 7 o'clock in the evening, just when the mall was at its most crowded. Not to mention how many people were in the mall. Just the entrance to the mall was already packed. Jiang Feng and Su Youran had just walked out of the parking lot arm in arm, and what met their eyes were so many mobile stalls. There were snack sellers, and the owner was busy catching up on the craft at hand while yelling at the big brothers passing by. Hey, big brother, do you eat donuts? There are also those who sell a very new thing, electronic cigarettes. A small plaque carefully staked up by the owner describes the benefits of this e-cigarette. The new model is on the market, eliminating the need for labor, and eliminating the need for your mother to get up at 5 a.m. Every day to help you recharge your batteries. Of course, where there are people, there is socialization, and where there is socialization, there is inevitably conflict. At this moment, in the 4 o'clock direction of Jiang Feng's line of sight, the 2 big brothers were quarreling. One of the men dressed in both vintage and trendy clothes yelled at the man in front of him. Trivial? It's not trivial. You can have your feet on the ground. You can step on my pants. You can even step on my face. But you can't step on my Chelsea. Good guy. Jiang Feng, who looked around in a circle, had his jaw dropped. I have to say that the Marriott Mall entrance is a good mix of cultural elements. Jiang Feng smiled helplessly, so he and Su Youran snuggled towards the interior of Marriott Plaza. The two did not ink. Our 7 o'clock are hungry. Straight to the hot pot city order is ready to eat. And at this moment inside a villa in Jinghai, some of them are already sitting in pairs and drinking. Su Wanxiang crossed his legs and sat at the dining table full of complacency. His hands lay 2 bottles of fine Maotai. 1 bottle is already empty. Not only him, but the middle-aged man sitting next to him also had drunkenness on his face. Finally, the middle-aged man looked at the very pleased Su Wanxiang and let out a long sigh. Old Su, I don't blame you for getting carried away. If I could find such an excellent son-in-law, I'd be even more carried away than you. It's just that the girl in my house is not competitive. Alas, do you think my daughter can't collect her temper? What son-in-law excellent or not excellent in this regard? Qin Songshan did not think about it. Good for her, so that I can hold the grandchildren early on the line. Damn, it's a pity that my girl is so iconic. How can her temper stink? Hearing this, Su Wanxiang frowned. Qin Songshan, is your daughter too bad-tempered? Is there a possibility that you're doing things too abstractly? If you have a Cullinan at home, you don't drive a Polaroid and fish by the river all day, do you? Fishing is fine, so is Polaroid, but what's the point of putting tablets in the car? Do you know I'm embarrassed in front of my son-in-law? Just thinking about this, Su Wanxiang was furious. Damn, the old Qin not pitch you a sum I am a little bit hard to get even Suddenly, the old Su had a flash of insight that gave birth to a bold idea. Chapter 110, Xiao Jiang. Me, the owner of the Bora. Alas, old Qin, Have you ever thought of introducing a boyfriend to your girl? Introducing a boyfriend? Shin Song-han snorted. Old Su, if you can think of it with that brain of yours, do you think I can't think of it? It's not like you don't know Siyu. This girl's temper is simply notorious. Su Wanxiang brow tightened. Your daughter's temper how to put aside first. You damn first sentence is what it means. Seriously, if it wasn't for the fact that he wanted to pit Shin Song-han for a sum of money, old Su would have kicked him out long ago, and now he chose to hold back. Ha ha, also old Shin, you're much more agile than me. Then according to you, if someone introduces your daughter to a boyfriend, you'd be thrilled to death? At those words, Shin Song-han sucked in a breath of cool air. How can someone introduce my girl to a boyfriend? Who's that? You think your son has lived too long? Excited? Then Tama is more than excited. Old Su, excited? You're underestimating me and Siyu. Shin Song-han has long thought, who can introduce my daughter to the object? Jinghai downtown randomly pick a sweet how? At those words, Su Wanxiang's face flashed with a hidden wry smile. Shin Song-han, waiting for your words. He disliked Shin Song-han's arm with a heated smile then. Old Shin, are you stupid? Others can't, but your brother I'm designated to be able to. That is to say my son-in-law has a good brother. I've seen it. That young man is very nice. Introduce you? Zhang Feng's buddy? Is he nice? Have you met him? Su Wanxiang knows. He made it up. He just wants to pit a sweet from Shin Song-han. This is a very clear thinking of the old Sua. He said that the introduction, but did not say that the introduction must be successful, right? Then Feng can't have a single buddy by his side. He can't have a single buddy with him, can he? Besides, even if everyone around him has a girlfriend, he can still pay to hire someone. Just as Su Wanxiang thought, Shin Song-han went straight into the spirit. Your son-in-law's buddy? That must be pretty good. Ha, old Su. No, Su, tell me in detail. Marriott Plaza, Pine City, steaming hot air, tumbling soup. Zhang Feng and Su Youran were burying their heads in their mouths. Suddenly, there was a buzzing sound of a cell phone vibrating. After seeing the caller was Su Wanxiang, Zhang Feng slightly froze. Uncle Su? How long has it been since we've been separated? And you're calling? Who is it? Little Feng? Why do you look so shocked? Uncle Su called. Su Youran, who was a bit puzzled, frowned. Ha, my father? You Su Wanxiang, now that you have a son-in-law, you don't even call your own girl? Good job. Beautiful. You wait for me to go back to Jinghai. While Miss Su was gnashing her teeth and figuring out how to fix old Su, Zhang Feng had already picked up the phone. Hey, Uncle Su, what's up? What confused Zhang Feng was that it wasn't Su Wanxiang's voice that came from the other end of the phone, but an unfamiliar voice. Xiao Jiang I'm old Su's friend. Shin Song-han, your Uncle Shin. The Polaroid that old Su drove to Pine City the last 2 days was mine. It really wasn't that Shin Song-han was looking for embarrassment on his own. He didn't even know that Zhang Feng sat in his car and saw the little video thing. How could Su Wanxiang tell Shin Song-han about this? Who would tell his face about this? At this moment, Shin Song-han wanted to simply pull something random to be able to show that he was on good terms with Su Wanxiang. After all, it would be good for Zhang Feng to introduce his good brother over, right? Indeed, he did. And after listening to his introduction, Zhang Feng had a picture in his mind straight away. Bora owners Uncle Shin, I've long admired your great name and glorious deeds. Zhang Feng was referring to something, of course, but Shin Song-han didn't comprehend it. He thought Su Wanxiang had introduced his glorious deeds to Zhang Feng and Songcheng. The moment he did, he laughed heartily with emotion. Hey Xiao Jiang, low-key low profile? After a brief chat, Shin Song-han didn't make any ink, and directly indicated the purpose of his call. Xiao Jiang, I just heard old Su say you have a good brother, the one you play so well with, and to tell you the truth, Uncle's daughter is single. Uncle wants to ask how he is? If he's okay, can we fix him up? Meanwhile, Sawani added, Zhang Feng, just that guy, the live one. What? Live, single, playful men, handsome? No, Uncle Chin, you want to choose an ugly guy as your son-in-law? Did Su get you high? For a while, Zhang Feng was actually a bit speechless. This was something he really wouldn't be able to pick up. At this moment, Su Youran passed over a wary look and waved her hand to signal Zhang Feng to hang up the phone. Zhang Feng instantly realized, there's a setup? Received over. Uncle Chin, I suddenly have some urgent matters here that I need to take care of. Why don't I get back to you later? After hanging up the phone, Zhang Feng looked at Su Youran with some doubts. Ran, is old Su setting us up again? A setup? Su Youran wrinkled her nice little nose. This can't be said to be a setup. Uncle Chin's daughter is called Chin Siyu and is indeed single. It's just that Chin Siyu's situation is special, and it's complicated. Little boyfriend, are you planning to introduce Mo Shui to him? Su Youran's fragrant shoulders slightly shrugged after Zhang Feng nodded. I suggest you call Marshal Mo first and ask his opinion. From what I understand, Qin Siyu has a big temper. How? Auntie Qin died of an illness when she was very young. This matter has hit Qin Siyu quite hard, and his own precious daughter is sad every day. Uncle Qin must be uncomfortable, right? So, he indulged Qin Siyu, leading to now. It's not that Qin Siyu is bad, huh? It's just that she has a bit of a temper. A bit grumpy? Zhang Feng frowned slightly, but any other person he would have thought it was self-effacing. But this was what Su Youran said. This chick doesn't judge easily. She says grumpy. Zhang Feng nodded to release a smile. Okay, then I'll give Mo Shui a call first to ask his opinion. Reasonably, Zhang Feng felt that after all, he was introduced to Ugly, so it was better to ask him what he thought. Not to mention other things, at least if this really works out, will Ugly have a daughter-in-law? What Zhang Feng didn't know was that at this moment, Mo Shui was going crazy from his cousin's torture. He decides to face life bravely, but just 20 minutes at home he's about to blow up. No, little man, don't pee anywhere, okay? You can piss on my bed, but what do you mean, piss on me? Mo Shui was washing clothes when Zhang Feng called. Feng, what's up? I'm in the middle of washing clothes. Ugly, would you like to be introduced to a girlfriend? What's going on? Girlfriends? Women? Introduce me? Yes, brother, push her contact info on me with fire. I beg you, take it easy for a moment. Ugly, it's that I have to make it clear to you that this girl's situation is a bit unique. She doesn't have a very good temper, or even a big one, to say the least. Not very good-tempered? Mo Shui was slightly stunned. He then looked slightly sideways at his cousin, who was lying on his bed singing Love You alone in a dark alley. Bad temper? How bad can a girl's temper be? At least she doesn't sing Lone Ranger? At least she doesn't pee on me? Thinking of this, Mo Shui burst into old tears. Brother Feng, don't say she has a bad temper. Even if she can scratch me into a bloody hole during a fight, I'll admit it. Really, brother, I don't ask for anything. Live, female, just. Chapter 111, Cousin. Cousin? Mistaken? The parties involved had indicated so. What else could Zhang Feng say? Then we'll help him with this. We'll help him with this line. And it's up to him whether it works or not. After exchanging smiles with Su Youran, Zhang Feng dialed back Su Wanxiang's phone, and the person who answered the phone was still Qin Songcheng. Hey, Xiao Jiang done with the business that now with uncle say your buddy people how Zhang Feng, who had already sought Mo Shui's opinion, sort of put down his burden, but he still froze when asked by Qin Songhan so violently. It seems that this call is a bit hasty. Why didn't you think about what's good about Mo Shui in advance? Come on, this is helping Mo Shui convince the father of the woman. Surely he must be talking about the merits. At this moment, Zhang Feng's brain was spinning rapidly, and in the end, his eyes lit up as he hurriedly opened his mouth. Uncle Qin Mo Shui, this kid still has some merits. At least you can tell by the name that he's not a flashy guy, right? Mo Shui. Well, the name is unassuming. Qin Songhan loved the thought of the house and the bird, but he couldn't help but laugh out loud in the next second. Xiao Jiang, go on, don't mind me. Zhang Feng pinched his cold sweat and took a sip of the drink in his hand before turning on the fire. Uncle Qin, first of all, I have to tell you that this brother of mine is diligent. You do not look at his work as not good, but life is absolutely a good hand. The family bowl teacup he is fine to brush and scrub. Love clean. Secondly, this brother of mine is gentle and attracts children's favor. He is the one who brings up the children of his relatives who have no time to bring them up, and he cares about people. The last thing, my brother's strong hands. What is the barber store is not open when he cut his own hair Even the barber did not dare to give himself a haircut, he dared. The art of high people bold. Speaking was definitely an art, and after hearing Zhang Feng's introduction, Qin Songshan's eyes lit up. Alas, this kid sounds like a nice guy despite his abstract name. Hard-working, clean, caring, and a bit of practical ability. Maybe not so good at home, but that's not a problem. Thinking of this, Qin Songshan spoke sardonically. Xiao Jiang, so is this brother of yours good-tempered? Zhang Feng froze for a moment and said, even a clay bodhisattva is not as good-tempered as him. Uncle Qin. Hearing this, Qin Songshan's hand slapped towards his leg. Boy, this kid exists to be my son-in-law. What else is there to say? It's just him. After hanging up the phone, Zhang Feng let out a long sigh of relief. What he wanted was merely adult, and the current one didn't know that just because of this, old Su could turn out a villa for him. And seeing Zhang Feng finish his phone call, Su Youran rebooted the power of the hot pot. Of course she didn't eat on her own while Zhang Feng was busy on the phone. What's two people eating together and one person secretly moving chopsticks? Hey, stinky Zhang Feng, let's continue eating then. To be honest, originally she was not in favor of the matter of introducing Qin Siyu to Mo Shui, but after hearing Mo Shui cry on the phone, she was relieved. Does this social terrorist seem to want a girlfriend? Thinking of this, Su Youran glanced at Zhang Feng with a light smile. Zhang Feng, I actually think Mo Shui is okay. He's at least quite humorous. A lot of girls like humor. It's just that it's a bit of a face in this day and age. As usual, Zhang Feng desperately stuffed the shabu-shabu meat into Su Yuran's plate. Indeed. How else could I have gone straight to you at the Red Romantic Cafe at that time? Hey, stinky Zhang Feng, are you saying this with emotion or as a compliment? Of course it's nice to be praised, but it's even nicer to be praised by someone you like. Miss Su was instantly delighted, handing Zhang Feng a flavorful wink. Just when she was wondering how to open her mouth to praise Zhang Feng spoke again. It's just that while this is the age of the face, it's ultimately about character, I guess. As important as face value is, at the end of the day, this stuff can't be food, right? At 8:30, the two finished their meal, and Zhang Feng went to the front desk to settle the bill. As soon as the boss saw that it was Zhang Feng who had arrived, he directly waved his hand and said, "Brothers, just withdraw. I'll spare you the money for this meal." Zhang Feng? Probably seeing Zhang Feng's doubts, the boss hemmed and hawed. "Bro, you're so handsome and your girlfriend is so pretty. You don't know, you're just sitting there like this. You're a match made in heaven. How many of these customers have been lured into the restaurant for dinner by you? Don't say anything. This meal, it has to be on me." The corners of Zhang Feng's mouth twitched viciously. No, it's a slap in the face? Can good looks really be a meal? With a full stomach, Zhang Feng and Su Youran strolled leisurely holding hands. Suddenly, Su Yuran's footsteps lurched and she looked sideways at Zhang Feng with a blushing face. "Little boyfriend, I confess, I just stole 2 bites of hot pot. I feel now, I need to go to the bathroom." "Good fellow." Zhang Feng's brows wrinkled. Of course he knew that he couldn't eat spicy food during his period, so he ordered the Mandarin duck pot just now. "What? Su Youran, this chick still steals food." "Hey, of course." Zhang Feng knew that now was not the time to get angry with Su Youran. "Do you want me to go with you, Ran? Don't think wrong, Zhang Feng said of course to accompany to the bathroom door. "No need, just wait here for me for a while. I'll be back soon." Soon, handing Zhang Feng a reassuring look, Su Youran somewhat hurriedly ran all the way towards the mall bathroom. Heaven forbid she really thought it was okay to just have a couple spicy bites. Who knows? But what made Su Youran happy was that although she suddenly felt a bit uncomfortable, but it doesn't seem to be a serious case, the amount is very small. On second thought, it looks like this is also the 4th or 5th day that my aunt has come over to stay. Thinking of this, Su Yuran's spiritual eyes flowed. It should go? I don't know what came to mind, but Miss Su blushed all of a sudden. But to avoid making Zhang Feng wait too quickly, she still moved very cleanly to change things and go back to him. But her eyes could only look far enough to see Zhang Feng when she froze. Why is stinky Zhang Feng surrounded by 4 women? Seeing this, Su Youran slightly frowned and bit her red lips. She could be too familiar with this scene. Humph, now it must be Zhang Feng standing there being seen by another woman. Don't move my boyfriend. Who is Miss Su? Can she tolerate this kind of thing? The more she thought about it, the more angry she became. She rushed straight over at a fast pace, not thinking much about it. As soon as he took Zhang Feng's arm to declare his sovereignty, he then softly said, Hey, hubby, I'm home. Husband? Hearing these 2 words, Zhang Feng was directly jolted, but before he could speak excitedly, Su Youran had already looked away from the 4 girls across the room. Big Miss Su's moon-like eyes flashed with a strange luster, and she said with a sly smile, Sorry little sisters, you guys are not this big brother's cup of tea. He doesn't like sisters, he likes sisters. What kind of a person who comes up to me and talks to me can stand this level of attack? So you're just going to run away, aren't you? But what made Su Youran freeze was that instead of leaving, these 4 girls were all excited. Finally, the cleanly dressed girl at the head glanced at Zhang Feng with an innocent smile. Wow, cousin, this is sister-in-law, isn't it? It's really like you said. Sister-in-law is prettier than the stars on TV. What's going on? Cousin? At those words, Su Youran directly froze as she instantly looked away from Zhang Feng. The eyes were filled with confusion and questions. Immediately after that, Zhang Feng rubbed Su Yuran's head favorably. Ran, let me introduce you. This is Song Xinxin, my cousin. You remember my old uncle, don't you? 10,000 horses. The one who can't talk off his horse. This is his daughter. Chapter 112 Zhang Feng. You're so pretty, Uncle Wagner? Isn't his daughter's V-name at Happy Girl? Isn't she just a few years old? Su Youran violently fragrant body a shock. The old uncle is not born too. Song Xinxin's polite greeting and Zhang Feng's explanation made Su Youran directly dumbfounded. So the situation now is, I mistook cousin Zhang Feng for the little girl who hit on him. and then I came over to declare my sovereignty, calling Jiang Feng husband in front of his cousin, and tell them that Jiang Feng likes his sister's type? This is a bit too humiliating, right Su Youran? For a while, Miss Su's heart was as messy as a hemp. This felt like hundreds of ants crawling. Thieves were uncomfortable, but in the end, she, Su Youran, still quickly hid the difference. She changed her earlier dainty mixed with wry look and smiled gently and generously. Xin, you're pretty too. You're young now. You'll be even prettier in another 2 years when you've grown up. In the face of embarrassment, the best solution is not to explain. That will only make it worse. Just skip a topic. At those words, Jiang Feng also secretly smiled. Not bad for Ran Ranao. In fact, Su Yuran's guess was really good. Song Xinxin was still studying at the local university in Songcheng. The little girl is a senior this year and is afraid that her style will change drastically in the next year after graduation. It is worth mentioning that although she is the daughter of Wan Ma Rushing, Song Xin has not inherited a bit from her own father in terms of language, and is very civilized. After being praised by Su Youran, she smiled a little shyly. If I were half as pretty as my cousin, then I'm afraid I'd be the schoolgirl. After a few simple sentences of business mutual admiration, Jiang Feng regained the topic he had just talked about. Xin. In fact, your internship may not have to be back on the home side. It's also great locally in Pine City, and with your grades and abilities, you should be picking for an internship as well, right? If you're thinking about it, you can come to Vientiane Colors instead. That's right. Just now Song Xinxin had asked Jiang Feng for advice about matters related to the senior year internship. Now that she heard Jiang Feng say this, she directly froze. Vientiane Makeup? Is that where your cousin works? That's a little hard, isn't it? Song Xinxin admitted that she did get okay grades and did pretty well in school, but at the end of the day, she wouldn't dare to think about a company like Wanxiang Makeup. Cousin, I'm not like you, and I'm afraid that Wanxiang Coloring won't want me. When it comes to this, it is necessary to mention Comrade Song Ling, who knows Su Yuran's identity. As a woman meticulous to the bone, Comrade Song Ling certainly understands the truth that a big tree attracts the wind. So regarding Su Yuran's identity, she didn't mention it to anyone. She thought it through. Showing off her daughter-in-law's national beauty is what she, as a mother-in-law, can do, but taking her daughter-in-law's identity out to find a sense of superiority is not right. Indeed, it was impossible to hide it from her relatives, but that was also when Su Youran and Jiang Feng chose to show their cards, and it had nothing to do with her. As for Lao Jiang, not to mention the fact that he is much more calm. In addition, Song Ling did not say, how dare he? Ahem, we all know about this, don't we? Therefore, Song Xinxin, including her old uncle at Wan Ma Avalanche's family, didn't know that Su Youran was the president of Wanxiang Color Cosmetics. At those words, Su Yuran's beautiful eyes flashed out gusts of starlight. Alas, cousin, you're mentioning my area of expertise here hee. But just as she was about to open her mouth, she was directly grabbed by Jiang Feng, who tugged on the corner of his coat. It's okay, come and try it out. Vientiane Makeup isn't that strict about interns. If you can't, why don't you just go home and intern again? Not bad for a cousin. It does seem to make sense. Song Xinxin smiled playfully and nodded with the corners of her mouth lightly raised. Then I'll try out Vientiane Colors first when the time comes. Su Youran wasn't feeling well. Jiang Feng didn't plan to chat much, and Song Xinxin was going shopping with her roommate. 10 minutes later, a few people separated. Before leaving, Jiang Feng treated the 4 girls to milk tea. On the way home, glancing at Su Youran, whose face color was always mixed with a hint of doubt, Jiang Feng took the initiative to open his mouth and asked, Ran, are you wondering why I didn't tell Xinxin that with you around she's sure to come to Wanxiang Makeup? Upon hearing this, Miss Su nodded heavily and let out a heavy, delicate hum. Aha! Jiang Feng released a smile. That was his own old uncle. This was his own cousin. The two families were already on good terms. The Humane Society, but he can help. He certainly will not ink in hesitation. But there are many kinds of back doors for people. Ran. In the end, Song Xin as long as come to Wanxiang Color Cosmetics. That not surprisingly I must be to help her say good words. Pro cousin well. But I'm rather afraid that the girl will slack off if she knows she's ironically going to be able to come to Wanxiang Color. It's still a little bit of suspense, good for her to get one last workout in so she can feel better in her mind when she comes. In the end, Humane Society, many people open the back door for their relatives. Let Song Xinxin exercise is not to say that Jiang Feng and Wen and stand. To open the back door is also noble to let Song Xinxin to reach the standard of Wanxiang Color Cosmetics. To put it bluntly, how Song Xinxin was capable of in the end. With Jiang Feng and Su Youran around, Wanxiang Group was able to her for life. The main thing is, you won't have a strong drop in your heart when you come to the company knowing something yourself. Virtue is not worthy of the position. Talent is not worthy of the position of many people will be psychologically deformed. Since the family's own cousin, Zhang Feng is still very concerned about the feelings of her heart. Simply getting her to come to work at Vientiane Colors is simple. Possibly getting her to accept the job comfortably is not. About all this, Miss Su had thought of it too. The doubt in her heart turned into relief, and her expression changed radically. Slightly sideways glancing at Zhang Feng's peach blossom eyes within the spiritual light flowed. Starry eyes like waves. This little man, really thoughtful. I wonder who picks up the slack and gets to marry him in the end. Hey, so it's me Su Youran ah. Thinking of this, Miss Su was amused by her own rich mental drama and snorted until she laughed into a flutter. After returning to her senses, she cast a gaze that was clearer and cleaner than the moonlight towards Zhang Feng's side face, alongside the bright and clear moonlight. Stinky Zhang Feng, you're so pretty. It was already 11:30 when I got back to the rental and watched a fun little movie. When she was ready to get up and go back to the house, Su Youran suddenly thought of something, and she, who was already leaning on Zhang Feng, rubbed against his chest again. By the way, Stinky Zhang Feng, what was that movie you told me about Uncle Chin's car that time? You're the one who said it's just two people from start to finish and the action is simple and brutal but makes it very interesting. Look at the drama we just watched. There are so many main and supporting characters combined from start to finish. What storyline could happen to two people that would make it interesting? I have a drop of curiosity. Good fellow. Hearing Su Youran say this, Zhang Feng could be said to have raised his eyebrows fiercely. There was a twinkling light of excitement in his eyes. Ran, are you really curious? If you say so, I'll show you. Chapter 113's decision. Of course, it was 11:30. Zhang Feng still didn't bring Su Youran to stay up late. Instead, he coaxed her to look at it another time and went back to bed first. But people are always curious. Su Youran was looking at the subtle change in Zhang Feng's expression when he mentioned the movie. So the more Zhang Feng didn't show her like this, the more curious she became. What kind of movie is it where two people are still funny and the action is still simple and brutal? Lying on the bed, the more she thought about it, the more she couldn't figure it out. Miss Su saw Zhang Feng turn off the light and went to bed and immediately hugged him from behind. With a dainty tone of voice, she pouted. Geez, little boyfriend, if you won't show me, then it's always okay to describe it to me, right? Anan, just treat me like a little kid and put me to bed and tell me stories. No man can deny a woman this kind of pampering. But the problem is, that stuff isn't a bedtime story, is it? The more you talk, the more you ran. That wasn't told as a story. Tell you what, I'll show you the day your aunt leaves. What's going on? Zhang Feng abacus playing loud or not on the side. What do not understand? Su Youran confused. Why can't it be told as a story? Aren't movies just stories? Why does it still have to be the day my period leaves? Hey, Zhang Feng, what the hell are you doing? Thinking of this, Miss Su directly had a haughty little temper. After 4 or 5 seconds of silence, Su Yuran's delicate face flashed with a hint of cunning that was hard to catch. After Zhang Feng had already gotten into bed and laid down, she took the initiative to come over. What follows is a set of divine maneuvers. Hey, stinky Zhang Feng, I'll give you a different set of stockings to look at. Well, is there a mosquito? Stinky Zhang Feng, you quickly look. My back seems to have been bitten by a mosquito. Ugh, so itchy. Zhang Feng, do you feel if my legs are fatter than before? Why can't I hold it anymore? Hey, stinky Zhang Feng, can you touch it? It seems to be bigger than before. Let's just say, what man could stand up to that? It was just a few minutes, and Zhang Feng was confused. What's the saying? It really is an arrow that has to be shot. It was supposed to be a pleasant evening of extra food, but just at the last critical moment, Zhang Feng suddenly froze. He jerked his head down to look at Su Youran and found her smiling wryly without a hint of concealment. She lifted her soft, fluffy voice in a flirtatious display. Stinky Zhang Feng, I'm tired. Ugh, let's sleep. Hey, let's call it a day, okay? You need to get your strength up too, alas. Not too often. I'll help you when my aunt leaves. Thinking of this, Zhang Feng snapped to realize the wryness on Su Yuran's face after she didn't tell her about the movie in that bout. Good man, Ran is waiting for me here? Boy, I'm going to have to go to blood for this intentional revenge fairy girlfriend. At this moment, Zhang Feng realized, arrows on the string cannot be fired. At most the archer does not string. No big deal. Want to practice archery can be practiced on another day. But it's really hard not to let him practice archery when the bow is half drawn and the arrow is going out. Ran, where are we now? Bed A. Zhang Feng nodded in satisfaction, then narrowed his eyes and smiled. You have to realize that it's never the men who are in charge here. Omit. Forget it. Omit it. It's a showdown. I'm afraid to write it. Day 2, Vientiane makeup, 8:30 p.m. After coming to the company, Zhang Feng went straight to his workstation and then he wanted to find a TV series to start resting. People always need to rest, And if you don't sleep when you should make up for it when you shouldn't. It's not just about physical health, but on the other hand, it's still important to nourish your qi. And at this time, Imo Shui also came to the company with a big black eye. Seeing him this face, Jiang Feng was directly agitated. Why didn't T ugly brother hold a bamboo shoot to the company? This black eye catch up with the national treasure. You were tortured by your cousin again last night? Jiang Feng subconsciously opened his mouth and asked. But of course, it was also possible that he wanted to have some fun. At those words, Imo Shui shook his head. No, I gave my cousin a ride home last night. Aha, did you send them home? Then why did you sleep so poorly? In front of Jiang Feng, Imo Shui didn't have anything to hide, so he just directly told the whole story. Sent home overnight. I called my uncle last night after my cousin fell asleep. I don't think I can cure this kid, but it's okay to spit in his old man's face, right? Turns out my old uncle said he's home tonight and he's traveling somewhere else tomorrow. Said I could send my cousin back to him, or he'd be gone again tomorrow. And then my cousin would have to stay at my house for a few more days. Brother Feng, you know, right? It was 12 o'clock at night, and my old uncle just figured that I couldn't send my cousin back to him after another 6-hour drive back and forth in the middle of the night. Humph, he's really wrong. I got a ING cabbie for $1,000 and sent my cousin home overnight. I just got to Pine City, I took a shower and a bite to eat at home and came to the office. I didn't sleep all night. Good lord. Jiang Feng sucked in a breath of cool air. What kind of torture would it take to make Imo Shui do something like this? Not sleeping all night? Dark circles under your eyes? It's good to be alive. Then hurry up and rest at your workstation. Jiang Feng felt that if Imo Shui wanted to rest, of course he himself also needed to rest, and said that he wanted to end the topic. But what he didn't expect was that Imo Shui didn't have the slightest intention of resting despite his dark circles under his eyes and tired demeanor. Instead, he smiled wickedly and moved toward him. Brother Feng, I'm not sleepy at all. I'm physically labored, but I'm content in my heart. You don't know. My old uncle's face turned the color of a pig's liver when he saw me bring my cousin to his doorstep. I'm getting a kick out of thinking about it now, even though he says I'm being gracious, I guess. But Feng, let me ask you something. That girl you introduced me to last night, why haven't you added me yet? Qin Siyu hasn't added Imo Shui yet? Jiang Feng subconsciously froze. He was not right after a careful calculation. Yesterday, he pushed Imo Shui V letter to Lao Su after he talked to Qin Songshan on the phone. At this point it hasn't been added. Suddenly, Jiang Feng thought that Qin Songshan and Lao Su were drinking yesterday. I think her father was drunk yesterday and hadn't given her the V-mail yet. You wait a little longer. You shouldn't be able to not add you. I've finished my pretty words for you. Guess it's just that her father hasn't sobered up by this time. In fact, Jiang Feng was really wrong. Qin Songshan woke up 5 minutes ago. Jinghai City, Su Wanxiang's detached villa. After drinking too much last night, Qin Songshan stayed in the guest room on the first floor. 5 minutes ago, Lao Su directly threw an ice pack into his nest, and Qin Songshan woke up completely with a carp. But now, seeing the home transfer agreement handed over in front of him, the others were confused again. Chapter 114. Brother Su, please pick a villa. Old Su wants a villa in Pine City under my group's name? Holy, what kind of gray plane is this? Are you kidding me? For a while, Qin Songshan also thought of comparing with Su Wanxiang about the matter of throwing ice packs into his comforter. Old Su, what are you doing? You're not trying to tell me that I lost a villa to you last night when we were drinking, are you? Seeing this, Su Wanxiang is not angry. He knows that Qin Songshan, this person is good at everything, but drinking is easy to break. Hey, Qin, you don't remember much about last night, do you? Alas, old Qin, what are you talking about? I, Su Wanxiang, have never pitted anyone in my life. I, old Su, only take what I deserve, and don't even think about the rest. You promised me this villa yourself. You can't go back on it. Think carefully. Last night, my son-in-law introduced Siyu to her boyfriend, named Imo Shui. Did you ask the lad about the situation yourself? Or did you pat yourself on the back and say it's just him? Is there such a thing? Hiss. Looking at the chat log on Su Wanxiang's cell phone screen, Qin Songshan sucked in a breath of cool air. Aha, you don't say. It does ring a bell. There does seem to be a chap called Imo Shui. Yeah, the thrifty do-it-yourself one. Yes, there is. I remember. Thinking up the right thing to do. Su Wanxiang clapped his hands together. Then think again. Was it you yourself who said you'd give a villa to anyone who wanted to introduce your daughter to a boyfriend? Think hard. Is there such a thing? At this moment, Qin Songshan froze. He vaguely remembered that it did happen. Just how? In his memory, he remembered talking about giving away a suite. I can't be generous when I'm drunk enough to give away a villa, can I? Thinking of this, Qin Songshan asked with a slightly raised eyebrow in doubt. Su Wanxiang, don't try to fool me. What I'm talking about should be a suite, not the villa. It's much worse in here. I'm not listening to you. At those words, old Su revealed a shocked expression. A suite? No, Jin Song-san, you can't deny this. You're talking about a villa. You drank yourself out of your mind, but I remember. If that's the way you do things, I won't drink with you anymore. Laugh it up. Of course Su knows it's a suite. So what? He changed his mind and now wants the villa. Is there a problem? Of course not. Big brothers are all good at hiding their thoughts. And Su Wanxiang is no exception. He's as good at packing as an old lady going to the supermarket and carrying away a cartload of stuff in one plastic bag. This sincere tone, not a single flawed expression, caused Jin Song-san to really freeze. A villa? Is it really a villa? Am I that generous for being drunk? It shouldn't. Old Jin was doubtful, but Su Wanxiang's expression really made him a bit self-doubtful. In the end, Jin Song-san rubbed his temples and clenched his teeth. Old Su, needless to say, it's a suite. What villa? Don't you try to swindle me. At this moment, Su Wanxiang's expression was extremely wonderful. Agu fog grass. Jin Song-san, you can remember so clearly it? If it were anyone else, you wouldn't be able to get away with it. Hey, sorry about that. I, Su Wanxiang, have never been bad at anything. Seeing directly to not work, the old Su stood up and sighed, waving his hand in a tone of helplessness. Okay, I'll do as you say. A suite then. Really? How many years, brother? Make it sound like I'm trying to screw you out of a villa. Alas, Su Wanxiang is not lack of house, lack of villa people. Mainly I want to let you out some blood. No, this son-in-law hard one. Forget it, old Jin. Don't give me this suite either. It's useless. Jin Song-san man was directly numb. His lips slightly moved, just wanting to speak, directly interrupted by Su Wanxiang. Old Jin, no need to say. Our brothers? Su Wanxiang need a little loss. Nothing. Little thing. I misremembered. You're right. It's a suite. I tried to punk you earlier. After saying that, old Su turned around and directly left the guest room, leaving Jin Song-san sitting alone on the edge of the bed in a daze. What's going on with Su? What's going on? Boy, that's not a common look, is it? Why is his tone full of aggravation? Was it really a villa I was talking about yesterday when I was drinking? At this moment, Jin Song-san's personal willpower was dealt the biggest blow ever, and he fell into deep self-doubt. 10 minutes later, he walked out of the guest room with a smiling face in his pockets and came to Su Wanxiang, who was sitting in the hall, and hemmed and hawed. Okay, old Su, I remembered it wrong. Okay? You know I'm always breaking down with my drinking and don't remember things. Don't be mad. A villa, take your pick. At those words, Su Wanxiang bristled. I'm not angry. I don't want your villa. It's hot to hold. TSK, lest you think I'm screwing you over later. Or forget it and keep it for yourself. At this moment, Jin Song-san panicked. Boy, old Su was really in a temper. Damn, I'm such a bad person. Lao Su was so busy letting his son-in-law introduce my daughter to someone. I promised a villa and ended up saying it was a suite? I'd be pissed off too if it happened to me. Thinking of this, Jin Song-san wanted to give himself a slap. Really, not something on me. He put up an even wider smile. What pits me or not? Old Su, don't say it was you who introduced me to my son-in-law. It's just that it's fine on weekdays, so what if I give you a villa? Jin Song-san, did it willingly. It's definitely not that you're punking me. I'm putting my words here. Old Su, pick it out. Give me a chance. Hearing this, Su Wanxiang let out a long breath and raised an eyebrow at Jin Song-san. Okay, pick. Then I'll give you that chance. Old Jin, look, I don't want an expensive one either. Just this small villa with a small area in Pine City. At 10:30, Jiang Feng felt his back being poked and opened his sleepy eyes. Turning around he froze straight away. Good lord, Secretary Zhang? That's right. The one who woke Jiang Feng up was none other than Zhang Hongyan, who had a somewhat anxious face. Her forehead was oozing with the slightest trace of sweat, and she was breathing a little too hard, so she should have been running. When she saw Jiang Feng waking up, she hurriedly spoke. Jiang Feng, half an hour ago. It looks like our front-end website was hacked. He changed the price of a cream we were selling from $299 to $89. The programmers in the tech department got the price changed in time, but it still sold thousands of units. For that amount of money the company naturally doesn't care. But the main thing is that it was hacked without a point of return. The tech department is so busy over there they can't even find the intruder's IP. Now Mr. Su is particularly angry. Do you think you can solve this matter? Zhang Hongyan, however, remembered clearly that Zhang Yuanfeng's encrypted computer was directly unlocked by Jiang Feng after a few knocks. That's why she came here to look for Jiang Feng with a glimmer of hope. After hearing Zhang Hongyan's description, Jiang Feng slapped the table. Ha! Another hacker dares to break into my wife's company in my area of expertise? Put into the previous life, Jiang Feng's level may really not enter the stream. But the problem is that now is far from the development of the previous life of the IT level. Beyond the era of a few years of vision and technical level of the evening, General hackers in front of Zhang Feng is really not enough to see. You go to the office first and stay with Ran so she doesn't get mad. I'll take care of this. Chapter 115, Mr. Zhang seems to be using a very new technology. Of course, that being said, on the way to the technical department, Zhang Feng still dialed Su Youran's phone. After connecting, Su Youran's gentle and pleasant voice came. Ha, stinky Zhang Feng, did you miss me? Calling at this hour. Anan, you could have just come to me if you missed me. At those words, Zhang Feng smiled in relief. This girl doesn't talk to her man about what's going on in the company? Of course I think about my sexy, saucy and cute girlfriend, Ran. It's just that Secretary Chang told me everything, and I called here, thinking of first demoralizing the gentle and beautiful Ran in my house. Stay in the office with Secretary Zhang for a while first, and leave this matter to me, okay? Zhang Feng's guess was really good. Just now Su Youran was on fire in the office, but the moment she saw that the call was from Zhang Feng, she calmed down a lot. As the saying goes, if both people are in love and share happy things with each other, there will be more happiness, and to share your troubles with each other all the time, that's doubling your troubles. So, Miss Su was deliberately hiding her sorrows, not wanting to bring negative emotions to Zhang Feng, but at this point she still frowned. Secretary Zhang is really this kind of annoying thing with you to say why. This is not let my little boyfriend worry for nothing. Stinky Zhang Feng, listen to me. You don't need to worry about this matter. You just need to eat and drink with me. Anan, you didn't even sleep last night. You should go to your workstation and get some rest. Let the tech guys figure it out for themselves. I've already asked them to contact the experts over at headquarters. The nest of programmers on the makeup side can't be solved, and that's obviously tricky. But Vientiane is such a big group. There must be powerful experts at the headquarters. It's not difficult to solve the problem. Still, Zhang Feng didn't turn around and go back to his workstation, but laughed. Good Ran. I've been off since I got to the office this morning. It just so happens that I'm a bit interested in IT as well. Did you forget about that thing where I cracked Zhang Yuanfang's computer password? Can't help, I'll go over there and learn to see what's going on as well. I'm so smart. What if my thought process makes the tech guys brainstorm a solution to the problem? Zhang Feng's thought was simple. It was indeed not difficult for the experts from Wanshang headquarters to solve the problem, but would it take a long time? Instead of letting go and leaving it for someone else to do, it would be better to settle this matter earlier to put Su Youran's mind at ease. Besides, if you are capable of solving your own wife's problems, why leave them to outsiders? Wanxiang Makeup, Technical Department. Minister Kevin Lee was staring at the computer screen anxiously. He was nervous at the moment, not just for himself, but for his brothers who were also in his department. Very serious. If today's matter is not handled well, then I'm afraid that they are all going to dust off. Yes, the price of goods has been changed back, but is the problem really that simple? This time the intruder was able to silently skip the protection system they set up to change the price of the goods. If someone changes the price of goods this time, can that person similarly change the price of a batch of goods next time? Laughing, not even tracking people's IP, let alone encrypting and protecting the site. What's even more scary? That guy was able to hack directly to the front desk of the website to change the price. Is he going to hack directly into the company's management system next? Does this mean that all the company's secrets are exposed to him? New product launches, R&D costs and more. That's a deadly threat to a company. Asterisk. It can't be traced at all. The man has disposed of the traces too cleanly. Kevin Lee slammed his fist heavily onto the table and directly exploded. At this moment he really had a feeling of extreme powerlessness. At the same time, Zhang Feng pushed his way into the office of the technical department. Kevin Lee was slightly stunned when he saw that the visitor was Zhang Feng, sighed and then got up to welcome him with a smile on his face. Hello Mr. Zhang, I'm Kevin Lee, the head of the technical department. I don't know what you're coming over here for this time. To be honest, Kevin Lee was a bit flustered. Who in the whole company didn't know that Zhang Feng and Mr. Su were in love? Now that Zhang Feng has come over, is he carrying Mr. Su's decree? The dismissal process went so fast? Minister Lee, don't be polite. I came over to help you guys out with the matter of changing the price of the front end of the company. Which computer have you been using to track him down? What's going on? At this moment, Kevin Lee was directly numb. Mr. Zhang said he came over to help us check on people? Are you kidding me? As the president's boyfriend, you should be at your workstation to touch the fish. We're very busy in the tech department. Okay? Mr. Zhang, it's not as simple as helping me pass a sheep got a sheep second pass. This is hacking to change prices, not a child's playground. Hearing Kevin Lee's words, Zhang Feng smiled faintly. Of course he heard the skepticism in the words of Kevin Lee. He did not blame the latter. Do not know is not a crime. In the end, if it was Zhang Feng sitting in Li Kaiwan's position who encountered this matter, he may not even speak as politely as Li Kaiwan. Minister Li, I'm a bit of a researcher in this area, so I'll give it a try. There's not much you can do about it now anyway. At those words, Kevin Lee's eyelids jumped hard. Mr. Jiang, this isn't something that a little research can solve. You are not aware of that man's tactics. Kevin Lee wanted to refuse Jiang Feng, but he thought that he really couldn't do anything about it, and it was the president's boyfriend's request. Solely and directly open the pendulum. Line. Then let Mr. Jiang pound it. Mr. Jiang, it's this computer. Sitting at the table, looking at the tracking program and logic that Kevin Lee had already constructed, Jiang Feng frowned slightly. Before he came here, he had thought that the way these people in the technical department handled hacking invasions would be very low level, but he didn't think it would actually be this low level. Big brother, this is totally a 1+1 game here, so you can trace the out of it. It wasn't that Jiang Feng looked down on Kevin Lee's technology, but the information age was developing really fast. He came back from his rebirth 4 or 5 years short of. The change in technology is earth-shattering. Solely, Jiang Feng directly deleted Kevin Lee's tracking program architecture and wrote it himself. This scene also shook Kevin Lee, who was standing to the side. Mr. Jiang, are you sure you're here to help and not to cause trouble? Delete the program for me? But 2 minutes later Kevin Lee was baffled. No, Mr. Kong is redoing the tracking location. After another 2 minutes, Kevin Lee looked at Jiang Feng's redone tracking program and fell into deep thought. That's it? How can a tracking program be so simple? Boy, Mr. Jiang seems to be using a very new technique. Why have I never learned about or even seen this method of tracking and locating? Kevin Lee was bewildered, but when the clock advanced another 2 minutes, the others went straight numb. It wasn't that Jiang Feng had already checked out IP, but Kevin Lee realized that he actually couldn't understand what Jiang Feng was doing. Holy. Chapter 116, you can impunity the technical department, but you must reward Jiang Feng. At this moment, Kevin Lee felt that he was being rubbed on the ground by Jiang Feng in his professional field. Subconsciously he wanted to call the other employees in the technical department to come over and brainstorm to see what Jiang Feng meant by what he wrote. But then he thought, forget it, if he couldn't read it himself, they couldn't read it anymore. And just in the moment that Kevin Lee was thinking, Jiang Feng had already stopped the work at hand. Minister Lee, follow this lead of mine and check it out. You should know the person's IP. Kevin Lee stood quietly behind Jiang Feng, but there was a tsunami in the bottom of his heart. I just froze for a moment. And Mr. Jiang basically solved the problem? Who am I? Where am I? What was I doing? In 10 minutes, Kevin Lee followed the program and framework left by Jiang Feng to complete the positioning of the intruder's IP. He glanced at Jiang Feng, who was waiting on the sidelines, and then looked at the IP that had been captured on the computer and swallowed hard. So it's really that simple? To be honest, Kevin Lee now wanted to kowtow to Jiang Feng. Mr. Jiang, the other party's IP has been traced, but it's not specific. What's generally certain now is that the other side is in Pine City. Upon hearing this, Jiang Feng narrowed his eyes slightly. Or was he a local of Songcheng? A number of thoughts sprang to mind. Keep in mind that this was an era of backward technology, but there was cybersecurity awareness. Hackers do not say wash their hands and do not do anything, but also not to the fanfare of directly changing the price of listed companies selling goods on the front desk. This kind of thing. You can't do this without some guts. Could it be that some local company in Pine City has found an expert to deal with Ran and Uncle Su? But that's not right either. To be honest, don't look at the ease with which Jiang Feng traced the IP just now. But in actuality, he could have seen the other party's tactics. It's really like an ancient assassin, clean and dripping with blood. Honestly, this strength to mess with the Vientiane group directly go to mess with the headquarters can be. How did you pick on the makeup to start? So it's about Ran? Since it's in Pine City, then check the exact address and make a trip over to him. Jiang Feng waved his hand to signal Kevin Lee to give way and resumed his seat in front of the computer to continue operating. Kevin Lee's movements were extremely fast. Not only did he get up and give up his seat, he also desperately signaled with his eyes for his colleagues to come over. Brothers, Mr. Jiang is going to operate again. Hurry over to learn the ropes. Thus, the situation on the scene changed from Kevin Lee alone being confused to the entire department of the technical department being confused. They all stared wide-eyed through the torturous 10 minutes. We can understand all the code symbols, but why don't we know what they mean when we put them together? It feels like doing an English translation, where you know every word, but when strung together you just can't translate it. And during these 10 minutes, Jiang Feng had not only completed the basic work of pinpointing the intruder, but also constructed a temporary chatting framework where he could directly talk to the intruder. At Jiang Feng, tell me, what is your purpose? It would take some time to completely pinpoint the location, and Jiang Feng was certain that his means were hidden. But in order for the intruder to let his guard down, he chose to initiate a chat with the other party. The other replied quickly, I meant no harm. What's going on? No offense? You changed the price of my wife's company's products without malice? Are you kidding me? Zhang Feng raised his eyebrows fiercely, deciding that he would definitely let Daffy give this person a few punches in a while when he pinpointed and found his way over. At Zhang Feng, it's hard to believe that you don't mean any harm when you do things like this, isn't it? Zhang Feng casually chatted. After all, stalling was key right now, but what he never expected was that the other party directly did not return. In the next second, Zhang Feng realized that his precise positioning means had been discovered by the other party. Good man, so fast? To be honest, Zhang Feng was a bit surprised. Of course, Zhang Feng would not lose in technical arm wrestling alone. He was just shocked. 5 minutes later, while transmitting the other party's precise positioning data to his cell phone for decoding, Zhang Feng also glanced over his head to look at the crowd of the technical department suspiciously. How did you change back the front-end price of this master change? Upon hearing this, all the people in the technical department lowered their heads in embarrassment. And in the end, it was the minister, Kevin Lee, who carried everything. Mr. Jiang, we didn't change it back. The price changed back on its own. At this moment, Zhang Feng finally realized why it didn't rain on this big cloudy day. Good guy. It turned out to be a bunch of people in the technical department gave him a whole speechless. Originally wanted to spit on the technical department employees a few sentences, but Zhang Feng thought about the means of the intruder but also relieved. Okay, I just protected the company's systems. There's no way he can hack in again. Let's call it a day on this one. You guys keep busy. Reasonably, after getting the other party's precise positioning, Zhang Feng didn't have time to fool around in the technical department. The key is to find that guy first. At least we have to get this loss back, right? If the other party is coming for Su Youran, then we still have to have a good chat, right? So, after informing Zheng Yuan and Li Dafei, a brand new meeting rushed out of the gate of Wanxiang Colorful Cosmetics 10 minutes later. Sitting in the back row, Zhang Feng stared at the precise location information of the other party that had been intercepted on his cell phone and said, Fatty, go to the Happy Home neighborhood in the old part of Pine City. Wanxiang Makeup Company, President's Office. Li Kaiwan didn't freeze. Zhang Feng left before his feet. He reported everything that happened to Su Youran through and through. After listening to his detailed report, Su Yuran's beautiful face revealed a shock and joy that was hard to hide. Did Kevin Lee just say that Stinky Zhang Feng has solved this matter? The IP that the whole technical department has been busy for half a day without searching out was taken by the Stinky Zhang Feng in less than half an hour? Stinky Zhang Feng said to go to the technical department to solve the problem and then he did it? Thinking of this, a warm current surged through the softest part of Su Yuran's heart. Come on. This kind of thing really makes women feel super secure, okay? Of course Miss Su is happy. Women all crave security, okay? Who would want to be a tough, high-strung woman when you can be a princess held in your husband's arms? And at the same time, a bold and somewhat untimely thought sprang into Miss Su's mind. If little Feng Feng is so powerful, it seems like I can really be the little fool next to him. After a long time, Su Youran hid the small thoughts in her heart and waved her hand at Kevin Lee. Since the other party is really powerful and out of your reach, it's not your fault. That's it for this matter. Oh yeah, what did the masters over at headquarters say? Miss Su was not an unreasonable person, let alone the fact that right now she was all out of huff. It's not the tech department's fault, so let's just forget about it. There's too much of a technology gap for them to really do anything about it. And what good does punishment do? Of course, the technical department cannot be punished, but little Feng Feng must be rewarded. As for what the reward will be, hey, just wait a couple days. Chapter 117. This is not a son-in-law. This is simply a treasure. Asked by Su Youran, Lee Kevin directly froze. An expert from headquarters? I'll be damned. Yeah, I even asked for help from the masters at HQ. Showdown said that Kevin Lee had given the masters at HQ the slip of the tongue. It couldn't be helped. From the moment Zhang Feng appeared in the office of the technical department he was shocked from the beginning to the end. All he wanted to do was to kowtow to Zhang Feng, so he didn't have time to think about the masters at the headquarters. Mr. Su, the masters at the headquarters haven't gotten back to me yet. I'm sure he's burnt out and can't think of a way right now. I'll call the masters at the headquarters right away to tell him that this matter has been solved by Mr. Jiang, Jinghai City, Wanxiang Group. In fact, Kevin Lee's guess was still conservative. The headquarters master Wang Zhang, whom he turned to for help, was more than anxious. He damn well panicked. 20 years in the business and this is the first time my own top boss has stared at me from the sidelines tracking my IP. Su Wanxiang was sitting next to Wang Zhang with a sad face, smoking a cigarette. Xiao Wang I'll give you a raise if you hurry. Get your brain on fire and get the problem solved. To be honest, Lao Su was really anxious. Originally he was still with Qin Songshan at home to pick the villa. What happened? Old Wang made a phone call saying that Ranran's company had been hacked. Old Su was immediately dumbfounded. There is still a ING hacker dare to hack Vientiane? Su Wanxiang pulled his leg out of the house and went to the company to find Wang Zhang. It's not that I feel ashamed that the company has been hacked to fix it quickly. Rather, old Su was afraid she'd get screwed. Let's just say the company was hacked and Ran was very angry, right? The slower the problem is solved, the angrier Ran gets. Boy, when my daughter gets angry, the consequences can be serious, okay? Not to mention if he would call him over to take the piss. What if I have a fight with Feng when I'm not in a good mood? Fighting will create a gap that affects their relationship. What if it affects their preparation for pregnancy? Besides, if you don't care about anything else, it's easy to get angry, isn't it? The old Su thought the most. The mood is also the most complex. He cannot wait to find this hacker out of the muslin. Su Dong, you don't worry. I'm close to having a clue. Wang Zhang wiped a handful of cold sweat oozing from his forehead and replied stiffly. Sitting in front of the computer for over an hour, he was close to getting a clue, and he was ashamed to say it. But there is no way. He is really unable to do anything. And even the high-end IT technical talent Wang Zhang is going to cry. What the hell is this invasion of makeup? Brother, this is too brutal, isn't it? You should at least leave some clues so that I won't be so embarrassed in front of the chairman, okay? After carefully searching another round of the other IP to no avail, Wang Zhang basically swung for the fences. He has seen his end. Say bye-bye to all his troubles. Say bye-bye to the work of wannabe. There is no way. This world is really not everything is trying to do a good job can be accomplished. The ability is not in place. But just when Wang Zhang was close to despair, his cell phone rang. Li Kaiwan? Wang Zhang swallowed hard to connect the phone. What he heard, instead of the anxious and nervous urging of Kevin Lee in the intention, was a notice that sounded like heavenly music. Brother Wang, there's no need to trace this IP. Mr. Zhang has already checked the IP to fix the problem. Please, is it settled? No. How can it be solved? The intruder didn't leave any loopholes. How did he solve it? Wait, Mr. Zhang. What Mr. Zhang? Zhang Feng? For Wang Zhang to know Zhang Feng, Li Kevin was not surprised, but laughed. Yes, it's Zhang Feng. Wang Zhang didn't know what kind of mood he was in when he hung up the phone. He only knew that his worldview had collapsed a bit. Didn't the company gossip say that Missy's boyfriend is an employee of the sales department of the color cosmetics department? How is it that you can just fix this kind of problem on the fly? Heard Kevin Lee say it took him less than an hour? Holy, Mr. Zhang has a lot of stuff. And seeing that Wang Zhang hung up the phone, Su Wanxiang hurriedly came over. Little Wang, did you just say Zhang Feng? What about my son-in-law? What's wrong with your son-in-law? Mr. Su, your son-in-law is in a bunker. Wang Zhang viciously sucked in a mouthful of cool air, and was filled with shock as he recovered Wanxiang. Su Dong, before I wondered why Missy would find a junior staff member to fall in love with. Now I realize, Missy's long-term vision is really not something I can speculate on. Su Wanxiang, if you can't solve the problem, then get the out of here. What's with the ass-kissing? Seemingly sensing the displeasure between old Su's brows, Wang Zhang hurriedly opened his mouth to explain. Su Dong, don't worry, the problem on the makeup side has been solved. It's said that it was Mr. Zhang Feng Zhang who personally solved it, and it seems that Mr. Zhang just used about half an hour. I really don't blame me for being shocked, Su Dong. You don't understand how difficult this is. Let's just say we're looking for the top senior engineers in IT companies, and that's what we're looking for at Penguin. It's a matter he may settle, but the time will certainly not be half an hour, either. Su Dong, my technology is already very good. I dare to make a promise to you here. Mr. John's technology is also one of the best in the country. Upon hearing this, Su Wanxiang flabbergastedly scratched his head. There was no way. The amount of information was too much, and it was a bit hard to slow down for a while. The makeup hacking thing today had one of the technical departments over there and Wang Zhang scratching their heads, only to be solved by Xiao Feng? Wang Zhang is not the group's most authoritative IT personnel, but can be directly found by him. Visible segment is also high enough. Okay, that alone would have been fine. But Wang Zhang also gave Su Wanxiang an explanation of how powerful Zhang Feng was. At this moment, Su Wanxiang suddenly thought of Cui Jian saying that Zhang Feng would become a master if he developed an antique calligraphy and painting. Then now it was even more outrageous. He directly said that Zhang Feng's technology was one of the best in the country. Feng's so involved? Old Su was shocked. Boy, this isn't a son-in-law. It's a treasure, okay? Pine City, Old Town, Happy Homes neighborhood. Following the precise positioning decoded from his phone, Zhang Feng was sure that the hacker who had hacked the front-end data of Wanxiang makeup was in his neighborhood. It's worth noting that he's surrounded by neighborhood parks, not residential areas. This greatly reduces the amount of work involved in finding and catching someone a little while later. Zhang Feng scanned around the park and opened his mouth to remind Li Dafei. Daffy, in a moment when I say who to arrest you must not hesitate to directly control him. It was necessary. Zhang Feng wanted proof that that person had invaded Wanxiang colorful. and for a hacker with such sophisticated means, destroying the computer system to destroy the evidence couldn't be easier. Okay, Brother Feng, I'm not worried about what I'm doing. Li Dafei naively scratched his head in assurance. So then, Zhang Feng's trio went around the park and started looking for the suspect. It's easy, just look for someone with a computer at hand. After all, the location is set to the device, not the person. But after circling around, Zhang Feng outrageously realized that this pressed no one had a computer at hand. But the other side's position hasn't changed at all. Zhang Feng stood still and fell into deep thought, and a minute later his pupils shook. Looking up, he scanned the crowd around the park once more, and eventually, where his eyes landed was by the park's stone table. There, sitting with his backpack turned to him, was a teenager. Chapter 118, Are you, Kai Hong's son? It's him? This teenager who looks like he's only 16 or 17? Zhang Feng frowned, feeling that there was something unbelievable. But the cold location data on your cell phone doesn't lie. It's been canvassed around and only this little boy's bag could possibly contain a computer. Seemingly hearing footsteps, the teenager turned his head in consternation, revealing a very clean face. He looked at Zhang Feng with his bright eyes on end, and opened his mouth with a childish voice. Big brother, are you here for me? Zhang Feng stared into his eyes and subconsciously felt some familiarity. Unconsciously smiling slightly, I guess I didn't guess wrong, so I'm here to see you. While speaking, Zhang Feng signaled the teenager to look at the work license on Zhang Yuan's chest. There were the words Wanxiang makeup on it. Hearing and seeing, the teenager couldn't help but lower his head in shame. With a demeanor like that of a child who made a mistake and was called to the office by the teacher. Immediately afterward, he asked tentatively, so it's you who I'm temporarily chatting with, isn't it, big brother? Boy, it really is this teenager. Zhang Feng was psychologically prepared, but even so he heard the teenager personally admitted that he still had a brain buzz. Come on, 16 or 17 years old and you have the means to hack directly into Vientiane's makeup? What if we let him study for a few more years? Shocked, Zhang Feng turned back to hand Li Dafei a reassuring look. For a teenager there would be no need for Daffy to take a shot. This was not to say that Zhang Feng was a saintly mother and was not going to pursue the matter when he saw that it was a child who had made a mistake. Come on, Zhang Feng can't beat a kid? Ha, it's me. So, now that we're face to face, can you give me an idea of why you're changing the prices of the items in Viva color? How to look at the innocence between the teenager's brows doesn't look like a hacker who casually hacks other people's companies for profit. Then Zhang Feng is even more puzzled. Why? And then, there's the question of where did this teenager learn this tactic? Big brother, can I not say anything? There's any damage I've caused. You give me 10 days and I'll pay you back. Okay? 10 days to pay back all the losses. Zhang Feng does not doubt that this teenager has the ability to do so. Before Zhang Feng could continue thinking, a kind and slightly rich middle-aged woman came over. Kai Jiaming, is this your friend? Immediately afterward, a woman carrying a grocery bag in both her right and left hands stepped up next to the teenager. She dotingly rubbed her son's head, then turned her eyes to Zhang Feng's trio. Similarly, when she noticed the nameplate on Zhang Yuan's chest, she froze. Vientiane colorings. Staff? What does my son have to do with them? Aha, mom, this is my friend. It's okay, we're done talking. Let's go upstairs. Kai Jiaming handed the woman a reassuring look and quietly glanced at Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng read his eyes, roughly meaning that Zhang Feng should rest assured that he would pay back no matter how much damage he caused. After doing so, without waiting for Zhang Feng to reply, he dragged the woman towards the entrance of the unit building. In fact, right now, Kai Jiaming's heart was in a panic. He didn't know that doing so would cause such a big trouble. He was also more than a little surprised that someone could actually come after his IP. What he wished for most now was that Zhang Feng could grant him this small request. Unfortunately, the result still disappointed him, and his mother turned around before he could take a few steps. Zhang Feng's voice came from behind him. Ma'am, please also stay for a moment. After seeing the woman and Kai Jiaming stop, Zhang Feng smiled faintly and walked quickly to them. He gave a soft bow with a smile on his brow and respect in his eyes. If I'm not mistaken, ma'am, your husband's name should be Kai Hong, right? The woman's expression was a bit stunned after being called by Zhang Feng, but after hearing the name Kai Hong, a gush of tenderness flashed across her brows and eyes. You know my husband? Even Kai Jiaming, who was staring nervously at Zhang Feng, raised his head abruptly and looked at Zhang Feng in surprise. You know my dad? Hearing, Zhang Feng finally figured out a lot of things. No wonder look Kai Jiaming some familiar, genetic well. Likewise he was relieved. No wonder Kai Jiaming was only 16 or 17 years old and had this kind of tactic. Green is better than blue? Seriously, in his 2 lives, Zhang Feng's memories of many people were a bit fuzzy, but Kai Hong was definitely one of the people who was impressed. He is a teacher with a combination of humor and talent, and also served as Zhang Feng's counselor for a year during his college years. As for why he was impressed, It was because in his previous life Jiang Feng seriously suspected that Kai Hong was the protagonist with the system in the novel. If he hadn't existed, the scoreline of Jiang Feng's university would have dropped 40 points straight down. This man by his own power has his students powering through the CCPC and even the Qingbei seniors. Jiang Feng had heard when he first enrolled in school that Kai Hong was fully capable of teaching at Qingbei. Later, teachers from other sections said that Mr. Choi didn't go because his wife was from Songcheng. Seriously, Jiang Feng felt that Kai Hong had lived a wonderful and romantic life, and the most regrettable thing was that Kai Hong had only taught him for 1 year. Later, I heard that Kai Hong went to the West to teach. I didn't see him again until Jiang Feng graduated. Ma'am, Jia Ming, I'm a student brought up by MS. Kai, Jiang Feng replied, which also caused the woman to completely move her god. This young man is a student of Lao Kai? After about a full 2 minutes, the woman wore an expression of 10,000% surprise. Since you're old Kai's student, why don't you have lunch at home? Jiang Feng didn't refuse her request, probably to meet the man he admired during his college days, or to solve the matter of Kai Jiaming hacking into the front end of Wanxian's makeup. Seeing Jiang Feng's trio enter the house, the woman hurriedly poured a cup of hot tea and then enthusiastically said, Jiang Feng, you guys feel free to sit down as if you were in your own home. Jia Ming, you keep your brother's company. Mommy's going to cook and make you your favorite prune buttons for lunch. After saying that, the woman walked into the kitchen, leaving only Kai Jiaming and Jiang Feng with a slightly awkward living room for the three of them. But it seemed like this wasn't a big deal to Kai Jiaming, and he didn't hesitate a bit. Turning his head, he stared straight at Jiang Feng. Big brother, you're my dad's student, so do you know when he'll be back? At those words, Jiang Feng was stunned. Didn't Mr. Kai go on a teaching trip? Didn't he say when you guys talked on the phone when he'd be home? In the end, Kai Jiaming was really confused by Jiang Feng's question. It's not like you can't go home for a year even if you go to the West to teach, right? Now that the internet is so advanced, you can make phone calls too. How come now Kai Jiaming looks as if it's been a long time since I've seen Mr. Sai? Responding to Jiang Feng, it was Kai Jiaming who took out his cell phone from his pocket and tapped on the call log screen. On there was a record of hundreds of calls to a single number by Kai Jiaming. Under Jiang Feng's watchful eye, he dialed once again, followed by an icy system beep. I'm sorry, the number you have dialed is empty. Chapter 119. Brother Jiang Feng, do you know where my father has gone? Big brother, this is my dad's phone number. It's the only one he has, but I can't get through. It's gone blank. Mom also said that dad went on a mission trip, but how can dad even change his phone number if he's on a mission trip? Dad used to call me even when he was busy on a business trip to ask how the program I left last time ran. Is there an easier way? But I haven't seen or heard dad since he arrived home in the middle of the night 3 years ago and hurriedly packed his suitcase and left. Big brother, if you really know, tell me, okay? I can do a lot of things for you. At this moment, Jiang Feng's brows had furrowed. So, it's been over 3 years since Mr. Sai and his wife have been in contact with Mr. Sai. In the past 3 years, Kai Hong has evaporated like a missing person? Jiang Feng subconsciously turned his eyes to the kitchen, just as the woman was also stealing glances at the living room. After noticing Jiang Feng's gawking, the woman smiled wanly. Jiang Feng, you're old Kai's student. The fact that you can come to the house for dinner gives me the illusion that it's as if old Kai has returned. You know a lot about programs, don't you? It just so happens that there's a section of Jia Ming's program that's always buggy, so why don't you go and take a look at it for him? Ha ha, it's actually the loudness of your chatter that's interfering with my great cooking. She didn't seem to explain anything, but then she seemed to explain everything. Jiang Feng let Zhang Yuan and Li Dafei stay in the living room and gave Su Youran a call before going to the bedroom with Kai Jiaming. It's 11:30 at this time, and before that, I even said with Su Xiaolu that we would eat together at noon. This lovely girlfriend on the tip of her heart, how could she let her wait in vain for starvation? Kai Jiaming's room was cleaned up very neatly, as if he was a resident student who didn't know when the hostel manager would come to inspect it, and tidied it up neatly. And at this moment, the teenager also looked at Jiang Feng with expectant eyes. Big brother, tell me if you know. Anan, I know. You probably think I'm a bad kid for hacking your company's front desk. If you don't want to tell me, will you just tell my mom? From the night Dad left with a brief goodbye, Mom acted like she didn't miss it much, but I could always hear her crying out in the night. She should miss my dad more than I do. Speaking of this, Kai Jiaming suddenly blushed a little, and then his words changed. Since Big Brother is a student of Dad's, I'll explain to you about hacking into your company's front end as well. Like I said in the impromptu conversation, I meant no harm. Here's the thing. I did have a hard time getting used to it after Dad left, but everything else in my life was unchanged. Quality of life, the ability to get what you want and to step foot where you want to go. At the end of the day, I also know that this is something Mom she lowered herself to secure for me. Since he left, I've rarely seen my mom add new clothes, including skincare and beauty products. Dad used to say when he was around that women are made of water, and that he was unconditionally satisfied with anything mom wanted. But now daddy's not here, and it's mommy's birthday in 2 days, and I'm slowly growing up. I just wanted to simply buy a gift for my mom, but I realized I don't have enough money. Hearing this, Zhang Feng sucked in a breath of cool air. So his previous guesses were all wrong. Not hacking or the malicious competitive tactics of a business rival. It's just that Kai Jiamin wants to buy that beauty product for her mother? Nice one. So, you hacked into the front end of Vientiane makeup and modified the prices? Kai Jiamin nodded a bit ashamed. Yes, big brother. What I had in mind was to change the price back in a hurry after I modified the price to place the order. But I didn't expect to buy so much of your company's merchandise. I didn't do the acceleration engine at the time, and I got stuck on the payment screen, so it took me 10 minutes to pay for it. Well, as you should have seen, big brother, I changed the price back as soon as I paid for it. Zhang Feng also thought of Kevin Lee saying that the price was changed back by himself, and cried and laughed for a while. So that's what happened. He then said how he couldn't figure out what the hell this guy was doing by changing his price and then changing it back. So it's Jamie Choi for a makeup supply? Yoshiaki, you're really. Zhang Feng sighed. This matter is not about 10 minutes to let many consumers get goods at low prices to lose some money. At the end of the day, it's a complicated matter. Is the fact that it's all stuck on the payment screen proof that there were a lot of people snapping it up? So here's the question. So many people have noticed. So what's the next explanation? First of all, you can't say that the company's system has been hacked, can you? Then it can only be said that the card bug. But how can the price of this commodity for good reason be a bug? There's always the media that will bring this up, right? What will other people think of Vanguard makeup? And what about all those items sold at low prices? Recovered or shipped? Will the person who is going to buy this item afterward know that it was sold for over $200 less before? And will she still buy it? The losses, both apparent and invisible, are incalculable. Catching helplessness in Jiang Feng's half-spoken words, he saw Jiang Feng fall into silence again. Kai Jiaming took the initiative to tug on Jiang Feng's coat. Big brother, look, you also know that my house is here. I admit my mistake and am willing to compensate. Let's settle this matter privately, shall we? You tally up a number. Like I said before, you give me 10 days and I'll give you every cent. Can you keep this from my mom for me? In fact, what Kai Jiaming was thinking about was not what would happen if the woman knew about him. How can a 16 or 17-year-old not have the slightest discernment? Of course he knew that he had done wrong in this matter. He just didn't want his mother to know about the heartbreak. In the end, if Jiang Feng wasn't there today, then Kai Jiaming would never have been caught. Of course Jiang Feng understood his mind, so Jiang Feng nodded. Yes, don't tell your mom about this. As for compensation, we'll leave it at that for now. Yoshiaki, you should be quite interested in how your father taught us at school in the first place, right? Why don't I tell you about it? Jiang Feng could know why Kai Jiaming wanted 10 days, and he also knew what this kid was planning to do. It's just a matter of hacking into a company's or a tycoon's account to do something with your superior skills. Settle this whole wannabe makeup thing with a second touch of red tape, and use a real hack to get the money. To be honest, when Jiang Feng was stunned just now, he felt that it was quite outrageous that Mr. Kai-san would actually think this way and be prepared to do it. Vaguely, Jiang Feng's thoughts were taken back to the time at the end of his freshman year. Regardless of the fact that Kai Jiaming's expression was a bit mute, he opened his mouth. Mine was clear. It was the last public class of my freshman year and the last class your father taught me. Chapter 120, he's gone to do great things and be a hero. On that day, Mr. Kai, who had always started with humor, changed his habit and walked quietly to the podium. When the class bell rang, he did not impart textbook knowledge either, but talked to us about Wen Tianxiang and Yu Pingju as if we were chatting. Yoshiaki, your father's exploits at our school are legendary. We all admire him and think he'll succeed in whatever he does, because Mr. Kai Shode has always been this perfect. But the other day he sighed. He said half a life past live are quite dashing. Is a pity not born in ancient times. No way to like the ancient generals on the field to kill the enemy. In that last class, Mr. Sai told us about information security. He said that the doors of the new era are open in the middle of the new era, that the information age is moving at a high speed, and that big data already holds the secrets of many people, and that this is also information. He said that today our society seems peaceful, but there is no shortage of silent wars and unseen smoke, and it's about security. Speaking of this, Jiang Feng deliberately paused and squinted at Kai Jiaming. Just think about it, Jia Ming. Through big data searches you can know someone's home address, contact information, and even project where he'll be when. It's like you can just get on and change the price of goods in Vientiane. You're heartless. You're sure you won't mess up. But what if this is the work of bad people? What if it's the work of people who are really hiding in the gray area? Big data can facilitate life, and it can equally create endless chaos. In that class, Mr. Sai made it clear to us that he hated people like that the most. Hearing this, Kai Jiaming was violently stunned. Yeah, Zhang Feng had spoken very softly, without accusing him, but in the end, wouldn't one's approach be the most hated by one's father? That was the same class in which Ms. Sai told us that the internet and the use of data are far from being as safe as we feel. He said a lot of people and a lot of organizations never stop capturing and infiltrating data. He said that where we can't see there is someone who carries the weight for us. He said just like people have a dark side, they are having a cyber information security war behind their backs. Mr. Kai spoke very emotionally in that class. Except that after class he sighed a long snarky self-deprecating sigh and said it was a shame he wasn't among those people. Speaking of this, Zhang Feng couldn't help but feel a sourness in his nose. Through Mrs. Kai's tone of voice and look in Kai Jiaming's open heart he almost knew why Kai Hong had left with a brief resignation. This legendary and perfect man may have actually encountered the opportunity he longed for and carried the weight of the unseen battlefield. Right? He could have stayed at the school as a Legends lecturer without going at all. He didn't have to go at all. In the end, Zhang Feng was also very ashamed that he hadn't completely listened to Mr. Kai Hong's last lesson until today. Noticing the teenager in front of him who looked extremely like Kai Hong, Zhang Feng grinned. Yoshiaki, you should know what your own father went to do by now, right? Yes, your mom has been lying to you. He didn't even go on a mission trip, he went to be a hero. Mrs. Kai really didn't have any bragging rights. Her craftsmanship was absolutely superb. The meal was a painful one for Zhang Feng, and near the end he raised his glass and bowed in a toast to the empty main seat. At 1:30, Zhang Feng said goodbye to Mrs. Kai and decided to leave. At the entrance of the unit building, Zhang Feng heard hurried footsteps coming from behind. Big brother, I want to know how much damage was done to you this time. If it's okay, can I work at your company to make it up to you? Kai Jiaming's words were very much in the air, and he was absolutely confident in his IT skills. Hearing his words, Zhang Feng was stunned. He knew that Kai Jiaming had figured it out. Who would say no to a gifted IT teenager who thinks ahead of his time at 16 or 17 years old? Truly a powerful enabler. The right arm for success, right? After half a minute of silence, Zhang Feng looked into the teenager's clean eyes. Jiaming, are you in your junior or senior year? Senior. Big brother, I've skipped 2 grades before. Do you have a college you want to go to? Yes, to your school. Big brother. Hearing this, Zhang Feng reached out his hand to rub Kai Jiaming's head and said in a snarky manner, look, you didn't even graduate from high school. You're not even an adult. How are you going to work for my company? Hiring child labor. You're trying to make me lose more money, brat. Seeing Kai Jiaming's face look ham-fisted, Zhang Feng smiled gently. Okay, I'll give you an IOU for this debt, okay? The compensation will come later when you can afford it. Hearing Zhang Feng's words, Kai Jiaming's clean eyes flashed with a burst of surprise. Brother Zhang Feng said we can make an IOU? After freezing for a long time, he jumped up in excitement. Thank you, big brother. Then I'll go home now and get a pen and paper. Before Kai Jiaming could turn around and run upstairs with his legs drawn, Zhang Feng pulled him back. Get some paper and a pen. Forget it, I'm your dad's student. Am I afraid you'll run away? Yoshiaki, come on, let's just pull the trigger. Before he came, Zhang Feng came with the mindset of giving the intruder a knockout and screwing the court. But right now, both Kai Jiaming's starting point and what Kai Hong went to do made Zhang Feng unable to be ruthless. Let's start by having this teenager visit the campus filled with his father's legendary stories to see and hear them. As for the compensation, Zhang Feng definitely wanted it, and Kai Jiaming wouldn't renege on it. In fact, Zhang Feng was in too much of a hurry, so he didn't notice that his familiarity with Kai Jiaming wasn't just in terms of his face or on the program. He didn't think about the hacking invasion that crushed the strength of the company he worked for, codenamed Boy, in his previous life. Zhang Feng wouldn't have thought that everything he did today had completely changed Kai Jiaming, who was supposed to be the world's top hacker. Boy, black on white and red on red will still have people reneging, and sometimes just pulling the trigger can bury people deep in their hearts. According to the agreement, Kai Jiaming naturally became a great help to the rise of Zhang Feng's business empire. Of course, that was all an afterthought. On the way back to Wanxiang Makeup, Zhang Feng gave Wang Kuan a call. 5 minutes later, $10 million was transferred into his account, which was intended to be given to Su Youran. One size fits all. It's his wife, but Zhang Feng carries it very clearly. In the end, he didn't have any right to forgive Kai Jiaming on behalf of Su Youran for Wanxiang colorful makeup. Sentiently and reasonably, this money he has to take out to Su Youran to the company. After arriving at the company, Zhang Feng went straight to the top floor, saying that today's incident was one aspect, and missing Su Youran very much was also one aspect. And to Zhang Feng's surprise, the moment the elevator door opened he smelled a familiar fragrance. Looking up, Miss Su was playfully looking at him from the elevator door. Ha, who is this handsome man? Wow. Hey, it turns out to be my little boyfriend. but you're back, stinking Jiang Feng. Come over here and give me a hug. Let sister properly express how much she missed you. Miss Su wasn't stuck waiting for Jiang Feng in her office. She couldn't wait until she knew Jiang Feng was back. After all, there is a saying that a woman who doesn't want to stick it to her husband is not a good woman. I've not seen you for half a day and I miss you, okay? What's wrong with wanting to hug your man earlier? At those words, Jiang Feng raised his eyebrows slightly. Ran? After slightly froze, he favored a smile, stretched out his hand directly over Su Youran's willow waist, arm forced directly Su Youran princess in his arms. So it's my family Ran. I thought it was some fairy who sneaked down to earth. Come, my good wife. Let's go back to the house and talk more. Chapter 121, Su Wanxian, Old Wang. Quickly hit the money. Jiang Feng, are you saying that the one who hacked into the company's front-end system this time is a high school student? Not only that, but it's your college teacher's kid? After returning to the office for a while of snuggling and intimacy, Su Youran expressed her surprise at what Jiang Feng had told her. That is to say, a high school kid can hack a company system? Suddenly, Ms. Su thought of the employees in the technical department downstairs, to not let them roll. Yeah, it's quite a coincidence, isn't it? And I was confused when I recognized it. Kai Jiaming has absolute IT talent, and it's no wonder he's Mr. Kai's son. Let's hope he can outshine the blue. And Mr. Kai should be happy when he comes back then, Jiang Feng said with a faint smile, while taking the bank card that was placed on the table and stuffing it into Su Youran's hand. Ran, this money is my compensation for Kai Jiaming. Keep it, otherwise it won't be easy to explain on the company's side. I don't know exactly how much damage was done, but there should be enough money in there. When Jiang Feng took out his bank card 5 minutes ago, Su Youran was a little grumpy. Aha, what? Money? Jiang Feng, why do you have to be so specific about money? As a result, now Jiang Feng is shoving his bank card into her hand? A little boyfriend. Keep it for yourself. The Pine City International Hotel doesn't cost anything. I'm a lot richer than you are. Anan. If you really think I'm losing out on this, then I'll call old Su right now to pit some money, so neither of us loses out. How's that? Su Wanxian. Far away in Jinghai, achoo. Upon hearing this, Jiang Feng also had a hard twitch at the corner of his mouth, secretly saying that he was a good wife. Before he could say anything, Su Youran stretched out her arms to hug him and asked in an extremely gentle tone, do you like me, brother? Like, so you'll like someone else? No, so you'll come and marry me later? Sure. Talking about this, Su Youran playfully clapped her hands, her fingers scratching around on Jiang Feng's chest while opening her mouth in a glutinous manner. That's right, you think stinking Jiang Feng, you will marry me, and later we will stick together every day afterward. What's yours and what's mine is ours. Isn't taking out your money and giving it to me like taking your cell phone out of your left pocket and putting it in your right pocket? Be good and take it back, he. Anyway, I'm Mr. Su and not Mr. Su Dong. The company earns money is mine, and losing money counts as old Su's. Miss Su runs her company like you help your grandparents play cards on New Year's Eve. Good grandson/good granddaughter. Don't worry about playing, you'll get the winnings and the losses are on grandparents. Hearing this, Jiang Feng sucked in a breath of cool air. There's nothing wrong with that. Uncle Su is afraid that he won't even take this loss to heart? With Jiang Feng's understanding of Su Wanxian, what he should be more concerned about right now was Su Xiaoliu's mental state. Well, don't look at old Su, who is quite abstract in his day, but he really loves having a daughter. Ran, then let's both call Uncle Su about this. Let's see what Uncle Su says. If he says he doesn't need it, then this money will be my personal money. Upon hearing this, Su Youran immediately nodded her head. She is still very relieved about Su Wanxian. The old Su will not ask for compensation from his son-in-law, right? Jinghai City, Wanxian Group. Su Wanxian is playing indoor golf in the company gym. As soon as he saw that the caller was his own precious daughter, Su Wanxian viciously sucked in a breath of cool air. No, why is Ran calling me? With his knowledge of his precious daughter, Su Wanxian's eyes flashed with a wise light. After all, still cannot escape from the daughter's pit. That's right, even though this is resolved. At the end of the day, Wanxian makeup will have to lose money this time. Plus Ran was in a bad mood before, so she could only be pulling wool over my eyes by calling it this time. Before picking up the phone, Su Wanxian glanced at Wang Jun beside him. Old Wang, when I opened the account at the bank yesterday, I asked you to tell the finance to deposit some money. How much did you deposit? Wang Jun touched his head and pondered. Su Dong, not much, $10 million. $10 million. Not too much, not too little. It's almost enough to make Ran happy. Su Wanxian nodded darkly and picked up the phone. Run Jun, what's the matter with calling Pops? Immediately afterward, Su Wanxian breathed a sigh of relief and lifted his breath again. The relief was because the person who spoke was Jiang Feng, and the lifted breath was because of what Jiang Feng had said. Uncle Su, it's me, Jung Fong. It's just that Ran we both missed you and then we also wanted to talk to you about compensation for this thing that happened today with Colorado. At this moment, Su Wanxiang directly gave himself a thumbs up. Look, what did I tell you? This is the time to call and ask for compensation. Boy, now after finding a boyfriend, Ran doesn't even ask for it herself. But let Xiaofeng do it? You're pulling the wool over my eyes and you want to spread dog food, right? But hey, hearing my son-in-law talk makes me Su Wanxiang in a good mood. Compensation. I was just thinking about that too, kid. Let's get right to the point. What's your price? Jiang Feng? No, Uncle So, not straight to the point? You were all thinking about this just now. Why don't you just say how much you want? You want me to make an offer? Jiang Feng rubbed his nose and opened his mouth in a calculating manner. Uncle, this matter is more complicated. First of all, the damage done to Vientiane is absolute. A 7-figure loss just on the difference in the price of the goods sold in 10 minutes. Add to that the ongoing fallout from the aftermath. And the losses from all sorts of media outlets that might come to bumper sticker. At the end of the day, I don't know exactly how much. Would you like to give me an estimate? Jiang Feng didn't tell Su Wanxiang that the money was advanced by himself. After all, it was too troublesome to explain about Kai Jiaming once again. He now thought old Su was asking for compensation from the person who caused the damage. Even so, Jiang Feng didn't intentionally hide anything, but described all the possible effects. Since Uncle Su wants this compensation, we can't cheat him, can we? But that's not what Sawani read on the other side. What? It's not enough just to lose the price difference? All the subsequent losses Ran and Feng want to pull the wool over my eyes too? Boy, what a lot of money. The not-so-knowledgeable Su Wanxiang now has a wild guess. Let's just say that $10 million won't be enough. Will it? Su Wanxiang lightly swallowed a mouthful of saliva, then smiled sarcastically. Little Feng, if Uncle said $10 million, are you and Ran acceptable? Good guy. Jiang Feng pupils shrinking. Not to say that the old Su can be worth tens of billions. It's just that it can make money by screwing people. It's not going to get to $10 million even if we talk about it. But at least it was his old husband who had spoken. So Jiang Feng wasn't going to ink it. He replied with a quick nod and a smile. Totally acceptable. Uncle Su. Su Wanxiang? Come on, Lao Wang. Hit the money. Chapter 122. How come there's $10 million more? The moment he hung up the phone, Su Wanxiang hurriedly turned to look at Wang Jun. With a tone of voice that could miss $1 million a second later, he spoke in a hurry. Old Wang, run along and transfer the $10 million from my account opening card yesterday to Little Feng's payroll card. Get going. A minute later might not be the price. Although the old Su was carrying $10 million to make an attempt, but he did not expect to actually be able to talk down so smoothly. I'll offer $10 million. Feng didn't help Ran to raise the price with me? Su Wanxiang, who had frozen in place for 3 seconds, raised his hand and swung a club. Good son-in-law, you know to go easy on your old man. Hole in one. Oi, Pine City, all things colorful. Miss Su, who was absolutely at ease with old Su, went to the bathroom while Jiang Feng was on the phone. Returning to the office to see Jiang Feng operating, she was confused. What's Jiang Feng planning to do? Transferring money? To whom? Shouldn't it be for Su Wanxiang? Ran, just waiting for you. I talked to Uncle Su just now. Uncle Su asked for this money. Well, you quickly give me his card number and I'll transfer the money to him. Jiang Feng opened his arms and gestured for Su Youran to sit in his arms, while speaking with a smile. This can give Miss Su angry beauty eyebrow viciously raised. Jiang Feng really wants to transfer money to Su Wanxiang? No, he said Su Wanxiang was going to ask for the money? There's no way in hell. Su, that's how you let your baby girl down. I didn't mean to screw you over this time, and now you want to turn around and get some more? Most of all, the old Su did not let anything she said before be like putting that. The more she thought about it, the more angry Miss Su let out a cold snort and was about to pick up her cell phone to make a call. But before she could finish losing old Su's call, Jiang Feng's puzzled voice came from her side. No, how can I have $20 million in this card? Boy, Jiang Feng is really confused. He is letting Wang Cohen to transfer 10 million to himself. He made a point of looking at the balance when it arrived, and it was correct. It's just that how come the number at the beginning suddenly adds a 1 when it's so small? Confused, Jiang Feng clicked on the transaction details and realized that he had received a $10 million transfer just a minute ago. Oh, someone transferred me $10 million? What does that mean? Who made a mistake? Hearing Jiang Feng's words, Su Youran's beautiful eyes lit up. How much money did you have before? Little boyfriend? $10 million. How much did you and my dad agree on? $10 million. Up to this point, Miss Su suddenly realized. Her red lips unconsciously raised slightly. Hey, yeah. There seems to be a slight error in what I was thinking before. With my knowledge of the whole Su knows me thing, the moment he saw the phone, he should not be thinking about compensation at all. but how to make me happy. So, is there a possibility that old Su mistakenly thought that stinky Jiang Feng was asking for consolation money from him? Thinking of this, Su Youran smiled wanly. Little boyfriend, how did you just talk to my dad? A brief description of the conversation he had just had with old comrade Su. By the end of the day, Jiang Feng also sucked in a breath of cool air with a big shocked face. He looked at Su Youran with a face full of incredulity, and the two of them stared at each other for a full half a minute. At the end of the day, they all burst out laughing together. At 4 o'clock in the afternoon, Jiang Feng went downstairs back to the sales department workstation intending to organize some thinking knowledge about IT to Kai Jiaming, but just as he reached the office door, he was confused. Why is there a man standing by the door like a door god? It was only when he walked in that Jiang Feng recognized the man as Li Mingi. Li Mingi, head of the sales department, always rushing in the sales line, the ability of no say. And it is also Li Mingi often not in the company. The tiger is not in the house cat as the king, only before Zhang Yuan's arrogant and domineering. At the same time, Li Mingi also noticed Jiang Feng. At this moment, both of his big eyes lit up. How can I describe it? It's like a tiger that's been hungry for days suddenly seeing a white pig. Good man, that was a two-eyed roar. Jiang Feng, Mr. Jiang, old Li, I've been waiting for you here for half a day. Did you just go to a company, Mr. Su? It was Jiang Feng that Li Mingi was waiting for as he squatted at the door like a door god. He had just returned to the office today and found Zhang Yuan in the office shaking his pencil off. Li Mingi thought to himself, when a scholar is separated for 3 days, he should be impressed? Fatty Zhang is so diligent now? Nice guy, don't ask, don't tell. So you're working 2 jobs for the same paycheck? Jiang Feng, the new Mr. Su, is it done? I really don't blame Li Mianyi for lagging behind in information, but he doesn't watch the company's eating crowd much. Of course, old comrade Li still knows how to be very flexible. It can be seen from Zhang Yuan's performance. Now the sales department has changed the sky. Yeah, minister, just had a little chat with Mr. Su. You were looking for me for something? Talking to Mr. So, about what? When will you have the banquet? What's the name of our future child? Talk about whether to buy single or double layers of diapers for this child? At this moment, many strange thoughts surged through Li Mingi's mind. Ergo, one could say it's abstract. At least his ideas should be of interest to certain people. Hey, Mr. Jiang, it's not really a big deal. It's that I should be at the office most of the time from now on. If there's anything, you can not only look for Zhang Yuan, you can also look for old Li Ni. Think about it, Mr. Jiang, old Zhang has to help you with your work and needs to accompany you out sometime. He's very tired. Count me in. He and I will help each other out so we can loosen up. After all, it doesn't really matter what happens to the two of us. The main thing is that we can't delay your big event. Mr. Jiang, right? Good lord. This old Li has a point. Jiang Feng raised his eyebrows and smiled, handing Li Mingi an approving look. Old Li, you're good. Let's do it. If there's anything I can do, I'll go out with Zhang Yuan and you'll do the work for me. If there's anything we go out, let Zhang Yuan do the work of our 3. It's a real hit. It can be done. Knowing that Li Mingi had a distant cousin who ran over from Jinghai to join him, Jiang Feng didn't pull him to nag more. As a result, just as he walked into the office separately from old Li, Jiang Feng felt another gaze hitting him. That's a no-brainer, right? In the house, the only thing that could possibly be Mo Shui. Sitting on his butt at the workstation, Jiang Feng looked at Mo Shui with a face full of anticipation. Ugly, listen to your buddy. Although life has cheated you, don't be sad or worried, right? Okay, that's enough consoling. Share with me what bullshasterisk tea you've done to cheer me up again. In the end, Jiang Feng was going to treat Mo Shui as one of the sources of joy in his life. I can't help it. This kid is so and abstract. He's a match for old Su Pure. But this time Jiang Feng had really guessed wrong. What Mo Shui was going to say was a good thing. Hey, Feng, that's you being narrow-minded. Dude's not going to make you laugh today. Dude's branching out. Dude showdown. Dude is going to fall in love. Hey, chapter 123 apologize. Whatever. Qin Siyu added you? Being reminded by Mo Shui, Jiang Feng suddenly remembered this. Then synthesizing Mo Shui's smile, Jiang Feng felt that it could only be Qin Siyu plus him. Yeah, not only that, but Uncle Qin added me too. Guess what? Brother Feng, he complimented me after looking at my picture. Uncle Qin said I'm a pretty good kid. 2 eyes, 1 nose and 1 mouth. Looking secure. Jiang Feng frowned tightly from sizing up Mo Shui's face, then secretly nodded. Well, Uncle Qin is right. And then what? Come on, ugly, I've got work to do. Get to the point. Mo Shui hemmed and hawed and hurriedly opened his mouth. It's just that Qin Siyu and I talked quite appetizingly. She said it was the first time she'd seen a man who came to the door on his own. We both agreed that she would come to Pine City to meet me in a couple days. Brother Feng, you're really my own brother. Qin Siyu looks really pretty. I don't have any big deal today. It's just that brother Feng. You see that I'm in my first love. Can you teach me some relationship skills or something? Tips on how to fall in love? Good lord. Why is that all you ask for these days? It's only been a few days. Lu Ming, Xiaolong, and Mo Shui asked. The problem is, they dare to ask Zhang Feng also dare not answer he also do not know okay? Boy, ugly brother. Your brother I still often get treated like a bunny by Ran Ran when I go to bed. I can't really answer that. Yes, Lu Ming's romantic problems had been solved. But the question was, did it have much to do with Zhang Feng? It's clearly a love affair, right? Zhang Feng rubbed his temples and spoke. Brother ugly, I can't really do anything about this. Falling in love is between you and Qin Siyu. I can't really give my opinion as an outsider. This is like you watch Korean dramas where the hero and heroine fall in love often look confused. You may think, ouch too bloody, how is this together? How is this rolling in the sheets? But then other people might think, wow that's sweet, geez that's too blushy and shy, isn't it? It's one thing ugly. I'd be one-sided if you asked me to give you advice. The same way I'd be one-sided if I asked Ran to give you advice. As for what exactly to do, that's something you do according to your feelings after you and Qin Siyu really get along. You just follow your heart. In the end I can only tell you one thing that has been true for ages, and that is that sincerity is always a big must. Zhang Feng seeks his own point of view is not a little wrong. Love this thing is inherently subtle. All depends on Mo Shui himself. Obviously. Zhang Feng's words Mo Shui also obviously took it to heart, and he was silent for a while. Feng, I get it. Then this wave of brothers will ride the wave. Seeing this, Zhang Feng rarely stretched out his hand not to flick Mo Shui's brain meltdown but to give him a thumbs up. Riding the waves would be right. But, ugly. I don't have any good advice. But I can give you an early taste of what it's like to have a girlfriend. Want to experience it? Wow. Feng still has this skill? Good. At this moment, Mo Shui nodded desperately with glowing eyes. Zhang Feng didn't make a fuss and started straight away. So now I'll pretend to be your girlfriend and you'll strike up a conversation with me. Okay Le Feng. Apologize. Apologize for what? What did you say to apologize? I asked you to apologize? I apologize for what I did. Not apologizing, are you? Break it up, Moose. Before he could come back to his senses, Zhang Feng had already tapped on his shoulder. Ugly, congratulations, back to being single. At this moment, Mo Shui was about to die of anger. No, what's all this about? He gritted his teeth and stared straight at Zhang Feng. Brother Feng, I wasn't prepared just now. Let's start over. Seeing that Mo Shui still wanted to feel, Zhang Feng, a good father, definitely had to satisfy him. Okay, what's for dinner? Hey baby, what do you want to eat? Whatever. Then we'll have fondue? Too oily to eat. Then I'll fry up something for you. Don't want to eat. It's Thursday, so we're having KFC? Don't. So what exactly do you want to eat? Whatever you MLGB. Mo Shui just couldn't tense up and slammed his fist into his leg. He just didn't get the force right for a moment. Asterisk hurts. Mo Shui, whose body and mind were in double pain, looked at Zhang Feng with an innocent face. Brother Feng, so is this how you usually get along with Mr. Su? Brother, it turns out that you are so aggravated behind your back when you usually act so breezy. At those words, Zhang Feng raised his hand and greeted Mo Shui with a brain crash. Good man, how can you blindly put labels on others when you don't have a brain in your head? Don't accuse Mr. Su falsely. My wife is well behaved. Actually, a lot of times women are quite reasonable. It's just, I heard that Qin Siyu's temper isn't particularly good, so I deliberately made things difficult for you. Hearing this, Mo Shui became even more depressed. Whoops, what's even worse than being tricked is having only your own girlfriend to trick. So Feng, do you have any good solutions? At least it will save me from having to suffer so much. Good guy. Zhang Feng's eyes lit up. Mo Shui really asked to the point. Solutions he didn't have, but ways to not have to be so aggravated he did. Zhang Feng pulled open the cabinet of the desk with a quick hand and pulled out 2 boxes of stomach-enhancing tablets from it. When you're so satiated by Qin Siyu to the point of being bloated and uncomfortable, eat it, it'll make you feel better. Listen to your brother. You're right. Just like a math teacher won't give you half a book's worth of content in one math class. Chatting so much Zhang Feng felt enough. Let Mo Shui on the side holding the 2 boxes of stomach-healthy elimination tablets to figure out for themselves. And he used the 2 hours to knock out a synthesis of Kai Hong's and his own thinking. After the great work, Zhang Feng raised his hand to look at the watch. 5:50. There are still 10 minutes to get off work. After giving Mo Shui a snort, he turned around and left the office. We can't keep Miss Su waiting for us every day, can we? Go to the top floor to pick up your wife from work. The moment he pushed open the door to the president's office, Zhang Feng admitted that he still froze. At this time, Su Youran was sitting in front of the desk with one hand resting on her fragrant cheeks with her eyes lowered in contemplation. It was really a very ordinary and simple action, but Zhang Feng felt the flavor. I feel like I can't get enough of Su for the rest of my life. Hey, Zhang Feng, you actually came up. Hey, wait for me to change then. We'll be leaving soon. Miss Su also noticed Zhang Feng's arrival, and when she returned to her senses and got up, she suddenly smiled with her eyebrows. Seeing this, Zhang Feng's eyes were filled with favor. There's no rush. Ran, what were you thinking about so intently? Su Youran smiled wanly as she slung her packed bag over Zhang Feng's arm. At this hour? Of course I'm thinking about what we're going to eat later. Zhang Feng was slightly stunned. So have you thought about what we're going to eat? No, oops, whatever. I'll eat whatever you want. Zhang Feng, casual? The corner of Zhang Feng's mouth that heard this twitched hard. I just finished giving him the experience this afternoon, and he's a little sensitive to the word. Ran, so I'll stir fry for you when we get home? Miss Su's casual wasn't asking Zhang Feng to give an example and then she made a decision. She really thinks she can eat anything. But at this moment her beautiful eyes were filled with surprise. Go home and let Zhang Feng stir fry for me? Hey, Zhang Feng, you didn't show off your cooking skills enough last time you fed me? Are you sure you want to cook for me? Eat? Chapter 124, it's so awkward. Zhang Feng, hurry up. Miss Su didn't have the habit of getting to the bottom of things, so she just assumed that Zhang Feng meant that she wanted to eat a home-cooked meal in the evening. Suspicious and sultry eyes flashed, and she beamed a smile away from her head. It's a gesture like a little woman who's self-rating to the point of heartbreak. Alright little boyfriend, it's better if my sister cooks at night. Aang, you stay here and think about what dish you want to eat tonight. I'll make it for you. Hey, come on think out. You'll have to tell me when I come out of my change of clothes. As the words fell, Su Youran quietly walked into the office's changing room. That was originally the place where the president of Wansheng Color Cosmetics put the miscellaneous things before. And the first time Miss Su came, she asked Secretary Zhang to renovate and decorate it into a check room. Heck, you can't wear the same thing at work as you do after work, right? What do I care if I'm ugly at work? Although it's a bit inappropriate to use this phrase on Miss Su, who has a stunningly beautiful face. But women, they still have something in common. Looking at that pretty back, Zhang Feng let out a long breath. If you don't say my wife is good, she says whatever is whatever. Not for me to say a bunch and then pick. So, Zhang Feng sat quietly on the sofa and began to think about what to make Su Youran do at night. But not 2 minutes later, a pouting voice came out of the check room. Well, Zhang Feng, come in quickly. The hook of my little dress is stuck in my hair. It's so twisted. Come and help me with it. Good guy. Zhang Feng sucked in a breath of cool air then got up and went to the check room. Little clothes hooks stuck in your hair? Inside the check room, Su Youran sat with a face full of bemused exasperation. The bad thing about long hair that is that it tends to get stuck in all sorts of inexplicable places. It's a really super awkward feeling. It's similar to your teacher snapping his fingernails on the blackboard in class. On the other hand, Zhang Feng who walked into the check room glanced at Su Youran and directly froze. The old saying is true. Half covered is the most tempting. Of course, Zhang Feng knew that now was not the time to think blindly. Think about what? What's there to think about? Let's help Su's girl out first and then post it to see if it doesn't work. But when Zhang Feng really got started he realized that it really wasn't as simple as he thought. Hair is already thin, wrapped around a small hook in a circle. That's simply worse than wired headphones tangled together. Ran, don't be in a hurry. Allow me to study it. In the next office, Zhang Hongyan smiled wanly after completing her arrangements for Su Youran's new week's work. Pack up your stuff, turn off your computer and close the lights and get ready to leave work. Of course, she also needed to put the work schedule she had just organized into the president's office. Raising his hand, he glanced at his watch. 10 minutes past 6. At this hour, Mr. Su would probably have gone home with Mr. Zhang long ago, right? Thinking of Su Youran and Zhang Feng, Zhang Hongyan would unconsciously smile as an ant. As the president's secretary, she had the key to the president's office. Zhang Hongyan thought that Su Youran had already left, and subconsciously wanted to pull out the key to open the door. But the next second she was surprised to find that the door was unlocked. Dang it! Secretary Zhang gently knocked on the door. After knocking for a full minute, there was no response from inside. This can give Zhang Hongyan whole freeze. Mr. Su went away will never not lock the door. Could it be that Mr. Su felt tired and then squinted and forgot the time? She gave herself a secret thumbs up at the thought. Yes, that must be it. No, I have to go in and call Mr. Su. The work report is a small matter. Delaying her meeting with Mr. Zhang is a big deal. After thinking about it, Zhang Hongyan pushed the door open. Strangely, she didn't find Su Youran's figure, and even stranger elements of the conversation fell upon her ears. Zhang Feng, hurry up. It's too twisted. Ran, don't worry. It'll be done in a minute. I know how to get it. Ah, it hurts. Stinky Jiang Feng, you tugged backwards. Ran, you hold back. It was a mistake just now. Trust me. It'll be quick. Zhang Hongyan? She stood mute and staggered in place for 3 seconds before turning around and leaving the president's office at a fiery pace. All the while, the words kept coming out of his mouth. Mr. Su, Mr. Jiang, I'm sorry, I really don't know. That's right, Zhang Hongyan thought wrong. Not to blame her. Anyone who heard Zhang Feng's anxious and slightly joyful and Su Youran's whiny pout would think the wrong way. Being reasonable, Secretary Zhang had tried very hard to forget what he had just heard. But what's the saying? The heartlessness of a willow becomes a shade of light. There's no denying that the moment you decide you don't want something, you've already thought about it. Don't squirm, it hurts. Just bear with it. It's quick. To be honest, the hair wrapped around the small clothes hook really stirred Zhang Feng's desire to win. Hey, I can't even conquer you too, can I? After completely helping Su Youran solve the problem, Zhang Feng let out a long sigh of relief. See Ran, I told you it would be quick. Well, it's all a bit awkward, isn't it? Humph. Stinking Zhang Feng still laughs. That bout or tugging backward. It hurts like hell. After grudgingly skimming her lips, Su Youran began to change her clothes. 5 minutes later, the two left the president's office holding arms and snuggling. To be honest, Zhang Hongyan standing at the office door gave them a fright. Especially Su Youran. She looked Zhang Hongyan up and down how she thought it was wrong. You think Secretary Zhang is standing here? It doesn't look like it. Who's red in the face? That's even more wrong. Why did Secretary Chang go red in front of my office? And when she saw Zhang Feng and the two of them walk out, Zhang Hongyan unconsciously winced and hurriedly scrambled her hands and feet. Mr. Su, Mr. Jiang, since you've come out, I'll be going. Goodbye Mr. Su, goodbye Mr. Jiang. Zhang Hongyan guessed that at this moment Su Youran should not have the heart to take care of himself, so he said goodbye and then slipped away. Su Youran's petite body that looked at that panicked figure flinched. Why is Secretary Zhang so strange today? Zhang Feng, do you have a feeling that Secretary Zhang is strange? She's standing here with a red face, and she said she'd leave when we came out, and she's running in such a panic. Is it strange? Zhang Feng didn't think so, because through Zhang Hongyan's expression, he had already guessed it. She didn't come to see Su just now, did she? Ran, if I'm not mistaken, Secretary Zhang was guarding the door for both of us just now, right? Guard the door? What is Stinky Zhang Feng talking about? Su Youran was puzzled, but the next time she heard Zhang Feng's explanation her whole body was bad. Stinky Zhang Feng means, Secretary Zhang heard something? Then she thought I was doing it with Zhang Feng in the office. That kind of thing? If that bout of Secretary Zhang's blush was a blush of shame, then Su Youran's blush right now was a blush that filled the sky. Not only her face, but even her white neck was flushed with a gush of scarlet. Miss Su is not a lady, but that can't accept this level of misunderstanding. She gently tugged on Zhang Feng's coat. Little boyfriend, I'm too shy. Why don't you carry me to the car like you did the other day? Chapter 125. Zhang Feng, do you want to be sweeter? The moment she arrived home to the kitchen and opened fire, Miss Su felt her face burning. It was the sort of thing to be shy about, to be sure, but in addition to being shy, her heart held a bit of a grudge. It just feels wrong. How can I put it? It was that if she and Zhang Feng really did something, then Secretary Zhang would be shy to the core when she heard it. But now the situation is, she clearly did not do anything and was misunderstood. The more he thought about it in the bottom of his heart, the more chaotic it became. And even the 3 dishes that he prepared, Su Youran didn't know how he finished them. Eat around the table with plates and bowls. Looking at the 3 dishes and 1 soup on the table, Zhang Feng felt a pang of emotion. But after moving his chopsticks he frowned, his face slightly subtle smile. Ran, why is this dish sweet? To be honest, Zhang Feng and Su Youran were both used to salty mouthfuls and had salty meals on weekdays. So being mentioned by Zhang Feng like this, Miss Su directly froze. Could it be that I was imagining things at the time and then putting sugar in as salt? Su Youran, who was staring at her beautiful eyes, was in a state of confusion for a while. She dared to pat herself on the back for wanting to show off her cooking skills and not make a fool of herself. Guess I mistook salt for sugar. Saying that, Su Youran similarly copied her chopsticks to clip the food. She's aiming for the other 2 dishes, because knowing herself, if 1 dish was misplaced, then I'm afraid it would be all 3 dishes. Hey, this dish is salty. This dish is salty. Well, so is this one. So, I put the wrong sugar in the dish that Zhang Feng touched? MS. Su incredulously took a bite of the same. As it turns out, this is also savory mouthfuls. In the next second, Su Youran looked at Zhang Feng with a surprised and puzzled end. No, Stinky Zhang Feng, taste it more carefully. That dish has salt on it. Zhang Feng didn't move his chopsticks either, but nodded approvingly. Yeah, it's the salt that's put in. Oh, I forgot to mention earlier that I think the reason the dish is sweet is most likely because it was sautéed for me by my beautiful wife. Well, of course that doesn't exclude Ran you the time you kissed me that still makes me feel sweet. What? This. Zhang Feng, you're breaking the rules. How can you do this? Zhang Feng's 3 words successfully organized a race of 10,000 deer in Su Youran's heart. Miss Su didn't know how to describe her mood. In short, the deer in the headlights was right. After staring blankly at Zhang Feng for a while, she smiled wanly, the corners of her mouth slightly raised in a way that was more beautiful than a blooming rose. Stinky Zhang Feng, then do you want to be sweeter? After dinner, the 2 Zhang Fengs made a video call to comrade Songling. Hang up and snuggle up on the couch to find the sweet little romantic drama we've been catching up on together and talk about it as we watch it. By the way, Ran, what are you going to do about today? Is there a specific program yet? It is important to realize that when the price of a front-end product has been changed, tracking down the compensation is one thing, and how to explain it to the media is another. If we don't come up with a reasonable explanation, we'll probably be left with criticism. There is, in fact, that skincare product is not considered a bestseller, and this time it is selling fast just because the price is suddenly too cheap. I read that the remaining inventory before the price change was about 10,000 pieces. If you don't count marketing costs and advertising costs, it's actually $40 below cost at 89. What I'm thinking is that the items that were sold at a low price are not taken back, and as for the rest of the inventory, it's just as well that it's all sold at 89. Just tell the media it was an error in the company's system, and this wave is right back to the fans. Hearing Su Youran's proposal, Zhang Feng couldn't help but give a thumbs up. To be honest, that's how he wanted to solve it. Not that a total payout of $400,000 was gross to Su Youran and Wanxiang. That was bull *******. No one is a big ING charity and no one wants to give away money. The main problem is in what the media and customers think. I need to buy it for $299. How come my friend bought it for $89 before? And you got an error in your system? Okay, then I'll wait for the next time you make an error. Why is it that I didn't pick up the bargain when she did? How the hell can there be an error in the system? It's like this. It's scary, okay? Never underestimate the power of the netizens with their hands on the keyboard, okay? It'll be a pain in the ass if someone pulls a Vientiane makeup on this one, and selling it outright for $89 would be a great way to gag these people and rake in a good deal of goodwill along the way. At the very least, more people are picking up the slack so that people will also be distracted from paying too much attention to the fact that something is wrong with the system. That's a lot more than $400,000 to save. That's smart, not bad for my wife. Zhang Feng rubbed Su Youran's little tummy in favor. It's soft and feels superb. Humph, bragging about yourself there again, huh, stinky Zhang Feng? Su Youran, will still be able to handle this kind of thing, okay? However, what I'm more puzzled about now is Secretary Zhang. Su Youran, who had a slight frown on her brow, raised her puzzled eyes to look at Zhang Feng's side face, and without waiting for Zhang Feng to ask, she revealed her thoughts. I was too shy to think about it for a while. Little boyfriend, do you think Secretary Zhang shouldn't have misunderstood even if he really heard that? I cried out in pain during that bout. But I heard. Ahem. I've heard that doing that sort of thing is very comfortable, so how could she think of that when I yelled out in pain? Hearing this, Zhang Feng touched the tip of his nose in embarrassment. He had read history and the art of war, but Su Youran still asked him this question. Yeah, why yell about pain? And yeah, that bout I remember I kept reminding you to tug backwards. Anon. If it's that kind of thing, do I need to yank anything? Obviously when you think about it carefully, you know that we're not doing that kind of thing. Why would Secretary Zhang think the wrong way? I don't understand. Hey, do you have to drag anything to do that? Zhang Feng silently glanced at Su Youran's black and shiny waterfall like 3,000 hair. It's not impossible to yank it if you have to. After all, love is in the air. Noticing his thoughts gradually letting go, Zhang Feng hurriedly shook his head to return to his senses. Ahem, how to say? Maybe Secretary Zhang Bar thinking stereotypes just thought of that. As for the 2 points you mention, I really don't know how to explain them. Have you heard the saying? You can't talk about it on paper. I think it's the only way we'll understand this kind of thing is if we do it. Hands-on, practical exercises. To be honest, Su Youran was very dissatisfied with Zhang Feng's answer. She ended up looking at Zhang Feng with a cunning gaze that seemed to see through everything. Stinky Zhang Feng, did you not answer my question properly just now? Why do I find your answer so rambling? Are you thinking of something else? Heaven and earth is kind. Zhang Feng was definitely very serious in answering Su Youran's question just now. He'd pack his bags. Absolutely. Ran, you're misunderstanding me. Zhang Feng closed his mouth in the middle of his words, because Su Xiaolu rubbed herself like a kitten in his arms at that moment, and opened her mouth to interrupt him again in a delicate manner. You didn't think of anything else, Why do I feel like I'm being pushed up against something? Chapter 126, Playing Chess? Zhang Feng, no. The next morning, Zhang Feng got up refreshed. Last night was a very peaceful night, and after watching TV the two went to the bedroom to cuddle up and fall asleep. Zhang Feng thought, people always need to restrain restraint, right? We have 2 more days until our great aunt comes home, so we'll talk about it then. Realizing that Su Youran was still sleeping soundly and the time was early, Zhang Feng, who had finished washing and packing, suddenly had a bold idea. Why don't we cook noodles for Miss Su this morning? In all honesty, it is really not that Zhang Feng wants to bully Su Youran into anger in the morning. Rather, in the past 2 days he had also studied how to cook noodles well in his spare time. Now he has confidence in himself. Besides, it's still early. It's only 7 o'clock. How long does it take to cook noodles? Let's taste it when it's ready and give it to Miss Su if we think it's good. Do as I say. Zhang Feng found out the cooking noodle tutorial video step by step to follow and do as they say. In the bedroom, Su Youran opened her sleepy eyes. She didn't reach out to touch the other side of the bed. She knew Zhang Feng was already up. Anan. Otherwise one would have been hugged for sure. Slightly straightening her somewhat fried hair, Su Youran sat up straight and found a thermos cup at the bedside to take a few sips of hot water. To be honest, Su Youran simply loved Zhang Feng's details. She also didn't know how Zhang Feng knew that she would be thirsty feeling dry around her mouth even after waking up from sleep. Anyway, every day she woke up with warm water right next to her bed that was just right for drinking. Su Youran, who quickly washed up, walked out of the bedroom and followed the sound of electrical appliances to find the kitchen. Another shock was added to that veiled face with a bit of drowsiness from just waking up. Zhang Feng, you're cooking noodles? Seeing that his own wife had gotten up, Zhang Feng wasn't going to hide it. He hemmed and hawed as he began to wrap up his work. Ran, trust me. I didn't watch the video for nothing the last 2 days. I'll eat first in a little while, and if it's okay you'll eat again. And if it's not okay we'll talk about it. 2 minutes later, the soup noodles came out of the pot. Zhang Feng clamped a bowl to taste, but Su Youran stopped him. Hey, Zhang Feng, it's better if I taste it. After all, it's your handmade. It's only logical that I, as a girlfriend, should have the first bite. After a reasoned argument, Su Youran sat down at the table with her heart in the right place. On Little Maple, such a careful man. Have carefully watched the video for 2 days. Even if you have no talent in cooking you can still cook the noodles very well, right? It did. And although it was just soup noodles, it tasted great. Su Youran, who took a shallow taste, smiled wanly back. He, stinky Zhang Feng. I'm eating this noodle sweet ugh. Upon hearing this, Zhang Feng was pleasantly surprised. Looking at Su Shaolu, this looks like it's very tasty. Sweet? Isn't this the same routine I used yesterday? Run Jun, do you realize that the same routine won't work if you use it again? Even so, Zhang Feng still favorably hooked Su Yuran's small nose. And after tasting the soup noodles he made Zhang Feng realized. I put sugar in it? Vientiane Makeup, Sales Department. Zhang Feng took 2 sets of beauty supplies from the company's warehouse and printed off the IT ideas he had organized yesterday in his office. He planned to send it to Kai Jiaming, and as for the beauty supplies, it was what Su said to give to Mrs. Kai. The passing Li Mingyi and Zhang Yuan also quietly noticed that Zhang Feng had plans to go out. Zhang Yuan's eyelids flickered and he greeted them with a quick step. Mr. Jiang, out on business? Hey, let Fatty me accompany you. In the next second, Zhang Yuan was directly pushed aside by Li Mingyi. Mr. Jiang, Fatty Zhang, that new car break-in period at run not fast easy to delay things. Let me go with you. I can stand up and pedal on that bike. Hearing this Zhang Yuan was unconvinced. What's wrong with a new car? Can't you pedal harder with a new car? Mr. Jiang, my car can do it too. Don't worry, the speed is absolutely awesome. In fact, Li Mingyi thought it through. If he went out with Zhang Feng on business, isn't the work done on Zhang Yuan? Hey, old Li wants to touch the fish too. Zhang Yuan was thinking the same thing. If he didn't accompany Mr. Jiang out on this trip, wouldn't he have to work 3 jobs? None of the donkeys on the production team do that, do they? So it was a good fight between the two. Just because of their positive attitude, Zhang Feng wanted to take both of them with him. But the question is, who's going to work if we take them all away? Mo Shuai? Forget it. Let him live a few more years. Just as Zhang Feng was thinking, Mo Shuai also put down the work at hand and raised his head. I say, Minister Li, old Zhang, in that case, you two should stop arguing. I'll stay in the company, not just as a driver. Mo Shuai can also do old Zhang, give me the keys to your car. Oh right. Since I'm going out with Brother Feng, I'd like to trouble Minister Li to help me finish today's statement. Mo Shuai wasn't like the two. He thought much more complicatedly. Who can say no to a new car that the owner says can be stood up and pedaled? Except to touch fish? In the old town of Songqing City, Mo Shui directly shortened the distance that Zhang Yuan ran for 30 minutes yesterday by 1/3. As he got out of the car, he gritted his teeth and waved a big hand. Cool, because he had to deliver something to Kai Jiaming. Zhang Feng simply let Mo Shui play by himself for a while in the neighborhood. Contacted in advance, Kai Jiaming was waiting for Zhang Feng at the entrance of the unit. After seeing not only the documents that Zhang Feng had organized, but also 2 makeup supplies, Kai Jiaming was immediately embarrassed. Big brother Jiang, this, take it, from your sister-in-law. In the end, it was a child who didn't know how to refuse, and after Zhang Feng stuffed him with the makeup supplies, he chatted with him about some procedural aspects. After everything was explained, he patted Kai Jiaming's shoulder. Roa lad, work hard, I think you can be even better than Mr. Kai. Feel free to call me if anything happens. Pull out first. Looking at Zhang Feng's back as he left, Kai Jiaming's slightly boyish gaze became extraordinarily determined. For the lad, a pile of papers plus 2 coloring supplies was perfectly manageable to carry, but he felt extra heavy at the moment. On the other hand, Zhang Feng returned to the car next to did not find Mo Shui, looked around and found Mo Shui is squatting in front of the stone chair with an old man playing chess. Boy, there is play ugly brother is really not picky can you play with this high IQ stuff? As expected, Mo Shui was crying out. Feng, you've been there for 20 minutes and I've lost 5 games. Why did you come back so late? I could have lost 2 fewer games if you'd come earlier. At this moment, the old man sitting opposite Mo Shui also noticed Zhang Feng. This kid looks like a cutie who just played chess with me. Smart, the Grandmaster said with a surprised look on his face. Boy, next game? Next game? With you? Zhang Feng snorted and shrugged. Let's just say where is this? Old Pine City. Choi Hung lives here. Boy, this neighborhood was a real authority, wasn't it? I don't know if he's some kind of retired big shot. The kind that has a valley in his heart and a mountain in his eyes? The one where you play chess with a clicking, fierce, and authoritative mind? Can Zhang Feng play this game with him? I've written about it in web novels, but I can't get by without a system, can I? Therefore, Zhang Feng refused Pai, Nfuli, no more. Moncler, you can play by yourself. Chapter 127, How can you beat a human machine? What's the saying? Your grandpa is still your grandpa. How desperate must Zhang Feng be to play chess with this kind of old man hiding downstairs in the neighborhood? How many years have they been playing? Besides, this Moncler jacket sale is afraid that the salt eaten is more than the rice eaten by Zhang Feng. How to get down? After saying that, Zhang Feng signaled Mo Shui to retreat with his eyes. But before the two could turn around, the boss spoke up. Next to the ragged sigh was his frowning self-talk. Alas, one grows old, and one's daughters and sons are all out there fighting for their lives, and there's no one to play with me. An old man. That's just it. Just go away, young man. I'll play by myself, old man. Anyway, there is cancer in my body, so I won't be alone for long. Upon hearing this, Zhang Feng and Mo Shui looked at each other in unison. Why is this old man so miserable? No one around to keep you company. Alone and alone in the old town? And with a terminal illness? How desperate must he be? Mo Shui, brother Feng. Why don't we stay here with him? Zhang Feng, one good deed a day. Just like that, Zhang Feng and Mo Shui smiled and sat back down. It occurs to us, Moncler, that the company seems to be on vacation today. Why don't we play a couple games with you? In fact, 2 games of chess seemed like a long time, but both Zhang Feng and Mo Shui, they're both guaranteed to lose in 10 minutes. To ask, is strength to the stomach. Seeing the two of them sit down again, Feng Wentian froze with a face full of surprise. That is, a hint of old cunning flashed vaguely in the depths of his eyes. He handed Zhang Feng and Mo Shui a thumbs up respectively. The boys are so nice. A man is a teenager until he dies, and Feng Wentian can't be bored at his age, right? He was not interested in transplanting rice seedlings and planting flowers, but he could still find a few old ladies to dance at night. But this daytime was really no fun. Waiting for the right person? No one in the neighborhood will play with him. Who in the area doesn't know that Master Feng is a great chess player? So it's good to see 2 strange young faces, and good to cheat. Can Feng Wentian let it go? If he doesn't play some tricks to keep Zhang Feng and Mo Shui behind, where will he find fun today? At this moment, Zhang Feng and Mo Shui hadn't realized the seriousness of the matter. It's good that you're happy, boss. Master, do you want me to play with you or Feng? Feng Wentian stretched out his hand and pointed at Mo Shui. Zhang Feng by his side. I'm down with the lad. He looks smarter than you. Slightly different from Zhang Feng's prediction. He lost the 2 games in just 9 minutes. Seeing the old man's rather uninterested appearance, Zhang Feng was a bit intolerant. It's still early anyway. Why don't you play with the old man for a while? Grandpa. Zhang Feng reswung his pendulum and was just about to open his mouth to tell Feng Wentian to come back, but he was interrupted by a woman's voice coming from behind. Old man Feng, why did you blow away your grandson yesterday? He came all the way from Jinghai to see you. I see. You're afraid he won't let you come out and square dance with us at night. Giggle. Old Fong, come with me tonight. Don't go looking for Tsuehua Kaiyun Yuling and the others. At those words, Zhang Feng raised his eyebrows fiercely. This seemed to be a bit different from what he had imagined. The old man said he was alone. He blew his grandson away? He says he has no one to play with, and then he ends up with so many old ladies waiting to square dance with him at night? Then look at Fong Wentian's rosy face, old and strong spirit, which has a little bit of the feeling of suffering from terminal illness for many years. I was swindled by this grandpa. Jiang Feng was speechless for a while, so he dragged Mo Shuai and got up to leave. On the other hand, Fong Wentian's heart is also like a mirror. The misery he just sold was all broken up. He frowned and got up, whispering a reprimand to the approaching old woman as he went. You big mouth. The two lads I managed to lure in to play chess with me. Go home and make your dinner, and I'll call you at the dance tonight. Leaving his dance partner out to dry, Fong Wentian quickly followed Jiang Feng and Mo Shuai. The lads had driven here, which proved he still has a chance to keep them. So, the boss stood directly in front of the Grand Voyager, and the next second he covered his legs and started shouting, a hothead hurts, bumping into people. What? Jiang Feng, Grandpa, you can at least lie down. Mo Shuai, we haven't even gotten on the bus yet. The bus hasn't even moved yet. Tell me straight, Moncler, what else do you want to do? Have fun. Oh no, play chess. Didn't I just play 2 games with you? Young man, you are too fast. The big man has not yet had fun. So how do you get high? Let me abuse you two for a few more rounds. Even if Jiang Feng had hit his head, he wouldn't have thought that he could run into such a strange grandpa out of the house. What kind of game is this? You're forcing someone to play chess? Do you get a kick out of abusing people? Thinking of this, Jiang Feng gritted his teeth. But where there is a system is still to be so bullied by the master? Damn, then not a set of chess for the grandpa to play dumb? Suddenly, Jiang Feng's gaze brightened. Master, this way, I'll play another game with you, and if I win, you'll let us go, okay? Hearing Jiang Feng say that, Fong Wentian also got energized. You're not leaving until you beat me? Good lord, are these boys going to retire me? That's too good, lad. Don't tell me to let you two go. If you beat me, you can tell me what you want. Sitting back in front of the chess game, looking at Fong Wentian with a face of I'm invincible, you can do whatever you want in front of him. Jiang Feng unconsciously raised the corner of his mouth. We're saying we're gonna win this game. It's not good enough to be anyone's grandpa today. He must be taught a lesson. Taking out his cell phone from his pants pocket, Jiang Feng placed a professional chess app. Tap on the app. Find Purgatory Man vs. Man and tap start. A moment later, Fong Wentian how to play him with the human machine how to play. The human machine how to go. Jiang Feng how to go back to Fong Wentian. Master, aren't you good at chess? Can you beat I? Right. Jiang Feng didn't have a system, but he had a brain. Seeing Jiang Feng's wave of maneuvers, Mo Shuai's eyes went wide. Vulcan is worthy of Maple. Young man, it's best not to get distracted when playing chess, or you'll lose even more. When Fong Wentian saw Jiang Feng pull out his cell phone, he kindly reminded him, but what responded to him was Jiang Feng's lightly raised eyebrows. Old man Fong, things have come to this. I won't hide it from you. Actually, I'm a chess grandmaster, and I'm showing my cards. Just now I lost to you. That was me honoring the old man to make you happy. Let's really get down. I can beat you playing on my cell phone. Ouch. Ouch, I'm going. Fong Wentian sat up straight for a moment. He was excited. How many years has it been since I've heard anyone say that you can beat yourself at chess? How many years has it been since I've seen a young man who can blow awesome like this? Secretly glancing at Jiang Feng, who had a bland face, Fong Wentian suddenly felt that this matter had become interesting. His old eyes flickered and he laughed brightly in an approving tone. Young man, if you can really win me at chess, then you're really something. In the future, you can let our old man call you Big Brother. Chapter 128, Honey, our in-laws have come to Hong Kong. What attracted Jiang Feng was not being Fong Wentian's big brother, but the previous sentence. A man is a teenager until he dies. Who can say no to the words you're good? The corner of Jiang Feng's mouth rose slightly as he hooked his hand and smiled. Let's get started then. Jiang Feng's confidence shocked and confused Fong Wentian. He really couldn't figure out where this young man's confidence came from. Did Fish Liang give you the courage? Like my cowhorse grandson? This state of mind continued until 4 minutes into the game. When Fong Wentian saw that Jiang Feng was able to play with himself, he was directly stunned. Wait, no, there's something about this lad down there. How did he know that my actual intention was to hit him? The lad has deep pockets. Elder Fong stroked his chin and laughed lightly. He admitted that Jiang Feng did have a bit of strength, but it was a fool's errand to beat him. Fong Wentian, with that, Elder Fong, who had gotten a few moments more serious, resumed his platoon. He learned chess at a young age and was truly a child who grew up playing it. Ever since old man Fong turned 50, it had been almost difficult for him to come across someone who could break bread with him. But the situation in front of him at this moment is that the games he has set up have been seen through by Jung Fong one after another, and he has fewer and fewer sons at hand? Both sides fought back and forth, very anxiously, and half an hour passed. Jung Fong hung a small window to brush the short video to follow the operation of the human machine to take the last step. General, Master, you've lost. Jung Fong kicked his cell phone back into his pocket and stared at Fong Wentian with a smirk. At this point, old man Fong has been all over the chess game. He is confused, really lost. How can one lose so inexplicably when one has clearly taken one step and seen five? Is it possible that this young man is more calculating than the old man? How old is he? It shouldn't be. What shocked Fong Wentian the most was that Jung Fong seemed to be using his full strength to play chess with him at all. It's so easy to play chess and play with your cell phone. It's like reviewing the chess game just now in his mind. Fong Wentian felt that the amount of information was too much for him to accept for a while. This young man is not simple. There must be an expert behind him. Boy. He raised his head intending to ask Jung Fong where his teacher was from, but he held his words back at the edge of his mouth, because where in front of him were Jung Fong and Mo Shui's figures. All that was left for him was the ass of Jun Yu driving away. Ugh! Jung Fong had already run away, so the doubt could only be pondered by Fong Wentian himself. He desperately recalled Zhang Feng's chess-playing routine, muttering to himself under his breath. Nowadays, the only ones who can break bread with the old man me in chess are those old guys in the capital. But it's odd that the lad uses a completely different routine than they do. No hit. Gotta get my precious grandson to find out who this lad is. The old man said he recognized him as his big brother. If Zhang Feng had walked 2 minutes later and heard Fong Wentian muttering a few names to himself, he would have been shocked, because in the mouth of old man Fong read out, either a party celebrities or business giants, and even one of their own. Old man Su Wanxiang see have to respectfully go to call on a Tang Lao. And at this moment Zhang Feng is in Mo Shui didn't go back to the company directly, but towards the shopping district near Wanxiang Color Cosmetics. Let's go to Manjing Mansion first. Okay, Le Feng. Wanjing Mansion is one of the top-ranked residential areas in Songqing City, which is really conveniently located in a livable environment. That's right, Zhang Feng was going to check out the room. The $10 million taken out of Songqing International Hotel's account was still in his hand, and Zhang Feng wasn't going to transfer it back to Wang Kuan. The hotel is now appreciating in value and there is no shortage of money. And with this amount of money, Zhang Feng could just go and buy a very nice fine house or a small villa. Zhang Feng had thought about this matter since last night in Su Youran's office. It seems that we do need to change a bigger house. Not for anything else. At least Ran can safely and boldly move the check room to the house, right? She didn't say, but Zhang Feng understood. Why did she have to change her clothes in the office? Isn't that because the house is small now and she has more clothes than she can put in the house? Su Xiaoniao might think it was nothing, but Zhang Feng didn't think so. Scratch that. It's not like you can't afford a suite of rooms now. So what the hell? You can't condescend to your wife. Xiangjiang City. Last night on duty, today off duty, Zhang Haiyuan slept a lazy sleep. 10 o'clock in the morning, just opened his eyes. Sleepy eyes, hazy consciousness, a little confused. He habitually reached for the phone, but after glancing twice at the small group of workmen, he sat up from the bed with a carp. I'll go. My in-laws came to Xiangjiang? Lao Jiang rubbed his sleepy eyes and once again made sure of the group's message. That's right. The group is talking about the Su Dong of the Wanshan group coming to the Xiangjiang development zone for a site visit. Not only that, but Lao Jiang also saw a couple of photos sent out by the group. The colleague who sent the photo said that the circle is Su Wanshan, but Zhang Haiyuan cannot see anything. The photo is too fuzzy. But at the end of the day, there's no need for co-workers to make up stuff like that, is there? Seeing Song Ling walk into the house, Zhang Haiyuan spoke excitedly. Honey, big deal. Look what our group posted. Our in-laws have come to Xiangjiang to inspect the project. It's not easy for people to come here once. Why don't you give Ran a call and we'll meet the in-laws for dinner? The two kids have talked about it to this point, and it's time to meet the lady's parents. The main thing is that after the meeting, Lao Zhang's heart is considered completely solid. In fact, meeting with a big shot like Su Wanshan was psychologically stressful for Lao Jiang. Even though marriage is free now, it's always a bit of a misnomer. But then again, Lao Jiang, who could tell that his son and Ran were genuinely in love with each other, wouldn't drop the ball at a critical moment. Sooner or later, he and Su Wanshan will have to meet to talk about their marriage. So it's better to let the storm come more violently and finish the meeting earlier to save your heart, right? You can pull it off, Zhang Haiyuan. You really don't carry a brain. If they say they're in-laws, and with that picture, I'd say it's Jesus crawling out of the coffin panel. Song Ling shrugged indifferently. She definitely Lao Jiang was a bit anxious and eager. Of course, she'd thought about meeting Ran's parents sooner, but obviously not now. Old Jiang. Then again, even if this is really Su Wanshan, it won't work. Since the in-laws have come to Xiangjiang, it proves that they have something to come over to be busy. You're asking someone to come over for a dinner meeting at this time of the year, so will he say yes or no? Will it delay people's business? Think about it. Ranran's dad's time is money. Plus, the parents of the man and woman are meeting, and the two kids can't be absent, can they? Now tell Xiaofeng and Ranran to drop what they're doing and make the long trek back? I feel sorry for the kids, so I think we should wait until the next time we have a formal date with Ranran and then we'll see each other again. Why don't they say that behind a successful man there is always a wise woman? Although Comrade Songling is usually in charge of Jiang Haiyuan more strict, but there is something analyzing is really no problem. Where does it say that the man and woman meet the parents and the parents arrive and the two kids aren't there? What is this called? Chapter 129, Jiang Haiyuan, older brother, home for dinner? At those words, Jiang Haiyuan fell into deep thought. Hey, you don't say. What my wife said without any emotion. It's all true. No problem. After giving Song Ling a thumbs up with great admiration, Jiang Haiyuan raised his eyebrows and smiled. It's still you, wife. It's so thoughtful of you to think of something. Then forget it until I call my son someday to talk about this. Old Jiang, who had been completely sober, rubbed the corners of his mouth and turned his words around. Seeing his comrade Song Ling reminded me just right. I decided to go out and buy seafood. Buy you a good meal at noon. What do you say? Song Ling didn't have the heart to carry over the chicken feather duster next to the bed. Is that a treat for me? You buy it back and I still have to do it? Jiang Haiyuan, your mouthy day after day changing ways to make me suffer here. Seeing Song Ling's very speechless expression with her arms crossed, Lao Jiang knew that she was agreeing to this matter. After getting up and giving her a gentle squeeze on the shoulders, Lao Jiang went to the bathroom to take a shower with a hefty smile. The largest seafood market in Xiangjiang City is located in the development zone, and Jiang Haiyuan didn't mind the trouble and drove over. He did want to eat fish, and Song Ling's fish stew was truly delicious. After buying fish, shrimp and crab, Lao Jiang ghosted a few pounds of oysters. This trip can be described as a lot of harvest. Carrying a large bag of Jiang Haiyuan intends to load the car to return. But the next second, his afterglow fell on the middle-aged man standing at his 4 o'clock. Lao Jiang cannot help but raise the corners of his mouth. Hey, isn't this the brother who ran out of gas in front of the Songqing Expressway? Isn't he from Jinghai? Why did he come to Hong Kong? What's not fate if you run into a stranger twice in a sea of people? Jiang Haiyuan decided to go up and say hello. Ha ha, old brother. What fate? Meeting again. Listening to the somewhat familiar voice coming from behind, Su Wanxiang was directly confused. Call me? I don't know anyone in Hong Kong. Looking along the source of the voice with doubt, old Su suddenly realized, and then his face revealed a look of joy. So it's you, old brother. Karma karma karma. Hua, this is coming to the seafood market to stock up. Ha, old Su can be extremely impressed with Jiang Haiyuan. Ah, handsome and kind-hearted buddy. Ah, let's just say that in this day and age, how many car owners are willing to give unconditional help to others? Abstract office to abstract. Good people. People who have helped themselves. Su Wanxiang is absolutely deep in the heart. So, old Su was also warmly welcomed. It's not so much stocking up. It's just too much trouble to make the trip. So I'll buy more to save myself from having to run again. Older brother, you don't know. Ah, this seafood market has the best stuff. Absolutely fresh. Hey, by the way, you've come to Hong Kong on business? Su Wanxiang smiled faintly. Not really an errand. He was idle. Last night, when I was brushing the news, I heard experts analyze this development zone in Xiangjiang, which has a lot of thieves and gold-raising projects. I had nothing to do at home, so I thought I'd come over and check it out for myself. Well, it's done. Older brother, you're patting yourself on the back for something delicious, so I'll buy some to try later. You want to buy some later? Are you done with your errands? Hearing Su Wanxiang say this, Jiang Haiyuan raised his eyebrows a bit excited. Didn't you say it was all done, old boy? So what else did you buy? Look how much I bought. Aren't you done? I'm off work today, so why don't you come over for lunch? We're destined for each other. Why don't we have a drink on the way? Sincerely inviting Su Wanxiang to dinner at home is one aspect. On the other hand, Jiang Haiyuan's proposal was also mixed with selfishness. This day off work in a good mood would like to drink a couple of cups. But if he at home to eat accidentally drink too much, not sure Song Ling and have to pull out the duster to greet him. But it's different if you bring a friend home. Whether he would be greeted or not was put aside. At least Song Ling couldn't stop him from drinking when there were guests. At least you can get your drink on, right? Ha, eating at your house? That's not good, is it? Why don't you and I find a hotel to eat? For Jiang Haiyuan's proposal to have a meal and drink some wine, Lao Su has no opinion at all. He also wants to. He was mainly afraid of getting this enthusiastic old man into trouble, and it would be more economical to go to a hotel. It just so happens that he ended up footing the bill and was able to give back the oil he got for nothing last time. Go to what hotel to eat? Go home to eat. I tell you, your sister-in-law makes a great fish. You have to try it. This hotel in Hong Kong is not strong enough. It's expensive and hard to eat. How can it be better than eating at home? Jung Hyun didn't know why he looked at Su Wanxiang so right. Anyway, what he was thinking was that he had to get this old brother to his home for a good drink today. On the other side, Su Wanxiang, who had been persuaded by Lao Zheng very enthusiastically for half a day, also laughed cheerfully and happily. Fine, then I'll trouble you for lunch today, old brother. Seeing Su Wanxiang nod, Jung Hyun snapped his fingers. Driving here or? Didn't drive. Rode over with a friend. Come on, old boy, get in the car. After getting into the car with Jung Hyun, Su Wanxiang sat in the back row and involuntarily smiled. This old brother is really nice and warm. This is a friend worth making. Immediately after, Su Wanxiang took out his cell phone and sent a text message to Wang Jun. Old Wang, don't pick me up. I'm going to drink with my buddies. Keep yourself company with that pile of cow and horse developers at noon. Seeing Jang Hyun bring back a friend, Comrade Songling was also stunned. How can you go out for seafood and bring back a friend? Honey, this is the dude we met at the highway intersection last time we went to Pine City. We'll have a drink at home at lunch today. Jung Hyun graciously introduced Songling, who was also slightly stunned. Not a Jianhe license plate? You met it once in Songcheng and again in Shenzhen? Karma. Comrade Songling is also a great believer in destiny. At the very least, the Sun and Ranran are heavenly destiny. Come on in, brother. Make yourself at home. It didn't take long for the coffee table in the living room to be filled with cigarettes and tea and fruit. Comrade Songling has always been warm in her hospitality. She went to the kitchen to open the seafood meal for noon, while Jung Hyun and Su Wanxiang sat opposite each other on the living room sofa and chatted. Songcheng City, Wanxiang Makeup Company, President's Office. Mom, you said my dad went to Shenzhen? Yeah, Ran. What's wrong? Nothing, just asking my dad to run some errands. Hang up now, haha. Su Youran hung up the phone in a hurry, followed by a heartfelt smile. Pops, why didn't you tell me before you went to Hong Kong? Do you know your son-in-law's family is in Hong Kong? Well, the weather is getting cooler. Should I buy some clothes for my aunt and uncle? It's just as well that old Su is here, so let him drop it off for uncle and auntie on his way? No. Isn't this a meeting between the parents of the man and the woman? But I'm not with Zheng Feng, alas. I've got it. Tell Pops to ask Uncle Wang to deliver it. Well, at least it's an errand for Su Wanxiang, so you have to have a better attitude. Thinking of this, Miss Su's red lips curled slightly, showing a hint of cunning. Pulling out his cell phone, he then dialed a video call to his old man. Chapter 130, Su Wanxiang, what do you want again? During the time she waited for old Su to get through, Miss Su was still calculating from side to side. Let Lao Su tell Uncle Wang to send something to uncle and auntie. Then should I tell Lao Su that is Zhang Feng's mom and dad? It doesn't seem like there's a good reason not to tell. And if you do, what if he does something abstract? Crooked, you've been humiliated by your own father before you've even married into your in-laws? No way. In the moment the phone is connected, Su Youran figured out, or not to tell Su Wanxiang is going to send something to whom. He cannot afford to lose the face she cannot afford to lose. Xiangjiang City, Zhang Feng's house. Zhang Hyun saw that someone had called Su Wanxiang and got up and left the living room in a very sensible manner. Hey, let's see how the wife's getting the meal ready. It may not matter to others, but not eavesdropping on someone's phone call is not only a way to avoid suspicion, it's also a sign of respect. At this time, only Lao Su was sitting on the living room sofa. To be honest, seeing that the caller was his own little princess, Su Wanxiang was still confused for a while. Goo, what kind of evil wind is blowing in my little cotton jacket today? Old Su gave an oi gesture to the video end and laughed brightly. Daughter, what? Looking for your old man? I have something? On the other end of the video, Su Youran frowned, then ended up with a soft and sticky tone mixed with a hint of sultry. Humph, Dad, look at you. I must have come to you for something. Can't I just be thinking about you and then make a video with you? At this moment, old Su felt like his life was at its peak. Jesus, God, Buddha, Ran said he missed me. Comrade Su Wanxiang is not stupid. He knows that Su Youran must have something if he can call on this phone, but in the end, it's just soothing to hear. At this moment Su Wanxiang also does not care about his own daughter has something. Is to give him wool grip bald he recognized. Good girl, Dad misses you too, but you're really okay? Dad'll introduce you to a friend if you're okay? Through the background can be seen out of the old Su is in the house of who? Su Youran is also lazy. Anyway, my old man is a good drinker and has many friends from all over the world. Su Youran wasn't surprised nor did she want to recognize it. Hey Dad, forget it, what are you doing introducing me to your drinking partner? Actually, I don't have anything to do, but if you say so, I'm really sorry if I don't find something to do. He. Sawani knew it. With a big wave of his hand he said, speak. Upon hearing this, Su Youran smiled triumphantly, just as she was about to tell Su Wanxiang about her plan. two voices drifted vaguely out of the cell phone speaker. Eat well, me and my oldest brother are going to have some wine for lunch. Got it? Got it, young master. You wait just fine. These two sentences alone are nothing more than a conversation between Pop's drinking buddy and his family. But what shocked Su Youran was how could this voice sound so familiar to her? People have many definitions of familiarity. Some you can think of their face just by hearing their voice. And these two voices here in Su Youran, that is simply the voice of the in-laws. Suddenly, Su Yuran's incredibly good-looking eyes flowed with bright light. She was almost certain that she had heard correctly, which meant that there was a possibility that the wine hitchhiker that Pops was talking about was Uncle Jiang, and he's at Jiang Feng's house now? This whole thing is just a fine thing to think about. Su Wanxiang, it's okay, you're busy. After saying that, Su Youran backhanded the phone and cut it off. She had to think about it herself. Listening to the ding sound of the video hanging up, the corners of old comrade Su's mouth twitched fiercely. No, Ran, the phone. Hang up? What's going on? Su Wanxiang could tell that his own daughter was calling for something. He was also sure that there wasn't a single thing wrong with what he had just said. How come the girl just seems to get angry for some reason? At this moment, Lao Su really realized the saying a woman's heart, the bottom of the sea needle. What Hammer said, you can't read a woman's mind because you don't know her. I can't even guess the daughter I grew up with. Achoo! Old Su sneezed violently and sturdily. President's office. $1 million makeup. Pine City. Su Youran lightly pinched the pen, her beautiful eyebrows slightly knitted, her gaze somewhat lax out of focus. She was really confused. What the hell was going on now? The shock of this incident to Miss Su was even greater than the incident where Zhang Feng led his friend home and it turned out to be Su Wanxiang. No matter how abstract Su Wanxiang is, he wouldn't be so abstract as to run to his in-laws to cultivate a relationship after being a brother to his son-in-law. Would he? So I heard it wrong? The more she thought about it, the more confused Su Youran suddenly brightened her beautiful eyes. Did you hear wrong? Why don't you just call your aunt to confirm? If old Su was really going to her aunt and uncles to show how abstract she was, then Su Youran absolutely did not say a word and directly gave Song Ling a showdown. Then let Song Ling directly throw Su Wanxiang out. Of course, if Auntie didn't want to get down to it, she could have old Su throw it out for herself. With that, Miss Su called Song Ling again. By the time she answered the phone, Song Ling was already back in her bedroom. When your daughter-in-law calls, you can't answer it while you're busy in the kitchen, can you? She had been on a video call with Su Youran from her bedroom, which was why Su Youran hadn't determined that this was Jiang Feng's house through the background of the living room where Su Wanxiang was. In fact, originally cooperate with Jiang Haiyuan acting to give him face. Song Ling is a little bit upset, but see Su Youran come to the phone this moment her upset directly dissipated. Gu, Ran, baby, why do you look a little thin? Is that brat treating you badly? No, Auntie, where's the skinny? I'm just growing all the meat where it belongs. Hey, Auntie, where's Uncle? Have you had lunch? Lao Jiang harm, have not eaten it. Steamed crab is still almost fire. Your uncle brought a friend home for dinner today. Is in the living room with friends chatting? Bringing a friend home for dinner? This is the real deal? Su Youran was stunned. She still had a hint of fantasy just now, and her daze changed in Song Ling's eyes. She thought her daughter-in-law was in some kind of doubt. Ran, in fact, it's fate to say that this friend of your uncle's was the last time we ran into each other at the Pine City Highway exit. His car ran out of gas and he was waiting for roadside assistance. And then your uncle thought he saw it all and helped out in passing. As a result, I bumped into him again today in Shangjiang. And the main thing is that this friend is still a Jinghai person. You say, it's indeed quite fateful. After hanging up the phone, Su Youran fell into deep thought. According to Auntie, old Su and Uncle's acquaintance was a coincidence? And twice? So much so that we met again today? Because of the previous experience of Jiang Feng being operated by Su Wanxiang's abstraction last time, Su Youran was really a bit unconvinced. But, thinking about it any further, Miss Su felt like her CPU was going to burn. With a pang of annoyance, she flipped her hand and broke the pen that had been spinning halfway out of her hand. I'd better let stinky Jiang Feng come back quickly to think together. I'm still the little twerp who relies on him, I guess. Chapter 131, What? Uncle Su is having dinner at my place? At this moment, Jiang Feng was carrying the contract bag in his hand, with a trace of shock remaining on his face. Feeling the buzzing beep from his cell phone, Jiang Feng saw the message from Su Youran. At Yuran, little boyfriend, hurry up and come to my office when you're back. There's something very important to tell you. Good lord. Jiang Feng was confused at this moment. Ran, take it easy. I have something important to tell you too. Just now Jiang Feng and Mo Shui did go to see the house. And guess what? The front foot just walked into the sales office, directly to the reception of the sales lady scared away. Just as Jiang Feng was reprimanding Mo Shui for being ugly and giving people away, The open house manager ran out. Good guy. Tugging on Jiang Feng's horn is a flurry of ass-kissing saying something like Mr. Jiang, I was worried about where to find you. Mr. Jiang, you actually came over in person. Sin. Finally, while Jiang Feng was confused and speechless, he handed over a contract and several villa keys. In this way, Jiang Feng inexplicably became the owner of Villa 1 in the villa area without spending a penny. Not to mention other things, just for this matter. To the Emoshwai scared only say ada. Ugly, I have to go find Ran. The moment the elevator reached the sales department floor, Jiang Feng said softly to Emoshwai, Abba. Jiang Feng was too lazy to speculate on what Emoshwai wanted to express, and went straight to the president's office on the top floor. The moment he pushed the door in, he found Su Youran holding her shoulders and fuming in front of her desk, and seeing him enter the house, Su Youran's moon-like eyes flashed with ripples. Little boyfriend, get over here, I desperately need you to analyze something for me. Ran, you are not aware of what a thing I just encountered. Looks like, they're both in a hurry, aren't they? Jiang Feng raised his eyebrows slightly, signaling Su Youran to speak first. Su Youran beamed and stretched out a finger. Little boyfriend, how about we all summarize it in one sentence and see whose business is more important to analyze first? No problem. After the appointment, after a minute of silence each they spoke again in unison. Ran, I just went to look at the house. People gave me a set directly, said it was given to me by the developer by name. I just checked that it was Uncle Chin's company. Little boyfriend, I just called old Su and found out that he's in Shangjiang having dinner at your house. After hearing each other's words, Jiang Feng and Su Youran frowned. In the next second, they saw the shock in each other's eyes and spoke in unison. And this? Well, now they feel like their heads are even more messed up. Why do things happen all day long that make people wonder? After a slight analysis, Jiang Feng hugged Su Youran and spoke gently. Ran you first, it's still important that this be you. I'm sure he did. First he became my brother. Then he came to my house from Jinghai to cultivate a relationship with my old man. It's not even close to what it sounds like, is it? Thanks to holding his wife can get psychological comfort. Otherwise Jiang Feng said what the mind also exploded. It's like this. I just heard today that my dad went to Shangjiang then I was looking for something for my aunt and uncle, and I happened to ask my dad to deliver it. I ended up video calling my dad, and my aunt and uncle's voices came through on the other end. Su Youran briefly described this matter to Jiang Feng, and Jiang Feng's expression was wonderful as he listened. How in the world can there be this kind of fate? Even Hans Christian Andersen couldn't make up a fairy tale like this, could he? Two people together will become more and more like each other. Jiang Feng's brain really thought of a piece with Su Youran. It can't be that old comrade Su is really running off to cultivate a relationship with his future in-laws, can it? Ran. It's too hard to guess what Uncle Su wants to do just based on existing conditions. We both need to know what they're talking about. Su Youran also wanted to, but Call cannot hear clearly not to mention. The main has been through the phone is also easy to be suspected well. Glancing at the bewilderment in Su Shelio's expression in his arms, Jiang Feng raised the corner of his mouth in an arc. Ran, I awakened a business talent in high school. One time Song Ling rewarded me with $1,000 for being in the top 20 in my grade on a final exam. I think $1,000 is too little and I'm afraid to ask for even 1,000 more. So I spent 1,000 on a set of surveillance cameras in my house, and the next day I knew where my dad had hidden his personal money. Finally sold the exact location of the privy to Comrade Songling for $3,000. Upon hearing this, Su Youran let out a pft of a laugh. You're really something out, Jiang Feng. How dare you say I'm screwing old Su on a weekday when you're screwing your uncle like this? Miss Su, who had been laughing for a while, shuddered when she saw Jiang Feng's movement of pulling out his cell phone, and so on. So what you're saying, little boyfriend, is that you've installed a surveillance set in your home? Or can you monitor it remotely? Yeah, the reception is still great. So, we can just watch the surveillance and then listen to what they're talking about? Jiang Feng gave a thumbs up, nodding his head without hiding his treacherous smile. Exactly. To be honest, for a while Su Youran didn't know how to praise Jiang Feng. They say women in love don't want their IQ. Throw my IQ away too, blah blah blah. The little boyfriend is fantastic too. He's been laying out this thing in advance since high school when he knew it would come to this today. Wow, doesn't that prove that he was planning to be with me at that time? That's too much to be ashamed of, isn't it? Of course Miss Su knew her idea was bull *******. But so what? She just wanted to praise Jiang Feng. What does it matter if she pulls it or not? What's wrong with that? 2 minutes later, Jiang Feng finished connecting the remote device and backhandedly cast the cell phone screen onto Su Youran's computer. Immediately afterward, the two men stared intently at what was happening on the screen. Ran, do you have popcorn or something in your office? Xiangjiang City, Jiang Feng's home. Songling plated the finished seafood feast and thoughtfully prepared seafood congee. Seafood is on the cold side, so a little hot porridge is good for you. The three of them gathered around the table and struck up a conversation sentence as well. At this moment, Jiang Haiyuan was representing the head of the family, so he naturally spoke first. Hey, older brother, we've been addressing each other as brothers. I forgot to ask you what your name is. Name? At those words, Su Wanxiang sucked in a breath of cool air. No one can recognize him by his online photos, and that was how many years ago, but his name can be said in a way that many people can know, and at the very least, it sounds familiar. To be honest, Su Wanxiang didn't want to tell Jiang Haiyuan his name. It's not that Lao Su was afraid of Jiang Haiyuan pulling his name for profit. It's unrealistic. This warm and well-meaning old man would never do such a thing. Su Wanxiang just felt that Jiang Haiyuan was very much to his liking and felt that this friend could be made. He didn't want to make Jiang Haiyuan have an unseen barrier against him because he was Su Wanxiang. Solely Su Wanxiang then decided to make up a name. Chapter 132, Little Boyfriend, I'll take you home? Speaking of which, I'm afraid my oldest brother will laugh. My parents grew up expecting me to be the chairman of the board. Solely named me Su Dong. Old brother directly call me Su old brother on the line. Su Youran, look at the little boyfriend. It's Su Dong again. Su Wanxiang is at it again. He really planned this carefully. Jiang Feng, this familiar Su Dong. Good guy. Uncle Su has words are really made up Jiang Haiyuan and Song Ling knew each other, saw the laughter in each other's eyes. Su Dong? This name more or less stained with a little bit of hope for a feeling well lo Su old brother. You should also know what I call Jiang Haiyuan. This is my wife. Her name is Song Ling. You can usually just call her sister-in-law. Su Youran, uncle. Should be called in-laws To be honest, for the names Jiang Haiyuan and Song Ling, Su Wanxiang was really hearing them for the first time. He didn't have a quirk. He wanted to have a good relationship with Jiang Feng, his future son-in-law, but he wouldn't investigate what was going on in Jiang Feng's family. Old Su has always been true to his word, and when he says he doesn't look at the man's condition, then he doesn't. And on the contrary, Su Youran said uncle and aunt when she mentioned Jiang Haiyuan and Song Ling. This also led to the fact that at this point, old Su didn't even know that the ones sitting in front of him were the in-laws. Elder brother Jiang, sister-in-law, Jiang Feng. Luckily, Uncle Su didn't call me old brother that day, or else I'd be embarrassed into the dirt. Lao Su smiled brightly and greeted, while Lao Su pulled back. Hey, elder brother Jiang, didn't you say last time that your son had found a girlfriend? How's it going? How's the little girl? Su Youran, little boyfriend look. Old Su was bringing the topic to us. This is what he purposely arranged. Hearing Su Dong mention his excellent daughter-in-law Ran, Jiang Haiyuan's face couldn't help but well up with a smile. To be honest, he really wanted to show his cards and directly tell elder brother Su that his daughter-in-law was Su Youran and his future in-laws were Su Wanxiang, but he knew he couldn't say that. In case it brought Ran any bad influence, it would be more than worth it. The two of them have developed quite well, and my daughter-in-law is gentle and considerate to my son. It's just that I'm a bit worried. My future in-laws should be quite strong. I'm worried about how not to embarrass my son if I meet with him. Su Youran, uncle thought so? Well, how can I be that good? Jiang Feng, dad, do you think you've lost face when you said that? Disgraceful? Su Wanxiang sucked in a breath of cool air. He looked at Jiang Haiyuan's family, although it is not rich and wealthy, but it is not bad to say anything. This kind of condition, and elder brother Jiang is actually a bit worried about embarrassing his own son? Could it be that his future in-laws have some family history? Elder brother Jiang, that's nothing. I'm telling you, just based on your character and temper, you can definitely talk to your future in-laws. Where is he from? If you can't, I'll go with you. I'll help you. We'll fool him together. Saying that it was helping, in actuality Su Wanxiang was trying to bully others. Brother Jiang cheered him up and invited him to dinner. It's not too much for him to help brother Jiang fix his future in-laws, right? How many sons do you have at home and you want to scare my brother Jiang? You don't even ask me. Su Wanxiang, if I'll do it. My daughter-in-law is from Jinghai. Oh Jinghai people, it's much better. None of them have to help out. Old Su secretly counted the rich people in Jinghai, and he came to the conclusion that there was nothing to fear from anyone who came. Elder brother Jiang, I told you earlier, I'm still quite familiar with that part of Jinghai. When the time comes, if you call me for anything, I should be able to contribute. You reason with your future in-laws in normal interactions, and when the time comes, if he gives you a hard time, call me directly. I've never been bad at anything. I'll give him a good smack in the mouth for you. President's office, Manji Makeup, Pine City. Jiang Feng and Su Youran looked at each other, seeing the shock in each other's eyes. Ran, I just saw that Uncle Su didn't look like he was pretending. How can anyone want to slap themselves? It doesn't look like it to me either. Pops is too subdued in that way. So, Pops really didn't know that the people sitting across from him were Jiang Feng's parents, his own future in-laws? Questions were written all over Su Youran's delicate face as she skimmed her head and looked blearily at Zhang Feng. Little boyfriend, this can't really be a coincidence, can it? Even if it was unbelievable, Zhang Feng could only nod his head. I guess that's kinda true. Ran. Something just occurred to me. What do you think Uncle Su would do if he knew that was my parents acting there? Can he fool my mom's eyes? One of my mom's maxims was that the eyes never lie. I think since my mom doesn't notice anything unusual right now, there's only one possibility. Except for making up names off the top of his head, Uncle Su means what he says. Thinking about how great Song Ling was at grasping details, and then hearing Jiang Feng's words, Su Youran was really convinced. So this incident is assumed not to be intentional on Senior Su's part, but coincidental, I guess. What about the other thing? Little boyfriend, let me tell you, this thing about Uncle Chin giving you a villa is definitely not simple. The exact reason, I don't think we can figure it out. After all, we can't see the surveillance at Uncle Chin's house, but I'm almost certain that this matter and Su Wanxiang are also absolutely unrelated. Su Youran clenched her small fist, broke out a finger and firmly pointed it at the old Su who was laughing on the computer screen. She thought quite thoroughly. Uncle Chin had a reason to give Zhang Feng a little meet and greet gift. It was no problem. Even a sweet Su Youran feel very normal. Real estate tycoon, well, just a villa. It boggles the mind. So Ran, we're just going to take this villa in peace? Since it's related to old Su, at least it's not a scam, right? Of course I'll take it. Little boyfriend, you're silly. It's in our hands, but it's not solid to live in such a sparse way. Gotta figure it out. Then it's necessary to meet with Sawani to talk about it. Suddenly, Miss Su had an idea to ask old Su not to go back to Jinghai but to come to Songcheng from Shangjian later, and question him face to face. In the next second, the afterglow glanced at the screen in the browbeaten speech of the old Su. Su Youran suddenly had a flash of light. So what's happening now is that Lao Su and his aunt and uncle have also met, and as for mom's side, she's definitely okay with it too. So why not take the opportunity to have a formal meeting? This is not that Miss Su wants to bring Zhang Feng home early mainly because she saw Su Wanxiang trying too hard to help Zhang Haiyuan fix his future in-laws. Pops wants to help, so let's give him a chance. Thinking of this, Miss Su's brows smiled as she moved slightly in Zhang Feng's arms to get out of her body. With that, she turned around, and her posture changed from being held by Zhang Feng to her riding on Zhang Feng's lap. Little boyfriend, tomorrow and the day after seem to be a double day off. Ugh? Why don't I take you back to Jinghai to see my mom? If uncle and auntie have time, how about we arrange to have both parents meet formally? Chapter 133, well, be as hard as you were just now. Oh. Saying this, Su Youran is lightly biting her red lips. Raise this kind of thing, how can not be shy? But as Comrade Song Ling used to say, the eyes don't deceive. At this moment, Miss Su's absolutely beautiful eyes were flashing with a million expectations and a river of stars. At the mention of this proposal, Zhang Feng slightly froze, then the corners of his mouth slightly raised and said, Ran, what do you say you take me home first and then have our parents meet? Chat about what? Talking about our marriage? Saying this, Zhang Feng deliberately paused for a moment, then raised his eyebrows and laughed. Can I take this to mean that my Mr. Su is a bit impatient and wants to marry me early? Gradually realizing that I'm too good and afraid I'll be taken by another woman? Upon hearing this, Su Youran raised her eyes and stared at Zhang Feng closely, wrinkling her small nose to hold back her humming of 3 words. Push and Chan, what do you mean you want to marry you sooner? Aha, did I say marry? That's how my actions come across. That seems to have been said before, but what woman doesn't have the ability to change at the drop of a hat? Afraid you'll be stolen by another woman? Laughing, you really think you're okay? I admit it. Stinky Zhang Feng, you are indeed very good and attractive to girls, but I just want to ask, who can steal a man from me? Su Youran? Ha! Thinking of this, Su Youran couldn't help but straighten her chest and rubbed her purely natural and absolutely beautiful cheeks again. If you don't say that a woman's heart is like a needle in the bottom of the sea, so small will be. Miss Su's thoughts have already gone to the clouds. Looking back at Zhang Feng, who had a wonderful expression because of the 3 words pushing man, Su Youran puffed and smiled like a flower. Okay, little maple, I'm just saying, don't be angry. Can't my sister hug me? I'll listen to you, alright? What if my little maple is willing? I'll take you home in a while. If you don't want to, just take me home later. Oh no, take me to hot pot first. Listening to this pleasant and spoiled coaxing tone, Zhang Feng's eyebrows flew up. It's just good to fall in love with your sister. Who will take the initiative to coax people? It's just how that always sounds a little bit like coaxing your son. Zhang Feng's mouth twitched at the thought of this, and he backhanded Su Youran in a princess hug. At this moment, he was standing in front of his desk, holding Su Youran, who was stuck to himself like an octopus. The next second, Zhang Feng backhand snappa hit a 2-barrel, followed by a clear ringing sound. What do you mean if I don't want to? How can I not want something like this? Just do as you say, wife. In a moment we'll both pack up and go to Jinghai. This slap Jiang Feng felt that he played a very necessary. And then how you cannot be girlfriend as a son to raise, right? What men should do is to spoil their girlfriends like their own daughters. After all, sometimes also called dad so? Facing Jiang Feng, who suddenly wolfed up, Su Youran was a bit startled and beamed like a pissed off bunny. Little boyfriend, this is too fierce? That slap just now hurt. Hiss. Grinning a small grin, Su Youran rubbed off Jiang Feng's body, standing still and quietly rubbing her ass behind her hand. Ouch, 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 ouch. Stinking Jiang Feng, you really hit hard. I won't be able to get a ride back to Jinghai after you're like this. Seeing Su Youran grinning and shouting in pain, Jiang Feng instantly panicked. He didn't mean to give Su a painful beating. What can we do? Suddenly Jiang Feng frowned. No, let's just say we didn't use much strength just now, right? Plus, the hand was bounced off, so it wouldn't hurt too much once the reaction and action forces cancelled out, right? Ran, does it really hurt? Su Youran nodded her head furiously like a chicken pecking at rice, responding with a soft and sticky voice. It really hurts. In the next second, her red lips curled slightly as a wry flash. Little Maple, if you really don't believe me, just take a look. Did you even give me a slap mark? What's going on? See? How? Through your pants? Su Youran, this chick is not talking about letting my brother take off his shirt and look at it, right? In broad daylight in the middle of the day in the office like this? Jiang Feng swallowed hard, and in the end, reason overcame his impulses. Ran. In my opinion, it's better to forget about it. Jiang Feng was persuaded in this way. But looking at Jiang Feng's fluttering expression and the handsome face that was flushed with a slight red color, Su Youran found it interesting. What could be happier than having a boyfriend who is a tit and a wolf? Stinky Jiang Feng, that's a wimp, a he. I still want you to rub it for me. Why is my brother blushing a bit? It couldn't be shyness, could it? LOL, Jiang Feng, why don't I call you Jiang Xiaoyu from now on? Indeed, Jiang Feng was really acting like a little victim at this moment. Extremely beautiful wife in front of the exhibition of all kinds of flavor. He was charming, surrounded by frozen dry saliva. But what man can hear the word wimp? What's the difference between that and telling a man, can you do it? Suddenly, Jiang Feng's gaze became firm and he backhanded Su Youran as he did just now. What are you going to do? Jiang Xiaotu? I'm sorry, Ran. I'm a person who always does things fairly and justly. A bowl of water is even. Suddenly I remembered that I only hit you on one side just now. I decided to make up for the other side as well. At those words, Su Yuran's fine light flowed within her beautiful eyes. Ha, you want to hit me again? Could it be that I called you Jiang Xiaoyu and you feel unbalanced, so you want to prove yourself? Who is Miss Su? She felt it was too much of a loss to take a hit just like that. Wait, stinking Jiang Feng, can you listen to me before you fight? Yes, go ahead. It's just a word. And anyway, it's a slap in the face that he's going to get today to prove that he's not a little victim. No matter what this chick Su Youran said, it wouldn't change this fact. Jiang Feng was thinking this way, but just as he froze, Su Youran raised her head to gaze at him with big watery eyes, because she was twice embraced into Jiang Feng's arms. Her bangs had already exploded, and the few that stood straight up showed a lethargic feeling, as cute as when she had just woken up from a hazy sleep in the morning. Seemingly feeling that Jiang Feng had returned to his senses, Su Youran smiled quietly before speaking charmingly. Nothing really, just wanted to remind my brother, when you do it this time, you must do it as hard as you just did. Brother, Xiangjiang City, 2:30 p.m. Su Wanxiang and Jiang Haiyuan had not yet gotten off the table, but the bottles of wine on the table were already empty. Elder brother Jiang, no more wine? How can this be? Jiang Haiyuan let out a long burp. He had to say that this Su old brother was really able to drink. If it is not every day to help leaders to socialize when blocking the wine, but also perhaps really can not drink Su old brother. Right, old brother Su, let's just drink here. There's no more wine. In fact, if you don't have any wine, you can go downstairs and buy it. Mainly because Jiang Haiyuan feels that he can't really hold up if he drinks anymore. But the next second he was stunned, only to see Su Wanxiang wobbling to his feet and heading straight for the flying mutai in the kitchen wine cabinet. Hey, brother Jiang, isn't there another bottle here? Why don't we fix it? Chapter 134. No, that's my in-laws, right? Old brother Su was really sharp-eyed. Jiang Haiyuan hurriedly came forward and pulled Su Wanxiang. Wait a moment, old brother. It's better not to drink this wine. It's a drink I'll wait for when I meet my in-laws. This isn't just any old flying mutai. This is mutai from the 70s. Jiang Haiyuan spent tens of thousands of dollars on this bottle of wine more than 10 years ago. Su Wanxiang, who rubbed his eyes, was also stunned. Mutai from the 70s? Holy, this is something that can't be found. And elder brother Jiang is still hiding this kind of treasure? Well, that's enough drinking for lunch today. Then, Su Wanxiang was not greedy. The wine was good. But a friend who drank with him was even more rare. He wanted to drink this bottle of wine, but since it was reserved by Jiang Haiyuan to drink with his future in-laws, he, Su Wanxiang, would not take the initiative to make himself uncomfortable. People have to be able to resist layers of temptation in order to get more. Seeing old Su like this, Jiang Haiyuan suddenly realized that his behavior just now was a bit less than a friend. He patted Su Wanxiang's shoulder. Elder brother Su, let's do it this way. In a while you'll sleep at my house. Let's renew it tonight. I'll buy 2 bottles of good wine and come back and we'll continue. That's a good thing. Su Wanxiang and Jiang Haiyuan drinking also painful not more than with other people to drink motionless to talk about business. Before old Su could open his mouth to reply, 2 buzzing cell phone rings went off. Elder brother Su, wait a moment, my son's on the phone. Hey, my daughter called me too. Jiang Haiyuan went back to the living room to answer the phone. What's up, brat? What? A meeting with Ran's parents? Is that a good thing? Tomorrow? Okay, then your mom and I will both go to Jinghai tomorrow. Su Wanxiang stayed at the kitchen table, nearly jumped up multiple old heights. What did you say, daughter? Bringing my dragon son-in-law home? Got it, Ran. Give dad 4 hours and dad will be home in a flash. 5 minutes later, Jiang Haiyuan and Su Wanxiang met in the living room. Elder brother Jiang, I'm sorry, we might not be able to drink tonight. It's a bit of an emergency. I have to hurry back to Jinghai. Indeed too anxious. So, when you to Jinghai, at any time to call me. We brother and sister to renew the drinking game What old Su said was also exactly what Jiang Haiyuan thought. But I can't drink anymore. My son asked me to go to Jinghai tomorrow to meet my in-laws. This would make Ming's driving legs shake if he had another meal at night. Good la Su old brother. It's a deal. 10 minutes later, Wang Jun drove one of Su Wanxiang's drivers, Continental GT, to the downstairs of the neighborhood. After receiving Su Wanxiang and understanding how it probably was, Auntie couldn't hide her smile. Missy and Mr. John are ready to meet the parents? Hey, it's worthy of the old king I watched grow up, Missy. Just dare to love and dare to do. Su Dong, don't worry. 4 hours, I guarantee you'll be home. Although he attended the wine game prepared by the developer at noon, Wang, as a professional driver, did not drink a drop of wine to tea instead of wine. At this point he was very spirited, and after blasting his foot to the gas pedal, the car flamed out of the neighborhood. That's one of the perks of being a Sawani driver. Some of the bosses have luxury cars too, but they're all provided for. What to say? The highway are not willing to run. What happened to call the tow truck pulling? But not so much with old Su. After all, some luxury cars are pampered and some people's luxury cars conquer. And this scene, coincidentally, was somewhat unable to suffer from the house of alcohol smell downstairs to breathe in. Comrade Songling saw. By her side, she was followed by Mrs. Wang and Auntie Zhang. It's a Bentley. When did rich people come to our neighborhood? Is the point the car? The point is the license plate number, right? Jing A8888? What kind of person can sit in this? Bentley, of course. Song Ling also know exactly how much money she is not clear. In any case, very expensive on the right. This is not the point. The point is that she just watched Su Dong got into this car. Jinghai license plate, surnamed Su, has a daughter. The age of the old river and we are similar. A chauffeur picks up at any time in a Bentley with a top-of-the-line license plate. Obviously a big boss who definitely ranks up there. In the morning, Jiang Haiyuan said that his in-law Su Wanxiang came to the Shangjiang site for inspection. Already good at capturing details, so many elements blended together. It's hard not to let Fumo Ling think too much. After a long moment of silence, Song Ling pursed her lips, then turned around with a smile. Sister Wang, Sister Zhang, it suddenly occurred to me that I don't seem to have slept on my beauty sleep at noon. People are old. Not to sleep beauty sleep cannot. Mahjong you call another person. I go upstairs to make up sleep Comrade Song Ling didn't care what Mrs. Wang and Auntie Zhang said, pulling her legs out and walking towards her own flat. She didn't choose to go upstairs, though, but stood and paced the elevator entrance for a few moments. Suddenly she thought of the somewhat inexplicable phone call from Su Youran today. Song Ling raised her eyebrows lightly and dialed back for Su Youran. Auntie, what's wrong? Su was still a bit flabbergasted at Song Ling's sudden call. She was packing the clothes she brought home this time. Ran, tell Auntie, is there something you're hiding from Auntie? Pine City, the office of the president of Wanxiang Color Cosmetics. Hearing his mom's question, Zhang Feng released a smile. He shrugged and spread his hands to Su Youran, signaling that old Su was showing his hand. Hey, Auntie, how am I hiding that from you? Mostly because what my dad did was so abstract, and it was so coincidental that I kind of can't believe it. Originally did not want to hide from anyone, and now Song Ling saw it. Su Youran greatly admitted it. She smiled playfully, knowing that Song Ling wouldn't blame her. It was true, and after a few seconds of silence on the other end of the line there was an emotional chuckle. It's really your father. Ran, I didn't even think of that. It looks like it's not Lao Jiang and him who are destined to be together. It's our two families who are destined to be together. Ran. That must be fate ah. Su Youran thought sardonically, and immediately after that she inquired. Auntie, then since you know all about it, explain it to uncle, and then I'll talk to my dad? And don't hide it from them? Explain to Jiang Haiyuan? Say that the old brother Su that he calls kisses one by one is his in-law Su Wanxiang. It's true that there's nothing to it, but when I think of the way Lao Jiang and Lao Su were drinking at noon, Song Ling shook her head violently. Ran, the way I see it, none of us have to explain. Explain what? Tomorrow your uncle and I are not going to Jinghai to meet your parents? Won't they both know by then? Explaining it now would be embarrassing for us even for them, right? Might as well just let them meet. Besides, Phone and your mom and the four of us can still see the action tomorrow, right? Or to say the idea is still Comrade Songling, this way both to avoid embarrassment and find fun. This proposal lets Su Youran how to refuse the export who can refuse a free fun? Or their own fathers? Auntie, your idea is so good. Don't worry, I promise to speak for my uncle when the time comes and try to embarrass my dad alone. Chapter 135 Jiang Feng, you're bad I really don't blame Miss Su for agreeing quickly. She was not as mature as she appeared to be. Who can say no to a free viewing of their old man's fun? Furthermore, this is also to avoid embarrassment for myself, Jiang Feng and my future mother-in-law. After packing up, Su Youran and Jiang Feng went downstairs together. Zhang Hongyan, who had been instructed, had already been waiting for them in the underground garage. After all, this 2 to 3 hour trip back to Jinghai, can't let the president drive back by himself, right? If this is what really happened, Zhang Hongyan would simply submit her resignation herself. At exactly 4 p.m. President Martha pulled out of Vientiane colors. This Masha is a few days ago. Secretary Zhang went to Jinghai to do business to help Su Youran drive over. Just today came in handy. If there is only a 2-seater or 8, this trip with a driver like Zhang Hongyan really can't go back. Sitting in the car, Su Youran playfully snuggled directly into Jiang Feng's arms. Jiang Xiaosu, is it okay if I want to sleep in your arms for a while? Well, a little sleepy. For the name Jiang Xiao Sufferer, MS, Su really is the more she calls it, the better it sounds. Hey, this is clearly a true reflection of the character of the little Maple. Okay Ran, but you have to pay the fee. Su Youran was slightly stunned. Her beautiful eyes flashed with a trace of doubt. Pay what fee? Jiang Feng reached out and pointed to his lips. You were in my arms the whole way. I'm tired, right? You mustn't pay a little for this up front to give some favors? Jiang Feng means he wants me to kiss him? Su Youran secretly glanced at Zhang Hongyan, who was driving in the front row, desperately signaling with her eyes. Stinky Jiang Feng, can't you behave yourself? Hey, Secretary Zhang is still here. First, can I owe you first? Jiang Feng nodded. Yes, you can't run away if you say yes anyway. At those words, Miss Su breathed a sigh of relief. It was fine to be able to wait until the two of them hunker down in the house and kiss Jiang Xiaoyu any way you want. Miss Su was really a bit shy. It wasn't like she had kissed Jiang Feng in front of Song Ling or Lao Wang before. Song Ling was on a video call that time, and old Wang was acting for him that time, which wasn't the same concept as Secretary Zhang sitting next to him now. Therefore, she was inevitably relieved to hear Jiang Feng say that she could be indebted. But the next second, Miss Su felt a sudden wetness on her lips and a tongue against her red lips. Su Youran was stunned. Hadn't we agreed to owe it first? Jiang Feng slightly raised his eyebrows. What I said was that I could owe it. I didn't say I owed it this time. After handing Su Youran a subtle look, Jiang Feng patted his leg. Come on Ran, get in my arms. Su Youran, whose neck was puffed with a layer of scarlet, bit her red lip and dove headlong. Simply ashamed to death. Secretary Zhang must have seen, did not see, also heard the ZZ sound. Stinky Jiang Feng, you're the worst. Jiang Feng shrugged. He had suddenly discovered a blind spot today. Su Youran, this chick is very offensive and good at teasing but it seems that she is only like this when they are alone. If there were outsiders around, she would be shy about anything. How could Jiang Feng, who had finally figured it out, let Su Youran go? Calling me Jiang Xiao? Hey, then you're Su Xiao Shai. Just shy. Where am I the worst? Su Xiao Shai, you don't spit blood. Su Shai? What kind of name is that? You're the one who's shy. Jiang Feng. Su Youran clenched her small fists and raised her head, her moon-like eyes staring straight at Jiang Feng. How am I bloody right? You just meant to say it was owed up front, and you ended up kissing me out of the blue. Isn't that bad? Jiang Feng nodded carelessly. Yeah, it's kind of bad, but it's not the worst, is it Ran? After all, I could be worse. Like, the words came to an abrupt end in the middle of the sentence, and in the next second Jiang Feng used his hand against Su Youran's chin and kissed her again. Well, at this moment, Zhang Hongyan in the driver's seat is almost numb. She wasn't a professional driver and couldn't be bothered to listen to what was going on in the back row and focus on driving the boss's car. All she could think of now were 3 words. It's a sin, Mr. Su, Mr. Jiang, you two really are. Not with this cannot think about my feelings Jinghai City, Sky Duke Mansion. As the first-ranked rich villa area in Jinghai City, the security guards standing guard at the public house were all young and strong young men. Just ask how many neighborhoods were clear of young men standing guard when they were hot, and then they were replaced by old men? To see if a real estate company is conscientious or not, you can tell by looking at the security guards in the neighborhood. At this moment, the security guard at the main entrance of the Sky Duke Mansion stopped President Martha. Which villa are you the owner of? The next second, the head of security came over and gave him a kick. First day on the job and you're going to stab me in the back. Gu, Ms. Su, my men were ignorant enough to stop you. They didn't mean to delay you. Please forgive me. President Masha hadn't pulled down the window since the beginning, but the head of security still gave a respectful 90-degree bow. Seeing President Martha slowly leave, the security team leader let out a long breath, then turned his head to the new team member with a dark face. If you can't memorize the owner's basic information tonight, you're out of here. How dare you stop Miss Su of the Wanxiang Group? You're tired of living. I still want to earn money for a few more years. On the other hand, President Martha stopped in front of Villa 3. Looking at the villa that looked like a castle, Zhang Feng involuntarily smiled, looking down at Su Youran who was lying in her arms. No wonder I always feel that my family Ranran is a princess who came out of a fairy tale. Favoringly, he patted Su Yuran's fragrant shoulder. Rise and shine, your highness. We're home. Seeing the car, Li Shu knew it was her own daughter arriving home. After opening the door and seeing Zhang Feng and Su Youran, Li Shu could no longer suppress the kind smile on her face. Little Feng, hey, even more handsome than the picture Ranran sent me? Come on in and let auntie get a good look at this handsome young man. Just like Su Youran said, his own mom, Li Shu, is very easy to handle. After all, there is also an old saying describing that when a mother-in-law looks at her son-in-law, the first time she sees him, he looks good, and then the more she sees him, the better he looks. After chatting with Li Shu for a while, Zhang Feng also took out the gift bag he had on hand. Auntie, I don't know what you like. Isn't it getting cooler? Just a scarf for you. And this coat, I specifically asked Ran to pick it out for me. She said it would look great on you. This is to see auntie. I realized, this is not clothes with your temperament looks good. Is clearly with auntie's temperament to wear anything looks good. The first time he met with his mother-in-law, Zhang Feng wouldn't be stupid enough to come empty-handed. That wasn't like it. A scarf and a coat seemed like very few things. But this was what Zhang Feng had told Lu Ming to take from the store. Those two things add up to 6 figures. Being complimented by Zhang Feng when he came up, Comrade Li Shu couldn't stop smiling. She was just about to say something with a smile on her brow when the door to the villa was pushed open hard. Gu, I see my daughter's car. It's home. As the words fell, Su Wanxiang also appeared in Zhang Feng's trio's line of sight. Seeing Zhang Feng sitting on the sofa, old Comrade Su was so excited. Good. Little Feng was brought home by Ran Ran. My good son-in-law Su Wanxiang fought and walked towards Zhang Feng to talk to him. But in the end, just now at the door when Lao Wang woke up, Lao Su thought that he had not yet left in Shangjiang. He drank a little too much at noon, and slept for 4 hours in a daze as if he had just squinted for a while. Now when I saw Zhang Feng, I was excited. Plus I was anxious to chat with Zhang Feng. My footsteps were much faster. Under the effect of the drunkenness afterburner, suddenly Su Wanxiang only felt that his legs and feet were weak and his center of gravity was unsteady. Therefore, Su Wanxiang stumbled in a daze and knelt directly in front of Zhang Feng. Chapter 136, Su Xiaonui's ceiling-level bedroom. Seeing the situation, Zhang Feng direct good guy. Uncle Su? This is not yet the New Year. No, it's just that you're not supposed to kowtow to one on New Year's Eve. After sucking in a mouthful of cool air, Zhang Feng hurriedly came over and reached out to help Su Wanxiang. Uncle Su, get up. How much is this noon drinking? As soon as he got close to Su Wanxiang, he could smell the heavy smell of alcohol on him, and Zhang Feng was relieved. Uncle Su was probably drunk at noon, then slept all the way back, and now his brain is a bit confused, right? The scene just now does make you want to laugh, but in the end it's not much. It's just that he's drunk and can't stand up. It's just that Comrade Su poured this position a little. This disgraceful thing. Li Shu held her forehead with one hand and covered her chest with the other, obviously exasperated by Su Wanxiang's operation just now, and spat out in a low voice through clenched teeth. On the other hand, Ms. Su laughed happily. Dad, you're no more abstract than to come in and kowtow directly to Zhang Feng, right? So, Zhang Feng and I have to give you a red packet? Humph, you've made a fool of yourself now, haven't you? Let's see if you dare to drink so much next time. Under the triple gaze of his wife's disdainful gaze, his daughter's teasing gaze, and his son-in-law's somewhat nervous gaze, Su Wanxiang steadily sat down on the sofa. He skimmed his head to look at Zhang Feng, wanting to say something to explain, but the corners of his mouth twitched viciously, pressing for an explanation. Explain to your son-in-law why you just kowtowed to him when we met, but pull back, it's even more embarrassing. Soul Comrade Old Su raised his eyebrows slightly and reached out to directly pat Zhang Feng's shoulder. Little Feng, you're tired from traveling all the way from Jinghai, aren't you? Take a break, haha, we'll eat later. Your aunt used to specialize in cooking, so eat more later. Since it's awkward, let's not explain and just skip what just happened and move on to the next topic, right? What's the saying? I'm the only one who isn't embarrassed, and the embarrassment is squashed. At those words, Zhang Feng first looked sideways at Su Youran and rubbed his arm. It's a bit tiring, being slept on by someone's arm all the way from Songqing to Jinghai. Engaging Su Yuran's cheeks to display a hint of scarlet, Zhang Feng smiled faintly. Uncle and auntie, there's no need to go to so much trouble. I'm not a picky eater, I'll eat anything. When Zhang Feng's words fell, Li Shu had already stood up, and she stared at her future son-in-law with a gentle smile. That's no good. What kind of son-in-law eats whatever he wants on his first visit? If this gets out, people might say I'm a bad mother-in-law. Besides, Feng, aren't your parents coming over tomorrow? It's been a while since I've cooked here, so I'm going to use tonight as a chance to get skilled. You can't pick on auntie if you don't make it to your liking, can you? As Li Shu left, she also dragged Su Wanxiang away with her hand. In fact, originally she had intended to let Su Youran give herself a hand, but in that case, wouldn't that leave old Su to accompany Zhang Feng? Thinking of old Su's current state, Li Shu was uneasy. Solely she dragged Su Wanxiang away, letting Zhang Feng and Su Youran wait while they played. Lobby. After Li Shu Lao Su went to the kitchen, Zhang Feng backhanded Su Yuran's slender willow waist. Ran, you don't say. Auntie is really quite nice to be around. The moment he saw Li Shu, Zhang Feng felt that this was a very kind mother. Now after briefly spending time together, he realized that his feelings were completely correct. But, to a certain extent it's ultimately my dad who's high on the list. My mom is really super gentle. I haven't seen her lose her temper a few times in over 20 years, and she trusts me extraordinarily, and as far as she's concerned, as long as it's my choice, that's got my own reasoning, then she's going to support me. Hey, like I told you before, taking care of my mom is no problem at all. Now you know. Nervous little sufferer of Zhang before he came. Hey, Zhang Xiaoyu can't get over this stunt, can he? Zhang Feng frowned and gave up the idea of spanking Su Youran. Forget it, any more hits should really hurt. And right now Zhang Feng had something he wanted to do more than fight with Su Youran. Ran, this is all the way to your house. So which room am I staying in tonight? Su Youran was slightly stunned. Then she frowned. What's the meaning of this question? Which room? In my room. Of course. Ah, you're not too shy to sleep in the same room as me, are you? It's okay, my parents know I live at your place. At those words, Zhang Feng touched the tip of his nose in embarrassment. What he wanted to ask was certainly not whether he could sleep with his wife in his arms tonight. Mainly, Ran, you see it's still some time before dinner. Why don't we go try out the bed in your house and see if it's big enough? Don't try to squeeze us both in then. At those words, Su Youran laughed out loud with a pfft. Is the bed in her house big enough? Hey, why is Zhang Xiaoyu concerned about this? You don't have to ask. My Su Yuran's bedroom. It's okay to lie down and roll around a lot, okay? Suddenly, a glimmer of transparency flashed through Miss Su's beautiful eyes. It was reasonable to say that stinky Zhang Feng couldn't ask such a question, but he said so. So is there a possibility that, brother, you can't wait to check out my bedroom, can you? Hearing this, Zhang Feng couldn't help but give a thumbs up. Worthy of being my brother's woman. Just smart. In the next second, Su Youran reached out and pulled his arm. Well, why don't you just say we're going back to the bedroom and beat around the bush? What haven't I shown you that the bedroom still has to be hidden from you? Let's go. Zhang Xiaosu, let's take you to see my sister's boudoir. Su Yuran's bedroom was in one of the innermost rooms on the second floor of the villa, which was also the master bedroom of the entire house. Push open the door of the moment Zhang Feng was shocked, and not to mention the exquisite and luxurious decoration in the house. This bedroom contains enough content to let a person flabbergasted. The ensuite bathroom has an oversized bathtub, and on the right-hand side of the entrance door is a luxurious checkroom with a concealed door, through which you can see rows and rows of expensive clothes. The oversized square-meter bed in the bedroom is draped with a hanging chair on the left side and a vanity filled with all kinds of big-name beauty products on the right side. Further inside, the desk, which is one size smaller than Vientiane's colorful makeup, is set next to old Su's high-priced collection of expensive paintings and calligraphy. Vertical air conditioner. Put the refrigerator where Su Youran likes to eat and drink things. On the other side of the house, the door opens to a sunny balcony with a lazy boy sofa and coffee table. Zhang Feng had some mental preparation before entering the house. but he was still shocked by the scene in front of him. This is definitely a ceiling-level bedroom. Jung Fong, who had gradually accepted everything, exhaled in relief, then raised his eyebrows and laughed. Before I came here I was guessing what your bedroom would be like. Now it looks like I guessed exactly right. I knew it. My rant's bedroom must be a shade of pink. That's right. Being incredibly well-equipped is one thing, and the entire tone of Su Youran's bedroom is pink. Just the kind of pink that lets you know the bedroom is owned by a very cute girl. Chapter 137. A letter to your future husband? Ha! Stinky Jung Fong, you have a strange focus. Didn't you say you'd see if the bed was big enough for the two of us? Well, does it feel good enough now? Su Youran asked playfully, blinking her big watery eyes in anticipation of Jung Feng's reply. But Jung Fong just handed her a subtle wink before stepping towards the desk. Elementary school middle school is most prone to myopia. Jung Fong was Song Ling's strict requirements for eye habits, so his eyesight is really just as good as it was at the factory. And just now, if Jung Fong was not mistaken, there was a pink envelope in the transparent box in the lower left corner of the desk. He was a little curious as to what was in there. Seeing Jung Fong step towards the desk, Su Youran also snapped and followed. Her entire body was stunned when she saw Jung Fong reach out and touch the pink envelope. At the same time as her petite body was shaken, Su Youran also hastily reached out her hand to snatch the envelope with one hand. With that, he used both hands to hold it firmly in his arms, with a look that swore he couldn't let Jung Fong look at it. Stinky Jung Fong. No, this can't be seen. Let's not look at this, okay? Let's go to bed and kiss and cuddle. Miss Su was truly flustered. Even her tone of voice was slightly trembling. This kind of thing must not be seen by Jung Fong. I'd be so embarrassed I'd want to bury myself in the ground. Why is this embarrassing and social death stuff here? Geez, that's a bit of a bummer, isn't it? People are always curious. Just like old Wan, who was reminded by Jung Fong to turn on the audio system of Bore. At this moment, Jung Fong, who was only a little curious, was directly turned into super curious by Su Youran's remark. What could make Su blush and shy like that? That's something we'll have to see. Ran, which boy wrote you that little love letter? It's a little love letter, but not from anyone. At those words, Jung Fong grinned. So that's your little love letter to some little boy? Not really. Su Youran stammered and blushed in shame. Finally, after a fierce mental struggle, she let go of her fragrant breath, slightly tuned up the red lips, stretching index finger pointing to Jung Fong. The tone of voice, a change in the usual imperial voice, are turned into milk fierce flavor. Stinky Jung Fong, you can look at this, but you have to promise me one thing. What is it? You're not allowed to laugh at me when you read it, and you're not allowed to talk about what happened in this letter in the future. Yes, who didn't have some black history? Jung Fong smiled faintly and answered with his mouth full. Su Youran waved her pink palms that were already clenched into fists. Make a deal. If you laugh at me, I'll beat you up later. Seeing Jung Fong nodding, Su Youran carefully took out the envelope. So, then you watch. After saying that, she hastily averted her blushing face, biting her red lips in a cute manner. And before Jung Fong could open the envelope, she seemed to feel that it wasn't enough and reminded again, no laughing at me. A minute later, darkness glanced to see that Jung Fong had already stretched out the paper in the envelope. Miss Su's memories were also hooked back to a few years ago when she was still in high school. On that day, winter dispersed, flowers bloomed, and Su Youran, who had finished watching a movie with her girlfriends, took a taxi home alone. Yeah, alone. Why? Well, her best friend went looking for a boyfriend. Yes, after a love movie that saw the two of them talking with tears in their eyes, her BFF went off to find a boyfriend. It would have been fine if that was the case, but on the contrary, Miss Su had witnessed him picking her up with roses. Returning home, Su Youran kicked her small leather shoes and went back to her bedroom, curling herself into the comforter and then falling into deep thought. The double whammy of a love movie plus a girlfriend who was moved to laugh and leave is starting to get to her head. What's it really like to be in love? Is there a guy who can be with me all the time? No matter how hard or sad or happy or excited I am, I can share it with him? To be honest, Su Youran was really looking forward to it a bit. Su Yuran's looks in high school were also stunningly beautiful and exceptionally clear, while the body of the JK school uniform is particularly temperament. She often tied a high ponytail, properly as the campus goddess. The love letters handed to Su Youran every day were simply too many to count, but she didn't read any of them, for no other reason than that she didn't see eye to eye. Solely, Miss Su, who had the slightest illusion of love, rolled over and got out of bed. Just like what was depicted in the romance movie she had just watched, she found a blank piece of paper and wrote a large line in clean handwriting. A letter to my future husband. Jinghai City. Inside Su Youran's bedroom, Jung Fong, who whispered this title out, was stunned as a whole. Goodness gracious, it's worthy of a Su chick. A letter to her future husband? Jiang Feng was truly shocked. He felt that his thinking was too one-sided. He also thought that it was either written by Su Youran to a little boy or a little boy to him. Stinky Jiang Feng. Watch it quietly, don't read it out. Unlike Jiang Feng, whose mouth corners were unconsciously rising, Su Youran was already embarrassed and shy to the extreme at this point. She could remember the general content of the letter quite well, and those words were downright childish. But there's no way. Jiang Feng wants to see it. How can she refuse Jiang Feng? Good. Jiang Feng nodded his head in response and just lay on the bed holding Su Youran, holding up the letter with his other hand to read it. It's full of arrogant openings. Humph. Since you read this letter, you are my future husband? Then did you buy me a bunch of roses to make me happy? I'm telling you, I'm really super pissed off right now, yay. It's because you're not here and I'm getting dog food by that Xiao Xiao guy. Did you think she was excessive? Not excessive? Humph. No, you're my husband. If I think she's excessive, you have to think she's excessive. You have to help me. Hey, mister, am I pretty beside you now? Am I beautiful? Will I get uglier and uglier? Can you go out with me every day if you can? Can you cook for me? I'm tired of Auntie Wang's cooking. Will you marry me? If you will, could you spray paint the wedding car at the head of the line pink when the time comes? And stuff me with a car full of white rabbit milk candy on the way? Good boy. You are really fishing. Can find my Su Youran this kind of girlfriend. Steal the joy to go hum. You less struggle how many years? Okay, I'm sleepy from writing. Let's stop here. If you see this letter, hurry over and cuddle me for a sleepy sleep. Good guy. After reading the letter, Jiang Feng's mouth did not know how many arcs up. Hidden in front of his eyes seemed to appear the image of the cute and arrogant Su Youran sitting alone at her desk a few years ago writing this letter. Hey, what was Su's idea to write this letter in such a tone? Where is the Mr. Su who parachuted in to make Wanxiang makeup tremble? This is clearly a cute little princess, okay? After thinking about it, Jiang Feng put the letter away and wrapped his other arm around Su Youran. Isn't it well written? Ran, why are you so shy? Chapter 138, Su Youran, Mom, my dad rolled you. What's so great about it? It's so childish. Blah, 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 blah. Don't mention this letter. Su Youran's neck was puffed with scarlet, and she waved her pink fist to signal Jiang Feng. Jiang Feng smiled dotingly and took the opportunity to nod at her red lips. Then he put the envelope away and put it back in the box. But the next second, his eyes were drawn back to a test paper full of red crosses. Su Youran, second year, language paper, 19 points. What? It's really not that. Jiang Feng is shocked, but his wife is an absolute schoolmaster. How can she just test 19 points? Jiang Feng took the test paper back to the bed like he had found a treasure and stretched it out in front of Su Youran. Ran, let's see why you got 19 points on this paper. Miss Su had an impression of the envelope just now, but she really didn't have an impression of the roll. 19 points? That's not my roll, is it? Exactly. How could she get a 19? But she believed it after seeing the name and her own handwriting. Immediately after that, Miss Su, who was also with doubts, observed her language paper with Jiang Feng. The first question is annotated. Sharp as a tack, middling, cut, cool as a I knock. No less. My wife. Just now Jiang Feng hadn't looked carefully, and now that he saw Su Youran's answer he was directly stunned. There were 8 blanks in one question, and Su wrote 8. I can't. Really not. Jiang Feng speechless. The main general people will not be empty. How not to write a will not upright. On the other side, Miss Su's face turned even redder. She was full of doubts. How can you not know how to do this simple question and write I can't in such an abstract way? Not only that, but she wrote I can't for every writing question, except for the multiple choice questions, where she chose all CS, until the complimentary poems. I'm going out with a big smile on my face, but no one knows it's Lychee. Sitting up in his deathbed, he smiled and asked where the guest had come from. Why don't you hang yourself from the southeast branch? When he saw the answer Su Youran wrote, Jiang Feng's entire body was bad. Then turn over the reading comprehension, literary translation and composition. Jiang Feng can know why this paper is only worth 19 points. I'm sure the 19 points were still given by the teacher with a lot of effort. Ran, is this really your exam paper? It's not a spoof of the teacher's paper? Holy, my wife has this glorious history? Being asked by Jiang Feng like this, Su Youran was also confused. Yeah, she doesn't even remember doing it. Just looking at the roll now it does kind of ring a bell. Jiang Feng, I seem to know what's going on. This would be the paper for the final exam for the first half of the second year, and there's a parent-teacher conference after the exam. What do you mean? I was pretty glued to Su and Mom back then, but they were out running the business a lot. If I remember correctly, I hadn't seen them in months by then. Yeah. I called old Su right before the test to say if he wanted to come back for my parent-teacher conference. As it turned out, old Su said he was relieved about his daughter's grades, and that it would be fine for Auntie Wang to go, and that he'd be busy out there for a while. Hearing this, Zhang Feng raised his eyebrows slightly. So you purposely failed the test in order to get Uncle Su and Auntie back? Anan. That's pretty much what it means. Suddenly, Zhang Feng hugged Su Youran tighter, for no other reason than he had figured out a lot of things in a split second. Why did she hide by herself in the Red Romance Cafe the first time she met with Su Youran? This girl is so different, isn't she? She's completely different in private than she is in the office. What was it about herself that attracted her to her like this? If he let the current Zhang Feng answer, he thought it must be that Su Youran was used to being alone and lacked companionship herself. Whether it's waving a pen arrogantly and writing a letter to your future husband, or intentionally laying all over the wrong answers to try to call old Su home, isn't it all about wanting some company? Is a good family always good? Zhang Feng could think of the loneliness and helplessness of Su Youran when she was sitting alone in her large room facing a room full of dolls. Su Youran was sitting alone in a large room, facing a room full of dolls. That kind of loneliness and helplessness. Thinking of this, Zhang Feng subconsciously rubbed Su Youran's small brain. Ran, don't worry, I'll always be there for you. Li Suk was quick to prepare the meal, and she made a couple of her specialty home-cooked dishes. He also asked the chef of the group's hotel to make some meat dishes and send them over. It wasn't that Li Shu was lazy or didn't want to do it, but it would take a long time for her to work alone, and she was afraid of starving Zhang Feng and Su Youran. So at 7:30 a hearty supper was served. Zhang Feng had just gone downstairs when Su Wanxiang came over. Old Su, who had been giving Li Shu a beating for a while, was obviously much more sober, and he laughed brightly. Little Feng, have a drink with Uncle? We don't have much to do at night anyway. I was nearly drunk at lunch today, and I'm in no shape to meet your father tomorrow. Just think of it as having a couple of drinks with Uncle to practice your drinking skills. Why don't you? What practicing drinking? To put it bluntly, is Su Wanxiang want to drink? Before, Su Youran's comment that he spends his days soaking in a jar of wine was justified. Zhang Feng, who was originally adhering to the concept of not drinking when he could, really couldn't bear his old husband's gracious invitation. Then drink a little with Uncle today. 5 minutes later, Miss Su, who had changed into her pajamas, also came over to the table. After seeing the wine glasses in Su Wanxiang and Zhang Feng's hands, she directly frowned. Dad, you dragged Zhang Feng to drink again. Su Youran can know that Zhang Feng never take the initiative to mention drinking. Now laying out the wine cup can only be the old Su comrades proposed. The reprimanded old comrade Su hemmed and hawed. Ran, have a little drink. Men, a little wine is not a bad thing. Old Su thought it through. This wine is poured, cannot be allowed to drink it, right? As expected, Su Youran didn't say anything more, but instead, she gave a petulant grunt and turned her head away to Zhang Feng's ear and whispered instructions. No drinking. Men always need to drink. And Miss Su is not in charge of Zhang Feng. She is mainly afraid that Zhang Feng was brought by the old Su have the habit of drinking. After all, it is not good for the body. Su Youran, who got a response from Zhang Feng, smiled playfully and then walked towards the kitchen to find Li Shu, who was preparing salads and fruit plates. Mom, did you pack the little box by the desk in my house for me? Pink envelope. 19 points for the language paper. Although Zhang Feng didn't say anything after reading it, instead he hugged her on the bed and said a lot of shy love words. But in the end, Miss Su felt really embarrassed. She also wondered very much who the hell put that there. No, it's your dad. What's going on? Su Youran knew that old Su wouldn't peek. After all, he still respected his privacy very much. But, does he have so much time on his hands all day long? Abstract enough to put my black history in a small box and display it so prominently? Isn't this meant to embarrass me? Angry Jiff. Seeing her own girl stumped here, Li Shu gently patted her shoulder. Ran, what are you waiting for? Eat around the table. I was going to ask Feng about his family. After all, his parents are coming over tomorrow, so we need to know in advance. Miss Su, who was angry at Su Wanxiang for collecting her black history, smiled at the words and her beautiful eyes lit up. Yeah, tomorrow when Uncle and Auntie come over, won't old Su be full of embarrassment when he sees them? After all, it was sworn that he would help his uncle take down his in-laws. Wow, it's a relief to think about tomorrow's scene, okay? But it wouldn't be Miss Su if that was all it took. She felt that it was hard to get over being collected black history just by embarrassing the old Su like that. Hey, if my mom knew that my dad had already met my aunt and uncle behind her back, I'm afraid she wouldn't be able to be gentle, would she? Suddenly glancing at Li Shu in front of her, Su Youran's red lips lightly raised, like the moon eyes flashed through a burst of cunning. Hey, Dad, I'm sorry. Ugh, Mom, there's nothing to know. You just don't know. My dad rolled you. He met with Zhang Feng's parents long ago behind your back. Chapter 139, The Way of the Pitfalls. One ring after another. What's going on? Hearing Su Youran's words, Li Shuran was confused. Su's already met with the in-laws? He rolled me? He can't. He doesn't have to. knowing that one or two sentences can't fool Li Shu. Su Youran's spiritual eyes turned and added, "Mom, what do you think my dad is doing in Shangjiang? Is it really to inspect the project? I can secretly tell you how. Jiang Feng's family is in Shangjiang. Do you think my father went so suddenly? I did hear from Uncle Wang that Dad didn't even go to lunch with the developers today. You savor. You savor." Su Youran didn't bite on anything, but took her own mom's thoughts to a whole new world. It seems true that when I talked to Su Wanxiang that time he said that he went to a friend's house for a drink at noon. So, this friend of his is Jiang Feng's dad? Good for you, Su Wanxiang. You actually did this behind my back. Li Shu brow crossed, about to walk towards the dining table to the old comrade Su dragged to the side to ask for an understanding. But the next second Su Youran called out to her in a hurry. Mom, don't worry. He won't admit it if you ask Dad directly now. Plus, Jiang Feng is still here. Wouldn't it be detrimental to your image if you dragged your dad away for a lecture? Li Shu secretly sucked in a cool breath. Ran had a point. While nodding silently, she let go of the spatula clutched in her right hand. Mom, don't you understand Su Wanxiang if others don't? He's just a dead duck with a good face and a great talent for acting. The way I see it, no matter how much you sidestep and ask about it, old Su will look like she doesn't know anything about it. Mom, remember, the more innocent he pretends to be, the more suspicious he is, and there's no fish in the sea. Actually, you don't have to rush. You'll just have to see if Pops is willing to pretend with you to the end. If he's ruthless enough to act with you, Uncle Jiang will be here tomorrow anyway, so he won't be able to hide anything he says then, right? What Miss Su is best at is blocking other people's paths. Of course Su didn't know it was Uncle Jiang, so he must have looked innocent. Hey, this is the way to tell Mom. As long as Su doesn't drop the ball. Secretly collect her black history to put into the small box. There is also the gas of pulling Jiang Feng to drink is estimated to be able to come out ruthlessly. On the other side, Li Suk was in deep thought. After about half a minute, she shook her head helplessly in relief. Ran, you're still on point with your analysis. Never mind, I'll let him off the hook for dinner. I'll ask around later. If Su Wanxiang tells the truth this isn't such a bad thing, but if he doesn't tell the truth. Looking at Li Shu's somewhat gritted teeth, Su Yuran's expression was calm. But what lies beneath the rippling exterior is an excited heart. Hey, Pops, make sure you play nice, like Su Wanxiang introduced. Just by looking at the delicious food on the table you could tell that Li Suk had specialized in it. It's so colorful and delicious. You must have studied for 2.5 years, right? The four of them unfolded the dinner around the table in conversation and laughter. Xiao Jiang, are your parents coming over tomorrow? About what time? With Jiang Feng's knowledge of Comrade Songling, Auntie, it should be in the morning. Comrade Songling has always been a man who was anxious to be early rather than late. Jiang Feng has a deep impression. Before he was still in high school, winter snow slippery road is not good to go. Should have arrived at school before 6 o'clock in the evening, an hour's journey. Songling froze and told Jiang Haiyuan to send him to school at 3 o'clock in the afternoon, putting it to come to Jinghai as well. Jiang Feng seriously doubted that Songling would leave very early, and even had to get up a little early. Then it's just in time for lunch at home. Jiang, do your parents have any taboos or special favorites? Meeting with her in-laws, of course Li Suk had to prepare a bit in advance. After all, it's not like she's someone who doesn't roll ahead. Hearing this question, Jiang Feng faintly smiled and said, Auntie, my parents have no taboos as far as favorite foods go. It's always been my mom's favorite food and my dad's favorite food in my house. As for my mom, if I look at it now, it would be that whatever Ran wants to eat is what my mom likes to eat. In all honesty, Jiang Feng's words didn't have the slightest intention to make Su Youran and his mother-in-law happy. It's a real thing. Comrade Songling is really proving with his actions what it means to hold his daughter-in-law in the palm of his hand. But the words still did what they were supposed to do. Miss Su blushed at once and skimmed Jiang Feng in slight surprise, a little embarrassed. Li Shu, on the other hand, unconsciously raised the corners of her mouth and smiled for a long time. And after nodding to Jiang Feng, she backhanded and slapped at Su Wanxiang's arm. Su Wanxiang, look at Xiao Jiang and our in-laws. Why don't you know how to accommodate me at all? From now on, you'll eat whatever I cook, and you're not allowed to nitpick. The corner of old Su's mouth, who was gnawing on a crab, twitched. Can this even be brought to me? Glancing at Li Shu, old Su, who felt his daughter's gaze fall on him, raised his eyebrows fiercely. Forget it, 1v2 can't be said. He shrugged helplessly. Yes, it's all my fault for not accommodating you. Okay, I'll listen to you from now on. The event quietly came to 9 o'clock, and Li Shu and Su Youran finished eating early. The former went to the bathroom to do maintenance, while Miss Su chose to stay at the dining table to accompany Jiang Feng. It's worth noting that tonight Su Wanxiang did what he said he would do and really only had 2 drinks. After burping, old comrade Su barred his mouth and frowned. Ran, Feng, Honestly, this seafood isn't good. It always feels unfresh and almost interesting. Zhang Feng and Su Youran coincidentally looked towards the various crab and shrimp shells piled up as high as a small mountain in front of Su Wanxiang, and met each other to see the teasing in each other's eyes. What's the point of eating so much and then saying it's not fresh and tasty? Hey, come on, that's a bit of an abstract behavior, isn't it? What's the difference between riding a shared bike to work and then thinking the bike is slow, saying the technician is ugly after pinching your feet, and making good porridge and saying the process was unpleasant? The two people's different expressions also naturally attracted Su Wanxiang's attention. Ran, Feng, it's mostly because you guys don't know how good the seafood I had for lunch today was. I had lunch at a friend's house, and that seafood was only fresh and tender. Good guy. Miss Su never would have thought that her own father could take the initiative to mention this matter. Suddenly she came to life, the corners of her mouth lifting in interest. Dad, after all, how come I didn't know you had friends in Shangjiang? How is he? While speaking, Su Youran unlocked the cell phone that had long been placed on her lap and opened the recording function. If in a moment old Su says something good, that's fine. If old Su says dip a little bad, hey, that's good evidence to threaten him with. Elder brother Jiang is so nice. We can talk. Yeah, Pops didn't take the bait? That's a rare thing. Su Youran was about to turn off the recording app as she thought about it, but immediately after Su Wanxiang spoke again. Chapter 140, Little Feng Ran. You guys continue. Elder brother Jiang is good at everything. It's just that when he drinks too much, he likes to blow awesome. Good guy. Gaga blowing that son of his Say his son how promising. How to give him a long face. I'm tired of hearing. Su Youran and Zhang Feng's expressions became subtle at the same time, but old Su didn't even notice. He's halfway through his sentence, and he has to say the next half. The main thing is that he used to blow it, but now it's different. I have a son-in-law. I really want to refute elder brother Zhang today. I want to say that my son-in-law is much better than his son. Ran, do you think there are any peers in this world who are better than Little Feng? Directly give Jiang Lao's son seconds to become a battle scum, okay? Little Feng, do you understand? Uncle didn't mean anything by that. It means that you're the best in my place. Old Su had to get those words out, not because he was holding his tongue without saying them. Rather, he had laid out this half a day in order to praise Zhang Feng a few times like this, although secretly a bit demeaning to that kid from the Zhang family, but it's okay, it's not like big brother Zhang knows, right? Women want to be complimented, and men like to be complimented, too. Old Su knows this. So, after this drinking a little bit of wine, he thought of grabbing a couple of compliments on Zhang Feng to further pull in his relationship with his son-in-law. But it seems that this wave is not particularly effective, because Zhang Feng and Su Youran were looking at him with an expression of utter helplessness. Zhang Feng, seconds into battle scum? Ran, Uncle Su means to let me set myself on fire, right? Is that right? At 10 o'clock, Su Youran felt that Zhang Feng's lips were dry after drinking 2 glasses of wine, and dragged him back to the bedroom and decided to help him moisturize his lips. And after looking at the 2 children walking up the stairs with an anti-smile on her face, she turned around and Li Shu frowned. She returned to her room and saw Su Wanxiang leaning against the bed with his legs crossed, looking at his cell phone. Li Shu squeezed out a smile and came over. Old Su, tell me, what's our in-laws like? Good fellow. Being asked like this, Su Wanxiang immediately revealed an unbelievable expression. Honey, are you kidding me? Neither of us have met our in-laws. Why do you think I know what you don't know? There's nothing wrong with that, is there? It's the same thing as borrowing money. Same 20 years old. What makes you think I'll have the $500 you don't? The old Su felt that Li Suk said this as if it was a joke. Really, no kowtow? I see you don't care about our in-laws either. At the dinner table, it was all me who kept asking Feng, and you just kept burying your head in the sand. I'm assuming you know something? Su Wanxiang was really convinced of Li Shu's brain circuits. No, honey, that's what you're asking, isn't it? We don't have to ask the same question twice, do we? I've been listening carefully to Feng's reply from the sidelines. I really don't know. If I knew something, would I not report it to you? Nothing more to say. Heaven and earth conscience. Su Wanxiang is really do not know. He didn't know why he was asked this by Li Shu. It was really puzzling. In this way, Su Wanxiang managed to walk into the hole that his good daughter had dug for him. The specific expression is the eyes of Comrade Li Suk that pierces through everything at this time. It's really the same as what Ran said. Su Wanxiang, you're really acting with me here? I'm afraid you're not indifferent, but you know everything, right? You rolled me on meeting the in-laws? Well, old Su, of course I know you can't keep something from me. I'm just asking. If I don't know, I don't know. Alright, stay by yourself. I'll go up and ask Xiao Jiang if he needs an extra quilt. After saying that, Comrade Li Shu left the room. The moment she closed the door, she glared viciously at Su Wanxiang. You'll be fine. You'll be exposed tomorrow. The second floor of the villa. Su Youran's bedroom. Suddenly Miss Su felt that it wasn't a bad thing to let Zhang Feng drink a couple of glasses of wine for nothing. It can't be helped. Who makes this man look silly and thievish and adorable when he has a few drinks? At this moment, Zhang Feng was lying on the bed being hugged tightly by Su Youran with her arms and long legs. Zhang Xiaotu, I just took a look at the bathroom. If we go back to Pine City the day after tomorrow it will work. Probably because of the half-day car ride. 2 glasses of wine made Zhang Feng's brain confused. He ghosted a reply. Are you going back to Pine City the day after tomorrow? Ran, if you want to stay home for a few more days that's fine. No one cares if we go to work or not anyway. What's going on? Hearing this reply, Miss Su's face changed drastically, and her petite appearance changed into a slight frown. Stinky Zhang Feng, I'm talking business. You're in that makabaka? Aha. The point I'm making is when are we going back to Pine City? The more she thought about it, the more angry Miss Su opened her mouth and bit on Zhang Feng's shoulder. Of course, she didn't spare any effort. Stinking Zhang Feng, help you sober up and think about what I'm saying again. Doesn't that mean going home the day after tomorrow? Hey, wait a minute. Why do I have to go to the bathroom when I get home? Zhang Feng, who had been lightly bitten, did wake up quite a bit, frantically recalling Su Yuran's words. 5 seconds later, Zhang Feng rolled over and pressed Su Youran underneath him. The manly breath mixed with the slight smell of alcohol puffed on the delicate face, surprisingly making Miss Su a little intoxicated. In the next second, Zhang Feng's gentle voice resounded in her ears. Ran, when you say the day after tomorrow will definitely work, you don't mean that your relatives will definitely be gone by then, do you? There's a saying that what goes for her relatives comes for him in the spring. Seeing that Zhang Feng had finally come to his senses, Su Youran lightly bit her red lips and nodded with a pout. Right. At this moment, Zhang Feng's eyes were bright, firstly because of this matter, and secondly because of Su Yuran's shy expression at this moment. Highly colored roses waiting to be picked, blushing like ripe peaches. Who can resist not taking a bite? Run Jun, mooch for me. Even if you're boyfriend and girlfriend, you have to respect each other, right? You have to report in advance to take advantage of the situation. Of course, it's just a report and can't be denied. After putting down these words, Zhang Feng was about to come up to that exquisite face, but before he could move his mouth, there was a creaking sound of a door being pushed from behind. Looking at the charming scene in the room, Li Shu hated to slap herself. She really is stupid brain. Su Youran and her have nothing secret between them, so comrade Li Shu into her daughter's room is more casual. But things are different now. Why didn't you get used to the fact that Keed was in the house for a while? Ahem, little Feng, Ran, you guys continue I sleepwalked. After saying that, Li Suk hurriedly turned around and rushed out of the bedroom. To be honest, this wave gave comrade Zhang Feng a good scare. It's a good thing it's just a kiss, because it would be. Zhang Feng smiled helplessly and bitterly at the thought. Ran, why do you always forget to lock the door? And what responded to Zhang Feng wasn't Miss Su's explanation, but her reaching out her arms around his neck. Stinky Zhang Feng, don't ask anything else first. Listen to my mom. Let's continue. Chapter 141. The size is too small. We need to use a bigger one. 5 minutes later, Zhang Feng opened the bedroom door stiffly. Just as he thought, Li Suk was standing not far down the hallway. When she saw Zhang Feng open the door, she walked over with a slight smile. Xiao Jiang, there's actually nothing wrong with auntie. Just wanted to ask if you needed an extra comforter? This weather is turning cold. Ran is not sleeping honestly, always tugging at the covers. Zhang Feng touched the tip of his nose in embarrassment. Don't bother auntie. Ran sleeps quite honestly. In the end, it's not Su Youran who sleeps honestly. It's the fact that the two of them hugged each other so tightly when they slept. Of course, Zhang Feng could never answer Li Shu like that. In the words of Su, it's going to be embarrassing to the dirt. That's fine. Li Shu handed Zhang Feng a look with deep meaning, then smiled and shook her head. By the way, where's Ran? I have a sister who wants to pick up some goods at Colorado, and I stopped by to ask Ran about it. Just like that, Zhang Feng walked into the house and called Su Youran out. Here's the question. Why didn't Miss Su come out of the house in the first place? Truth be told, she's shy. That's right. The top was going to be kissed first. She calmed down and got shy. Women, by nature, are a wonderful and versatile creature. After Su Youran and Li Shu met, Zhang Feng also returned to the house in a sensible manner. It's not like he's a cutie. Can tell that Li Suk is also fine-minded. Would come to Su about getting beauty supplies at this time? It was unrealistic. Zhang Feng guessed that she had something to say to Su Youran. Mom, what makeup supplies? How much? Which one of your friends? Su Youran, who was called out of the house in a daze, directly turned into the woman in question. Li Shu shrugged with a smirk and tugged Su Yuran's arm towards the utility room at the end of the corridor. Where did you get all the questions? Stinky girl? Mom was going to tell you something. Arriving at the utility room with doubts, Su Youran witnessed Li Shu pull out a box of something similar to chewing gum from a black plastic bag. Li Shu stuffed it into Su Yuran's pajama pocket and let out a long sigh. Ran ah. Mom is mainly trying to say a few words to you from her heart. Since I was a child, my daughter to do something mom all support. Never opposed. Mom is not what feudal thinking. So what? It's none of mom's business what you and Jiang are willing to do as long as you have a sense of proportion. Su Youran is not a young girl who has just reached adulthood. She immediately knew what her mother had stuffed into her pocket. His heart was in turmoil and at the same time he blushed with shame. I can't help it. What woman wouldn't blush and be shy when it comes to this kind of thing? Ahem. Clichés. Except for cousins. On the other side, knowing that her girl was a bit shy, Li Shu smiled slightly and helped her smooth the hair on her forehead. My girl was born beautiful, and Xiao Jiang is handsome, so your children will be very good looking. But Ran, although mom wants grandchildren and grandchildren too, I'm not as obsessed as your dad. What about some things? I feel it's better for the two of you, Zhang Feng, to feel it's okay. Actually, you guys are still young. This is not a very urgent matter. You can also play for 2 years. Raising a child is exhausting. It's a double strain from body to mind. What mom means by telling you this is, Ran, mom doesn't care what happens to you guys on weekdays, but in this case it must be taken seriously. Mom wants you guys to still be protected until you're ready to become moms and dads. After saying that, Li Shu let out a long sigh and looked at Su Youran with a soft gaze. Back then, if she and Su Wanxiang had made a good realization, they wouldn't have let their daughter's childhood be that lonely. In the end, this matter is a thorn in Comrade Li Shu's heart. After chatting a lot of heart to heart, Su Youran returned to the house and glanced at Jiang Feng's somewhat expectant expression and smiled wanly. Pulling the box of small umbrellas out of his pocket, he tossed them onto the bed. Look, stinky Jiang Feng, do you know how embarrassed I was just now? What's going on? A little umbrella? Jiang Feng sat up straight with a carp. Wife, expand on that. Su Youran also did not hide. We'll just chat with Li Shu's content to Jiang Feng pick key points to speak. Jiang Feng, who listened to the whole program, smiled with emotion. He felt that Comrade Li Shu had a very good point. Indeed, how many people end up in trouble because they don't have the awareness to be a mom or dad? But to Jiang Feng's surprise, Su Youran backhanded the small umbrella and threw it directly into the cabinet, followed by a crisp sigh. Stinky Jiang Feng, unfortunately, my mom gave me this box for nothing. We can't use it. Why can't we use it? If you don't use it today and tomorrow night, you'll have to use it the day after tomorrow. Even if it's safe to have your period just gone, you'll have to use it later, right? Suddenly Jiang Feng's expression was horrified and he hugged Su Youran like a tiger pouncing. Ran, what you're trying to say shouldn't be done now. What Jiang Feng wanted to say was to be ready to be a mom, but he was interrupted by Su Youran just in the middle of his words. Blah, 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 not at all. Su Youran also certainly knew what Jiang Feng wanted to say. The reason she interrupted Jiang Feng was because on the one hand she felt that it was really too early. How come you can't have kids until you're married? On the other hand, that really wasn't the point she was trying to make. The red tide on her face did not go away for a long time, and Su Youran stammered her red lips lightly. Jiang Feng, what I mean by that is we don't use this box. We buy new ones. I just looked. It's medium-sized. It might be tight on you. From what I know of you, knowledge, we should buy plus large. The next morning, November was already a long night and a short day, and 7 o'clock was still a little dim. Seeing Su Wanxiang get up at this hour, Li Shu frowned tightly with incredulity. Old Su, is the sun beating down in the west? This is your son-in-law at home, you don't want to give him the bad impression of a lazy bed? Good guy. To speak from the heart, does Su Wanxiang still care about his bad impression in Jiang Feng's heart? Lying in bed? We've done 1,000 times more abstract things than that, right? After taking a greasy bite on the side of Li Shu's face, Su Wanxiang heatedly laughed. No, aren't the in-laws coming at noon? I specifically asked a friend to bring over some seafood from Shangjiang. Honey, I'm telling you, that was definitely not the same as what we did yesterday. Go about your business. I've got to hurry. I reckon he's almost off the highway. 10 minutes out of the door. The old Su in his garage chose a lowest profile Volvo S90 straight to the Jinghai Highway intersection. Last night he felt that Li Shu gets seafood is not good. He thought to talk to Zhang Haiyuan. Let him win to get some male Jinghai too. And guess what? Brother Jiang said he happened to have something to come to Jinghai. Good lord, how is this Su Wanxiang polite? We'll get the freshest seafood and serve the in-laws for lunch, right? So, Lao Su asked Lao Zhong to bring him a big box. Su Wanxiang is not a person who will not do things. People Jiang big brother to help us bring things. People come to Jinghai as a business. We can't hold them up, can we? So the old Su deliberately got up early to go to the highway intersection to meet their own seafood. Zhang Haiyuan called him when he left, and Su Wanxiang pinched the time just right. He had just arrived at the highway intersection in front of him, and immediately after, he saw Jang Hyuan's car getting off the highway. Hey, big brother Jang is reliable. At noon can use fresh seafood to entertain my in-laws. A refreshed Su Wanxian waved at Jang Hyuan's car from afar. Chapter 142, See you later? See you later. Jang Hyuan steadily parked his car next to Lao Su and got out to unload. Through the eyes of the circle of black can be seen at this time Lao Jiang should be quite tired. After all, I got up early to come to Jinghai and drove for hours. To be honest, if it is not that he felt that the old Su this person can deal with, say anything cannot run to the development zone in the morning to help him buy seafood. Of course, the fact that something might need old Su's help counts as a reason. Old Su, it's all here. I bought some of everything I thought was good and fresh. Jang Hyuan was slightly stunned to see the Volvo S90 that Su Wanxian drove, but didn't think much of it and smiled as he helped him load the car. At this moment, Su Wanxian was already moving to tears. If you give this job to old Wang, he'll have to frown before doing it. Jang Hyuan, Jang big brother is too good to me. There is a favor he has really helped me. Brother Jang, don't say anything, hug. At those words, Jang Hyuan raised his eyebrows fiercely, glancing up at Su Wanxian a few times in doubt. Obviously he was confused by Su Wanxian's hug. No, it's nothing, but isn't it always a bit of a bad influence? Su Wanxian also felt out that his proposal was a bit strange, touched the tip of his nose and awkwardly smiled and hastily changed the topic. By the way, big brother Jang, what are you doing here in Jinghai? Do you need any help? You let me know if you need anything. Whatever I can do, I'll try to do for you. If this was heard by someone who knew Su Wanxian's identity, their jaws would definitely drop. The gold in that statement is really heavy, because the old Su in the Jinghai is still really good, regardless of the official business. Face is absolutely in. Just for this sentence, if Jang Hyuan wants to do business in Jinghai, it is simply half the effort. But at the words Jang Hyuan just smiled faintly. He remembered that Su Dong did say that he had a bit of energy in Jinghai when he was eating at home. In the end, that sentence was really in Lao Zhang's heart. Before he came, he thought, should he find Su Dong to accompany a piece to meet the future in-laws? After all, facing a big man of that size, Lao Jiang was really a bit frightened, but just now he gave up on his idea. One's own in-laws always have to conquer on their own. Plus, Ran said that his father had already approved of little Fong, right? I have Ran and Fong to help. It shouldn't be too much of a problem. Thinking of this, Jang Hyuan patted Su Wanxian's shoulder. Elder brother Su, it's not that big of a deal, so go about your business. Su Wanxian knew that Jang Hyuan was not a person without a number in his heart, and he was relieved to hear him say this. And in the end, I'm quite busy today. I have to meet Feng's parents later. Okay, big brother Jiang, just remember that we have someone in Jinghai. If there is anything you need help with, you just call me. Don't be polite. In that case, then I'll withdraw. After giving the money for this batch of seafood to Jang Hyuan, Lao Su waved his hand and got into the car. Elder brother Jiang, it's fate to see you. Jang Hyuan waved at him as well. See you around. After getting on the car, Jang Hyuan let out a long breath and opened the navigation to prepare to go to the Su family villa, while Song Ling aimed at the Volvo that was far away but laughed out loud. Jang Hyuan, what did you and old Su just say? Just talk about seafood. He also asked me what I came to Jinghai. I see that he is also quite busy, so I did not say that we came to meet with the in-laws. No, I mean, how did you two just say goodbye? Just destined to meet. Jang Hyuan froze. He didn't know why Song Ling was asking this. What's wrong, wife? Jang Hyuan's response was Song Ling's giggle. She really couldn't help but laugh. How were these two meant to meet? That's obviously see you in a minute. Su family villa, second floor master bedroom. Zhang Feng, who had just finished his bath, came out of the bathroom and saw Su Youran lying on the bed laughing like a child who had bought a beloved toy. Zhang Feng is confused. What's going on in the morning? While going to the bedside to get a hairdryer, Zhang Feng opened his mouth in a cloudy manner. Ran, let me tell you about my past. For the story of the first half of Zhang Feng's life that she hadn't accompanied, Miss Su was extremely interested. As for Zhang Feng, who had just gotten out of the bath, she was likewise extremely interested. Suddenly she got off the bed, sat behind Zhang Feng and hugged his waist, nodding her head with good behavior and incomparable eyes full of expectation. Good AC. Zhang Feng didn't ink, and said that he would speak. It's just that I used to have a friend and we were particularly close. And then one morning he just giggled and giggled all the time and looked so happy. He didn't share it with me without me asking him, and then I got mad and didn't want to play with him. What else is going on? Crooked. What kind of friend is this? Don't friends always share fun? How can you just be happy with yourself? It's abominable. Thinking about it, Miss Su quietly reddened her cheeks. Why is Zhang Feng looking at me like that? He's not talking about stinking Zhang Feng, you bad hey. You are here pointing and cursing at me. How am I not sharing it with you? I'm waiting for you to finish blow-drying your hair to tell you about it, okay? Well, it's just that just now when you were taking a bath I heard Comrade Li Shu tell me something. Seeing that Zhang Feng wanted to know, Su Youran hurriedly opened her mouth to explain. My dad busted out of bed this morning to get seafood, said he was dragging a friend to bring it over from Shangjiang, and his friend just happened to come over on business. Zhang Feng, don't you think this matter is quite funny when you think about it? A friend brought you seafood from Hong Kong? What friend? Zhang Feng's pupils were seismic. This said it couldn't be old Zhang, right? If that's the case, then Lao Su asked Lao Zhang to buy seafood to entertain his in-laws? At this moment, forgive Zhang Feng for laughing out loud. Ran. I thought it was quite excessive when my mom said earlier that there was no rush to show them the door on this. What's the point of hiding it from them, right? It's not a good idea, but now I get it. It doesn't matter if it's authentic or not. It's mostly fun. To think that in a moment Su Wanxian would see that the in-laws he was going to meet were old Zhang. Zhang Feng's hands were shaking as he held the hairdryer. Solely Zhang Feng directly threw the hairdryer to the side, blowing a fart, blowing again after laughing. At this moment, Lao Jiang and Song Ling have arrived at the periphery of the villa park. Looking around the rich and luxurious buildings coincidentally inhaled a breath of cool air. Su Youran had greeted the doorman in advance, so the security guard was very quick to release the line. What they didn't notice was that a Volvo was following their car at that moment. Su Wanxian didn't go home directly after getting the seafood, but found a processing store and let them help all these seafood. It's cleaner to have professional tools to deal with, and it saves Li Suk from being too busy at noon. At this time, sitting in the car Su Wanxian saw the front is Zhang Haiyuan's car after the mouth are happy to open the scoop. Ha! Brother Zhang came to my door to do business? It's good that everyone who lives here is willing to give me face. If Brother Zhang wants to do something, it's just a matter of words. Chapter 143 Brother Zhang. Are we in-laws? But Su Wanxian gradually confused. He wanted to follow Zhang Haiyuan first past to sell him a face before going home. But this walk, it's becoming more and more like the way home. Finally, when he saw Lao Zhang's car parked in front of his villa, Su Wanxian couldn't hold it together any longer. No, wait a minute. This is getting a little messy. Big brother Zhang said he came to Jinghai on business, and he said before that his in-laws are in Jinghai. Is there a possibility that he came over to meet the in-laws? Honestly, with the facts in front of us, even a cutie pie could also see that something was wrong. What's more, Su Wanxiang isn't stupid. He's just abstract. Brother Jiang has a son, surely surnamed Jiang. Brother Jiang also said to find a particularly beautiful daughter-in-law. As for his earlier comment that his daughter-in-law's job is quite ordinary, is there a possibility that he is deliberately hiding it, just like me? Old Su's brain frantically analyzed the situation at the moment, and eventually the clouds opened up. We are saying, damn, the good brother I met on the side of the road is not my in-laws, is it? For a moment old Su had a wonderful expression on her face. 3 parts excitement, 2 parts shock, 5 parts embarrassment. I'm excited about karma, shocker, karma, and embarrassment is what he thought of what he said earlier when he was drinking with Zhang Haiyuan. Brother Jiang, listen to me. Don't care how rich your in-laws are, just slap them if they make you unhappy and be done with it. I'm telling you, that's what I think. Old Su, if my future in-laws upset me, I'll definitely greet them with a big mouth. What's there to be afraid of? Brother Jiang, just scold. Anyway, our future in-laws can't hear it. Su Wanxiang admitted that he was actually a little bit blowing powerful ingredients. Outside the car, Song Ling was the first to notice the Volvo parked off to the side immediately behind her, and couldn't help but snort a laugh. Looking back, she found that the villa was already open, and her good daughter-in-law Su Youran was standing in the doorway waving at her. Song Ling glanced at Zhang Haiyuan, turned around and walked towards Su Youran, laughing to death. She wasn't going to accompany Zhang Haiyuan to be embarrassed here. On the other hand, looking at Song Ling getting out of the car and walking towards Su Youran, Su Wanxian was considered to be completely certain of his thoughts. At the moment, he wasn't so anxious to go home and meet his in-laws, he had only one thought. Run first. Find a place where no one is around to work out how to diffuse the embarrassment first. Old Su tried to grab and slip away before he was discovered, but his hands panicked and he slapped the center of the steering wheel. In the next second, an abrupt and ear-piercing horn sound rang out, also attracting Zhang Haiyuan's attention. The moment he stood in the driver's seat and locked eyes with Lao Jiang, Su Wanxian knew he couldn't run away. A horn suddenly blares behind you, and anyone would look back to see if it's right, wouldn't they? Old Zhang turned his eyes as if he had discovered a new continent. Hey, Mr. Su, why is he here? Goo, this horn honking is Su's way of saying hello to me. Elder brother Su, what a coincidence. Your family lives over here? Zhang Haiyuan took the initiative to find Su Wanxiang to strike up a conversation. On the one hand, it is not good to meet and not say a word. On the other hand, It is that he is a little nervous, and intends to chat with the old Su to ease his mood, but after hearing his query, Su Wanxiang froze. Should my family live over here? The next second he spoke directly. Elder brother Jiang, do you think my family should live over here? Jiang Haiyuan? Knowing that what he said was too abstract, Su Wanxiang let out a long breath. Forget it. It's not like it's never been awkward. How much more embarrassing could it be than that time we went to Zhang Feng's place to drink? Things have developed to this point. Su Wanxiang feel no need to hide it anymore. Not pretend. Elder brother Jiang, don't froth in a hurry. If I'm not mistaken, you're here to see your in-laws this time, aren't you? Seeing Jiang Haiyuan nodding, Su Wanxiang crossed his eyebrows and pointed at the villa behind Jiang Haiyuan. Elder brother Jiang, have you ever thought about one thing? That is, what if I'm not called Su Dong? What if I told you that this is my house? Inside the house, Comrade Songling, with the help of Su Youran and Zhang Feng, had already found a topic to chat with Li Shu. Songling was already bold, good at catching details, and enthusiastic about meeting people. Maisie, I still have to thank you for raising such a good daughter as Ran Ran. I always tell my little Feng that we must be good to Ran Ran, and that it's our good fortune that she's attracted to us. Meeting with her in-law's mother for the first time, of course Comrade Songling had to say a few more good words. Whether it was for Zhang Feng or to leave a good impression on himself, it was a courtesy that could not be discarded. The two mothers were chatting happily. Su Youran was quietly hooking her hand with Zhang Feng on the side. After about 5 minutes, Su Wanxiang and Jiang Haiyuan pushed the door in. Old Su and Lao Jiang weren't people who couldn't read the situation, and they knew that they were embarrassed by each other. So they all come up with a really good attitude and hey, just pretend nothing happened. As long as we don't mention it, as long as we don't feel awkward about it, then the thing it's just not awkward. That's right, so now Jiang Haiyuan isn't embarrassed at all. But Su Wanxiang saw a few people on the sofa. No matter who he met his eyes with he felt thieves awkward. Just now Su Wanxiang and Jiang Haiyuan in front of the door, a total of what all figured out based on the attitude of Songling, Li Shu and the others. They must have known the real situation a long time ago. Sister-in-law. Oh no, now it's in-laws. Little Feng, ahaha, uncle really doesn't know this is your father. Ran, don't say what I said about Jiang last night when I was drunk. Honey, would you believe me when I say I don't really know our in-laws that I know? Feeling the eyes of the entire room accumulate on him, Su Wanxiang was confused. Here's an explanation for what was supposed to be just the four people sitting on the couch ogling old Su with teasing eyes. But noticing that they were all looking at Su Wanxiang, Jiang Haiyuan simply went with the flow and stared at him sideways. So Wani, what shall I say now? After half a minute of silence, he crossed his brow, let out a long, wordy sigh. Karma. The time was still a little after 8 in the morning, and it was naturally a little early to prepare lunch, so a few people sat around the sofa and started chatting. Li Shu chats about how old Su Youran is and still doesn't want to sleep in a separate room from herself. Songling chatted about how Zhang Feng is a few years old and still wakes up in the morning to pee a piece of wet. Su Wanxiang talked about how worried he was about his daughter's bad temper and not being able to find a date. Songling then chat how worried about the character too straight to coax the little girl happy. What to say? Is that Zhang Feng two people since childhood is so a little bit of black material? By these three people are all basically shaking clean. That guy sharply pulled a white-face cuckoo said Zhang Feng and Su Youran, who looked at each other with helpless smiles, felt that this was not going to work. Speak one or two to liven up the atmosphere can be, but say so through the shame no, gotta think of a way to get them to change the subject. Feeling his own son's gaze coming at him, Jiang Haiyuan revealed a look of love. Son of a thief, I can't help you. I can't intervene when your mom's all fired up. Chapter 144, Son, you must do things with a clear conscience. Looks like you can't count on your own father? Zhang Feng sighed and finally got the bright idea to interject with a hard smile. Auntie and uncle, my mom always said before that I wasn't going to be a bachelor for the rest of my life. You guys don't know that when I took Ran to meet them, nice guy, special face. At those words, Songling also cracked a smile. Yes, in-laws, what Feng said is really right. That makes me happier than that kid getting into a prestigious college before. I was confused the first time I saw Ran. I thought my son had kidnapped a fairy to be my daughter-in-law. And Zhang Feng thought the same. His own mother really took over his own topic of wild chat down. Finally do not chat about their own black history. But looking slightly sideways at Su Youran, Zhang Feng realized that she had blushed her entire face, which seemed to be similar to the situation just now. Looking at each other, Zhang Feng saw the gusts of resentment flashing through her beautiful eyes and couldn't help but lower his voice. What is it, my dear wife? I've changed the subject. Why do you still look a little upset? Su Youran tried her best to keep the surface calm, but in reality, the small fists in the dark had already been pinched very tightly. Not that she wanted to hit anyone, but she felt too shy. Stinky Zhang Feng, Auntie complimented me a little too much. Is it too much? Jiang Feng touched the tip of his nose. Comrade Song Ling did not say anything. Just praise Su Xiaolu, beautiful, gentle, generous, beautiful goodness, and so on. He boasted that she was like a unique treasure in the world, and that he could never find another woman like Su Xiaolu. Nothing wrong with that. It's a fact. Ran. I don't think there's anything to be ashamed of. My mom is telling the truth. Blah, 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 blah. Su Youran felt that according to Song Ling's words, she really wasn't even close. Moreover, even if you are really like this, it is inevitable to be embarrassed to be praised so much in front of you. No, you tell Auntie to stop boasting and you change the subject again, or your good wife is going to blush until she roasts herself today. Heaven and earth. Jiang Feng wasn't considered excellent, but he had never failed to respond to Miss Su's requests. Like, if you don't let your hair be pulled, then don't pull it. If you don't let your head be pressed, then do it gently. Knowing that his wife was shy and blushing, Jiang Feng really instantly figured out how to change the topic. But it doesn't seem to work anymore. Because it may be a habit or not pay attention? Su Youran subconsciously fell into his arms as she spoke. What's the point of thinking? The scene had been watched by the four men, who had shut their mouths and stopped talking. At this moment, Old Su and Old Jiang were each staring at Jiang Feng and Su Youran with a smile on their faces. It may seem like there is silence all around, but in reality everyone is secretly considering it. Su Wanxiang, worthy of being my daughter, hugging in front of the in-laws. Li Shu, hey, this girl, this is acting too unladylike. Zhang Haiyuan, is it possible that our presence here is affecting the two children's play? Song Ling, can you do it, brat? Your hand should be around Ran's waist. Jiang Feng, Ran, how's it going? How's it going? Miss Su has dug the air pit to jump into. There are many ways to die in the world, and one of the most unacceptable is to shoot. Social death. At the critical moment, it was Su Wanxiang who saved his own daughter. In-laws, don't just talk about my family. Ran, what matches or not? Elder brother Jiang, I must say one thing, just based on Little Feng's talent and ability, it may not even be that my family Ran has climbed high. How can I let my in-laws praise my daughter? I have to help my son-in-law hold up the fort. Others don't know how capable Jiang Feng is, but Su Wanxiang is looking at him, right? Immediately afterward, under the dual doubts of Zhang Haiyuan and Song Ling, he launched into a detailed explanation. Sister-in-law, elder brother Jiang, I told you that when the stock market that kills the disc, if it were not for Xiao Feng, our company would have lost at least 8 figures. And the other day I heard a rumor that a hotel in Pine City was going to appreciate in value. So I rushed over there. And guess what? Little Feng had already done it. Later I thought there is nothing for Little Feng. I planned to take him out to make some friends. The results of the local big bosses in Songchang, the governor of the provincial bank of the construction bank, and a series of characters that all know Little Feng. Speaking of Jiang Feng's excellent deeds, Lao Su's words were like a torrent of water flowing endlessly. What he didn't know was that Zhang Haiyuan and Song Ling in front of him had already been dumbfounded. Zhang Haiyuan, honey, are you sure that's our son sitting there? Song Ling, yes, but it seems like it's not. After Su Wanxiang opened his mouth, Jiang Feng tried to interrupt him, but viewer lords who have read the previous article know that old Su's ability to open his mouth and resist interruptions is very strong. Jiang Feng, who had tried twice unsuccessfully, simply pulled Su Youran directly out of the battlefield. There was no way. He needed a quiet place to think about how to explain all this. To know that these things he did not say to Song Ling Lao Jiang, not to say, is not sure how to explain. Coincidence? That's too much of a coincidence. You can't fool anyone but Comrade Song Ling. To be honest, Jiang Feng felt that this was a very serious matter, and he might have to be sent to the institute to be sliced up. Parents know their children best, which is why internet crossover novels are used to writing about both parents. The author cannot help the protagonist traveled to someone else. This if the parents are sound, that is not a glance to see. After being reborn, Jiang Feng is Jiang Feng himself, but all those things took advantage of the difference in information from being reborn back. There's no way to explain this. There's no good reason. Just as he was racking his brain in confusion, a knock sounded on the door, and it was Zhang Haiyuan's. Son, you got a minute? Come out and Dad will talk to you. Jiang Feng knew that he couldn't hide and would definitely be pressed, but he didn't expect it to come so quickly. Luckily, it was Pops who came, not Holmes. Jiang Feng, who had a bit of a thought in his head, hemmed and hawed and opened the door. Dad, just tell me what you want to ask. I'll tell you everything. Slightly raising his head to look at Jiang Feng, who was half a head taller than himself, Zhang Haiyuan raised an eyebrow and smiled after a burst of emotion. Explain what, brat? No need to explain. Father just come over to praise you. Good fellow. How about doing so many endeavors without saying a word? It really impresses your old me. Jiang Feng laughed nervously and scratched his head without opening his mouth, and in the next second Zhang Haiyuan's words changed. Little Feng, Dad didn't come over here to ask you how you did it. The more powerful you are the better if you kid is capable. When you grow up, your parents will have a son. But I have to give you a wake-up call. Little Feng, you're still too young. See your father, I'm not a good mixer. But in the end I'm a cadre, right? There are quite a few people looking for me to do things during the New Year holidays. But in the end, you're old man. I have not done anything for people with bad intentions, or for people who want to pull the wool over the people's eyes. And anything I have done has been done with a clear conscience. The sea is wide enough for fish to leap. The sky is high enough for birds to fly. Son, you have the ability and now you have the capital. You will be exposed to all kinds of tempting goods in the future, such as wealth and power that many people can't be exposed to in their whole life. At the end of the day, whatever you do, you have to have a clear conscience. You have to be worthy of yourself. And Ran. Chapter 145, 24-hour unmanned vending store? Selling what? In fact, Zhang Haiyuan was not to admonish Zhang Feng and then forcefully come to education. Mainly because just now downstairs Su Wanxiang woke him up. Just now, the old comrade Su quietly hugged his shoulder. Said he and the Shangjiang officials have a little contact. Want to help the old Jiang make efforts to mix up a little. Zhang Haiyuan admitted that the moment Su Wanxiang proposed, he was really moved. This is tantamount to a student who is preparing to take the examination in Beijing suddenly meeting an old man who says that his son is a university scholar of the current dynasty and tells the student that he can be directly successful in the examination without having to make any effort to take the examination. There is a saying that everyone despises getting something for nothing, but most people want something for nothing. But in the end, Zhang Haiyuan still smiled and politely refused the old Su's proposal, just to show his own noble? To put it bluntly, with this kind of unique relationship chain, why would Lao Jiang not want to use it? But he knows better than that. Virtue and talent do not match. The position is very scary. It wasn't true that the position he had been thinking of was easily accessible, but he was still the same man he was now, and he couldn't be in that position with the guts he had at this point in his life. After politely refusing Lao Su, Lao Jiang also thought of his own son, which led to this scene when he went upstairs to caution Zhang Feng. Dad, there's no need to say more. I understand everything. Don't worry. How could Zhang Feng not understand Zhang Haiyuan's meaning? In the end it's just a few words. Don't drift. You still have to take things one step at a time. Old Zhang held a slightly serious look in his eyes in Zhang Feng for a long time before he finally heavily patted his shoulder. I'm relieved you're doing your job, brat. Then Pops doesn't have much to say. Oh yeah, don't you mess with your mom today. She's mad at you right now. What's going on? Could it be that the two of them are still separate in this matter? Comrade Song Ling intends to get to the bottom of it? Probably seeing Zhang Feng's doubts, old Zhang didn't beat around the bush and directly helped him out. It's because you don't care about her even though you know how to speculate. Looking at Lao Zhang's back as he descended the stairs, Zhang Feng fell into deep thought. I don't care about Comrade Song Ling when I speculate in the stock market? Good man. Suddenly Zhang Feng thought that in his previous life there was indeed a time when Comrade Song Ling was hooked on stock speculation. Is it true that there are thoughts at this point in time, but they just don't show up until that formation? Zhang Feng, who secretly said good boy, had the corners of his mouth viciously drawn. If it was something else, he'd have to think about how to explain it to Comrade Song Ling. But if it's speculation, keep your mouth shut and decisively advise her to get money in another way. Zhang Feng still remembers how shocked he was in his previous life when he saw Song Ling speculate and buy a single stock. You're playing a desperate game. One stock is the difference between life and death, right? At least buy two more to control the risk, right? At his suggestion, Comrade Song Ling learned to control the risk, so he bought more than 30 in one go. Good guy. The moment I saw the position, Zhang Feng people are stupid. That's not controlling risk, that's buying right back into a big market. Thinking of this, Zhang Feng involuntarily burst out laughing. Think the only time mom makes money is when she's sick and not operating for a while. When Zhang Feng returned to the bedroom, Su Youran was already fully dressed and sitting in front of the dressing table waiting for him. In the 10 minutes he had just spent chatting with old Jiang, Miss Su had changed her clothes. Plain white lining, navy blue coat, light jeans, combined with her light makeup with a few dabs. She has a taste of the big sister next door. After glancing at it, Zhang Feng was slightly stunned. What could be happier than having a beautiful wife with a variety of dressing styles? If anything, it's the wife's great aunt coming home tomorrow. Ahem. Ran, want to go out? Su Youran nodded obediently. Aha. Didn't I want to buy gifts for my aunt and uncle the last time old Su went to Shenzhen? It turned out to be delayed, and now it's just in time, and it's going to be a long time before lunch. Shall I take you out for a walk? For Su Youran's proposal, Zhang Feng agreed with both hands and feet, put on his lab coat and went downstairs side by side with her. After saying a word to old Su Lao Jiang, the two of them went out of the villa gate, but as soon as she stepped out of the door with her front foot, Miss Su displayed a hint of sadness. Turning around and opening the garage door with her key, she looked at Zhang Feng with one hand on her cheek in confusion. Jiang Xiaotu, which car do you think we should drive? So, just now, Su was worried because she didn't know which car to drive when she went out. Zhang Feng looked towards the garage after the corner of his mouth jerked hard, and the few models he could see from his sight alone surprised him. The A8, the imported 7 series, the AMG, the G63, the Phantom. To be honest, this randomly picked out a Zhang Feng would like to drive to see. Hell, don't say anything, go back to Pine City and hurry up to get your driver's license. Suddenly, the slightly playful and wonderful voice of Miss Su resounded in his ears. Like it? Like, which one do you like? All like it. Su Youran laughed, and then the beautiful eyebrow a bit cloudy and light. Then it's all yours. I'll steal that garage key from Su Wenxiang some other time. In that case, no one can open this garage door but you and me. Zhang Feng, who had been shocked at the words, also suddenly tightened his brows. Why don't we prioritize having a son in the future? Well, if she has a daughter who follows her mom, then I'll freeze to death in winter. In the end, Zhang Feng and Su Youran opened up another Sydney path. Hey, there is a car does not drive, is to walk. Mainly because it was a warm sunny day with blue skies, and the mall the two were going to wasn't much of a distance from home. The Su family villa was located in the famous rich area of Jinghai City, and it was also surrounded by a very prosperous business circle, and so a very strange picture emerges. Su Youran held Zhang Feng's arm, her beautiful eyes glancing wildly around. Hey, what kind of store is that? Why is there a pink light in front of the door? A foot spa? When did a hot pot city open here? Why didn't I notice it before? Why don't you remember the street being so busy before? It really wasn't that Miss Su was in a state of shock. In the end she had just returned to China not long ago. Within a few days of arriving in Jinghai, he gambled with old Su and went to Songcheng. Plus, on weekdays she went out in the car, so it was reasonable to say that she found the surroundings refreshing. Suddenly, a plaque squeezed in a marginal position attracted Su Youran's attention. It was daytime with plenty of sunlight, but still, she thought, that sign would sparkle at night. At the same time, a new term sprouted in Ms. Su's mind. She looked sideways at Zhang Feng with wide, watery eyes and asked suspiciously, Zhang Xiaoshou, what does this 24-hour unmanned vending store sell? In fact, just when Su Youran was surveying that store Zhang Feng glanced at this store, but he didn't expect that Su would actually ask him that. You don't think Ran doesn't know what they sell, do you? Zhang Feng touched the tip of his nose and smiled awkwardly. Honey, I don't care what that store sells, let's get to the mall. Chapter 146, Su Youran shocked, what's all this selling? Zhang Feng did not want to explain to Su Youran, or rather, he wanted to explain and how to explain. Tell her it's a toy and clothing and doll paraphernalia store? In broad daylight. What's the difference between this and taking off your pants and playing a hooligan on the street? But at this moment, Zhang Feng had forgotten one thing. People are curious. Whatever does that store sell? Su Youran wrinkled her pretty little nose. She was staring at him closely when Zhang Feng responded to her. In a matter of seconds, she witnessed Zhang Feng's expression change from dismay to brilliant to flat. Come on, this can be seen. Stinky Zhang Feng must know something, okay? At this moment, seeing Zhang Feng beating around the bush and not telling the truth, Su Youran's curiosity was bursting. Good Zhang Feng, just tell me what's for sale there? We're out just wandering around anyway. In case there's something in there that interests me, let's go in and sweep up. Just as Su Youran got halfway through her sentence, Zhang Feng directly wrapped his arms around her. Stop, Ran, don't go any further. You didn't see the look on that man's face when he walked past, going into the store and sweeping around? Ran, you listen to me, it's not good to talk about this in the street. I'll explain to you what that store sells when we get home. Let's evacuate this way first, okay? What's going on? What exactly is sold in this store? Su Youran was confused. She could see with her naked eyes that Zhang Feng's ears were a little red. Just because I asked what this store sells, Zhang Xiaosuk is shy? Hey, little maple if you are like this I will not want to go. Thinking about Su Youran playfully smiled, also ignoring the surrounding gazes of passers-by coming and going, like an octopus hanging on Zhang Feng. Stinky Zhang Feng, let's go to that store. How could Miss Su turn down a store that made Zhang Feng blush slightly just by looking at the door plaque? What she didn't know was that just this one sentence almost made Zhang Feng's calves go weak and kneel on the ground. What? Go to the store? Look at that. Ran, listen to me, let's not go. There's really nothing good in that store. I just want to go. I've never been there before. It's good to go in and get some fresh air. Ran, this really isn't. Zhang Feng wanted to stop Su Youran, but she had quite a bout of not getting off of him until she entered the store. Up to this point, Zhang Feng felt that what he had done was already benevolent and righteous. Liu Bei's 3 visits to Zhuge Wulong have all invited him out of the mountain, which persuaded Su Xiaolu 3 times that she still wanted to go. Ran, if you want to go so badly, then then you have to promise that you can't blame me for whatever you see later on no matter how shy you are. At this point, Zhang Feng is not going to tell Su Shan what kind of store this is. Just have to let her go in there for a while and see for herself and then shy away and grow a memory so she can be a little bit in awe of the unknown in the future. Nothing wrong with that. That's how a daughter-in-law should be educated. Alright Jiang Shao sufferer, you think sister is as shy as you are? If a store can open here in a big way then there must be a reason for it. Seeing Zhang Feng finally loosening up, Su Yuran's eyebrows loosened up and tugged him towards the 24-hour unmanned vending store. Humph. I'd like to see what's in there that actually makes people blush and shy. This store must not be something unseemly since it can open here in a big way. But the closer she got to that store the more Su Yuran felt that something was wrong. Why do I feel like so many people are looking at me in Zhang Feng? This store, it can't really be some kind of hookup, can it? Ah, what the hell? Whatever it is, it's at the door. Gotta get in there. Su Yuran's beautiful eyebrows crossed, and pulling Zhang Feng, she pushed the door and walked into the store. She breathed a sigh of relief the moment she saw the variety of items displayed in the vending machine. Stinky Zhang Feng, that's it huh? It's no big deal. Selling cigarettes, gum, toy dolls, stockings only. Su Yuran felt uninterested with a faint glance, but the next second Zhang Feng laughed. Ran, why don't you take a closer look? Take a closer look? It's just so much more than that. Su Yuran snapped back to resurvey the merchandise, and 3 seconds later, Miss Su almost lost her person directly. Wait. This is indeed a cigarette, but it's not gum, and it's not an ordinary toy doll. Ah, what's this bottom row? The fascia meter. And what's in the bottom row? The next second, an excited, piercing shout rang out. Aha! Su Yuran, whose brain was blank, directly jumped into Zhang Feng's arms and buried her hot face directly. How could she not understand what it was all about at this moment? At this moment she also completely realized. No wonder stinky Zhang Feng would blush. No wonder those people would be surprised to see us enter the store. What about Ran? Let's do a sweep. Empty the store? Zhang Feng flirted with the corners of his mouth slightly raised, and he was greeted by Su Yuran's clenched fists. Shut up. No talking. Fine. I won't say anything. So may I ask your wife, when do we leave the store? Su Yuran was stunned. Yes, can't stay here all the time. Have to hurry out. We'll run out when there aren't many people out there. As the words fell, Su Yuran carefully turned around, moved her small steps to the vending machine, and swept the code to buy a pack of cigarettes. Immediately after that, she handed the casually purchased 9 to 5 to Zhang Feng's hand. Stinky Zhang Feng, when we go out in a while, you take this box of cigarettes. Well, we came in to buy cigarettes, not to do anything else. Su Yuran's shyness continued until she finished buying gifts for Lao Jiang and comrade Song Ling at the mall. On the way home, passing the unmanned store once more, she secretly glanced at it again. Seeing this, Zhang Feng said with the corners of his mouth slightly raised, Ran, why don't you and I go back inside and reminisce? A little reminiscence? Su Yuran handed Zhang Feng a sultry expression, but in the end she did want to go in again. Heaven and earth. Not that she wanted to go in there and see anything, mainly when she was buying cigarettes in that bout. She noticed that Zhang Feng's eyes kept resting on a set of uniforms on the third level of the vending machine. Looks like, stinky Zhang Feng likes that suit? To be honest, Su Yuran felt that anyway. She had been honest for a long time, so if Zhang Feng liked it, it wasn't impossible to wear it to make her man happy. But the truth was, she wanted to treat Zhang Feng too. It was just that she really didn't want to go back into that store. Who wants to reminisce? Hurry up and go home. Su Yuran didn't look away, took Zhang Feng's arm and left quickly. After returning to her own villa, Miss Su took advantage of Zhang Feng's efforts in the bathroom to have a brilliant plan in mind. Actually, a lot of times people can avoid embarrassment because they can ask someone else to do it for them. Hey, I seem to have brought Secretary Zhang with me this time, right? Hey, I don't think she's busy right now, is she? Chapter 147, Bullying, right? You don't want to go home without getting drunk, do you? Come on, she's my personal secretary. It's not too much to ask her to buy a dress. In fact, if you change before let Zhang Hongyan to do this thing Su Yuran must be extremely reluctant. But since the last time when Secretary Zhang misunderstood her and Zhang Feng in the office, after the shyness passed, Su Yuran also want to open up. Misunderstanding on misunderstanding. So what's wrong with buying a uniform when you've been misunderstood like that? Thinking of this, Miss Su didn't dawdle, took out her cell phone and called Zhang Hongyan. Secretary Zhang, I'll send you a store location, so buy a dress for me and send it over when you have time. I'm not at liberty to say the exact name of the store. I'll send you a message. Well, ask for the dress in the very center of that vending machine in the middle. It wasn't really that Miss Su had to make a mess. It was mainly because she felt that if she wasn't wrong, the clothes should be of use. Stinky Zhang Feng's eyes are straight. Tomorrow is another important day. I'll buy it as a surprise for him tomorrow. At 11:30, Li Shu and Song Ling smiled at each other as they finished working on their lunch. Sister-in-law, I'll just serve the dishes. Go tell them to come and eat. Lao Su and Lao Jiang were the first to arrive at the battlefield. Very silently, one person touched 2 bottles of wine and opened them. They had just come to an understanding during a casual conversation on the couch. What? I've made a good friend who's my in-laws. What's this? I'm overjoyed. And I'm so happy to add to my family that I can't do this at noon without swirling the bottle around. So, wait until Zhang Feng to round the table to see a bottle and a half of white wine placed in their hands when people numb. Dad, uncle, this is, with his own father-in-law and old husband present. Zhang Feng was of course going to accompany the wine, but in the end he didn't want to drink so much. A bottle and a half? Zhang Feng thinks he'll go straight to Jesus after drinking it. Son, drink as much as you can. It's fine. I'm happy today. And I'm not doing anything this afternoon anyway, so let's just drink and go to bed. Zhang Haiyuan squeezed his eyebrows and said to Zhang Feng, men always drink. When will you drink if you don't on this occasion? Yes, little Feng, today the 3 of us won't get drunk. No drunkenness? Hearing those 4 words, Zhang Feng's mouth twitched, while Su Youran beside him had her teeth clenched. Su Wanxiang, you still want to drag Zhang Feng away without getting drunk? Crooked, you know full well he can't hold his liquor. It's not deliberate bullying? Su Youran wanted to dislike old Su, but she knew she couldn't because Zhang Haiyuan was still present. Solely holding back the words on her lips with a petulant grunt, she squeezed Jiang Feng's hand immediately afterward. It's okay, Zhang Feng, I'll drink for you later. Facts have proved that the old Su and Lao Jiang really did not blow powerful. Just punch this drinking battle that is really not drunk not to return to the meaning. Good guy. Just half an hour into the meal, the 2 of them already didn't know how many glasses of wine they had snubbed Zhang Feng. If it wasn't for Su Youran taking the opportunity to hastily feed Zhang Feng a few mouthfuls of food, these few cups of hasty wine would have already made him fall down. It wasn't that Zhang Feng's drinking capacity was really low, it was mainly because these 2 were bullies. The situation just now has been similar to this. Little Feng, come, have a drink with uncle. Tell me if Ran Ran bullies you. Son, have a drink with dad and remember to be nice to Ran Ran. Yes, these 2 people take turns to drink with Zhang Feng. 1v2 really suffer. Zhang Feng handed old Jiang a grudging look. 2 wine-mongers bullying a man is not a good idea. And on the other side Su Youran glared viciously at Su Wanxiang. I'll see you dare to raise your cup again In fact, during the period, Zhang Feng also turned to his mom Song Ling for help. But comrade Song Ling felt that there was nothing wrong with what old Jiang and old Su were doing. My son does need to work on his drinking. It's better to be drunk in your own house than out and about, right? So at this moment, Zhang Feng was in an absolute disadvantage. Right at this moment, a doorbell rang, and Miss Su, who felt a slight tremor of the cell phone in her pocket as well, instantly stood up. Hey, I think it's Secretary Chang, right? Jogged all the way to open the door. To Su total good, shouted Su Youran slightly stunned. Standing at the door was not only Zhang Hongyan, but also Li Dafei who bowed with a naive smile on his face. The moment she saw Su Youran, the corners of Secretary Zhang's mouth rose slightly, but was then covered up by her. Ahem, you can't flirt with your own leader. But even though her mind was frantically admonishing her, she couldn't help but open her mouth. Mr. Su, the attack speed striking battlesuit you asked for has arrived. What's with the offensive speed blitzkrieg? Isn't it just a uniform with a little less fabric? Su Youyan was certainly confused, but she didn't think too much about it because she had more important things to do. Secretary Zhang did things as carefully as ever. By this kind of thing she knew Su Youran embarrassed, specially wrapped tightly in a black bag. It also saved Su Youran from having to make a trip to hide it. After receiving her uniform, she stared at the 2 with a smirk. Secretary Zhang, Dafei, have you eaten yet? After seeing the 2 of them shaking their heads, Su Youran gave a playful smile with a little bit of excitement. Why don't you come inside and join us for some then? Although today was the big day for her to meet Zhang Feng's parents, but at this moment, Su Youran also saw that it was completely a drinking game in which the 2 old fathers deliberately pitched Zhang Feng, drinking drunk, but also cannot talk about what important things, as if it is a common invitation to 2 people to eat together. At the dining table, Zhang Feng, who had been poured 2 more cups, felt dizzy, and he now really wanted to dive headfirst into the table. What held him strong was a man's dignity. But the next second, noticing the moment when the returning Su Youran was followed by Zhang Hongyan and Li Dafei, Zhang Feng directly went mental. Oh, Daffy, it's my Daffy. Noticing that Zhang Feng was sizing himself up, Li Dafei uncertainly and naively scratched his head with a smile. Brother Feng, Mr. Su told me and Secretary Zhang to come inside and eat together. I won't disturb you. Zhang Feng was thinking the same thing as Su Youran. If this meal went on normally today, it would be very intrusive indeed. but now Lao Jiang and Lao Suso do business. Then do not talk about what to disturb or not, and will not say what important things. Daffy, if you'd come earlier, I'd still be drunk. Zhang Feng looked back and realized that Su Youran had already given up her seat and handed Zhang Feng an intriguing look. Seeing this, he sucked in a breath of cool air and secretly gave Su Youran a thumbs up, then patted Li Dafei's shoulder. Daffy, sit next to me and let's me have a few drinks. Originally, Zhang Feng felt that it was no big deal for him to get military training by his old husband and his old man teaming up, but the moment he saw Li Dafei, Zhang Feng felt that it seemed like it was more exciting to help his old man and father-in-law quit drinking. It's a 2v2 this time around. Ow. Fair enough. Secretary Zhang was the one who followed Su Youran to Song Lingli Shu's side to take a seat, while Zhang Feng introduced Li Dafei to old Zhang and old Su. A friend of your son-in-law? And a drink? Great. Daffy, right? Let's not talk about anything else. Let's get drunk today. Yes, elder brother Jiang is right. Dafei, you have to drink to the fullest for our company. Hearing this, Zhang Feng snorted out a laugh. You can tell that the current Lao Jiang and Lao Su don't realize what they're up against. Chapter 148, Uncle, I salute you. It was the same as when Zhang Feng met Li Dafei and thought that he wasn't necessarily as capable of fighting as he said he was. Whether or not a person can drink cocoa has nothing to do with size. Therefore, even if they looked at the tall and strong young man in front of them like Tyson, Zhang Haiyuan and Su Wansheng didn't have any worries. All are standard big drinkers, and they don't wimp out on anyone when it comes to drinking. That's right, Daffy. You've got to show some strength. My dad can drink a lot. If you don't keep him company, then I won't let Secretary Zhang manage your business in the future. Seeing this, Su Youran said to Li Dafei with a sly face. Hey, Zhang Feng said Li Dafei can drink. Then he should be able to teach old Su a lesson, right? At those words Li Dafei almost jumped up from his chair. Mr. Su said he won't let Secretary Zhang control my business. Then won't I have fewer chances to meet Secretary Zhang? This is not good. I won't agree. On the other side, looking at the silk sparks coming out of Li Dafei's naive eyes, Zhang Feng sucked in a breath of cool air. Hey, yeah, Ran, that's a good one. The next second he reached out and patted Li Dafei's shoulder. Dafei, my dad can also drink like a thief. If you don't let him drink to his heart's content, I'll introduce my boyfriend to Secretary Zhang. Ga? Li Dafei's face was shocked, and he no longer had the expression of a naive smile, but was serious. He didn't have that look on his face when he took on the 10 thugs that jumped out of the commercial van. There was no other reason than he didn't want Zhang Feng to introduce his boyfriend to Secretary Zhang. Hearing this, Li Dafei could no longer sit still and picked up his wine glass at Zhang Feng's gesture. Uncle Jiang, Brother Feng is my boss. I'll toast you first. Although Li Dafei was in the security team of Wanshan Makeup, his salary was settled to him by Zhang Feng. And without Zhang Feng he wouldn't have arrived at Wanshan Makeup and wouldn't have known. That's why Li Dafei said that Zhang Feng was his boss, and there was nothing wrong with taking the lead in giving Zhang Haiyuan a toast. Seeing such a clean-cut young man, Zhang Haiyuan raised his eyebrows slightly. This young man is refreshing. Come on. After a cup fell into his stomach, Li Dafei backhandedly poured himself another cup of wine and turned his head to look at Su Wansheng. Uncle Su, you're my boss's old man. I'll toast you with this glass of wine. Like Lao Jiang, Su Wansheng also smiled and finished his drink. And things were far from simple. Li Dafei was terrifying. And Li Dafei under double agitation was even more terrifying. Instead of putting down his glass, he proceeded to help himself to another full one. Brother Feng and Mr. Su said that we must keep the two uncles company. I can't afford to be bad. Uncle Su, Uncle Jiang, this cup of wine I toast to your handsomeness. Uncles, here's to you both having successful careers. This cup of wine I toast you all. Li Dafei paused in mid-sentence. Hey, seems like that's as far as my vocabulary has peaked. What else can I toast to? Waiting online. Quite urgent. In a hurry. Li Dafei shrugged it off and hammed and hawed. Nothing for nothing. Just I want to honor you. Good lord. Zhang Haiyuan and Su Wansheng looked at each other, seeing the shock in each other's eyes. They were shocked not because of this talk from Li Dafei, but this cup after cup of wine that they toasted. What's going on? This is not a toast. This is poisoning. How can anyone toast a glass of wine followed by a glass of wine? Not. Daffy, you at least eat a mouthful of food. If you won't eat, at least let us have some food. After drinking the glass of wine with great difficulty, Lao Su and Lao Jiang coincidentally copied chopsticks and stuffed the food in a hurry. Seeing Li Dafei copied the wine glass again, the two are confused. This young man is really no CD? At the critical moment, it was Zhang Feng who stopped Li Dafei. Daffy, you're drinking a little fast. Don't hurt yourself. Zhang Feng's words simply warmed the three people. Zhang Haiyuan, a good son didn't suffer in vain. Su Wansheng, a good son-in-law really no heartache me. Li Dafei, ooh, Feng actually cares about me so much. To be honest, Brother Daffy really felt all warm and fuzzy in the bottom of his heart right now. Well, At such a critical moment Feng still doesn't forget to care about my body. I won't say anything else. I must help Feng keep the two uncles company. Feng, I'm fine. There's no difference between me drinking this and drinking water. Don't worry, I'll do it to your satisfaction today. Two uncles, this cup of wine I toast your willingness to drink with me. Good lord, old Jiang and old Su are completely lost. Young man, that's not how Jiang Feng interpreted that sentence. He didn't ask you to take a bite of vegetables. He asked us to take a bite of vegetables. Su Wanxiang only felt the hot sensation in his throat had not yet subsided, and his hand holding the wine glass did not move. Honestly, if you drink it slowly, the thin and slow kind of drinking would be fine for Su Wanxiang to drink for half a day. But now Li Dafei this kind of urgent drink, he is really difficult. The cup of wine in front of him, Su Wanxiang do not want to drink again. Just as he was about to find an excuse to politely decline the drink, a teasing voice came from the end of the table. Hey Gu, what's wrong with you? Dad, why don't you pick up your glass? Are you getting drunk? Ugh, no, don't get drunk if you can't. Aha! At this moment, Su Wanxiang raised his eyebrows fiercely, and with a wave of his big hand, he directly picked up his wine cup. Ran, don't talk nonsense. Who said I'm drunk? Just based on your dad's my drinking ability. This is not even close. The glass was up, but Su Wanxiang was in no hurry to drink. With his estimation of Jiang Haiyuan's drinking capacity, he didn't think old Jiang could carry this high frequency of alcohol either. Su Wanxiang coughed gently twice, a sign to Jiang Haiyuan. Hey, brother Jiang, if you just frown, I can think of a way to help us both get through this drink. But how could Lao Jiang know about this abstract way of signaling? Old Jiang, who had sucked in a mouthful of cool air, was thinking about it. He was thinking the same thing as Su Wanxiang, planning to politely decline the drink to slow down. But now it seems, the wine's not working? Yes, Ran didn't say he was asking if Su Wanxiang was drunk, but that doesn't work either. Old Su has raised his glass, but we don't? Doesn't that prove we're no good? No. Thinking of this, Jiang Haiyuan silently raised his wine glass as well. Come on, Daffy, let's go. 20 minutes later, Jiang Haiyuan and Su Wanxiang flopped down on the wine table one after another, and Li Dafei's cheeks were permeated with redness. Brother Feng, I finished warming up and the two uncles are already drunk, so do I not need to drink? But there was no need to drink. Jiang Feng nodded his head in a hurry. Jiang Haiyuan and Su Wanxiang were both drunk, and the only one who could drink with Li Dafei at the table anymore was himself. Good lord, Jiang Feng didn't even dare to think he could last a few minutes against Li Dafei. No need to drink. Okay, grab some dinner. After eating, Li Dafei held Jiang Haiyuan and Su Wanxiang with both hands at the same time and put them in their respective rooms. After chatting briefly with Jiang Feng, Su Youran again, he was dragged away from the Su family villa by Zhang Hongyan. Chapter 149, Stinky Jiang Feng. You can eat soft rice. After getting into Zhang Hongyan's car, Li Dafei looked down at the time and nervously scratched his head. Sister Hongyan, you send me to the train station. I should return to Songcheng. Today, Li Dafei came to Jinghai to find Zhang Hongyan by train on purpose. How to say? This is the first time Zhang Hongyan is not in the company. Li Dafei did not see her a little uncomfortable. Thinking of the security team did not have anything to come over. Before he came he and Zhang Hongyan had agreed to just have lunch together then he would go back. So, counting by appointment, it's time for him to go. Didn't you come here specifically to see me? And you're leaving? Mr. Su and Mr. Zhang won't return to Songcheng until tomorrow afternoon. Odds are I won't go to the office tomorrow either, alas. Zhang Hongyan looked at Li Dafei with a smile on her brow, the most sincere and most touching. In her opinion, Li Dafei simple and silly is really not a bit of bad intentions. There's no need to go back to take care of things. How can you say you're leaving in the afternoon and then leave in a hurry? Can't think of a reason to keep it? This big dumb kid. Then hearing that Zhang Hongyan wasn't going to go to the office tomorrow either, Li Dafei was stunned. The next second he grinned. Then I'll go back first, and I'll come back when it's morning. Upon hearing this, Zhang Hongyan giggled and laughed out loud. Gosh, what kind of simple mind has to come up with this kind of solution to a problem? Well, it's rather disconcerting for you to ride the train like that, too, with all that wine at noon. Besides, we haven't eaten yet. This noon meal was eaten at Mr. Su's house doesn't count. Just come to my house and rest and relax before you go back tomorrow. And by the way, we'll have dinner together in the evening. As Su Youran's personal secretary, Zhang Hongyan's annual salary was also ridiculously high, absolutely high class. Not only in Songcheng, she also had her own property in Jinghai, though it was just an ordinary 3-room apartment. Of course, Zhang Hongyan was certainly a bit forward-thinking, but her call for Li Dafei to go home and rest was really only superficial. For now, she probably merely found Li Dafei quite interesting. The time passed to 5:30 in the evening. Waking up in his room, Su Wanxiang felt like his brain was going to explode. He had never had such a hard time drinking. wobbling out the door with weak legs. He stumbled upon Jiang Haiyuan, who had also just woken up. Old Su forced out a smile and spoke drunkenly. Elder brother Jiang, are you dizzy? Jiang Haiyuan shook his head and spoke extraordinarily soberly. Not dizzy, good fellow. Su Wanxiang, who noticed that Lao Jiang was extraordinarily sober, sucked in a breath of cool air. He stared wide-eyed, glancing at Jiang Haiyuan from side to side, seemingly trying to find a little break that the old Jiang was forcibly holding on to his sobriety. But no matter how you look at it, Lao Jiang is not pretending but really sober. At this moment, Su Wanxiang man went numb. Elder brother Jiang, the two of us should be on par with each other in terms of alcohol consumption, and the wine we drank at noon today wasn't too far off by 2 cups. How is it possible that I'm in a daze and you're so awake? Lao Su, this sentence is the meaning of the words, do not hold out Jiang Lao brother. We together dizzy not good? It's not embarrassing for both of us to be confused, right? Ah, elder brother Su, it's really nothing, it's just that I drank 2 cups of yogurt before drinking at noon. Sawani, half an hour later, on the second floor of the villa, Su Youran's bedroom, a fragrance poured into his nose, and Zhang Feng opened his eyes hazily. After lunch he went back to his room and also hugged Su Youran and slept. At this time, the room was brightly lit, and Miss Su was staring blearily at him close to his face. Oh my good boyfriend, you're finally awake. Su Youran wouldn't tell Zhang Feng that he had just fallen asleep and started talking in his sleep, said something about the pillow being a little hard and too uncomfortable and then grunted. At that time Su Youran felt both funny and helpless, so she simply put Zhang Feng's head on her lap and hugged him to sleep. Of course, as a businesswoman, Ms. Su never did a losing deal. Sleeping on Zhang Feng's leg for nothing? How can that be? So, she took advantage of Zhang Feng's sleep to mooch a lot of oil. He. Realizing that he had slept dry until dark, Zhang Feng scratched his head awkwardly. In the next second, Su Youran had already handed the water cup to him. Have a couple sips of water first, your lips are dry now. Seeing Zhang Feng obediently drink the water, Miss Su was overjoyed and reached out her hand to pat him. Hey, little maple is so good. As a reward, my sister will moisturize your lips again. Taking advantage can be addictive, let alone taking advantage of your own man. Su Youran felt that, for herself, I'm afraid that a lifetime of kissing Zhang Feng is not enough, right? The crunchy feeling really brings back ugh. They took advantage of each other for a full 10 minutes before separating, and then Su Youran playfully smiled and brought up the matter of Zhang Feng muttering in his sleep. Stinking Zhang Feng, do you realize you're talking in your sleep? Ran, if I knew that I wouldn't call it talking in my sleep. Zhang Feng smiled helplessly, then his words changed. But I rather want to know what I have said? Hey, that's a good question. Nothing really, just you muttering about how you must be soft and hard. What's going on? See the hairs flying in the sky? Yes, that's Zhang Feng's picked flying eyebrows. Dreaming that it must be soft and hard? How can it be? It really wasn't that Zhang Feng didn't believe Su Youran, but this matter was so outrageous that it really couldn't happen. So we're saying we're the kind of people who dream and then, we're the kind of people who dream and tell our stories? It can't be Ran. I've dreamed it. Surely I can't tell the big truth. Good guy, stinky Zhang Feng, I just said that you really answer the truth? So you're really going to be a soft touch? I remember the saying that a toothache isn't a disease, it's a pain in the ass. Stinky Zhang Feng, soft rice eaten hard is not good for your teeth. I think you can totally eat soft. Heck, what's there to struggle with? Su Youran really felt that in addition to Su Wanxiang's abstraction there was only money left in her house. Seems like buying everything you want all over again wouldn't cost 1/10 of what you have in your bank account. Zhang Feng only needs to eat, drink and play with me every day. Of course, Su Youran thinks that this is not called eating soft rice. Completely unrelated, okay? Zhang Feng is based on strength to win her heart. Hey, who else can do it? Worthy of my wife? I never thought in a million years that the old saying could be used in this way. Really, if he hadn't heard it with his own ears, Zhang Feng wouldn't have believed that eating soft food and having a toothache wasn't a disease could be linked. See, it is said that my Ran is smart, funny and cute. Hey, okay, no kidding. Actually, you weren't talking in your sleep, you just kept tugging on my arm. And then the mouth kept mumbling something like, I'm going to be a little puppy next to my wife, I like you so much. Wife or something. Good lord. Zhang Feng could tell at a glance that Su Youran was deliberately teasing him. But looking at Su Yuran's red lips that were curled up an octave, he reached out and rubbed her head after doting on her with a smile. Hey, guess I really do have a habit of speaking my mind when I'm drunk. How is it that even these 2 biggest secrets are told? Chapter 150, choosing a day to have a wedding tomorrow? When Zhang Feng and Su Youran went downstairs, the 4 of them, old Su and old Zhang, were chatting happily around the sofa. Well, they talk a little wilder, too. Elder brother Jiang, in my opinion, little Feng and Ran's wedding really is just a matter of choosing a date. Let's persuade them later. I'll notify the hotel overnight. Then we'll contact our relatives. And it'll be done tomorrow. Ah, sister, the name you just said is quite good. If it were a little boy it would be Jiang Hao. If it were a little girl it would be Jiang Shiyu. Seeing Jiang Feng and Su Youran standing at the stairway, they lowered their voices coincidentally. Seeing this, Jiang Feng and Su Youran shrugged helplessly at the same time. Good man, we should have talked about it at lunch, but we were drinking at lunch, so we put it here, didn't we? Nope, that's not what you should be talking about at lunch either. Lao Su's conversation was pretty normal, so we'll just chalk it up to the fact that he's looking forward to us getting married sooner. But what did Comrade Songling talk about? What's the child's name? To be honest, both Jiang Feng and Su Youran had a bold idea at this moment. Is there a possibility that they could have come downstairs a little later and all four of the old suits could have figured out which side of the college their kids would enroll in later? Son, Ran, you came down just in time, let's eat. Can't wait for you too? Comrade Songling was the first to react from the awkward atmosphere and was the first to speak up to break the deadlock. And so it was that the 6 men, each with his own agenda, sat down at the table to settle their supper. After getting off the table, Jiang Feng and Su Youran decided to go out and go around to eat. Of course there's also the possibility that one doesn't want to hear the abstract ideas of the 4 old Su. They didn't go far, but took advantage of the just right moonlight to stroll through the park near the villa. The two strolled aimlessly on each other's arm, and suddenly Su Youran snorted out a laugh. Dad can really think, even if you're in a hurry, you can't do the wedding tomorrow. What kind of wedding is there without a license? Besides, at least let both relatives have some preparation time. Call them tonight and tell them to come over tomorrow? Well, at least 3 days in advance, okay? Jiang Feng of course knew that Su Youran was just simply spitting on him with no other meaning. Still, he smiled lightly and led her to a bench in the park to sit down. Run Jun, my relatives can get over the hump and be there tomorrow if you want. My old uncle will greet people for me. And well, there are no relatives in my family who can stand to be on the phone with my uncle for 10 minutes. Too much horse. So what if dear Miss Su was willing to marry? We'll take the account book tomorrow morning to get the license and then go straight to the wedding at noon? Just in time for you to cavort tomorrow night after your great aunt is gone and start with the baby in 9 months? At those words, Su Yuran's pupils were shocked. Hey, stinky Jiang Feng, this marriage to do wedding and not buy do net disc under the video. Open members cannot be so accelerated it? Besides, it's like a sudden launch into a face full of goo. It's too sudden and I'm not ready. Blah, 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 blah. What with the baby after 9 months? No way, oh Jiang Feng, you mustn't listen to old Su's nonsense. We're in no hurry. We'll take our time and wait until we both want to. Anyway, it's not like any of us are going to run away. In fact, Jiang Feng and Su Youran had talked about this topic before, and they felt that the soonest they could wait was until the beginning of spring next year. At the end of the day, the wedding is between the two of them. Not only do they need to prepare for the outside things, but the two of them need to prepare for it as well, right? But just now Su mentioned old Su's words again. Jiang Feng, who had been silent for half a minute, suddenly smiled and looked sideways at Su Youran. In his line of sight, Su Yuran's face just blocked half of the moon. The bright moonlight was like the most dazzling embellishment, and under its reflection, Jiang Feng fiercely felt that she was several points more beautiful, reluctantly forcing herself back to her senses. Jiang Feng clutched her hand. That's true, but I think Uncle Su has a pretty good point. The day of choice is better than the day of reckoning, and the day of reckoning is better than the day of reckoning immediately, and the atmosphere is all set here. Ran, will you marry me? A formal wedding can't be casual, of course, but a not so formal one. Jiang Feng and Su Youran are enough, right? Stinky Jiang Feng, is this a proposal? Count on it. Then why don't you take the ring? What's the point of getting down on one knee? Pick up a can lid anywhere. Run Jun, the hygiene around it is so good, there's no cover. Well then, hey, good wife, equipment is not enough. Feelings come in, I'll ask again, haha, will you marry me ms? Su, stinky Jiang Feng, didn't I just answer you? I said okay then. Jiang Feng and Su Youran were out getting bored until 9 o'clock before they went home. If it wasn't for the fact that the weather was a little cold, Su Youran would have said anything to stay a little longer. But it's good to go home. You can still get bored in bed. Hey, did old Su and the others go out for a walk too? Seeing the living room empty, Miss Su was slightly stunned. Hey, seems like it's really all out of the house. Doesn't that mean there's only Jiang Feng and us at home now? Whoa, little boyfriend, it's just the two of us in the house now. Go upstairs to your room and get mushy for a while longer. Although it wouldn't affect anything if a few people from old Su were at home, there was always the feeling that they were somehow being spied on. How could Miss Su not be happy to see them not at home at this time? She tugged Zhang Feng's arm and headed upstairs. Meanwhile, the mahjong room on the second floor of the villa. Li Shu vaguely heard some sound. Wan Xiao smile. Ran Ran and Little Feng seem to be back, so let's go out and talk to them. That's right. After Jiang Feng and Su Youran went out for a walk, the four of them found it boring. But on second thought, 4 people, hey, just a table of mahjong. So just come upstairs to rub mahjong. And while playing mahjong, Li Suk also revealed her thoughts. The general idea is to talk about the matter of Jiang Feng and Su Youran's wedding. It was similar to what she said to Su Youran. She felt that no matter how anxious the parents were in this matter, in the end, it would depend on the attitude of the 2 children. So it was that after a game of mahjong, she managed to convince the remaining 3 to be less pushy in the future. All they were waiting for was for the 2 kids to come back and then say that the wedding wasn't in a hurry for them to see how they felt going about it. With that, the 4 Su Wangxiangs left the mahjong room. Meanwhile, Su Youran was already going up to the 2nd floor of the villa as she dragged Jiang Feng. Stinky brother, hurry up, will you? You're going too slow. Phew, Miss Su was in a hurry to go back to her room to mooch off. Who knows when old Su and the others will be back? Hell knows if they would come back and find her and Jiang Feng to chat, but they can't interrupt the mooching and sweetness, can they? Holding the mentality of shedding the child and not catching the wolf, Su Youran's beautiful eyebrows crossed. She was the one who had dragged Jiang Feng up the stairs. Miss Su simply turned directly to face Jiang Feng, and then smiled wanly. Stinky Jiang Feng, remember that uniform you were staring at this morning? Actually, I secretly asked Secretary Zhang to buy it, so hurry up, I'll wear it for you later. At those words, Jiang Feng was directly energized. The uniform you saw at the 24-hour unmanned store? Ran I won't dilly-dally if you say this. Jiang Feng, who was getting excited, was just about to hug Su Youran back to her room, but the next second he saw the 4 Su Wangxiangs who quietly appeared at the stairway, behind Su Youran with a smile on their faces. Chapter 151, the next line of Bleakland and Balsan and Chushui? Gu. The 4 of them aren't out for a walk. They're in the 4 guys, on the 2nd floor, presumably playing mahjong? At this moment Jiang Feng touched his forehead a little awkwardly. Both he and Su Youran thought that old Su and the others had gone out for a walk, so they were more indulgent, including Su Shelio's speech just now. Well, the indulgence, it's just a little louder. There was no doubt that just by that smile on their faces, this was properly heard. And at this moment, Su Youran hadn't realized that there were 4 big living people standing behind her. All she could think about now was that she was going to flirt and tease Jiang Feng when she got to her room in a while. Hey, that's right, if you don't come back to the room with me, it's over. The more I tell you to come with me, the more you stand still. You're still standing here. Stinky Jiang Feng, don't you freeze la. Quickly go back to the room with me to do interesting things. As Su Youran's words fell, she quietly noticed that Jiang Feng was winking at her, and the latter's gaze also appeared to glance around her to behind her. Seeing this, Miss Su froze, then turned to look. Good lord, you don't know what you're looking at until you look at it. Mom, Dad, Auntie and Uncle? To be honest, Su Youran a little bit did not react. Red lips slightly moving stupidly directly froze in place. 10 seconds later, she reached up and touched her rolling right cheek, secretly glancing a few times at the 4 large living people standing in front of him, and then thinking about what he had just said. Well, it's not going to be misunderstood again, is it? By aunts, uncles, dads and moms? Stinking Jiang Feng, you tell me what's the point of living? My stomach hurts. Su Wanxiang, get out of the way. I need to go to the bathroom. Looking at Su Youran, who ran away directly, Jiang Feng's person went numb. No, honey, why don't you bring me along when you're looking for a reason to run away? You're embarrassed and I'm embarrassed. Is it really true that husband and wife are birds of a feather in the same forest, but they fly apart in times of trouble? While spitting, Jiang Feng had a flash of light and covered his stomach before walking quickly up the stairs. Hey Ran, we went out for a drink and my stomach hurts too. Jiang Haiyuan is very painful to give way to his own son. His own son-born son always have to be spoiled, right? Oh, it's also possible that Lao Jiang is more empathetic. Song Ling and Li Shuyi chanted, "It's good to be young," as they went downstairs for maintenance. Jiang Haiyuan was just about to go downstairs to have some tea, but before he could take a step he was pulled by Su Wanxiang by the corner of his coat. Hey, elder brother Jiang, don't go. I think we should do something. After Lao Jiang turned around, Su Wanxiang continued to speak. Actually, this incident is too much of a coincidence. Will Ran and Little Feng take it too personally? They were going to. Is this not going to get you out of the mood? This is the rhythm of pulling us to embrace our grandchildren. Hey, don't say, worthy of being a big brother. This Su Wanxiang is really considerate. Jiang Haiyuan coughed gently and raised his eyebrows as he took a step forward to Su Wanxiang's side. What should we do? Su Wanxiang replied with a hefty smile. Let's both go to the door and lie down to hear what's going on. Jiang Haiyuan, it's not a good idea to eavesdrop on the door, is it? Probably sensing Lao Zhang's resistance, Su Wanxiang opened his mouth to explain. Let's both just listen to whether Xiao Feng and Ran Ran took it to heart or not, and nothing else. If we're sure nothing's wrong, we'll pull out. It's not a big problem. It's okay. If there's anything that really happens, I'll count it all on Su Wanxiang's head, okay? Holy, good buddy. Giving Su Wanxiang a thumbs up, Zhang Haiyuan tiptoed after him as he retraced his steps up the stairs. Stinky Zhang Feng, I didn't mean to leave you alone. I was so embarrassed. Su Youran, who had slowed down, realized that it was a bit wrong for her to turn her head and run and leave Zhang Feng there, and smiled and coaxed him in a low voice. At that, Zhang Feng shrugged his shoulders and smiled. That's not even a thing, my silly wife. Here, give me a kiss. There's no need to talk about the past, is there? Besides, it's not even a thing. Zhang Feng felt that what was more important now was to take the opportunity to bite Su Xiaolu twice while her cheeks were still slightly red. Well, two people alone, this chick can't be shy, and that's a relatively rare gesture. But for Zhang Feng could bring his face over. Su Youran frowned and sucked in a breath of cool air. Wait. Zhang Feng was also stunned by her appearance and stopped his attacking state. Immediately afterward, he was looking at Su Youran standing up with a clear goal in mind, slowly walking to the door, reaching out and pulling it open. In the next second, Zhang Feng glanced at Su Wanxiang and Zhang Haiyuan, who were standing in the doorway. Aha! Uncle Su, Dad! On the other side, the bedroom door suddenly opened, and old Su almost stumbled onto the floor. He looked up to see his frowning girl and he sucked in a breath of air. Barbecue up, ran this expression. Old Su, I want to send Suddenly, Su Wanxiang thought of a very famous saying, a dead friend of the road does not die a poor man. Lao Jiang, Ran won't blame you. I'm sorry. At this moment, Su Wanxiang has completely forgotten to come before, and Lao Jiang said something he took. Before his own daughter could speak, he instantly turned his head to look at Zhang Haiyuan, his tone agitated. Big brother Jiang, I told you that my daughter can't lie down in the doorway. She can find out. Good man, you didn't listen. Now you believe me? I just don't understand what you're dragging me around all day to humiliate me for. After saying that, Su Wanxiang turned around with a curse and left. At this time, Zhang Haiyuan stood in place with both eyes confused. Of course, Su Youran would not make things difficult for Lao Jiang, but Lao Jiang still walked away with embarrassment. After returning to the bedroom, Su Youran helplessly beamed and said, my dad and Uncle Jiang are slowly getting acquainted, so his behavior is becoming more abstract. I don't even need to guess this is old Su flirting with Uncle Jiang. Harm. That's right, Zhang Feng thought so too. For Lao Jiang, he still understands. Good guy. This thing he cannot really do it himself. But Zhang Feng still wondered. No, Ran, so how did you find them at the door? Obviously there's no movement at all. In fact, Miss Su wasn't quite sure. She just suddenly felt like she was being watched. So he went to open a door intending to confirm it. Who knew that there were really Su Wanxiang and Zhang Haiyuan at the door? Maybe it's intuition as a woman? Well, since it came to this kind of high-end topic, Zhang Feng didn't intend to pursue it any further. Well, girls are always the hardest creatures in the world to guess. Su Youran also didn't intend to pull more on this topic, her gaze falling impartially on Zhang Feng's face. Suddenly, she thought of a phrase she had just learned and couldn't help but curl her red lips. Hey, stinking Zhang Feng, do you know what the next line of Beishan Chu Shui is? At least he was someone who had seriously studied in high school. Could this still be difficult for Zhang Feng? 23 years of abandonment. Ran. My high school language was so gosh darn good. Zhang Feng felt that there wasn't a single thing wrong with his answer. Until Su Youran Shan pasted up next to him and swept him lightly with a flirtatious gaze and said softly, No. It should be Babio Yukankas. Me. Chapter 152, Stinky Zhang Feng. It's time to go back to Pine City. The next day, because Zhang Haiyuan and Song Ling had to work on Monday, they were ready to go back to Xiangjiang after lunch. Before leaving, Su Wanxiang specially took out several bottles of their own collection of good wine and good tea stuffed into the old river car. I can't help it. Brothers are just like girlfriends. They have to be coaxed. He was still full of guilt towards Lao Jiang for what happened last night. Of course, it's only guilt. And Su Youran also took out the gifts that she had specially gone out yesterday to buy for the two Songling. Auntie, didn't you say you wanted my necklace? It's not easy to get the same model, so I got you one that looks just as good and fits your temperament better. I hope you enjoy it. Seeing this, Song Ling giggled and laughed. She was happy from the bottom of her heart. Not that looking at the delicate packaging tells you that it must be expensive. It has nothing to do with the value of the gift. If it's a gift from your fairy daughter-in-law, you should like it no matter what, right? She didn't squirm either and graciously took the tote bag, but it was also her first time to be a mother-in-law, and she still suddenly didn't know how to answer at this critical moment. Ran, what do you mean I hope my mom likes it? Don't you know her? Even if you just send an empty bag, she loves it. It has to be a real son. Little Feng, Mom didn't love you for nothing on weekdays. While secretly giving Jiang Feng a nod, Comrade Song Ling hastily took over the conversation. Yes, Ran. In fact, you and little Feng being good is the greatest gift to your uncle and us. Still, take your uncle for example. A man in the old Jiang family has to love his daughter-in-law. If little Feng bullies you, call Auntie Mia. I'll help you clean him up. Su Youran smiled and nodded her head in response, but her heart was rising in her heart. Hey, Auntie, like you said, the men of the old Jiang family love their daughters-in-law. Jiang Feng doesn't bully me. It's all about me being a little sufferer to Jiang in the dead of night. Ahem. Suddenly Miss Su felt that what she was thinking was a bit off, and hurriedly returned to her senses to hand the other handbag to Jiang Haiyuan. Uncle, Jiang Feng said that you are more frugal with yourself, and it just so happens that I see that your belt is rather old. Solely bought you 2 new belts. Song Ling's necklace was a pain to buy, but Lao Zhang's belt Su Youran and Jiang Feng picked it out for half a day yesterday. No way. The fish and the bear's paw cannot be both. Su Youran think by too cheap cannot express the heart, but also think of the old Zhang's work needs to be low-key. It took a long time to go around the block to get the veggiest, most vegan 2 belts at Prada. Seeing the 2 new belts, Jiang Haiyuan's eyes suddenly became wet. Our Lao Jiang also has a gift from his daughter-in-law. Good. After Jiang Haiyuan and Comrade Song Ling retreated, Jiang Feng Lao Su Youran and the 3 of them sat on the sofa and chatted with each other. Su Wanxiang, how to send the daughter and son-in-law away quickly. They cannot let go at home. Purely affect the rhythm of preparation for pregnancy it is not? Jiang Feng, tonight. Hiss. How can I open my mouth to persuade Ran to go back to Songqing earlier? Su Youran, if I mention going back to Songqing so early, will stinky Jiang Feng think I can't wait? What good reason should I use? The 3 of them were silent like this, and finally it was Su Youran who slapped her head with her white palm. Hey, Jiang Feng, why don't we both go home too? Just now, Secretary Zhang gave me the news that there seems to be something going on over at the company, so I have to hurry back and take a look. In the next second, Su Wanxian's big eyes directly lit up. Gu, something has happened to the company. This can't be done. Ran, you quickly take little Feng back to take a look. We don't have any money, but we can't let the company lose money. It's a big deal. Jiang Feng's expression was also extremely wonderful, and he directly rode a donkey downhill to pick up the conversation. Ah, it's so serious. Then Ran, you should quickly ask Secretary Zhang to pick us up. As soon as the words fell, Su Youran directly tugged on Jiang Feng's arm to get up. Secretary Chang was at the door 5 minutes ago. Seeing her daughter and son-in-law in such a hurry to leave, Comrade Li Shu was a bit startled, just wanting to open his mouth to retain. He was directly glanced at by Su Wanxiang with a few glances to hold his words back. So, Jiang Feng and Su Youran got on the bus without any problems. 3 hours or so into the trip, the 2 were sleeping on their shoulders, not tired of being in the sea of tranquility, but mostly afraid of being tired tonight at night and sleeping a little early. It was 4 o'clock in the afternoon when he arrived at Songcheng. Secretary Zhang saw that Jiang Feng had already woken up and opened his mouth with a slight smile to ask, Mr. Jiang, shall I send Su directly to your home? Jiang Feng shook his head after being slightly stunned. Go to the office. I think Ran said he had something to take care of. You can't be in a hurry and be early enough for 4 o'clock. The sun hasn't even set yet. Furthermore, Jiang Feng was genuinely bluffed by Su Youran into thinking that the colorful makeup was in a hurry. Upon arriving at the parking lot of Wanxiang Colorful, Secretary General Zhang breathed a sigh of relief. She was really grateful to Jiang Feng and Su Youran. Even though I slipped her a handful of dog food when I went to Jinghai, it was nice to sleep all the way back to Songqing and not abuse her. But just then, a soft, pouting sound came from the back row. Stinky Jiang Feng, kiss me. Su Youran was a little confused from sleeping. She had forgotten that this was a car and thought she was at home. She only felt that her hand was held by Jiang Feng, and she was hazily a little bit aware that she wanted a kiss. A smelly Jiang Feng, come and kiss me quickly. Your good sister wants a romantic and long wet kiss that helps her wake up. Miss Su urged in a soft tone as Jiang Feng and Zhang Hongyan were staring at each other. Jiang Feng, Secretary Zhang, why don't you get off first? Zhang Hongyan, Mr. Jiang, should I get off first? In the next second, she nodded lightly to Jiang Feng and nimbly got out of the car, walking towards the company building without looking back. Zhang Hongyan really hates it. Why don't I just get out of the car when we're at the office? Why did you stay in the car? I shouldn't be in the car. I should be under the car. I don't know if it was the somewhat heavy sound of closing the car door or Jiang Feng's kiss. Miss Su sat up straight in a mischievous manner like an undefeated man. It was at this moment that she noticed she was already downstairs at the office. Wait a minute, downstairs at the office? Shouldn't we just go home? Ran, if there's something going on at the company you should hurry up and take care of it. Send me a message when you're done. Jiang Feng said softly while helping Su Youran smooth her fried hair. That's when Miss Su reacted. Oh yes, I made up the excuse that I had something very important to do back at the company that bout. Hey, it's good that I don't have to find another reason to go out later. Okay, I'll take care of things quickly. Zhang Feng didn't stay in the car and wait, but went upstairs with Su Youran and went back to the sales department office. Wanxiang color makeup work system is considered very comfortable. Saturday and Sunday double off. Voluntary overtime clocking double pay. So there are a lot of co-workers in the office on Saturdays and Sundays. But what made Zhang Feng the most confused was that he actually saw Mo Shuai's figure. Good man, ugly, where's our previous agreement? What about our agreement that Saturday and Sunday is a double holiday determined not to come to the company? Holy, sneak roll me? Chapter 153, Zhang Feng. I'm ready. ****** Maple. Are you coming to the office on Sunday? Or after 4? The moment he noticed Zhang Feng appear in the office, Mo Shuai was also shocked. Then, a return like owl resonated over the office. It's simply great that you're here, Feng. Then I won't let Fatty Zhang help me out. Hey, Qin Siyu will be arriving in Pine City soon, and we both made a date to have dinner together in the evening. Look, Mo Shuai was directly interrupted by Zhang Feng in the middle of his sentence. Ugly, let's not talk about that yet. First you explain to me why you're at the office. Ideas are fine, but let's clear up the confusion, shall we? Zhang Feng was really confused about this behavior of Mo Shuai being able to come to the company on a Sunday. At that, Brother Joker smiled heatedly and scratched his head. Brother Feng, it's really nothing. It's just that a little while later Qin Siyu said she'd come to pick me up directly. I thought having her pick me up from work would prove that I'm hardworking by coming in on Sundays. Isn't this intended to give Qin Siyu a good impression first? Well, Mo is a bit as abstract as a certain. Zhang Feng didn't hold back a snort, but in the end, he was still overcome by Mo Shuai's words. Okay, that's something you can do. Now tell me what ideas you want me to give you? Zhang Feng, who was sitting at his workstation with his hands spread out and his legs crossed, was like a life coach. But when he saw the content on the screen of the cell phone Mo Shuai handed over, his entire body was bad. Scram, my chow, Mo Shuai, you're a real pervert now. Stay away from me. Mom won't let me play with perverts. Zhang Feng viciously cursed twice as soon as he pushed Mo Shuai to the side. It really wasn't that he was acting agitated, but the picture Mo Shuai showed him was so abstract. Damn, idle nothing to take pictures of their own library head is not pure sick? Feng, no, let me explain. This is what I'm wearing today. What? Zhang Feng gave Mo Shuai a headbutt without saying a word. The next moment he thought of the old saying, a son does not teach his father. With that, he backhanded Mo and made up for it again. Get out of here. You can wear it any day you like. Go show Fatty Zhang. Don't pollute me. To be honest, at this moment, Zhang Feng felt like he didn't recognize Mo Shuai a bit. This kid, does he have some kind of weird fetish? Suddenly he thought of the temporary girlfriend that Mo Shuai introduced to him at the beginning. That little girl seems to play quite BT. How about, we won't play with Mr. Mock anymore? Feng, let me finish. I don't have any quirks. I'm just embarrassed to take pictures. Do you see me all dressed up today? Zhang Feng surveyed Mo Shuai with extreme reluctance. Indeed. I could tell the kid's head was freshly shaped, and the outfit today was quite a bit more spirited than what he normally wears. So, somewhat related to you taking pictures of Coop Head? Mo Shuai grinned. Isn't this the first time we're meeting for dinner today? I have to look my best from the inside out. Feng, you don't know. I've spent half the morning at home researching which cooter looks best. What? Zhang Feng didn't understand, but was greatly shocked. After freezing for a long time he could only think of one possibility. Qin Siyu stayed at your house at night? No, she just had dinner with me and she said she had a house in Pine City. Zhang Feng glanced faintly at Mo Shuai, his brows furrowed. He might have wanted to say something, but his lips moved slightly, never opening his mouth. Finally he sighed and patted Mo Shuai's shoulder. Thankfully, it's not BT, and you're still the same Mo Shuai I know. MD, this kid is really abstract. Time to introduce our company's old director to you to know? On the other hand, Su Youran, who was staring at Zhang Feng going to the office of the sales department, didn't go to the top floor, but took the elevator to the first floor again and turned around to leave the company. The return to the company itself is a cover for going home early, but Miss Su really wasn't going for an aimless walk at the moment. She was going to do the right thing. Finding a ducktail hat in the car, she found another mask and sunglasses to wear separately. At the moment she was in full gear like a big star out on the town. Just like that, after spending 10 minutes, Su Youran walked to the nearest drugstore to the colorful makeup. Hello, ma'am, what can I get for you? Seeing someone enter the store, the front desk shopper enthusiastically opened her mouth and asked, while she was still quite puzzled, let's just say, why is this young lady covering herself so tightly? It's not very cold out today, is it? But the next second she was relieved. I'd like to buy a box of that. Seeing Su Youran's hand gesturing in panic, The shopping guide lady immediately understood. What, may I ask, is so difficult for the guests to talk about and then to talk about in boxes? Yes ma'am, I'll get it for you. May I ask what type you want? Type? Su Youran was stunned. The shopping guide lady really confused her with this sentence. Is there a type of that thing? I think she's asking about the model number, right? Under the mask Su Youran's face read through. Red lips gently opened as shy to his mosquito voice sounded. Want the biggest size. Live long time Shopping guide lady asked herself she is not asking this She shook her head with a gentle smile. No ma'am, what I asked is what you need is. This stuff is very flexible and is size neutral. I'd recommend you get the ultra thin one. This customer buys more of them. Su Youran didn't know how she could have ghostly nodded her head. Well, after scanning the code to pay, Miss Su's quick hands stuffed the item into her coat pocket. Just as she turned around and was just about to leave, the voice of the shopping guide lady sounded behind her again. Your boyfriend is so lucky to have found such a beautiful girlfriend like you. Aha! Su Youran touched her mask and made sure her sunglasses and hat were on. No, how did she see that I'm pretty? Did I just accidentally show my face? Then she won't recognize me. Although I can't see your face with your mask and sunglasses on, I can tell you're definitely a great beauty just by your aura. Hey, Missy, have a nice and happy life. What the shopping guide lady said was really from the heart. The moment Su Youran entered the store she was shocked. It's true that you can't see what she looks like, but just by the aura and the tall and perfect body, you know that this guest must be beautiful. Intuition. A woman's intuition. Only after hearing this did Miss Su let out a long breath. Okay, thank you. Leaving the drugstore, Su Youran went straight to the company parking lot to return to the car. Taking off a piece of equipment she fiercely gasped a few mouthfuls of thick air. White palms clenched into fists smashed into the steering wheel. Big embarrassment. Blushing she pulled out her cell phone after a 10-minute mental struggle. At Yuran, Stinky Jiang Feng, come downstairs. I'm ready. The moment the message was first sent Su Yuran's eyes widened. Blah blah blah. What ready? After withdrawing the message in a rush, she resent it. At Yuran, Stinky Jiang Feng come downstairs. You're hungry. Go home and eat. Chapter 154, Mr. Jiang, I'll send you flowers. When he came to the underground parking lot, Jiang Feng met Su Youran who was standing next to the R8 and stomping her small steps. Hugging her from behind, he greedily inhaled 2 mouthfuls of Su Yuran's unique body fragrance without the slightest concealment. Ran, are things done? Su Yuran's right hand that was stuck in her pocket quietly touched the small box. Her face flashed with a touch of shyness while gently nodding her head. Feeling the tip of Jiang Feng's nose still leaning next to her shoulder, she snorted out a laugh. What are you doing, Stinky Jiang Feng? Although the body I use does smell good, it doesn't have to be like this, does it? Besides, it's the company's underground parking lot. If other employees see it, it's not embarrassing. It's just kinda a pain in the ass to fire an employee. No, Ran, it's body odor. You have a faintly very nice odor. Speaking of this, Jiang Feng quietly smiled and slightly lowered his head, reaching out to lightly pinch Su Yuran's cheeks, also ignoring her wide eyes at this moment. Her red lips pouted when her fingers pinched a little harder. In the past 2 days under the dual efforts of Li Shu and Comrade Songling, Su Yuran's face seems to have gained a little weight. This puckering up of the red lips adds a million cuteness to the flirty exterior. Ran, haven't you ever heard the saying? The fact that I smell your body odor is proof that my genes chose you. Su Youran wanted to open her mouth to speak, but with her mouth pouting, she could only let out a sound. Her eyes were even more tender as her red lips moved slightly. If I analyzed it correctly, Stinky Jiang Feng's words are also equivalent to a small confession, right? Hey, he never learned this earthy way of flirting? Returning to her senses with a pout, Miss Su decided to reply to Jiang Feng with a big hug, but before she could open her arms to embrace them, she didn't know where the latter had pulled out a bouquet of roses from. Ran, time is short, just a bunch of roses. Don't mind, good guy. The moment she saw the bouquet of roses in full bloom, Su Yuran's peach blossom eyes completely lit up. Where did Jiang Feng hide the roses? Never mind what I care. Ha. Miss Su, who was just about to receive the roses and say thank you, kept her eyes on the side of Jiang Feng's face. How can I put it? This just gets better and better the more you look at it and the more you love it. Jerking her fragrant body, Su Youran put away her expression of delight, feigned a hint of Susanna, and also secretly wrinkled her brow. Just one bunch? Heck, I don't even want it if it's too small. She said it with a grimace, but reached out and took the bouquet of roses as she spoke. Jiang Feng touched the tip of his nose in embarrassment after hearing this. This is what he just saw a kid selling on the roadside when he left the company building. He picked the best blooming of the only 3 flowers left. Go right Ran what array has not seen I send a bunch of seems to be a bit worse meaning? The flowers should be sent from 999 bouquets. Jiang Feng patted his head and regretted a little. but he felt wrong. According to reason, as long as it's a gift from us, Su should like it. Probably seeing Zhang Feng's thoughts, Su Youran snorted out a laugh, holding the rose in one hand and Zhang Feng in the other. Stinky Zhang Feng, you gave me this bouquet of flowers, so now it belongs to me, and I have the right to dispose of it, right? Zhang Feng nodded his head in consternation. So in the next second Su Youran handed this rose back to him, which made Zhang Feng even more dismayed. Seeing this, Miss Su hurriedly opened her mouth to explain. Well, brother, first of all I am very happy and pleased to receive this bouquet of roses from you, because roses are a symbol of love. Even if it's just a bunch, at least I can feel your heart. Of course I want this bouquet of roses. I can't wait to put it in my pocket and then have someone make a specimen and frame it to commemorate this thought of yours. Just now I thought of the saying that a lot of men never get a bouquet of flowers in their life, except at their own funeral. I think that's horrible. Love is supposed to be between two people, so why is all the romance on weekdays reserved for the woman? So then I'll shamelessly accept this bouquet of flowers from Mr. Jiang and then give it to Mr. Jiang, even though this matter was done rather hastily, but I think Mr. Jiang, who is willing to hold me in his heart and love me, won't mind, right? After returning home, because all she could think about was what she was going to do in a while, even eating Su Youran was red-faced the whole time. It's not like she had any experience. This kind of thing couldn't be ho-hum even if she was alone with Zhang Feng and the two of them. But in the end, she had mixed feelings at the moment, probably shyness, timidity, anticipation and excitement. After packing up the dishes, Zhang Feng subconsciously asked, Run Jun, want to watch a movie? Just the one you were wondering about earlier? Although that movie wasn't very decent, but at least it was promised to Su Xiaolu. To his confusion, Su Youran lightly bit her red lips and shook her head. Forget it, I don't really want to watch TV right now. Do not want to see? Good, it just so happens that I forgot what that number is. Zhang Feng slapped his legs and screamed, so we'll play a game for a while? What's going on? Su Youran handed Zhang Feng a sultry look and pouted with a pouty mouth. No, don't want to play. If you don't play games or watch TV, you can't go out and sneak around at this hour. Zhang Feng raised his eyebrows slightly. So we shower and go to bed? As soon as the words left her mouth, Miss Su stood up in a mischievous manner and took Zhang Feng's arm. Come on, let's get together. Half an hour later, the two men who had changed into their pajamas lay down on the bedroom bed. Miss Su, who had already made sure of it during the bath, rubbed herself towards Zhang Feng's arms and softly said in a voice as tiny as a mosquito, Zhang Feng, it's gone. Let's. Zhang Feng of course knew what Su Youran was referring to, and held back the words bon voyage. Immediately afterward he rolled right over. Let's do something horny. To be honest, Zhang Feng has long wanted to. Grass. Showdown. He is just greedy Su Youran body. Come on. With such a divine wife by his side every day, and having just taken a bath together, who knows how hard Zhang Feng is feeling right now. Looking at his somewhat anxious appearance, Su Youran snorted out a laugh, and hastily yanked over the pillow to hold it with her arms, with a look of swearing not to follow Zhang Feng's example. Stinky Zhang Feng, what are you thinking? I haven't even nodded my head in agreement yet. Hey, speaking to you from the heart, as much as we were able to meet, I'm a big believer in fate and providence. Why don't we look at the providence today as well? Saying that, Su Youran pulled out her already clenched little fist from behind her back. Zhang Feng, guess which of my hands is hiding the candy? If you guessed right, then tonight I'll. Whatever you want, okay? Zhang Feng glanced at Su Youran in great shock, followed by lowered eyes surveying the two small fists. After just a few sweeps he pointed his right fist at her. In this hand, right? Chapter 155, Double Mahjong, Mississippi vs. Two Cylinders. Zhang Feng didn't know how he had guessed at Su Youran's right hand. Maybe it's because on walks she often stands on the left and then leads herself with her right hand? Just like Su Youran said to Zhang Feng in the beginning, she likes to hold important things tightly in her right hand. She said she wasn't too strong, and that she often used her right hand a little more forcefully, better able to clutch important things without losing them. As expected, just as Zhang Feng guessed, Su Youran's right fist did exhibit a candy when he stretched it. Congratulations for guessing correctly, oh Mr. Jiang. At this moment, Su Youran's eyes were filled with soft light as she nodded excitedly to Zhang Feng. How could Miss Su leave such a matter to the will of heaven to decide? This was nothing more than a small test for Zhang Feng. If Zhang Feng remembered her little habit, then he wouldn't have guessed wrong. A right hand is the answer Su Youran wanted. After handing the candy in her right hand to Zhang Feng, Su Youran took advantage of his inattention to reach her left hand into her pajama pocket and put the candy she was clutching in her left hand. With that she let out a long breath, laying down on the bed and swinging her whole body into a wide position, and let out a playful and pleasant voice and said, Okay, Mr. Jiang, you can do whatever you want tonight. Well, I'll just be a good little goblin and listen to you. The next morning, Jiang Feng rubbed his temples and opened his hazy sleepy eyes, and smiled slightly after seeing a bright red on his bedding. He doesn't even know when he fell asleep last night. 3 or 4 times later? Ah shucks. What 3 times 4? After 3 and 4? Anyway, the double mahjong game between him and Su Youran last night was quite intense and really exciting, because it was the first time they both played 2-player mahjong. Jiang Feng and Su Youran carried on quite arduously, and only later did they slowly become skillful. Let's just say the last game before bedtime. When Jiang Feng played a youngest chicken, Su Youran played a 2-barrel. Immediately after Jiang Feng casually played one, Su Youran played another 2-cylinder and snapped the card over, leaving only the back of the mahjong. The scorching battle had made Jiang Feng tired and sweaty, and Su Youran was also sweating profusely. In the end, with Jiang Feng losing, willing to gamble, he directly threw a few $100 million of contracts into Su Youran's face, probably too tired. Looking at the sleeping Su Youran, Jiang Feng shook his head with a doting smile. If it were a normal day, if he had rolled over as drastically as he did just now, it would be impossible for Su Youran not to wake up. After washing and dressing, he was ready to go downstairs to buy breakfast. After all, playing double mahjong is very tiring. This breakfast should never be skipped. It was the moment he left the house that Jiang Feng unconsciously held up the wall. Carrying breakfast back home, Jiang Feng realized that Su Youran hadn't woken up yet, and just as he was thinking about whether or not to wake Su Youran up, a phone rang. It came from Su Youran's cell phone, and the caller was Zhang Hongyan. Jiang Feng quickly turned his cell phone into silent mode with his quick hands, then went to the living room and answered the call. What's wrong, Secretary Zhang? Ran hasn't woken up yet. Hearing that it was Jiang Feng who picked up the phone, Secretary Zhang was also stunned, but she didn't think much about it and instead spoke directly. Mr. Jiang, there's a situation with the company, and there are many media outlets co-occurring to bash the company. It's about the last time the price of goods was changed. Didn't Mr. Su decide to give his fans benefits at a low price? The media is now speculating that it's us who are making a profit selling it for $80 or so, saying that the company's products are costing a pitifully low price. And then there's the one that says we're purposely hyping it up by saying that we were going to sell that product for over $80. All in all, this wave of bad reviews is so bad that the official makeup website is now going to be blown out of the water. Good lord, how else could it happen? Jiang Feng sucked in a breath of cool air. WOC, this is a bit too outrageous. He was watching Su Youran lose money to sell something, and now he's being accused of having other intentions? Come on, there's a materials list too. A little research would have shown that the cost is more than a couple bucks, right? While being shocked, Jiang Feng also captured a blind spot. Secretary Zhang, aren't there any media outlets that are very close to the company? This matter is quite strange. It's been 2 days since the company's accident. What did they do long ago? Why are they rehashing old scores and talking about this at this time? I'm guessing there's someone behind the instructions? Worthy of Mr. Jiang, you can even guess this. Yes, Mr. Jiang, someone from one of the media outlets revealed it to me, saying that it was instructed by the O Yang Daoshao of Jinghai City. It says that the self-editor-in-chief went to Jinghai to meet with O Yang Daoshao and came back to start preparing the manuscript. O Yang Daoshao? Jiang Feng raised his eyebrows fiercely. O Yang Minga? Him? You still haven't learned from that time you slapped him? Jiang Feng's eyebrows were filled with black lines as he narrowed his eyes slightly. Keep an eye on the company. I'll be over there in a few minutes to take care of this. After hanging up the phone, Jiang Feng wanted to give Kai Jiaming a call to let him help control the evaluation, but on second thought he gave up the idea. This is the thing that Wanxiang Makeup did the right thing. The control of the review will make people think that it is the makeup of the weak heart. Easy to lose a lot of money because of a small thing. After vaguely hearing a rustling sound, Jiang Feng turned back to find Su Youran standing at the bedroom door. Awake, Ran, still sleepy, and so tired, and a little sore. Su Youran rubbed her eyes. Shan squeezed into Jiang Feng's arms and couldn't bear to open her mouth to ask, what happened to the company? Little boyfriend? Good guy. It was still heard by Ran. Jiang Feng helplessly shrugged his shoulders. Su would have looked at her cell phone to know the news anyway, so he simply described the matter briefly. Are these media outlets crazy? Su Youran's pupils were shocked, tilting her head in a puffed-up manner. No, I have to go to the office. In fact, Jiang Feng and Su Youran said last night that they would not go to the company today to get tired of being at home, but who knew that something like this had happened? But in the end, Su Youran just said that she was sleepy, tired and a little bit painful. How could Jiang Feng let her go to the company to be angry? Okay, Ran, why don't you rest at home and I'll go to the office and sort this out? Su Youran didn't doubt that Jiang Feng could solve this matter, but she still shook her head firmly. Don't, little boyfriend, it's my business. The next second Jiang Feng frowned. Isn't your business my business? You're my wife. What did you say before? Be the little twerp next to your husband. Good girl. Wait at home. I'm here. It's okay. Wanxiang Color Cosmetics Limited Company. The moment Li Mingi, the head of the sales department, steadily parked the car, the man sitting in the co-pilot directly did not calm down. With an expression of extreme surprise, the man asked after swallowing hard for a few mouthfuls of saliva. "No, cousin, you've been hiding from me where you work, and it turns out you're at Vientiane Makeup? Holy cousin, how can you be in Wanxiang color?" Li Ming didn't get the point of his cousin, but grinned. "Cousin, I'm not bluffing you, right? Subsidiary of the Wanxiang Group, a proper and wonderful company. Okay, you don't have to be surprised. Your cousin, I'm at least a minister, arranging for you to be in the security team or something? Plus, it's not like you don't have what it takes, cousin. Even though you're retired, you've got a great body." Chapter 156. Yo, a beaten man has repeat customers? No, then I wouldn't have come here with you if you had told me you worked at $1 Million Makeup. Old Li, who was sitting in the co-pilot's seat, sighed in discouragement. He couldn't forget Jiang Feng's harmless smile and Li Dafei's sandbag-sized iron fist until he died. To work at Vientiane? Isn't this just a rat looking for excitement? Coincidentally, at this moment, Li Dafei was smiling nervously and walking towards Li Mingi's car. Ever since he started working at Wanxiang Makeup, Comrade Dafei has always been known for his diligence, and now with the addition of wanting to see more of Zhang Hongyan, he is even more diligent on duty every day. Of course, Daffy is also very beautiful and kind-hearted. He saw Li Mingi parked half a day, did not get off, decided to come over to ask him if he encountered any difficulties, need help. In this way, and Li Mingi quarrel a little cheerfully, don't head to look out the car window of the old Li directly and Li Dafei. "Lao Li, chow chow, he found me out here? Li Dafei, I'm a mother. I've never seen a repeat customer who has been beaten." At this moment, the unknown Li Mingi is still playfully introducing old Li. "Cousin, take a look. This is our company's security guard, your future co-worker." Isn't the young man naive and honest by the look of him? Simple and honest? Is that a word that goes with him? Old Li was shocked, but there wasn't much time left for him to be shocked, because Li Dafei directly pulled open the car door and yanked it down for him. "Get down from me, old customer. I advise you that you had better not try to resist." So, 10 minutes later, Zhang Feng had just stepped into the company when he glanced at Li Dafei, who was waiting at the main entrance. And there's old Li, who looks like a chickadee, and Li Mingi, who's standing beside him. MD really let Zhang Feng fall through the glasses. Ah, yo, O Yang Deshao front foot just popped out. Daffy, this will take down his bodyguard? That's efficient. At the same time, seeing Zhang Feng, Li Mingi hurriedly stepped forward and explained. "Mr. Jiang, what's going on with brother Dafei? He dragged my cousin and is about to make a move. My cousin didn't do anything bad. I was planning on bringing him to the company to join the security team." Cousin? Hearing this, Zhang Feng was directly stunned. So, a few days ago when he and Li Mingi first met, the latter said that he wanted to entertain the cousin who rushed over from Jinghai as the old Li? "Are you sure he's your cousin?" Li Mingi. "Mr. Jiang, I'm sure." After letting out a long breath, Zhang Feng felt that this matter was not that complicated, and with a slight smile, he signaled Li Dafei to let go of his hand and then stood in front of old Li. "Come with me to the office for a moment." According to Li Mingi's previous statement, old Li should have been fired by the Ouyang family a few days ago. Zhang Feng brought him to the office because he wanted to find a little useful value in him. After telling old Li what he encountered today with Wanxiang colorful makeup, Zhang Feng narrowed his eyes and laughed. "Old Li, what do you think about this matter?" To be honest, at this moment Zhang Feng's heart had a bold guess, only it needed to be confirmed. Immediately afterward old Li fell into deep thought. Heaven and earth, he didn't dare to lie to Zhang Feng at all. The hell knows if lying will see it through? This Li Dafei's fist was waiting on the side, and old Li didn't want to try it again. Moreover, he wasn't even an O Yang Minga bodyguard anymore, so there was no need to deliberately hide it. But after freezing for a while, Lao Li still shook his head firmly. "Mr. Jiang, I don't think this matter has the slightest bit to do with O Yang Minga." Seeing the corners of Zhang Feng's mouth move slightly, old Li hurriedly opened his mouth to explain. "It's really not that I'm covering for O Yang Minga, Mr. Jiang. It's that this matter really isn't like O Yang Daoshao's style. After that last incident, Master O Yang is very strict with him. It can be said that the Dafei brothers and your flurry of lessons coupled with the old master's leather whip dipped in cool water really made O Yang Minga grow a long memory. He's also changed quite a bit. He usually likes to take me out to pick up girls and pretend to be a pussy, and now when he's not doing anything, he runs off to help Master O Yang manage the company." Mr. Jiang, old Li, I still kind of understand O Yang Minga. He's really changed. He's not pretending. So I don't think he did this thing. The moment old Li's words fell, Zhang Feng narrowed his eyes and smiled. Seriously, old Li gave him the answer that was what he wanted to hear. "Yes, this matter has nothing to do with O Yang Minga at all. If I had to say it had something to do with him, it would probably be that the kid had been set up." To be honest, the moment Secretary Zhang called Zhang Feng felt that it was O Yang Minga who hadn't run away, but on the way to the office he thought about it more carefully, and felt that this matter was very strange. Just now he and Secretary Zhang also talked, just to tell her this matter and O Yang Minga have relations with the media and Wanxiang Color Cosmetics relationship is really not good. Moreover, the other party had a bit of intention to come to snitch, and even took out the photo of yesterday's meeting between his own editor-in-chief and O Yang Minga, which was very puzzling. Try to ask. O Yang Minga as Jinghai City, O Yang Group's top young master. His ing again waste with his old man's network is not so bad to do things to block the mouth of the small media in Songcheng, right? It's safe to say that these media outlets will just have to shut up whenever he wants them to. It's like when he took old Li and then dared to come to the company to beat up people. He has a backing. He really has a background. But now it's been revealed without any concealment at all, and it's even directly linked to the name. Honestly, it made it hard for Zhang Feng not to think of who was deliberately planting evidence to frame O Yang Minga. And it's easy to find out who's playing this kind of dirty tricks. Just ask O Yang Minga. Thinking of this, Zhang Feng dialed Su Wanxiang's phone. Uncle Su, can you ask someone to go to O Yang Group or give O Yang Old Dong a call? I want to know where O Yang Minga was last night and who he stayed with. Jinghai City, in a top villa in the city center. A man elegantly shaking his glass of red wine smiled at the sight of his hurriedly running assistant and stood up. Concerned. What's all the panic about? Ru, don't run and fall. It'll hurt. Called Ru woman is his assistant. At this time Ru was gasping for breath. Get the boss's concern after she did not have a trace of excitement, but instead her face flashed a burst of apprehension. As expected, in the very next second, the man kicked her hard in the chest, followed by the red wine glass exploding in her ear, the sputtering glass nearly cutting her cheek, and the streaking drops of red wine soaking her shirt. Asterisk 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 asterisk. You're the assistant I keep? If you didn't know, you'd think I had a dog. What are you running for? What's all the fuss about? Grass. Disturbing my drinking pleasure. After a few harsh curses, the man sat back down on the couch with a cold snort while extending his right hand to gesture. 3, 2. Before his gesture changed to 1, Ru didn't bother to rub her eyes, which were sore from the wine, and hurriedly spoke. Young master, it's your plan that's making progress. Just as you thought, the Wanxiang makeup side has already turned their spearheads against O Yang Minga. Just got the news that Su Dong of Wanxiang Group personally went to O Yang Group to look for O Yang Minga. Presumably to ask for a statement? Chapter 157, Old O. Shall we cooperate? Upon hearing Ru's words, the man's shadowy eyes exploded with refined light. Su Wanxiang went to the O Yang Group to ask about this? What's the big deal? Worried about your company or worried about your son-in-law? You go down. The man stopped thinking and instead waved his hand signaling Ru to withdraw. At those words, Xiao Yun hastily straightened up, just ready to trot away but felt a chill on her back, gritted her teeth and changed to a quick and elegant walk away. After the door to the room was closed, the man quirked the corner of his extremely playful mouth and circled Vientiane makeup on the page in front of him. Let's start with this as the first step in taking down the Vientiane Group. Jinghai City, O Yang Group, Chairman's Office. Zhang Hua, O Yang Tianhua's secretary, saw that it was Su Wanxiang who had come, bounced up from his chair with a miso, and greeted him with a quick step and a sarcastic smile. Gu, Su Dong, I said today inexplicably extraordinarily happy it. The original is that I have long predicted Su Dong you will come. It's been a long time since I've seen you. Su Dong is getting more and more energetic and handsome, and when others look at you, they probably think you're younger than me. Su Wanxiang looked at Zhang Hua, who was a serious ass kisser and nearly 20 years younger than himself, and couldn't help but laugh and curse. Cut the ass kissing. You got a shock when you saw me coming, didn't you? Where's O Yang Tianhua? Is it in there? Zhang Hua bit his lip. He had vaguely heard his own old dong say that he had been beaten up by Su Wanxiang before. This Su Dong quietly came. Is not Mr. O Yang still do not know it? Should I find a chance to drag Su Dong for a while and then report to Mr. O Yang first? But what reason do I use to stall so tongue? Xiao Zhang, you're here by yourself today's. Ah, I'm going in. Who is old Su? Zhang Hua's days proves that O Yang Tianhua is in the office, right? Why else would he be so dumb? Why don't you just say O Yang Tianhua is not here? Furthermore, even if O Yang Tianhua is really not in, Su Wanxiang cannot go directly to his office to stroll around? Joke, there's no place in this big Jinghai that old Su can't go. See Su Wanxiang head into the house without turning back. Zhang Hua directly frozen. Su Dong, how you do not follow the common sense of the cards. He was in a hurry to follow him, but the next moment there was a thumping sound of the door locking. Zhang Hua, barbecue, can't get into the house. At the same time, the old comrade Su had already talked to O Yang Tianhua, who was reading a document with one hand shoving the frame of his glasses. There's tea on the counter. Make your own, old Su. Hey, I don't bubble. Su Wanxiang smiled and waved his hand to refuse. walking straight to O Yang Tianhua's side. His right hand quietly touched the cabinet that his right leg was against. I know, you have all the good tea here, O Yang Tianhua, don't resist, bring it on you. 2 minutes later, the old Su sighed a long sigh of cool after drinking the best honpo. Seeing O Yang Tianhua's unblinking stare, he put down his teacup and shrugged his shoulders. Old O, I really admire you. Your own son is going to be framed in the dirt, and you're still sitting here watching the game with a steady hand. TSK. Old O? What a strange name. O Yang Tianhua thought about his compound surname O Yang. How can he also be the old O Yang? Never mind. It's the old O. Old Su, what do you mean? My son is being framed? O Yang Tianhua can understand Su Wanxian too well, although he addressed himself in an abstract way, but he did not cease to ask, but quickly changed his words to ask to the point. Don't look at O Yang Tianhua on his own son whip dip cool water does not leave a little hand, but in the end, tiger poison does not eat the son, which has the old man does not love his son. Hearing that his own boy was being falsely accused, he couldn't help but tighten his brows. Yes, old O, if it wasn't for old Su I believe you taught your son well to stop my son-in-law. Now I'm afraid your son is going to be all shaken up by my son-in-law with a big mouth. For that matter, why don't you show it first? What? O Yang Tianhua was speechless for a while. Sure enough, Su Wanxian was still the same Su Wanxian. How did Ran get such an abstract father who was so sensible and obedient? Old Su, I'm not Qin Songshan, I'm not that good of a pit. And if your son-in-law really wants to slap my son, not to mention you won't stop him, I don't even want to stop him. Come on old Su, don't lie to me. Upon hearing this, and glancing at O Yang Tianhua's helpless expression, Su Wanxian awkwardly touched the tip of his nose. Well, in that case we won't talk about pit cuties topic anymore. O Yang Tianhua, old Oa. Now Ran is in charge of the Wanxian Color Cosmetics Company in Pine City. Today something happened. It was a few days ago. Today my son-in-law checked. There are media said to be their own editor-in-chief came to a trip to Jinghai and O Yang Minga met back to prepare to draft the attack on makeup. Not only that, they also have photos there of O Yang Minga meeting with his own editor-in-chief. This is evidence. What do you think about this? What do you think? Don't look at it first. Tap the table first. O Yang Tianhua slap on the desk. He felt that this is simply a pure frame-up of his own son, knowing the son is not like the father. O Yang Tianhua although very do not want to admit, but in the end since the boy on the pure rash type, he's very impulsive and radical. Whenever he's offended, he'll just say asterisk him. When did he ever pull this kind of stunt? Old Su, have you investigated who planted the evidence against my son? O Yang Tianhua was a smart person. He knew that since Su Wanxian came to him alone, he also believed that this matter was not done by O Yang Minga. Otherwise, the battle that came today was definitely only bigger than the last time he visited the O Yang family villa. I don't know yet, but wouldn't this be a good idea to ask your son? O Yang Tianhua slapped his head. Right, ask his son yesterday who asked him to meet the editor-in-chief of what newspaper in Sancheng is not it. After freezing for 5 seconds, O Yang Tianhua quickly figured it out. Tell me, what is Su Dong trying to pull on me? If all it took was wanting to know who was behind it, then why would Su Wanxian even bother to come here in person? O Yang Tianhua firmly do not believe. Sister Su Wanxian lazy it, he could only be a little what idea. It's not much. Lao O you search for I chow. My company is being screwed. Your son is being framed. Come on, who are we? Not the most important people in the world. Who would dare to touch us on a regular basis? How can we tolerate this kind of thing this time? If the two of us join forces in Jinghai, whoever he is, we'll be able to rule him into submission. Why don't you call your son and ask him who he was with last night, and then we'll screw him over together? To be honest, O Yang Tianhua didn't really want to work with Su Wanxian, although it is true that the previous incident was done wrong by his son, but after all, he was still beaten up by Su Wanxian at this old age. Throw chuck. But always O Yang Tianhua could not carry the old Su's raised eyebrow can smile sentence. Old O, we're all businessmen. Let's not get personal at this critical moment, okay? Don't mess with money. Asterisk. Really, I can't rub you where it hurts from my previous beating, can I? Chapter 158 Zheng Feng had an epiphany. 5 minutes later, O Yang Tianhua identified a name after the call. Old Su, lassoed out the words, Yin Wan Cheng, the eldest young master of cold cobalt mining. Hearing this Su Wanxiang frowned tightly. Not that cold cobalt mining had a big name that was not easy to deal with. Laugh it up. This mining industry is all going ing broke. Look at his house that K-line can make the heartbeat chart line jump flat. Rather, Lao Su couldn't figure out what Yin Wancheng had in mind to mess with us. MD has no grudge. Could he be trying to bankrupt his own industry early? Holy, his family is going broke and he's still here to die. Forget the old O. Make money well not pick the object. I'll talk to you about how I think about this matter. Not to say that the pit came in at $100 million, but at least we can take a hard breath each. 20 minutes later, after listening to Su Wanxiang's plan, O Yang Tianhua nodded approvingly. Old Su, that's a good move. Just in time to help his family go bankrupt quickly. Thus, Su Wanxiang and O Yang Tianhua's revenge plan was set. Grinning cheerfully, old comrade Su snapped his head. Boy, little Feng is still waiting for me to write back. I need to tell him to stop worrying about this and focus on his relationship with Ranran. President's office, Million Elephant Color Cosmetics Company. Seeing old Su call, Jiang Feng knew that it was the mastermind behind the scene who had the result. And after picking up the phone and hearing old Su's brief narration, Jiang Feng jumped up from his office chair with his butt. In Wancheng, the youngest master of cold cobalt mining? This person Jiang Feng can be too familiar. You know what he wanted Su Youran to borrow $1 million for before? Not just want to take advantage of the cold cobalt mining at Demon Stock to make some enabling funds. Cold cobalt mining was going bankrupt? Suddenly, Jiang Feng realized that this point in time just happened to be the time period when cold cobalt mining stock was going to go down in history. Not to say that Jiang Feng and Su Youran do not lack of startup funds after the relationship to the cold cobalt mining thing to forget. There's money to be made and it's ing. The main thing is that Jiang Feng is too busy, plus he is not very interested in this matter. Because he can earn not much. Cold cobalt mining will definitely become a demon stock, yes. This can really make money good. But Jiang Feng spells death feel that they brace themselves to take in 2 million. Boy, this is not the world of fiction. That In Wancheng is not the size of cute. I don't think he'll notice anything wrong when he sees the big money coming in. Jiang Feng relies on the difference in information. The ability to speculate on the stock itself is really equal to about zero. If In Wancheng changed the trading strategy, Jiang Feng may not be money have to be smashed into. Jiang Feng roughly estimated that the maximum amount of money he could make without attracting In Wancheng's attention was 2 million. Uncle Su, you're saying that you found Mr. O Yang. Mr. Su, you guys are planning to make a wave of cold cobalt mining together? Take advantage of his illness? Su Wanxiang smiled brightly. That's right, little Feng. How about it? Don't you think it's awesome? Quickly give uncle me some praise. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. And old Su's move to find someone to join forces with is indeed awesome. And coupled with the fact that this was supposed to be a seamless plan, it really deserves kudos. But Jiang Feng smiled helplessly. If he didn't have the experience of his previous life, at this time, he would definitely stretch out his thumbs to Su Wanxiang, and then come up with a wordy sentence. Wanxiang, little friend, is so smart. Give you a little red flower. But the reality is obviously very bone sensitive. In the cold cobalt mining industry, to suddenly fly up in front of the demon stock. The old Su and O Yang Tianhua, this move seems to be a little bit not enough to see. Uncle Su, it's indeed awesome. Except I don't think you and Mr. O Yang had to do this at all. I do have an idea. Uncle Su, you can turn on the speakerphone and let Mr. O Yang listen to it as well. It's not necessary? Why not? Hold him down while he's sick. Feng, seeing that his plan seemed to be highly valued by his son-in-law, old Su frowned full of doubt. It was perfect, but he still obediently turned on the speakerphone, signaling O Yang Tianhua to come along and listen to Jiang Feng's words. Uncle Su, Mr. O Yang, I have a friend who was secretly a trader for the Yin family before. He implicitly revealed to me that the Yin family's present-day stock market misery appears to be deliberate. They seem to have gotten so much money from so many of their own businesses offshore, and then found someone who worked for them to set up a short company. And then finally the foreign companies injected money into cold cobalt mining to make a stock market bloom spring. That friend of mine's words are absolutely trustworthy. So I think that the idea of you two is based entirely on the fact that the Yin family doesn't have the money to screw them over. So wouldn't it be easier to look at it that way and get yourself hitched? Speaking of this, Jiang Feng stopped, and Su Wanxiang and O Yang Tianhua on the other end of the phone were also in deep thought. They were frantically thinking about Jiang Feng's words, and finally the two of them looked at each other and nodded, agreeing that Jiang Feng was right. Feng, so you think, what should we do? Hey, old Su, this sentence is asked to Jiang Feng's heart. To be honest, after hearing that it was Yin Wancheng, Jiang Feng suddenly figured out a lot of things, and he felt that there was a lot of room for maneuver in this matter. Uncle Su, Uncle O Yang, with my understanding of this person Yin Wancheng, it's a small matter that he framed O Yang Minga to make things difficult for Wanxiang colorful makeup today. Behind him, he has long been aiming his gun at the Vientiane group and the O Yang group matter. In other people's eyes, I, Jiang Feng, am just a dragon son-in-law who has won the heart of Miss Wanxiang group's eldest daughter. But Yin Wancheng is likely to think more. He may not be thinking. A small staff became Su Wanxiang's son-in-law. Then in the future Wanxiang group handed over to him will not be very easy to get a mess. But last time, I gave O Yang Minga a beating, which gave Yin Wancheng a hint of doubt as to whether I, Jiang Feng, have something or he, O Yang Dao Xiao, is too much of a loser. In my opinion, this time, coming to engage in Wanxiang makeup including planting O Yang Minga is in Wanxiang testing the waters. He wants to see what level I'm really at. If I found out that this matter is his ghost, he at most a business competition and then make amends and apologize to turn the page over. And Uncle O Yang you do not have to explain. I remember that the relationship between your two families was not very good, right? And if I'm just like a listening to what others say is what they say, and a mouthful of determination that it's O Yang Minga who messed up, then he in Wanxiang is also sure that I, Zhang Feng, am a waste of space, and he can just take the knife of Wanxiang Color Cosmetics, and penetrate the Wanxiang group step by step. To put it bluntly, Uncle O Yang is not to be blamed. Once he's sure I'm a loser, then he'll also go after the O Yang group, right? Because O Yang Minga has been gotten by me, so he can determine that O Yang Minga is even more of a waste. He should lay out a plan to infiltrate your company and wait for O Yang Minga to take over and then, ahem. Zhang Feng's explanation was very clear, and the faces of Su Wanxiang and O Yang Tianhua were extremely brilliant as they listened. Su Wanxiang, old O, my son-in-law has a point, don't you think? O Yang Tianhua, old Su, your son-in-law is right. Chapter 159, Zhang Feng, money is also collected and people are beaten. Zhang Feng analyzed the head not to mention. The key is this matter Su Wanxiang and O Yang Tianhua two people did not think of this aspect who senses that a young master in his 20s dares to take on two giant companies? But now the more they think about it, the more likely it is. The cold cobalt mining industry are engaged in their own hand of foreign investment. There is no ambition? Feng, so you said you had an idea before. Tell me? True to form, Su always asks the right questions at once. Zhang Feng rubbed his palms together and hemmed and hawed. Uncle Su, Uncle O Yang, why don't we make a deal? Dealing with Yin Wanxiang out of anger includes making a fortune. This matter is left to me. You guys provide me with some capital and help. How about we split the final proceeds 40/30/30? My plan is a little young right now, but I'm making sure it works, and I want you to trust me. Zhang Feng's plan at the bottom of his heart were as childish. In fact, very mature. That is, he did not dare to say, because what he wants to do is the manipulation of the demon stock of the cold cobalt mining industry, which cannot give the old Su and O Yang Tianhua packing in advance, will be exposed. If it were anyone else, getting that principal investment without convincing the other side with a concrete plan? Dude, it's basically impossible, but Lao Su can do it. This thing is his own father-in-law, so it's reliable. As expected, Su Wanxiang didn't even think about it at all. Okay, little Feng, old O and I trust you. Name a number. How much do we need? The corner of Zhang Feng's mouth jerked viciously. Old O, what kind of abstract address? This was still the case when Zhang Feng didn't know that at this moment, O Yang Tianhua was being covered by Su Wanxiang to prevent him from making a sound. Uncle Su, what do you think about $100 million? 100 million. While the cold cobalt mining will soon come to the demon stock can be doubled. The profit is 200 million. Indeed, Zhang Feng said before that his estimated maximum investment amount was just 2 million. But the problem is that times have changed now. Inexplicably a large amount of money into the field will indeed let people cause alarm. But if this is Zhang Feng top size cute? But what if this is Zhang Feng's big and little cute title and he's spending a huge amount of money? In Wanxiang probability would have wanted to take the makeup to open the knife. See this that shall not quack excited? This is also to change strategy less money for fear of being anti-pig? 100 million. Zhang Feng felt that the operation could be realized. The next second a bright laugh came from old Su on the other end of the phone. Okay small maple. In a moment old OU we both will transfer 100 million to you What's going on? Zhang Feng immediately stared. Uncle Su, I said a total of 100 million Never mind, more is better. And there's no interest anyway, in case you need it. Thank you Uncle Su. But I still need you and Uncle O Yang to help me with one more thing. Jinghai City, O Yang Group. After hearing Zhang Feng's words, old Su violently sucked in a mouthful of cool air. Little Feng, are you talking about beating up O Yang Minga? Zhang Feng? Egu I go. Really worthy of my old man. Is he damn understand me? Yes, Uncle Su, the harder the better. And you can't keep your hand. And you can't tell O Yang Minga in advance, or else you'll be exposed. Just have to beat him up for somehow holding his breath. This wave, it really isn't that Zhang Feng is beneficent to take personal revenge. It's based on something. How can you put yourself in the cute little size? How can you put yourself in this big and small cute? Hot? Doesn't that make Yin Wanxiang sure that he's convinced that O Yang Minga is the one who messed up? Wouldn't it be okay to have old Su and O Yang Tianhua give O Yang Minga a beating? The harder you hit him, the more he'll believe it. The harder you hit him, the better it'll work out, right? O Yang Tianhua scratched his hair fiercely with a displeased face. Su Wanxiang, this son-in-law of yours is really smart, but he's also really detrimental. He had to take my son for all this. You say I'm a father who has nothing to greet my own son. I can't do it. Just as his words fell, Old Su's eyelids lifted slightly to gesture at the cell phone in his hand. Well, this is O Yang Tianhua's cell phone. Old O I just transferred the money to my son-in-law for you I just thought I'd try to see if it would work. But guess what? Your transfer code is really your daughter-in-law's birthday. How do you know my daughter-in-law's birthday? O Yang Tianhua sucked in a mouthful of cool air, snapped to think of giving the lady a birthday banquet called Su Wanxian before putting down his heart. But this matter is idle. The money has been transferred to Jiang Feng by Lao Sua. O Yang Tianhua shook his head inside again, and finally frowned tightly as he stood up and opened the office door. Immediately afterward, he instructed Zhang Hua, who was sitting in the outer office and was working, Xiao Zhang, make a call and tell O Yang Minga to come over to me, and bring me that collection of 7 wolves in my closet. Zhang Hua? No, mister. O Yang is preparing to beat up the young master again? Young master hasn't done anything wrong in the past 2 days. Never mind. Young master has carried through so many days. It's not bad for this beating. Okay, I'll be right there. After not seeing him for a few days, O Yang Daoxiao was slightly slimmer, and at 10 o'clock sharp Beijing time, he ran towards his old dad's office at a hurried pace. I've been such a good boy these past few days. Dad should have thought of how to praise me for calling me back in such a hurry, right? With an excited heart and trembling hands, O Yang Daoxiao directly pushed the door and entered O Yang Tianhua's office. Dad, what's the, hello Uncle Su. Seeing Su Wanxian was also there, O Yang Minga unconsciously closed his mouth. Su Wanxian's expression smiled, secretly rubbing his palms together. O Yang Tianhua, on the other hand, walked directly to his own son's front, his tone serious. Minga, I heard from your Uncle Su that you got the media to hack Wanxiang makeup. O Yang Minga, Vientiane makeup was hacked by the media? Then won't the Daffy brothers' fists dazzle that one little reporter? Dad, my own dad, I could do such a thing? I wouldn't dare say anything else. The corners of O Yang Minga's mouth twitched fiercely, and he hurriedly opened his mouth to explain. Dad, I didn't do it, I give you my word. Look into it carefully. Dad, look at how good I've been these past few days. Just believe me, it really wasn't me. Seeing his own son like this, O Yang Tianhua's heart thumped. Yes, Minga has been a good boy these past 2 days, and he's very sensible, so I feel bad as a father for falsely accusing him like this. After 10 seconds of silence, O Yang Tianhua patted O Yang Minga's shoulder. Son, Dad is firmly convinced that you didn't do this. Before big young Master O Yang could breathe a sigh of relief, O Yang Tianhua spoke again. Did you just enter the office with your left foot first? Akazawa, you used to be advanced on your right foot. What's the matter? Now you don't put your old man in my eyes? I rubbed the rebellious son. Deserve to be beaten. O Yang Tianhua thought through. MD money are given to Jiang Feng. This son will have to fight even if he does not fight. Besides, a beating is irrelevant. It's only natural for a son to beat his son, right? Since you can't be cruel enough to falsely accuse your son, you'll fight for a different reason. The moment he saw O Yang Tianhua pulling out the familiar 7 wolves, O Yang Minga felt his buttocks burning. Is this thing really my real dad? You call that believing? But apparently, there was not much time left for O Yang Daoxiao to mentally spit. The next moment there was a heavy pop over the office. Chapter 160, either being beaten or on the way to being beaten. Before O Yang Minga came to the office, O Yang Tianhua and Su Wanxiang agreed that the two of them would beat it together to be able to look more real. But just after hearing his own son's heartfelt confession, O Yang Tianhua felt that his heart was not in the right place. Immediately made an important absolute. How can O Yang Tianhua's son not be beaten by others? Therefore, at this moment, his hand that hit O Yang Minga was about to whip out sparks, and the hit was called a fast and hard. There's no way. That's what stops old Su from interfering right. At 10 o'clock, Su Wanxiang was already full of black lines when he left the gate of O Yang Group. He found that O Yang Tianhua is really buckle up. MD, you hit so hard. Give me a hit how? That's right. For a whole half hour, old Su froze and didn't find a moment to intervene. And he hated it. How could you miss such a good opportunity to take personal revenge? Until he got into his Rolls Royce, the old Su was still swinging his fist into the air to vent his anger. This scene, which happened to be seen by the old Wang sitting in the driver's seat, frowned and shook his head. Su Dong, what's wrong? Why are you so angry? As an exclusive chauffeur, Lao Wang is still more attentive. Let the old Su angry things or people. He Lao Wang that can never be solved. But he asked, and old Su should be in a better mood for telling it, right? The old black-faced comrade Su let out a long breath and said, it's nothing, it's just that I just wanted to take the opportunity to beat up O Yang Minga, but I didn't find a chance to do it. Old Wang, you don't know that O Yang Tianhua, listening to old Su's narration. Wang Jun, he frowned. Finally he sucked in a breath of cool air and tapped his head. Su Dong, the ancients used to say that the authorities are confused and the onlookers are clear. You're confused. Since when do you need a reason to beat up a junior? Let's just wait here for young Master O Yang to come downstairs and then hey, Old Wang. Su Wanxiang excitedly glanced at the old king. So many years after me you have learned something. Yeah, I'll just wait for O Yang Minga downstairs and greet him. Old comrade Su was heard slapping his thighs. Old Wang, you are right. Just the old obita meal in case In Wancheng do not believe what to do. Well, just to be on the safe side we should just sneak in another round for O Yang Minga. For even better results. Old Wang. Call a pair of bodyguards over. Worthy of being comrade Su Wanxiang. There is a plan in his mind, at the same time even thought of how to explain to O Yang Tianhua afterwards. 10:30. Downstairs at the O Yang group. O Yang Minga implicitly left the company with one hand covering his buttocks and the other rubbing his hot face. At this moment, there was only one thought in his mind, and that was to find In Wancheng and then question him as to why he was engaging in this kind of frame-up. They're all dignified gentlemen. Can you stop playing such dirty tricks? I drink with you as a friend and you set me up? But just as he came to his car, O Yang Minga heard a familiar voice. Minga, come here, uncle just realized something again. It seems like he misjudged you. Without turning his head, O Yang Minga knew that it was Su Wanxiang's voice. He was looking at Su Wanxiang now, but old Su said that this matter was wrongly blamed on him. Gu, if you say that, I'll have to call you Uncle Su. You'd better go up and explain to my father. O Yang Minga didn't think too much about it, but quickly and hastily stepped forward and stood in front of old Su. Uncle Su, listen to me, this matter is really... What made O Yang Minga confused was that before he could finish his own words, old Su directly hit him with an elbow strike. Immediately afterward, 6 or 7 well-trained, burly men appeared within his line of sight. At this moment, O Yang Minga was really touched to the point that my father is also too good to me. Big brother, you guys don't hit me in the face. O Yang Dishao, who was properly greeted by Lao Su, limped into the car, just put on the seatbelt and felt a raw pain everywhere. He forced himself to fight through the physical pain to call a group driver to come. Young master, what's wrong with you? Who beat you up? Tell me. I'll ask my brothers to help you fight back right now. My dad and Sawani. In the next second, a gush of excitement flashed across the driver's uncle's face, and he coughed gently twice to hide his embarrassment. Alas, young master, I've found you. Where are we going? For the driver's drama, O Yang Daosha was also lazy, but directly handed him the cell phone to take a look at. Right here, the Star Club bar. O Yang Minga was really going to be taught. He had just asked his friend and learned that In Wancheng was meeting 2 chicks at the bar right now. He figured out that today, even if he tears his face, he must bring In Wancheng back to help him prove his innocence. After arriving at the Star Bar, supported by his strong willpower, O Yang Daosha robustly impacted to find In Wancheng. At this moment, In Wancheng was holding an extremely beautiful woman in each of his left and right hands, being fed wine by them. Seeing this, O Yang Minga's fire rose even higher. I'm getting beat up at home, and you're pretty comfortable here? In Wancheng, what do you mean, you paralyzing bastard? Deliberately planting evidence to frame me? It's really a rat paying a visit to a weasel. I say, why did you have nothing better to do last night than to find me a drink? O Yang Minga bar, the more he said the more energized, picking up the bottle of Ace of Spades on the table in front of him and then heavily fell to the ground. In Wancheng, give me an explanation and then give me a clean slate, or else this matter is not over between us. TSK, what a good son of O Yang Tianhua, even putting out harsh words is so childish. In Wancheng unhurriedly waved his hand to signal the beauties around him to stop, and then stood up with a smile on his face, one hand in his pocket. Brother O Yang, I'm afraid it's not right for you to come up and accuse me like this, right? I, In Wancheng, have lived a bright and honest life. I'll admit to anything I've done, but I don't admit to wanting to commit a crime. You want to be punished? I've been wanting to do that? O Yang Minga's nose was about to become crooked, pointing at In Wancheng's nose and cursing. You told the media to do what you did with the Wanxiang makeup, but you had the media intentionally be planting evidence on me. Asterisk 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 asterisk. In Wancheng, do you know how I spent this morning? In Wancheng narrowed his eyes and smiled. I know. O Yang Minga, do you even know I've been beaten? Then what else is there to say? In Wancheng, give me an explanation. O Yang Minga stared at In Wancheng's face, with the look that without an explanation today, he was going to die with him. But in the next second, 2 big men silently came behind O Yang Daosha. In Wancheng nodded slightly. Seeing him nodding his head, before O Yang Minga could react, he was directly held down by 2 big men. Chapter 161, can you imagine? It's all Jiangfeng set. Asterisk 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 asterisk. What do you guys mean? Don't recognize me? I'm O Yang Minga. You guys dare to treat me like this? In Wancheng, you son born with no skin itching to give birth to a daughter with no ex. You still want them to beat up lousy? I'll give you a chance to release me and give me an explanation. Or you'll wait. In terms of the ability to talk tough, Mr. O Yang can be ranked even in the whole country, right? It was just a shame that this time, There was no old Lee at his side who had tugged at him to remind him. In other words, if old Lee was around, Ouyang Daoxiao wouldn't be in such a mess. After all, not everyone can be Li Dafei. A few harsh words were released, but the two big men behind him didn't have the slightest intention of letting go. All Ouyang Minga could feel was Yin Wancheng slowly walking up to him. Alright, brother Ouyang, I admit it. I'm the one who did what happened to Wancheng makeup, and I intentionally planted the evidence to frame you. So what can you do? For a waste like you, with your old man backing you up, you can be fooled by that waste Zhang Feng. Ha, Ouyang Minga, you're still talking tough to me here? Yin Wancheng didn't leave an ounce of strength behind and slammed his fist into Ouyang Minga's stomach. At this moment, this Ouyang Daoxiao didn't have any use for him. Vomit. Ouyang Minga, who had already been greeted all morning, only felt his eyes darken and his entire stomach turn over. After dryly coughing a few times, he ushered in the second punch that Yin Wancheng had thrown. Grass. Being held by the two bodyguards, Ouyang Minga only had the part of obediently receiving a beating. If it was just like that, it would be fine. But even Yin Wancheng's two canaries were still over there laughing and opening their mouths. Hey, sister, why do I think this young master looks so familiar? It should be young Master Ouyang, right? My girlfriend seems to have accompanied him. Mr. Ouyang? Sister, I have a friend who seems to have accompanied him. What a coincidence. My best friend said this old sister-in-law is just 2 centimeters. But no wonder my friend said he was 3 minutes from start to finish. This wave is really, I can't stand it anymore. Ouyang Minga, can take a beating, but you can't falsely accuse me of being capable in that area. Shut the up. You guys. In the next second, Yin Wancheng raised his hand and kicked over. You shut up as well, Honorable Ouyang Dajuan. After 10 minutes, Yin Wancheng got tired of fighting, so he asked his bodyguard to throw Ouyang Minga out. After all, Yin Wancheng is not a triad. Cannot lock up a big living person, right? Besides, what's the use of keeping a big old man locked up? As for how Ouyang Minga would cry with Ouyang Tianhua when he returned to the company, Yin Wancheng didn't care. When he threw the first punch, he was prepared to tear his face off with the Wanshan group and the Ouyang group, because he had seen the answer he wanted on Ouyang Minga's reaction. What is the extremely bad attitude and agitated tone of voice, which is definitely aggrieved after being falsely accused, prove? It proved that Ouyang Minga had really been cleaned up by Su Wanxiang and Ouyang Tianhua. Therefore, Zhang Feng really thought that the manipulator behind this matter was Ouyang Minga. For Yin Wancheng, that was enough. Wanxiang Group's multiplying son-in-law is really a complete and utter waste. It's a disappointment. Thanks to my elaborate attempts to try and test you. Yin Wancheng rubbed his temples, then raised his hand and ruthlessly pinched the peach blossom buttocks of the beauty on his right. In the next second, a sultry voice came from his left. Young master, why are you pinching her and not others? Obviously people have better hands. Matsushiro City, Mansion Color Company. Under Su Wanxiang's guidance, Lao Wan was following Ouyang Minga to the bar. After receiving old Wang's phone call and hearing about this, Zhang Feng's eyebrows also jumped hard a few times. Should say no. This Yin Wancheng is really ruthless. Zhang Feng sucked in a breath of cool air. He said that Yin Wancheng was ruthless not because he hit Ouyang Minga, but it was the calculations in his heart. If this matter were to be told to anyone, that person's first reaction would be, what grass? Is this person a stupid batch? Tearing his face off with the Ouyang group like this? But is it really that simple? Zhang Feng feels that Yin Wancheng's generous admission and then tearing his face off with the Ouyang group is nothing more than coveting the Ouyang group. According to his thoughts, what would happen to the falsely accused and bullied Ouyang Daoxiao? So you're going to come back for more, aren't you? And what will Ouyang Tianhua, who knows that he misunderstands his son, do? Will he delegate more power to his own son to take revenge? Don't forget that in Yin Wancheng's eyes, the current Ouyang Minga is a big waste that is not even as good as a waste. Try going up against a big loser, and it wouldn't be a matter of minutes to make money, not to mention a big loser who's on top. This wave, Yin Wancheng belongs to the group that really kills 3 birds with 1 stone. Thinking of this, Zhang Feng shrugged helplessly. It's a pity, Yin Wancheng. You were wrong from the start. That man. Sometimes it's not good to be too cocky. At the same time, Zhang Hongyan pushed the door and walked in. After bowing deeply to Zhang Feng, she began to report her work. Mr. Zhang, according to your instructions, it's time to call the Market Surveillance Department to issue a certificate of raw materials. I contacted a few more media outlets to do some publicity, and now the public opinion on the internet has gradually been brought under control. What should we do next? To be honest, Zhang Hongyan admired Zhang Feng from the bottom of her heart. Indeed, if one is questioned about the cheap raw materials of the goods, wouldn't it be better to just ask the relevant authorities to prove it? It's not really a subtle method. Anyone can figure it out. What Zhang Hongyan admired was Zhang Feng's ability to calmly analyze the problem in such a chaotic situation. It seems to be more calm and rational than Mr. Su's handling of things. Nothing. I'll pack some stuff then go home and stay with Ran. As for you, Big Strong just said he'd like to invite you to his place for chicken if he has time at lunch. Let me ask for him if you're free to come over at noon? Good lord. Mr. John's transformation was really fast. 1 second he was chatting about the company, the next he transformed here. Zhang Hongyan released a smile and respectfully asked Zhang Feng, so do you think I should be available to go or not? At those words Zhang Feng laughed out loud. This secretary Zhang. She wanted to ask if there was anything else she had been instructed to do. I'm afraid, you can be available if you want to go, and if you don't want to go to the... Zhang Feng had just gotten halfway through his sentence when Zhang Hongyan had already bent over with a light smile, giggling with a smile on her brow. Many thanks to Mr. Zhang for granting leave. After saying goodbye to Secretary Zhang, Zhang Feng also turned around and left the president's office. When he returned to his sales department workstation, he went straight to his computer. I found the analysis book on the demon stock of cold cobalt mining that I had written when I first joined the company in my well-encrypted file. Chapter 162, 100 Little Things to Do for Your Boyfriend. According to today's mastery of Yin Wancheng's personality and perfected the analysis book again after Zhang Feng lethargically leaned back into his chair. Now the situation is that everything is ready. All we need is an east wind. Waiting for Yin Wancheng with a huge amount of money into the field to be slaughtered on the end of the matter. Hey, this big stupid bubble. Cuckoo sent money to my hand. I guess it's still complacent now, right? After spitting out a sentence Zhang Feng was secretly happy, followed by Mo Shuai's appearance which made him even more happy. Goo, Ugly's face looks like he's having a good time, so he's designated as having a good thing going on. Ugly, by the look on your face, I guess yesterday's meeting was quite successful. In fact, Zhang Feng guessed really good. We're just successful. That is simply perfect. Mo Shuai was about to share it with him, and hearing Zhang Feng mention it made him even more interested. Brother Feng, don't say anything, you're my real father for life. Qin Siyu is simply wherever good the person looks beautiful. Goo I go. That small face, that body. Her personality is also very cheerful, and she doesn't have the temper you told me about. I think she's a good person to get along with, and we both held hands yesterday. Do you know that, Brother Feng? It was the first time in my life that I held a girl's hand in that capacity. I'm going to cry, said Mo Shuai's nose was sour, just ready to let loose a howl directly interrupted by Zhang Feng. Cry later, ugly brother. Just call me dad for a second. The corners of Mo Shuai's mouth twitched hard, and the crying all disappeared at once. Maple, that was a metaphor for what I meant, which is that I appreciate you. Zhang Feng nodded. I know, so call out to dad. Seeing Mo Shuai silent, Zhang Feng was so happy. Hey, the main thing was that the more he laughed, the more Mo Shuai held his breath, and once he did that little expression could be fun. It's like a fixer-upper who can't eat meat. Of course, Zhang Feng still looked at Mo Shuai as a human being, so he quickly put away his mocking, kind laughter. Okay, I won't tease you, ugly. So what did you two do last night? Qin Siyu came to Songcheng. Hiss. Well, not you two. Godspeed to last night. Really give her to see your library head good or bad, right? Gossip heart of all people have, well? Not to mention Zhang Feng also gossip. Even if he does not gossip, also have to ask with Mo Shuai understand. First of all, this was introduced by my own hand, and there's nothing wrong with a reasonable follow-up. Plus, Su was definitely curious to know how this follow-up went, although she did not say. But Zhang Feng knows that this woman gossiped. We have to ask to understand home to tell his wife, right? That's not true. Qin Siyu has a place to stay. I sent her back last night. It's still a brand new big villa. Alas, Brother Feng, I now realize the pressure you're under. Although you looked dashing every day before, in the end, it's a lot of pressure to fall in love with a rich woman. You know. Zhang Feng rolled his eyes fiercely. No, ugly, that's not true. Not only am I not bothered, I want to tell you, you can't know the joy of dad. After saying that, Zhang Feng patted Mo Shuai's shoulder. Going or not, I'm going to go home to look for Ran. Do you want to go and meet with Qin Siyu's classmates? Mo Shuai raised his hand and looked at his watch and realized that it was only at the beginning of 11 o'clock, which was not the lunch break off duty time. But it seems that leaving with the deputy minister. There's nothing wrong with that, Let's go. Feng, but I'm going home, not looking for Qin Siyu. Today Qin Siyu is at home packing up her things. Her side of the household goods doesn't seem to be very complete, not even a water dispenser. I made a point of leaving her my house keys when I was leaving yesterday. I figured I'd save them if I could, and I don't use the water fountain anyway, so I told her she could just move mine out of my house, and I went home to see if she had moved it yet. Good lord. Zhang Feng sucked in a breath of cool air. You're hemorrhaging money, asking your girlfriend to move the water cooler at your house? Aha. Zhang Feng wanted to give Mo Shuai a thumbs up, but he always felt that there was something wrong with this matter. Zhang Feng arrived home at 11:20. He lightly opened the door ready to catch Su Xiaonyo off guard. It's good to see what this chick does when she's holed up at home by herself. But Zhang Feng realized that she wasn't in the living room, while the bedroom was closed. Tiptoeing to the bedroom door, Zhang Feng heard a rustling sound coming from inside the house. Good lord, it's a shock not to hear it. Zhang Feng's eyes were glazed over at this moment. Your air, but good smell beats air. Your sunshine, but it shines in the middle of the night? Loving? Happying? Boy, my daughter-in-law is singing in the house by herself? Zhang Feng's eyes lit up. We said we didn't realize Su had this skill before. At this moment in the bedroom, Su Youran end of the cell phone screen to see the system rating after the red lips rose slightly. Hey, basically every sentence is a perfect score. Then we can sing it to Zhang Feng at noon after a little more practice. Playfully reaching out and giving herself a thumbs up, Su Youran felt that she really was the world's best girlfriend. In the morning when she was bored she came across a post titled 100 Things a Perfectly Good Girlfriend Should Do for Her Husband. One of them is this one: sing a little love song to your boyfriend. Immediately Su Youran was energized. It's not simple, and that's how it came to be today. With a smile on her brow, Su Youran happily practiced one more time before putting down her cell phone. She felt that with her singing voice nowadays she could completely show it to Zhang Feng. But just at this moment, the bedroom door was opened and Zhang Feng walked in with a doting smile on his face. Worthy of being my wife? Even her singing is so good. Seeing the thumbs up Zhang Feng gave himself, Su Youran was directly messed up. Little boyfriend? When did he get back? No, it doesn't matter. The point is, he heard me practicing my stupid song here? Heaven and earth. Su Youran was prepared to give Zhang Feng a surprise. The next second she directly grabbed the pillow next to the bed and smashed it towards Zhang Feng. Stinky Zhang Feng, you eavesdrop, are you shameless? Zhang Feng grabbed the pillow and threw it to the side, then smiled as he got into bed and directly hugged Su Youran. While enjoying the soft and smooth touch accompanied by the ethereal fragrance, Zhang Feng directly kissed Su Youran on the side of her face with a mouthful of kisses, then smiled and said, "Crooked, Su Youran, are you being unreasonable? I was listening to my wife sing in my house. How is that eavesdropping? This is reasonable even if you call Master Ma Bao Boy to me, right?" Zhang Feng's words could really make Su Youran freeze. Stinky Zhang Feng can kiss me if he wants to, eavesdrop if he wants to. What's the point of bringing out others to convince me? Besides, who is Master Ma Bagua? Is he very powerful? Why haven't I heard of him? Faced with Su Yuran's triple question, Zhang Feng awkwardly touched the tip of his nose. Yeah, this was before Master Ma was hot. She didn't understand when she told Su Xiaonui that there was a left Zhang Dang and a right whip leg. Well, Master Ma is kind of successful in the comedy field, except that he's a bit more low-key. Enough about that, wife. I did just hear you say you'd sing to me when I got back. Why don't you open your voice and play another song for me to enjoy? Chapter 163, There are only 4 walls left in the house. Su Youran wrinkled her pretty little nose and handed Zhang Feng an extremely sultry look. For her, doing this action was like practicing for 1,000 years wearing a stunningly stunning fox fairy looking back with a smile that was enough to mesmerize thousands of beings. Even though Zhang Feng was watching and experiencing every single day, he still couldn't help but gulp and shiver again. Eyes staring straight at Su Yuran's side face, his right hand a little uncontrollable wanting to go and gallop to make it comfortable. Zhang Feng shook his head violently back to his senses before forcing his hand to move. Not yet. We haven't had lunch yet. Seeing Zhang Feng's somewhat hand-wringing behavior, Su Youran snorted out a laugh, put away her flirtatious eyes, and rubbed Zhang Feng's right arm in a well-behaved manner. She really liked pinching the flesh of Zhang Feng's arms and big arms. It just felt soft and nice to pinch. Alright, stinky Zhang Feng, since you were eavesdropping just now, let's wait until I want to sing again and then I'll sing it for you. But then again, how is the company doing? Is it tricky and troublesome? Zhang Feng didn't answer Su Youran directly, but glanced in the direction of the kitchen and hemmed and hawed. Ran, let's talk while we eat. When they were in Jinghai, Comrade Song Ling and Comrade Li Shu had discussed a topic with the two Zhang Feng. Young people can't keep wreaking havoc just because they're in good health, and they should eat less takeout when they can. Zhang Feng and Su Youran felt that what they said made sense, so Su Youran decided to cook more for herself in the future. As for why Zhang Feng wasn't used to cook, QWQ. So the moment he had just entered the house, Zhang Feng noticed that Su Xiaolu had already prepared a meal. Good. Su Youran nodded obediently, but just as she was about to prop herself up and sit up she felt herself losing weight. Returning to her senses, she realized that she had already been carried in Zhang Feng's arms by the princess, immediately followed by his gentle, doting voice ringing in his ears. Ran, be good. I'll carry you over. Zhang Feng realized that Su Youran really learns everything quickly, and today's lunch was the standard 4 dishes and 1 soup. They are all the simplest of home-cooked meals, but they look mouth-watering. While the two of them ate, Zhang Feng briefly described to Su Youran what the colorful makeup encountered. Of course, He was avoiding the obvious. He was going to solve it himself next anyway. Might as well let this chick worry less, right? But as smart as Miss Su, she still caught many loopholes in Jiang Feng's words. Is it really as simple as Stinky Jiang Feng says? If it was really that simple, then why would it be necessary for old Su and O Yang Tianhua to make a move together? Stinky Jiang Feng doesn't want me to worry too much, does he? Are you sure? Jiang Feng waved his hand with a light smile. It's a sure thing, and I'm guessing I'll make a lot of money out of it. Hearing this, Su Youran nodded. Her hanging heart fell to the ground, smiled wanly, hands together, even beckoned the cat like a bow. That's fine, then I'll trouble Mr. Jiang to help me out in this matter. Women are all naturally insecure, and to be able to immerse yourself in the security given by your husband, even Miss Su would not hesitate to be nice, right? Since Jiang Feng doesn't let her worry about this matter, she won't ask too many questions, and if he says he can solve it, she'll believe him. And Jiang Feng unconsciously grinned when he saw Su Youran in this posture. Whose wife is this? So well behaved. Right, Ran. Last night Marshal Mo went to meet with Qin Siyu. Today, Ugly Brother told me that he feels that Qin Siyu is very nice and doesn't have much of a temper. It seems to be a bit different from the information we have. How can you have dinner and conversation without gossip? The matter of Mo Shui Jiang Feng is something that must be shared with Su Youran. As expected, just as he thought, Su directly stared with wide eyes. It feels like Qin Siyu doesn't have much of a temper? How can that be? Stinky Jiang Feng, let me put it to you this way. Qin Siyu's character is really good, but her temper is also really big, and she has a serious mistemper. The one thing that made the deepest impression on me would be a year ago, right? Qin Siyu somehow got into a fight with Uncle Qin and started dropping things. In the end, she started falling from her house and smashed everything she could in her villa. And the next day when Uncle Qin came home to take a look, he thought that a terrorist had attacked his house. And the reason that drew her anger was just that Uncle Qin told her not to skip dinner for a few more words. Hearing this, Jiang Feng people numb. This thing is a girl can do it? Boy, I'm not going to send Ugly to the guillotine this time, am I? So maybe she didn't lose her temper yesterday because she thought Mo was kind of funny? In fact, Su Youran couldn't figure it out. She and Qin Siyu weren't very familiar. After all, they both belonged to the kind of people who had a big lady's temper and couldn't play together. That might be it. Anyway, tell Mo to be more prepared. Just at the moment when Miss Su's words fell, a buzzing vibration came over. Jiang Feng took out his cell phone and looked at it. Good guy. What do you mean say mend will come? This phone is Mo Shui's phone. Jiang Feng raised an eyebrow at Su Youran and said with a heated smile, followed by opening the speakerphone and connecting the call. In the next second, a wailing sound like a return of the ancestors came over. Brother Feng, it's too hard for me. I've completely understood an idiom today. What idiom? The family has 4 walls. The family has 4 walls. Feng. My house now only has walls. I have no furniture whatsoever. What's going on? After sucking in a mouthful of cool air, Jiang Feng asked sardonically, your rent was due and unpaid and the landlord threw it all out for you? Mo wiped his nose. No, I heard from my neighbor's aunt that it was an extra pretty little girl who came over in the morning with a moving company and removed all my furniture. Brother Feng, it's Qin Siyu. I asked her to come and move the drinking fountain, but she ended up emptying it for me. Even the few pots I put in the bathroom didn't leave me any. I just got home and I'm confused. I thought my house had been turned into a rough house. I thought some terrorists had blown up my house. As Mo Shui spoke, he heard a giggle from the other end of the phone. Oh no, it's 2 bursts, 1 male and 1 female. No, Brother Feng, Mr. So, can you have mercy on me? Don't just laugh. Ahem. Mo Shui coughed gently twice and opened his mouth with slight difficulty. Brother Feng, Mr. Su, if you guys want to laugh, can you hold it for a while and wait until you hang up the phone? Why don't you at least carry some of the people involved? I'm calling to ask for comfort and solutions. What made Mo Shui feel good in his heart was that the laughter was gone as soon as he spoke, but the next second the corner of his mouth twitched hard, because the phone was hung up by Jiang Feng. At this moment, Jiang Feng and Su Youran were about to laugh their geese off at home. Okay wife, let's listen to him. I'll just hang up the phone so I can have a good laugh. Stinky Jiang Feng, you're too bad. You did this to Mo Shui. Ha ha ha. God has 4 walls in his house, and I don't want to laugh, but I can't hold it in when I fantasize about Mo Shui rushing home and seeing only walls. Chapter 164, Qin Siyu, your shoes are too stinky, right? On the other hand, Crybaby was taking a taxi towards Qin Siyu's house. How can you call yourself a man without some temper? Mo Shui is really unable to tolerate it. Today he had to talk to Qin Siyu about himself. What's the point of grabbing the bed for yourself to sleep in, right? After ringing the doorbell of the small villa where Qin Siyu lived and waiting for a minute or so, Qin Siyu, who was wearing a pink JK, opened the door. She seemed to have anticipated that Mo Shui would come, and without ink, she hooked her hand and said, "Come in and say what you have to say." Mo Shui snorted coldly and took a step and followed her into the house. But the moment he saw Qin Siyu pinching her nose and walking towards the house, his entire body was confused. "Do I stink? I shouldn't. I just took a shower yesterday." Just as Mo Shui was perplexed, an odor of feet that was flooded with various ingredients drilled into the tip of his nose. Vomit. The smell went up to the point where Mo was about to dry heave right out of his mouth. He followed the source of the smell and found that it was Qin Siyu's small leather shoes that were right next to his own feet in the doorway. "Don't tell me it's the smell of Qin Siyu's feet?" Mo Shui glanced at the sweet and lovely girl who was sitting on one side of the sofa, and then thought about the flavor. "Holy, Qin Siyu, your shoes can be used for war if you put them in the past, directly giving the enemy army all smoked farts." Mo Shui pinched his nose and spat. At the same time, for the sake of his own life, he pinched Qin Siyu's leather shoes and opened the door to throw them out. Seeing this expression on his face, Qin Siyu giggled and laughed out indulgently. "Fun, hey, really too much fun." It certainly didn't smell like Miss Chin was wearing it, but the stinky shoe bag she bought online and sprinkled some snail soup into her shoes. Well, she knew Mo would come for his furniture, and she's here waiting for Mo. Whether or not I can fart for the enemy I don't know. All I know is that my shoes have always smelled like this. If you're with me, you'll just have to put up with it from now on. Endure? Mo Shui snorted. He wasn't a teenage mutant ninja turtle. He could endure such things? How is that possible? The smell is too strong for me to tolerate. Even if I brush my shoes for you. Mo Shui thought about it is actually very simple. It's hard to come to a girlfriend. This is not a problem. He brushes his own shoes on weekdays anyway, so it's just a matter of one more pair, right? To fall in love with this kind of young lady would have been a high compliment to him, and he still can't stand a little bit of her young lady temper? But Qin Siyu, who heard this, came to life, hooking her blonde hair in a sarcastic smile. "You paint my shoes? Oh, men sure do paint big pictures. Can you brush it off if it stinks that bad?" "I'm afraid you don't know how to scold me in your heart when you say that." To be honest, Qin Siyu really thought that Mo Shui was a bit interesting, huh? If this were a man who chased her before, he would have run away by this point. And this Mo Shui still said he would brush her shoes. That's right, this was all done on purpose by Qin Siyu, including moving Mo Shui's furniture. She just wanted to find a reason for Mo Shui to trick him over, and then properly nauseated him, so that he would know what to do. As for why she didn't do it last night, it was mainly because she was afraid of having old Qin's eyes around her, and to make her even more shocked, Mo gave her a blank stare, then patted her shoulder and stood up, opened the door and brought in those very smelly little leather shoes. "How come you can't brush?" After saying that, Mo Shui turned around and ran straight to the bathroom, and unsurprisingly found his basin on one side. Tossing his leather shoes into the basin, he began catching water to find a shoe brushing tool. It's not that Mo is sick or trying to disgust himself, it's that he's got it all figured out. Pushing the door into the house, he was indeed stank, but immediately afterward he noticed his furniture was placed in the hall in a neat arrangement. At that time Mo Shui had a bold idea. Let's just say there is a possibility that this Miss Qin went to move things in the morning and then saw that the house we live in is too simple, so she wants us to live in her villa? And so the two progressed too quickly, not yet having a certain understanding of each other. Qin Siyu had concerns, so she intentionally put her smelly shoes at the door. "This is not a stinky shoe. This is a test for us. Qin Siyu is trying to see if our character quality is right through this incident. What's wrong with that? Does it make sense?" "Totally Ajka." Mo Shui, who had figured it out, grinned and felt more energized to work, but the next second a rushing stench was sucked into his nose. Vomit. Thus, Qin Siyu caught a glimpse of Mo Shui brushing his shoes while holding back his nausea and covering his mouth with a smile. She didn't understand. At the same time she was greatly shocked. She thought that with this smell, her own father might not be able to carry it. On the way to brush his shoes, Jiang Feng also called Mo Shui to ask if he needed support, and Mo Shui flatly denied that he was doing well now. 20 minutes later, Mo Shui had finished his work, no longer smelling that rushing stench, and he hemmed and hawed, but Qin Siyu's voice floated over from behind her. "Why do you brush the soles of your shoes? It's not like other people can see the soles of your shoes, and they always get stepped on and dirty, so why would you deliberately brush them? It's true that the average person brushes their shoes by brushing the uppers, and the soles are just soaked and washed." Hearing this, Mo Shui shrugged and replied, "I've decided to paint these shoes anyway, and it doesn't take a lot of work to paint the soles by hand, so they'll be clean inside and out, brushed and dried wear." Suddenly Qin Siyu was stunned and sat back on the sofa somewhat soulfully after pointing out the balcony location to Mo Shui. Mo Shui's behavior reminds her of her own deceased mother. "Well, that's what my mom said when I was a kid, that the soles of your shoes should also be brushed clean and like new will make you feel good. I made those shoes stink like that, and this Mo carried them to brush them." The former Chin Songshan went out to socialize in the middle of the night and arrived home to vomit all over the house. Strange smell. Mom seems to have not disliked him. Thinking of her own mother, the woman who was gentle to the bone, Chin Siyu unconsciously spread a smile. When she returned to her senses, Imo Shui had already dried his shoes and returned. Her lips moved slightly, just about to apologize to Imo Shui to let him move the furniture back, but he was the first to speak. Hey, Siyu, which room are you going to put me in? What's going on? Which room? My room? Why do you have such a big face? Who said anything about letting you stay at my house? What's going on? Hearing this reply, Imo Shui off the mouth is a nationalist asterisk. She tricked. Imo Shui is stupid. He is not willing to suffer. Immediately began to battle with Chin Siyu. And hearing Imo Shui's previous thoughts, Chin Siyu's entire body froze. Damn it, this Mo is still a Pushkin man? I'm testing him? I'm clearly trying to force him away. What was Chin Songshan thinking introducing me to such a superb man? At this moment, the little bit of goodwill towards Mo Shui that had just been built up went up in smoke, and Chin Siyu raised her hand and threw the cup in her hand. Get the hell out of my house with your furniture. Chapter 165. Sir, we're a regular foot bath. Songcheng City, downstairs of Wanxiang Color Cosmetics Company. Su Youran gently pressed a bite on the side of Zhang Feng's face. Did Mo Shui say it was okay? Are you really not going to see him? Zhang Feng shook his head. Ran, you can rest assured. I know him. He, as long as he can trouble me, that designated a long time ago to ask. Since he says he's doing well now, he's doing really well. Only after hearing this did Su Youran put her heart down. That's good. Then I'm going to the office for a while. So hurry up. I'll come over and pick you up when you're done. After pinching Su Yuran's willow waist, Zhang Feng raised his eyebrows and smiled. Okay, wife. After parting with Su Youran, Zhang Feng turned around and walked to the company's main entrance. Glancing at the AA parked on the side of the road and turned around to sit on it. Sitting in the driver's seat was Wang Kuan. Zhang Feng felt that he did not go to the Songcheng International Hotel for a few days to see how is also the boss. At least every now and then go over to swindle a corpse, right? So he asked Wang Kuan to come and pick him up at noon, intending to go over and take a look at him in the afternoon. Seeing Zhang Feng get on the car, Wang Kuan's already springy face was all smiles. Hey, good afternoon, boss. We're about to depart, so sit tight. Good guy. This set of words was really amusing to Zhang Feng. Old Wang, you're happy about something. Wang Kuan started the car while kibitzing with Zhang Feng. Nothing, just had a pedicure at lunch and now I feel twice as good. Boss, I'm telling you, Royal City Foot Bath. Technician number 28 has something. Thinking that Mo Shui likes foot baths, Zhang Feng silently helped him write down the Royal City Foot Bath No. 28 technician. Well, helping people is what he does best. Didn't see old Wang. Big Noon can't hold back to do foot massage. Your daughter-in-law don't care about you? Being asked by Zhang Feng this way, Wang Kuan's mouth twitching. Turned to think of anyway. Also intends to say this matter with the boss, but also not hide it. Boss, I actually didn't want to do it at noon. I was planning to go over there and check it out, then go over there with my friends sometime in the evening. As a result, that store was so good at hustling, I couldn't go in there without getting a pedicure. What else is going on? Compulsory consumption? Zhang Feng raised his eyebrows with interest and smiled. Tell me about it. Wang Kuan Bar gently coughed twice, and then narrated his noon experience. That is, I glanced at noon to see a newly opened foot bath. Look good. Just think of the evening, called a few friends over to try. Then I went into the store, and I thought I'd see what the prices were, right? So I asked the receptionist, the lady of honor. I asked her what kind of services we have here. Boss, guess what she said to me? She replied to me with a smile and said, Sir, we are a regular foot spa with only regular services. Good guy. Boss, you don't know. Then a lot of people just skimmed over and stared at me, and then I couldn't leave. For the sake of the face, can only do a pedicure and then leave. Fortunately, it's a good level of service. This fantastical foot massage experience also gave Zhang Feng an eyebrow-raising listen. Good guy. It can still be like this? It's really Miss Manners said so. Being stared at. But even if you want to save face, you can't go. They said they only have regular service in the store. If they turn around and leave, does that not prove that we went there for irregular service? Old Wang, you learn from others. Our hotel can also retain guests like this. Still worry about not making money? Hearing this, Wang Kuan replied with a hefty smile. Boss, you haven't been to the hotel for the past 2 days. You don't know what's going on at the hotel right now. Ever since the document on the division of the high-tech zone came down from above, the hotel's business has been on fire straight away. Let's not talk about keeping guests. It's hard to get a seat in our hotel now. Zhang Feng slapped his leg. Yes, I forgot about that. It's also true that any fancy means of soliciting customers is redundant in the face of absolute patronage. That's fine. By the way, how's the thing I gave you going? What the boss explained to me last time. Wang Kuan faintly said. The matter of financing the 29 shares out of your hand has already been done. And there are 5 bosses from Jingcheng Jinghai working with us respectively. The price is what the market rate is for our hotel today. The Pine City International Hotel needs cash backing anyhow, and it's quickest to sell some shares. Wang Kuan has 20 shares in his hand, and Zhang Feng is ready to sell 29, in which case he has 51 shares in his hand, and everything in the hotel is still up to him alone. Do quite fast old Wang. Line. You do things I rest assured, but that's not the thing I'm asking about. It's the thing I called you at Shizumi and instructed you to do. Hearing this, Wang Kuan slapped his own leg. Yeah, how could I forget to report such an important matter to the boss? Boss, as per your instructions, I've sent people to several surrounding city districts to make purchases, and a batch is already stacked in the cold storage. As for the foreign batch, I'm still in contact. It's already in sight. Don't worry. Zhang Feng nodded after a slight smile. Ran still has a month to go before her birthday, but there's no need to be in such a hurry. So just get it done. Today's Pine City International Hotel is not what it used to be, and at 2:30 p.m. there are still countless guests walking in side by side. Zhang Feng let Wang Kuan go and busy himself with the hotel matters. He stayed in front of the hotel looking at the brilliant scene, not happy. This is a guest who walks in. It is soft money. Look at let a person happy. Good mood is not so calm. And at this moment, Zhang Feng happened to be stared at by a few people not far away. They're doing a street test, which involves a female guest seducing a strange man to see if he'll take the bait, broadcasted live to an audience, and then cash in on the traffic. Zhang Feng's appearance caused them all to light up. This look was too suitable to be a test target. The effect was absolutely explosive. See that little brother? He's standing by himself in front of the Pine City International Hotel. So handsome. Yes, I can see that at a glance he's even thinking about where he's going to have his kids in the future. Wouldn't our street test to find him explode on the air? It has to be, just in time for Mei Mei to go. Mei Mei hasn't missed a beat when it comes to hooking up with men. The woman known as Mei Mei was wearing a long skirt in black silk, and she smiled smugly when she heard her co-workers recommend she go. Yeah, who can compete with her? Hu Xiaomei, in terms of hooking up with men? Thinking that she had just the right bag to buy, she turned her eyes to the test leader. He must have seen a lot of beautiful women with those looks too. He can't be taken without some skill. I'll go over there and hook him up for double what we agreed on. Seeing the leader nodding his head, Hu Xiaomei's red lips lifted up, and carrying her skirt, she fluttered towards Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng was thinking about how to give the Songcheng International Hotel packaging to appear more high-end atmosphere, upscale it. A bottle of beer was handed to him in front. Handsome, I just broke up with my boyfriend. I'm very unhappy. Can you have a drink with me? While speaking, Hu Xiaomei also specially threw a seductive eye, and deliberately tugged her coat downwards, revealing her snow-white shoulders. After doing this set of processes, the confident woman began to gloat. This man will have to hug me straight away, right? Which cadre can stand me like this? LOL, the prize money is here. Chapter 166, Girl, are you cheap? On the other side, the people from the program had also turned on the live broadcast, aiming the accompanying cameras precisely at Zhang Feng and Hu Xiaomei. As one of the more famous street test live streams in Pine City, the number of viewers soared to 2,000 right after the start of the broadcast and continues to grow. The leader opened his mouth with a smile and explained, "Welcome to the Test Scum live room. Here, whether it is the Sea King who always dives to the bottom of the sea, or the Pua Masters who traverse the love field, will have nowhere to hide. What you see today is today's street test number 1 test subject and our program's special guest, Hu Xiaomei." In fact, this was half an hour away from their scheduled start time, and a few people had temporarily seen Zhang Feng's face value before deciding to start the broadcast earlier. After a brief explanation, the leader settled down and zoomed in, and the live screen blew right up. You've just arrived and you're letting your sister see such a powerful scene? This male guest is so handsome. Sisters, handsome? What's the use of being handsome? In a moment it's not still the original form? This is Hu Xiaomei herself. From the time I've been following the anchor until now, I haven't seen Hu Xiaomei miss a beat. Handsome indeed. But I'm just waiting to see little brother's humble appearance when he kneels down to lick Xiaomei's garnet skirt in a while. Giggle. At the same time, 2 companionable Pine City Hotel waiters passed by Zhang Feng and Hu Xiaomei. A man, I wipe. This girl can look skin white, beautiful long legs, but also hold a wine glass. Really want to drink with her. Guy B, you can pull that off. Take a closer look at who the man is standing in front of her. Man A, boy. The boss. Get out of here. Don't let the boss see us. I've been sociopathic since I was a kid and I'm afraid to talk to the boss. The line of sight turned back to Zhang Feng and Hu Xiaomei's side. Zhang Feng snapped back to his senses after a voice suddenly came from his side. Scrub, a woman's voice? The moment he looked up and saw Hu Xiaomei, Zhang Feng frowned. Good guy. Sharp eyes can see that this is wearing heavy makeup. Eyes a little problem thought this is singing opera corner. Jiang Feng couldn't help but ask with a viciously raised eyebrow. What did you just say? Just now Jiang Feng was thinking about something. He really didn't hear what Hu Xiaomei said clearly. He asked this as just the surface meaning. But it wasn't the same thing when it fell on Hu Xiaomei's ears. Did the man suspect he'd heard wrong and ask again to make sure? She lifted the beer bottle in her hand and deliberately spat a mouthful of funny air towards Jiang Feng. Handsome. I just had a fight with my boyfriend and broke up. Now I'm in a bad mood. Would you like to have a drink with me? How about we find a quiet place to chat over a drink? Or if we hit it off, we can explore some arcane issues? Jiang Feng looked Hu Xiaomei up and down. Well, this girl said she had just been dumped by her boyfriend. So this just broke up and you're out looking for the next guy? Drinking and discussing mysteries? What? Contributing to the 10 billion mark in human population? I see. This sister is here to activate the next ATM, right? To be honest, Jiang Feng Hu Xiaomei did not feel good. Just broke up and came out to find a drink under the home to say this kind of words of the tiger and wolf. This girl's character is not good Plus, he really didn't like drinking. While Jiang Feng's expression of being stuck in thought made Hu Xiaomei and the netizens in the live broadcast room burst into laughter. Hu Xiaomei, look. The man froze straight away. He's not calculating which hotel is cheaper in this neighborhood, is he? Live blogger. Whoa grass. Not worthy of Xiaomei. Directly to this dude looked dumbfounded I guess this dude is now excited cannot say out of words right? That's right. With our Xiaomei's face, she can deal with men like an old lady blowing her nose. I also thought that this little brother can hold up for a while longer to make me believe in men. Sure enough, men are all the same in front of beautiful women. Just as they were in the middle of their thoughts, Jiang Feng frowned and spoke. Sorry, I don't want to drink with you. Sis, it's actually okay to be dumped by your boyfriend. You do look a little less interesting and your behavior is really a little abstract. But you'll have no problem correcting yourself in the future. Drinking less, and finding someone to marry who loves you. Jiang Feng thought that although he saw Hu Xiaomei was not good, but it was not good to reject people directly. So he opened his mouth and comforted her a few words. Well, it's not ugly to look ugly. It's not abstract behavior. It was these 3 words that directly caused the corners of Hu Xiaomei's mouth to twitch madly. Seems like she heard something a little different than what she just fantasized? Shouldn't the man be hobbling along after her to get a drink? How did it become? Besides, what do you mean you got dumped by your boyfriend? What do you mean I look bad meaning behavioral abstraction? Hu Xiaomei was instantly infuriated. She felt that Jiang Feng was somewhat living in a dream. He said that my Hu Xiaomei looks almost interesting. Then what kind of great beauty he usually see? UXX. In the bottom of her heart, she had already slandered Jiang Feng countless times. But thinking of the program group bonus, Hu Xiaomei still forced herself to hold back her anger and continue to laugh. Look what you're saying, little brother. I'm the one who dumped my ex-boyfriend because I thought he was too much of a loser. I'm looking for a good man, and that's why I saw you right away. Men want to save face. No man will not be happy because of other people praise him. This law Hu Xiaomei is pinpointed dead. She spoke in a whiny manner, as if she was still a bit out of breath from a big battle she had just gone through, and a flirtatious luster flowed within her eyes. While speaking, she also deliberately took a step forward with her long legs, and her black silk extreme long legs were completely exposed within Jiang Feng's line of sight. As she expected, after hearing her words, Jiang Feng turned his head in a hurry, staring at Hu Xiaomei with a subtle face. The scene was recorded by the show's cameras in the distance, and brought another pop-up on the air. Phew, scared me to death. I thought this little brother could resist Xiaomei's seductive goods, and as expected, he was reserved just now. Yeah, just now this dude was pretending to be so manly, now he's so humble. You guys look at him, it's hilarious. Ooh-hoo, thank you little brother for not making me believe in men. Damn. Buddy, you do not steam buns to fight for breath. So was taken down? That broken stockings broken legs have what to look at. Can not bar a pig brother face support up? That's right. I thought he could get back a game for our man. But I didn't expect that in the end. He still didn't escape Hu Xiaomei's clutches. Like their thoughts, Hu Xiaomei's surface was unperturbed and her heart was full of contempt. Why did you reject me just now? So I showed you too little? Now you can't take a step forward? Hu Xiaomei was forcibly stifling her laughter, because the way Jiang Feng resolutely turned back just now when her words fell was really funny. At this moment, amidst the double dark taunts from the live broadcast audience and Hu Xiaomei, Jiang Feng opened his mouth. His expression changed to one full of contempt as he smiled sardonically at Hu Xiaomei and said, "No, big sis, you said before that you broke up sadly, and it turned out that you still dumped your boyfriend? Dude, you dumped him and you're still sad? Are you a ing?" Chapter 167, which kiln did this girl come from? Speaking of this, Jiang Feng stunned, then his face became serious. The words turned and said, "I think you're a good guy too though. At least you spared the brother and didn't keep hawking him. Indeed, the rewards and punishments are clear, and that is to be commended." After saying that, Zhang Feng even gave Hu Xiaomei a thumbs up with a sarcastic smile, as if he was really praising her. In the next second, the air around them froze. Hu Xiaomei's face directly turned into a pig's liver color, even frowning tightly making the powder on her face fall off a layer. She stared at Zhang Feng with eyes full of incredulity, her lips moving slightly to say something but she didn't know what to say. To be honest, she really wanted to slap Zhang Feng in the face. Where did the best downhead guy come from? The live stream was as lively as ever at this point. Beautiful brother. I knew you kid good. It's really cool. That's right. We have to drink with her when she breaks up, right? She dumped a man and still says she's sad. Isn't she a bitch? It's really a ing sword back in its sheath. A sword to the house. At the other end, the leader of the camera setup clapped his hands at the sight. The number of people on the air today broke a new high. Now most people are in favor of the male guest. If we let Hu Xiaomei take him down at this time for a big reversal, wouldn't the program effect be gaga? Thinking of this, the leader hastily picked up the Bluetooth device and said to Hu Xiaomei, "May, work harder. If you can take him down today, double your bonus." Hu Xiaomei, who was originally thinking of not buying a bag and not being subjected to this anger, directly froze when she heard this from the leader. Double the bonus? Wouldn't that be buying 2 bags? It's a peace of mind that the price is more than you can take off. Therefore, Hu Xiaomei hurriedly took a quick step and was about to yank Zhang Feng's arm. Only Zhang Feng dodged faster and didn't get caught by her, but also made her almost fall into a dog. Even so, in front of the 2 bags of temptation, Hu Xiaomei didn't get angry, but opened her mouth with a smiling face. Little brother doesn't have to rush off. Aha, in fact, people did cheat you just now. I don't have a boyfriend at all. I'm more of a face person, so I just want to make friends with you. Little brother. Hey, little brother, just have a glass of wine with me. It's not like I'm afraid of what you'll do to me. Besides, don't look at me as mature, but I'm still a student, and everyone says college life is great. Hu Xiaomei was on fire. There was no way around it. The attraction of 2 bags was too much. Zhang Feng also really stunned. Good guy. Female college students? After freezing for 2 seconds, Zhang Feng noticed that there were a bit too many people around and pointed to a remote location not far away. Let's go over there and talk. Hu Xiaomei. She was overjoyed and followed Zhang Feng's ass to the side. Standing with a shy face, he asked me to come over here. He's not going to kiss me first, is he? Forget it, for the sake of the bag, bear with it. Besides, this little brother is good looking, so I'm not at a great disadvantage. Thinking of this, Hu Xiaomei quietly bit her red lips lightly while closing her eyes, leaving only a slit for observing Zhang Feng's movements. The heat of the live broadcast reached a peak at the moment. Just screamed cheerfully that a few men? This is what you believe in, good brother? Ha ha ha, I said how not to hook it. It is like tender sister. Once heard that as a small May as a student directly to a 180 degrees big change. Laughing my ass off. So this dude was faking it all just now. I thought he had real balls. What's so arrogant about a bunch of dumbass ES here? Now is Hu Xiaomei pouting. People, little brother hands? Speak up. I believe in my little brother. He will never fail me. In this way, the live broadcast room was divided into 2 opposing factions quarreling fiercely. The only thing that was the same was that they were all looking forward to Zhang Feng's next behavior. 5 seconds later, Zhang Feng spoke. Big sister. Oh no, I should just call you sister. Older sister. It's not that I'm talking about you. You're still studying. Why do you still come out to pick up customers? Songchang are good universities. No matter which school you are from. Study hard to have a future. Don't be so young. In fact, that brand name bag is just like that. My wife's home pile of 2 rooms also do not carry. Really nothing rare. Your parents worked hard to send you here to study so that you can be successful. Not for you to come here to set up a house of cards. You have to change your ways. If Hu Xiaomei was someone who had already stepped into society, Zhang Feng wouldn't care about her. But she's still a student. Can't you at least try to talk her out of it? What if she listens? Zhang Feng's idea is not wrong. Hu Xiaomei's behavior just now and usually stand in the alley shouting handsome 500 full set. What is the difference? Look at this cold day, you wear such a thin stockings. After this not old cold legs to the bed to pull the urine. How much do you think your old lady will dislike you in the future? I'm embarrassed for you, aren't I? Speaking of which, Zhang Feng pulled out $100 in cash from his pocket. Old sister, listen to my brother. If you really don't have any money, take this $100 and buy steamed buns and squash to make do for a month. Stay up until the next time your family pays you a living wage. Don't come out and do this. Is it a shame? If I were your father and I knew you were like that, I wouldn't have the strength to swing a hoe. At this moment, the live broadcast completely exploded. Those ES that were barking so much just now, get the hell out of there. Weren't they barking so much just now? Still Xiaomei. Your family Xiaomei face is going to be stuck bald skin. Really think that our Hall 7-foot man is a hook and go? This dude was MVP all game. I said so. Whoever doesn't private message me battle. Not only are they crazy, Hu Xiaomei man is also completely numb. So, this man called me over here just to tell me this? He's so sweet. He knows there's a lot of people over there. So he's giving me face? I can go to you. At this moment, let alone 2 bags. Even 10 bags couldn't change Hu Xiaomei's heart to curse. Calling you a little brother, you really take yourself seriously? Big brother, you don't look in the mirror to see what you are like? You don't have $1,000 for all of this, do you, poor thing? Poor and straight. You're too down on your head, aren't you? How can you have a girlfriend like that? Yuck. Good lord. These few words directly gave Jiang Feng a scolding. Hey, I've advised you with good intentions and taught you assiduously, but you've taken good intentions for a donkey's liver and lungs? No, if you're really serious, don't do this. I guess the old saying that you can't carve a piece of rotten wood means that you're the kind of person you are, right? The more Jiang Feng thought about it, the more angry he became. Waving his hand at the main entrance of the hotel, the 2 security guards standing guard trotted over. Under the watchful eyes of Hu Xiaomei and the entire audience in the live broadcast room, they bowed deeply to Jiang Feng. Boss, Jiang Feng pointed at Hu Xiaomei after giving a faint him. Go and see which kiln hasn't watched its people and let its own girl run out, and send her back.